Chapter 1. The Reluctant Need to Impress. As evening descended upon the bustling tavern, the air was thick with the rich aroma of ale and the clinking of tankards, where mercenaries and farmers alike sought respite from the day's toil. At this moment, an unusual hush enveloped the patrons, all ears attuned to the rousing discourse of a bard at the center of the room. Our protagonist, Rex, let out a chilling laugh, declaring, "You, insignificant as an ant, dare to scheme against me. Your fate is sealed. You shall regret your actions today." The bard's voice rang out with fervor, capturing the rapt attention of the majority, marking the narrative's peak. Yet, in a shadowy corner, a figure clad in white robes merely scoffed. The adversary retorted with a booming laughter. "You wretched being, it appears no one has taught you the meaning of power for quite some time. Prepare to taste my might. Forbidden spell, 1,000 miles frozen." The common folk gasped in terror. Had he truly invoked such a formidable spell? Even the most revered magi could not wield such power. A force not seen for millennia. Surely, he was doomed. How is it that the onlookers remain unscathed by the 1,000 miles frozen? The white-robed figure interjected unexpectedly, causing laughter to ripple through the tavern. "What do you know?" the bard shot back, eyes wide. The true essence of magic lies in its mastery and control. The boundary between the commoners and our hero is precisely where the spell's influence wanes. They remain untouched while the spell pushes forward. What's the issue? Silence fell over the tavern, as the crowd seemed to acquiesce to the white-robed man's perspective, eliciting a smirk from him. The bard narrowed his gaze, retorting, "Sometimes, one must refrain from speaking carelessly. Knowledge is paramount. Otherwise, one merely becomes the subject of ridicule." "Humph, let us proceed," the bard resumed, regaining his rhythm. The protagonist leapt effortlessly, appearing beside the common folk. They were astounded. He had evaded the spell. Rex then let out a thunderous roar. The skies darkened, and ominous clouds gathered. With a mere, unadorned punch, the air crackled with ferocity, eclipsing any spell's wrath. The onlookers gasped. Could it be that he wields the legendary divine fist, a technique lost for eons, said to have originated from the progenitor of the creator god? The long-vanished, good fortune day fist. The tavern fell into a stunned silence. The adversary collapsed, eyes wide with disbelief. This mere, pitiful, drunkard, who typically relished in the tavern's revelry without any notable achievements. How could he possess such strength? The bard spoke passionately, and his words resonated with many present, as if they too saw themselves reflected in Rex. Our protagonist gazed down at his foe's lifeless form, chuckling. "This is the fate that befalls those who scorn me." "Ha!" The bard then shifted the tone dramatically. "But the tale is far from over. Soon, the enemy's father arrived. He cradled his son's corpse, wailing in agony, before casting a furious glare at our hero. 'You despicable wretch!' Text omitted. Taste my might. Ultimate forbidden spell, 10 million miles frozen." The common folk gasped in horror. Text omitted. His father fell, eyes wide with disbelief. Text omitted. Our protagonist chuckled. "This is the outcome of your son's disdain for me." But still, the tale continued, as the enemy's grandfather appeared. "Taste my might. Super ultimate forbidden spell, trillions of miles frozen." The common folk gasped. "The grandfather fell?" Our hero sneered. "This is the price of your grandson's scorn." And yet, the saga persisted, as the entire family converged. Taste my might. Combined ultimate forbidden spell, the entire continent frozen. The onlookers gasped. Suddenly, the bard recalled something and hastily added, "It is merely the remaining few commoners of the continent that are frozen." The crowd gasped. The entire family lay defeated. Our protagonist chuckled. "This is the consequence of one among you scorned me." But the story was still not complete. "Not yet finished?" questioned the white-robed man, perplexed. "There are but a few commoners left on this continent. What more remains?" What do you know?" the bard retorted with a smirk. "Beyond us lies the divine realm, and this conflict has stirred the gods that a radiant light descended from the heavens, and one by one, the deities manifested. Upon seeing our hero, he bellowed, 'You dare slay my ward? Taste my might. Divine spell, Lanolivas. Is it that your creativity has faltered, leading you to fabricate spell names?" Came a voice from the corner once more. The bard ignored it, pressing on. The commoners gasped. A god had descended, and yet he had been slain. Our protagonist chuckled. "This is the fate that befalls those under your protection." The supreme god appeared, The supreme god appeared. The bard's eloquence surged forth, painting a grand tapestry of a world so vast that mere mortals could scarcely fathom it. At last, our protagonist stood utterly invincible, invincible beyond measure. Truly, he was unmatched. Ha! The bard applauded himself, marking the end of his tale. The tavern erupted in excitement, patrons rejoicing and toasting. What utter nonsense! The white-robed man suddenly slammed his hand upon the table, silencing the tavern instantaneously. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Seasoned tavern-goers understood that often it was the bard who provoked discord. Each bard, in their quest for residence in a tavern, typically employed various tactics. The simplest being to publicly humiliate others, leaving them speechless or fleeing in shame. Such spectacles were often a crowd favorite. Humph, and what of it? This is my story, the bard retorted calmly. This tale unfolds in a realm unlike our own, though it bears resemblance. It is not entirely the same. Anything could occur, yet your feeble mind cannot fathom it. Ha ha ha, the white-robed man laughed heartily. Do you believe I would engage in your fabricated world on your terms? Utterly pointless. What I seek to understand is, in recounting this narrative, what spirit do you wish to convey? As a bard, you bear the responsibility of spreading light and peace. What, pray tell, do you propagate? Illumination. Indeed, the bard replied with fervor. I convey the indomitable spirit of our protagonist, who, through relentless endeavor, ultimately attains divine prowess, becoming unparalleled. Are you suggesting that you are imparting wisdom to those present, urging them to strive for invincibility? The white-robed man pressed further. Of course. Only by becoming unmatched can one escape the yoke of others. Free from threats, with the entire world bowing before them, supreme power is a pursuit all ought to chase. Nonsense. Speak with respect, the bard admonished, brow furrowed. What is invincibility? Only one may attain such a status. All others who pursue it either perish at the hands of the invincible or ultimately relinquish their quest for it. The survival rate is a mere one. Meanwhile, the average lifespan in our land is already 60 years, with over half of the populace living into their 70s. They may lack power, yet a multitude can command them. And at the very least, they can eat and dress adequately each day. Yet you, in pursuit of invincibility, engage in frenzied training and challenge others likewise, all for a mere one chance of survival? And you dare teach others to strive for invincibility? Are you not, in essence, a harbinger of death? The white-robed man pointed an accusatory finger. The bard struggled to defend himself. Life is fleeting. To die in pursuit of invincibility is a worthy fate. The ignorant farmer, no matter how long he lives, possesses little significance. Absurd. You yourself are already in your 30s. Do you believe you could best an ignorant farmer? You rely solely on your tongue to boast. Yet you incite others to become invincible? The white-robed man's inquiries were razor-sharp. A sheen of sweat broke upon the bard's brow. Humph. If you truly dedicated yourself to the pursuit of invincibility for 2 or 3 decades, you would at least possess the confidence to best a farmer. Thus, it is evident that you do not even believe in the ideology you espouse, yet you wish to impart it to others. You, a hypocrite with a mouth full of lies. Your tale is merely an adaptation of the renowned novel The Legend of Rex, devoid of its essence, merely borrowing the combat scenes. The white-robed man continued unabated. Originally, the adversary declared, you, a lowly noble, yet you altered it to lowly being to suit the tavern's clientele. When the foe fell, he initially said, the fallen noble dares to, but you transformed it into the fallen drunkard? Not only do you plagiarize another's work, but you also distort it. I must ask, do you possess the bloodline of the beast folk? Your audacity rivals their thick-skinned nature. You. The bard's face flushed crimson, yet a sudden realization struck him. None here had likely read The Legend of Rex. Perhaps he could obfuscate his way out. He adopted a serious demeanor. You speak nonsense. The Legend of Rex is, in fact, my creation, and I have made no alterations. Your baseless slanders are laughable. Ah, so you claim you can defeat a farmer? The white-robed man skillfully redirected the conversation. There should be plenty of farmers present. Why not test it here? As he spoke, several farmers indeed rolled up their sleeves, revealing strong arms and calloused hands, leaving the bard inwardly alarmed. Aye, the man in white continued. Originally, The Legend of Rex was merely a novel for the amusement of the nobility, serving solely as entertainment. Yet, through your meddling, even its entertainment value has been utterly obliterated. Many present possess considerable experience, with numerous mercenaries frequently traversing perilous lands, where blades taste blood. You truly believe that only such tales can evoke joy in your hearts? Are only these types of bards worthy of your generous tips? The tavern erupted into a flurry of discussion. The longtime patrons here, accustomed to similar anecdotes, were evidently not swayed by a few words. Yet a notable stir had been ignited. The bard found himself somewhat at a loss. "Who are you? Show us your badge." The bard exclaimed in indignation, for the badge was proof of every registered bard's legitimacy. Bearing their own name, it was mandatory to wear it during public performances, a mark of accountability for their words. However, the other party was merely an onlooker and had no obligation to display it. "Who I am is of no consequence," the man in white replied. "Your attempt to change the subject merely evades my point. Let me ask you again, are you brave enough to spar with a farmer?" Indeed, an elderly man stood up, rolling up his sleeves. "Hey, what exactly is this good day fist you speak of? We wish to witness it." No. The bard instinctively took a step back, replying, "My anecdotes are merely for amusement. Let us not take them too seriously." "If it is for pleasure," the man in white laughed heartily, "why not tell a risque tale? You. Tell me, good folks, would you prefer to hear a risque tale or the legend of Rex?" The man in white inquired of the crowd. Instantly, the tavern erupted in cheers. "Risque tales! We want risque tales!" "Ha ha ha! You!" The bard was rendered speechless with fury. As a bard, one must first possess eloquence, yet here you are, a stammerer. How can you call yourself a bard? The man in white waved his hand dismissively. "Now, be gone." The tavern once again erupted in raucous laughter, the atmosphere of the verbal clash growing ever more intense. "Fine, just you wait." The bard, red-faced, turned and fled the tavern. However, the defeated figure garnered little attention. All eyes soon turned to the newcomer in white. His attire, undeniably bard-like, lacked only the badge. "Come, you there, share a risque tale with us." The tavern burst into laughter, and the expressions of the patrons turned mischievous. The man in white merely smiled. "I apologize, but I have not brought my badge today. According to regulations, I cannot perform publicly. I simply could not resist sending that blatherer packing." Alas, a wave of disappointment swept through the tavern. Though there was little they could insist upon, the man in white continued to placate. "It is getting late. Perhaps next time, when the opportunity arises, I shall regale you with a grand risque tale." Ha ha! The tavern erupted with joy. Many raised their cups in anticipation, signaling their eagerness. The bartender approached, handing the man in white a silver coin. "This was originally the tip for that last fellow. It's yours now." "Thank you." He accepted it nonchalantly. Pocketing it. "Are you planning to stay with us? Our tavern warmly welcomes talented bards." The bartender invited enthusiastically. "No, I am a wandering bard." The man in white shook his head. "I shall be leaving tomorrow, otherwise. I would not risk offending the local bards." "I see," the bartender chuckled. "I was about to say that it would be unwise to offend someone who knows many nobles, but it seems that is no longer a concern. It is a pity you cannot stay. Your talents are truly remarkable." The man in white simply shook his head. "Do not mistake my abilities for exceptional. He was quite good as well. His tales suited the patrons here perfectly. That I merely needed some coin and chanced upon this opportunity before my departure. That I, in a sense, I acted unkindly, stealing a meal from another. However, the competition among bards for taverns is merely a matter of skill. Everyone needs to eat. And I too must find my way." The bartender looked somewhat perplexed, as if struggling to grasp the meaning behind his words. "Do you not understand? Perhaps it is for the best. At least you will have the chance to listen to the legend of Rex for quite some time." The man in white smiled as he turned to leave. "Farewell, bard. At the very least, you should leave us your name." The bartender hurriedly called after him. The man in white seemed not to hear, pushing the door open and disappearing into the night. Chapter 2. Kevin Inquith. Year 1339 AD. The various races on the continent have maintained a ceasefire for nearly 400 years, though minor skirmishes are still inevitable. About every decade, the beastmen from the western wilderness will raid the borders of humanity, bellowing the slogan, "Beastmen shall never be slaves." Yet, in truth, to be a slave to a noble of humanity would afford a better quality of life than that of most impoverished native beastmen. The internal strife among the elves has yet to fully subside. Light and dark elves continue to eye each other with disdain. Nations within humanity frequently find themselves at odds. not only among different countries. But even within a single great nation, noble feuds over territories often result in relentless conflicts. However, these skirmishes are minor. Despite the occasional formidable appearance of military forces, actual warfare that displaces large numbers of civilians and leaves countless corpses has not occurred for nearly 400 years. Long-standing peace has fostered cultural prosperity. Nobles have gradually filled their coffers, living without worry, while commoners toiled diligently, managing to secure a basic sustenance. Each individual has the opportunity to unearth their talents, be it in commerce, magical research, adventurous exploits, or artistic creation, all paths leading to potential success, far removed from an era where martial prowess reigned supreme. Many cardinals within the Church of Light possess no martial skills whatsoever. There have been instances where a cardinal was dispatched to spread the faith only to be knocked down by a farmer. Yet the ability of the cardinals to preach far surpasses that of the armored knights filled with martial energy. The Church of Light now spans the entire continent, a feat not achieved by knights wielding swords. The Royal Academy has produced 6 sword saints and 3 grand magi, earning the title of one of the continent's foremost institutions. The principal, Anthony, is exceptionally skilled in spatial teleportation spells, having even developed a high-end technology to establish teleportation portals across the nation, significantly shortening travel times, earning him the title of the Father of World Teleportation. However, in magical confrontations, he remains inferior to the vice principal, Gandalf. Another vice principal, Luke, after extensive research, has successfully utilized magic to resolve male erectile dysfunction, earning him the title of the Father of World Impotence among nobles. He himself possesses no martial skills and could not best a farmer by the roadside, yet is treated as a distinguished guest by nearly all nobles. Even kings. It seems that only in the tales of bards does a world where martial prowess is paramount exist, often featuring protagonists who are fallen young nobles, bullied by other nobles, or directly rejected in engagements. Then, one day, they stumble upon a chamber pot by the river, and after relieving themselves into it, an ancient deity emerges, completely unconcerned by the protagonist's lack of respect, insisting that this is fate's design. Ultimately, with the ancient deity's assistance, the fallen noble gradually conquers the continent, ascending to the divine realm, then toppling the entire divine realm, and onwards to the realm of supreme deities. At some point, such narratives have been embraced by bards as the mainstream. The reason most protagonists are young nobles is that the primary audience for these leisure works consists of young nobles. As literacy spreads among commoners, some protagonists have transitioned from fallen nobility to ordinary citizens. With the elevation of women's status, numerous mainstream works catering to female readers have emerged. Great nations have explicit regulations prohibiting bards from insulting their kings or nobles at will, leading many bards to craft protagonists capable of toppling the sun with a mere slap, only to bow respectfully upon encountering the king. Truly a farce. However, bards swiftly avoided such absurdities by beginning to write tales set in alternate worlds, employing their rich imaginations to forge a remarkably similar realm, where protagonists once again find chamber pots by the river. Yet, even with the repetitive plot lines, they continue to thrive among the nobility, eventually permeating the common folk. Bards amass great fortunes, and one cannot deny it is a form of success. With the continuous establishment of teleportation points, the flow of information between regions has begun to accelerate rapidly. Future works are likely to become increasingly lengthy, perhaps even extending to realms of supreme deities. However, in any industry, not every individual can succeed. Beneath the few exalted bardic deities lies a vast sea of destitute poets. Few pay heed to their works, and lacking remarkable talents, they can only occupy various taverns, seeking prominent spots during peak evening hours to sing a song, tell a tale, or showcase other talents. If the tavern thrives as a result, the bard may be employed for a permanent position, ensuring their livelihood. Yet not every tavern will host bards. Some remote mountain villages offer little sustenance, their inhabitants lacking exposure, and conversing with them can be particularly taxing. Even the most eloquent bard might find that, at best, they could exchange their tales for a couple of stale loaves of bread, and in such instances, it may be more advantageous to beg at the gates of the nobility. However, exceptions do arise. Today, the village of Samshire welcomes yet another bard. The village comprises merely 20 households, nestled in a remote and impoverished location, with the nearest town requiring the arduous crossing of 3 formidable mountains. an endeavor that would take approximately 3 days on foot. The villagers subsist through hunting and agriculture, yet the mountains harbor neither magical beasts nor ancient tombs, offering no allure for adventure. It is an unremarkable, commonplace hamlet. Villages of this ilk number in the thousands across the continent. At the village entrance stands a modest tavern, owned by the village chief, which serves as the sole source of entertainment for the entire community as May unfolds, with the season's vibrancy and the renewal of life following the winter's chill. The villagers emerge from their hibernation, invigorated with excitement. By evening, the tavern has already attracted a gathering of men, weary from a day's toil, seeking solace and relaxation. They listen intently as a wandering minstrel shares tales, occasionally sipping from mugs of barley wine and wiping their mouths, their eyes alight with enthusiasm. This moment, Miss Lycia sits quietly within the tavern, the fragrant blossoms adorning the room exuding a delightful aroma. The jewels adorning her person glimmer under the flickering candlelight, casting a radiant glow. Her skin is exquisitely delicate, and her hands possess an ethereal softness. The minstrel gestures passionately, his hands animatedly illustrating his narrative. Oh! A low murmur of excitement ripples through the tavern as patrons share knowing glances. The atmosphere charged with fervor. The rustic villagers lack formal education, rendering ornate language meaningless. They find clarity in simple gestures. The minstrel, clearly adept in his craft, tailors his tales to suit his audience. Signs of wear on his shoes and the hem of his trousers suggest he often traverses long distances, yet he remains impeccably clean, his white robe starkly contrasting with the tavern's murky ambience. A badge hangs from his chest, signifying his status as a certified bard of the guild, inscribed with his name. Kevin Yinkasi tinged this juncture. Kevin recounts a tale that has long since become a staple across the continent. The figure of Miss Lycia indeed existed, a noble woman from over 2 centuries past, renowned for eloping with one of her guards. The bard of the time attempted to weave a poignant love story from this premise. But for reasons unknown, it devolved into a vulgar account. The truth remains elusive, for the noblewoman's lineage has since declined. Yet, her scandalous tale has traversed the continent, reinterpreted by countless bards, rendering her name synonymous with infamy. Miss Lycia's family was exceedingly wealthy, Kevin continues, possessing vast lands that could easily be filled with steak, and a tavern tenfold larger, with enough wine to last a year. Oh! Another chorus of low exclamations arises, and at that moment, a knock resounded at the lady's door. Kevin gently taps the table, mimicking the sound of knocking. The lady inquired, "Who is it?" "Outside." The guard's voice answered, "Miss, are you awake?" Kevin mimics the tone of the exchange. "No, I am not. It is late. Do you require something?" "Miss, I wish to take a walk with you," the guard hesitantly proposed. "Why go out at such a late hour?" The lady replied. "Let us go and tend to the fields together," the guard eagerly invited. The rustic farmers can scarcely fathom the life of a noblewoman. Their lack of experience renders their understanding futile. To them, the king is likely just a farmer wielding a golden plow. Therefore, Kevin must craft a version of the tale that resonates with his audience, one that even the simplest of farmers can comprehend. "But I am afraid," the lady's voice faltered. Bang! The guard could no longer contain himself and burst in. "Miss, it is safe. The sorghum fields lie yonder. They are tall, and no one will see us. We can share the joy of farming together." The lady hesitates. Yet the guard swiftly scoops her up, cradling her in his arms. Sensing her fragrance, the guard feels an overwhelming surge of strength, his heart racing with anticipation as he rushes out the door. Heading for the sorghum fields, that Kevin's narration is imbued with emotion, and many in the tavern begin to feel parched, their faces flushed with excitement. Amidst the rustling of grass, the guard gently sets the lady down, and they share a moment of eye contact. The guard leans closer, inching nearer. "Ahem, time is running short for today. We shall continue tomorrow." Kevin abruptly glances out the window, smiling at the gathered patrons. "Oh, oh no, cannot you finish before departing?" The tavern erupts in discontent, the crowd clearly dissatisfied, yet the encroaching darkness signals the lateness of the hour. Ultimately, the decision rests with Kevin, and despite their grumbling, they eagerly anticipate the continuation of the narrative. Already starting to weave their own tales, though these farmers may lack sophistication, many have lived for decades, and those who have indulged in drink begin to share their own experiences with their wives. Unwittingly stepping into the guard's role and envisioning the next chapter, Kevin refrains from detailing the physical attributes of the male protagonist, allowing each listener to envision themselves in the role that he calmly approaches the bar, where the village chief, serving as the tavern keeper, hands him 5 loaves of black bread and 3 copper coins as payment for his performance. "Thank you," Kevin graciously accepts, stowing the bread in his backpack. "That was truly splendid. I felt quite exhilarated," the chief expresses with a hint of regret. "Alas, it was only half the tale. How marvelous it would have been had you finished today." Kevin merely smiles in response. The chief continues, "Tomorrow, I shall bring my wife to hear your tale." "Oh, that may not be necessary," Kevin replies, a hint of discomfort crossing his face. "What? Do you look down upon my wife?" The chief's expression shifts. "No, you misunderstand," Kevin clarifies. "In the presence of a lady, I might recount the history of the continent, the epic battles of gods and dragons, or the doctrines of the Church of Light. Alternatively, I could narrate the love story between Timir and Aishi. However, I shall never share vulgar tales." "Why is that?" the chief inquires. Perplexed. "To share such tales in the presence of a lady is to openly insult and tease her," Kevin asserts. "I see no issue with that," the chief counters, clearly holding a different perspective. "No, I am a gentleman," Kevin emphasizes. "I adhere to my own code of chivalry." The chief remains silent. "Should a lady attend tomorrow, I would be most pleased," Kevin reiterates. "I will regale all present with tales of the vast world beyond, our nation's rich history, and a multitude of heroic figures, far more captivating than vulgarity. Yet, if no lady graces us, I shall continue with the story of Miss Lycia. What say you?" The chief considers, observing the patron's jovial demeanor, and ultimately nods in agreement. "Very well, we shall conclude here for today. Until tomorrow, Chief," Kevin announces as he turns to depart. "Until tomorrow, esteemed gentlemen," the chief politely replies, watching as Kevin exits the tavern. A few curious farmers approach the chief, inquiring, "Chief, what does gentleman mean?" While the chief has traveled to and from towns more frequently than the pure farmers, he too possesses limited education. He understands the term, but struggles to articulate its meaning. After a brief moment of awkwardness, he simply responds, "A gentleman is, well, he is just like him. His very presence embodies gentlemanliness." The farmers return to their table, bewildered, and begin to deliberate on the definition of a gentleman. Soon enough, they reach a consensus. A gentleman must surely be one who tells vulgar tales, and he must be exceptionally skilled at it. Common folk are unworthy of such a title. Chapter 3. The Majestic Love of a Father. Currently, there are over 200,000 registered bards across the continent, divided between 2 guilds, each governed by the 2 major human nations. The primary purpose of establishing these guilds is to provide a platform for bards to exchange ideas and serve as a central hub for information across the continent, as well as to facilitate management. If all 200,000 were to simultaneously denounce a king, that monarch would bear the burden of eternal disgrace, leaving a lasting stain on their legacy. To avert such occurrences and preserve noble dignity, both human nations enforce strict laws. Every bard must take responsibility for their words, and the works they publish undergo thorough editing and review to ensure compliance. Should any content reflect poorly on the authorities or promote darkness and malevolence, it must be immediately returned for revision or destruction. That if an editor fails in their duty or insists upon publishing a prohibited article, they face penalties ranging from public apologies to execution by burning, with both editor and bard held equally accountable. This, of course, applies only within the territories of the 2 major nations. In surrounding smaller nations or among the beastmen or elves, one may freely criticize the human kings without consequence, provided that such remarks do not return to the major nations and the speaker remains beyond their borders. Light-hearted jests are generally tolerated. Both nations possess a degree of tolerance. Years ago, someone infamously declared the emperor of the Ryan Empire to be a hideous, foolish pig. It is said that the emperor took no offense, merely using magic to transform the man's face into that of a pig, allowing this indomitable warrior to live on to this day. He did not face any form of discrimination. On the contrary, many esteemed him, considering him a true warrior. Had the events transpired in another great nation of the human race, the kingdom of Lubiol, the customary practice would have been to bring the matter to trial. However, in most cases, as long as one did not directly insult the king or high-ranking officials, the repercussions would not be severe, generally limited to fines and apologies. Unless one stubbornly refused to apologize, such an individual would be courting death, having truly embarked on a path of self-destruction. Conversely, the Church of Light was particularly stringent in this regard. Those guilty of murder or arson could expect to be forgiven by the priests, provided they sincerely repented. However, uttering a careless remark such as, "The necromancer is rather impressive," could likely lead one to the stake. Nevertheless, in recent years, the Church of Light has gradually relaxed its stance, possibly due to the ascension of a new pope, or perhaps owing to the progressive advancements in medicine, which have begun to diminish the Church's monopolistic hold over healing. Cultural development has also accelerated, leading to an increase in works that might be deemed blasphemous, which the Church could no longer oversee, along with a myriad of other potential reasons that in summary, surviving in this era is relatively manageable. One simply needs to understand when and what to say to avoid issues. The most recent execution by the Church of Light can be traced back 15 years. At that time, a book titled Awakening and Blindness had gained immense popularity among the nobility, its humor and wit presenting a unique narrative of the so-called tales of light and darkness. Many noble gatherings featured discussions of excerpts from the novel, with some noble ladies laughing so heartily that they lost their composure. Unfortunately, it was soon banned by the Church of Light, the justification being that the book portrayed the Pope as a lazy old man who spent his days claiming to converse with the divine while napping. The Pope must surely be a lecherous man. Otherwise, why would all the holy maidens throughout history have been strikingly beautiful and pure, while none bore the marks of acne or protruding teeth? In contrast, the dark sorcerers were all portrayed as handsome, graceful figures, although the story concluded in the cliché fashion of light triumphing over darkness. The dark sorcerers did not reveal any grotesque visages. Rather, they met their end with elegance. Seemingly, the Church of Light underwent a transformation, for the Pope no longer indulged in sloth, even selecting a maiden with a face full of blemishes and crooked teeth as a holy figure. Nonetheless, the Church could not accept this, deeming it a dual affront to both the Pope and the holy maiden at that time. A few nobles interceded on their behalf, but the book had spread too widely. Both the Pope and the maiden had read it and issued a personal decree for the arrest of those involved. No one would dare offend the Pope for the sake of an unknown author. Ultimately, all parties had no choice but to acquiesce, surrendering Awakening and Blindness to be burned by the Church. Simultaneously, the book's author, Bert Siding, and the editor, Baron Stard, were condemned to the stake. Bert Siding was the father of Kevin Siding. 15 years ago, on a day when the sun blazed fiercely, a considerable crowd gathered at the execution site, where an iron framework had been erected, with two condemned souls tightly bound upon it. The chief judge of the church was present. The proceedings akin to those for heretics. The mere 10-year-old Kevin fell to his knees, weeping, alongside the son of Baron Stard and a multitude of his relatives. Bert Siding, the judge coldly inquired from the platform. "You vile slanderer, carelessly tarnishing the name of the Church of Light, spreading darkness, inciting the ignorant and benevolent populace. You are a sinner. Even the divine cannot absolve your transgressions. Only hell awaits you. Do you have any final words?" Baron Stard interjected. "Your Honor, I am innocent. I am merely an editor. Why must I be burned as well? Your negligence has allowed this abhorrent novel to poison the continent," the judge retorted, brandishing the book, Awakening and Blindness, and casting it onto the execution platform. "Can you still claim innocence? The laws of your country explicitly state that bards and editors share the same fate. This is not merely the decree of our church." "Oh no," Baron Stard cried out in his final moments. In contrast, Bert maintained a serene smile. As if bound to the execution platform were a most comfortable affair, he turned to gaze at his son. "Kevin, do not mourn too deeply. Observe this world closely. It is all material. This is the final lesson I can impart to you." "Father, father," 10-year-old Kevin frantically grasped, desperately attempting to rush into the fray, but a sturdy knight of the church seized him by the collar and threw him to the ground. Nearby, Kevin's elven mother embraced him, tears streaming down her face. "Enough, enough, do not go any closer. Father, I have come to save you." Likewise, the young son of Baron Stard charged forth, sword in hand, but was easily restrained and flung back. The judge raised his hand and declared, "Execute." As the words left his lips, dozens of torches were thrust into the pile of wood beneath them, igniting a fierce blaze in mere moments, accompanied by the crackling of the fire and the scorching summer sun. Even the crowd, standing over 30 meters away, felt the oppressive heat, let alone the two condemned at the center of the inferno. "Oh no, Kevin screamed in despair, suddenly kneeling before the gathered nobles, esteemed lords and ladies. I recall that you all cherish my father's works, that I implore you, save my father. I beg you. His heart-wrenching cries evoked sympathy. Meanwhile, the son of Baron Stard, seemingly inspired, knelt before another group. I remember that you were all my father's contracted bards, in light of the numerous recommendations he made to you. Please, save my father. I beg you, I implore you. Yet, no one stirred. Many averted their gaze, sighing inwardly, but none took action. The Baron's family members were numerous, yet they were powerless to intervene. The air was filled only with cries and the continuous pleas of the two children. Kevin, Bert's voice remained calm amidst the roaring flames. Remember, do not grieve, do not harbor resentment, nor seek vengeance. We are bards. We must bring laughter to all. It is only in the final moments of life, still persisting in humor, that one truly embodies comedy. Do you understand? Father, Kevin desperately attempted to crawl closer, but was once again pulled back by the night. Ah! Baron Stard's agonizing screams echoed. It burns! It burns! Ah! FCK! Kevin, do not cry! Bert shouted. All must face death. There is nothing to fear. A true comedian, even if his father perishes in the morning, must immediately recount jokes to everyone in the afternoon. You must always take pride in your name. You are Kevin Inchi sighting. Ah! I am burning alive. I will die from the flames. Stard continued to wail, suddenly turning to his side. Are you burning? I feel like you are not burning. Bert paid him no mind, gazing vacantly at his wife. To have married an elven woman is the greatest honor of my life. Alas, I have not been a worthy husband, nor a worthy father. I express my deepest apologies. Kevin's mother was already inconsolable, while Stard's son frantically cried out, Your Honor, this is not right. He is not burning. He may be a monster. Should we not extinguish the flames and re-evaluate? Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. The flames raged on, and the two men were gradually rendered incapable of breathing or speaking, their torment beyond imagination. Their hair and beards ignited, obscuring their features, while a dreadful odor permeated the air, causing many onlookers to grimace and even retch. My dear, Bert's feeble voice emerged as a final whisper. Help me. The elven mother raised her trembling hands. Drawing her bow, the judge caught sight of this and exchanged a glance with the knight, who understood the signal and charged forward, roughly tackling the two 10-year-olds. The mother seized the opportunity, tears flowing anew. As she released two arrows that whistled through the air, finding their mark in the flames, silence reigned. The judge cast a reproachful glance at the knight, but chose not to speak further, for the outcome remained unchanged. Both men were dead. And so he did not dwell on the matter. The sun continued to blaze overhead. Unlike the sorrowful rains often depicted in narratives, the hearts of the onlookers felt equally heavy in his final moments. Bert maintained his commitment to humor, though no one present could muster a smile. 5 years passed, during which Kevin and his mother resided in the Elven Kingdom, where he diligently immersed himself in the over 200 tomes left behind by his father. 5 years later, at the age of 15, Kevin bid farewell to his mother and embarked on a solitary journey across the continent. As a half-breed of human and elf, he was fluent in both Lubual and Elven tongues and had self-taught himself the languages of the Lane Empire and the dwarves. He could comprehend the script of the beast folk, though he struggled with their pronunciation and could neither understand nor speak their language. Fortuitously, the son of Baron Stard inherited his father's position as editor. And despite their shared loss of fathers and some lingering discomfort, they bore no animosity toward one another. Ultimately, Kevin entered into a contract under the young Baron Stard, stipulating that all works by the contracted bards must undergo the editor's review and approval before publication. Bards were required to submit their pieces periodically, and the editor would duly disburse remuneration. Naturally, many wealthy bards published their own works independently, financing their endeavors and reaping their own profits. Certainly, this endeavor necessitates a considerable amount of initial capital, and it is unlikely to receive the endorsement of the Bard Guild. Without careful management, one might even face suppression from them. Kevin has spent a decade traversing the lands, commencing his journey from the realm of elves. Passing through over 20 major cities and 5 nations. He possesses no remarkable combat prowess, and his magical abilities are merely at the level of a novice apprentice, limited to 2 spells, a magical missile and a magical shield. These 2 incantations represent the most rudimentary skills within the realm of sorcery. The magical missile is often derisively referred to as the peasant's punch, among mages, as its potency is akin to that of an untrained farmer's punch. Even when wielded by a grand archmage, its effectiveness sees little enhancement, as the spell has a particularly low ceiling of potential. Nonetheless, a grand archmage can unleash thousands of magical missiles in an instant, making sheer volume a formidable strategy. However, for an apprentice, sometimes a simple brick proves more effective. Wandering without substantial strength is undeniably perilous, yet fortunately, we currently reside in an era of peace. Kevin relies on his wit and knowledge, navigating through his adventures with minimal peril and managing to survive unscathed. Throughout these 10 years, he has authored a book titled The Chronicles of Assassins, but regrettably, it has not fared well in sales, leading to an increasingly precarious existence for him. In desperation, he occasionally resorts to entertaining patrons at taverns with risque tales, yet despite this, he remains resolute in his desire to continue his travels, aspiring to become a bard like his father. Chapter 4. The rampant piracy. The Stad Library is one of the branches of the Bard Guild in the coastal city of Beol, known for its affluent nobility. Following the demise of the elderly Baron Stad 15 years ago, young Stad inherited the family legacy, continuing the family trade, and the entire library has since become a thriving family enterprise, now boasting a collection of 500,000 volumes, primarily comprising various fictional genres. As the enterprise expanded, Baron Stad found himself increasingly unable to manage the growing number of bards and thus employed numerous editors, many of whom were once esteemed bards themselves. He personally contracted only a handful of distinguished bards or acquaintances, and judging by the current trend, it appears his contracted bards will continue to dwindle. This shift likely reflects a typical mindset of those who ascend to higher positions. With the growth of the enterprise, Baron Stad has become dissatisfied with the income derived solely from the library. He has begun to explore hosting noble balls, social gatherings, and various other events, gradually immersing himself in high society. Despite being merely a baron, the indulgent lifestyle has led to his increasing corpulence, yet among nobles, a bit of extra weight is often seen as a mark of prosperity. Recently, however, rumors of hauntings have circulated among the servants, persisting for over a month. The most tangible evidence of this phenomenon is the disarray of the bookshelves. A book that was clearly placed in one location the previous evening inexplicably appears in another come morning. Once or twice, such occurrences could be dismissed as mere errors or illusions, yet as the month drags on, the strangeness becomes more pronounced. "Baron," the steward once again knocked on the Baron's door in the evening. "Are you in?" "Come in," came the Baron's voice from within. The steward entered, bowing slightly. "Baron, this morning we discovered that the bookshelves have evidently been tampered with. Moreover, there seems to be signs of smoke on the ceiling." "Smoke?" Baron Stad furrowed his brow. "How could there be an open flame in the library?" Following the tragic incident in which the elder Baron Stad perished in a fire, young Stad had lived in fear of flames for a long period, instituting a strict prohibition against open flames in the library, including candles and oil lamps. Instead, they relied on the more expensive magical crystals and luminous plants for illumination at night. Now, 15 years later, while Baron Stad has recovered, the rule against open flames remains in place, given the library's extensive collection of paper, ensuring the prevention of fire hazards. "This," the steward sighed. "I assure you it is not the work of the servants. They have followed your rules for many years and are accustomed to them. Yet I have doubled the number of guards patrolling, even having a few stationed within the library, but upon waking, they report no changes." The Baron gestured in exasperation. "Earlier today, I summoned a priest from the church to investigate, and there was absolutely no trace of necromantic energy. Therefore, it cannot be the work of undead creatures. Perhaps this undead being is exceptionally powerful, capable of concealing its presence, thus eluding the priest's detection." The steward persisted. The Baron found this notion utterly absurd. "Are you suggesting that such a formidable undead creature would come here at night merely to read books?" "Well, it is not entirely impossible," the steward replied cautiously. "What book has been most frequently disturbed?" the Baron inquired. "It is the Chronicles of Assassins." "Is that the work of that author?" The Baron was taken aback. "I recommended him at the noble ball, and scarcely anyone showed interest in more than a couple of chapters. Could it be? Go, fetch me that novel." "Yes, my lord." The steward nodded and departed, returning shortly with a somewhat tattered book in hand. "My lord, here it is." "Why is this book in such a poor condition?" the Baron exclaimed. "It hardly seems to have been borrowed by anyone." "This," It may indeed be the work of the undead, the steward replied. Visibly shaken, the Baron frowned in silence, casually flipping through the pages, only to discover a slip of paper tucked within, alongside a gold coin. The note bore a single line. Haha, well written. A reward for you. Both men's faces paled, while misplaced books could have been attributed to mere coincidence. This unmistakable gold coin could not be mistaken for anything other than reality. In Baal, a gold coin, though wealthier than many smaller nations, could sustain an average household for half a year. Only affluent individuals or high-ranking nobles would casually give away a gold coin as a reward. The fact that this novel had such noble readers was something Baron Stad was entirely unaware of. It is an undead. It must be an undead, the steward exclaimed, his complexion drained of color. The undead have rewarded us. Baron Stad, too, felt a surge of panic, instinctively flipping through the pages once more, ultimately discovering another comment at the end. I thoroughly enjoyed this book. It is particularly immersive. Some aspects are not entirely logical, but that does not detract from its quality. I am quite eager to meet the author, who writes under the pen name K. Does anyone have information? Fear not. While I lack the means to reward, I shall promote this within our circles. Stad handed the book to the steward, saying, You should take a look as well. The steward took it, growing even more distressed. This undead wishes for more of its kind to come and read. It may not be an undead. Baron Stad regained his composure. But regardless of whether it is human or spirit, the ability to enter and exit our library undetected is indeed terrifying. The steward fell silent. The elder steward had passed away 2 years prior, leaving the young steward in charge, who lacked experience and decisiveness. Let us proceed this way. I shall personally remain concealed within the library tonight. Baron Stad closed the book, slipping the coin back inside. You return the novel to its rightful place. My lord, the steward cautioned, if the entity is indeed powerful, your actions could be perilous. From the reviews, they harbor no ill intent. If possible, I would like to engage with them. Baron Stad replied, After all, I am a baron, and among this generation, I hold a modicum of esteem as a noble. They would not harm me. Moreover, my household's defenses are not overly stringent. If they intended to kill me, I would have perished long ago. My lord, matters are not as straightforward as you believe, the steward urged anxiously. If those undead are engaged in some nefarious trade, and you happen to stumble upon them, it could lead to— From where do you derive such bizarre notions? Baron Stad frowned. Do not immerse yourself too deeply in fantastical novels. Yes, my lord. The steward bowed and exited. As night fell, Baron Stad donned full armor, quietly taking refuge in a hidden alcove within the library's walls. Typically, noble estates are equipped with secret passages and mechanisms to thwart intruders or conceal certain items. These particular contrivances were personally crafted by the elder Stad, and now only young Stad possesses knowledge of them. At this moment, he wore a suit of magically enchanted iron plate armor, offering exceptional protection against both magical and physical assaults, while simultaneously concealing his presence, making him difficult to detect. An exceptional piece of magical equipment, if sold, its true value would easily exceed 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins. Such armor alone could rival that of a small estate. Baron Stad himself was a second-tier warrior. Although he had neglected his training due to recent business endeavors, he still maintained a foundational level of combat skill, capable of easily besting ordinary guards. However, according to the law, Baron-level nobles are prohibited from possessing magical equipment of medium grade or higher. Even if acquired through unforeseen circumstances, it must be surrendered. Only upon elevating one's rank is one permitted to wield more powerful gear. The trope of a protagonist stealthily acquiring a legendary artifact and silently enduring is, in reality, illegal. Nevertheless, within the nobility, certain unspoken rules exist. As long as one does not overstep, most issues can be overlooked. Faced with the unknown danger, Baron Stad opted for his most formidable armor. As the seconds ticked by, the library remained eerily quiet, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming upon the bookshelves. Outside, the faint sounds of patrolling guards in their armor could be heard, as they took turns standing watch throughout the night. This was a precautionary measure instituted by Baron Stad after the peculiar occurrences began, borrowing guards from the lord of the city. Each guard possessed at least novice-level combat skills. totaling 20 in number. In theory, such a formidable defensive force would make it easy for a skilled individual to break in. However, entering undetected would be considerably more challenging. Nevertheless, despite the nightly patrols, no anomalies had been discovered. The library, being a place of great significance, was not suitable for the borrowed guard's entry. Sending his own servants to keep watch was equally futile, as they invariably succumbed to sleep, allowing the strange occurrences to persist unabated. Stott himself is not a particularly bold or audacious individual. Rather, the issue lies in the fact that without his personal presence, it appears impossible to resolve the predicament at hand. Having delayed for a month, further postponement is hardly a viable solution. This hidden compartment was specifically crafted by the elder Stott for concealment, imbued with a protective barrier that renders it nearly imperceptible to the outside world. As the librarian, he possesses a substantial breadth of knowledge, and whether it be the undead or abyssal demons, he must encounter them firsthand to make an accurate assessment. Clank. The sound of armor from outside grew increasingly dense, accompanied by faint voices. Are the guards changing shifts? Stott quietly stifled a yawn, the drowsiness creeping upon him. In no wonder the servants dispatched had come to rest. Such undertakings are indeed rather tedious. He suddenly questioned whether anyone genuinely intended to borrow a book, or if this was merely a ruse orchestrated by the steward, spreading rumors, damaging books, and slipping in a gold coin. But what purpose would that serve? Or perhaps it is part of a more profound conspiracy. What could he possibly accomplish in this situation? Stott involuntarily connected all the bizarre narratives he had encountered, beginning to engage in reverse reasoning. As an editor, he possessed a level of discernment surpassing that of most minstrels. Having perused hundreds of thousands of works over the years, he could often glean the essence of a book merely from its title. When life mirrored such narratives, he found himself inevitably drawn into a reverse role plate at this moment. A Klitsch scenario came to mind, such as the protagonist hiding in the shadows, witnessing a duel between two formidable masters, ultimately reaping the benefits while all the powerful artifacts and spells ended up in the protagonist's possession. For a fleeting moment, Stott felt a surge of excitement. However, the prolonged silence eventually quelled his exhilaration, and he yawned once more as he began to realize that his actions bore no significance. Indeed, novels are often deceitful. During the peak of formulaic literature, many a fallen noble had scoured the riverbanks for chamber pots or purchased unsightly trinkets from weapon shops. Yet, the reality remained that they were still fallen nobles. Yawning continuously, Stott struggled to keep his eyes open. He decided to disregard it all, leaning gently against the side to take a brief nap. After all, it was merely a few books shifting positions without explanation, hardly a grave matter. What is your task? A faint voice suddenly pierced the darkness, causing Stott to snap his eyes open, his complexion paling, and his body freezing in place. This sound unmistakably emanated from within the room, yet he had not sensed anyone entering. There had been no sound of a door opening, no footsteps, an apparition akin to a ghost, while the clattering of patrolling guards outside remained audible. Reconnaissance, another soft voice responded. What is your task? Also reconnaissance, came the reply. Then there was a pause of silence. Stott, summoning his courage, peered through the observation hole of the hidden compartment, spotting two figures clad in black moving stealthily near the library shelves, seemingly searching for something, their motions utterly soundless. Assassins? Stott could not help but recall this rather clandestine profession, one that even nobles seldom encountered. Its very existence had often been a subject of skepticism, and Stott had never laid eyes upon one, nor had he ever heard of them in reality. Yet, this profession frequently appeared in the tales of minstrels, typically as shadowy side characters who killed for coin. However, Kevin's Chronicles of Assassins primarily depicted assassins. Could this so-called immersion refer to that? Stott's tension eased considerably. If he could surmise the intentions of the intruders, then they likely posed no threat to him. Suddenly, a dim flicker of firelight illuminated the dark library. One of the black-clad figures crouching on the ground, reading a book by its glow. The other figure rushed over like the wind. Is your reconnaissance task merely this? Less idle chatter. Focus on your own mission, the crouching figure replied without lifting his head. But I wish to read this book as well. The second figure also crouched down. It seems this is the only one in the entire library. First come, first served. Rules of an assassin, the first retorted. You and I are of the same rank. If it's a matter of a book, and you wish to fight me. After a moment of silence, the other suddenly chuckled. his laughter echoing eerily in the darkness. Hey, do you want to know whom Ice Maiden married in the end? Hidden within the compartment, Stott felt an involuntary curiosity. He knew that the Ice Maiden was the heroine of the Chronicles of Assassins. If one were to truly read it, they would likely develop an affinity for her character, whose fate, albeit predictable, involved marrying the protagonist. Yet the inquiry introduced an element of uncertainty. This assassin was employing spoiler tactics to vie for control over the book. Ice Maiden married the protagonist, came the calm response from the other. And do you know how the protagonist assassinated Marquis Lawrence? Humph. The protagonist tunneled through the underground of Marquis Lawrence's estate with a spoon, and while Lawrence was asleep, easily compromised the foundation, causing the house to collapse, leaving Lawrence severely injured. Yet the protagonist spared him. And do you know how the leader of the Assassin's Guild assassinated the king? Of course, the leader of the Assassin's Guild shamelessly consumed the king's feces. The king, perceiving him as a madman, paid him no heed, allowing the leader to stab him to death. You know everything, don't you? The other remarked in surprise. Then why are you still reading? Nonsense, the first retorted disdainfully. Do you think you can spoil the plot for me? Unfortunately, I've already read it once. It's just so captivating that I'm here for a second read. The atmosphere shifted suddenly, as both assassins knelt on one knee in unison. My lord. Another figure in black appeared without warning, seemingly of considerable stature, coldly stating, "What is your task?" "Reconnaissance," the two assassins replied in hushed tones. "Reconnaissance? Do you even understand reconnaissance?" The newcomer picked up the book. "You've allowed the reconnaissance materials to become so tattered. Not a shred of care. You imbeciles, get out." "Yes." The two assassins spoke no more and vanished. Now, it was the turn of the newcomer to crouch down, reading by the flickering firelight. Stott could hardly believe his eyes. The prevalence of piracy had reached such astonishing heights. "Baron Stott," the figure in black suddenly addressed, "I know you are concealed within the wall. It must have been quite exhausting squatting there all night. Come out." At once, a cold sweat broke out on Stott's brow, his limbs turning icy. The barrier of the hidden compartment had once been established by a certain high-ranking mage, said to cloak those within from detection unless by a master of the saintly tier. Yet now, it remained uncertain whether the mage had exaggerated, or if the years had eroded its efficacy, or if this individual truly possessed saintly power. Regardless, none of that mattered now. The fact that he had called out Stott's name left him no choice but to emerge. The mere presence of two presumably low-tier assassins had already been nearly incomprehensible. This suspected leader would undoubtedly be even stronger. Resistance or escape was futile. Clank, clank. The wall trembled slightly, a hidden door creaking open. Baron Stott took a deep breath to steady himself, then stepped out slowly, halting about 5 paces from the figure in black, gripping his sword tightly. The dark figure also set aside the book and extinguished the candle. "I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour." Stott remained motionless, responding in silence. "As you can see, we are assassins." The man in black spoke eloquently. The assassin typically concealed himself within the throngs of the populace, engaging in mundane occupations during his idle hours. This bears a striking resemblance to the assassins portrayed in this novel. Approximately 3 years ago, a certain noble attempted to expose the assassins lurking in his vicinity by purchasing numerous books related to them. Distributing these to his acquaintances, he found that most displayed little interest in such literature, save for one individual who seemed quite captivated. This person was later confirmed to be an assassin. That unfortunate colleague was ultimately exposed and met a most gruesome fate. The man in black sighed. "Thus, we assassins have since established an unwritten rule. We never show interest in any materials related to our craft in public." Stard wished to interject, questioning whether this was their justification for clandestinely perusing pirated texts at night. But he refrained, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "In my opinion, The Chronicles of Assassins is an exceptionally remarkable work." The man in black redirected the conversation. "Especially for us assassins, it possesses a sense of authenticity and has provided me with considerable inspiration. Though it is evident that the author is not an assassin and lacks a deep understanding of our profession, the narrative's developments are relatively plausible. I am perplexed as to why this work enjoys such low popularity." "Well," Stard paused, contemplating, "there are numerous reasons. The protagonist often triumphs through minor tactics, failing to showcase his true strength, which contradicts the prevailing chivalric ideals. Moreover, the protagonist ultimately has but one wife, which does not align with the expectations of nobility. hence many nobles harbor disdain for it. The man in black nodded in agreement. I discern that the depiction of the elven race within the work is quite specific. Is the author of elven descent? No. The author is of mixed human and elven heritage, Baron Stard corrected, with nationality from the kingdom of Lubol. Kevin Yinchith, the man in black, inquired further. Indeed, Baron Stard replied, secretly astonished. The work bore no author's name. Only a pseudonym. Kate, given the multitude of down-and-out bards, discovering names was no simple task. Yet this individual seemed to possess knowledge. It is disheartening to see a commendable work languish in obscurity, the man in black lamented. I have an idea. Though I wonder if the Baron would agree. Pray share it. I wish to take this book with me and recommend it to my fellow assassins, the man in black stated. Since you are fortuitously present, we may negotiate a price. However, there is only this copy in the library. If you take it, we shall have none left. Stard hesitated. Here are 20 gold coins. The man in black produced a coin pouch. Weighing it in his hand, the sound of coins ringing clear. Yet, at this moment, both parties stood 5 paces apart, and Baron Stard dared not approach. Your armor is quite fine, the man in black smiled, closing the distance. However, should I choose to act, mere armor would not suffice to protect you. My capabilities are such that I could contend with 4 court guards simultaneously. No one here would stand a chance against me. Moreover, as a baron, it seems rather unbefitting for you to don such armor. Stard fell silent for a moment, yet attempted to negotiate. Perhaps I could have my little octopus transcribe 8 copies, and we could arrange a meeting tomorrow to deliver them all at once. You need not pay. The little octopus, a familiar resembling a small octopus, can be trained to copy texts. With 8 tentacles wielding quills, it can produce 8 copies rapidly and with minimal error. Typically, it can transcribe a single Bible within a week. And for ordinary bard's novels, it can create 8 copies in a single day. No need for that. We already possess our own octopus, the man in black replied. Furthermore, as assassins, we would never agree to meet with outsiders at a predetermined time. It is a taboo for us. We also worry about potential ambushes during such appointments. Very well, Stard conceded, having no other choice. If the library insists on having the original, I can return it once my copies are completed. I may need to make another trip, though I cannot guarantee when. The man in black responded, appearing quite reasonable. Agreed. Stard suddenly had a thought. May I pose a question? If assassins truly exist in reality, can one indeed hire a killer with money? We assassins operate under a stringent hierarchy. Individual assassins are not permitted to undertake missions independently, the man in black clarified. In simple terms, there are certain matters where no amount of money will suffice. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished, leaving Stard momentarily dazed, as tranquility returned. Yet, the book The Chronicles of Assassins had vanished without a trace, replaced by a coin pouch on the ground. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, Stard felt a lingering chill, as speaking with an assassin always bore the sensation of gambling with a tiger. The following day, within the Lubol Kingdom's assassin guild, a man in black hurried in and knelt before the guild leader, reporting recent domestic and foreign intelligence. The Lubol Kingdom's assassin guild operates directly under the king's jurisdiction, yet is not entirely beholden to him. The national parliament also exerts some influence over them. In the Lubol Kingdom, assassins primarily handle matters that must remain hidden from the light of day. However, in recent years, peace has prevailed, with operations becoming increasingly rare, focusing instead on intelligence gathering and accepting foreign commissions. Domestic commissions, for reasons of stability, are generally declined regardless of the payment offered. The Assassin Guild does not dwell in the shadows as depicted in typical narratives, due to its direct affiliation with the state. The guild leader is granted the title of Earl, with the guild's headquarters located in his residence. Yet, only a select few are aware that this Earl is, in fact, the guild leader, and even most of the lower-ranking assassins are oblivious. Leader. The Ryan Empire has successfully tamed a new type of mount. According to our investigations, it may be a hybrid of some earth dragon and other species. Although its strength is modest, it appears suitable for large-scale military deployment, thereby expanding their dragon rider ranks. The man in black reported earnestly, presenting the reconnaissance report. Excellent. The leader nodded while perusing the documents. The Smita Kingdom has secretly dispatched over 600 individuals to various jungles and ruins in search of ancient artifacts. The beastfolk tribes are engaged in electing a new leader, and their relations with the human race seem to have softened. There is intelligence suggesting they may send some capable students to human academies for study. though the current information is not entirely reliable. The leader continued to sift through the materials, casually asking, "Is there no valuable intelligence from within the kingdom?" Domestically, the focus remains on commercial production and development, with an increasing number of nobles beginning to undertake various projects. Overall, "I do not require information I already possess," the leader calmly interrupted. The man in black remained silent for a moment, acknowledging that the information he had just relayed was already verified by statistical departments, rendering his involvement unnecessary. What the assassins sought were the dark, secretive, and unspeakable pieces of intelligence. Yet, acquiring such information was far from simple. Domestic affairs were not as forgiving as those abroad, foreign matters, being more distant, allowed for a greater margin of error, enabling the inclusion of subjective speculation. The leader would not seek confirmation from the beast folk regarding whether they truly intended to send students. Conversely, domestic affairs lay before them. A misstep could cost one their life. "What is this?" the leader inquired as he turned to the last page. "Discovering a copy of the Chronicles of Assassins. This is a novel I stumbled upon during my travels," the man in black replied. "I believe it offers valuable insights for our current assassins." The leader's expression remained impassive as he thumbed through the pages. The man in black, gathering his courage, continued, "The protagonist within the book is an assassin. Although the assassination techniques described may seem somewhat absurd and romanticized to us, it is evident that the author is not an assassin. However, the principles articulated within resonate profoundly that he posits that assassins and mere killers should not be conflated. Killers are those who take money to kill, pledging allegiance to the highest bidder. In contrast, assassins should be guided by a sense of justice, purging evil through their own means and skills. That I believe this is an aspect many of our lower-ranking assassins lack," the man in black asserted. "If we could cultivate a believer, a justice-driven assassin, I deem that far more worthwhile than creating mere killing machines." The leader continued to flip through the book until a particular passage captured his attention. There, he read about the assassin leader seizing the king's toilet, scooping a spoonful of its contents, and tasting it, smacking his lips with a sound, his mouth stained with yellow residue. The onlookers recoiled in disgust, and several maidens even retched. The king, astonished, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" The assassin leader smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, if a person is ill, their excrement must also be toxic. Since I have consumed your excrement and remain unpoisoned, it follows that your ailment shall soon be cured." The king, dumbfounded, retorted, "But I am not ill." "Precisely. That indicates your good health. There is no poison in your excrement," the assassin leader replied earnestly. The king responded with silence. "Do you not believe me? Then I shall eat more." "Ah, yum, yum." The assassin leader's countenance darkened as he abruptly closed the book, casting it to the ground. The man in black sensed the leader's murderous intent and dared not utter a word, lowering his head even further. "Humph," the leader's voice was frosty. "You bring me a worthless book when no intelligence can be found domestically." "Ah." The man in black kept his head bowed, refraining from response. "For today, I shall overlook it, considering there have indeed been no significant matters of late, and you have previously rendered considerable service." The assassin leader stood, hands clasped behind his back as he strode toward the exit. "Find this pen named K and eliminate him." "It is." The man in black dared not defy the order and could only acquiesce. It was only after the guild leader departed that he cautiously rose. Chapter 6. The little spoon within the Assassin's Guild. A stringent hierarchy prevailed in the tumultuous years of early warfare. It was divided into 9 levels and 9 ranks, boasting a formidable presence akin to a special forces unit of the kingdom. However, as centuries of peace unfolded, the necessity for such a vast team of assassins diminished, leading to several large-scale layoffs. Presently, only 100 assassins remain capable of executing assassination missions, while the rest consist merely of a multitude of intelligence gatherers. With only 100 assassins, the previous 9-tier system became utterly superfluous. Thus, a reform was instituted, transitioning to a star rating system, with a maximum of 5 stars and no minimum. The current guild leader stands as the sole 5-star assassin. The star rating correlates with the assassin's prowess but is not entirely dependent on it. Accomplishing significant tasks can warrant exceptional elevation. For instance, if a mere farmer assassin successfully eliminates a sword saint, he would be deemed a 5-star assassin. Perhaps this farmer assassin would struggle against a common guard in direct combat. Yet such matters are inconsequential. For an assassin, Mastery lies in achieving maximum results with minimal effort. Success itself is an honor deserving of recognition that I in these peaceful times. However, securing a promotion-worthy mission proves challenging. Domestic assassination tasks have been scarce for some time, the last being 3 years prior, and that was merely to place a dagger at the bedside of a noble as a warning. Many assassins have sought opportunities abroad, not for monetary gain, but to prevent their skills from languishing. Unexpectedly, after a 3-year wait, the only task that materialized was the assassination of a bard. The man in black did not particularly wish to carry out this mission. Yet he could not defy the guild leader's command. After much deliberation, the man in black ultimately sought out the guild leader's daughter. The guild leader, nearing 50, had 2 sons and a daughter. Both sons had joined the military and currently held the rank of colonel. The daughter remained at home, embodying the grace and poise of a noble woman, mingling in high society and possessing a modicum of swordsmanship, drawing the admiration of numerous noble suitors. Unfortunately, she was merely the faade of his daughter. To thwart potential plots against him, the guild leader had long ago exchanged the daughter of a maid with his own. The true daughter toiled in the kitchen, clumsy and often emerging with soot smudged across her face. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she possessed the strength of a 5th-tier warrior, easily outmatching the average palace guard in direct confrontation, should she ever choose to engage. Despite being his own daughter, the guild leader enforced strict training, and her 16 years had already bestowed upon her remarkable prowess. Nevertheless, she had never ventured out on an assassination mission, thus remaining an unproven assassin. As dusk settled, the man in black released a gray pigeon containing a coded message, which translated to, "Hope Little Spoon can meet with midnight in the back mountain for discussion. Signed, Albatross." Little Spoon served as the guild leader's daughter's code name, while Albatross was the man in black's alias within the Assassin's Guild. Code names were the norm. Given the need to infiltrate various departments, names often changed, but code names remained constant. The logic behind code names was virtually non-existent. One could choose any name they desired, yet once established, it could not be altered unless one ascended to the position of guild leader, as the leader's code name simply denoted their status. At midnight, in the wooded expanse of the back mountain, Little Spoon approached with a broom. Still clad in her maid's attire, streaked with black smudges, likely from her hands, her eyes, somewhat large, sparkled vividly in the night. "I've arrived. Come out," she casually remarked. Whoosh! Albatross descended from the tree, silent and shrouded in black garb. "I must say, young lady," Albatross replied with exasperation, "must we not adhere to the following etiquette when assassins meet? The black garb and mask, for instance. Too cumbersome. It matters not within the confines of my own home," Little Spoon retorted. Urging him, "Let us get to the matter at hand. I still have chores to complete. The back courtyard remains unswept." "Must you sweep at such a late hour?" Albatross inquired casually. "Is it not customary for assassins to concern themselves with the details of their tasks rather than inquire about one another's sweeping habits?" Little Spoon shot back. "Very well." Albatross shifted the topic. "Allow me to recommend a book." Little Spoon, "Have you read the Chronicles of Assassins?" Albatross offered her the book, which he had retrieved after it had been discarded by the guild leader. "I have." Little Spoon accepted the novel. "I cannot abide by the portrayal of my father in such a derogatory manner. That the portrayal of the guild leader in the novel bears no resemblance to reality," Albatross clarified. "Moreover, the writing is quite commendable." "You come to me in the dead of night merely to recommend a novel?" Little Spoon questioned in surprise. "Actually, there is a task related to this novel." Albatross hesitated for a moment, "but first, tell me your thoughts on it." Little Spoon regarded him with skepticism before replying, "If it weren't for the despicable representation of my father, it would indeed be a fine read." "Very well. The task is to assassinate the author," Albatross divulged. "This order comes directly from your father. Originally, I was to undertake it, yet I find myself reluctant to act. So I entrust it to you." "Is that true?" Little Spoon exclaimed, holding the book in disbelief. "Even with such an affront, does it warrant murder? What has come over my father?" "I cannot say, but it is a direct command." "And I doubt the guild leader will rescind it," Albatross responded. "Then I must consult my father before proceeding," Little Spoon insisted. "I cannot simply venture out without permission." Suddenly, both of them jolted and swiftly knelt on one knee. The guild leader had appeared silently beside them, as if he had just arrived, yet it seemed he had been present for quite some time. Clad in a nightgown, his authority remained unyielding. "Guild leader." "My Lord Count," Little Spoon addressed him. Even in the absence of others, she had long since formed the habit of not calling him father directly. What is the purpose of donning a maid's attire when adhering to assassin etiquette? The Count glared. You need only bow your head and bend slightly. Ah. Very well. Little Spoon rose again but hesitated, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. What was I about to say? Guild leader. Albatross interjected. I am attempting to transfer the assassination task of Kevin Inquest to Little Spoon and seek your approval. The Count remained silent. Seemingly pondering the matter, Little Spoon hastily added, Among the 100 assassins in our guild, I am the sole one still and proven that I possess considerable strength, and the difficulty of this task is minimal that I wish to earn merit. You long to venture out for leisure, do you not? The Count replied calmly. Indeed, Little Spoon answered without hesitation. After a moment of silence, she corrected herself. No, my application for this task is not solely for personal glory. It is also driven by my desire for vengeance. That wretched bard dares to utter such slander about my father. It is utterly intolerable. The Count remained noncommittal. Moreover, not only did he speak ill of my father, but he also claimed that my father consumes excrement with a spoon. And my codename is Little Spoon.it is as if he is insinuating that I would feed my father such filth that it is absolutely abhorrent. Guild leader, I insist on being the one to eliminate him. To make him understand that my father does not consume excrement, and I shall never feed my father such disgrace. The forest fell silent, and when they looked up, they found the Count had already departed. According to guild custom, this was tantamount to tacit approval. Only you would dare speak to your father in such a manner. Albatross chuckled as he stood. Little Spoon laughed as she picked up her broom. So, does this mean I can go out? Indeed, congratulations. Albatross replied politely before swiftly disappearing. He understood that Little Spoon had spent her days within the estate, either training or doing chores, with very few opportunities to venture out, let alone embark on a solo mission. In the woods, Little Spoon's joyous laughter echoed, accompanied by the sound of sweeping, her excitement prompting her to sweep with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the impending calamity, Kevin continued to amuse himself in Samus Mountain Village. Having resided there for 10 days, lodging in the village's solitary small church, the church was attended by a priest, approximately in his 40s or 50s, characterized by a lazy disposition, content to pass his days idly. He primarily assisted villagers with minor injuries, offering medicinal aid, and could hardly be bothered with conducting services. According to him, even if he held a service, no villagers would attend, so he simply abstained. Kevin, merely a transient guest, had no inclination to pass judgment. After 10 years of travel, he had encountered all manner of individuals. And if he were so inclined, he might pen a grievance upon passing through a major city's church. If not, he would likely forget the matter altogether. Yet, even should he choose to voice a complaint, it would likely bear little consequence. Such small-town priests often found themselves here due to prior misdeeds, having been relegated to this remote location. The Church of Light, being a human institution, generally favored the vibrant life of the city. Relishing in fine food, elegant attire, and mingling with the nobility, few were willing to endure the isolation of a poor mountain village, imparting doctrine to illiterate villagers, all for the meager reward of stale bread and the risk of a beating. Thus, those who venture into the remote mountainous regions are predominantly priests compelled by necessity. Only a scant few priests arrive with the noble intention of illuminating every corner of the continent. Recently, however, for the past 4 days, a rather indolent priest has journeyed into town, reportedly to participate in some sort of pastoral conference. The little church has been left for Kevin to inhabit. Its dilapidated state offers little of value to steal, and the priest has no habit of locking the doors. This, however, proves convenient for Kevin, who spends his days reading or creating within the church, and in the evenings, ventures to the tavern to entertain with tales. On occasions when someone injures themselves, Kevin knows where the herbs are kept and simply applies them as needed. One particular evening, Kevin dressed neatly as usual, pinned on his badge, and prepared to head to the tavern to share a story. However, just as he stepped outside, he spotted a priest approaching from a distance, distinctly not the lazy one he had grown accustomed to. The manner in which this individual walked suggested a person brimming with vigor. This was somewhat unusual, as priests assigned to such rural villages often appeared rather lackluster, and considering the 3-day trek from the town, most would be notably fatigued. This figure, however, seemed quite sprightly. Could it be that he possessed exceptional abilities? Hey, The priest called out to Kevin from afar. Greetings. Kevin merely nodded, unfamiliar with the man. I am the new priest, here to take over the duties of the previous one. The priest replied. My name is Lalu. I am Kevin, he responded politely. The church is just over there. I am temporarily residing within. It is rather messy inside, so you may find your new role somewhat challenging. No worries. Lalu seemed unfazed, his attention piqued by Kevin's badge. Oh, you are a bard. Kevin Yinkwitting. Indeed, Kevin acknowledged. I am just on my way to the tavern. Very well. I shan't disturb you, Lalu replied cheerfully. I will go inspect my church. Kevin nodded casually, and the two parted ways. Silently, he assessed Lalu. Judging by his movements, he appeared to be left-handed, and his shoes were quite muddy. A reasonable conclusion given the heavy rains 2 days prior. Though he seemed extraordinarily energetic, it was not uncommon for priests to possess certain magical abilities to restore their stamina after taking a few steps. Kevin turned back to glance at Lalu, who was already sweeping the floor with considerable diligence. Not wanting to meddle, Kevin proceeded to the tavern, ready to commence his usual routine. Oh, welcome our esteemed gentlemen. The patrons erupted in fervent applause. Kevin acknowledged them with a nod and scanned the room, noticing that all present were men. Clearly, they were eager for some thrilling anecdotes, and as a bard, he understood the necessity of catering to their desires. After all, bread was at stake. Does anyone know who the most infamous rapist in the continent's history is? Kevin prompted. Yet, the farmers shook their heads in unison, utterly clueless. It is none other than the beast-man Prince Google from over a century ago. He was immensely powerful and possessed a peculiar ability. His appendage could lengthen or shorten, thicken or thin, extend or retract, adapting to any situation. One of the patrons interjected, perplexed. Aren't all appendages like that? Kevin remained momentarily speechless. Even an experienced bard can find himself at a loss when faced with the ignorance of these rustic folk. What I mean is, his capabilities in this regard were exceptionally remarkable. Do you understand? Kevin couldn't help but raise his voice slightly. Understood. Understood. The patrons nodded in agreement. It was a scorching summer day when this notorious Google arrived in a small human village. Due to the ongoing wars, all the men had left to fight, leaving only women behind. The heat was so oppressive that the women scarcely bothered to dress. Yet, despite this, when they labored, they would sweat profusely, necessitating frequent dips in the water to cool off. When Google suddenly appeared, all the women panicked and fled in every direction. But the prowess of the Beastman Prince was such that escape was futile. He easily captured all the women and bound them in a star formation on wooden frames. Then paraded past them as if inspecting his troops, poking at this one and pinching that one. That the women screamed and begged for mercy, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. Eventually, he found the most beautiful woman among them. The patrons in the tavern were stirred with excitement, unable to help but picture the women from their own village bound in such a manner. Just then, the tavern door creaked open, and a young girl peeked curiously inside. Seamlessly, Kevin shifted his narrative. The kingdom of Labola was formerly the city-state of Labola, established in the year 500 of the Common Era, and has since. Oh no, the patrons lamented in unison. They were well aware of the gentleman's peculiar code of conduct, which forbade him from sharing lewd tales in the company of women. Thus, their hopes for a risky story were dashed. Yet, upon closer inspection, the newcomer seemed to possess a certain charm. Dressed as a traveler, she appeared quite clean, with a small bag slung over her shoulder and a high ponytail that exuded vitality. Among nobles, she would be considered of decent stature, but to these unsophisticated farmers, she was undoubtedly an angel. Unfazed by the gazes of the men, the girl simply smiled at them before casually taking a seat at the bar. Calling to the bartender, "Hey, may I have a glass of red wine?" "None available," the bartender replied. "Then, perhaps some ordinary fruit wine." "None available." "How about orange juice, watermelon juice, or coconut juice?" "None available." Kevin paid no heed to this exchange. Continuing his tale, recently, the standard of living for commoners in the kingdom of Labola has been steadily rising. You see, in the smaller nations of the central region, many nobles cannot even afford ale. They might go years without tasting meat, and some even remain oblivious to what it is, surviving on wild fruits instead. Many are exceedingly thin. A single person from our region could easily overpower 5 from theirs. Our lives here are akin to paradise for them. Oh, really? The patrons began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, we owe our gratitude to our king. Kevin raised his right fist. Long live Labola. The tavern erupted in lively cheers. raising their mugs high. Long live Lobola. The girl. Chapter 7. A first encounter. It is both necessary and obligatory for bards in any nation to promote their homeland, a fundamental aspect of their professional ethics. Although there are no formal regulations, it is generally adhered to. After all, everyone appreciates a sense of belonging. Hearing praises for one's country brings joy, and joy often translates into generous rewards. This is only natural. Thus, even in the most impoverished mountain hollows, one must convey that there exists another group of people even more destitute, who do not even know what bread is. They are happy, they are content. Furthermore, it is sometimes necessary to address the villagers' various peculiar inquiries. Who is mightier, the sword saint or the grand sorcerer? This is quite a difficult question, as each possesses their own strengths, Kevin replied. Both the sword saint and the grand sorcerer belong to the sacred tier. Yet even within that tier, there can be significant disparities. Some 9th-level sorcerers, despite their exceptional contributions, are still awarded the title of grand sorcerer. Oh, the villagers appeared confused. Just tell us who is stronger. This is a question I cannot definitively answer, Kevin admitted candidly, based on the historical records of the continent. The grand sorcerer has won slightly more encounters against the sword saint, but this does not imply that the grand sorcerer is inherently superior. Oh. The villagers, somewhat bewildered, returned to their seats. Why, if the grand sorcerer is so powerful, do they still heed the king's commands? Another villager inquired. Kevin paused for a moment. This delved into political matters, the intricate web of noble power struggles, the backing of the Church of Light, and the large-scale magical formations that had been developed in recent years. To be honest, Kevin himself was not entirely sure why the grand sorcerer complied with the king's directives, and explaining this to the farmers was even more challenging. You see, your arms are probably thicker than the bartender's, right? But you cannot just rob the bartender of his drink. You still must pay. The village chief is quite elderly, and he cannot overpower the majority of you. Yet you still must listen to his words, correct? Kevin could only offer a vague analogy, hoping it would suffice. Fortunately, the villagers seemed convinced. Simple-minded individuals rarely ponder too deeply, yet, adhering to his principles of responsibility. Kevin strove to speak the truth whenever possible, never intending to placate them with a simple, the sword saint is strong, or the grand sorcerer is strong, followed by a litany of one profession's strengths to belittle the other. Hey, where is there a village with hot women who shed their clothes? A rather lewd individual inquired. Kevin awkwardly glanced at the girl. In my 10 years of traveling, I have yet to encounter such a place. I've only read about it in books. Oh, the villager, somewhat disappointed, returned to his drink. However, Kevin had just caught a glimpse of the girl quietly reading a book, with only a glass of water beside her. It appeared she did not fancy ale, preferring plain water instead. That a lone young woman traveler was already a rarity, and to find one in such a remote village, reading in the midst of a bustling tavern. Every action of this girl seemed peculiar, piquing Kevin's curiosity to approach her. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that she was reading his own work, The Assassin's Chronicles. It was his own novel, and upon spotting a line, he instantly recognized it. After the initial shock came a wave of joy. After such a long journey, he had finally encountered a reader of his work. He had written to Baron Stardet several times inquiring about the sales of his novels. But the responses had always been, no one is interested. He once believed that his novel had long been submerged beneath the vast ocean of mainstream literature, never anticipating that today he would encounter a reader of his work right here. Hello. Kevin couldn't resist striking up a conversation. Sure, Bard. The girl looked up and smiled in that instant. Kevin found her smile exceptionally sweet, uplifting his spirits remarkably. He pointed at her book. Is that the Chronicles of Assassins? Yes, she replied. I've read it too. It seems not many people have picked it up, Kevin responded. Not at all. Quite a few people around me enjoy this book, the girl countered. Really? Kevin was taken aback. Look, there are several reviews. She showed him the last page of the book. Kevin was both thrilled and incredulous. It was profoundly moving to see his work receiving attention. Those 10 years of risk anecdotes had not been in vain. This validated his talent. Although the reviews were sparse, they at least indicated that a decade had not been wasted, and that scoundrel Stard had the audacity to claim it was ignored. How despicable. However, Kevin keenly noted one review that mentioned it was particularly immersive. Oh, and here's a gold coin as a tip. The girl naturally handed him a gold coin. Kevin accepted it with a grin, but was suddenly startled. It felt as if she already knew he was the author of the book. He had never revealed his identity. Although his name tag read Kevin Yinxiding, the book bore the pen name K. A mere reader shouldn't know he was the author if she was unaware of his authorship. Then handing a gold coin to a stranger she had just met seemed rather, It appears this book truly enjoys some popularity. Kevin tucked the coin back into the book, returning it to her. The girl seemed a bit embarrassed and changed the subject. What do you think of this book? In terms of results, not many seem to have read it, Kevin replied. Evaluating his own work from an author's perspective inevitably bore personal bias, so he generally refrained from commenting. Actually, the book is quite good in other respects, very humorous and witty, but the girl flipped to a middle page. Why did you have to write about the guild leader of the assassins eating excrement? I personally feel this is a significant flaw. Oh, why is that? Kevin inquired. Because the leader of the assassins is a person of great authority. If he were to eat excrement, he would be ridiculed and lose his prestige, she explained. I cannot agree with that, Kevin responded. I believe assassins are individuals who stop at nothing. Their behavior should starkly contrast with that of knights who are overly concerned with honor. If a simpler method exists, they should use it without hesitation. Moreover, as a leader, he must possess great wisdom and talent, capable of achieving what ordinary individuals cannot if such a situation were to occur in reality. I think his subordinates would admire him even more rather than mock him. The girl fell silent for a moment. You seem to know a lot about assassins. That's merely a fictional construct, Kevin chuckled. I'm not sure if assassins exist in reality. Even if they do, I wouldn't dare speculate on their nature. The girl hesitated before posing her next question. Eating excrement is one thing, but why use a spoon to scoop it? Wouldn't it be better to grab it with your hands? Kevin was momentarily perplexed. He hadn't given much thought to such details at the time. After a brief awkward pause, he could only respond, using a spoon is more hygienic. The girl, Kevin, by the way, I still don't know your name. Kevin broke the silence. The girl snapped back to reality. Call me Linda. Are you traveling alone? It's quite far out here, Kevin casually asked. Yes, Linda replied. I'm taking the opportunity to see the world while I'm young. That's ambitious, Kevin commended, recalling that he had also set out on his own adventures at the age of 15. This girl seemed to be around that age as well. He had never been particularly capable, yet here he was, still alive. Thus, he refrained from asking her if it was safe for a girl to venture out alone. It's not too bad, Linda smiled. Have you been traveling for a while? Mr. Kevin, I plan to stay here for a few days. I might stay a few more days, Kevin answered. After that, I intend to return to the Starred Library. There's a gathering of bards coming up soon. Oh, I see. Being a bard sounds wonderful. Linda appeared somewhat envious. This profession isn't easy, though. It's a life of wandering and instability. Kevin merely smiled and then countered. By the way, what do you do? I'm a kitchen maid, Linda chuckled. That makes you a servant in a noble household. Kevin expressed his respect. Anyway, I need to step away for a moment to wash my hands. Kevin politely excused himself, while Linda remained seated, engrossed in her book. However, the patrons around her began to comment, their voices hushed as if they didn't wish for her to hear. But unfortunately, she caught every word. Feeling somewhat displeased, she closed her book and decided to leave the tavern. Outside, night had fallen, and in the small village, once darkness descended, only moonlight and starlight illuminated the surroundings. There were no torches lining the roads. Villagers often carried a torch when traversing the night paths. Nevertheless, Linda clearly didn't need one. She confidently followed her direction and walked briskly into the small chapel. The chapel had been tidied up by the new pastor. And although it was still not very clean, at least 3 large baskets of trash had been cleared away, giving it a somewhat cleaner appearance. He hasn't returned, has he? Linda inquired of the new pastor. Laolu shook his head. No. You really didn't have to come, Linda complained. I could handle this on my own. The leader is concerned. I'm merely here to supervise, Laolu replied. Are you truly planning to take action? Is that defying the leader's orders? Linda retorted. Laolu fell silent. I know that if this were a typical story, I would inexplicably fall in love with this man, and for love, I would help him escape, directly opposing my father's admonitions. I might even elope with him, creating a legendary romance. Linda seemed a bit excited but quickly regained her composure. However, the reality is that I would stab him to death and then return to stoke the fire. The end. Laolu, how could anyone defy their father's orders for a man they just met? Linda sighed. I can't help it. If anyone is to blame, it's his fate. But speaking of which, he is quite humorous. Haha. Using a spoon to eat excrement is more hygienic. Haha. Haha. Lao Lu. The two sat quietly in the chapel, waiting. After a while, the distant sounds of chatter indicated that the tavern was closing, and the patrons were heading home. But even as the outside world returned to calm and the tavern-goers dispersed, Kevin had yet to arrive. What is going on? Lao Lu frowned. Was he still in the tavern when you left? He said he went to wash his hands, Linda replied. Surprised. Could he have fallen into a latrine? I'll go check. As soon as Lao Lu finished speaking, he disappeared, only to reappear moments later. I searched the entire village and found no trace of him. The two fell silent for a moment, though it seemed hard to believe. They had to admit that Kevin had indeed fled. His straw mat and blanket are still here, but I doubt he'll return for them. He is quite astute, Lao Lu remarked as he entered Kevin's room, running his hand over the bed. Bards are known to be wanderers, typically carrying few valuable possessions. At most, a few changes of clothes and their manuscripts. Could it be that I revealed something? Or perhaps you did. Linda pondered, resting her chin on her hand. Lao Lu glanced at her clean trousers, but said nothing, silently rifling through the drawer, where a stack of manuscripts came into view. Linda's eyes lit up immediately. Oh. Are these his drafts? Well, yes, it seems to be the beginning of his next book, Lao Lu replied, appearing to have read it before. It's about, no spoilers. Linda yelled, clutching the manuscript. Ahem, so shall we pursue him? Lao Lu redirected the conversation. If we summon the hounds, we should be able to track him down. Linda instinctively touched the manuscript. The fact that he could escape so early indicates that we need to reassess this opponent, and to evaluate an opponent. We must begin with gathering intelligence on them. Lao Lu smiled. Then good luck. I'll go sleep in another room. Go on, go on. Linda seemed to shoo him away like a duck, and she immediately settled down at the head of the bed, engrossed in the manuscript. Meanwhile, up in the mountains, Kevin was panting heavily as he advanced through the darkness, using a broken branch as a makeshift cane, his foot slipping in the mud. His white robe was smeared with dirt. Yet he dared not pause. It had rained for the past 2 days, making the mountain path muddy. Yet today, Linda appeared spotless. If she had bathed and changed clothes after staying at someone's home before coming to the tavern. That seemed improbable. A woman traveling alone, without a proper inn, would typically seek refuge in a church. There were no inns around here, and she hadn't come to the church where he was staying. The only plausible explanation was that she possessed remarkable strength, traversing the muddy mountain paths with ease. Yet when asked about her occupation, she claimed to be a kitchen maid. Kevin had seen enough to know that even in a palace, one would not require such prowess for tending a fire. Anyone with such ability would never stoop to such menial work unless driven by some ulterior motive. After a moment's reflection, he pondered what kind of books she was reading. How many readers could he possibly have? What were the odds of encountering someone in such a remote area? It felt like a deliberate arrangement, as if she had known he was the author all along and had intentionally read there to draw his attention. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in a particular book review that describes the narrative as exceptionally immersive. When contemplating novels with assassins as protagonists, one can hardly find any other character that evokes such a profound sense of involvement. It is no wonder that the adversary harbors a deep-seated resentment towards the assassin, leading to a catastrophe of monumental proportions. With clarity of thought, Kevin seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretext of washing his hands and promptly made his escape, abandoning even his belongings. Chapter 8. The Pursuit of the Swine. After a decade of wandering, Kevin had traversed numerous rugged terrains, both mountainous and watery, relying solely on his own 2 legs. Although his experience did not rival that of seasoned mercenaries, he was far from being a delicate-souled in this mountainous area. There were no magical beasts to contend with, save for the occasional coyote sighting. However, these coyotes typically refrained from attacking humans, preferring to prey on children unless driven by extreme hunger to target adults. Generally, traveling by night while wielding a torch was a foolproof strategy, but lighting a fire now would only serve to expose his location. Kevin believed he was not fated to be so unfortunate. Gripping a humble hatchet, he resolutely cleared the thorns obstructing his path. This very tool had accompanied him for 3 years, serving various purposes such as chopping wood, cutting meat, and peeling apples, while it might be deemed too small for woodcutting and too large for fruit. Familiarity had rendered it serviceable. The blade measured approximately the length of his forearm, in accordance with national regulations prohibiting non-combatants from possessing weapons exceeding that length. All combat knives were registered, and this hatchet's length was already at the upper limit. Glancing up at the sky, he noted the luminous moon hanging overhead at the stroke of midnight. Turning back, he perceived only darkness, seemingly devoid of pursuers. Yet, upon examining the traces he left behind, their clarity was undeniable. Kevin was confident that even if he were to track himself, following the marks would be an effortless task, not to mention for an assassin of exceptional skill. However, there was little he could do. The path was muddy, and the thorns were treacherous. He dared not take the main road, as it would undoubtedly lead to his capture. Instead, he chose to navigate the mountains erratically, determined to forge ahead and make his way towards the nearest town. The closest town was named Ula, and he recalled having mocked a bard there just before his departure. To his surprise, he found himself returning so soon, hoping to avoid an encounter with that very bard. After some time, Kevin finally reached the summit, the sky bedecked with twinkling stars against the vast expanse of the heavens, a splendid sight indeed. However, as he looked down, he noticed a flickering light moving slowly along the main road ahead. Someone was approaching, and given their leisurely pace, they could not possibly be the pursuers behind him. They must be a traveler from Ula. Yet, even travelers were a rare sight in such a small village, especially at this hour. Was it mere coincidence? Kevin pondered for a moment, concluding that his current prowess should not provoke the assassins to dispatch additional personnel. 3 days prior, an elderly priest had ventured out for a meeting, leaving behind a replacement named Lalu. However, Lalu had arrived on the same day as Linda, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. Was it possible that the old priest was the one approaching? Yet, traveling at midnight hardly seemed to align with his character. Kevin raised his gaze to the heavens. Though the sky was clear, clouds in the distance appeared to be moving toward him. That it was highly likely that rain would fall during the day tomorrow. Could it be that the old priest had anticipated this? Thus, he was hastening his journey. Regardless, Kevin was certain that this individual was merely an ordinary person. Anyone with even a modicum of strength would not move at such a sluggish pace. Resolute, Kevin decided to investigate. That he crouched down, using his left hand to support himself on the ground, and concentrated his magic, summoning a magical shield that materialized before him. This semi-transparent barrier could shield approximately half of a person, serving purposes far beyond mere defense. With deftness, he shifted his feet onto the shield, maintaining control with his left hand while wielding his knife in the right, pushing against the ground. To his astonishment, he began to slide down the slope, shield and all. The incline was not excessively steep. Kevin had casually surveyed the area upon his arrival. Given the muddy conditions, walking was decidedly impractical, and sliding on the shield was undoubtedly swifter. With his right hand guiding the knife against the ground, he moderated his descent to avoid losing control. Simultaneously, he adjusted the shield's hardness with his left hand, minimizing the chances of being ensnared by the mud or bouncing off stones. Nonetheless, descending the hillside in darkness remained perilous, and had it not been for the urgency of time, he would never have resorted to such a method. With a swift rush, he soon found himself halfway down the slope. Sensing the magical shield becoming strained, he promptly softened its rigidity, applying more force with his hatchet. His speed diminished considerably before he gradually came to a halt. Exhaling in relief, he instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow, shaking out his fatigued right arm and switching to hold the knife in his left while propping the shield with his right. Kevin had become quite adept at this rudimentary magic, regaining his composure in no time. However, using the knife to break his slide proved to be a laborious task. After a couple of brief rests, he successfully reached the foot of the mountain. Spotting the flickering light not far ahead, upon closer inspection, he realized that this person was certainly not the old priest. Though their features were indistinct, their attire suggested they were yet another bard. After a moment of contemplation, Kevin jumped out from the roadside, waving politely. "Hey, robbery!" the individual exclaimed, tossing aside their torch and making a hasty retreat. "Don't run." Kevin instinctively unleashed a magical projectile, though its potency was akin to a farmer's weak punch. At the very least, it served as a ranged attack. The projectile struck the bard's back, causing them to tumble over. Seizing the opportunity, Kevin approached, knife in hand, and inquired, "Why are you running? I never said I was going to rob you." "You. It's you." The bard flipped over, and upon recognizing each other, both were taken aback. This individual was none other than the bard who had been ridiculed by Kevin in Ula, the one who had recounted the tale of Rex. "What do you want?" The bard's courage surged upon realizing who Kevin was, even with the knife in hand. They no longer appeared fearful. Nothing much. Just came out to give you a scare." "Ha ha ha." Kevin chuckled awkwardly, sheathing his knife. You jerk. You made it impossible for me to stay at the tavern in Ula. And now you're here to frighten me. The bard retorted angrily. All right, I actually have a proposal. Give me your clothes, and I will exchange mine with you. Kevin stated calmly. This is quite important to me. If you seek money, I can offer you some. You're joking. The bard frowned upon observing Kevin's disheveled appearance. Then I suppose I must resort to violence. Kevin discreetly gathered a magical projectile behind his back. Go ahead. Come at me. The bard rolled up their sleeves. It seemed that facing off against a fellow bard inspired a sense of bravado in anyone, regardless of their own identity. Kevin flung a magical projectile at the bard's face, and they collapsed. Startled, Kevin wondered if he had caused any serious harm, but he hurried over to check for signs of breath. Relieved to find that the bard had merely fainted, swiftly, he stripped them of their clothes and shoes, donning their attire while discarding his soiled garments beside them. Observing the sky, he noted that dawn was approaching. To ensure safety, he retrieved the bard's torch and placed it beside them to prevent any coyotes from gnawing on them. With his outfit complete, and noting that there had been no pursuit thus far, he felt confident that the main road would be safe. Although the journey was 3 days long, villagers typically did not travel at night, often resting in wooden huts along the roadside. Thus, the 3-day estimate merely referred to 3 daylight hours. Kevin had saved a considerable amount of time by sliding down the mountainside and barring any unforeseen events. He would likely arrive by early morning the next day. The following morning, a rooster's crow resonated throughout the village of Samus Mountain, and Laulu and Linda were already prepared for their journey. Undoubtedly, the two were members of the Assassin's Guild. Laulu, the albatross, and Linda, the little spoon. Laulu had learned that the priest was temporarily absent, prompting him to assume the priest's identity, while Linda, masquerading as a traveler, accompanied him. Both were avid readers of Kevin's works, driven by curiosity and respect for the author, and were reluctant to bring the story to a premature end. Thus, they sought opportunities to converse with him. All while recognizing the necessity of completing their mission. The Assassin's Guild had issued absurd and ludicrous tasks before, yet complaints were exceedingly rare. Such was the nature of assassins. It is time to get to work. Laulu crouched down, tracing a 6-pointed star formation in the dirt, causing a radiant glow to emerge in a kaleidoscope of colors. One of the continent's commonly employed summoning spells. Laulu, a 4-star assassin within the guild, ranked 15th in terms of contributions, a 6th-tier warrior and a level 5 mage. He possessed knowledge of various light and earth spells, as well as summoning techniques. Many high-ranking assassins were multifaceted, making it difficult to assess their strength by any singular standard. As the light dissipated, a stout white pig appeared in the center of the formation, resembling a plump creature weighing at least 200 pounds. What is this? Linda queried in astonishment. Where's your hunting dog? Research indicates that pigs possess a greater olfactory sensitivity than dogs. Therefore, I specifically trained a pig for this purpose, though today marks its first real-world test. After all, we are only dealing with a bard. It serves as an experiment, Laulu explained as he produced a sock. Come, sniff this. Tell me where he is. The white pig nudged the sock with its snout, swayed its head from side to side, extended its right hoof, and then stood still. Laulu adeptly hoisted the pig onto his shoulders, following the direction indicated by its hoof. The pig is a bit lazy, so I have to carry it, he added as he took off running. Linda, with a look of disbelief, trailed behind. Although the scene was bizarre, the gravity of the task at hand precluded any further commentary. Following the pig's lead, they swiftly arrived at the village tavern. It appeared that the white pig was indeed quite reliable. The very location where Kevin had initially departed was the tavern. As they burst through the doors, the village chief, startled by their sudden entrance at the early hour of operation, instinctively remarked, "We don't buy pigs." The two exchanged awkward chuckles, but as the pig's hoof shifted once more, indicating the direction outside, Laulu promptly carried the pig back out, with Linda hot on his heels, leaving the chief in bewilderment. The new priest is a pig killer. As Lao Lu and Xiao Shovel swiftly approached a hillside, the pig's hooves pointed clearly in the direction from which their quarry had ascended. The sky darkened ominously, hinting at an impending downpour. There are fresh footprints here. Xiao Shovel crouched to examine. This pig is quite remarkable, albeit a tad lazy. We must hasten, Lao Lu urged. If it rains heavily, the scent will become elusive. Despite shouldering over 200 pounds of plump pig, Lao Lu ascended the mountain with remarkable agility. As a 6th-tier warrior, he had already undergone 2 significant transformations in his fighting spirit, a level many would never attain in their lifetime. The standard for palace guards was 5th tier, and he had previously told Star that 4 palace guards could hardly contend with him. A statement reflecting his modesty. For 2 skilled fighters to traverse the mountains posed no challenge. Midway, the pig switched hooves, seemingly tired of its right hoof, opting for the left instead. As they climbed and descended, the rain intensified, eventually leading them back to the main road. Suddenly, the pig sniffed the air, shaking its head twice before extending its hooves, pointing to both sides. What is going on? A technique of duplication. Xiao Shovel was taken aback. Is such a thing truly possible? It likely involves shedding clothing or similar items and placing them on some familiar creature to mislead the pig's sense of smell. Lao Lu frowned. Though we will inevitably catch it in the end. It will indeed waste a considerable amount of time to no matter. There are just the 2 of us. We can each pursue a different path. Where do you intend to go? Xiao Shovel inquired. The most perilous places are often the safest, Lao Lu remarked, glancing back at the mountain village they had come from. He must have escaped to his old haunts, easily evading our pursuit. Then you return to the village while I investigate Ula town, Xiao Shovel declared. Vanishing into the rain, Lao Lu, still carrying the pig, hurried back. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a barebacked figure leisurely walking ahead, seemingly carrying several articles of clothing. Lao Lu leaped forward, landing directly in front of the individual with a splash of water. The figure was startled, exclaiming, "A pig thief. Who are you?" Lao Lu retorted brusquely. "Have you seen Kevin Yinkasi Ting?" "Who?" The individual looked bewildered, having only encountered Kevin twice, during which Kevin had never revealed his name. "Have you seen a bard?" Lao Lu pressed. "Yes. He knocked me out and stripped me of my clothes," the bard lamented. "It was utterly despicable." "Do you know which direction he went?" Lao Lu asked. "I don't know." The bard shook his head. "He knocked me out and fled." Lao Lu paused in silence, then turned to his pig, which was steadfastly pointing towards the clothing in the bard's hands. Noticing the pig's gaze, the bard felt compelled to explain. "These clothes are too filthy. I have no desire to wear them." Lao Lu glanced back, realizing they were very close to Samus Mountain Village. This stretch of road bore no scent of Kevin, but since they were near, it would not hurt to investigate. He remained steadfast in his belief that the most dangerous places were indeed the safest. Having meticulously studied Kevin's novels, which often featured similar tropes, battling the torrential rain, Lao Lu charged into the tavern. The tavern, owned by the village chief, was situated at the village entrance, making it the logical starting point for their search. The village chief remarked, "Carrying that pig back is futile. I've told you, we don't accept pigs." With the pig's hooves turned back, Lao Lu resignedly exited. The village, consisting of merely 20 households, was quickly traversed again, and the specially trained white pig clearly indicated that their quarry was not within the village. Lao Lu stood in the village center, lost in thought, as several villagers pointed and whispered from the eaves, "Alas! In these times, selling pigs requires knocking on every door. We are so poor that even the village chief cannot afford a whole pig. Who could possibly buy it?" With a long sigh, Lao Lu resumed his run towards the main road, only to be met with enthusiastic applause from the villagers. "What a man! Unable to sell the pig. Will you carry it back to town? Wow! This guy is impressive. I could barely walk 2 steps with such a heavy pig." Everyone applauded. The gentleman says this is a tribute to the mighty. Meanwhile, Xiao Shovel rushed to the gates of Ula town, where the rain poured down relentlessly, leaving the streets devoid of pedestrians. Only 2 guards sheltered in a nearby shed 20 paces from the entrance. Several trash bins were haphazardly piled together, rainwater cascading over them and creating a foul stench. Some local farmers might collect these, but given the heavy rain today, it was unlikely anyone would come. The heap of refuse certainly dampened the mood, but in such downpour, no one felt inclined to tidy up. Ignoring the mess, Xiao Shovel approached the guards through the rain. "Did a bard enter this morning?" "No," the guard replied. Although they recognized her as a girl, they dared not underestimate her. Her rapid approach had been no small feat, or perhaps someone in disguise. Xiao Shovel pressed on. "No. Since the town opened its gates this morning, no one has passed through," the guard replied. "This small town has but one gate. Anyone coming must have entered this way." Xiao Shovel glanced up at the surrounding earthen wall, while not as towering as a city wall. It still stood 3 to 5 meters high. An ordinary man could scale it, but would likely leave traces, even in the rain. With her head tilted back, she jogged along the outskirts of the town. but found no signs of their quarry. Could it be true, as the albatross had said, that the individual was in the most dangerous place, yet believed it to be the safest? With a heart full of confusion, Xiao Shovel began her return. The two met again on the main road, and in a moment of shock, they needed no words to understand the outcome. Neither had found any leads. Capturing a mere bard proved to be an unexpectedly arduous task. Your pig's hooves are still pointing towards the town. It's not too late to pursue, Xiao Shovel urged. If he is indeed in the town. It may already be too late. Lao Lu finally set down the pig from his shoulders. There are carts in the town. With just a handful of copper coins, one could reach the nearest city, where there is a teleportation point. Once he enters the teleportation point, we will completely lose his trail. The rain gradually ceased, and the two looked skyward, realizing it was now afternoon. Their speed was impressive. Yet the back and forth had undeniably wasted precious time at this juncture. Pursuing him might be futile in this vast world, unless he were to once again invoke the name of Kevin Yinkasi Ting while telling lewd tales. They would truly have to rely on luck. Wow, how impressive. Xiao Shovel shook off the water from her clothes. Like a rabbit, though lacking in combat prowess, he slipped away due to a moment of carelessness. Yet is particularly elusive. Chapter 9. Clumsy Escape Techniques. I have a nagging feeling, Xiao Shovel began as they traversed the pipeline, still resolved to check Ula Town. Could it be that you intentionally let him go? Heh, the albatross replied. Still carrying the pig. Not trusting your teammate can be fatal in a mission. However, since this is your first task, I won't say much. I understand, Xiao Shovel replied, yet it seems strange, even if it's my first mission and I lack experience. You, as a 4-star assassin, have pursued far craftier individuals. How could you let a bard escape? You must realize, it was you who revealed yourself prematurely, not me, the albatross responded. If I were in your position, I would not have easily let him slip from my sight. Even if he had to talk, he would not have been able to run away. But the matter at hand is that you are the one tasked with this. So I said nothing. But he claimed he was going to wash his hands. I couldn't possibly follow him, could I? Going to wash hands or use the restroom is a moment of vulnerability. It is precisely during such times that an assassination is most effective. Xiao Shovel had no retort, feeling frustrated as she shook off the rain. You are already too clean. On a rainy day with muddy roads, I intentionally dirted my shoes a bit. The albatross lifted his foot. You revealed your strength too early. And reading in the inn was rather conspicuous. As an assassin, you have a long way to go. All right, but I can't shake the feeling that you are deliberately misleading me, Xiao Shovel replied. You assigned me this task. Yet you followed along. If that's the case, why not just take him out yourself? Or are you perhaps interested in me, seeking an opportunity to work together on this mission? The albatross fell silent, throwing a pig towards Xiao Shovel. She caught the pig and set it down. At that moment, the pig let out an awkward squeal. Then I'll head back, and the pig is yours to borrow, the albatross said. Pocketing his hands as he turned away, I'll await your news in Samus Mountain Village. To be honest, the reason the albatross sought out Xiao Shovel for the task was that he did not wish for Kevin to meet his end. If anyone within the Assassin Guild could potentially challenge the guild leader, it would likely be his daughter. However, to claim that the albatross deliberately let Kevin go would be a gross misrepresentation, while he might have entertained such thoughts. He had never acted upon them. As fellow assassins, some things should remain unspoken, and one should not readily divulge true intentions. After much contemplation, he simply tossed her a pig, leaving her to figure it out. Xiao Shovel felt a surge of anger. The albatross's attitude suggested that he could manage without her, leaving her to deal with the situation. Young and headstrong, she was naturally unwilling to concede. Immediately, she hoisted the pig from the ground. Is the scent still present? Point the way. To her dismay, the pig seemed half dead, its hooves drooping and utterly unresponsive. Confounded, she pondered whether her carrying technique was incorrect, making an effort to balance the pig on her left shoulder, weighing it. Hey, point the way. Still, there was no response, and Xiao Shovel could not help but set it down. Given her strength, the weight was not an issue. It was merely the pig's odor that was rather unpleasant. Hey! Hey! The little spoon exerted pressure on the pig's snout, exclaiming, What is this? Do you look down upon me? The pig merely opened its mouth, remaining utterly still. The little spoon pinched its mouth once more. And after a moment, the rotund pig finally grew irritable, thrashing its head in a frenzy. Seizing the opportunity, the little spoon threatened, Lead the way. Do you understand? The pig's head bobbed slightly, seemingly in agreement, prompting the little spoon to release its grip. Consequently, the pig lay down again, appearing to derive the greatest joy from remaining motionless. The little spoon immediately grasped its nose and mouth again, causing the pig to become agitated once more. Upon release, it returned to its prone position. This back and forth continued several times, yet the plump pig remained devoid of interest, leaving the little spoon utterly at a loss, with its hand now covered in pig saliva. Alas! The little spoon randomly grabbed some grass by the roadside to wipe its hands, declaring, "Begone! Return to your master." In an instant, the pig's eyes sparkled, and it sprang up, darting away in a flash. The little spoon, gritting its teeth in frustration, knew it could not strike someone else's pet indiscriminately. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Ula town, several horse-drawn carts arrived slowly. These carts belonged to nearby farmers collecting swill, a routine the town had long grown accustomed to. The following evening, establishments like taverns would cast their swill buckets over the walls. This also included refuse, allowing those collecting the swill to handle everything at once. Typically, the carts would arrive the next morning, but due to rain earlier that day, they were delayed. The town's guards naturally approached to engage in conversation. As two beastmen slaves dismounted from the carts, burly and robust, with two tusks jutting upwards from their mouths, they were green-skinned, their muscular torsos exposed, revealing numerous whip scars, and clad only in tattered trousers. Walking barefoot. If these beastmen stood tall, they would tower half a head above the average human. However, regulations mandated that they must always stoop and lower their heads, their height not permitted to exceed that of an adult human. Most beastmen residing among humans were slaves, long tamed, with their primal instincts virtually extinguished, leaving only their servile nature. There were multiple tribes within the beastmen, yet regardless of the tribe, they all possessed a raw strength. Excelling in labor, generally, one beastman could match the strength of 3 humans, making them ideally suited for menial and laborious tasks. However, they consumed as much as 3 people, too. Following protocol, the 2 beastmen exchanged payment, set down 2 empty wooden barrels, and proceeded to load the swill barrels onto their cart. There was little communication. The swill barrels seemed fuller than usual, but they did not inquire further. Moments later, once the loading was complete, the 2 beastmen silently drove away, while the guards returned to their posts without further ado. The town remained as peaceful and tranquil as ever, after a brief interval. The little spoon approached once more, inquiring if any wandering bards had passed by, to which the guard replied in the negative. The little spoon, resigned, decided to settle in the town for the time being. Having become drenched from the rain while coming and going, necessitating a change of clothes by evening, the cart carrying the swill finally arrived at the nearby grand city of Standbings. The guards of the grand city were considerably stricter. The 2 beastmen were required to dismount and undergo inspection, presenting their permits. Although this was deep within the borders of the kingdom of Lubor, no foreign invaders would dare encroach upon this territory. Nevertheless, within the kingdom, there were entanglements of noble lands, often leading to private armies engaging in small-scale skirmishes, with city lords forming factions and harboring rivalries. In summary, the situation was exceedingly complex, and the searches in the main city were particularly stringent. Even swill barrels were prodded with sticks. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a figure emerged from within a barrel, drenched in vegetable broth and juice. Everyone at the city gate was taken aback, and the guards swiftly drew their swords, shouting, "Who goes there?" "A bard," came the reply. The individual squinting through the broth that obscured their vision, desperately wiping their face. "What were you doing hiding in a swill barrel?" the guard inquired. "In search of inspiration," the individual replied, finally managing to clean their face enough to reveal their identity. Kevin, one of the guard captains, recognized him. Kevin was a well-known figure, having traveled extensively, and most patrons of taverns would remember him. It's me," Kevin said, laboriously climbing out of the swill barrel, emitting a foul odor that made the guards instinctively step back. "Being a bard is no easy task," the guard captain remarked, still incredulous, though recognizing him made the conversation much easier. "Well, the protagonist of my latest novel hides in a swill barrel to evade assassination," Kevin casually responded, "so I decided to experience it firsthand." To truly understand the sensation, the guards exchanged glances, astonished. However, since he was neither a fugitive nor a suspicious character, there was no reason to prevent him from entering the city. The captain waved his hand, granting him passage, yet Kevin shook his head, saying, "I won't be entering the city. I'll just wander outside." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the guards and townsfolk to murmur amongst themselves. T.O. truly escaped the pursuit of assassins. One would either need to find a place where no one recognized them and change professions, seek refuge, or confront the Assassin-S Guild directly. The third option was undoubtedly impossible, reserved for protagonists who stumble upon a lucky break. The first option was also exceedingly difficult. Thus, Kevin resolved to seek his sanctuary. However, many in Stanbings recognized him, and his appearance, drenched in vegetable broth, was far too conspicuous. He had originally intended to hide in the swill barrel until reaching a farm. But the guards at the gate were far too strict. If the opposing side had swift intelligence, they might already be aware of his whereabouts. Furthermore, the city's teleportation points had numerous regulations. Those unkempt were not permitted entry. Before teleporting directly, one must first take a bath. But where could he bathe? Who would welcome a person covered in broth within the city? He was left with no choice but to resolve the matter outside. Meanwhile, since the previous night, Kevin had not eaten anything and was ravenously hungry. Hunting for some wild game in the wilderness would suffice. As nightfall deepened, it was generally believed that hunting at night was inadvisable. Yet there were no ferocious beasts here, so it mattered little. This area was home to a creature known as the black-feathered chicken, a rare delicacy. Black-feathered chickens only emerged at night, leading many villagers to venture out after dark to catch them. However, these chickens were incredibly wary, making them difficult to catch. If one approached with a torch, the chickens would have long since fled. Many villagers sought them out in the dark, yet finding them depended greatly on luck. A single black-feathered chicken could fetch 3 silver coins at the inn, a small fortune for an average farmer. Kevin did not expect such good fortune. He merely planned to gather some wild fruits and mushrooms to stave off his hunger. He needed no torch for illumination, simply rummaging through the damp, shadowy areas, easily gathering a substantial handful of mushrooms. In a brief moment, he found himself with a bounty, strolling to a nearby stream to wash them clean. However, finding dry twigs in the woods was the most challenging task, especially after the recent rain. Reluctantly, Kevin peeled away the damp bark from usable branches with his hatchet and sought out some dry moss to serve as kindling. Clearing a patch of ground by the stream, he began to construct a fire pit. Kevin had previously attempted to start a fire by drilling wood, a laborious endeavor, but fortunately, he did not need to today. He possessed a magical firestone. This was a specialized item for mages, where magical energy coalesced to produce a flame. When used properly, it could last for 10 years without deterioration. Strictly speaking, it was made from the same material as the core crystals used in crafting staves. Yet this item was considered waste, repurposed into a firestone. With this tool, igniting a fire was a simple task. Moments later, a blazing fire roared to life, and Kevin placed the wet twigs beside it to dry before adding them to the flames. Confident that cooking the mushrooms would pose no issue, the only remaining task was to find a bowl. However, for a mage, this was the least of his concerns. With his left hand, he summoned a magical shield. Effortlessly shaping it, he then gently expanded the concave surface of the shield and scooped water from the stream, placing it over the fire to heat. Magic could be cast through incantations, glyphs, or other methods, before reaching the 7th level. A mage's spells were largely fixed. Each incantation corresponded to a specific spell, and only after reaching the 7th level, with a deeper understanding of the essence of magic, could one achieve a richer array of transformations. For instance, a magical shield, once summoned, would invariably manifest beside the caster in a curved form, capable of covering half the body at maximum, and could not be smaller than the caster's hand. With practice, one could cast spells silently, but even silent casting required thought. As long as one focused on the incantation for the magical shield, the result would be as intended, unless misremembered or if one were above the 7th level. It was said that mages above the 7th level could mold their magical shields into any shape they could conceive, creating a variety of imagined forms. Yet one fact remained constant. The potency of the magical shield was difficult to amplify significantly. A limitation even the grandest mages could not surpass. Of course, grand mages could unleash thousands of shields in an instant, overwhelming their opponents. Currently, Kevin was merely a first-level mage, commonly referred to as a magic apprentice. To be frank, he had been practicing magic for 20 years, yet regrettably, his innate constitution prevented him from harnessing any elemental power. And no matter how diligently he trained, he could not cast even a 2nd-level spell. Such a constitution was quite common on the continent. Nearly 60 of mages were similarly afflicted, They were barred from advancement and could only rely on basic spells like magic missiles and magical shields. Kevin's aspiration to become a bard was largely motivated by this reason. He felt he could never become a powerful mage and thus opted for a more attainable goal. However, even as a first-level mage, there were still numerous variations possible within his limited spells, providing him with various conveniences in life. Altering the magical shield to a bowl size was not particularly difficult. Although he struggled to accept elemental forces, he could still sense them, allowing the fire element below to pass through the magical shield effectively, making it no trouble to prepare mushroom soup. This bowl was even more effective than a typical iron pot. Despite being a first-level mage, Kevin's years of training had honed his mental acuity in this regard. He is no less capable than his contemporaneous mages, effortlessly sustaining a magical shield without a hint of fatigue. However, even the finest pot, at the end of the day, merely contains boiled mushrooms and plain water, devoid of salt, and it is unlikely to yield a delightful flavor. Nevertheless, in the pursuit of satiating his hunger, such trivialities are of little concern. Moments later, as the water reaches a boil, Kevin grips his shield with his left hand, while his right hand delicately introduces the mushrooms into the pot, adding firewood with a fervor that speaks to his enthusiasm. Suddenly, a farmer emerges from the woods, curiosity piqued, to investigate what Kevin is up to. His astonishment is palpable as he delivers a swift kick that shatters Kevin's shield. Broth splatters everywhere, mushrooms scatter across the ground, and Kevin sits in stunned silence. "They're poisonous," the farmer bellows. Kevin remains speechless, thinking to himself, after 10 years of wandering, am I really unaware of which mushrooms are toxic? "TSK, you smell dreadful," the farmer remarks, covering his nose. "I'm leaving." Kevin is left speechless. Chapter 10. Seeking refuge, Kevin finds himself unable to explain anything to the farmer. Even the farmers near the city possess a rather limited understanding, perhaps having previously encountered toxic mushrooms, leading them to classify all mushrooms as poisonous. Nonetheless, discerning truly poisonous mushrooms is no simple task. The common belief is that brightly colored ones are toxic, yet many white mushrooms also possess toxicity. After a decade of wandering, Kevin cannot claim to be an expert in identification. He merely dares to pick the mushrooms he recognizes. With the farmer gone, Kevin must once again gather firewood. Having just had a pot kicked over, it is likely that his supply of firewood may not suffice for another attempt. If he discovers halfway through that he lacks sufficient wood, it would be a true inconvenience, necessitating yet another preparation. Such setbacks can be disheartening, yet there is little recourse. After investing considerable time, Kevin, weary and fatigued, constructs a new fire pit, glancing around before praying to the heavens. "I hope no fool comes along to shatter my pot." Suddenly, the woods erupt with the cacophony of clucking chickens, and a dark shadow darts from the underbrush, racing past Kevin. Without a moment's hesitation, he conjures a magical projectile to strike it down. At the same instant, an arrow whizzes through the trees, both projectiles finding their mark. The shadow collapses to the ground, struggling momentarily before lying still. It is evidently a black-feathered chicken. Kevin promptly rises to inspect the fallen creature. In a flash, a bow-wielding hunter rushes into the clearing, urgency etched across his face. "What are you doing? Put down my chicken." "This is my chicken," Kevin retorts. "I struck it first. There's an arrow lodged in it. You claim it as yours." The hunter glares, demanding, "Repeat that." "This is magic, something you cannot comprehend." Kevin snaps back, his hunger making him irritable. "Fuck," the hunter curses, rolling his shoulders as he prepares to throw a punch. Anticipating this, Kevin discreetly gathers a magical projectile in his hand. Although its power is equivalent to that of a farmer's punch, if he releases it simultaneously with a strike, the combined force could overwhelm his opponent. Seizing the moment, Kevin strikes first, unleashing his farmer's punch. Slap! The hunter catches it effortlessly, countering with a swift punch of his own. Bang! Kevin finds himself on the ground. "Humph! Rubbish," the hunter scoffs, snatching the chicken from Kevin's grasp and delivering a couple of kicks before departing. Grumbling under his breath, for a moment, Kevin shakes his head, struggling to rise, gingerly rubbing his nose, still aching from the encounter. Despite being a mage, he feels humiliated for having lost to a mere hunter. His skills and experience in combat are evidently lacking, but there is little he can do at this moment. He looks up at the sky. It is already past midnight, with no other choice. Kevin scavenges for some wild fruits to eat. He removes his clothes to wash them in a nearby stream, bathing himself as well. Putting the damp garments back on. It is May, and the temperature is not too low, making the bath quite bearable. Once tidied up, dawn begins to break. The night has merely allowed him a wash, emphasizing the hardship of survival in the wild. Baron Stard is, after all, a noble, and as his editor, seeking refuge with him should pose no issues. Kevin resolves, first affixing a bushy beard made from his own hair. In certain regions, a bushy beard is favored, and adapting to local customs, he has fashioned one for storytelling. Now, it serves to obscure his identity. Hey, identification, a guard halts him. Kevin, he replies, producing his badge. The assassination attempt does not seem to warrant a nationwide manhunt. Otherwise, Kevin would have been apprehended the moment he exited the refuse bin. You. The guard expresses surprise. Has your beard grown so long in just one day? Do not concern yourself with such trivialities, Kevin casually responds. By the way, has anyone been looking for me? Not that I know of. The guard shakes his head. At least not during my shift. All right. Thank you. Kevin nods and enters the city. It appears the pursuit of him is rather lackluster. As he walks, he surveys his surroundings, encountering no suspicious individuals. For a moment, he questions whether he misjudged the situation. Perhaps Linda is merely an ordinary reader? Yet, he distinctly recalls hearing her searching for him while hiding in the refuse bin. Could she have thought him missing and initiated an inquiry? That seems unlikely. Kevin quickly dismisses his doubts. Their acquaintance is far too recent for her to have gone to such lengths. Nevertheless, the lack of intensity in the pursuit indicates that the assassin dispatched is indeed quite inept. It is fitting, after all, that he, a mere bard, cannot even best a hunter. There is no need to go to great lengths to send highly skilled assassins or issue national warrants. Perhaps individuals like him are simply targets for rookie assassins to hone their skills. Yet, this realization grants Kevin a newfound confidence in his ability to evade capture in the past, for the sake of narrative plausibility. Kevin contemplated the feasibility of an individual like himself fleeing within a great nation. The conclusion was clear. If the state truly dedicated itself to capture, Kevin would have no means of escape. His scent and other details are already recorded. Even if he were to hide in the mountains, the Dragonhawk Brigade would come to search, employing powerful tracking magic and familiars that leave no one unscathed. Any method of evasion would necessitate significant power. Faced with a top-tier mage, a mere glance would incapacitate him. Where could he run? Unless in a lesser nation with diminished power. Even then, he would need to stumble upon a chamber pot to find any means of escape. Lacking such a pot, he harbors no hopes of finding one. Thus, the most prudent course of action remains to seek refuge and find a legitimate means of survival. Integrating into society is paramount. For this reason, while venturing to the teleportation point may be somewhat perilous, Kevin deems it worthwhile. Nearly every human city boasts one or more teleportation points, greatly facilitating travel while also presenting certain complications. Since teleportation points connect directly to other major cities, they serve as inner-city gates. Moreover, due to their instantaneous nationwide transport capability, once a fugitive slips through, tracking becomes exceedingly difficult. Therefore, security here is just as stringent as at the outer city gates, if not more so. Entry requires the presentation of relevant identification, prohibits weapons surpassing noble rank, and forbids the carrying of flammable substances, magical crystals, spatial rings, or any spatial magical equipment. Some items are classified as dangerous, while others may lead to spatial disruptions at the teleportation gate, causing severe accidents. Teleportation points require magical crystals to operate, which are certainly costly, although there is no explicit rule stating that only nobles may pass. In practice, most who do are indeed nobles, as commoners typically cannot afford the fare. With an abundance of nobles, certain customs emerge, such as the exclusion of individuals who appear dirty or disheveled. Had Kevin, reeking of broth from the previous day, attempted entry, he would undoubtedly have been turned away. Yet today, despite still being somewhat damp, he falls within an acceptable range. Fortunately, bards receive discounts. The Bards Guild encourages travel and offers a 50% discount on fares, a policy that has greatly aided Kevin in his journeys. Without it, he could hardly afford bread, let alone the cost of teleportation. In no time, he reaches the inner city wall. The teleportation gate is positioned atop the wall, shimmering with a magical aura. The entire inner wall forms a C shape, guarded by vigilant soldiers, their long spears glinting in the light. While 3 mages oversee the area, the expressions of the guards here are notably more serious and haughty. They have grown accustomed to dealing with various nobles. leaving little room for conversation with commoners. Unlike the outer city guards, who might chat casually with an old farmer, the demeanor of those here is decidedly austere. All fugitives exhibit a certain unease. And Kevin is no exception. Although he has read and written numerous thrilling tales of pursuit and escape, experiencing such a reality firsthand evokes an entirely different sentiment. Fortunately, there are no perceptive sages present to scrutinize Kevin's demeanor. No one pays particular attention to his anxiousness. Unconsciously, he begins to rub his hands together, his nerves getting the best of him. It is only at the moment he steps into the teleportation gate that he truly exhales in relief. He even finds himself wanting to laugh. This novice assassin truly is incompetent. In a blink, the scenery transforms dramatically, and with a deep breath, he can already scent the ocean breeze. Teleportation is indeed swift, occurring in the mere blink of an eye. Before him lies the city of Shireth, one of the most prosperous coastal cities of the kingdom of Baal, and also a significant military stronghold. The city boasts a population of around 3 million, including over 50,000 nobles of varying ranks. The Start Library is situated in the heart of the city, and today remains a tranquil day. Ever since the last incident involving a dark-clad assassin sneaking a look at the books, little of note has transpired. That shadowy figure had promised to return the Chronicles of Assassins, yet it has yet to be returned. However, this is of little consequence. In the eyes of Baron Start, no event holds more significance than an aristocratic ball. Knock, knock, knock. Once again, a trio of knocks echoed through the room, prompting Baron Start to set down the manuscript in his hands. "Come in," he beckoned. The door creaked open, revealing 3 wandering bards who, upon entering, bowed slightly as a gesture of respect. Each presented a manuscript, stating, "We are the Barons of Leighton, and having indulged in numerous novels, we have developed a keen interest in crafting our own. However, our editor does not appear to hold high hopes for our efforts, and we believe it is imperative that Baron Stard reviews our works personally." Baron Stard nodded thoughtfully and picked up one of the manuscripts to peruse. It was not uncommon for nobility to take up the mantle of bard, and the underlings of these gentlemen could hardly manage their submissions. Only Stard himself could appropriately address such matters. "I believe my novel is exceptionally outstanding," one bard declared. "I have established an entirely new upgrade system, progressing from Mengxing, Beast Tragedy, Xiada, and Chaos Darkness, all the way to Lao's Ho, Wei Chao, Infinite Link, and ultimately to the Divine Master. I am confident that this work will soon surpass the Legend of Rex to become a revered masterpiece among countless bards." The bard on the left beamed with pride. As Stard continued reading, he nodded in acknowledgement. "What distinguishes this upgrade system from a simple sequence of numbers, such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? "Certainly there is a distinction," the bard retorted. "It is akin to the reason why our titles are Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron, rather than merely numbered as 12,345 nobility." Stard nodded again, setting aside this manuscript to examine another. The second bard stepped forward, asserting, "This is a time travel novel, narrating the tale of a sword saint who unexpectedly inhabits the body of a fallen nobleman. This unfortunate noble has suffered relentless oppression, but everything changes once the sword saint takes over his form. That he begins." The bard animatedly recounted the plot for an extended period, while Stard had already finished reading the manuscript. Yet the bard showed no signs of ceasing. It seemed he intended to narrate the entire continuation of the story, but upon closer listening, it was merely a tale of divine encounters. "What do you think?" After a lengthy pause, the bard finally inquired. "Not bad," Stard replied, proceeding to the next manuscript. However, this bard remained silent, his demeanor slightly haughty, appearing to look down upon his 2 companions. Stard quickly skimmed through the manuscript, perplexed. Does the protagonist not possess a chamber pot or something of that nature? "None whatsoever," the bard scoffed. "My protagonist triumphs through intellect. I devoted an entire year to crafting this segment. That I gathered extensive research and consulted numerous distinguished authors. I firmly believe my novel will prove to be the most rational, enlightening, and exceptional." Stard sighed. "Yet it may not yield substantial profits." The 3 bards exchanged glances. Momentarily silent, Stard addressed the first 2. "You 2 may take your leave. Your manuscripts are worthy of publication. Please submit the subsequent chapters monthly, and I shall compensate you with gold based on the borrowing rates here. A contract will be prepared for you shortly. Please wait below." "Very well." They nodded, casting a glance at the third bard. A flicker of triumph in their eyes. The third, however, appeared somewhat bewildered and discontented. "Your work is commendable," Stard remarked, directing his attention to the remaining bard. "Without a doubt, you invested considerable effort, and its quality far surpasses that of your companion's manuscripts. However, this niche appeal may yield some results, yet it is unlikely to achieve significant success." The bard fell silent. Disbelief etched across his features. "Last year, our library's borrowing statistics revealed that the Legend of Rex alone accounted for 8 of the total. Almost every patron who borrowed or purchased books would casually flip through the Legend of Rex. Additionally, many nobles find one book insufficient and seek out several similar ones. Our library derives 30 of its income from this." Stard laid out the figures. "Furthermore, 50 comes from hosting noble balls and trade fairs, while around 18 is from advertisements by various noble industries. The earnings from typical niche works barely reach 1 to 2. We speak with data. I am first and foremost a merchant, and only then an editor," Stard continued. "You might perceive those nobles as foolish, only inclined to indulge in popular drivel. Yet, the truth is, we have garnered far more profit. Do you ponder why mainstream works have achieved such prominence?" The bard, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Perhaps I can lead a new mainstream." Stard chuckled, finding the notion amusing, akin to a child dreaming of becoming a king. Yet, recognizing the slim possibility, he merely smiled and responded, "That is indeed a commendable aspiration. I have a friend who shares your perspective, employing unconventional thought processes in his writing," Stard reminisced. "His works were quite remarkable, and I have frequently recommended him to various nobles. However, he now finds himself destitute, resorting to telling risque-tales for a living. Still a bachelor at 25. I share this story not to suggest that niche works cannot achieve fame, but rather to highlight the challenges they face." The bard remained silent. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded once more. Stard called out, "Enter." The door swung open to reveal Kevin, who had traversed from the teleportation point, his clothes now dry yet bearing the weary signs of 2 days of flight. "What a coincidence," Stard exclaimed joyfully. "Allow me to introduce you to the 25-year-old bachelor I mentioned, Kevin Yinkasi. Are you using me as a cautionary tale for newcomers?" Kevin remarked casually, nodding towards the fledgling bards. "As for Gil from the market, I recall his writing being quite good. Why has he resorted to selling salted fish now?" "It was my suggestion for him to sell salted fish," Stard admitted candidly. "Clearly, it holds more promise than his writing endeavors. It is a fact, but do share how you have been faring lately." "Utterly dreadful," Kevin lamented. "However, I have merely encountered some unforeseen circumstances, not due to niche writing." The novice bard could not resist interjecting, "Mr. Kevin, is it true that only mainstream works can achieve great success?" Kevin scrutinized him for a moment before chuckling. "Certainly not. That is splendid news. I shall return and complete my manuscript," the newcomer exclaimed, evidently elated. "However, I must first ask you this. Do you seek wealth or merely indulge in your passion?" Kevin inquired. "Undoubtedly, I seek wealth. If wealth is your aim, then quantity is the optimal strategy." Kevin's response was unexpectedly blunt. Intricately crafted masterpieces can easily be overshadowed by mass-produced goods. The newcomer appeared disheartened, at a loss for words. "Regrettably, that is the reality. While there are success stories, they are exceedingly rare. Encouraging everyone to strive in this direction is fundamentally misguided," Kevin sighed. "Many artists' works are only revered posthumously, sometimes generations later, in their own time. Countless individuals lived at the societal periphery. If you possess wisdom that transcends your era, it becomes challenging to find acceptance. Similarly, if your insights diverge from the mainstream, acceptance becomes even more elusive." The bard fell silent for a moment, clutching his manuscript, and quietly departed. "How surprising," Stard exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. "I never expected you to voice such sentiments. I thought you might encourage him to chase his dreams with an elaborate speech." Kevin merely shook his head. "Had it been a few years ago, I would have indeed said so. However, after experiencing much, one must sometimes concede certain truths." "Oh, so, are you planning to write something mainstream for your next novel?" Stard inquired. "Huh." Kevin merely smiled faintly. "I intend to write a story about a bard. As it is within my realm of familiarity, I plan to incorporate an editor into the narrative. What do you think?" "Yet another niche." Stard sighed lightly, but knowing Kevin's stubbornness, he refrained from attempting to persuade him. Kevin was, of course, aware of the editor's sentiments, yet remained indifferent, Jesting, more than the question of niche versus mainstream, I worry whether portraying an editor being soundly beaten in my book might upset a real editor. Haha, Stard laughed. You are overthinking it. That is reassuring, Kevin chuckled back. Chapter 11. Inquiry and speculation. Kevin and Stard had known each other since childhood, yet their time spent together was scarce. Kevin often roamed far and wide, only returning to partake in bardic guild events. One was a merchant, the other a poet. Their philosophies often diverged, yet both were seasoned individuals capable of mutual understanding and enjoyable collaboration. By the way, someone has purchased the rights to your book, Stard revealed, producing 18 gold coins. The total came to 20 gold coins, and according to our agreement, I will take 2 gold coins, leaving you with the remainder. To earn such a sum from a single book is quite commendable. Kevin momentarily appeared surprised, accepting the coins and examining them closely, but soon regained his composure. Who made the purchase? Regrettably, I do not know their identity, Stard shrugged. Furthermore, no contract for the buyout was signed. Only a pouch of coins was left behind. Could it be an assassin? You are aware of that. Stard was taken aback, recalling the encounter with the assassin he had faced in the library, a matter he had kept secret, even from the housekeeper. Is it safe to speak here? Kevin scanned the surroundings. That depends on whom you ask. If it is merely a common servant, it should be relatively safe, Stard replied. Ever since the last encounter with an assassin, he had come to believe that no place was entirely secure for his family. Well, to be frank, I have come here seeking asylum. Kevin lowered his voice. I am being pursued by assassins. What on earth is going on? Stard was taken aback. Why? It might be due to a scene I wrote depicting the guild leader of the assassins in an unflattering manner, Kevin replied, uncertain of himself. You. Baron Stard's expression turned tense as he recalled the 3 formidable assassins he had encountered that fateful night. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, You shouldn't have told me. Oh, then what should I do? Cower under your protection as a mere servant to evade assassination. Kevin retorted, Do you really think I can protect you? Stard's face remained taut with concern. You truly have no idea what kind of adversary we are facing. They are beyond comprehension. He then recounted the harrowing events he had witnessed that night, even revealing that he had hidden in a secret compartment. Kevin understood that the location of that compartment was undoubtedly confidential, so he refrained from inquiring further. Yet, even after hearing the account, Kevin shook his head. I have never heard of any fighting technique that allows for invisibility or the ability to pass through walls silently. If such a thing existed, it would originate from a top-tier expert of the 8th or 9th rank, and it is utterly implausible for such a powerful individual to visit at night merely to check for piracy. Thus, their strength is unfathomable. They have reached a level we cannot comprehend. Stard insisted. Impossible. Kevin firmly denied. If it were magic, achieving complete invisibility would require the constant bending of light, which falls under high-level light spells. While wind magic has techniques like wind veil, which merely shrouds oneself in dust, water magic can similarly manipulate mist for concealment. This is entirely different from what you described. Earth magic could indeed allow for an emergence from the ground, but such an action would inevitably produce vibrations and sounds. In the stillness of night, it would be nearly impossible to avoid detection. Spatial magic also produces significant auditory and visual effects, capable of illuminating an entire library, unless it were shadow magic, which is taboo. Moreover, these advanced spells necessitate costly magical mediums. For the sake of a novel, I doubt it would be worthwhile. And as for fighting techniques, that is even more improbable, Kevin continued. Compared to magic, the application of fighting techniques is far more straightforward and limited. The 3 assassins you mentioned, 2 of whom clearly seemed like mere pawns, reaching an incomprehensible level is utterly perplexing. Exactly. They are far too strong. Stard replied. If something is beyond comprehension, one should strive to understand it rather than be daunted by ignorance, Kevin answered calmly. Then shall we visit the library? Stard appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Ahem. Might I first have something to eat? Kevin chuckled awkwardly. After 2 days of subsisting on wild fruits, he was quite accustomed to hunger, yet he understood the importance of caring for his own body. Seizing the opportunity, he boldly requested food. Stard was not a downtrodden baron. He was a rather successful merchant. With a mere wave of his hand, he summoned servants who promptly brought forth 3 sandwiches, a boiled egg, and a glass of water, allowing Kevin to enjoy his meal with ketchup. Although it was merely the servant's fare, to a famished Kevin, it was a feast of exquisite delight. once he had finished eating. He wasted no time and proceeded with Start to the library for further investigation. The two shared a collaborative relationship, engaging in pleasant conversation as they walked. "Oh, the entrance has been remodeled," Kevin remarked as he stood at the threshold, lightly tapping the door frame. "Of course, with funds, one ought to enhance the facade," Start casually responded. "Come, see if you can discern any issues." The three of them were right here. Look at the ceiling. There should still be shadows from the candlelight. Since that incident, the servants have reported no further problems, so they likely haven't returned. Kevin remained silent, surveying his surroundings, eventually fixing his gaze upon a particular wall. The corner he had observed appeared to be the most suitable location for constructing a secret compartment. Start evidently noticed Kevin's focus and, realizing the position of his hidden compartment was exposed, felt a twinge of displeasure. Being too clever can be rather off-putting. Alas, Kevin merely shook his head. "I am not clever enough. If I were sufficiently clever, I wouldn't have allowed you to notice my cleverness." The two ceased their conversation, and Kevin continued to inspect the area, given that the location of Start's hidden compartment had been tentatively established. The place from which the adversaries had emerged must certainly lie outside the range of that compartment's visibility. With that in mind, Kevin methodically explored from east to west and back again, occasionally bending down to inspect the shelves. "What do you think?" Start inquired. "I have employed numerous guards to patrol, yet they have found nothing. If you uncover any issues, I would gladly offer you residence in my home." "I cannot guarantee anything," Kevin replied. "Time has elapsed." "And your servants have been cleaning daily. What clues could possibly remain?" After completing his circuit with no discoveries, Kevin stood in contemplation. Start, growing impatient, remarked, "Can you discern anything? If not, then let it be. It is hardly a significant matter. Yet you claim that even the placement of a single book could be misplaced, only to be discovered by a servant the following day. And yet these assassins could effortlessly and silently infiltrate this area. Does that not present a contradiction?" Kevin appeared to be pondering aloud. "Thus, they may possess some form of advanced fighting technique that enables stealth and wall-passing capabilities," Start suggested. "Our ignorance does not imply their absence. Regrettably, what you speak of resembles the exaggerated tales spun by bards. I have encountered mercenary leaders of the 7th rank, captains of the city guard, 6th-level magicians from the Royal Academy, alchemists, and many other experts. Additionally, my father's collection of books, such as the original treatise on fighting techniques and an introduction to magic, provides explicit explanations. Moreover, the vice president of the Royal Academy, Gandalf, published a paper entitled Refuting the Myth of Non-Existent Skills, and enough, Stark could no longer contain himself. "Regardless of anything, I witnessed the assassin vanish with my own eyes." "Are you suggesting my vision is flawed? When speed reaches a certain threshold, our abilities may struggle to match the adversary's pace, creating the illusion of disappearance," Kevin responded. "Furthermore, there are numerous methods one could employ to disappear before your eyes, including hypnosis, magical powders, illusions, and even distraction techniques. However, infiltrating a sealed library silently, solely through fighting techniques, is impossible. Even with magic, there are steep costs involved, making it hard to believe." Kevin maintained his earnest explanation. "Ha!" Start merely scoffed. "Then what have you discerned?" Kevin fell silent, looking up at the ceiling, and after a while, he began to climb the edge of the bookshelf. "What are you doing?" Start instinctively supported the bookshelf. "Fear not. My weight is nothing compared to yours. The bookshelf shall not topple," Kevin replied casually. As he felt the top of the bookshelf, remarkably clean, "Do your servants even dust the tops of the shelves?" "Of course," Start replied. "I suspect it wasn't your servants who did the cleaning," Kevin countered. "How could you possibly know?" Start questioned, looking up. "It is simply too immaculate," Kevin remarked. "Humph, your reasoning is utterly laughable," Start dismissed, wholly unconvinced. Kevin offered no further argument, using both hands and feet to ascend to the top of the bookshelf, then began to search along the wall inch by inch. Baron Start, being a portly gentleman with a beer belly, clearly found it challenging to climb high. Perhaps he had indeed instructed his servants to clean the tops of the shelves, but he would never have checked himself. People tend to be lazy. It is hard to believe that the servants performed their duties with utmost diligence. The most likely scenario is that the servants merely went through the motions. Yet, the pristine condition of the shelf tops, gleaming like the polished wooden floor, was indeed unusual. It seemed more likely that the cleanliness was intended to conceal traces. However, Kevin chose not to share all his thoughts with Start. "This wall has a crack," Kevin climbed 2 shelves and quickly discovered something near the ceiling. Really? It's probably just due to age, Start remarked, unable to see from below. The wall was entirely painted white, but the crack was quite fine and difficult to notice from below. This crack is rather peculiar, despite its irregularity. It connects end to end. It resembles a hole. Kevin felt around and pushed against it, but found it immovable. Are you suggesting they opened this hole at night, crawled in, and then sealed it up again? Start asked incredulously. Perhaps once or twice. But for a continuous month. This wall would have crumbled long ago. Besides, do you think you could push it open now? I cannot. Kevin shook his head. The fragmentation of this crack exhibits an irregular serrated pattern, tightly interlocking. Even if this section is loose, it cannot be moved by sheer force. Furthermore, pushing it would generate significant noise and inevitably wear down the wall. Then that settles it, doesn't it? However, there exists another method, Kevin replied with a smile. Gesturing to his finger, spatial ring. Start was taken aback and immediately shouted outside. Bring a ladder in. A servant hurried in, carrying a triangular ladder, and Baron Start unsteadily climbed up to investigate. Kevin steadied him with one hand while using the other to point and explain. The adversaries could disguise themselves as ordinary nobles to enter the library and scout the area. Through some means, they could create a crack here during the day, when the noise of the bustling crowd would mask any small sounds. As night fell, they commenced their actions, their prowess undoubtedly surpassing that of the hired minions you employed. They leapt directly from the outside, ascending to the rooftop of this very building. Subsequently, they utilized a spatial ring to secure this wall segment. Given the cracks formed during the day, this should be a rather effortless task. The adversaries swiftly infiltrated, then turned to seal the breach with the wall segment contained within the spatial ring. Even if the cracks here were irregular, it would pose no significant issue. The sole challenge lay in the positioning of the spatial ring when sealing the breach. If the alignment was even slightly off, the released wall segment might collide with the other walls. Yet this triviality would likely present no challenge to these assassins. Proving this point is not difficult. Just procure a spatial ring, Kevin said. Spreading his hands, Baron Start examined the wall for a considerable time, finally shaking his head. I am merely a baron. I am not worthy of possessing a spatial ring. Then there is nothing to be done, Kevin shrugged. My assertions will forever remain mere conjecture. Unprovable. Butler. Start gradually descended the ladder. Please contact the construction team tomorrow to discuss the matter of repairing the wall. Yes, the butler nodded in agreement. Kevin also leaned down from the bookshelf. May I reside here for the time being? If you wish to stay, feel free. There are ample rooms, and your presence will not burden our meals, Stard nodded. Thank you, Kevin smiled. I can pay rent, as I now possess 18 gold coins. Haha. Stard merely shook his head, bemused that someone with a worth of several 100,000 gold coins would boast about a mere 18 coins. Meanwhile, Little Spoon had spent 2 days in Ula town, yet had gleaned nothing. As a novice assassin, she was at a loss regarding where to gather intelligence or where to proceed next. She simply lingered in the inn, reading Kevin's draft twice. However, the draft was only half completed, which left her in a state of distress. Was she to return and seek Albatross? Little Spoon shook her head, finding it too unseemly to beg for assistance on her inaugural assassination mission. Moreover, the hour was still early. She resolved to reassess if matters became dire. Thus, she retrieved the Chronicles of Assassins and began to peruse it once more. Halfway through, her eyes brightened suddenly. The continent's laws stipulated that bards and editors were equally culpable. If she could not find him, would it not be the same to eliminate his editor? On reflection, Kevin was a decent fellow. Perhaps it would be best to let him live for the time being. Her father did not recognize Kevin, so she could likely navigate through this situation undetected. Little Spoon felt pleased with her clever reasoning, packed her belongings, and set forth towards Zaire's city. Chapter 12. Please reflect carefully indeed. Kevin had taken residence at the editor's abode, an unusual respite amidst his travels. In his leisure, he began to compose his new work, yet the draft had been lost in Sam's village, necessitating a complete rewrite. Though not overly challenging for the author, it was quite bothersome. Nonetheless, there was no alternative. Stard intended to have Kevin become an editor as well, assisting with manuscript reviews, but Kevin politely declined. Are you not concerned that I might discard all those mainstream formulaic writings into the wastebasket? Did you not just encourage others to write formulaic pieces? Stard replied in surprise. Kevin merely shook his head. I shall not remain here for long. Once I ascertain my safety, I will depart. Furthermore, I firmly believe that excessive exposure to mainstream literature diminishes one's intellect. Are you implying that you are criticizing me? Stard retorted, displeased, given that he himself perused thousands of mainstream works daily. Certainly not, Kevin explained. You are a merchant. You view literature as a commodity, assessing its commercial value. On the other hand, seek depth within the writing. If I continually consume a plethora of superficial works, my own depth will inevitably dissipate. Instructing others to pursue mainstream writing while steadfastly adhering to non-mainstream narratives, Stard merely shook his head. Are you concerned that others might produce even more non-mainstream content, thus usurping your niche? Am I truly that petty? Kevin chuckled. Those with genuine resolve cannot be deterred by mere words. Besides, what I stated is factual. Those lacking true resolve need not tread this path. Just as you arranged for Jill, it would be better to sell salted fish. Stard ceased his attempts to persuade Kevin further, allowing him to stay without demanding payment, providing him with a guest room. Kevin led a reclusive existence, seldom venturing outside. However, he slept late and rose even later, his meals at irregular intervals. Thus, another 2 days passed. One midnight, Stard, having completed reviewing a plethora of manuscripts, prepared to rest. A young maid entered, carrying a basin, a towel draped over her shoulder. My Lord Baron, I am here to attend to your foot bath. Stard, taken aback, responded, I do not believe I have seen you before. Oh, I am new here. You may inquire with the butler. The maid replied with a smile that yes, Baron. It was indeed impractical to oversee all domestic staff affairs. Occasionally, a new face would arrive, and while the butler would be aware, the Baron might not be. You. Please open the main door first, Stard instructed. That seems inappropriate. The maid expressed surprise. No, open the door. I have athlete's foot and need to air it out. Stard insisted. Reluctantly, the maid set down the basin, approached the door, and opened it, revealing an empty darkness outside. The maid returned to retrieve the basin. Is it all right now? Just place the basin on the ground and then leave. Stard's expression grew exceedingly tense. The maid remained silent, holding the basin, while Stard seemed hesitant to speak, the atmosphere growing awkward for a moment. Suddenly, the maid chuckled. It appears you have already realized? Stard sat frozen, unable to utter a word. How did you discover it? The maid seemed quite curious. I have been observing you for a day. Noting your routine. I just knocked out a maid and donned her attire to enter. I frequently interact with high-ranking nobles, so my etiquette should pose no issue. Stard still remained speechless. Could it be that my mere mention of having athlete's foot was the giveaway? The maid pondered. Yet it seems you had your suspicions before that. Why is that? Is my skill truly that lacking? Stard remained silent for a moment before summoning the courage to speak. You were holding my face-washing basin, yet you referred to it as a foot bath. Hence, I concluded, you actually used such a shabby basin for washing your face? The maid exclaimed. Help! Stard dared not continue the conversation, raising his voice in an attempt to call for assistance, but abruptly felt a shadow loom, his neck being gripped tightly. The back door seemingly closed with a resounding bang. As if blown shut by a gust of wind, Stard felt a wave of despair wash over him, completely oblivious to the situation, in an instant. His life seemed to reach its conclusion. The disparity in strength between them was evident. He possessed no will to resist, and merely closed his eyes, awaiting death. However, after a moment, he still felt no pain, merely the grip on his throat. Hesitantly, he opened his eyes once more, only to see the assailant hesitating with a dagger in hand, seemingly unsure how to make the first cut. Apologies, the maid said, somewhat embarrassed. It's my first time killing someone, and I'm a bit nervous. Stard. The maid took a deep breath. All right, I am ready now. Are you prepared? Stard, do not fear, for being afraid is futile. The maid seemed to offer him a moment of comfort. Stard was instantly brought to tears, feeling a sudden void in his mind, incessantly questioning himself. Was he truly about to die? Stop! Bang! The door was flung open, and Kevin burst in, his eyes widening at the sight of the maid. Linda? It was evident that this disguised maid was none other than the assassin Little Spoon. In truth, she had arrived a day prior. Yet as an assassin, she valued caution. Thus she observed the surroundings for a time. Only after confirming that there were no adversaries in the library did she decide to act. To minimize disruption and avoid inciting panic, she opted to strike at night, as public killings were decidedly uncharacteristic of an assassin. Kevin certainly recognized her. She was the first fan he had known. As well as the first individual to attempt to take his life out of course, he only knew her by the name Linda. "Is it you?" Little Spoon felt conflicted upon seeing Kevin, having finally resolved to eliminate the editor. She faced the unexpected appearance of Kevin. Who was she to kill now? Kevin had been sleeping late these past few days, but it was not an intentional choice. Rather, he found himself unable to rest. A person being hunted cannot easily find peace in slumber. The slightest disturbance in the night would rouse him instantly. So he worked late into the night, refusing to waste time. Although Stard had merely uttered a single word, it had nonetheless been enough to draw attention. The servants were indifferent, yet Kevin could not remain idle and thus emerged to investigate, only to stumble upon this situation. He had not considered that the Baron might be unable to protect him. But he certainly had not anticipated that the Baron himself was also a target for assassination. The room fell into a profound silence, almost allowing one to hear the sound of their breathing. As the three contemplated their fates, facing the life and death moment, beads of sweat the size of peas appeared on the Baron's forehead, his attire becoming drenched. With a creak, Kevin turned to close the door, calmly walking to the table to pour himself a drink. The sound of liquid flowing was crisp, the aroma of alcohol wafting through the tense atmosphere, as he filled 2 glasses, placing one on either side. Kevin then spoke. "I sincerely apologize for my abrupt departure last time at the tavern. You are a reader of my novels, and I have yet to engage in a proper conversation with you. How about we discuss things first?" Little Spoon pondered, momentarily indecisive. Kevin took a seat first. "There is no rush to commit murder. Baron Stard is merely of initial warrior tier, and I am even less capable. Within this room, we cannot possibly stand as your adversaries. You need not be concerned." Little Spoon fell silent for a moment, then covered Stard's mouth with her hand, plunging a dagger into his thigh with force. "Ugh!" Stard let out a muffled groan, his body trembling in pain. Little Spoon, however, paid little heed, stating, "No noise. I am merely preventing your escape." "Woo-woo." Stard nodded frantically, clutching his thigh with both hands, afraid to utter a word, blood streaming profusely. Kevin, too, was secretly astonished, fully aware that the other party was entirely serious. Little Spoon appeared unfazed, remarking, "Such minor injuries are inconsequential. Let us converse." Although the current atmosphere is rather peculiar, nevertheless, the author is quite remarkable, maintaining composure even beneath the knife. Kevin chuckled softly. "What is inevitable must come to pass. Every individual faces death. My father, even in his final moments, clung to humor that I believe there are lessons to be learned from him." "Oh, is that so?" Little Spoon seemed to lack sufficient insight into Kevin's background, many matters remaining unclear. "Let us return to discussing my novel." Kevin redirected the conversation. "You mentioned this book is quite good, barring the part where the Assassin Guild leader engages in vile acts. What, then, makes this novel commendable?" "Well, it is very humorous. I laughed so much at many chapters that my face turned black." Little Spoon replied. Nearby, the editor sat on the ground, glancing around, clutching her knees, momentarily speechless. "If you only perceive the humorous aspects, it indicates that you have yet to grasp the essence of this book," Kevin responded. "The title of this work is The Chronicles of Assassins, for assassins. It should provide greater inspiration than for ordinary individuals." "Oh, is that so?" Little Spoon scratched her head. One chapter of the Chronicles of Assassins takes place in a kingdom called Horlo, which has long suffered from the oppression of foreign nations. Until one day, a sword saint was born in the kingdom. Seeking power, the kingdom mandated that all adult women be offered to the sword saint for procreation every day of the year. A year later, over 200 infants possessing the bloodline of the sword saint were born. Yes, I am aware. As the discussion turned to the plot, Little Spoon grew animated. At that time, the sword saint often gazed at the moon, lamenting, "I feel as though my body is being hollowed out." Every newborn was raised by the state and subjected to indoctrination. They received the finest nourishment and endured the harshest training. They were compelled to obey the king's commands without hesitation, placing the interests of the state above all else, regarding their own lives as inconsequential. Kevin sighed. 10 years later, over 200 children, merely in their early teens, had attained levels of strength ranging from the 7th to the 9th rank. It is only a matter of time before the sword saint reaches his pinnacle. Once he does, he can summon the women of the nation for procreation once more, creating an unending cycle of strength that renders the kingdom invincible. Indeed, Little Spoon nodded. Why don't real nations operate in such a manner? Kevin merely smiled. It is just a novel. Do not take it too seriously. If reality were to unfold in such a way, it wouldn't merely be an ethical dilemma, but also an insurmountable issue regarding food supply. Sustaining a sword saint requires more than just black bread. Oh, I see. Little Spoon nodded. Meanwhile, the editor remained seated on the ground, gazing at the two with a troubled expression. At that time, the leader of the Assassin Guild personally approached the king, employing unscrupulous means to gain the king's trust. Ultimately, he succeeded in assassinating the king and assumed control over the issuance of decrees. He commanded the 200 loyal experts to venture into the frigid north in search of dragon orbs. Forbidding their return without success, those 200 loyalists truly went, only to perish from the cold. Other nations deemed this kingdom too insane and launched a campaign against it, leading to its downfall. In truth, there were no dragon orbs. Rather, the other nations felt a sense of crisis and sent the leader of the Assassin Guild to lead them to their demise. The leader of the Assassin Guild, without losing a single soldier, assassinated the king and annihilated over 200 loyal experts in terms of merit. It is likely that only the protagonist of the book could rival him. Little Spoon fell silent, recalling her father. Of course, novels are merely fiction. This is but a fabrication of mine, Kevin continued. However, if we were to reverse the scenario, had a few of those loyal experts doubted the orders of the king, perhaps the outcome would not have been so straightforward. We often say that one should be loyal to their nation. And if one is a soldier, obedience is paramount. That I believe assassins share a similar sentiment. This is because most individuals lack sufficient wisdom. They cannot fully comprehend the decisions of their superiors, who, in turn, cannot fully elucidate their reasoning. Thus, it suffices to demand obedience. Kevin spoke eloquently, yet, in reality, superiors are human too. Being human, they are prone to error. While their mistakes may often go unnoticed, at times, they can be foolishly endearing. 3 years ago, during the internal conflict of the Black Gobi Mercenary Alliance, 2 large mercenary groups fought fiercely, resulting in hundreds of casualties, all stemming from a mere verbal dispute. One side, upon discovering that the opposing group's leader was a woman, made light of her, leading to a brawl between the two factions. In the end, the Mercenary Alliance headquarters intervened to mediate. Yet the two groups have remained bitter enemies ever since. Do you not see a resemblance between the leaders of these two factions and children on the street bickering and fighting over trivial matters? 6 years ago, the king announced a reduction of the nobility, demoting a plethora of idle and unproductive individuals to commoners. However, this policy proved impossible to implement, and merely 1 month later, the king rescinded his decree. The very next day, he revised his edict, substantially altering the criteria for commoners to regain noble status. By serving in the military for 2 years, one could emerge as a squire. With further contributions, one could become a baron. I do not wish to speak ill of the king, but the inconsistency of his orders is an undeniable fact. The Ryan Empire and our nation have long established a trade agreement. They sell us magical crystals and other minerals, while we provide them with gold and vast quantities of food crops. However, their import duties have risen year by year, clearly exceeding the terms of our agreement. We have protested on numerous occasions, yet they have merely delayed their response. Contracts are but pieces of paper. If that is the case, why sign them in the first place? 15 years ago, my father and the editor's father were burned alive on a cross. It was not until 2 years ago that the church finally acknowledged their past transgressions and offered apologies and compensation. Yet, to be honest, it is merely a piece of paper. Those who have departed can never return. Kevin spoke with a heavy heart. Little Spoon fell silent, her 16-year-old self unable to comprehend such matters, lost in confusion. Are the orders of superiors always correct? Kevin inquired. If an order is evidently erroneous, would you still carry it out? But I am an assassin, Little Spoon's voice faltered. An assassin should embody the honor of their craft. I have clearly stated in my writings that if an assassin does not act in the name of justice, they are no different from a summoned beast. If an assassin cannot discern right from wrong, and they take the lives of innocent individuals one after another, do you not feel a sense of guilt? Kevin questioned. Little Spoon felt embarrassed. If you believe that I have insulted the leader of the Assassin Guild, the truth is that I have praised him. You come to assassinate for a non-existent reason. Do you not find that laughable? What, in truth, are you fighting for? Kevin pressed. Finally, I implore you to consider this. If the author dies and the editor perishes, will you still have a book to read? Kevin coaxed gently. Little Spoon sat there, utterly bewildered. Chapter 13. Healing sigh. In truth, I do not wish to kill you. Little Spoon lowered her head, incessantly fiddling with her wine glass. However, if an assassin deliberately fails to complete a task, there will be severe penalties. They may even be barred from ever being an assassin again. Kevin remained silent for a moment, conceding, I am not well versed in the internal structure of assassins. Yet, I believe that a task such as assassinating me must surely belong to the lowest tier of missions. The most trivial of tasks. Another silence ensued. As Little Spoon appeared to be in a quandary. At this moment, Kevin hesitated to speak, fearing that softening his tone might suggest a plea for mercy, thus lowering his own dignity, while also worrying that speaking too harshly might provoke her to deliver a fatal blow. The editor, still clutching her knees in anguish, prompted Kevin to rise, fetching water from the ground. Tearing open the side of Star's trousers and binding the wound with a towel to staunch the bleeding. Although not professional, it was at least devoid of fundamental errors. Little Spoon merely sat there, watching helplessly, unsure of what to do. Are you all right? Kevin inquired of the sweat-drenched Stard. Stard merely cast a vacant glance his way, murmuring, Why must I be stabbed first for attempting to assassinate the leader of the Assassin Guild over something so trivial? Sigh. Kevin was at a loss for words, replying only, As long as you are fine. Observing the blood on his hands, he washed them in the basin. Moments later, having finished, Kevin returned to his seat, and once more, silence enveloped the trio, the atmosphere heavy. Well, Little Spoon finally stood. Sheathing her dagger, to be frank, I was indeed intent on killing. However, perhaps my father's orders this time were genuinely flawed, so I shall let it go for now. Your father? Kevin was taken aback. Is the Assassin Guild structured around family ties? Do not concern yourself with that right now. Little Spoon waved her hand dismissively. Even if I abandon this task, other assassins will swiftly take over. Therefore, the two of you cannot truly escape. Well, generally speaking, that is. The two remained silent, awaiting her next words. However, the Assassin Guild and the Royal Army are both directly governed by the king, and there is an absolute prohibition against any conflict between the two. Once there existed a case where the intended target of an assassination fled into the military, leading our guild of assassins to abandon the mission. Ultimately, it appears, well, I am not entirely clear on the specifics, Xiao Shozi said, scratching his head before summing it up. In simple terms, if you wish to evade completely, joining the army is an excellent choice. Oh, both individuals nodded, contemplating the suggestion. Well, I can assist you no further, Xiao Shozi remarked as he retrieved several sheets of manuscript paper from a small pouch at his waist. Author, this is the draft you left behind in Samshire Mountain Village. I have brought it for you. Oh, thank you very much. Kevin quickly accepted the papers with both hands. No need for thanks. I initially intended to leave you beside me after the assassination, to accompany you in death, Xiao Shozi replied. Kevin could only respond with silence. Well then, let this be the conclusion. It has been a pleasure to meet you both, TOU. Dear editor, I extend my apologies for having dealt you a wound. Xiao Shozi offered a slight bow to the editor. Despite any lingering displeasure, the editor managed a dry laugh and said, It's quite all right. I am rather robust. Ha ha ha. Are you two considering joining the army? Xiao Shozi inquired. Kevin and Stud exchanged glances, with Kevin ultimately responding, Joining the army would be commendable. It is a way to serve the nation. I recall that there is a conscription event in June, and it seems recruitment has recently begun. Stud nodded stiffly in agreement. Then I shall await your enlistment before returning to report. Xiao Shozi nodded. I must take my leave now. Remember, do not speak of this matter to anyone. If you do, I am finished. I understand. We understand. Kevin nodded repeatedly. Xiao Shozi took one last glance at them before bowing his head and departing, his figure swiftly disappearing. Both men exhaled in relief, and Stud, after a prolonged struggle, could no longer contain himself. It hurts. It hurts terribly? Ah. Fortunately, we managed to deceive him. Kevin wiped the sweat from his brow. Let me tend to your wound immediately. It appears to be non-toxic and should not pose a significant issue. Better to summon my servant. Stud seemed skeptical of Kevin's abilities. Butler. Butler, fetch my butler. At last, the butler appeared, pushing the door open, and was immediately taken aback. And my lord, you. Hurry. Prepare a carriage to take me to the Church of Light. Stud appeared somewhat weakened, having indeed lost a considerable amount of blood. Wait. Kevin raised a hand and summoned several more servants. Prepare clean water, towels, egg yolks, rose oil, turpentine, and fine needles and thread, and a bottle of strong liquor, quickly. Oh, very well. The butler, disregarding who had issued the commands, nodded and rushed outside, chaos ensuing as the servants were roused from their slumber. Stut, lying on the ground, cast a sidelong glance at Kevin. You seem quite adept at commanding my servants. The Church of Light is at least half a day's journey away. If your wound is not treated, it could worsen significantly. An infection would create a troublesome situation, Kevin responded. Treatment. Stut's complexion shifted, his breathing becoming more rapid. The common method of urgent treatment on the continent is to cauterize the wound with a red-hot iron. In the absence of a priest, most individuals harbor an inexplicable reverence for fire, with some insisting that if fire cannot heal a wound, then it is essentially incurable. The agony involved is, as one can imagine, excruciating. My father left behind a tome titled Interpretation of Wound Healing, in which he refuted such barbaric methods of treatment. He received assistance from an elderly physician who provided a method of applying egg yolks, rose oil, and turpentine to the wound. Kevin declared confidently at this moment. 3 servants entered, bearing the requested items. Kevin deftly took the towel and clean water, washing the wound once more, while he quickly whisked the egg. During my travels in the kingdom of Naklea amidst military conflict, I employed this method to save 24 wounded soldiers that I am confident it will be effective. After a brief interval, Kevin produced the needles and thread, soaking them in the whiskey brought by the servants, and then earnestly began to suture Stut's wound. Stut felt a series of sharp pains as he watched the needle pierce his flesh, a chill surging through him. Is this truly all right? Absolutely. All 24 soldiers I treated survived, Kevin replied while working. The surrounding servants watched in trepidation, too afraid to speak. My lord, the butler finally rushed in. The carriage is ready. Excellent, Kevin replied in place of Stut. Just a moment. Yes, yes, the butler nodded repeatedly. Stut could only remain silent. After a brief while, Kevin completed the suturing, took a clean towel, poured a bottle of whiskey over it, and swiftly bandaged the wound. His technique was proficient, indicative of experience, which granted Stut a modicum of reassurance. All done. Lift him into the carriage. Be cautious. Kevin finally stood and gestured to the servants. Several male servants promptly stepped forward. Despite Stut's considerable weight, they were numerous enough to manage. Kevin then climbed into the carriage himself, and they sped toward the Church of Light. The roads were devoid of pedestrians at night, allowing for swift travel, yet by the time they arrived, dawn was approaching. Kevin instructed the servants to knock on the door, and after a moment, the church slowly opened. But a somewhat impatient nun emerged. The church is not yet open. Apologies. Our Lord is injured. The servants expressed their urgency. The nun appeared somewhat annoyed but gestured for them to enter. Very well. Come in. The male servants once again lifted Stut out of the carriage, and Kevin hurried forward to inquire. Is the priest available? We seek healing through divine light. The nun merely regarded him with surprise, casually asking, where is the injury? Just as Kevin was about to respond, a nearby servant preempted him. The Lord has a long gash on his leg. Oh, so it is a knife wound. That is not serious. I can handle it. The nun approached to examine it further. Who bandaged this? All servants turned to Kevin, who remained silent. Lift him inside. The nun waved her hand. Do not meddle. Injuries should be entrusted to the Church of Light. Understand? Yes, yes. Everyone nodded in agreement, refraining from disputing her authority. The male servants laid Stut upon a table, and the nun produced a silver chalice filled with clear water, murmuring incantations. Moments later, the water radiated a gentle white light. Then, as she unwrapped the towel from Stut's thigh, she encountered a sticky mass and a whiff of alcohol, prompting her to furrow her brow. Who did this? Everyone again looked at Kevin, who remained expressionless, feigning ignorance. You pitiful souls must remember that only holy water can cleanse your wounds. Do you understand? The nun admonished them. Yes, yes, they all nodded, opting not to argue. The nun took a towel, carelessly wiped the area, felt the sutured thread but did not disturb it. She then poured the holy water over the wound, and Stut immediately felt a cool sensation on his thigh. He heard the nun speaking. 5 gold coins for a dose of holy water. Return tomorrow and the day after, and you will be nearly healed. Of course, you may also choose not to return if you wash it with clean water daily. It will heal on its own in half a month. Very well. Thank you, none. Everyone expressed their gratitude with nods. Finally, at this moment, Stutt truly breathed a sigh of relief, commanding everyone to carry him back. On the journey, Stutt lay in the swaying carriage, staring blankly at the ceiling to him. Everything felt incomprehensible. Just yesterday, he was a fine editor, and now he was to become a soldier, having endured an unnecessary injury. The Church of Light is a scam. Kevin shook his head beside him. With just a simple purification spell cast on the clear water in that silver chalice, it becomes holy water, sigh. Yet you must acknowledge their effectiveness, Stutt countered. At least it is better than your egg remedy. Honestly, I agreed to visit the Church of Light with the hope that the priest would directly administer a healing spell, which would ensure your recovery by the following day. Instead, a nun attended to you, and I intended to exaggerate your injury to coax the priest out. But your servant spoke too quickly. Kevin shook his head. If not for that, why would I bother with the bandaging? Let it be as it is, Stutt sighed. The Church of Light has always sought to monopolize the medical field. Many simple and effective treatments have been discovered, yet they are consistently dismissed. Thus, the majority on the continent still believe that wounds must be cauterized with fire or treated by a priest, Kevin observed. While they have undoubtedly saved countless lives, they are incredibly resistant to acknowledging that others possess the ability to heal. Ultimately, it is merely to secure their own social standing. Are you so perceptive? Stutt cast him a sidelong glance. When conversing with that female assassin, you recalled numerous events from years past. You seem to carry a library within you. Surely, you are not merely spinning tales. Of course not, Kevin chuckled. I am, after all, a bard, reliant on this craft for my livelihood. Truth be told, the most frequently reneged upon issues by the elite pertain to territorial disputes. However, that topic is somewhat sensitive, and I am unsure of her affiliations, hence my reluctance to speak freely. You certainly possess a knack for persuasion, Stutt scoffed. Indeed. It is a form of persuasion, Kevin readily conceded. Every move made by those in power can be considered from multiple angles. One could argue they are right or wrong. It is fortunate that this young assassin possesses a certain charm. However, one must reflect that it is quite beneath the dignity of our esteemed guild leader to condemn us to death merely for the act of writing about consuming excrement that I in the past. Those who vehemently criticized Emperor Ryan were met with nothing more than a transformation into a pig's head. The carriage finally came to a halt, and the butler's voice rang out from outside. My Lord Baron, we have arrived. Assist me down, stated Stutt. Kevin had already disembarked. I shall return to my quarters as well. You should rest for a while, to avoid the pitfalls of a lengthy night filled with dreams. We ought to report to the conscription office first thing tomorrow. Stutt nodded, while the nearby servants exchanged bewildered glances, yet they refrained from further inquiries. Chapter 14. The Minstrel's Ball. The Kingdom of Lobar conducts conscription in 2 phases, one in June and the other in December. The December conscription primarily targets the common folk, typically farmers, individuals devoid of any martial prowess. After undergoing training, these individuals are generally assigned as low-tier soldiers across the nation, with exceptional recruits occasionally promoted to officer ranks. Conversely, the June conscription is aimed at lower-tier nobility, noble relatives, low-ranking mercenaries, and novice mages, all of whom possess a modicum of combat capability. After a certain level of training, these recruits typically ascend directly to officer status. The training regimen for this group is notably more stringent than that of the December conscription, as the standards for officers are considerably higher than those for mere soldiers. Enlisting and achieving merit in the military is a prime avenue for many commoners to elevate their status to nobility, or for lower-tier nobles to ascend further in rank. Some wealthy merchants, despite their considerable fortunes, remain without the corresponding titles of nobility and are viewed as nothing more than nouveau riche by the upper echelons of society. However, possessing a title affords one a semblance of elevated status, even in times of misfortune. This mindset prevails among the human populace currently. Consequently, the military has indeed seen a significant increase in its ranks over recent years. Although minor conflicts abound, the major powers remain relatively stable. With little in the way of large-scale warfare, the survival rate within the military remains exceedingly high. Nevertheless, many nobles still harbor an aversion to engaging with the military, not solely due to the rigorous training, but also owing to the monotony of military life. The following day, Kevin and Stutt took a day to recuperate. Stutt's spirits had improved somewhat. He returned to the church for a baptism with holy water. and his injuries had healed considerably, though he still walked with a slight limp. It would be prudent not to bring any servants to the conscription office, Kevin suggested. Why is that? Start inquired, surprised, as he was accustomed to having servants accompany him due to his wealth as a baron. I once conversed with several soldiers, Kevin replied, and they exhibited a strong sense of independence, looking down upon nobles who rely entirely on their servants for their every need. If you attend without any attendance, you may earn their goodwill. Is that so? Start replied skeptically. I have heard that officers typically have guards, not even washing their own socks. Those are high-ranking officers, Kevin explained with exasperation. We are merely entering as new recruits, and to present ourselves as officers would be inviting ridicule. With no other recourse, Start acquiesced, dismissing his servants. He allowed Kevin to take the reins while he settled into the carriage. Moments later, the carriage came to a stop beside the heavily guarded municipal security office, which mediates various disputes and maintains basic law within the city. Towering 2 stories high, the building's entrance was manned by guards, and the conscription office was merely a small window within it. That moment, slogans adorned the walls. Serving in the military is an honor. Contribute to the nation. Protect your homeland. One soldier, one family's glory, and the like. Although these slogans bore little practical significance, those truly compelled to enlist were hardly swayed by such rhetoric. Those unwilling to join would not be convinced by mere words. Nonetheless, the signs lent an air of festivity to the surroundings. Kevin and Start observed the 2 guards at the entrance with newfound appreciation. They had never thought much of them before, but now realized the burdens they bore. These 2, possessing the strength of first-tier warriors, were reduced to standing idle in the scorching sun, clad in their armor. Would they too find themselves in such a position one day, as they slowly approached the entrance? Start deliberately took his time due to his leg's condition. The conscription officer was a grizzled gentleman with flecks of gray at his temples, exuding a distinct military aura despite his advanced age. Clad in a sharply tailored uniform adorned with medals of valor, he appeared to have seen his fair share of combat. Judging by his rank, he was likely a major. Here to enlist? The officer inquired. Indeed, Kevin replied loudly. Straightening his posture, Start was taken aback by Kevin's assertiveness and stuttered. Why yes, we are here to enlist. The major stood, inspecting Kevin's hands, shoulders, and legs, patting him on the back before nodding in acknowledgement. He then turned to Start, who exhibited a clear reluctance, yet it was of no consequence. The officer swiftly discerned the issue. What is wrong with your right leg? I sustained a minor injury, Start replied. Will it heal before June? The major asked. If not, then you need not bother coming. It will, absolutely, Start insisted. The major wasted no further words, returning to his seat. Both of you appear physically fit and meet the requirements. Names, occupations, ages. Kevin Inchi, minstrel, 25 years of age, Kevin stated succinctly. In the presence of military personnel, he answered each inquiry with clarity, avoiding any unnecessary elaboration. Any dubious past? The major pressed. Kevin hesitated, instinctively replying, none. It is impossible for anyone to lack a dubious past. The major retorted firmly. Speak. I often share risque tales at the tavern. Kevin admitted reluctantly, rationalizing that it was hardly a grave matter. Bertram Start, librarian, 25 years old, Start declared. I often listen to others share risque tales. The major merely glanced at the 2 of them, jotting down their information before retrieving 2 military uniforms from his spatial ring. On the 1st of June, you 2 are to report wearing these uniforms. Remember, bring nothing else. Just the 2 of you. Understood, they replied. Let me reiterate, bring nothing. Not even your rings, necklaces, or any family heirloom magical equipment, and no food. Just the 2 of you. Is that clear? The major emphasized. They both nodded in unison before exiting, clutching their uniforms as they stepped into the sunlight. They exhaled in relief, feeling the overwhelming pressure the major had exerted. Exchanging glances, they could not help but harbor deep concerns regarding their impending military lives. Suddenly, the sounds of approaching carriages echoed, and a procession of opulent vehicles, undoubtedly belonging to the nobility, emerged amidst a cloud of dust. Shortly thereafter, a throng of servants and beastfolk slaves disembarked, surrounding a young gentleman who appeared no older than 15 or 16, clad in lavish attire. Behind him, a corpulent nobleman, presumably his father, urged him to hasten. Father, I have changed my mind. I do not wish to enlist, the youth protested, frowning as he pointed at the guards at the entrance. I refuse to stand idly like a fool in front of the gate. It is utterly foolish. The two guards cast sidelong glances at the young lord, but remained silent. Look, I can freely insult them as fools, and they lack the courage to retaliate. They are no different from my slaves. The young noble's hubris was evident, revealing a notable lack of upbringing. Beside him, Start quietly remarked to Kevin, I recognize that individual. He frequently borrows books from my library. The son of Count Grey, quite a person of standing. Oh, let me guess. The book he borrows most often is the Chronicle of Rex. Kevin responded flatly. Disdain evident in his eyes. Start felt compelled to refute this, but could not deny the truth of it. So he opted for a different angle. Humph, your bookworm is not necessarily any better. He attempted to assassinate us. Kevin had no counter to that, merely shaking his head. Let us depart. This is no longer our concern. Ultimately, the young noble was escorted into the conscription office by his father, and the sounds of weeping could be heard from within, creating quite a commotion. Kevin and Start could only shake their heads before driving away. At that moment, Start's family discovered that their son had silently chosen to enlist. His father had passed away 15 years prior. While his mother remained alive, she was deeply troubled, reproaching him for abandoning a promising career as an editor to enlist in the military, which she deemed utterly foolish. Start, of course, could not disclose that it was a means of evading assassination. He could only feign patriotism. Having already registered, it was too late for objections. Kevin, in turn, penned a letter to his mother residing among the elves, assuring her of his well-being and intent to enlist, urging her not to worry. Yet, it was still mid-May, and June was a mere fortnight away. Kevin decided to stay openly at Start's residence, continuing his creative endeavors, knowing that once he enlisted, such opportunities would be scarce. Meanwhile, Start began to organize his responsibilities at the library, pondering who would take over in his absence. Simultaneously, as late May approached, another event loomed on the horizon, the gathering of minstrels organized by Start's library. This was a ball that Start hosted himself, occurring once every 3 months, allowing all the minstrels under his employ to attend. With complimentary food and drink available, it served as a small benefit for the wandering minstrels. Although Kevin had traveled extensively, he never missed an opportunity to attend these gatherings, primarily for the free meal. This occasion was no exception. With the expansion of Start's library, the ball had grown in scale. However, this time, Kevin's status was no longer that of a mere guest, having resided at Start's home for an extended period. He was now considered a semi-host. Even if one refrains from labor, the act of entering merely to indulge in an extravagant feast seems somewhat unreasonable. When the bards gather, it essentially devolves into a contest of boasting. The esteemed bards occupy the ballroom above, while those below are undoubtedly a congregation of down-and-out poets, with Kevin standing relegating him to the lower level. While one might argue that Kevin could ascend based on camaraderie, the conversations would inevitably drift towards circulation figures, publication counts, and monetary gains, rendering his presence rather futile. The grand hall below, along with the adjoining square, spans a considerable area, sufficiently accommodating thousands of bards, some of whom are not even affiliated with the Starred Library. The Starred Library has consistently prepared a fixed ration of provisions, urging those who wish to partake to do so promptly. Fortunately, the gathered bards exhibit a modicum of decorum, maintaining order despite the throngs. However, the food distribution area remains congested, with these unfortunate souls increasing in number year by year. In previous years, Kevin was among them. Yet this time he is liberated to genuinely interact with fellow bards. My protagonist has acquired golden battle aura, surpassing even the highest purple tier, proclaimed one bard. What is golden battle aura? It is rather pedestrian, countered another. Platinum battle aura is truly impressive, chimed in yet another. I possess 7-colored battle aura. Can any of you compare? Laughed another. Kevin approached, overhearing their exchange, and interjected. According to the latest research from the Royal Academy, battle aura ascends from red to orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple in that order. This sequence of illumination remarkably resembles the spectrum of sunlight refracted through a prism. Furthermore, the Royal Academy boldly predicts that beyond purple, there must exist an ultraviolet hue beyond our perception. And what of it? Several bards scoffed. Isn't that an excellent premise? Kevin inspired them. Perhaps the battle aura above purple is an invisible ultraviolet aura? Invisible? That would be ineffective. Readers would not appreciate it. They shook their heads in unison. How could that be? Kevin countered. We could depict the protagonist unleashing a surge of ultraviolet aura, causing the adversary to gaze in horror at their own skin and exclaim, "Oh no, we have been sunburned." The crowd fell silent. Kevin chuckled and casually moved on to another group, where he overheard. The situation was dire. I devised a clever scenario where the protagonist seized a cup of water to extinguish the flames, averting a catastrophic explosion. Another chimed in. That narrative lacks depth. It requires environmental description, perhaps a massive oil depot or a magical flame array nearby, with a fireball poised to ignite an explosion just beyond the protagonist's reach. As the flames approach the brink of disaster, the protagonist finally douses it with a cup of water, saving the entire city. This showcases the protagonist's greatness. We should ensure that the fire is extinguishable by water, someone interjected, to avoid any loopholes. I believe that is still insufficient to truly highlight the protagonist. We must add some supporting characters, proposed another, such as a timid sidekick who, in the face of crisis, is so frightened that he soils himself, leaving the protagonist to effortlessly quench the flames and bask in the sidekick's adoration. This exemplifies the protagonist's cleverness and meticulous planning. Indeed, that is a valid point. Several nodded in agreement. Kevin chuckled softly. I believe such a protagonist lacks true strength. Humph, the bard scoffed disdainfully. We do not intend to craft an invincible character like Rex. We aim to create one of genuine ingenuity. No, a truly ingenious protagonist would not allow his friend to suffer embarrassment, Kevin retorted. As the main character, he should anticipate his friend's lack of courage. He should swiftly strip his friend's trousers, only for the friend to coincidentally wet himself, extinguishing the flames. Then the protagonist can calmly assist in pulling up his trousers. The crowd was left speechless. Not only does he save the entire city, conserving a cup of water in the process, but he also spares his friend the humiliation of soiling himself. Such actions would truly demonstrate the protagonist's cleverness and meticulous foresight. Kevin smiled serenely. The audience remained silent. Chapter 15. A bunch of rubbish. Kevin's writing style differs slightly from that of most, characterized by what he describes as a humor reminiscent of a lackadaisical salon. His Assassin's Chronicle is filled with similar scenarios, yet many bards struggle to accept it. Numerous individuals deem it nonsensical farce, suitable only for brief anecdotes rather than lengthy novels. Kevin does not engage in lengthy debates. With so many bards present, no one knows anyone else. He attempts to locate a few old acquaintances but, alas, finds none. Ultimately, he overhears a group discussing national affairs and promptly joins their conversation. Despite having traveled for a decade and seen much, the world is in perpetual flux. Each person's perspective is inevitably skewed. The world is vast, and to truly grasp the entirety of the continent, one must converse with other bards who have traversed its breadth. The discussions are fervent, touching upon local customs, political disputes, magical innovations, and artistic pleasures. As is customary among bards, exaggeration is inevitable. For instance, if one harbors disdain for a certain nation, they might declare that from the king to the common ruffians, they are all fools, with even the ruffians being more foolish than those of their own land. Conversely, admiration for a nation may lead one to lament their own, proclaiming that in comparison, their homeland is akin to hell. Others may take aim at universally revered ancient strongmen and sages, presenting dubious documents to assert that these figures are overrated. Ultimately, such debates serve merely to highlight one's own erudition, intentionally swimming against the current. This, in turn, incites discontent among a different faction of ancient strongman admirers, resulting in spirited debates. Such debates undoubtedly attract a crowd, and those bold enough to engage usually possess a measure of skill. The average onlooker finds it challenging to discern who holds the upper hand, for even those who spout nonsense have their own repertoire of sophistry when discussing whether a certain strongman is genuinely formidable. If you bring up strength, they will counter with intellect. If you mention intellect, they will shift to chivalry. Should you discuss chivalry, they will pivot to longevity, citing those who perished early to argue that had they lived to that time, they would have overshadowed the strongman in question. In essence, one could debate endlessly, and even if the strongman himself were present, clarity would likely remain elusive. Kevin simply listens and chuckles, neither wholly believing nor entirely dismissing their claims. In truth, many who engage in such seemingly profound debates may not possess a deep understanding of the topics at hand. More often than not, they are merely following the crowd. The ball continues late into the night. Gradually dispersing, the bards, largely a refined group, take their leave, ensuring to carry away their refuse, leaving the venue relatively tidy despite the throngs. As the crowd below dissipates, the ballroom above remains ablaze with light. The sounds of revelry and music echoing incessantly. Kevin understands that this gathering caters to the eminent bards. At their level, the conversations transcend mere narrative plots or national affairs, delving into business matters. The Baron Stard personally hosts the gathering, his recent leg injury notwithstanding. It seems that tonight he will not return until intoxicated. Kevin, however, has no desire to join the fray and retreats to his own chamber. In addition to his writing, Kevin often records intriguing occurrences he witnesses, for while they may not be immediately useful, they could potentially serve narrative purposes in the future. These notes, originally stored alongside drafts, are fortunate to have been returned by the female assassin. As the night passes, the servants begin their frantic preparations once more. The ball is not a single day's endeavor, but spans 2. For these 2 days, the taverns of Churs are bustling with business, as countless bards strive to showcase their sophistication, fiercely competing for attention and renown. Yet, for the revelers, these fervent debates merely serve as appetizers. Having resided at the Baron Stard's estate, Kevin has not frequented the taverns of late, sparing him the need to vie for patronage. As a pure spectator, he relishes this leisurely reprieve. The evening ball commences anew, and Kevin quietly listens to others boast, occasionally interjecting a comment or two. Bards seldom engage in quarrels. Typically, they display a high degree of decorum, and differing opinions usually result in silence rather than conflict. Except during tavern disputes. However, the tranquil days soon come to an end, as June 1st finally arrives. The conscription in the Kingdom of Beowulf officially commences. Kevin and Stard rise early, donning their rather unremarkable new soldier uniforms, exchanging rueful smiles at their reflection. Both are somewhat proud individuals. Stard, a noble baron with a vast fortune, views these lowly soldiers as mere subordinates to command. Kevin, though lacking a title, has long portrayed such soldiers as the faceless victims of powerful figures in his writings. To their surprise, they are to begin as soldiers themselves. Child, Stard's mother is tearful. Are you truly not considering this? It is a harsh life. I worry you may not endure it. It will be fine. Stard can only manage a smile. So many have returned alive from military service. Surely I can too. I will be fine. My Lord Baron, the carriage is prepared. The steward leads the carriage forward. Do you truly not require our escort? No need, Stard interjects. I am an adult now. It will be fine. In the future, the army will require me to manage on my own, and I cannot rely on you all. Remember to manage the library well. If any issues arise, convene with a few editors to resolve them. If it becomes unmanageable, find a way to contact the Bard Guild headquarters. I have a few old friends there who should be able to assist. Understood. The steward nodded, his eyes filled with an unmistakable reluctance. We are leaving, said Stard, casually waving his hand as he leapt into the carriage. Kevin entered from the opposite side, raising his whip, and in an instant, the carriage sped away. Stard occasionally glanced back at the receding home, a twinge of melancholy washing over him. Beside him, Kevin seemed indifferent. After a decade of wandering, he had grown accustomed to the nomadic life, and every destination felt the same. I wonder what kind of soldiers we will become. Stard casually mused. I hope to serve in a more leisurely capacity. Perhaps as an archer or a catapult operator, maybe even a cook would suffice. Don't hold your breath, Kevin chuckled. With your physique, you are clearly suited for heavy cavalry or heavily armored infantry, the kind that stands at the front lines. Humph, Stard retorted. This is merely superficial fat. A bit of training in the army will slim me down. Not necessarily, Kevin replied. Some people gain weight just by drinking water. Even in the army, there's no guarantee you'll shed pounds. You might simply become more robust. Humph, and what about you? What kind of soldier could you be? Stard redirected the conversation towards Kevin. With your eloquence, you should be a herald, standing at the forefront to hurl insults and draw ire. Kevin laughed dismissively. Insulting doesn't require eloquence, just a loud voice. My voice is rather average. A hefty person would be more fitting. The banter between them lightened their spirits. Although they had known each other for some time, they had never engaged in such close conversation until now. After a brief while, the carriage came to a halt, and they both disembarked. Stard patted the horse's head, saying, "Make your way back." The horse, having served for over a decade, was quite intelligent and understood human commands. After running a short distance, the horse glanced back, as if even it knew Stard would not return any time soon. The entrance to the conscription office was already teeming with people, numerous noble carriages unable to find a place to park. Many parents had brought their families to send their sons off to war, and the atmosphere was thick with weeping. Kevin shook his head. He couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority amidst these pampered youths. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the doorway, accompanied by a disdainful snort. "I told you. No personal belongings are allowed, except for yourselves and your uniforms. Remove your spatial rings before entering." "Why?" the individual shouted, scrambling to his feet. "This is a treasured heirloom passed down by my father, a symbol of my identity." The interior barely acknowledged him. Next, the crowd buzzed with speculation, and many who had hoped to sneak in with hidden treasures began to remove them. The ejected individual stood there, dumbfounded, unsure whether to re-enter or remain frozen in place. Kevin hastily turned to Stard. "You didn't bring anything you shouldn't have, did you?" "Of course not," Stard replied maturely. "What about you? You didn't bring your badge, did you? After all, that's the pride of a bard." "I'm not that foolish," Kevin responded. "However, I did bring one extra item." Stard's expression changed drastically. "Don't drag me down with you." "I'm wearing an extra pair of underwear," Kevin replied. Stard, "Hey." Another youth approached. "Baron Stard." They turned to find it was Master Gray, whom they had encountered during the registration process. He was now clad in a standard recruit's uniform, indistinguishable from any ordinary soldier. "Oh, what a coincidence," Stard replied. "Indeed. What brings you, Baron, to the ranks?" Master Gray appeared genuinely surprised, having been too preoccupied with his previous argument with his father to notice anyone else. "Well, there are certain reasons," Stard replied vaguely, quickly changing the subject. "Where's your father?" "He dropped me off here and left," Master Gray answered. "He even threatened to break my legs if I tried to escape." "Humph. You don't seem very keen on joining the army," Stard observed. "Of course not," Master Gray grimaced. "My dream is to be a ranger or a hero." "Who would want to be a mere foot soldier?" Kevin interjected. "Glitch novels are harmful. They reduce soldiers to mere background characters." "Isn't that the truth?" Master Gray countered. "True enough," Kevin conceded, opting not to engage further in debate. The three fell into silence for a moment, until Master Gray leaned in conspiratorially. "Baron, is there any way to avoid this?" "How could one avoid this?" Both were taken aback. Stard answered, "If you want to run, no one will stop you." "But my father will beat me," Master Gray frowned. "Is there a way to have it both ways? Perhaps if I were injured now, would that render me unfit?" Stard recalled the officer's words during registration, stating that if an injury to the right leg was not healed by June 1 ST, one would not be required to report. He nodded. That might be the case. Master Gray pondered for a moment, picking up a stone from the roadside, seemingly contemplating striking his leg. Yet he hesitated, glancing up to ask, "How severe must the injury be to be deemed unfit? Does it need to be a compound fracture?" Both Stard and Kevin exchanged disdainful looks. A person willing to break their leg yet hesitant to enlist. Was that bravery or cowardice? However, they remained silent, merely conveying their thoughts through their eyes. But Master Gray, only 15, could not decipher their expressions and grew increasingly anxious. "Speak up." "We don't know." "Do as you wish," Stard replied. Kevin had a plethora of moralistic admonitions ready, but decided against assuming the role of an educator, choosing instead to remain silent and observe. "Then I shall do it," Master Gray declared, dramatically bringing the stone down toward his foot. The impact echoed, and his expression contorted in pain. Kevin muttered, "Clearly, he hasn't broken any bones." Stard merely nodded in agreement. "Is that sufficient?" Master Gray limped over, and even the onlookers cast him scornful glances, though he remained oblivious. "That should do. It's almost our turn to enter," Stard announced, beckoning the two of them to proceed into the conscription office. Inside, the same major from their previous visit awaited them. Master Gray, still limping, approached first. "Excuse me, Major, my leg is injured." The major frowned, rising to assess the situation, casually checking his foot. "Nothing major. Go on in. There's a teleportation array inside that will take you directly to the barracks." But I'm injured, Master Gray stammered, panic rising. The major dismissed him with indifference. "Next." Master Gray glanced around. Disappointment etched on his face, before reluctantly stepping into the teleportation chamber. Stard and Kevin attempted to follow, but the major interjected. "Do you three wish to remain together? Or would you prefer to find your respective instructors?" "Kevin, as a mage, I have a magic-savvy instructor available, but you three seem to know each other. Perhaps it would be wise to stay together." Kevin shook his head. "I won't accept elemental training. Never mind. Let's stay together." "Wait," Stard interrupted. "That Master Gray is unfamiliar to us. He might slow us down. Let us just the two of us go." Kevin disagreed. I personally believe Master Gray will undoubtedly lag behind. Having someone at the bottom might lighten our load. A moment of silence ensued. And the Major coldly inquired, "Have you finished your discussion? Let us go together." Stard finally relented, reasoning that familiarity might make things easier. The Major wasted no more words, gesturing for them to enter. In a flash of white light, they arrived at the military training teleportation point. Upon entering this realm, they were immediately enveloped by the thick atmosphere of military life. Shouts echoed, soldiers patrolled in groups, and distant sounds of combat rang out, suggesting intense training was underway. Kevin and Stard curiously surveyed their surroundings. "You two, names." A soldier approached, his demeanor noticeably more arrogant than usual. It was understandable. Typically, Stard was a noble while Kevin was among the upper echelons of commoners, and soldiers treated them with deference. Now, however, they were mere recruits, their status beneath that of the soldiers, and thus met with a frosty reception. With no choice, they respectfully provided their names. The soldier nodded, consulting his notes. "Head to the easternmost tent. Seek out an instructor named Marcus." "Understood," they replied, resolutely setting their course. Shortly thereafter, they encountered the limping Master Gray once more. In this unfamiliar environment, they decided to lend him a hand. They arrived at the far eastern tent, and upon entering, found 4 individuals seated on small stools. In the center sat a lieutenant in military attire, unmistakably Instructor Marcus. The other 3 recruits, though clad in identical uniforms, exuded a commanding presence. One incessantly twisted his hat, while another bounced his leg, engrossed in conversation with the third. Upon noticing their entrance, the trio fell silent. After confirming the names of the newcomers, the instructor gestured for everyone to take a seat. "I am pleased to meet you all," he smiled, appearing benign. "You may call me Instructor Marcus. Over the next 3 months, I will be leading your training." The hat twirler continued his fidgeting, while the leg shaker persisted in his restless demeanor. Marcus merely smiled. "Today is your first day. I won't be too hard on you. You all come from prominent families, and you possess considerable potential. However, let me make this clear. Once you don the military uniform, there are no nobles here. Only recruits and instructors. I hope you understand." "Humph." From below, someone let out a cold snort. Marcus continued to smile. "The next 3 months may prove rather arduous. However, I hope that everyone can persevere. Our barracks require only the elite." "And certainly not." He casually snatched the hat of the person who was turning it, leaving this hatless individual at a loss. "And certainly not the dregs." Marcus finished his sentence with a grin. "What did you say?" The hat turner was incensed, appearing to be a high-ranking noble. Marcus, who in the past would have been subservient in their presence, was suddenly exhibiting a defiance that was difficult for them to accept. "You misunderstand," Marcus chuckled. "I am not targeting you. I am referring to all present. Mere rubbish." At once, the 3 individuals in front stood up, exchanging glances that conveyed a shared understanding. They clenched their fists, a red aura of fighting spirit erupting as they charged forward. Young Master Gray immediately followed suit, leaping into action. Marcus remained unfazed, delivering a single punch that felled one. He effortlessly dodged attacks from either side, seizing 2 of them and causing them to collide with each other, sending them sprawling. He then unleashed a swift kick that sent young Master Gray flying. In mere moments, without even resorting to his fighting spirit, he had incapacitated 4 individuals, who now lay on the ground in excruciating pain, scarcely able to rise. Only Kevin and the editor remained seated, maintaining an upright posture, hands resting on their knees, their expressions grave. Chapter 16. The first day in the barracks youth is often characterized by arrogance, a fervor that borders on hubris, particularly among those pampered nobles. Even though they are aware of certain military customs, deep down they harbor a sense of disdain. Once confined within the 4 walls of the room, with no outsiders present, and facing only a mere lieutenant, several of them were eager to engage. The current soldier rank hierarchy spans from 1 to 9, primarily based on the variations in fighting spirit. However, ranks 1 to 4 are all represented by red fighting spirit. The most basic level. A first-tier soldier is defined as one who has just acquired the fighting spirit. The second tier signifies a moderate proficiency. The third tier indicates a flexible use of fighting spirit in combat. And from the 4th tier onward, one must master the external manifestation of fighting spirit and be able to utilize a limited number of combat techniques. Clearly, the criteria for evaluating ranks 1 through 4 are rather ambiguous. While from the 5th tier onward, the transformation of fighting spirit becomes evident, as the color change cannot be dismissed. Officers and soldiers of the rank of Lieutenant Bail and below are classified as being at or below the 4th tier. In simpler terms, this Commander Marcus, at best, is merely a 4th-tier soldier. Yet these 4 nobles have reached the level of external fighting spirit, and they too are at the 4th tier, facing a single opponent of the same rank. There is indeed no need for any reverence. Thus, the commander chose to impart a lesson on respect through the means of his fists. "What rank do you think I am?" Marcus asked as he returned to his seat. The nobles who had just been beaten began to groan and make their way back to their seats, some nursing their faces, others their stomachs, their gazes directed elsewhere, though it was evident that their tempers were still flared. No one answered. Marcus maintained his smile. "I am merely at the level of a 3rd-tier soldier. I am not even at the 4th tier. According to the records, you all are at the 4th tier. Thus I am inferior to you. Ha ha." The nobles raised their heads in astonishment. Marcus continued with a grin. "What? You don't believe me? I just knocked you down without using fighting spirit. If you are unconvinced, feel free to give it another try." They exchanged glances, a flicker of eagerness in their eyes, but soon they regained their composure. Having learned from their previous experience, they were somewhat chastened, especially given that he was their commander. "There's nothing to be surprised about," Marcus replied. "What combat experience do you possess? How many enemies have you faced since acquiring your fighting spirit? Have you merely played with your servants? Have you toyed with your slaves? Ha. Do you think that merely mastering the external manifestation of fighting spirit qualifies you as a 4th-tier soldier?" With a swift motion, Marcus unleashed a blade of red fighting spirit that soared over their heads, ultimately striking the ground outside the tent. It was only then that they realized, had he truly intended to engage them, that single maneuver, if lowered by just half an inch, would have resulted in their demise. Is external fighting spirit truly something remarkable? Marcus inquired. Yet I remain a 3rd-tier soldier. Why? The standards of evaluation in the military differ. You nobles are well aware of your own criteria for judgment. The crowd fell silent, no one daring to speak. Very well. Today is merely the first day. I shall not press you too hard. Marcus resumed his cheerful demeanor. However, as you have attacked your commander, there must be some form of punishment. How about this? The 4 of you will carry the 2 of them along with me and run a lap around the barracks. The group was taken aback. Glancing back at Kevin and Staff, clearly a hefty fellow and a slender one. Many immediately turned to Kevin with smiles, and the hat turner spoke up. "Brother, I haven't yet had the pleasure of learning your name." Marcus sneered. "You think to be clever? You wish to carry the slender one?" "No, Commander, I merely thought to foster some camaraderie." Ha. The man chuckled awkwardly. "You carry the heavier one." Marcus pointed decisively, his tone leaving no room for argument. The man's expression darkened as he glanced at Staff, who looked equally helpless. Reluctantly, he bent down before Staff. Staff wasted no time, seizing his shoulders and climbing on. "You carry the slender one. You come and carry me," Marcus ordered nonchalantly, turning to young Master Gray. "When I entered, I noticed you seemed to be limping. Is there an issue with your leg?" "Yes, Commander," young Master Gray replied, somewhat excitedly. "I am injured." It seemed he believed that being injured would exempt him from some punishment. And besides, there was no one to carry. "You are injured, yet you wish to come out and fight me?" Marcus laughed, casually fetching 5 shields from the edge of the tent and tossing them into a pile. "Here, put this on your back." "But I am injured." Young Master Gray appeared quite aggrieved. Marcus silently added another shield to the pile. "Put it on." With no other choice, Gray hesitated for a moment, then trudged over and hoisted up the 6 shields. The others finally selected their partners, and Marcus issued a command. "Let us go." As they exited, following Marcus's guidance, they first went out through the east gate and began their run around the barracks. None of them exerted their full strength, and Marcus did not impose any specific requirements. Young Master Gray, burdened with 6 shields, limped along at the rear but managed to keep up, although it was evident he was struggling. His heavy breaths echoing first from behind. "Entering from here leads to our mess hall," Marcus remarked as they ran, casually familiarizing everyone with the layout of the barracks. "This area is for infantry training. That's the archery range. Over there is the magic target range, and this is the medical station, where we have our chaplain." As Marcus continued to introduce various locations, the other soldiers within the barracks naturally took notice of them. It seemed they had grown accustomed to such sights. Yet despite this, the nobles still felt embarrassed, keeping their heads down. "Why is everyone looking down?" Marcus queried. "Aren't you afraid of bumping into a tree?" "Commander," the individual beneath Staff could no longer contain himself. "I have never carried anyone on my back before. Except when I was riding on the backs of my servants, never. Sigh. Ha, Marcus chuckled. You had better quickly shed your so-called noble dignity and honor, or else your days ahead will be exceedingly difficult. Not merely in terms of physical strain, but also mentally. No one replied. Everyone merely focused on their task. All right, just around the corner, 200 meters to our tent. Final sprint. Run. Marcus suddenly shouted. The nobles only slightly increased their pace. Merely going through the motions, Marcus snorted. The slowest one has to run another lap. Upon hearing this, young Master Gray gritted his teeth and accelerated, unleashing his red fighting spirit. The others, realizing the stakes, immediately quickened their pace, running as if their lives depended on it, while sounds of other soldiers watching the spectacle echoed nearby. However, the result remained the same. Young Master Gray was still the slowest. As Marcus, Kevin, and staff dismounted their burdens, Marcus turned to Gray. You are the slowest. Run another lap. But I am injured. Young Master Gray cried out. Run 2 laps, Marcus replied. Gray's eyes reddened, as if he were on the verge of tears. Run 3 laps, Marcus stated calmly. Kevin quickly signaled him with his eyes to run, lest he receive no sympathy. After all, Marcus was not his grandmother. Unfortunately, young Master Gray failed to comprehend this. In a fit of defiance, he threw down the shields he was carrying and attempted to leave. Marcus, unyielding, strode forward and delivered another beating. Kevin and the others stood back, silently observing, while other new recruits and seasoned soldiers watched, but no one spoke up. Run 4 laps. After the beating, Marcus shouted at young Master Gray. Gray, weeping profusely, had lost all semblance of dignity, yet instinctively stood up and, swaying, began to run off into the distance. He did not pick up the shields, but it seemed Marcus had not explicitly required it. And none spoke up. Limping, young Master Gray completed 4 laps around the barracks, without a hint of slacking off, nor daring to. Marcus and the others remained in place until Gray finished his laps. Wiping away his tears, drenched in sweat, and gasping for breath. Do you think I am cruel? Marcus laughed, patting Gray on the shoulder and gesturing towards the adjacent tent. Inside, 7 individuals were also being tossed out. The instructor pointing towards the west and shouting, Come on, run towards the setting sun. The cadets immediately wore pained expressions, shouldering 7 shields as they brushed past the onlookers. Where are they headed? Someone inquired. They will run until the sun sets before returning, Marcus responded. So, observe others, compare yourselves to them. Ha. The group remained silent, contemplating. Let us go. We'll head into the tent. Marcus waved his hand, and the group returned to their previous demeanor, taking their seats on the small benches. On this occasion, everyone had stowed away their jovial expressions, rendering the atmosphere unusually solemn. Though their postures were not entirely proper, their countenances bore the weight of seriousness. To speak frankly, I have always considered myself a rather benevolent individual, Marcus replied. If possible, refrain from making me repeat myself. And remember, this is a military camp. What is the soldier's duty? It is obedience. Do not question why. Understood. Understood, the crowd responded in unison. Well, we do have weekends here, and moments to unwind, Marcus added with a smile. Generally, at this time, one can afford to be a bit more relaxed. Let us begin with self-introductions. One by one, they adhered to the formalities of sharing their names, and it was then that Kevin realized the significance of the 3 who had arrived before him. The one who had been spinning his cap was named Sane, the 4th and youngest son of a prominent vice-commander of the Thunder Knights, renowned for his valor in repelling the Beastmen's invasion. The other members of his family had already achieved notable successes, while he merely languished in idleness. With no time to oversee him, his father had dispatched him to the military. The individual carrying Kevin was named Molinas, son of the president of the kingdom's fisheries guild, a matter of wealth that was beyond question. However, due to his father's lowly title, he could not inherit it. Thus he was sent to serve in the military to earn a title. The third, named Oka, was the son of the Lord of Landon City, a significant manufacturing hub for weaponry. Although its economy did not rival the coastal city of Zyres, it remained one of the kingdom's key cities. Oka explicitly stated that after 3 months of service, he would ensure that his father assigned him to the most suitable position. As for young Master Gray, his father, Count Gray, though seemingly lacking in achievements, still held the title of Count, thus placing him among the upper echelons of society. Kevin could scarcely believe he found himself among such distinguished company when he introduced himself as a down-and-out bard. They gazed at him in astonishment, their thoughts echoing. How did he manage to infiltrate our ranks? Very well, Marcus replied. I can also inform you that I enlisted in December. That makes me a civilian officer. So what? A silence enveloped the group. Enough of this idle chatter, Marcus declared as he rose. Gray, you are injured. I shall escort you to the medic. Young Master Gray, taken aback, quickly stood. Marcus retrieved 6 large bundles from behind the tent. These are your personal and weaponry supplies. New recruits will utilize these for 3 months, and I hope you treat them with care. I advise you to engrave your names on each item. Yes, they nodded, each selecting a bundle. Inside, they found blankets. Clothing, a standard-issue long sword from the kingdom of Lubol, a dagger, a spearhead, a short bow, and several arrows. Oka, born of the weapon manufacturing city, casually tested the sword in his hand, unable to suppress a sneer. What a piece of junk. At that moment, Marcus had not yet departed, and upon hearing this, he turned back to look, chuckling. Indeed, it is rubbish. I was referring to you. The group fell silent, each frozen in place, awaiting Marcus's departure. Fact, once the officer had walked away, Sane tossed aside the weapon he had been holding, exclaiming, What a character! I will eventually teach him a lesson. What a pompous fool. Exactly, Malinas, with his trading background, concurred. In my household, a mere slap would suffice. He wouldn't dare utter a word. Turning to Kevin, he noticed that he was diligently engraving Kevin Yinkasi Ting on the hilt of his dagger. Kevin had never owned a sword before. This was his first, and he cherished it deeply. Meanwhile, within the Assassin's Guild, a character known as Little Spoon had donned a black assassin's garb, masked, and was kneeling before the guild leader, reporting, Leader, my target has enlisted. I request further instructions. The leader inquired, Did you teach him? No, Little Spoon vehemently denied. I have no idea why. When I tracked him down, he had already joined the military. It must be a coincidence. A bard enlisting in the military for no reason? The leader scoffed. Provide me with specific details about this K. Little Spoon did not dare to withhold the truth. Kevin, male, 25 years old, a level 1 mage, a half-blood of human and elf descent. His father was reportedly killed by the Church of Light. Do we have a likeness of him? The leader pressed. Yes, Little Spoon replied. Handing it over, the image was masterfully crafted by the guild's intelligence division. Capturing his likeness with precision, the leader examined it, feeling unimpressed. Why would his daughter deliberately let him go? Could he truly possess exceptional talent? Report the specifics of the situation at that time, the leader commanded. Well, it was like this. I was searching for him in Sam's mountain village with Albatross, and we found him quite smoothly. However, we were concerned that there might be twins or something, which could lead to confusion. Thus, I approached him for a conversation. To discover he indeed had a twin was quite a surprise. I decided to observe him over time, Little Spoon continued, somewhat inarticulately. I planned to consult his editor for verification. But unexpectedly, something happened. The leader's expression was impassive. Unexpectedly, he did not have a twin. Little Spoon lowered his head, fearing his expression might betray him. It was my mistake. I misjudged the situation. By the time I realized he had already enlisted, the leader remained silent. Leader, Little Spoon's demeanor grew serious. I am willing to continue postponing the assassination mission against Kevin. I will find a way to succeed and uphold my father's honor. There are only the two of us here. We are father and daughter, the leader replied in a gentler tone. Speak the truth, even if you truly let him go. I will not hold it against you. Little Spoon gazed at her father, torn for a moment, before lowering her head. All right, I admit I let him go. Technically, I informed him that joining the military would help him evade assassination, but I believe he is innocent. Little Spoon quickly defended. Raising her head, though he wrote about my father in a derogatory manner, it was a display of great wisdom. Such a feat is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, yet my father accomplished it. Which proves he is no ordinary man. I understand your point, though it may sound displeasing, the leader replied. No, father, you don't understand. Many assassins in our guild adore this book. It may have its flaws, but it is truly well written. It is art. The humor is reminiscent of the Yinkasi Ting style. Little Spoon fervently explained. Yinkasi Ting. The leader was taken aback. He is called Kevin Yinkasi Ting. Yes, did I not mention that? Little Spoon scratched her head. Oh, I thought I only said his name was Kevin. What is his relation to Laurent Yinkasi Ting? The leader asked. I don't know. Who is Laurent? Little Spoon replied, utterly bewildered. Laurent Yinkasi Ting was a powerful bard from over 400 years ago. During the year 888 of the Common Era, when our king was manipulated by the most formidable necromancer, issuing numerous foolish decrees, Upon discovery, many elite warriors attempted to confront the necromancer, but he was invincible. Suddenly, a man named Lawrence stood up, attacking with grand rhetoric, and to everyone's astonishment, the necromancer was shamed into taking his own life. Upon the king's awakening, he bestowed the surname Yinkasi Ting upon Lawrence. However, since this matter involved a royal scandal, it was never made public. Over 400 years later, only a select few are aware. The leader was astonished. Could he be a descendant? Wow, that's impressive. Little Spoon exclaimed, suddenly quite excited. All right, you should return to your duties. The leader doused her enthusiasm with cold water. Oh, Little Spoon's spirits deflated again. Rest assured, since he has enlisted, he will not be harmed for the time being, the leader assured. Little Spoon smiled and departed. The leader resumed his seat, pondering for a moment before picking up The Chronicles of Assassins, casually flipping through its pages. Chapter 17. The military camp. The second day in the camp was devoid of any extraordinary events. Everyone organized their belongings. And Marcus returned with young Master Gray from the medic's quarters. It was said that no healing spells had been employed. He merely massaged the injury and, after a pat to indicate all was well, sent him back. As it was not a serious wound. As the time approached, they began to make their way to the dining hall for their meal. All soldiers were required to march in formation, taking their seats at the tables without moving, while the kitchen staff distributed utensils and food. Only upon hearing the command could they begin to eat, and conversation was strictly prohibited during the meal. Surprisingly, no one exhibited any noble airs. The entire dining hall, both new recruits and veterans alike, adhered to this protocol without any sense of embarrassment. The food was undoubtedly inferior to what the nobility enjoyed. Yet it still included a piece of pork chop, 2 fruits, a small bowl of soup, and 2 pieces of bread. Most were mentally prepared for this and found it acceptable. Those with smaller appetites could scarcely finish their portions. After dinner, they proceeded to wash their dishes. These noble youths had never washed dishes before, yet no one dared to protest, each carrying their bowls to the riverbank for cleansing. They were later informed that they were responsible for their own utensils, and if they could not clean them properly, they would still have to eat from them. Some nobles even felt a strong inclination not to wash at all. Kevin felt a pang of regret, realizing that had he known, he could have used a magical shield to hold his food, thus avoiding the need to wash. As evening descended, there were no scheduled activities. On this first day, Marcus did not impose any strictures, allowing everyone to chat casually. Kevin could distinctly sense that the other nobles were somewhat alienated from him, perhaps due to his commoner status. It seemed their noble pride would not be so easily set aside. The topic of conversation naturally revolved around the training life that lay ahead, with Marcus as the central figure. The commanding officer appeared exceedingly affable, regaling everyone with tales of military taboos and camp anecdotes, which captivated the audience. As the evening bell tolled, the officer informed everyone that it was time for a bath. There was a designated time for bathing, and failure to adhere to it would result in disciplinary action. Several individuals, armed with basins and towels, formed a line behind the officer. However, upon reaching their destination, their expression shifted dramatically. To their astonishment, they found themselves confronted with an outdoor water basin, shrouded in darkness as night had fallen. Scooping up some water, it seemed relatively clear, but the murky depths of the basin remained unseen. "Let us begin washing," the officer declared, already shedding his garments and filling his basin with water to pour over himself, casually reminding everyone, "Don't jump in. Other units need to bathe as well." The nobles stood dumbfounded, while only Kevin, quick to react, followed suit and commenced washing himself. The others began to glance around, uncertain. Having been raised in opulent bathtubs, it was indeed a challenge for these nobles to accept the sight of a group of individuals bathing outdoors. This sentiment was shared not only by Kevin's comrades but also by the recruits from other squads, who stood frozen in place. However, standing idly was of no consequence, and after a moment of hesitation, the nobles gradually began to disrobe. Some, feeling a sense of shame, opted to keep their shorts on while bathing. But no one mocked them. Once they had finished washing, the officer instructed everyone to cleanse their discarded clothing. The young lords had to learn a skill that, though familiar, they had never before practiced: washing their own clothes. The officer clearly had no intention of providing special guidance. After completing his own washing, he departed. Once he was gone, the group finally felt at ease. That a few nobles, holding their wet garments, gazed up at the moon and lamented. "As the son of a count, I cannot believe I am washing clothes." The son of the lord beside him sighed. "I somewhat regret coming here." The son of the merchant guild nodded in agreement. "I regret it too. How about you?" The others remained silent, while Kevin continued washing his clothes, secretly amused. After their baths, they chatted for a while until the bell rang once more. The officer announced that it was time to rest. Mandatory rest was enforced, and staying awake was not an option. The sleeping arrangements resembled a communal setup, with 7 individuals lying on a large bed. The officer positioned near the entrance. In June, the weather was relatively warm, allowing for a night without blankets. However, with people on either side, including Kevin, none had experienced such close quarters before. Yet, after a day of exertion, whether carrying others or enduring training, they lay down, and though it felt strange, fatigue soon overcame them, ushering them into slumber. Thus, Kevin was greeted by the resounding sounds of snoring, followed shortly by the sharp grind of teeth. Struggling to remain settled until midnight, someone beside him muttered, "Marcus, I swear I'll take you down one day." Ha. Kevin, taken aback, remained silent. It seemed to be sleep talk, and the officer, likely fast asleep, did not take offense. Eventually, Kevin decided to rise, glancing around before opting for a stroll. Carefully getting out of bed, he turned to take a last look at the officer, only to be startled to find him wide awake, staring back. Upon closer inspection, Kevin noticed the officer's gaze was vacant. Could it be the legendary phenomenon of sleep with eyes open? Kevin waved his hand in front of the officer's face, but there was no response. It appeared to be a false alarm. That moment, another figure sat up beside him, a stout fellow, unmistakably stout. He hadn't expended any energy and was now wide awake. He nodded at Kevin and turned to glance at the officer, equally startled. "Shoo." Kevin quickly hushed him. He is sleeping with his eyes open. "Believe me." Oh. The two leaned in closer, and in the darkness, they scrutinized the officer's facial expressions, with Stott giving a gentle shake. "You're the one sleeping with your eyes open," the officer suddenly spoke, causing both to jump and instinctively plop down on the ground. "Can't you two sleep?" the officer asked in a hushed tone, clearly concerned about disturbing others. "Yes," they replied, feeling anxious about what the officer might do next. "Perfect. Then come over and chat with me." The officer carefully rose and stepped outside, with the two following suit. As they wandered outside the camp, they encountered patrolling soldiers, to whom the officer nodded in acknowledgement. Once they reached the threshold, he paused, casually sitting on a rock and gesturing for them to join him. "You two are among the older recruits. It's rare to see individuals over 25 enlisting. Typically, new recruits range from 15 to a maximum of 20 years old. You are a full decade older than the youngest," the officer remarked, gazing up at the moon. To be honest, you might be the easiest to manage, or perhaps the most challenging. Do you understand? The two remained silent, instinctively nodding. "Moreover, your reasons for enlisting seem somewhat unreasonable," the officer continued, shaking his head. "Stott, your records indicate that you are a library director, a position of considerable authority. You should be expanding your business and accumulating wealth. I've never heard of a successful businessman joining the military at this juncture. As for the bard profession, I'm not too familiar with it. But enlisting at 25 is rather late. It's hard to believe you're here because you couldn't make it elsewhere." The two fell silent, unable to disclose that they were hiding from assassination attempts. So they concocted excuses instead. "You've both been around the continent for quite some time. In fact, you're likely more difficult to control than those impulsive young hotheads," the officer remarked, turning his gaze toward them. "I can't shake the feeling that you both harbor some secrets. Am I correct?" "Sir, you're overthinking it," Kevin replied. "I am a bard, so I'm familiar with the rules of the military. I can adapt quickly. I'm really no different from the others. Moreover, my skills are somewhat inferior to those of the noble soldiers, and I must work hard to improve." The officer observed them both and smiled. "To be honest, if I'm dealing with new recruits, I prefer those who are straightforward. I favor those who take things at face value. However, when it comes to officers, you are more suitable. We train officers starting from the ranks of recruits. You must first be a recruit before becoming an officer. Do you understand?" "Understood," they instinctively replied. Marcus fell silent for a moment, seemingly wanting to say something but ultimately deeming it unnecessary. He waved his hand dismissively. "You two go ahead and sleep. I'll sit here for a while." Kevin and Stott promptly complied, leaving Marcus alone on the stone, gazing at the moon. Kevin glanced back. "Our instructor is likely among the most exceptional of the officers, though." "How do you know?" Stott questioned skeptically. "In our squad, we have a countess' son, a lord's son, the son of a fishing guild president, the son of a knight captain, and then we have the two of us, 25-year-old drifters." Kevin counted on his fingers. "All these backgrounds suggest to me that someone willing to take on this task must be remarkable. That makes sense." A commoner officer must have superior abilities compared to a typical noble officer to gain recognition from others. Stott responded. Indeed, Kevin replied. While the military claims there is no distinction between nobles and commoners, nobles enlist in June while commoners do so in December. Their tenure and experience differ, from what I know. In the military, standing is valued when abilities are comparable. Enough of this. I'm dead tired. Let us sleep, Stott remarked, having grown weary of overthinking. The two reluctantly returned to the snoring-filled space, eventually drifting off into a haze of slumber by midnight. The following day, a resounding whistle pierced the air. The recruits scrambled to their feet, assembling for their morning routine, which involved running laps around the barracks before breakfast. This time, no one lagged behind, nor did anyone voice dissent. Kevin genuinely attempted to use a magical shield to serve porridge but was reprimanded by the officer. Kevin dared not inquire further. The officer's words required no justification. After breakfast, the true first day of training commenced. All the recruits gathered on the training ground, shields in their left hands and swords in their right, standing at attention. Then came the commands. Chop. Retrieve. Again, retrieve. For an entire morning, the monotony was extreme, with only brief breaks interspersed with the officer's shouts. What are you doing? Put some effort into it. Why are you lagging behind? Are you a pig? Why are you moving so fast? Are you a donkey? Where are your eyes looking? This is a sea of men. There are no beauties here. Stop showing me that ridiculous fighting spirit. Put it away. In the midst of this, a recruit from another squad protested. This is so boring. I find it utterly pointless. Consequently, he was struck by his officer, and many cast sidelong glances at him, receiving reprimands from their own instructors as well. Following this, the recruit was indeed made to perform additional exercises, such as carrying 6 shields while running laps around the barracks. Kevin's back was already soaked with sweat, and he believed the others were in similar straits. Yet no one dared to complain or voice their fatigue. They all gritted their teeth and persevered. Truth be told, Kevin could not comprehend the purpose of repetitively performing these actions. He could only surmise it was meant to strengthen their willpower. After lunch, the afternoon training resumed. Again, it was the same chopping and retrieving drills, but fortunately, an additional footwork movement was introduced, providing a modicum of novelty. Step and chop, step back and retrieve, step and chop, step back and retrieve. For an entire afternoon, the June sun wasn't the fiercest, yet continuous exposure was quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, everyone had to endure. The officer's shouts diminished somewhat, as it was evident that the recruits were beginning to perform their movements more correctly. Faces glistened with sweat, droplets landing on the ground, and hands felt somewhat weak. This sentiment was shared by nearly all. Deep within, there is undoubtedly a tormenting agony, with the sole anticipation being dinner. Occasionally, one steals a glance at the sun, pondering why it has not yet begun its descent, why dinner is still not served. Such are the thoughts of all the new recruits. Ring, ring. Once again, the sound of bells resonates. The officers finally speak. Stop. Rest. The entire training ground is thrown into disarray. A collective sigh escapes as many lie on the ground, sprawled as if they wished for nothing more than to cease existing. Get up. The officers roar. This group, faces etched with gloom, reluctantly rises to endure the officer's reprimand. Listen closely. The kingdom's army must embody the image of a soldier. Such behavior of lying on the ground is absolutely unacceptable. Consequently, those recruits who have been lying down are compelled to perform over 50 additional exercises. Meanwhile, Kevin and his companions, witnessing others being subjected to such rigorous training, find an unexpected sense of happiness welling up within them. It is akin to enduring hardship oneself, yet finding solace in the sight of those who suffer even more. After a brief respite, each officer takes their respective soldiers away, yet the training is far from over. It merely transitions to different instructors. Marcus leads everyone to a mound of earth, appearing quite fond of employing games as a training method. He announces that they will once again carry each other while running, competing to see which group can complete the task the fastest. With 6 participants, they conveniently form 3 groups, causing everyone to instinctively distance themselves from Starth. The overweight recruit, who gazes back with an innocent expression. Marcus, however, dismisses their concerns with a smile. No worries, everyone will take turns. Everyone will carry the big guy. The recruits acquiesce, reluctantly forming their teams. To be frank, this day is far more arduous than the last. By now, everyone is drenched in sweat, and the stench is magnified as they carry one another. Yet, no one utters a word of complaint. They run when required and mutter curses under their breath as needed. They take turns carrying each other up the hill and back down, with each person running 5 times while the others take turns carrying them. Marcus displays an evident familiarity with this game, adeptly coordinating the participants. His intention is to foster camaraderie among the soldiers. However, in reality, it only breeds resentment towards the overweight Starth. Yet he remains blissfully unaware, for in truth, he has the least burden, as there is no other heavy recruit to carry, while the others must bear the weight of a larger individual. Yet paradoxically, he is the slowest up the mound, even when exerting himself. Conversely, Kevin is relatively the fastest, apart from the time he carries Starth, which inevitably slows him down. He performs admirably. Having traveled extensively, his legs possess a certain strength, even without the aid of combat energy. As per tradition, the slowest, Starth, is penalized with 2 additional laps. The recruits watch with a sense of satisfaction as the overweight recruit struggles up the hill while carrying someone else. Chapter 18. He does not want to lift. The day's training comes to an end. Although it seems to the new recruits to be a series of meaningless repetitive motions, they persist through it. At dinner, the portion sizes noticeably increase for everyone, and enthusiasm for evening showers rises significantly. No one feels shame anymore, though many harbor regrets. Like most recruits, Kevin harbors concerns about his own abilities that in contrast to the other nobles, who at least possess some foundational combat energy. He has none, and his 2 magical skills prove of little practical use. Moreover, at 25 years of age, he feels the disparity with the 17 or 18-year-olds, as his body does not recover as swiftly. While others may awaken after a night of sleep feeling refreshed, he rises the next day with lingering soreness in his arms. Transitioning from riding to wielding a sword has indeed been a considerable strain. The legs, however, pose less of an issue, given the long journeys he has undertaken. A few nobles secretly plot to confront the officer during the night, yet they do not include Kevin or Starth in their discussions. Kevin merely senses their intent through their furtive glances. During breaks, they deliberately avoid Kevin and Starth, conspiring in hushed tones. It is evident that these nobles do not regard Kevin as one of their own. Firstly, due to the matter of titles, as they undoubtedly look down upon ordinary bards. Secondly, perhaps it is because, when the officer chastised them on the first day, Kevin did not step forward to take the punishment, creating a sense of disconnection. Similarly, Starth is excluded from their circle. He too refrained from intervening, and despite holding a title, being merely a baron renders him too lowly in their eyes. His close association with Kevin also irks the others. Compounded by his overweight stature, in just 2 days, 2 distinct factions have begun to form, evident from their seating arrangements during breaks. The 3 nobles together, Kevin and Starth, the 2-inch-old men, in their own corner, while Lord Grey finds himself in a temporary neutral position, with few engaging him in conversation. The night passes amid snores, grinding teeth, and sleep-talking, yet this time everyone is truly fatigued, despite the noisy environment. They manage to sleep reasonably well. At dawn, the ringing of bells awakens them once more, and they follow the same routine as the previous day. However, today's morning exercises require each recruit to carry a shield. The shields used for training in the Kingdom of Lubol are of various types. The ones for new recruits are half-sized, made of solid wood, and encased in iron, offering minimal protection. Many privately grumble that they are less effective than a simple table. However, the purpose of the new recruit shields is not defense, but rather to serve as a weight. The officers calmly inform the recruits that they will gradually increase the weight of the shields as needed. Of course, the recruits grumble internally but dare not voice their complaints. They must endure and continue to run. After breakfast, formal training begins, and at last, they are relieved from the monotonous exercises of the previous days. They arrive at the archery range to begin target practice. Every competent soldier in Lubol must master various skills: basic swordplay, marksmanship, archery techniques, hand-to-hand combat skills, general swimming abilities, the acquisition of red combat energy, basic battlefield first aid, and fundamental wilderness survival skills, such as setting up tents, all of which are assessed at a minimum of a second-tier warrior level. These are the most basic skills that even soldiers must possess, let alone the officers. Special units require additional specialized training. After 3 months, every recruit must undergo an evaluation. Military assessments are notoriously stringent, with numerous recruits failing each year. Those who do not pass have 2 options: either pack their belongings and return home, or continue the new recruit training until the next cohort concludes, at which point they may take the assessment alongside them, but this time at a cost if they fail again. They must pay again and repeat the new recruit training, as long as they have the money. They can remain recruits indefinitely. However, there is no doubt that this situation is highly humiliating. While peers who enlisted alongside them have already become officers, one remains stuck in the repetitive cycle of being a recruit. Such a situation requires an immense amount of audacity. For others, this is merely a matter of face. For Kevin, however, it is a matter of life and death if he is sent back after 3 months. Who knows if assassins will come looking for him again? Paying to be a recruit again. Kevin clearly cannot afford that. For him, the only option is to train diligently, even if it is solely to preserve his own life. Who taught you to draw a bow like that? Marcus inquires, frowning at Kevin. My mother did, Kevin replies. Is your mother an elf? Marcus asks, astonished. Yes, Kevin answers, feeling anxious, unsure of what the issue might be. His mother's archery skills may not be top-notch, but she is certainly among the proficient. She taught him in this manner during his childhood, and it should not pose any problem. Are you using an elven bow now? Marcus's expression darkens. No, Kevin can only respond. Then change your stance. Marcus bellows. Yes, Kevin mutters. Ceasing further discussion and adjusting to a proper stance, Marcus does not offer any explanation for the change. However, shooting from the new position leaves Kevin feeling extremely uncomfortable, compounded by his already poor eyesight. He misses the target several times. Although everyone is a novice at this stage, and many arrows go astray, Kevin still feels disheartened. Noticing the officer focusing on others, he quietly reverts to his familiar stance and releases 2 arrows. Yet, they still miss the target. Kevin is perplexed, unsure of where the problem lies. While his eyesight may be poor, hitting the target should not be an issue. Did you shoot recklessly again? I can tell by the sound, Marcus coldly remarks. Turning to face him, Kevin feels embarrassed and somewhat at a loss. Go. Hold 3 shields above your head and stand to the side, Marcus commands without further ado. The shields must not touch your head. Keep a fist distance from your head. And do not extend your arms fully. Yes, Kevin replies, moving to the side to pick up 3 shields, assuming a comical pose that he can manage it for a short time, but eventually, it becomes a struggle. Several nobles watch him, their faces betraying faint smirks, while Starth sighs softly, feeling powerless to intervene. The others continue their training, and though Kevin feels a surge of defiance, he fully comprehends the reality. This is a military camp, not a place for reasoning. What is required is obedience, and then more obedience. Yet, it is hard to believe that the training in the kingdom of Lubol, conducted over the years, is entirely without merit. Some seemingly tedious aspects must possess their own rationale. They are simply too lazy to explain, or perhaps there is no need for him to know. Why are you so foolish? Marcus bellows. Go, swap Kevin's shields with yours and hold them up. Marina's approached with a scowl. Although these nobles possessed strength, they were far more enamored with the chivalric spirit of dueling, remaining utterly oblivious to the nuances of ranged combat. After haphazardly loosing dozens of arrows, the son of the merchant guild missed the target entirely. Finally being summoned over by the commander, Kevin felt a wave of relief wash over him as he vigorously shook his arms, which felt utterly fatigued. He doubted he had much left in him to draw the bow. However, the training had yet to conclude, and he had no choice but to grit his teeth and press on. Miss after miss, he continued to fail spectacularly. What are you doing? You fool, have you lost all strength? Are you utterly useless? The commander roared in Kevin's ear. Ignoring the tirade, Kevin maintained his standard posture, continually missing the target that in truth, drawing the bow had become exceedingly strenuous, let alone aiming it. This was his physical limit. He had done his best. And further admonishments were futile. You imbecile! The commander finally lost his patience and reached out. Kevin instinctively raised his arms to shield his head, fearing he was about to be struck, with a grim expression. The commander barked, What are you ducking for? Who's going to hit you? Hold the bow properly. Kevin complied, and the commander grasped Kevin's hand that held the arrow with his left hand while his right hand held the bow. He pulled back, and the bow creaked ominously as it was drawn taut. With a slight adjustment, he released. With a whoosh, Kevin was momentarily blinded, and the arrow struck firmly in the red center of the target. Oh! Many onlookers turned in surprise. It was noteworthy that throughout the morning, no one had managed to shoot a single decent arrow. Understand now? The commander continued to bellow. This is the essence of archery. Aim intentionally, release subconsciously. Do you comprehend? Kevin was momentarily taken aback but shook his head in confusion. Marcus turned away to instruct others, perhaps believing that this fellow lacked any archery talent. Seizing the opportunity, Kevin took a moment to shake out his arms, which were trembling by now. Hitting the target seemed like a distant dream. Such skills could not be mastered overnight. He doubted he had any inherent talent in this area and believed that diligent practice was the only path forward as the morning training began to wind down. Some continued to fire arrows indiscriminately, while others had grasped several techniques. Sain tossed an arrow into the air, spun it twice around his fingers with flair, and shot it off in a dazzling display. A soft thud confirmed it struck true at the bullseye. Oh, Minnie gasped. After all, he was the son of the Knight Commander, and his prowess was evident, not to mention his style. Sain wore a proud expression, his gaze contemptuously surveying the others present. Unfortunately, no maidens were present to scream in admiration. Go, replace Marinus. Marcus spoke coldly. Sain looked utterly astonished, even questioning whether Marcus was addressing him. Did you not hear me? Sain. Marcus raised his voice. What? Sain shook his head defiantly. I am so exceptional. I hit the bulls. Why should I take up the shield? For shields. Marcus would not engage in further discussion. I refuse. Sain could not accept this. Without further ado, Marcus advanced and delivered a series of blows, causing Sain to scream in distress. The onlookers silently observed, engrossed in their own practice, indifferent to his plight. The bell rang, signaling the end of the morning session. Marcus concluded his beating. Let us go. We're off to eat. You stay here holding the shield. Do you understand? Sain, resigned and feeling wronged, but unwilling to face another beating, complied. Kevin, stay and watch him. Don't let him put it down. Marcus casually assigned. I'll come by after I eat to switch with you. Yes. Kevin could only respond. Inwardly cursing why this task had fallen to him, the throng of trainees ebbed away like a tide. Only two remained, one holding a shield and the other watching him. Damn Marcus and his entire family. Sain grumbled as he held the shield aloft. What is this? I am so talented, and I still have to hold a shield. Why should I? I will make him pay for this. Sigh. Kevin exhaled. Why are you fidgeting with that arrow? Stop posturing. I was penalized for my incorrect stance. And you know better. What's wrong with me spinning the arrow? Sain shot back, his anger flaring. I'll do as I please. Kevin had no retort, merely standing there and waiting. Damn it. I'm not holding it anymore. Sain, seeing only Kevin nearby, flung the shield down and shook out his arms. Hey. This left Kevin in a predicament. After some thought, he proposed a compromise. If it's too much, just balance the shield on your head. If you toss it down like that, when Marcus comes back, will you have time to pick it up? I'm fed up. I want to hold it. Sain defiantly plopped down. They want to finish eating that quickly. Brother. You. Don't give me any more nonsense. I see you're not pleased either. A commoner like you shouldn't be mingling with us nobles. Humph. Sain scoffed. I want to hold it. I simply refuse. Kevin's expression darkened as he coldly mocked. You don't have to shout so loudly about your refusal. Sain. A figure sauntered into view from a distance, and Kevin noticed, hastily urging, Marcus is coming back. Hurry. Sain, reckless as he was, dared not directly offend the commander, scrambling to raise the shield once more, both of them standing at attention. As the figure approached, it indeed was Marcus, who clearly had seen everything. Kevin. Marcus called out. I instructed you to watch him and prevent him from putting the shield down. Why did he drop it? Kevin hesitated, knowing that any excuse would only worsen his punishment. After a moment of indecision, he replied, I was trying to persuade him to pick it up again, but it was ineffective. Persuasion. Marcus laughed. If persuasion worked, we would only need a foreign minister. Why would we need soldiers? The two dared not retort, remaining silent. Let us go eat. Marcus smiled. We'll continue in the afternoon. New recruit training was physically demanding. And despite any punishments, meals were still provided, albeit with possible delays, lest they collapse from exhaustion. This was perhaps the only humane aspect of the regimen. The afternoon session resumed, shifting from archery to the training of slings. Another form of ranged weaponry. It was then that everyone realized that the belts of their new recruit uniforms could be easily transformed into slings. By finding a suitable stone and placing it in a small leather pouch attached to the belt, they could swing the belt several times before releasing it, capable of striking targets from 100 to 200 meters away. The materials were readily available and inexpensive. However, precision was lacking compared to archery. And practicing with a sling required considerably more effort. Stones could be specially shaped round stones, iron balls, or even those found on the roadside. While precision was not high, a volley of several hundred could still deliver a terrifying impact, particularly effective against heavily armored foes. However, this was not a test for the new recruits. so it was merely a playful exercise. Since it was meant to be fun, the commanders did not impose strict demands, and everyone engaged in the activity with great enjoyment. Nevertheless, Kevin and Cyan, after a brief experience with the slings, spent the remainder of the afternoon holding shields. Kevin's oversight was deemed inadequate, and he too faced punishment. However, since he was merely overseeing, he held 3 shields while Cyan held 5. That watching others hurl stones brought them no small amount of frustration and indignation. Having experienced this before, Kevin merely sighed at times. In contrast, Cyan's spirit was evidently more fragile. He muttered curses all afternoon, though no one heard the specifics. The cheerful time passed swiftly, and as the afternoon training concluded, everyone returned for dinner. True to form, Marcus commanded, "You two supervise each other with the shields. We'll call for you when we finish eating." Yes. They exchanged glances. The new recruits retreated like a receding tide, and with a clatter, Cyan tossed the shield to the ground, rubbing his sore arms. "I'm done. You might as well keep holding it," Kevin replied, still bearing his shield. Cyan huffed, sitting off to the side. "Are you going to hold it or not?" Kevin inquired again, his tone noticeably stiff. "What do you want? Do I look scared of you?" Cyan sneered. Clatter. Kevin also dropped his shield, throwing a punch. The commander had been clear. If persuasion were effective, there would be no need for soldiers. The implication was straightforward. If he wouldn't listen, he could be hit. Otherwise, when the commander returned, the one facing punishment would be Kevin. Bang. Cyan instinctively attempted to block, but his arms were too weak to hold up, and Kevin's punch landed squarely on his face. Damn. Cyan fumed, unleashing his red aura. However, the efficacy of this aura was heavily dependent on physical strength. When one was exhausted, its power was limited. If one's arms were too weak to raise, the aura would be of little use. Magic, however, was different. As long as Kevin's mental energy remained intact, its potency would not wane. When Cyan retaliated with a fierce punch, Kevin conjured a magical shield to block it, countering with a missile that struck Cyan in the abdomen. Unfortunately, Kevin's farmer's punch lacked sufficient force, merely causing Cyan to stagger slightly before he continued to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists exchanged blows, with Cyan being forced to retreat repeatedly as Kevin gained the upper hand. This bout allowed Kevin to release the pent-up frustration of the day, while Cyan found himself increasingly beleaguered, having little means of retaliation aside from curses. "What are you two doing?" Marcus's voice rang out nearby. Both startled, they hastily ceased their skirmish and stood at attention. Kevin quickly thumped his chest with his right hand and saluted. "Commander, he refuses to hold it." Marcus. Chapter 19. A temporary reconciliation. Kevin and Cyan have undoubtedly established a rivalry, with the commander having said little at the time, merely waving them off to have their meal. It was only in the evening that he summoned both of them for a reprimand. Kevin firmly believed he was in the right. As a supervisor, persuasion was futile, and violence was equally ineffective. What else could he do? Should he resort to stabbing him? Even if the army was unreasonable, there must exist a correct way to execute orders, right? If everything he did was wrong, it would be better to end his life with a single stroke. Conversely, Cyan was equally convinced of his innocence. He was the first among all the new recruits to hit the bullseye today. He had succeeded, so why should he be the one to bear the shield? It was utterly preposterous that he had been struck by a lowly peasant. Both stood tall and proud before the commander. Marcus refrained from declaring who was right or wrong, instead reiterating the bonds of camaraderie and insisting that fighting was unacceptable. However, Marcus's lecture felt rather insipid to a bard of Kevin's caliber. He was evidently more suited to communicate through his fists. Despite Marcus's long-winded admonishments, neither showed any sign of acquiescence. Their expressions revealed their defiance, only restrained by the commander's authority. "You two, shake hands." Marcus discerned the tension and opted for a more forceful approach to enforce reconciliation. They turned to face each other. Cyan's gaze was sharp enough to almost pierce through Kevin, while Kevin's eyes conveyed a message of sheer disdain towards Cyan's foolishness. Nevertheless, they reluctantly extended their hands for a perfunctory shake, as if their eyes and hands belonged to entirely different realms, enacting opposing gestures. "All right, I've said what needed to be said," Marcus declared. "Do you have anything to add?" The two fell silent, clearly too intimidated to speak. "If you have something to say, then say it," Marcus observed, pointing at Cyan. "Are you not satisfied?" Cyan, feeling exposed, finally spoke up. "Indeed, I am not. My archery is exceptional. Why should I be punished? What are the fundamental regulations of the army?" Marcus countered. "To obey orders." Cyan replied. "Have I taught you any flashy maneuvers with your arrows?" Marcus raised his voice. No, I have not. Sane lowered his head immediately, overwhelmed by the simplicity and directness of Marcus's argument. Such straightforwardness effectively subdued Sane in an instant. Yet, had Kevin uttered the same words, he would have merely faced ridicule. After all, one's strength often lends credibility to their words. In a fleeting moment, Kevin contemplated that if he were to indeed hone his skills in the future, he could simply resort to physical confrontation with those he couldn't out-argue, and engage in debate with those he couldn't outfight. It seemed rather appealing. But then again, the risks associated with constant brawling felt excessive, although perhaps he could craft this scenario into a narrative for his protagonist. Kevin. Marcus turned back. Do you have any questions? Yes. Kevin felt compelled to clarify. If a similar situation arises in the future, should I attempt to persuade them, or resort to physicality? Marcus paused momentarily, clearly unable to provide a response such as run back and tell him. By the time he would return, the commander would already be on his way. Persuasion would earn him ridicule for questioning the military's purpose. While violence contradicted the very camaraderie they had just discussed, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Return to your quarters. Marcus suddenly devised a plan, dismissing Sane and beckoning Kevin. You have a valid point. Come with me. Kevin was taken aback, as a bard. He couldn't help but wonder if this was akin to a trope in a novel, where the protagonist suddenly admired him and prepared to bestow gifts. They made their way to a secluded grove, where Marcus proceeded to deliver a thorough beating to Kevin. Not a word was spoken, nor was anyone present to witness or hear, let alone intervene. Kevin dared not resist, finding himself unable to fight back, and could only protect his head as he endured the blows. Do you understand now? Marcus inquired after the beating. I comprehend, Kevin replied, resigned. He realized that the protagonist he had envisioned just moments ago was right before him. When one can outdebate their opponent, they should engage in dialogue. When they cannot, they must resort to physical confrontation. Such a protagonist was indeed astute. Upon returning, Staff approached him eagerly. What happened? The three of them have gathered together since coming back. Seemingly deep in discussion. Nothing of consequence. Kevin waved his hand dismissively. Just a bunch of immature brats. They ought to focus on practice, nourishment, and rest rather than squabbling. However, I sense they won't let you off so easily. Staff cautioned. They likely conspired to confront Marcus. But clearly, the commander outmatched them, and the risks were too great. I suspect they are now turning their attention towards you. Kevin shook his head. To be honest, today's victory was merely due to everyone holding back. I won through a stroke of magical luck. If it escalated to a serious confrontation, I would stand no chance against him. There's no alternative. Better to evade if possible. The bell chimed, signaling the evening bathing hour. Like everyone else, Kevin scooped water to wash himself under the moonlight, and afterward, donned his clothing for laundry. The commander always finished his wash first and departed promptly. Suddenly, a bucket of cold water poured over Kevin, drenching him thoroughly. His laundry efforts froze mid-motion, his freshly donned clothes now soaked. Ah, my apologies, came the voice of Malina's. I slipped. Ha ha ha. All eyes turned to Kevin, eager to see his reaction. However, Kevin merely paused for a moment before stripping off his wet clothes to wash them as well. The others exchanged glances, each harboring different thoughts. Sane's trio. Victorious smiles adorned their faces. Staff frowned, but truth be told, he too could not best the three of them. Gray looked utterly bewildered, completely failing to grasp the situation. Hey, Staff leaned in. Why haven't you said a word? What should I say? Kevin retorted. It was Malina's who doused me, not Sane. Even if I report it to the commander, it would only result in an apology for an accident. And what about afterward? Staff pressed. To be honest, don't expect me to ally with you. We wouldn't stand a chance against the three of them. Don't drag me into this. Humph, I knew you would say that. Kevin shot him a sideways glance. Dealing with such individuals is simple, Staff suggested. Just give him a beating in the dead of night. Or next time, douse him with a bucket of water. If you can't confront him head-on, then resort to cunning. And then what? Kevin countered. They retaliate against us directly. We retaliate against them in secret. Are we to live like this for 3 months? Staff paused. Taken aback. Do you mean to stab them? You've truly read too many trope novels. Kevin couldn't help but scoff. Just because someone splashes me with water, do you think I would resort to murder? All right. Then what is your plan? Staff shot back. Did you not notice that I am contemplating? Kevin replied. Aren't you supposed to be doing laundry? If I've been scrubbing this collar for so long, does it not imply my mind is elsewhere? Kevin's mood soured slightly. All right. I apologize. I simply lack such profound observational skills, Staff replied, his face darkening. Kevin took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Revenge begets more revenge. It's a last resort, if possible. I would prefer to seek reconciliation. You think reconciliation is still an option? Staff exclaimed. I reckon the moment you speak to him, he'll throw a punch. Even the weakest individual possesses bargaining chips, allowing for negotiation. Kevin shook the water from his clothes, drying them off with a flourish. They are merely a bunch of immature brats. It should be manageable. I believe it is precisely because they are immature that it becomes impossible to reason with them. Staff shook his head. Then let us give it a try. Kevin's confidence surged. Upon returning to the tent, Kevin remained shirtless, deeming it inconsequential as they were all men. The commander expressed surprise, and Kevin candidly replied, Molina slipped. He has already apologized. The commander was well aware that the three were in cahoots. Yet it was not the time for further discussion. Small conflicts and skirmishes frequently arose within the barracks. Not every issue could be resolved by the commander. Sometimes, one needed to rely on themselves. After midnight, Kevin rose and casually called Sane awake. Come out. I wish to speak with you. What for? Sane grumbled, clearly irate at being disturbed. Yet, fearing to wake the commander, he lowered his voice. To chat. Kevin reiterated. Chat about what? Sane attempted to roll over and sleep again. Kevin tossed Sane's shoes outside the barracks, prompting Sane to spring up, and Kevin merely chuckled. Are you frightened? Before stepping outside first. FCK. Sane cursed through clenched teeth. Chasing after him barefoot, he finally halted in a corner of the tent, his fingers cracking ominously. What exactly do you want? It's not easy for new recruits to meet alone. I could only find this time in the dead of night. My sincerest apologies. Kevin smiled. Do you want a beating? Sane's fists were raised. Do you really think I can't take you on? No. I intend to affirm your strength. You are the son of the Thunder Knights commander. Defeating a mere bard should pose no challenge for you. Kevin chuckled. However, in 3 months, we shall both be qualified recruits of the kingdom. By then, you may not necessarily be my equal. Ha, Sane laughed. At this moment, our scheming is without purpose. You splash me with water. I take your shoe. In the end, neither of us will feel satisfied. We live together. It's impractical to be on guard all the time. Let's be men about this. In 3 months, we'll settle it. Kevin proposed. Sane pondered, seemingly weighing the feasibility of this suggestion. I find myself in a predicament. To speak candidly, I harbor no animosity towards you. However, if you insist on provoking me, I shall have no choice but to respond in kind. This is my proposition. Should you continue to conspire against me, I will be compelled to devise ways to counter you. Or do you fear the challenge? Are you too intimidated to engage in a duel with me? Kevin reluctantly resorted to the age-old taunt. Fear you. Yet. Surprisingly, this provocation had an unexpected effect on Sane. Very well. I accept your challenge. We shall duel in 3 months. If I emerge victorious, you shall address me as grandfather. Agreed. Kevin readily concurred. But should I win? You too must call me grandfather. That is impossible, Sane replied with a look of disdain. Then let us await the day. Shall we formalize this in writing? Kevin was prepared, producing pen and paper. No need for that. Should you lack the courage to face me when the time comes? I shall make you regret it, Sane scoffed. The two reached an agreement and promptly returned to their rest. With a clear conscience, one can sleep soundly. After all, who can endure the rigors of training the following day if they are constantly on guard against midnight ambushes? Such antics of mutual sabotage are not only devoid of meaning but also exhausting. It is far wiser to postpone matters until 3 months hence, as for the issue of who calls whom grandfather. That can be settled in due time. As dawn broke, the bell chimed, heralding the start of another day of training. Following breakfast, Oka had already prepared to initiate an activity, but Sane, with a decisive gesture, intercepted him, a movement conspicuous enough for all to notice. Oka and the others were visibly astonished, whispering amongst themselves, but it was evident they had received the signal to cease. Though Stark could not hear their words, he had surmised the situation and turned to Kevin with a look of bewilderment. Have they capitulated? Or are they scheming something more elaborate? They have temporarily retreated, Kevin replied. No way. What transpired? How could this happen overnight? Stark was incredulous. Just a bunch of kids, Kevin chuckled, leaving him with a mere silhouette. The officer beside him also exhibited a hint of surprise. Another day of training commenced, focusing on marksmanship. Each recruit was issued a personal firearm, while the gun barrels were distributed uniformly, categorized as expendable items. Throughout the morning, everyone learned how to assemble the barrels and gun heads. with the barrels noticeably thicker at the junctions, requiring them to be carefully whittled down with a dagger, ensuring not to overdo it lest they snap. This manual labor was an integral part of military life. Shaping a preformed barrel proved relatively straightforward. Although it had already stumped a cadre of noble youths, some displayed dexterity, completing the task more swiftly than their peers, and the officers took the opportunity to impart some basic arrow-making techniques. Kevin, being quite adept in this area, as one who had traversed the world independently, was no stranger to hands-on tasks. After the morning session, the afternoon was devoted to practicing thrusting techniques. The recruits held shields in their left hands, while their right arms clutched the gun barrels. The remainder of the afternoon was spent thrusting and retracting. Yet, having endured the monotony of swordplay previously, everyone managed to accept this new challenge as evening approached. After finishing dinner, Kevin suddenly felt a gentle warmth enveloping his entire being. With a forceful shudder, a faint red glow emanated from his body, and he could distinctly sense a flow of energy beneath his skin. It was fighting spirit. After several days of training, Kevin had finally grasped the fundamentals of this primal force. According to the Royal Academy's definition, fighting spirit is an extension of one's strength, unlike magic, which pertains to the mental realm and is cultivated through meditation to enhance one's mental acuity for elemental manipulation or spellcasting. Fighting spirit is directly linked to muscle, augmenting physical prowess. Cultivate fighting spirit. The process is straightforward, rigorous training coupled with the consumption of vital foods. The military mess provided recruits with meals comprising a mix of low-tier magical beast meat and pork, which aided in the development of fighting spirit. Thus, many recruits often experienced a warmth in their bodies after meals, leading to their eventual mastery of fighting spirit. Numerous nobles cultivated their fighting spirit through indulgence, shoving piece after piece of magical beast meat into their mouths, ultimately manifesting vibrant fighting spirit, albeit with little practical utility. Fighting spirit is intrinsically tied to physical fitness. Nearly all warriors of level 7 or above possess formidable physiques. The 4-star assassin Albatross could traverse mountains while carrying a pig without breaking a sweat or employing any fighting spirit. Of course, Kevin's newly acquired fighting spirit was still feeble, providing only a slight boost to his strength. Moreover, unleashing fighting spirit imposed a considerable strain on the body, rendering one easily fatigued. Yet, it was undeniably a promising beginning. Chapter 20. The nation's vital instrument. Time flew by, and 4 days of recruit training had passed, marking the arrival of the weekend. After today, it was customary to anticipate a couple of days of respite, even within the military ranks, which adhered to this tradition. According to the doctrines of the Church of Light, the Creator spent 6 days shaping the world, resting on the 7th. Thus, since the Church of Light began its missionary work across the continent, most regions adopted similar work schedules. With the rising living standards in the Kingdom of Lubul, the 6th day was designated as a rest day, a practice mirrored within the military. However, whether genuine rest would be granted hinged entirely on the officer's decree. This morning, Marcus had already proclaimed, "Anyone who errs today will find themselves training through the weekend." The recruits fell silent, each of them standing exceptionally straight, sweeping the grounds with utmost diligence, their movements brisk, their responses resounding. After all, they were nobles. Their qualities inherently surpassed those of ordinary peasants. If they truly desired to excel, it was not an insurmountable task. It was merely a matter of overcoming occasional resistance. The morning once again consisted of training and thrusting techniques, but this time, the monotony was alleviated by the addition of a charging drill. Armed with their guns and shields, they sprinted 100 meters. After a brief rest, they charged back, another rest, then back again. Throughout the charge, they were required to maintain proper postures with both shield and gun, and to vocally rally their spirits, ensuring morale remained high. The slowest among them would undoubtedly face additional training. Start, the corpulent recruit, was left lamenting, collapsing to the ground from exhaustion. The officer showed him no mercy, bursting into laughter, berating him as a worthless failure, and insisting he complete the entire distance. The others merely watched, relieved that they were not in his position. Following the individual sprints, the officers initiated a collective charge drill. Marcus and the other officers gathered the recruits and positioned them in a line to compete for speed. During the charge, maintaining formation was paramount. They had to remain in a near straight line. All the recruits wore expressions of impending doom, yet the officers were filled with exhilaration. Thus, 6 recruits began their collective charge, due to the slowest among them. The entire team had to match his pace to maintain formation. This allowed Kevin and his peers some reprieve, as it effectively translated to a leisurely jog. However, they nonetheless finished second to last. Though they were technically the slowest overall among the 7 teams, fortunately, another squad stumbled during their charge, allowing Kevin's group to leapfrog ahead and secure the position of second to last. This result left Kevin and his companions quite satisfied, initially anticipating to finish last. They were pleasantly surprised to achieve a higher standing, which felt like a victory. However, the officers were evidently displeased, and Marcus had to endure the taunts and mockery from his peers. In the military, candor reigns supreme. Individuals rarely resort to euphemisms or subtle expressions. Rubbish is simply rubbish, particularly between superiors and subordinates, and sometimes even among peers. Marcus, having accepted the ridicule, naturally vented his frustration on Kevin and the others. Foreshadowing the arduous weekend ahead, this relentless charging exerted far more physical energy than the previous thrusting drills. By midday, all recruits appeared utterly drained, especially Start. The officer, disdainful of their exhausted expressions, remarked, "You haven't even donned your armor yet. A mere 100 meters? In time, distances will increase, and you'll be expected to wear armor, moving even faster, with greater vigor, unleashing your fighting spirit throughout the charge, culminating in a wooden target at the finish line that you must pierce." The recruits could only respond with ashen faces. However, the officer disdained their expressions, loudly reprimanding them and demanding they display faces filled with vigor and enthusiasm, sharp and alert eyes, for that is what a soldier embodies. The recruits, resigned, forced their eyes wide open, transforming into a collection of larger dead fish eyes. Finally, Marcus announced, "There will be no afternoon training. We shall collectively attend a briefing." In an instant, all the dead fish eyes sprang to life. Many philosophers across the continent enjoy pondering the nature of happiness. In truth, happiness is quite simple at that moment. All 6 recruits felt a profound sense of joy. It was a happiness they had never experienced during their indulgent escapades at home. Marcus, of course, noticed the glimmers in their eyes and mockingly chastised them, branding them all as lazy and fearful of training, but it mattered little. At that moment, the 6 were enveloped in bliss, even relishing the derision. After lunch, the group took a brief respite before proceeding to the training ground. In high spirits, they paid little mind to minor disagreements. Kevin's gaze towards Sane felt notably more tranquil. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was likely that their agreement would naturally dissipate in 3 months, culminating in a shared laugh. The afternoon weather was refreshingly cool as they arrived at the training ground, where even the veterans were present, seated in formation on the ground without a care for the dirt. The atmosphere was one of serene silence, with no one uttering a word, each individual rejoicing in the prospect of escaping the afternoon's training. Moments later, several high-ranking officers entered at a leisurely pace and took their seats. A colonel stood and addressed the assembly. "Good day, soldiers. I am the commander of the 254th Legion, and the veterans among you should be familiar with me. For the new recruits, this may be our first encounter. You may refer to me as Colonel Orson or Commander Orson. Today, we are honored to have with us a distinguished general from our army, General Eastvinder. General Vinder has achieved remarkable military feats and is one of the principal researchers behind our forbidden spell weaponry, as well as the chief designer of the colossal staff. He is often hailed as the father of forbidden spell weapons in the Lubal Kingdom. And the giant staff bears his name, the Eastvinder 31. Now at the venerable age of 90, he is officially retiring." Colonel Orson commenced the applause. "Now, let us invite General East to the stage for a few words." The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Yet it was not necessarily a genuine expression of welcome for the elderly gentleman. It was merely the military custom for the officers to initiate applause, compelling the entire army to join in fervently, lest they face repercussions upon returning. Most present, indifferent to political affairs, likely had never heard of this man, nor did they understand what forbidden spell weaponry entailed. In these times, the flow of information is still insufficiently swift. Relying solely on the oral traditions of bards proves inadequate. Moreover, many people would rather listen to Rex's turn. Yet at this moment, Kevin felt a surge of excitement. As a competent bard, he was well aware of the significance of the colossal staff. It represented one of the critical factors that allowed the Lubal Kingdom to emerge as a true power and was also a reason for the facade of peace maintained over the past few centuries. Due to its immense power, a clash of forbidden spells among great powers could potentially lead to a complete reshuffling of the continent. The colossal staff, crafted through advanced array technology, sophisticated magical augmentation techniques, and various high-end methodologies, stands approximately 10 meters tall. In the year 1287 of the Common Era, or 52 years ago, the Lubal Kingdom successfully mobilized 25th-level mages to activate the colossal staff, unleashing a massive magical projectile with a diameter of 30 meters, a range of 2,000 kilometers, and creating a crater over 100 meters deep. Subsequently, they also successfully tested a fireball spell with a diameter of 30 meters, powerful enough to easily obliterate a small town. Beyond that, any further tests have likely become state secrets, and Kevin was not privy to that knowledge. He only knew that East Vendor was inscribed upon the colossal staff. Now in its 31st iteration, rumors abroad suggested that the East Vendor 31 could directly employ ultra-long-range magic to strike the capital of the Ryan Empire, though the truth of such claims remained uncertain. Regardless, East Vendor had shattered the limitation that forbidden spells could only be wielded by archmages, thereby introducing greater variability into the current state of affairs. Naturally, all nations on the continent have established agreements, and the Lubal Kingdom has solemnly declared that it will never be the first to employ forbidden spells. Kevin never imagined he would encounter such a figure. The 90-year-old man was still remarkably vigorous, his white hair framing a face imbued with clarity and vitality. The old general could undoubtedly be considered a national treasure. This journey into military service had proven worthwhile merely for the chance to meet him. To be honest, I intended to retire quietly, the old general remarked as he accepted the wind amplification crystal. However, Colonel Orson insisted that I come out to meet you all and say a few words. Alas, I am not particularly suited for stirring motivational speeches, and I suspect that you are all quite weary of such rhetoric. Patriotism, love for the people, chivalric spirit. You have likely grown impatient with it all. So, I shall share some of my personal experiences. I enlisted at the age of 15, back in 1264. Those of you with some family background and heritage should be aware of the state of our nation during that time. The old general began to speak with conviction. We had a large population, but aside from that, we had little to show for ourselves on the continent. The most powerful empire at the time was the Ryan Empire, and it still is, founded by archmages. They have had a lineage of archmages as emperors, thus earning the title of the Magic Empire. Their magical prowess is undeniably the finest in the world. We were rather shameless in our attempts to engage with them. Our third-level mages could barely cast fewer than 10 spells, while theirs could conjure 30 different ones at the same level. In the case of a fireball spell, we would merely hurl it clumsily. They could make their fireballs curve, track targets, accelerate abruptly, decelerate, halt suddenly, and split into multiple projectiles, among numerous other techniques. How could we hope to compete? It was utterly impossible. Each time I interacted with them, I was met with derision, not only directed at me but at my entire nation. The old general reflected on the past with a sense of nostalgia. Eventually, the government ordered a contingent to study abroad in the Lubal Kingdom, even to the extent of immigrating. I was among them, and my command was clear. No matter the cost, learn the technologies of the Ryan Empire. Absorb whatever knowledge I could. The old general spoke candidly. Though the soldiers present remained silent, their expressions revealed a mixture of astonishment. Why the disbelief? The general chuckled. Much of what is publicly proclaimed isn't entirely true. If any of you are civilians, I wouldn't be so direct. Perhaps I would use different terminology, like sent to study, but in essence, it is all a matter of semantics. The actions taken remain the same. You needn't look down upon these matters. I have never felt shame. The true embarrassment came from my experiences abroad. Can you imagine the scorn directed at someone who could only clumsily cast a fireball in the presence of high-level mages? We could only lower our heads and plead for their instruction, serving them tea, even cleaning their toilets, all for the mere chance to glean a fragment of their magical knowledge from their conversations. Some gave up, some perished on the streets, while others excelled, winning their favor and being taken on as apprentices by the high-level mages. Some chose to remain there permanently, as the toilets there were superior to those here, while others opted to return. I still remember my superior patting my shoulder before I left, saying, regardless of whether it takes 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years, I hope you will return. It was clear that once I departed, the Lubal Kingdom could no longer command me, nor could it send assassins to eliminate me. Thus, my superior's words were a wish rather than a command. Yet I chose to return at the age of 40. I had a remarkable mentor from the Ryan Empire, a 9th-level archmage, a figure of extreme prestige even within the Ryan Empire, and being his disciple was a privilege for any mage. He once told me, "You are the only one among my disciples who has attempted to leave me." I expressed my regret, but I had to inform him, I am an undercover agent. Such a spirit is difficult for them to comprehend. To him, returning to that dilapidated Lubal Kingdom seemed utterly beneath him. Under the protection of a 9th-level archmage abroad, even if assassins were dispatched, success would be improbable. Many of my fellow disciples urged me not to engage in such a lowly endeavor. Yet, I went ahead with it. The old general chuckled self-deprecatingly. Back then, we were all referred to as lowly over there. It has been many years since I last heard that term. The audience remained silent, as is customary in the military, but each individual was intently listening, their thoughts swirling like a tide. Upon my return, in accordance with the king's call, we commenced the development of forbidden spell weaponry. With myself at the helm, the pressure was immense, both domestically and internationally. The Ryan Empire exerted direct pressure, and the Church of Light did as well, deeming it a weapon that violated human ethics. The term forbidden spell signifies its taboo nature, an area not to be trifled with. The economy was in decline, funding for research was lacking, and foreign entities inflated the prices of magical crystals, unwilling to sell to us. At one point, I was forced to resort to digging up sweet potatoes to eat. Fortunately, we succeeded, we endured the pressure, and the forbidden spell experiments were successful. The old general seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. In contemporary parlance, one might say that I spent a lifetime's effort to accomplish a significant feat. Now that our nation has grown powerful, everyone can enjoy meat at every meal. Yet, to speak frankly, we are still not strong enough. In the realm of magic, we continue to lag significantly behind the Ryan Empire. No one has yet managed to wield personal forbidden spells. Anthony is hailed as an archmage, yet he can only cast 9th-level spells. As for Gandalf, aside from his light spell, he is essentially a berserker. If we aspire to become a formidable nation, we still have a long road ahead. The old general sighed. I have aged, the future belongs to you. However, you must remember that being a soldier is not an easy task. Are you prepared for this responsibility? Chapter 21 Inquiry. The old general's speech was not lengthy, as he himself admitted. He was not skilled in embellishing his words with grandiloquent rhetoric, nor did he possess the flair for impassioned oratory. His voice, frail and aged, necessitated the removal of the wind amplification crystal for it to reach the entire assembly. Yet, every word he spoke carried the weight of the nation's historical tribulations. What is a nation? Merely a gathering of individuals. Why do individuals gather? Because of formidable enemies and harsh environmental conditions. They must band together to ensure their safety. If each person contributes to their collective, the nation will naturally flourish. A strong nation leads to a strong populace, and a strong populace further empowers the nation, creating a perpetual cycle of mutual reinforcement. The Lubal Kingdom was established in the year 500 of the Common Era, marking the earliest reliable historical records of the region at the time. It was still the city-state of Lubal, which formally declared itself a nation 80 years later, making it 759 years old today. However, according to the Lubal Kingdom itself, it existed long before during the era of the Divine Demon War, dating back at least 5,000 to 6,000 years. Yet, the Divine Demon War has taken on a mythic quality, with specific documentation lacking, and thus is not recognized by other nations on the continent. Nevertheless, even with a history of over 700 years, it can be regarded as one of the oldest nations on the continent. Almost all citizens of the Lubiol nation take immense pride in their country's long and illustrious history. Many bards fervently fantasize about a master from Lubiol traversing into another realm, utilizing the nation's martial arts to utterly vanquish its inhabitants. Although the logical coherence in most of these narratives often falters, countless Lubiol citizens still find themselves captivated by them. Ultimately, at the heart of it, most individuals possess a deep-seated patriotism. When they learn of their nation's humiliations and setbacks, they feel indignant. Conversely, when their nation triumphs, their spirits soar with joy. This sentiment is nearly ingrained in the hearts of the majority. In contrast to the oft-dry and convoluted patriotic education adorned with ornate language, which tends to be rather tedious and overly familiar, Kevin frequently repeated such notions in taverns, able to recite them verbatim. He himself found these discussions lacking in substance, preferring the allure of bawdy tales. Nevertheless, Kevin remains a proud citizen of Lubiol. He often roams abroad, and it is during these times that he truly reflects on his identity. After a decade of travel, Kevin has become acutely aware of the subtle shifts in the attitudes of foreign nationals towards him. Small nations regard him with respect, while larger ones maintain a level gaze. The Ryan Empire, initially dismissive of him, has now reached a point where most can engage in a modicum of equal conversation. But it is worth noting that the Ryan Empire is arguably the most martial-centric locale, where personal strength is held in high regard. Despite Kevin's seemingly paltry abilities, he has garnered respect in their presence. This transformation fills every Libual citizen with pride, Kevin included. He has tirelessly championed patriotic education, even debating fervently with a group of rebels of unknown origins throughout the night, enduring beatings from thugs, yet remaining unrepentant. There exists a notion that, when a person repeats a lie thousands of times, they may eventually come to believe it themselves. Kevin suspects he might be such an individual, as this mindset has become deeply embedded within him, resistant to change. If being proud of his nation is deemed hypocritical, then let him be hypocritical until his last breath. The old general's speech concluded to applause as fervent as at the outset. Kevin, thoroughly inspired, applauded with particular enthusiasm. Following the general's departure, another round of farewells ensued, and then everyone returned to their respective camps, with little else to occupy the afternoon aside from awaiting dinner. "What do you all think?" Marcus casually inquired as they settled back into the tent. No one responded, uncertain of what might please him. "Sane," Marcus called out, "your father is the captain of the knights and a renowned general of the kingdom. Do you have anything to say?" Sane awkwardly stood up. "Speak plainly. Don't hesitate. Yes or no?" Marcus barked again. "No," Sane blurted out, almost instinctively. "No," Marcus chuckled. "That's impossible. I'll count to 3, and you must share something. Remember, you are destined to be an officer, and you will need to command troops. How can you give orders with such poor verbal skills?" Sane's face stiffened, at a loss for words. 3, 2, 1, speak," Marcus commanded, counting swiftly. "I felt inspired by the old general's speech, and I want to learn from him," Sane stammered. And everyone around him appeared tense, fearing they might be called upon next. Only Kevin remained calm. "Kevin," Marcus pointed, "what did you think of what he said?" Kevin rose, stating, he stuttered. This was an unembellished truth that all could hear. Sane's face darkened, rendered helpless. "Well then, Kevin, you share your thoughts," Marcus asked casually. Kevin paused for a moment before retorting. "May I inquire how much time I have to speak?" Marcus was taken aback. "Huh? How long can you talk?" "I could speak from now until bedtime," Kevin responded with composure, prompting astonished glances from those around him. "Very well," Marcus replied, equally bewildered. "Go ahead, let us see how much you can say." "What I wish to convey is that General East's words resonated deeply with me. The accomplishments of Libual today are inseparable from the relentless efforts of generations past. Our nation is vast and populous. Thus, proportionally, we should have an abundance of geniuses. With more geniuses, naturally, there are more strong individuals, leading to a mightier nation, faster development, and an increase in population, resulting in even more geniuses. This symbiotic relationship has given rise to the present state of Libual. What kind of governance philosophy does this require? It necessitates unity and a king with extraordinary foresight, even at the cost of personal gain. This stands in stark contrast to the Ryan Empire, which operates around its emperor, founded by the Law Emperor. When new equipment is acquired, it is invariably prioritized for the emperor himself, and the emperor's forbidden spells remain solely in his possession. In a scenario where a powerful leader leads a group of subordinates, if one of those subordinates appears to be on the brink of surpassing the leader's strength, the leader will inevitably feel threatened and stifle that potential in its infancy. The leader's unique skills are not easily imparted to the other subordinates. Consequently, the nation's strongest capabilities can only reside with the leader himself, unless the leader's strength increases or he is defeated by a formidable opponent. The emergence of greater talents within the nation is improbable. From a certain perspective, such a nation will only experience quantitative growth rather than qualitative transformation. Conversely, our country is different. Our king is merely a level 7 mage. However, he balances various powers through a council. Within the council, although composed of archmages and sword saints, they maintain a stable equilibrium. The king wields the East Wind's 31 colossal forbidden spell staff, while Anthony controls the national teleportation communication stations and represents the Royal Academy, with other council members, each embodying distinct factions. "What are you talking about?" Marcus could not help but interrupt, realizing he was lost. "I have yet to reach the crux of my argument," Kevin replied. "Enough. Be quiet and sit down," Marcus ordered directly, recognizing that if Kevin continued, he might indeed speak until bedtime. "Did any of you understand what Kevin just articulated?" Marcus asked the group. Everyone shook their heads in unison. And Kevin sighed inwardly, realizing that such theories were likely too profound for these youngsters. Marcus called upon several others to practice their speaking abilities, but Kevin had already lost interest. They could only echo the official line of, "I want to learn from the old general." The afternoon passed in this manner. And after dinner and a brief rest, Marcus instructed everyone to train staff, the slowest among them, assigning one person to run a lap with him while he joined the other officers in their leisure. Yet even in Marcus's absence, none dared to slack off. For them, the task was easy, merely a lap at a slow pace. For staff, however, it felt like a descent into hell. Even so, none offered to help him. They completed the lap without assistance. Afterward, staff wore a look of utter despair, his brain nearly devoid of thought that they bathed that evening. Everyone eagerly anticipated the following day's rest, once the officers departed. Casual chatter resumed. "Oh, tomorrow we rest. How delightful." Gray, the youngest, exclaimed, animatedly rubbing his hands and bouncing on his feet. "But resting isn't all that exciting," Staff replied, somewhat pessimistic. "I worry I'll have to run again tomorrow." "You fatso," Melina scoffed. "It's your fault we all have to run." Staff merely shot him a sidelong glance, opting not to engage further. "Exactly," Sane chimed in without hesitation. "Next time you run, take your hypocritical friend with you. Don't drag us along." Hypocritical friend? Kevin raised an eyebrow. "Are you referring to me? Who else could it be?" Sane sneered while rinsing himself. "You, who only knows how to prattle on, would soil yourself the moment you step onto the battlefield." "I have been to the battlefield," Kevin replied calmly. Staff, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, recalling Kevin's claims of having treated several soldiers during his own injuries. It seemed Kevin's assertion held a kernel of truth. "You're just blowing smoke." Sane clearly did not believe him. "Still talking about patriotism? How utterly hypocritical." "I find it rather astonishing." Kevin paused his rinsing. "That you, the son of the Thunder Knights captain and a national hero, would utter such words. It truly surprises me." What of my father?" Sane mocked. "What do you understand? My father battles on the field for titles, for military merit. Who fights for their country? Ha!" Kevin shook his head, having encountered various individuals during his 10 years of travel, finding no reason to be surprised. Some nobles indeed fought for their families, harboring a rather superficial concept of nationhood. Yet, even if their sentiments were thin, they should not voice such disdain openly. "There's no point in further discussion. You'll soon be calling me grandfather." Kevin dismissed the conversation. Not everyone could be swayed by reason. Some individuals were simply too foolish to engage in rational discourse, and Kevin would have to resort to force if need be. Reflecting on the agreement made at midnight to duel in 3 months. With the victor crowned as grandfather, Kevin initially regarded it as trivial, a squabble among children that would likely be forgotten in time. However, he now resolved to teach Sane a lesson, inspired by the old general's address. In order to achieve great things, one must first establish small goals. For Kevin, this meant beginning by asserting dominance over others. "Ha ha ha," Sane laughed derisively. "A lowly commoner like you will only have a few days of bravado. To call you grandson would be an affront to noble blood." Kevin no longer engaged in futile verbal disputes. He silently washed his clothes after finishing. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Sane still attempting to provoke him, but ultimately restrained himself, leaving in a huff. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Start realized, "Are you going to become his grandfather?" "A wager. A duel in 3 months. The victor becomes the grandfather," Kevin replied nonchalantly. Do you have a urinal?" Start asked in astonishment that it was evident that both parties were undergoing training of equal intensity. Yet the other's starting point was significantly higher than Kevin's. In theory, no amount of practice would allow him to catch up in just 3 months. It seemed only a protagonist who found a urinal by the river could be so confident. Kevin set down the clothes in his hands and turned to the stout man with a serious expression. "Do you think a protagonist without a urinal couldn't even defeat a bum?" "That's not what I meant," Start responded. "Then just wait." Kevin continued washing his clothes. After his bath, not much time remained before bedtime. Some had already lain down, and with recent fatigue, going to bed early was indeed a wise choice. Noticing the officer still seated, Kevin approached him. "Sir, may I ask a few questions?" "Go ahead," Marcus replied casually. "As far as I know, the optimal striking points for different longswords vary. Striking with the tip and the base yields slightly less power. Many swords have their ideal cutting point around 1/3 from the tip. I wonder where our standard longsword's optimal point lies." Kevin inquired earnestly, bringing over his sword. "Listen, pay attention to the sound," the officer said, casually plucking the sword with his fingers, letting it resonate from the blade to the tip. "About this position. Striking from here should inflict the most damage." "Thank you." Kevin nodded. "And what if it's about unleashing fighting spirit?" Is it the same? If the fighting spirit is evenly distributed, then yes, the officer explained. One more question. Since fighting spirit is an extension of power, why can it be transmitted through this sword without muscles? Kevin asked. Marcus, the old general mentioned today that fireball spells can stop abruptly and change direction. So I wonder, can magic missiles do the same? Logically, once a magic missile is thrown, it's akin to a thrown brick. How is it controlled? Marcus. Others around him looked at him in astonishment. The ringing sound of a bell signaled that it was bedtime. Kevin dared not linger, hurriedly thanking the officer before returning to his bed. Stark quietly asked, "Are you insane?" To him, the officer was someone to be avoided at all costs, yet Kevin had taken the initiative to approach him and asked a myriad of bewildering questions. "I want to grow stronger, so I must ask questions," Kevin replied. You could practice hard in the middle of the night," Stark suggested, borrowing from novel tropes. What a joke. Not sleeping when it's time to rest means being exhausted the next day. And reckless practice could leave me injured, Kevin laughed. I won't engage in such foolishness without confirming the proper training methods first. But asking such questions might annoy him. Stark couldn't help but caution. What is there to fear? Can he kill me? If I don't ask how to grow stronger, am I supposed to go find a urinal by the river? Not asking a mentor is truly foolish. He may not answer every question, but can still address many. I will surely improve. Kevin, brimming with confidence, closed his eyes and fell into a restful sleep. Chapter 22. More questions even in a strict military setting. Weekends afforded some respite. After all, everyone was human, not slaves or machines. Moreover, as new recruits, certain matters required a gradual approach. Excessively intense training could lead to despair and subsequent breakdown. However, the notion of sleeping until noon, a lazy endeavor, was simply unthinkable in the military. A basic morning drill regimen remained in place, and after breakfast, it was generally time to rest. Kevin had previously heard that leisure activities in the military were exceedingly dull, with little in the way of entertainment. He had even come across rumors that the barracks were filled with homosexuals, though his observations thus far clearly dispelled such notions. Regardless of the entertainment, merely being able to sit quietly was a considerable joy for the new recruits. From early on, Stark had been silently praying that they would not train today, but alas, it seemed he had committed too many misdeeds, as the divine completely disregarded his pleas. Barely after breakfast, the officer summoned everyone to the training grounds with shields in hand. The expressions on their faces were filled with reluctance, and many silently wished to voice, "Aren't we supposed to be resting? Why are we heading to the training grounds again?" But no one dared to speak up, and they all silently arrived at a plain, open area. Marcus surveyed them. "What's wrong? Why does everyone look like they're about to perish?" No one responded, instinctively standing tall. "I said it's a rest day. You won't receive any training assignments today. However, if some of you seek excitement, that's another matter." Marcus casually took a shield. "Today, I will teach you a game, a common pastime in our military. Occasionally, we hold larger competitions during festivals. This game is called mutual topping." Seeing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Marcus couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. "Kevin, haven't you traveled to many places? You don't know this game either?" "I don't know." Kevin shook his head, recalling the rumors of the barracks being filled with homosexuals, which left him feeling uneasy. Marcus continued with further explanation. "This mutual topping game is a tradition in our army. There are single, double, and multiple player variants, as well as male, female, and mixed gender versions." The crowd exhibited expressions of astonishment, their minds conjuring peculiar images merely from the explanation. In simple terms, you draw a circle on the ground, and both sides wield shields, attempting to topple the opponent or force them out of the circle, Marcus elaborated. In an instant, the interest of the crowd waned, clearly reflected on their faces. They were all of noble birth, accustomed to pastimes that were either elegant, such as balls, chess, and wine tasting, or noble pursuits like swordsmanship and horseback riding. Who would enjoy such a crude game as mutual topping? If it were two slaves engaging in it, they might find it amusing to watch, but Marcus paid no heed to their discontent. He had already drawn a large circle on the ground with his sword. "I know you don't like it. I've dealt with noble soldiers before. But this is a tradition in our military, so you must learn it." Having said that, Marcus stood in the circle, holding a shield. The rules are simple. You can only use your shield to push others, maintaining a basic defensive posture. You cannot wildly swing your shield. That is a violation. Furthermore, you cannot strike with your hands or kick with your feet, nor can you trip anyone down if you are pushed out of the circle. You lose. If you fall, you automatically exit the circle. Strictly speaking, using fighting spirit is prohibited. However, for you all, I will allow it just this once. Marcus beckoned. You six come at me together. If you can topple me. I'll take you out to catch rabbits this afternoon. If you prefer to stay in camp, that's fine too. As long as you don't wander off. If you can't topple me, you will spend the afternoon mutual topping. The crowd exchanged nervous glances, tightening their grips on their shields, uncertain of their chances. Come on. What are you afraid of? If you don't come at me, you'll be running laps instead. Marcus unleashed a powerful intimidation. Come, let us go. Stark could no longer hold back, shouting as he charged toward the officer with his shield, and the others instinctively followed suit. However, they hadn't taken more than a few steps when they collided with one another before even reaching Marcus. Marcus was just one person, and with six trying to topple him simultaneously. Their short distance meant they moved at similar speeds, resulting in the middle person feeling increasingly cramped as those on the sides desperately tried to pivot inward toward the center. Thus, before any actions were taken, Gray stumbled and fell, and nearby Molina's couldn't maintain his balance, landing on top of him, while the others hastily jumped aside. This marked their immediate loss in the first round. What are you doing? Marcus mocked. Can you not provide me with more amusement? Discuss your strategy first. The group, covered in dirt and shame, retreated. Insane immediately stepped forward. I'll take charge. My father is the Legion commander. I'm well versed in formations. Stark glanced skeptically at Kevin. He had serious doubts about the young boy's capabilities and found Kevin to be the more reliable option. However, Kevin remained silent, feeling it inappropriate to voice his thoughts. Kevin, of course, had no idea whether Sane possessed true skill, but given his military background, he likely had some merit. Moreover, since this was merely a game, it wasn't worth taking too seriously. Moments later, Sane directed the others, arranging them into a triangular formation, with the stout man positioned at the front, while Sane himself took his place behind the stout man, effectively forming the triangle if they faced Marcus head-on. Even the officer had no reason to believe he could topple them. The concern lay in what might happen if he dodged their frontal assault. Sane, positioned in the center, would likely react swiftly to exert pressure on the flanks, blocking any potential counterattack from the officer. It was said that this was one of the charge formations his father trained the Thunder Knights in, and it was simple enough for him to remember. Let us go. Marcus observed their formation with a hint of interest. Charge. As the crowd shouted, they pushed their shields forward. Their short-distance speed was relatively even, and they moved cautiously to maintain control. However, this time, Marcus unexpectedly charged forward, his voice booming, surpassing the six of them. The crowd was caught off guard, crashing into the formation, followed by a loud clash as two shields collided, sending Sane staggering back 6 or 7 steps before he fell outside the circle. With one command failing, the morale of the others plummeted as Marcus casually pushed them aside, prompting the group to instinctively scatter. What are you doing? Marcus laughed. 6 people. And this is the best you can do? Again. Let us continue. Sane rose from a distance, reorganizing the formation that he charged once more. Yet the outcome merely echoed the earlier battlefield. Once again, he was sent flying. While the others fled for their lives. Forget the formation, Stark suggested. Just rush in and let loose. The group exchanged glances, each lacking a better idea, and thus they acquiesced. Each person entered the fray, shouting as they clashed with their shields. However, the result was still tragic. Although the shield struck Marcus, it seemed to bear little effect, allowing the enemy to easily reposition and evade. Due to the sheer number of participants, it appeared they collided more with their own comrades. Kevin, a moment too slow, sought a gap amidst the chaos but found only allies darting back and forth, rendering him utterly at a loss. Bang, bang, bang. Marcus knocked the hefty fellow 3 times, prompting Stark to retreat from the circle. Marcus casually remarked, "Those who leave the circle do not return." He then immediately charged at others. The crowd, once eager to tackle him, now frantically sought to escape. The atmosphere within the small circle shifting so rapidly it was almost unbelievable. What are you all running for? Marcus seized the opportunity, charging and toppling Sane with his shield. Leave the circle and don't come back. Commander, Gray suddenly yelled. I'll challenge you to a duel. The youth, easily provoked, promptly exited the fray in an instant. Kevin considered unleashing his magical shield, unsure if it belonged to the category of shields, but then reconsidered. It was merely a game, after all, and there was no need to resort to underhanded tactics. This moment of distraction allowed the commander to surge forward. Panicking, Kevin instinctively turned to flee, only to be struck in the back by a shield, propelling him forward 6 or 7 steps out of the circle. Behind him, he heard Marcus's derision. exposing your back to the enemy. You are unworthy of being called a warrior. Dante ran into me. Malinas roared at San. I merely aimed to bump into you, indirectly colliding with him afterward, San explained. On the battlefield, is there time for explanations? Marcus charged forward, and as he spoke, the two were already knocked out of the circle. Only Oka remained, having lost all spirit. I surrendered, I concede. Alas. Marcus tossed his shield aside, shaking his head. Playing games with you lot is utterly dull. Do any of you wish to challenge me? The crowd exchanged glances. Kevin was indeed interested, sensing there were many nuances to explore. However, upon seeing the disinterested expressions of others, he reluctantly fell silent. In that case, let us engage in mutual collisions for the day. Marcus waved his hand. You may engage in 3-on-3 clashes or individual bouts as you please. When you hear the bell, return for meals. Do not wander off. I shall indulge in cards with others. Understood? Yes. Upon hearing their commander was departing, the group's spirits soared. The commander merely scoffed, waved, and departed. The moment he left, the 6 individuals immediately grew lethargic. Several yawned towards the sky, stretched, and rubbed their arms. That collision truly hurt. Boring. Oka lay on the ground. The commander will just say, I was knocked down. That's rather inappropriate. Isn't it? Kevin replied, at least we could feign activity, walking back and forth with our shields. Alas. The group sighed, yet Kevin's reasoning held merit. Should the commander happen to return and see them idly loitering, demanding they run laps would be quite the misfortune. Reluctantly, they picked up their shields, moving from left to right and back again. San and the others wore expressions of utter boredom. Is this how our military careers are to be spent? At least we're not running. Start seemed content. I dread the thought of the commander suddenly changing his mind and ordering us to run. That would be terrifying. Alas. Gray sighed. Must we merely walk back and forth all morning? It feels utterly foolish. What can we do? Malinas responded. Shall we dance together? I never dance with men. Oka interjected. Thus, the atmosphere turned cold once more. As the group aimlessly wandered the circle with their shields, their eyes vacant, nearly dying of ennui. Finally, Kevin's shield bumped into Stard. What are you doing? Stard inquired. I am quite bored, Kevin replied. Stard retaliated with a bump, and Kevin returned the gesture. Gradually, others became involved in the fray. The circle finally resonated with the sounds of collisions. A once tedious game had rekindled amidst their extreme boredom. The rules were scarcely adhered to. Some were knocked out of the circle only to return swiftly, and no one voiced complaints. However, it was evident that Stard was the strongest. In one-on-one clashes, no one could surpass this rotund individual, his weight advantage insurmountable. Stard finally regained his confidence, having long been criticized as a hindrance, now toppling everyone and demonstrating what it meant to possess the strength of a rearguard. Thus, he was the one who enjoyed the game the most. The tedious morning passed in mutual collisions. After lunch, Kevin approached the commander once more, inquiring, Commander, why can't we 6 overpower you alone? That is simply a matter of strength. You all have much to train in, Marcus responded. Then what are the technical reasons? Kevin pressed on. First, your movements. While you all appear similar, your exertion is misaligned. This requires practice. Second, strength. No need to elaborate on that. Third, battlefield observation, observing your demeanor. You all seem to present a facade of strength while being weak internally. The moment one breaks through the formation, you are immediately intimidated. Marcus chuckled and turned to the group. You all have a long way to go. Kevin continued. The game of mutual collision should have been devised to train blocking skills, or perhaps charging capabilities. Is the concept of multiple collisions not akin to a coordinated charge, merely without weapons? Marcus, I know that even when we charge in formation, we have failed twice. The gaps between us have become our formation's fatal weakness. This stems from our disparity in strength, but I believe if we could anticipate the enemy's weak points, we could place an additional person behind the formation, ready to strike. When you break through the formation, this individual could immediately flank you. Would such a tactic be feasible? Kevin rambled on. Marcus, his face darkening, stood up. Come here. The two retreated once more to the grove, where Marcus proceeded to unleash a beating without explanation, leaving Kevin to merely shield his head, not daring to inquire further. He understood he had posed too many questions, inciting the other's ire. Upon returning, Stard, somewhat concerned, asked, Are you all right? I was beaten, Kevin stated bluntly. TSK. Do you not realize this is a military camp? Stard frowned. You brought this upon yourself. Humph. Kevin felt a surge of anger. Can he truly harm me? Can he incapacitate me? Am I not allowed to ask questions? This is absurd. If need be, I shall wait until his mood improves to continue my inquiries. Starred. Thus, the afternoon was again spent in the monotonous exchange of collisions. Now only Starred remained enthusiastic about the activity, as it provided him with a sense of pride. However, soon the others found it exceedingly dull, sitting aside to rest while Kevin and Starred continued their tussles. Time and again, Kevin was toppled by Starred. Yet he rose repeatedly, unsure of his motivation. For glory, this was truly tedious. As evening fell, Kevin sought out the commander once more. Commander, I wish to ask. I continue to ask. I have more questions. I shall not cease asking. The commander. Commander, you previously stated that during breaks, one could be a bit more relaxed, Kevin countered. I will not pose these inquiries during training, but this is a break. The commander. Having traveled extensively, Kevin possessed little combat experience. Yet he had encountered much. Moreover, he had authored the Chronicles of Assassins and concocted many original techniques in his mind. Combining years of experience with the teachings of his father, Kevin often posed an array of peculiar questions. However, he had a method to his questioning. The initial inquiries were relatively straightforward, likely answerable by the commander. Once the commander instinctively began to respond, Kevin would gradually unleash a barrage of bizarre questions. If they could be answered, splendid. If not, it mattered little. This behavior was certainly not comprehensible to everyone, including the commander himself, who felt that Kevin was deliberately challenging him, leading to his punishment in the grove. Yet, the fact that Kevin remained unbroken was rather unexpected. The following morning, the group rose promptly, and after breakfast, the commander, in good spirits, announced, "Today, I shall teach you how to catch rabbits." Commander, Kevin stepped forward. I wish to ask. I continue to ask. I have more questions. I shall not cease asking. The commander, his expression darkening, retorted, Enough. We shall not catch rabbits. You may continue your mutual collisions. Chapter 23, Endless Questions. On Sunday, while the recruits were compelled to obey the commander's orders and engage in a dreadfully tedious game, the commander himself amused himself with cards alongside other officers. A 6, someone played a card. A king, another quickly followed suit. Must it be so ruthless? A third exclaimed, throwing down 4 cards. Forbidden spell, for aces. Humph. Magic seal. Unassailable. Someone calmly revealed a card. Bang. Another laid down 2 unassailable cards on the table, seamlessly claiming the opponent's unassailable card, aligning it with their own too, and tossing out another. A 7. IV1. A solitary figure beside the table laid their cards bare, a subtle smile gracing their lips as they deftly snatched a 7 from the opponent's hand. The onlookers, drawn closer, fell into a profound silence. With a hearty laugh, the individual declared, Now, I possess the right to roll the dice. If I roll a 6, I shall take flight. So what if you take flight? Came a mocking retort from the crowd. If you soar over here, I shall swiftly dispatch you. Huh. All I require is to use my cards to construct a flat bridge, allowing me to elegantly bypass your pieces. Calmly, the individual began to build a bridge with their cards, succeeding after a brief moment, and upon rolling the dice, fortune smiled upon them with a 6. With their piece in hand, they traversed the card bridge with ease, bursting into laughter. Come now, pay up. The others, faces etched with frustration, begrudgingly offered a few copper coins, though gambling was strictly prohibited within the military camp. Small stakes typically went unnoticed. Besides, the atmosphere was undeniably dull. Without a bit of amusement, even the officers would feel discontent. The game they played was a lesser-known pastime from the nation of Lubul, a delightful amalgamation of various games, yet burdened with exceedingly intricate rules that most could not grasp. Legend has it that during a past invasion by the Beast tribes, a border commander engaged in negotiations with an opposing shaman, deciding the outcome through this very game. The shaman, unable to fathom the rules, grew fearful, believing the cunning of the human race insurmountable, and retreated without battle. Subsequently, the kingdom fervently promoted this game, yet its complexities deterred many nobles from engaging. It thrived, however, within the disciplined ranks of the military, where execution was paramount. This game is known as bridge. How are your new recruits faring? Aside from the card game, casual banter ensued. A pile of rubbish? Or rather, 6 heaps of it, scoffed one. The others nodded in agreement. These new recruits seem to decline year by year. The environment is too comfortable. They're all pampered nobles. I've encountered a peculiar one, Marcus interjected. Shaking his head in exasperation, he asks questions incessantly. It's giving me a headache. Is he deliberately trying to vex you? Someone chuckled. Just give him a good thrashing. I already have, Marcus replied, resigned. then thrash him again. A stubborn temperament requires an equally stubborn approach for taming, another suggested. That won't solve the issue. Marcus shook his head. The crux is, he hasn't committed any errors. It doesn't seem like he's trying to be troublesome. His thought process is simply peculiar. I can't decipher what he's thinking. Isn't it easy to catch him out on his mistakes? Someone played a card. If he runs too slowly, you can strike. If he runs too quickly, you can strike. If he runs at a moderate pace, you can strike as well. If he hasn't shaved, you can strike. If he has shaved, you can still strike. An onlooker was incredulous. How do your recruits survive under your command? Your method does nothing to resolve the problem. Another opposed. If you only hit him without explaining the issue, he won't understand why he was punished and will inevitably repeat his mistakes. Marcus sighed. Am I to strike him and simultaneously inform him? No more questions allowed? The group fell silent for a moment, realizing the absurdity of the situation. What does he inquire about? He asked why. If fighting spirit is an extension of strength, there are no muscles on a sword, yet it can still channel fighting spirit. Marcus recounted one of the queries. Well, can't you just tell him it's a narrative device? The other officers shrugged off responsibility, as it wasn't their new recruit. I cannot bring myself to say that, Marcus replied. The issue is, he insists on asking me in front of everyone. Isn't that a blow to my dignity? Laughter rippled through the group. There were no grudges among them, and they were eager to offer suggestions. Why not answer his questions? If you can't provide an answer, just say, I don't know. Who knows if the lad has connections? If he does, it wouldn't be right to stifle his inquiries. The simplest solution is to beat him or drill him mercilessly. Waking him for emergency drills at midnight, a proponent of a hardline approach chimed in. If that fails, the entire squad can retaliate. If he asks one question, let the whole squad suffer. After a few instances, he will receive a beating from his peers, and you won't even need to intervene. Can we not remedy him this way? But surely we cannot beat him to death? We can't maim him. That would be difficult to explain to the higher-ups. He still needs to be fed, Marcus lamented. What if he continues to ask questions under such circumstances? The military had encountered individuals who were unmanageable, some so obstinate that no amount of punishment would compel them to obey orders. In such cases, retreat would be the only option. However, if a retreat were necessitated solely for asking questions, it would likely be Marcus, the officer, who would be dismissed. I believe, in such situations, there are only two types of individuals. Someone held up two fingers. The first is a future national treasure. The second is simply a fool. Congratulations, Marcus, someone teased. You may have just acquired 50 of a national treasure. Ha ha ha. Marcus could only shake his head as the others continued with their game. The morning passed, and the new recruits returned to their own drudgery, faces marked by boredom. Upon his return, Marcus caught Kevin's gaze, and a pang of discomfort surged within him. That it seemed this fellow had been storing up questions all morning, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash them. After lunch, the group settled for a brief respite. Kevin, noticing the coast was clear, rose and approached the officer, causing Marcus's brow to twitch in anticipation. Sir, I wish to ask. I continue to ask. I still have questions. I shall ask without ceasing. Marcus, his expression darkened, managed a terse reply before hastily excusing himself, instructing them to continue their exchanges in the afternoon. The afternoon slipped away swiftly, and following dinner, the group lounged in repose. Marcus deliberately averted his gaze from Kevin, staring into the distance, though his peripheral vision remained attuned to Kevin's movements. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Kevin stood again. Sir, I wish to ask. I continue to ask. I still have questions. I shall ask without ceasing. Marcus inhaled deeply, instinctively clenching his right fist, casting a sidelong glance at Kevin. The latter, perceptive to the tension, retreated. Then I shall refrain from asking for now. He returned to his seat, knowing that his primary intent was not to make the officer uncomfortable, but rather to seek answers to his queries. If the officer were to lose his temper, Kevin would certainly avoid provoking him, instead waiting for a more amiable moment to inquire. Marcus sensed that Kevin did not intentionally aim to embarrass him. It was simply his nature to be so inquisitive, or perhaps there was a deeper motive at play. This left Marcus in a state of inner turmoil. After pondering for a moment, he recalled Stath, who was also a companion of Kevin. Perhaps he could glean some insights. Marcus discreetly pulled Stath aside into the woods and asked, You and Kevin seem quite familiar. Yes, sir, Stath replied nervously, knowing Kevin had once been beaten when entering the small grove. Has he always been like this? Marcus inquired plainly. Not always, Stath admitted, unable to conceal the truth. recounting the wager between Kevin and Sane in detail. Marcus's expression shifted dramatically. Are they serious? It appears so. Staff could only respond. Do you know that in 3 months, the new recruits will have a reporting exercise? The commander of the Thunder Knights will be present as a guest. When do they plan to duel? It can't possibly be in front of everyone, can it? Marcus was astonished. What if Sane loses? In front of his father, will he have to call someone else grandfather? This. I do not know. Staff realized the gravity of the situation. Bring Kevin to me, Marcus commanded with a wave of his hand. Staff hurried off, and before long, Kevin arrived. Marcus wasted no time, launching straight into the matter. You wagered with Sane? Kevin nodded. Having been prepared for this moment after the earlier confrontation with the rotund fellow, do you genuinely wish to become the father of the commander of the Thunder Knights? Marcus queried incredulously. Not at all, Kevin replied. If it ever comes to a public duel. Even if I were to win, I would not allow him to call me grandfather. I understand the implications involved. Rest assured, sir. But I shall not call anyone grandfather either, which motivates me to enhance my skills. I believe that asking questions is the best way to improve myself. It is not an act of defiance against you. I hope you can understand. Marcus was left speechless. Can I ask now? I have questions. I continue to ask. I still have questions. I shall ask without ceasing. Kevin unleashed a barrage of inquiries. Marcus remained silent. The tiresome weekend finally came to an end, ushering in the grim reality for the new recruits. Monday dawned, bringing with it a marked increase in training intensity. The morning's weight training saw an escalation in both load and repetitions, yet everyone gritted their teeth and endured. The morning continued with tedious swordsmanship drills. The movements unchanged from the previous week, yet the requirements now included appropriate bursts of fighting spirit. As they struck, they were to unleash their spirit, and as they retracted, they were to contain it. The physical toll was of an entirely different order. Within moments, beads of sweat cascaded down their brows. Yet even amidst such exertion, the officers did not call for extended breaks. Every mandated repetition was executed without fail until one officer finally commanded, "At ease." Many collapsed onto the ground, utterly devoid of energy. Mondays were particularly grueling, as they lay the furthest from the next weekend. Kevin sat for a brief respite, sipping water, when he caught the officer's gaze. Their eyes met. Kevin smiled and promptly stood. "Sit down." Marcus barked, "Rest. And do not ask questions." "Yes, sir." Kevin felt helpless. "Ha ha ha," laughed another officer nearby. "Is this the new recruit you mentioned? He seems quite impressive. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Kevin glanced at Marcus, hesitated for a moment, then stood up again. "Sir, I request to ask other officers questions." The two officers exchanged glances. This lad was quite familiar with the Army's protocols, aware that certain matters required prior reporting to his commanding officer. Marcus casually waved his hand, indicating that he was free to proceed. Kevin immediately turned to the other officers with an excited expression. "Sir, I want to ask. I want to continue asking. I have more questions to ask." The other officers were left speechless. Ultimately, one officer answered 2 of his inquiries, while he ignored the remaining ones, returning awkwardly to his own territory. Soon, training resumed. However, this initial exchange significantly broadened the scope of Kevin's inquiries. In the afternoon, during another break, Kevin stood up once more. "Sir, I request to ask other officers questions. Why don't you ask me first?" Marcus felt as if he had been slighted. "Do you think I am inferior to the other officers?" "No," Kevin replied anxiously, hastily asking, "I want to inquire about." "All right, go ahead and ask others." Marcus waved his hand dismissively. "Remember to be polite." Thus, throughout that week, Kevin almost exhausted all the officers in the recruit camp with his questions. Sometimes during training breaks, and other times after lunch or dinner, he would salute sharply, standing tall and respectful, calling out "sir" with particular emphasis, followed by an array of seemingly irrelevant inquiries. By the end of the week, nearly all the new recruit officers had become acquainted with Kevin. Some believed he might achieve greatness, while others dismissed him as merely a source of amusement. Regardless, most of them answered numerous questions. Some reported to Marcus, requesting that he rein in his subordinate and discourage him from approaching them again. Marcus relayed the message, advising Kevin to refrain from seeking out that particular officer. Yet, many others expressed indifference. Nevertheless, Kevin ultimately avoided further reprimands. This week followed the usual training regimen: swordsmanship on Monday, archery on Tuesday, firearms training on Wednesday, unarmed combat in the morning on Thursday, followed by weapon maintenance in the afternoon, and patriotic education on Friday. The weekends were reserved for mutual support. The new recruits' training typically adhered to this routine for 3 months, undeniably monotonous, interspersed with various drills, some of which the officers devised themselves. Deemed meaningful, such as piggyback races, only in the final week would they venture out for practical missions, serving as real combat training. Yet, regardless of how harsh life could be, one must endure, no matter how tragic fate appeared. One had to persevere. Even though everyone understood they had to withstand 3 months of torment, and only 2 weeks had passed, they could only hypnotize themselves into believing that time was flying by. Kevin's skills had yet to show significant improvement, but his theoretical knowledge had become remarkably extensive. One day, Kevin even encountered a sorcerer officer. Typically, this camp was comprised of warriors, and one would not expect a sorcerer to be stationed here. However, whether he was visiting or on a task, Kevin came across him. Without hesitation, Kevin approached and posed a series of magical inquiries. Another officer present jestingly remarked, "Here stands the future luminary of our military, our inquisitive prodigy." The sorcerer officer chuckled heartily, answering many of Kevin's questions, even gifting him a staff in a moment of enthusiasm. Although it was merely a training staff for recruits, it was certainly better than nothing. With this staff, Kevin could instantly conjure 3 magical projectiles. He couldn't help but feel elated. At last, I can execute the farmer's 3 punches. Ha! Officers, being human, had all experienced the battlefield. Few among them were mediocre, as they dared to teach noble elites and boldly berate them. They were not obligated to impart their wisdom freely, only responsible for ensuring recruits met the necessary standards. Other knowledge they would share if interested, but would not waste time on disinterested queries, even if one asked. They might not divulge their insights, yet at least there was a chance. However, if one did not inquire, opportunities were nearly non-existent, unless they spotted exceptional talent and eagerly sought to mentor it. Chapter 24. Time flies. Though Kevin had a solid grasp of theoretical knowledge, translating that into practical application remained a considerable challenge. With a relatively weaker foundation, he found training more arduous than his peers under the same conditions. After 2 weeks, the officers held a small-scale competition across various disciplines. As a result, Sane emerged victorious, claiming the title of the top recruit among the 6. That Kevin's speed was average, his strength was the lowest, and he barely managed to hit the target in shooting, still placing last overall. Thus, his comprehensive evaluation remained at the bottom. Aside from speed, Stard was decent in other areas. This outcome was, in fact, anticipated by everyone. They trained together daily, and everyone was acutely aware of each other's capabilities. It was nearly impossible for someone to conceal extraordinary skills unless they were truly the protagonists of a story. Thus, Sane had no worries about betting against Kevin each time Kevin faltered. Sane would mock him with a glance, relishing his own sense of superiority. It must be said that as the son of the Thunder Knights commander, Sane possessed certain advantages in both lineage and age, and indeed had commendable attributes, at least for the time being. Kevin, continually subjected to disdain, found it impossible to be indifferent. Living in close quarters, ignoring the situation was not an option, and expressing frustration was equally impractical. He could only persistently ask questions, hoping to improve himself, while attempting to suppress other emotions. However, observing Kevin's diligent inquiries, Stard felt a sense of unease and discreetly approached him. "Do you know who the commander of the Thunder Knights is?" "I do," Kevin replied. The Thunder Knights consist of approximately 2,000 members, primarily heavy cavalry, supplemented by various arms to form a combined arms corps. Originally a private army of Marquis Bronte, it has since been incorporated into the kingdom. They earned their name due to their swift assaults in battle, akin to lightning. "You," Stard was taken aback, "you're like a walking library." "To be honest, I haven't delved deeply into military matters before." Kevin shook his head. "The information I just shared was obtained recently through inquiries. I certainly need to understand who my opponent is." "Well, I recall our 3 major knight orders, the Wind Knights, which comprise the Pegasus Knights, the Flame Knights, who seem to be mounted mages, and then the Thunder Knights." "It appears the Thunder Knights are the largest in scale," Stard responded. "These 3 are merely the most renowned," Kevin countered, shaking his head. "I recall foreign evaluations of our military strength consistently citing over 2 million. This is only a few thousand. However, due to the existence of forbidden weaponry, military strategists worldwide believe that large-scale human wave tactics are flawed, and future battles may lean towards small, elite forces. Don't lecture me on that." Stard was compelled to redirect the conversation. "You must understand that if a lowly soldier offends a knight commander, he might truly find himself in dire straits, perhaps even unaware of how he met his end. From your tone, it seems you believe I am bound to win? Kevin asked, puzzled. Where does your confidence stem from? My current qualifications are at the bottom. So what are you planning for the outcome? Stard bluntly inquired. Are you aiming for a draw? That seems quite challenging. Honestly, at this point, my words carry little weight. He won't simply let it go. Kevin chuckled. I don't intend to call anyone grandfather. However, I've considered that the best course of action is to avoid confrontation. That it all hinges on my abilities. If, after 3 months, my strength surpasses his significantly, then I can propose nullifying the wager, sharing a drink, and perhaps laughing it off. But if my strength remains inadequate, then proposing such a thing would only make him think I'm afraid, intensifying his desire to assert dominance over me. Kevin shrugged. Thus, asking questions remains the most viable strategy for now. Do you have any other suggestions? Stard shook his head. Falling silent, he understood that Kevin was, in fact, quite stubborn. Otherwise, he would not have traversed the continent for 10 years. Relying on crude jokes to survive, as the days passed. The experiences of those in distress felt the most arduous and lengthy. Training tasks grew increasingly demanding, leaving everyone utterly exhausted, yet fundamentally uneventful. They lacked the energy to quarrel, preferring to sit idly. Yet, there were always those who remained idle, seeking to command others to take action. Gray, Sane patted Gray on the shoulder, his expression pained. My arms are quite sore from training today. Please, help me wash my clothes. Gray looked up at him with some dissatisfaction, noticing Sane's tortured expression as he rubbed his arm. Although Gray frowned, he ultimately nodded in agreement. All right, you can put them down. Thank you, Sane smiled. Then departed. 2 days later, the three of them began gradually assigning tasks to Gray. Gray, please pour me a glass of water. Thank you. Gray, leave this trash here. When you go out, take it with you. Thanks. Gray, could you collect the laundry? Mine is drying too. Please gather it all while you're at it. I won't be going. Thank you. Some tasks were indeed minor inconveniences, and Gray found it hard to refuse over trivial matters. However, there was no doubt that Gray was increasingly burdened with their requests. Kevin and Stard undoubtedly noticed this evident shift. Gray is the youngest among them, and his demeanor is notably more timid. It's evident that he has attempted to voice his dissent on several occasions, yet ultimately he remains silent and complies. It seems they have found a new target for their bullying, Stard quietly remarked to Kevin. Doesn't being a noble for too long make one fond of ordering others around? Kevin expressed his disapproval of such behavior. Don't say that. I am a noble too, Stard retorted with dissatisfaction. For now, let's focus on ourselves and allow him to deal with his own matters. Kevin shook his head. After all, he is a soldier and needs to learn how to stand firm. 2 weeks passed, marking a full month since Kevin enlisted. The recruits had mostly acclimatized to life in the barracks, and a select few had reached the required standards, now merely needing to solidify their training. Sane was undoubtedly among the exemplary recruits, having received numerous commendations from the commanding officer. Kevin's own abilities began to rise as well. He had never forsaken sleep or meals to engage in what one might call arduous training, but rather lived a life akin to his peers, the only visible difference being his incessant inquiries. Gradually, however, his progress accelerated, though it remained imperceptible to the naked eye, subtly influencing those around him. Only in retrospect did it become apparent that Kevin had surpassed Gray, who now seemed to occupy the lowest position. Of course, in Sane's eyes, this development posed no threat. As the top recruit among the 6, he began to adopt an air of arrogance. Come on, Gray, wash my socks. Sane casually tossed his socks into Gray's basin. And do mine too, added Marina's without hesitation. Throwing in his own pair, Oka, with a serious expression, placed his socks before Gray, saying, also wash mine. Make sure to note my name on them, so they don't get mixed up with others. Gray said nothing, lowering his head as he scrubbed the garments, his intensity revealing considerable inner turmoil. Yet he endured, once a noble scion himself, now reduced to washing others' clothes, though his rival's father was certainly of a higher status than his own. As Kevin approached, Gray seemed anxious, as if fearing Kevin would also toss a pair of socks his way. Kevin merely smiled. Do you enjoy being a servant? Gray bowed his head further, silently continuing his task. Is that a nod of agreement? Kevin inquired. If so, then wash my clothes too. Gray remained silent. No response. Then I shall not be polite. Thank you. Kevin pretended to place his garments into the basin. That's enough. Gray finally erupted. Those few are highborn. That can be forgiven. But why should you, a bard, command me to wash? Kevin calmly stood. If that's the case, then come, Stard. Let him wash your clothes. Stard hurried over, carrying a basin of clothes. What is this? Someone wants to help me wash? Kevin placed a hand on Stard's shoulder, though he is merely a baron. Technically you hold no title either. Your father is an earl, yet the title has not been passed down to you. In strict terms, he could compel you to wash his clothes, couldn't he? Gray remained silent. Frozen in place, Stard unfolded a piece of clothing, laughing. Haha, I'm a bit plump, so my clothes are a tad oversized, don't mind it. Gray turned away, tears welling in his eyes. This is the second time I've seen you cry, Kevin remarked. Do you know? There is indeed a tradition in the army where recruits wash the officers' clothes, but we have never done so. Why? I once asked our officer, and the answer was that we will all become officers one day. And officers possess their own dignity. How can someone as weak as you lead troops in the future? Gray had no words to counter, standing there in a daze, as if Kevin had assumed the role of his officer, reprimanding him like a recruit. Enough of this idle chatter, I'm leaving. Kevin waved his hand and departed, leaving Stard to pat Gray on the shoulder with a sense of camaraderie. Hey, don't take it too seriously. Rest assured. I want to make you wash my clothes that I doubt you could do it properly anyway. Gray, bewildered, asked. Then what do you intend to do? Stard replied. To be honest, we've known each other for quite a while. You used to come to my library to read, and I've noticed you for some time now. They continued to chat until Gray finished washing the clothes, at which point they both returned. That night, Kevin quietly inquired. All set? Yes, Stard smiled. Once he is discharged, he'll be a loyal fan of our library. When people are down on their luck, it's essential to offer them assistance. Even if it's just a few encouraging words that carry no tangible weight, it will yield significant benefits later on. You've even brought your business into the army. Kevin was taken aback. What did you recommend to him? The Chronicles of Rex, Stard responded. A rather good new book. I believe it was just completed when I left. Kevin was astonished. Hasn't Rex already toppled the gods? How can he write a sequel? Surely he isn't traversing back in time to start from scratch. Indeed. That's the trope, Stard stated matter-of-factly. Why didn't you suggest the Assassin's Chronicles? Kevin couldn't help but ask. I despise those who deviate from the norms. How many are there who don't follow the formula? If everyone disregards the conventions, what will happen to the plethora of formulaic works I have piled up? Stard joked, having grown familiar enough to speak freely, especially since many who read non-formulaic works struggle to return to traditional ones. You are practically a criminal in Stard's library. Kevin sighed, rendered speechless. To be frank, had it not been for your rift with Sane and the others, I would have thought to recommend it to them, Stard lamented. I find life in the barracks dreadfully dull. If I could introduce novels into the army, it would be a lucrative venture. That would likely require a stringent review system. Kevin mused over the feasibility of the plan. One misstep could lead to military secrets being leaked. Let us discuss it later, for now. I'll focus on attracting clientele. Stard appeared unconcerned, as his journey into the army seemed to yield some rewards. Another month passed swiftly, and the training regimen had essentially settled, with no further additions. All the recruits had long since adapted, following commands without hesitation, ready to leap into the depths at a moment's notice. In the dead of night, they were subjected to an emergency drill, and fortunately, Kevin had prepared for such events. Having traveled alone for an extended period, he executed certain movements more swiftly than others. Stard, being the slowest, likely due to his bulk, found the task particularly taxing. After 2 such drills, Stard resolved to sleep in his clothes, yet the officer, upon noticing, ordered him to remove them. Consequently, he faced 10 individual emergency drills, lamenting his plight, and sadly, he remained the slowest. At least he managed to emerge within the required time frame. Meeting the standard, young Master Gray finally exploded during one of the washing sessions, leading to a collective beating by 3 individuals. The officer was evidently aware of the situation but merely issued a verbal warning, clearly favoring Sane. This was not merely due to Sane's parentage, but because the army demanded strength rather than serving as a sanctuary for the weak. Sane, being the strongest among the 6, and Gray, the weakest, naturally drew the officer's bias. However, from that point onward, the trio finally began washing their own clothes, and Gray grew closer to Stard. The group of 6 transformed into 2 factions of 3. From Kevin's perspective, it was rather alarming that a 6-member recruit squad had split into 2 factions. This reflected poorly on their commanding officer. Yet, on the flip side, while the officer could compel 2 individuals to cooperate, Erasing their internal discord proved far more challenging. Just as Kevin found Sane irksome, Sane likely felt the same, and even if Marcus strived harder, it would be to no avail. At this juncture, Kevin's abilities began to approach those of Sane. His subtle enhancements manifested before everyone, as Kevin learned to exert force most effectively during strikes, to synchronize his breathing and energy while running, to identify opponents' vulnerabilities, and to leverage environmental advantages in combat. His proficiency in energy and strength remained moderate, but he had become quite adept at utilizing them. Although everyone made progress, Kevin's pace was undeniably the fastest. After posing numerous inquiries, Kevin grew increasingly convinced that there were certain aspects that the officer deliberately refrained from teaching. Perhaps he feared that imparting such knowledge would render him outmatched by his subordinates, or there could be other reasons unknown to him. Nonetheless, each officer held differing views. Some believed that sharing a technique was inconsequential, while others felt that certain moves were not to be divulged lightly. Kevin frequently presented techniques taught by other officers to his own superior. On several occasions, the officer's expressions were quite telling. Some instances even led to direct refutations, resulting in reprimands. The next day, Kevin would pose the officer's rebuttals to other officers, not intending to instigate conflict, though he omitted certain crude remarks. It had happened thrice that two officers had exchanged heated rebukes, with Kevin acting as the intermediary. Throughout this, he gleaned substantial insights into various skills. Consequently, Kevin became acquainted with numerous peculiar yet effective techniques, though most had yet to be practiced due to the necessity of sparring partners. Currently, everyone displayed a general laziness, preferring to remain idle outside of mandatory training. Occasionally, Kevin would practice alone, adopting a variety of unusual stances while the others observed, resulting in hearty laughter. Chapter 25. The exchange of letters. 2 months have passed, and the recruits finally felt they had endured the worst. Hope seemed to be just within reach. However, the commander quickly dashed their spirits, reminding them that the completion of their training did not signify the end of their military journey. From that point onward, they would all be officers, bound to serve a minimum of 3 years before they could discharge. According to the commander, some positions within the barracks were exceedingly idle, such as guarding the storeroom, where one could practically eat and sleep all day long. In stark contrast, others were perilous duties. After the training concluded, assignments would be made by senior commanders based on the final recruit exercises and the evaluations from their officers. Undoubtedly, there would be significant undercurrents at play in this process. For instance, individuals like Sane, whose father is the commander of one of the kingdom's 3 major knight orders, might appear indistinguishable from the other recruits at this moment. Yet they were merely under the jurisdiction of another regiment. Once they left the recruit unit, they would inevitably join his father's Thunder Knight order, where Sane would essentially reign as a lord. Such nepotism is commonplace and inescapable in all walks of life. Similarly, Oka, as the son of a lord, was bound to secure a respectable position. Although Marinas possessed a comparatively weaker background, the bond formed among the 3 of them was indeed rare, allowing them to assist one another in times of need. Those with substantial connections could often resolve numerous troubles with merely a word. Kevin even suspected that the trio had deliberately united to torment Gray, as their camaraderie might not yet be deep enough. They seemed to require a common adversary to face together, thus forging a tighter bond. While Kevin doubted their ability to devise such a scheme on their own, he acknowledged that their fathers or other advisors could have orchestrated it on their behalf. Kevin believed that despite the trio's apparent ignorance, their progenitors had sent them to the military with thoughtful considerations in mind. Kevin had contemplated extensively about the wager, although he was the one to propose it. If a tournament were to occur, it would likely transcend mere youthful bravado. The opposing party might attempt to seize the opportunity to showcase their martial prowess to gain greater prestige. After all, an officer must lead others, and authority is paramount. This could also enable Sane to attain a higher rank if that were the case. Kevin surmised that Sane would never cancel the duel. Even if, by that time, Kevin's abilities surpassed Sane's, Sane would surely devise new tricks to outmaneuver him. His father was a knight commander, and it was likely that his combat experience far exceeded that of the current lieutenants. Conversely, if Kevin were to emerge victorious, it would serve as a tremendous endorsement for him. Should he proclaim that he authored the Chronicles of Assassins upon victory, it could indeed create quite a stir. Would it not propel him further along the path of becoming an esteemed bard on the continent? Yet, he also feared that such a triumph would surely incur the enmity of the Thunder Knight commander. Whether the potential benefits outweighed the risks was a dilemma that Kevin wrestled with internally. Even if he did not vocalize it'd be by the end of the second month, Marcus arrived with a plethora of letters. These were expressions of concern and affection from the families of the recruits, some of which had been delivered as early as the second day. However, for the sake of management, all were withheld until the recruits had sufficiently acclimated before being distributed. Many of them were noble soldiers, and during the first couple of days, they found the transition exceedingly difficult, often expressing regret. Seeing letters from home at such a time would only intensify their homesickness and emotional turmoil. Kevin also received a letter from his mother, written in Elvish, merely conveying her cared, and one present could comprehend it. His mother was baffled by his sudden enlistment, but regardless, he was now entrenched in the military and could not leave. She remained concerned about Kevin being bullied by others, urging him to conduct himself properly, to avoid taking undue credit, to hide when necessary, and to feign death on the battlefield. The more Kevin read, the more embarrassed he felt, thankful that no one could comprehend Elvish. If the commander were to see such words, it could lead to trouble, given that everyone shared the same sleeping quarters and secrets were scarce. In addition to his mother's letter, Kevin received a multitude of anonymous missives. Upon opening one, he found it contained merely a terse phrase, "You are still alive?" Kevin was taken aback, a shiver coursing through him. Unfolding another, he encountered the identical message, "You are still alive?" This continued, with over 20 letters bearing the same content, differing only in handwriting and paper. Some words appeared to be cut from other texts, while others were scrawled in a manner suggesting they were written with the left hand, and some were flawlessly straight, as if measured with a ruler, seemingly crafted to conceal the writer's identity. As far as Kevin knew, such meticulousness could only signify one type of individual, nearby. Stard was also opening letters. A great number of bardic contracts had been sent to him upon hearing of his sudden enlistment, inundating him with messages of consolation. Some even included drafts, hoping he would review them. A few had even sent gold coins in an attempt to bribe him, creating quite a bustle. In this regard, the other noble recruits could not compete. They had only received 2 or 3 letters, merely greetings from family. Although they held esteemed positions, they had yet to engage in any real endeavors. While Kevin and Stard were seasoned individuals in their respective circles, eventually, Stard opened a letter that read, "You are still alive?" Kevin and Stard exchanged a glance, an involuntary chill creeping up their necks. They wondered if it was indeed expected for them to perish to be deemed normal. "What does this mean?" Gray inquired, intrigued. "Harassment letters," Kevin replied nonchalantly. "You will understand once you start working." "Oh," Gray said, easily convinced due to his lack of cunning. Meanwhile, Sane and the others, who were at odds with them, did not inquire further, despite their curiosity. Marcus spoke up, "You may write your replies today, and they will be mailed tomorrow. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait another 3 weeks until we have the chance for practical training outside." "Understood," the group replied. "Be sure to express everything clearly." Marcus instructed, "Avoid discussing military training and related matters. Show me your letters once completed to prevent any leaks of military secrets." "Yes," they all answered. After 2 months of training, they had grown accustomed to the various unreasonable demands. Even if they internally cursed, they would never voice their grievances. With a wave of his hand, the commander signaled for them to write their replies while he sought out other officers for amusement. The 6 of them settled on the ground, placing their writing paper on small benches to compose their letters. It was evident that they had split into 2 groups, with 3 individuals distancing themselves from the other 3. For Kevin and Stard, writing letters was a trivial task. With swift strokes, they filled their pages. Kevin chose to write in Elvish, allowing the commander to read it if he wished, as there was nothing of great significance within, being far from home. He typically reported good news rather than woes, mentioning that he had asked numerous questions and that the commander praised his intelligence. Meanwhile, Gray sat frozen, his pen motionless for an extended period. Stard quickly completed his letter to his family and began reviewing the drafts sent to him. Kevin then redirected his attention to the stack of "You are still alive" letters. He scrutinized them repeatedly, even bringing them closer to his nose. The magical shield he conjured, due to its curved shape, occasionally functioned as a magnifying glass. "Kevin, what are you doing?" Gray, having abandoned his writing, was drawn in by Kevin's actions. After a moment of silence, Kevin, feeling it inappropriate to disclose the matter, shifted the topic. "Why aren't you writing?" I don't know what to write," Gray lamented, shaking his pen in despair. "Huh," Sane's voice called out. "Just write that you excel in all aspects, to reassure your mother, haha." The 3 of them erupted in laughter. clearly divided as a group, with Gray consistently becoming the butt of their jokes. However, the truth of the matter was that they were not wrong, leaving Gray at a loss for words, staring at the blank paper with his pen in hand. Stard chuckled. Come, help me review these drafts. He handed Gray several pages of the Bard submissions, instantly captivating Gray's attention as he eagerly read through them. Soon, they were animatedly discussing the subsequent plot points, having grown quite close as they exchanged ideas about various narrative tropes. Kevin could only sigh softly, returning to his examination of that you were still alive. Letters. It was evident that these correspondences came from his assassin readers. Kevin found himself uncertain whether they wished for his demise or his survival. While the surface suggested concern from the readers, he could not easily dismiss the memory of nearly being killed by a female assassin, leading him to approach the situation with caution. After a moment, Kevin retracted his magical shield. Stard tactfully inquired, "What do you think?" "They appear relatively normal," Kevin replied, shaking his head. Yet he picked up one of Stard's letters and compared it with his own. "Look, these two sheets of paper and the writing styles are identical. They likely originate from the same individual." "What does that imply?" Stard whispered. "Why did I receive only one while you received so many?" Kevin queried. "Consider the only intersection among the three of us. It's her." Stard recalled the female assassin whom Kevin had driven away. Examining the letter closely once more, though he could not discern any issues. Could these papers possibly be pieced together to convey some hidden message? Stard inquired, whispering the latter half of his sentence into Kevin's ear. "Could it be a hint that we are not safe here and need to relocate?" "That is impossible," Kevin replied, asserting that their plans were beyond their control. "I just suddenly had a bold idea. What do you think would happen if I replied to them?" Stott was slightly taken aback, but soon reconsidered, finding it plausible. "Although they remain anonymous, I'm convinced they would receive it." Kevin nodded in agreement. Stott, astonished, murmured, "You aren't actually considering sending it directly to the leader of the assassins, are you? With something like, 'Surprise, I'm still alive.'" "That jest is rather morbid," Kevin retorted. "I'm no fool. That girl who let us go last time was quite capable. If she receives it, she could certainly assist us." Stott hesitated for a moment. "Then we could give it a try. At least they are reasonable." "So what will you write?" Kevin took up his pen and pondered for a moment. Clearly, directly mentioning assassins would be inappropriate, as the commander would need to review it. He decided to be vague. "Dear esteemed individuals, I appreciate your concern. I am still alive. I've encountered some minor issues recently, and I wish to inquire. I must ask. I will continue to ask." As Kevin wrote, his thoughts flowed freely, ultimately filling 4 sheets of paper with questions that the commander had been unable to answer. Stott observed in astonishment. "You truly are a madman. If they possess any degree of intelligence, they will disregard you. What about your octopus?" Kevin dismissed further discussion, completing one draft and asking Stott, "Summon it out and have it copy this 20 times. Stott scowled. "The octopus won't work unless it gets fed." "Alas." Kevin sighed. Glancing at Gray, who was still gnawing on the pen cap, "I might as well copy them myself." By evening, Kevin had managed to transcribe 4 copies. Each individual submitted their responses, and the commander reviewed them one by one. Upon seeing Stott's letter, he was already overwhelmed, as this commander seemed to possess limited literacy. When he reached Kevin's correspondence, he nearly lost his mind. "What is this you've written? Why is it so lengthy?" "Elvish," Kevin replied. "My mother cannot comprehend the human tongue." "Would you like a translation?" In truth, Kevin was merely provoking the commander. No one desired their correspondence to be scrutinized by others. "Forget it." Marcus waved his hand. "I'll ask you this. You haven't disclosed any military intelligence, have you?" "Commander," Kevin responded, "this is merely a family letter." "And what about this pile? Who is it addressed to?" Marcus produced a stack of query letters. There is a custom among those by the coastal continent known as a message in a bottle. One writes their questions, places them in a bottle, and casts it into the sea, hoping someone might find it and provide answers. Kevin gazed into the distance. "There is no one here capable of answering my inquiries. So I too wish to entrust my questions to a message in a bottle." Marcus examined the letters repeatedly, his headache intensifying. Ultimately deciding to let it go, he then picked up Gray's family letter, only to find it contained a single line. "I am still alive. What nonsense have you written?" Marcus fumed. "Rewrite it." Gray looked utterly aggrieved, clearly indicating, why must even family letters be scrutinized? But, regrettably, this was a military establishment. There was no room for argument. And when told to rewrite, it was an imperative. Moreover, He had to endure a reprimand from the commander. Have you ever attended a noble school? You are, after all, a noble. How can you aspire to be an officer if you can't even read an order? You can read, can't you? Kevin and the others could only cast sidelong glances at him, but it must be said that Gray's overall qualities were indeed the lowest. 2 months had passed, and it was unlikely he could catch up to the others. Sometimes, the commander looked down on him. Late at night, when the others had fallen asleep, Gray remained alone, oil lamp lit, hunched over a small stool, struggling to compose his family letter. He would labor over a single word for an eternity. Often lost in thought, Sane could no longer contain himself and mocked. Gray, hurry up. How am I supposed to sleep with the light on? Gray remained silent, still in a stupor. Alas. Stott sat up, got out of bed, and approached Gray. All right, let me help you write it. Snatching the pen from him, Stott swiftly penned the letter. As an editor, his writing was undoubtedly exceptional. Understanding Gray's predicament, crafting a universal family letter was a simple task. In hardly any time at all, he finished, prompting Gray to break into a smile. Profoundly grateful to this chubby fellow, Stott, with a friendly demeanor, patted his head as the oil lamp was extinguished. Everyone could finally sleep soundly. Kevin sighed. You're not helping him. He will become dependent on you, making it difficult for him to be self-sufficient. If he becomes reliant on me, he will surely reward me handsomely in the future, Stott chuckled. This is business. Kevin ceased further conversation and drifted off to sleep. Days later, the commander returned with a stack of letters, among which Kevin's response was the thickest. Just the sight of the thickness filled Kevin with excitement. Upon opening it, he found it indeed contained 7 or 8 pages of dense writing. It's good to be alive. I will answer you. I will continue to answer you. I have more to answer. I shall not cease answering. Kevin felt as if he had discovered treasure. It was said that on that night. He laughed aloud, waking those nearby. Chapter 26. A New Mission. From the handwriting in the responses, it could be inferred that one of the letters sent to the chubby fellow and one addressed to Kevin were similar. It was surmised that they were penned by Linda, the female assassin who had attempted to take Kevin's life. Of course, Linda might merely be a pseudonym, and her true name remained unknown to Kevin. The letter meticulously addressed numerous technical questions, though some contained evidently assassin-oriented techniques. For instance, how to conceal one's fighting aura. There are many methods, but the simplest is to wear loose yet secure clothing. When one's fighting aura erupts, it need not fully manifest. If it merely resides on the skin, not penetrating the clothing, it can naturally be concealed. The light emitted by the fighting aura is merely an ancillary characteristic. The true essence is a flow of air material generated by the body. Brightness is not the crux. It does not imply that the more luminous one is, the greater their combat prowess. The Royal Academy once conducted experiments demonstrating that through the application of different light sources, the visual effects of an already manifested fighting aura could be altered. For example, if someone released red fighting aura under blue light, it could appear as purple fighting aura. This technique is often employed in theatrical productions, where 2 novice warrior actors, when illuminated, can appear as 2 sword saints dueling, supplemented by magical explosions and sound effects in the background, creating a grand spectacle. Regarding the luminescence of fighting aura, assassins hold a completely different perspective from that of the majority on the continent. Most view it as impressive, imposing, and fearsome. However, to assassins, it is merely meaningless spectacle, offering no practical benefit in combat. The response indicated that the Assassin's Guild has long been dedicated to discovering a combat method that completely conceals the fighting aura's effects, claiming they have achieved considerable progress. Another characteristic of assassins is their frugality. Whereas ordinary warriors unleash their fighting aura in full force during battles, exuding an air of arrogance, assassins deem such behavior foolish in combat. If an assassin intends to strike, they merely imbue their fist with fighting aura. If they need to block, they apply it only where necessary. Even skilled fighters only apply fighting aura to the blade's edge rather than illuminating the entire sword. Of course, such tactics suit assassins specifically. Warriors within the barracks do not adopt this approach, as battlefield conditions differ. Though fully unleashing their fighting aura may seem wasteful, it places the entire body in peak condition. In battle, conflicts typically involve mass confrontations, likely resulting in chaotic melee, with arrows and blades flying from all directions, making it exceedingly difficult to respond. Thus, fully unleashing one's aura is the safest and most logical choice. Moreover, a wave of red light charging forth can bolster morale, potentially shattering the enemy's resolve. Ultimately, assassins generally engage in solo or small-scale operations, whereas soldiers are trained for large-scale assaults, emphasizing formations, teamwork, and collective spirit. The differing professions necessitate distinct training methods. While the commander may understand certain aspects to consider in one-on-one combat, he need not instruct you, as it is not pertinent to the examination. In the dead of night, Kevin finally rose from his bed, donned his gear, sword in one hand and staff in the other, and stealthily made his way to the training ground. "Halt! State your command." The sentry called out to stop him. 009. "Respond." Kevin replied calmly. 666 came the response, but upon seeing Kevin enter, the sentry was astonished. "You, a rookie, actually know the password?" "Oh, I inquired in advance, haha." Kevin chuckled awkwardly. Each night, sentries are on duty within the barracks. Upon noticing someone approaching, they must inquire using the password. The password changes nightly, and strictly speaking, the last time Marcus took Kevin and Stott out for a midnight chat, they encountered a guard who also required a password. However, many new recruits were restless and emerged at night. When questioned for the password, they were clueless, so the guards simply sent them back. Had it not been for Marcus leading them, Kevin and Stott would have been unceremoniously sent back as well. "What are you doing up at this hour?" the sentry asked. "I'm learning some new techniques," Kevin replied honestly, as there isn't enough time during the day. Kevin's theoretical knowledge was already sufficient, and he had grown accustomed to the training regimen during daylight hours. Now was the time for late-night practice. "The training ground is closed," the sentry stated plainly. "I cannot allow you inside." "Then may I practice here?" Kevin responded, and then began to perform various movements, turning left and right, and rolling on the ground. The sentinel observed him with a cold gaze. "How about this, Mr. Sentinel? Would you like to practice with me?" Kevin made his request. "I have discovered some exceedingly rare sword techniques." "What use is that?" the sentinel scoffed. "Since you're bored standing guard, why not give it a try? I'm not very skilled either, and could use the practice," Kevin suggested, picking up 2 wooden sticks from the side. "Let's all try with wooden sticks." The sentinel glanced around, recognizing the tedium of his post, and decided to engage with him. The two wielded their sticks as swords, neither displaying any hostility, merely exchanging a few moves in a friendly manner. I end this exchange. The sentinel quickly felt discomfort. After just 2 moves, his wrist was struck. If it had been a real sword, his hand would have been rendered incapacitated, and without his hand, he could not fight. The sentinel could not help but focus, beginning to take the sparring seriously. Usually, sentinels are less seasoned soldiers. Veteran soldiers reach a point where they are no longer required to stand guard. In an assassin's letter, there was even a brief description of methods to bypass sentinels, clearly stating that sentinels could not be very strong, as capable individuals would not be relegated to such a post. Kevin was quite earnest. After all, what was the point of getting up in the middle of the night? Initially languid, the sentinel began to take the practice seriously after a few exchanges. Soon, the two paused to engage in a thoughtful discussion, analyzing their techniques. Although the sentinel was considerably less skilled than the officers, he had far more practical experience than Kevin. Thus, the two conversed deep into the night, and Kevin retired to rest, satisfied. The following day, the sentinel received a warning for his lack of seriousness while on duty. However, Kevin faced no consequences, as the sentinel was unaware of his unit or name. The sentinel's oversight was reported because, aside from fixed posts, there were patrols observing the sentinels. From a distance, the patrol saw 2 individuals exchanging moves and promptly noted it. The report indicated that during that particular time, the sentinel had not been diligent. The patrol had no interest in who Kevin was. Consequently, Kevin continued his nocturnal excursions. This time, he decided to seek out other sentinels at different posts in the vast military camp. Each post fell under the jurisdiction of different units, with no connections among them. Perhaps each unit had slightly different combat methods. Thus, Kevin made his way to the night camp. After a brief exchange with the sentinel, the two engaged in a delightful practice of marksmanship. The following day, the sentinel at the night camp received a warning. That evening, Kevin visited the archer's camp and exchanged techniques in unarmed combat. Subsequently, the archer sentinel also received a warning. Eventually, a rumor spread throughout the entire camp that the patrol had become negligent, intentionally sending a rookie to bond with sentinels to meet their quotas for apprehensions, which was utterly despicable. The soldiers secretly berated the patrol. Yet they seemed indifferent to the identity of the rookie. However, as the rookie's superior, they could not ignore the matter. In the evening, Marcus finally summoned everyone. Recently, I have heard that a rookie has been disturbing others while on guard duty at night. Is it any of you? Everyone looked bewildered, including Kevin, who felt a twinge of anxiety. The commander scanned their faces one by one, finally lingering on Kevin. Whoever it is, we shall not pursue it further. I hope this does not happen again. Someone has received a warning, and their chances for commendation throughout the year have been nullified, in addition to needing to complete several tasks to make amends. Yes, everyone replied instinctively. Kevin, come here. Marcus called Kevin aside into a small grove. It had been a long time since he had been reprimanded, and Kevin felt a pang of nervousness, instinctively raising his arms to shield himself. Living in close quarters, it was impossible to act without being noticed. Perhaps others might awaken in the middle of the night and notice Kevin missing from his bed. It was you, wasn't it? Marcus asked bluntly. Kevin hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. In the future, limit your outings. Be cautious. Some sentinels have recognized you, and they may take it out on you. Surprisingly, Marcus had no intention of reprimanding him. You have caused 3 individuals to receive warnings. What do you plan to do about it? Kevin, of course, looked down in silence, knowing that whatever he said would only lead to more trouble. Marcus proceeded to scold him for a while, but the outcome was unexpected. Since you enjoy sneaking out at night, take Gray under your wing, Marcus ordered. He is the least competent in every aspect, so you will help him train at night. Yes. Kevin nearly beamed with joy in the dead of night. Kevin dragged Gray out with him. Without further ado, Kevin stated, the commander has ordered that you must undergo additional training at night. Gray wore a mournful expression. How long will this training last? I'm so tired. Rest assured, I am not the commander. Just stand firm, Kevin commanded. I want to try out a few new techniques. Gray. Thus, for the next 3 weeks, the two trained together almost every night. For Kevin, even having an additional wooden dummy was beneficial, especially one that could move. For Gray, however, the benefits were minimal. He often found himself wondering what they were even training for. Most of the time, he was simply on the receiving end of Kevin's strikes. Kevin felt a twinge of guilt and wanted to teach him a few techniques, yet Gray's response was always, I'm so tired. Can I go to sleep? Kevin was not his father. If Gray did not wish to learn, Kevin would not press the issue. He treated him like a living punching bag for 3 weeks, gradually perfecting various combat techniques, many of which belonged to the realm of assassins. As 3 weeks passed, the rookie training finally entered its final week, culminating in practical field exercises. On this particular Monday, all the rookies gathered at the training ground, where Colonel Orson delivered a few motivational words, prompting the crowd to roar in unison to boost morale before they formed ranks to exit the camp. It was only at this moment that Kevin learned their military camp was stationed in Mosei City, located at the kingdom's border and also a renowned mercenary city, housing the headquarters of the Lubiol Mercenary Alliance. Everywhere he looked, he saw mercenaries armed to the teeth, some even stained with blood. The commander informed them that the final week of training would take place within the Mercenary Alliance, essentially consisting of completing one or multiple tasks. The time frame was, of course, within a week, with moderate difficulty. If a difficult task was selected, one completion would suffice. If it were an easier task, multiple completions would be necessary. Mercenaries, as a profession, were relatively rare in more developed cities. But in less developed areas, they were plentiful. Engaging in mercenary work inherently involved life-threatening risks, living what could be described as a life of bloodshed. Normal individuals with stable employment would be reluctant to abandon their secure positions to venture into primitive forests or battle various magical beasts. Many mercenaries resorted to this line of work out of desperation, due to poverty or starvation, drawn by the prospect of making a substantial profit from a single venture, even if it meant returning with a missing limb. Many perished in the forests, while some managed to return. Those who returned often boasted of their skills, as if they were invincible and could navigate through perilous terrains with ease, basking in the admiration of others. Many, misled by their tales, idolized these individuals and joined their ranks. However, after achieving a measure of success, many mercenaries avoided taking on dangerous tasks, choosing instead to boast about their past exploits. Ridiculous. Who would willingly risk their life when they had money? Living was far more appealing. Mercenaries were merely hired hands, and if financial security was already attained, one would naturally prioritize their own life. Of course, there were a few war fanatics among them, individuals whose reasoning transcended normality. Kevin had encountered a few and could only express understanding of their actions without truly comprehending them. The Mercenary Alliance was essentially a massive platform comprised of multiple large mercenary groups. Anyone with sufficient funds could post tasks there. Naturally, tasks must adhere to specific regulations. If someone sought thrills and offered a bounty for killing the current king, even if it were an astronomical sum, the outcome would be quite evident. With the growing strength of the Lubuul kingdom, many individuals found employment, leading to a gradual decline in the Mercenary Alliance's size. Consequently, numerous commissions piled up, becoming unmanageable. Meanwhile, the military, having long been deprived of battlefield experience, risked becoming less effective in combat. To address this, agreements were established between the military and the Mercenary Alliance, facilitating the clearance of some backlog tasks, effectively serving as training for the military. Of course, all remuneration for completed tasks would go to the military, and the Mercenary Alliance would receive no kickbacks. Simultaneously, the military was prohibited from seizing tasks taken by mercenaries, only permitted to accept less sought-after tasks that had remained untouched for 3 months or more. The main city had numerous branches of mercenary alliances, and the rookie team was dispersed throughout the city, though they might encounter a few along the way. Marcus led 6 soldiers into a nearby branch. Soldiers must march in formation when leaving, as this is a matter of military discipline. The rookies were concerned about being gawked at like circus animals, but upon exiting, they realized they had overestimated the situation. From commoners to mercenaries, the presence of soldiers was a familiar sight. Who cared whether you were once a noble? Inside the mercenary branch, the facilities were generally well-equipped, featuring taverns, equipment for sale, and even priests. Mercenaries often gathered there to drink, making it a sort of tavern as well. Kevin had previously entertained himself in such places, sharing lewd jokes to elicit laughter. "Oh, the cleanup crew has arrived," someone exclaimed upon seeing the soldiers enter, prompting raucous laughter. However, there was no malice. Soldiers did not encroach upon their tasks, merely engaging in light-hearted banter. Marcus approached the counter and skillfully inquired, "I'd like to deposit tasks that can be completed within a week. Suitable for rookie training. Of course, please wait a moment." The counter attendant was a beautiful woman, attracting a steady stream of clientele to the branch. Even Kevin could not help but steal a few glances at her. While the other new recruits were even more blatant in their admiration, it must be said that after nearly 3 months without seeing a woman, it was indeed somewhat. "I recommend you take on this task," the clerk at the counter said with a smile, producing a notebook. "The shame of the Dreaming Mercenary Corps. This is a commission initiated by a professor from the Royal Academy, who hopes to have himself and his students escorted to the venomous forest for academic research." "Oh," Marcus casually inquired, "did the Dreaming Mercenary Corps fail?" "Indeed," the clerk replied. "According to the rules of the Mercenary Alliance, if any mercenary group fails a mission, the task is branded as the shame of that mercenary group." "Then let us take it," Marcus said without further ado. In these times, after being idle for 3 months, the tasks available to them as soldiers were predominantly arduous, laborious, and perilous assignments, leaving little choice. "Please sign here." The clerk continued to follow the procedure. "What exactly does this task entail?" Marcus asked. "Well," the clerk blushed slightly, finding it somewhat awkward to respond. Someone nearby had already shouted in her stead, "Peeping at gorillas mating." "Ha! The new recruits. Ah, the Dreaming Mercenary Corps is indeed a formidable group," a bard chimed in, sharing knowledge. But during their peeping, they became rather excited themselves. They made quite a commotion, resulting in the gorillas refusing to mate. Thus, the mission failed. "Huh." The entire tavern erupted in laughter, with many patrons spilling their drinks. Chapter 27. Occupational hazards within the Mercenary Alliance. There existed 2 mercenary groups that had long been at odds, constantly clashing with one another. One was the Dreaming Mercenary Corps, and the other was the Purple Gold Mercenary Corps. Both were large groups of 300 members, which was the maximum number allowed by the kingdom's laws, as mercenary groups were considered local armed forces, and an excess of personnel could pose threats to public order or royal authority. Generally speaking, for most missions, a group of 300 was more than sufficient. Typically, tasks could be handled by small teams of 4 or 5. It is worth noting that magical beasts are not foolish. The higher the level of the beast, the greater its intelligence. If a large group of people approaches from afar, they would have long since fled. The habitat of magical beasts is harsh, and hunting carries considerable risks. They primarily target the frail and young. If injured during a battle, recovery can be quite troublesome. and a decrease in combat effectiveness during the recovery period is dangerous as well. Nowadays, high-level magical beasts will not attack humans unless they are extremely hungry or feel greatly threatened. The first reason being that the strength of humans is often indistinguishable. A true sword saint, dressed in tatters and standing without displaying any fighting spirit, would merely appear as an ordinary old man. High-level magical beasts have learned from past experiences and tend to avoid confrontation whenever possible. Upon seeing 300 mercenaries approaching, unless the beast is mad, it would undoubtedly flee. Of course, this law has its loopholes. While a group is limited to 300 members, if several groups form an alliance, it effectively constitutes a small coalition. This aspect cannot be overly regulated, and for the time being, the Kingdom of Lubuol can only turn a blind eye from a policy perspective. The mercenary system is destined to be abolished eventually. Their mission commissions could very well be taken over entirely by military forces or city guards. That a large number of armed individuals wandering about is indeed quite dangerous. Mosei City is, without a doubt, one of the most chaotic cities in the nation. Numerous mercenaries often get into brawls, with daily fatalities among them becoming a common occurrence in such a tumultuous place. A crackdown is certainly necessary. The Kingdom of Lubuol has its fair share of scholars engaged in policy analysis, most of whom believe that once society reaches a certain level of development, with everyone having enough to eat, the majority would be disinclined to take risks and face death, thus causing the mercenary alliance to naturally dissipate. Of course, this is merely an ideal scenario, and we are currently far from it. The policies implemented by the Kingdom of Lubuol thus far have merely involved sending numerous bards to reside in Mosei City, hoping that their constant promotion can civilize the populace to some extent. For now, they cannot manage anything else. However, this initiative has been in place for several years with minimal effect. 3 years ago, the internal conflict within the Hygobi Mercenary Alliance was led by a small coalition headed by the Dreaming Mercenary Corps, opposing another small coalition led by the Purple Gold Mercenary Corps. At that time, both sides had already exceeded 1,000 members, surpassing the scale of many noble territorial conflicts and even rivaling those of small nations. It is said that the conflict was ignited merely because the opposing side mocked the leader of the Dreaming Mercenary Corps for being a woman. Kevin directly used this point to persuade Little Spoon. Although in truth, he did not truly believe it. Such a reason seemed more like a rallying cry to boost morale. The underlying causes of the conflict likely stemmed from deeper disputes over interests. Of course, Kevin was not one of them, and thus was not entirely clear on the specifics. Subsequently, a large number of bards flooded into the city, but the idea of monitoring everything they said proved to be rather impractical. Everyone was well aware of the enmity between the two mercenary groups, making it quite simple to profit. When they saw more members of the Purple Gold Corps, they would mock the Dreaming Corps. When they saw more from the Dreaming Corps, they would vehemently insult the Purple Gold Corps. This was far more lucrative than reciting the Legend of Rex or telling risky jokes. All that was required was to leave common sense behind. Kevin had been here before, attempting to impartially evaluate the relationship between the two groups, but unfortunately, no one was interested in listening. The Purple Gold Corps did not want to hear it, nor did the Dreaming Corps. Had it not been for his identity as a bard, he would likely have met a grim fate. Mercenaries generally held bards in high regard, or rather, they were more cautious about provoking them. The death of a mercenary was inconsequential, but the death of a bard constituted a serious matter. Now, this bard recounted. A few days ago, I accompanied a merchant convoy escorted by the Dreaming Mercenary Corps, and there was nothing unusual along the way. By the end, the supervisor of the convoy offered them 2 gold bricks. According to the agreed price, it should have been 1.5 gold bricks. So they ought to return us half a brick. But then these fellows just grabbed the bricks and attempted to leave. The supervisor hurried over to stop them, and their response was that half a brick should suffice as a tip. The bard animatedly mimicked the scene. The supervisor was furious. How can half a gold brick be considered a tip? If you truly want to give a tip, provide it separately. So, they ended up haggling for ages, and the Dreaming crew, unable to resolve it, proposed to just cut the gold brick in half. Laughter erupted in the tavern. While this method of bargaining was feasible, it was regarded as something only a miser would do. A grand mercenary group, and yet they lacked the gold to make change? Cut it then, cut it. Our supervisor has no objections, but what they didn't expect was that when the blade came down, the gold brick wouldn't even break. The bard mocked, you could simply press the blade down and apply enough force to snap it. But no, they had to show off, adding their fighting spirit. And the gold brick only got half cut. At that moment, I thought, Thankfully, there weren't any bandits around. If there had been, I might have lost my life. The bard sighed. I will definitely never seek tasks from the Dreaming Corps again. Laughter filled the tavern. A group of purple gold members basked in their sense of superiority. Regardless of whether the bard's tale held any truth, they had already begun to drink heartily. Many casually remarked, "What standard can a mercenary group led by a woman like Dreaming have? They truly are a disgrace. What can they accomplish? They couldn't even complete a task of peeping at gorillas mating." Huh. Exactly. Upon witnessing the mating, even the women couldn't contain themselves and started making noises. Ha ha ha. Some had already begun to spout obscenities. Kevin merely observed with a cold gaze. To be truthful, he detested the bard's penchant for spreading rumors. Yet he had to concede that it was one of the quickest ways to make money. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated from a corner table, and those familiar with the sound recognized it immediately as someone unable to tolerate the mockery, rising in indignation. But when everyone turned to look, they found only a table, with no one in sight. Just as the crowd was puzzled, a figure leaped out from beneath the table, standing atop it. Only then did they realize it was a female dwarf. Dwarves average a height that aligns with the tabletop. In public venues, establishments typically provide raised seating for them to dine alongside humans. However, when they rise and protest, they stand on the ground, creating the curious phenomenon of people looking back and finding no one. Scoundrel. The female dwarf drew her heavy sword from her back, brandishing it atop the table. Would you like to bring a gold brick over? Or, those soldiers over there, bring your long swords here, and I will chop them all in half for you. The crowd scrutinized her carefully. Her twin ponytails trailed to the ground, but due to her stature, her hair was not particularly long. She appeared to be an adult dwarf, but her exact age was uncertain. Her limbs were short and stout, and the heavy sword she wielded was taller than she was. Clearly hefty, her eyes were quite large, though now they blazed with rage, her face flushed crimson. This was merely a mercenary branch, and while the purple gold members were more numerous, it did not mean there were no members of the Dreaming Corps present. However, the bard merely chuckled. Everyone knows that the Lubual sword for new recruits is the shoddiest of weapons, even breaking with a mere twist. You bring such a thing to chop, it seems you are of similar caliber. Ha! The tavern erupted in roaring laughter, with some echoing. Be careful not to break your wine cups. You are so poor, you wouldn't want to pay for them, right? Don't chop the new recruit swords. You wouldn't want to be unable to pay for replacements. Alone, the female dwarf could hardly contend with so many voices. Her face flushed deeply as she glared fiercely at the bard, wishing she could sever his neck. Meanwhile, Marcus paid no heed to the situations. He nearly took out several manuals for operations in the venomous forest, distributing them to everyone. The manuals contained numerous precautions, essential for enhancing survival skills, and were a must-read before entering the forest. However, Kevin merely glanced at the book and closed it. He was already well aware of its contents. He was more intrigued by the farce unfolding before him. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly remarked to the commander, "Commander, our mission bears the disgrace of the Dream Return Mercenary Corps. Clearly, they are more familiar with the situation. If we could lend them a hand, it would undoubtedly benefit our task." Marcus cast a surprised glance at Kevin, saying, "The military does not intervene in the disputes of mercenary groups. It could lead to considerable trouble. Stop overthinking it. Focus on the booklet, and once you've finished, we shall depart." "Commander," Kevin replied, closing the booklet and returning it. "Surely you do not genuinely believe their failure was due to their inability to maintain discretion. A task left unattended for 3 months was no trivial matter." Kevin felt it imperative to gather intelligence beforehand. However, Marcus frowned. "You have quite a lot to say, don't you? Close your mouth." At that moment, Starr discreetly nudged Kevin's arm, signaling him to refrain from further comments. It was a taboo for subordinates to instruct their superiors on how to conduct their affairs. Realizing his folly, Kevin opted for silence. Having gleaned all he needed from the booklet, he now awaited the others to finish. Return the booklet and proceed onward. I'll take you down. The female dwarf could no longer contain her fury. Leaping into action, her heavy sword aimed directly at the bard. Gasps filled the room as many stood in astonishment. Witnessing the impending disaster, Kevin acted swiftly. A magical missile struck the bard's ankle, causing him to tumble to the ground. The heavy sword narrowly missed his head, a close call indeed. The bard landed on the floor, and the dwarf, having missed her strike, was unable to pursue further, casting a sidelong glance at Kevin. "What are you doing? Did you think I truly intended to kill him? Merely scaring him, that's all." You attacked the bard. The bard suddenly sprang to his feet. You brash woman. Await the constable's arrival for your reckoning. Oomph. You were the one who slandered the Dream Return Mercenary Corps, and I did not attack you. I merely sought to frighten you. Were you harmed? The dwarf was equally unyielding. Yet, it appeared that this was the domain of the Purple Gold faction, and nearly all mercenaries regarded her with disdain. They joined in mocking her. An all-out verbal assault ensued, and the dwarf, gripping her sword in fury, shouted, "Say that again. Step forward. I shall challenge you all. Do you dare?" "Haha, come on." A few were roused, brandishing 2 axes. "Kevin," the commander suddenly spoke. "Yes," Kevin instinctively responded. "The next course of action is yours," the commander casually stated. Just moments ago, a magical missile had saved a life, far exceeding the capabilities of a mere rookie. Observing the others standing like wooden statues, their expressions mirroring that of the bard's astonishment, the commander began to believe that Kevin might indeed possess notable skills, and was quite content to let him take the lead. Receiving the unexpected command, Kevin was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Everyone halt. The crowd fell silent, not due to Kevin's strength or volume, but rather because he was a soldier of the kingdom, representing the military. When the military speaks, all must listen. Do not be deceived by this shameless bard, Kevin immediately denounced. Such a person merely seeks to incite conflict between the 2 factions. A shameless opportunist. You would fight to the death over his mere words, while he stands indifferent, mocking your foolishness. A murmur of discussion arose in the hall. To be honest, these mercenaries were not entirely dim-witted. Hearing this, they began to suspect that all was not as it seemed. Yet, they relished the tales, and there was little to be done about it. The bard, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Everything I say is based on my experiences. What I have witnessed firsthand." Ha ha! Kevin laughed heartily. "You may indeed have witnessed it, but consider this. The Purple Gold Mercenary Corps and the Dream Return Mercenary Corps have been at odds for years. And in the eyes of most, you are evenly matched. That if the Dream Return Mercenary Corps is merely at the level you describe, does that not imply that the Purple Gold Mercenary Corps is of the same caliber?" In an instant, the hall buzzed with chatter, and the bard's face turned pale. He is merely insulting you in a roundabout way, and you rejoice and cheer. How absurd, huh? Kevin laughed. "Who are you?" The bard seethed. "Does it matter who I am?" Kevin stepped forward. "I am but an ordinary recruit. And you? Are you a bard? What do you convey? All you spread are tales of conflict and slaughter. Do you even deserve the title of bard?" The bard took a step back. You. Kevin advanced another step. "What of peering at a gorilla mating? You ignorant fools. Do you know who authored those booklets? They were compiled by professors from the Royal Academy. Where do you think their data comes from, if not from first-hand observations? If we do not observe animals, how can we know when they are in estrus, whether that period poses dangers? When mating is completed, how many offspring are born? How many are typically hunted? Overpopulation can lead to extinction, while underpopulation may cause ecological destruction. Observing animal behavior is also beneficial for our technological advancements. Every creation of the Creator is a marvel. Do you comprehend anything?" Kevin advanced once more. The bard retreated to the door. You. Do you know how much the casualty rate among mercenaries has declined since the publication of that booklet? Why must one consult the booklet before entering a new jungle? All present mercenaries know this from personal experience, yet you dare to mock scholarship with your ignorance. Kevin roared, "Get out." The bard stumbled back, tripping over the threshold and landing unceremoniously at the entrance. Humiliated and indignant, he turned and left. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Even the commander was taken aback. "How did you manage to chase away the bard?" Cough. Occupational hazard. Kevin coughed lightly. Chapter 28. The Parrot Commander. Once, being a bard was a noble profession. Although they wielded little power and possessed low magical and martial skills, they were well-traveled and knowledgeable. Many on the continent lived and died in their humble hometowns. Only bards opened their eyes to the world, allowing them to learn of the past and envision the future. People inherently respected those who possessed far greater knowledge than themselves. Every bard underwent rigorous scrutiny at headquarters and was awarded a bard's badge. Regrettably, this was all a matter of years past. At some point, bards began to proliferate. Their standards became uneven, principles gradually eroded, and integrity diminished. Kevin was not a flawless individual. He too could share crude jokes. However, inciting conflict between 2 factions was certainly not the role of a bard. Unfortunately, the associations found it difficult to regulate this, and relevant laws had loopholes. With a mouth attached to an individual who could discern truth from falsehood, it ultimately relied on the moral standards of the bards themselves for restraint. After unleashing his tirade, Kevin sighed and returned to the ranks. Regardless of the outcome, the atmosphere had shifted. Many engaged in animated discussions. Broker peace between the two mercenary factions would require more than mere words. Yet the current situation made it equally challenging to ignite conflict. Despite the dwarf and the double-axe-wielding man still standing their ground, this was the territory of the purple-gold faction. And even if the dwarf managed to topple the axe-wielder, it would inevitably provoke the ire of others. The scene would undoubtedly descend into chaos, all to prove that the Dream Return Mercenary Corps could cleave a gold brick with a single sword stroke? Absurd indeed. Nevertheless, the current situation still required a way to ease tensions. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to their pride. Kevin promptly positioned himself between them, addressing the dwarf. "Greetings, we are here to undertake this mission. Since the Dream Return Mercenary Corps has previously engaged with it, we hope to inquire about some specifics." The dwarf cast a sidelong glance at the purple-gold faction members, but ultimately nodded. "Then follow me." Upon witnessing the dwarf's attempt to leave, the purple-gold members erupted in mockery. "Hey, don't walk away. Weren't you going to challenge us all? Is that how you intend to leave?" The dwarf halted, gripping her sword tightly. Kevin, finding himself in a bind, continued to persuade. "Let us remain calm. Our priority should be the mission." With a huff, the dwarf finally stormed off amidst the jeers, and Kevin turned to beckon his teammates to follow. A few squad members glanced back at the commander, who signaled for them to heed Kevin's direction, and only then did they collectively exit. Sane's expression was noticeably unwilling, yet with the commander present, he said nothing. The group followed the dwarf to the division of the Dream Return Mercenary Corps. The division was quite small, roughly the size of a market butcher's stall. Considering the entire mercenary group consisted of around 300 members, having a division at all was commendable. The dwarf casually found a few stone stumps outside the division to sit upon, gesturing for the others to join her. "Although I believe I could have resolved that situation myself, I still appreciate your intervention." No one responded. All eyes turned to the commander, who in turn looked at Kevin. "Why are you silent?" Kevin was taken aback. "Commander? Shouldn't I be the one asking?" This mission was still under the commander's leadership, and he should take the lead. "I'll assist from the sidelines. If any issues arise, I will help. You all handle the rest," Marcus commanded directly. "Kevin, you will act as the temporary leader. You few will follow his orders, understood?" "Yes." A few clearly reluctant members had no choice but to comply. Kevin rubbed his forehead, realizing that the pressure of being a leader far exceeded that of being a mere soldier. Yet, given the circumstances, I must brace myself and press on. "Hello, may I inquire your name?" "I am called Lock," the female dwarf replied. "What a curious name," Kevin chuckled. "Did you come solely to see Lock?" "Ha ha ha." The female dwarf laughed heartily. "Many have remarked upon my name." "Kevin," Sane interjected suddenly, "the commander appointed you as the temporary captain." Not to flirt. Kevin was taken aback. A flicker of irritation stirred within him, yet he swallowed it down and turned to discuss the matter at hand. "Miss Locke, could you elaborate on the nature of the mission?" "The task is as follows." Miss Locke began to respond earnestly. The situation at that time involved an old professor and his 4 students. We had arranged for a total of 15 guards. Initially, there were 20 of us. Our mission was to observe the large fauna and magical beasts within the venomous forest. It was not merely a matter of spying on mating habits. The professor even presented several scrolls depicting the mating rituals of gorillas, as he sought to study whether the gorillas would exhibit any reactions upon seeing them. Miss Locke replied with utmost seriousness. The group was left speechless. "Oh dear, please do not regard me so. It makes me quite bashful," Locke said, scratching her head. "Ahem, what ultimately led to the failure of the mission?" Kevin redirected the conversation. "Ultimately, it was simply a matter of there being too many of us," Locke shrugged. "After we entered, we scarcely encountered any large animals. We attempted to split into smaller groups, but the professor insisted on remaining with his students. We could not afford to reduce our numbers further, as that would jeopardize our protective efforts. At one point, we all lay in the muck, waiting silently for an entire day, and returned reeking. Flies and mosquitoes swarmed around us, leaving us covered in bites, and no amount of repellent seemed to help," Locke continued with a shrug. "Yet we only caught a fleeting glimpse of a gorilla passing by, and achieved nothing." The group exchanged glances. the weight of 3 months' worth of delayed tasks evident upon them. Locke continued. A few high-tier mercenaries could suffice to ensure their safety with just 2 or 3 individuals, but their rates were too steep for us to afford. Moreover, this mission was particularly undesirable. If it merely involved slaying a magical beast, it would be a different matter. Since that incident, no mercenaries have been willing to accept this task, and it has remained unresolved. Kevin. Marcus suddenly spoke. Yes. Kevin instinctively stood up. I hereby grant you full authority, Marcus declared. You shall be the overall commander of this operation. I will not be joining. The group darkened their expressions. Was the commander abandoning them in their hour of need? Yet, no one dared to voice this thought. Do you have confidence? The commander asked loudly. Yes. Kevin replied reflexively. Marcus clapped his hands toward the sky, and a parrot swooped down, landing gracefully on his arm after a couple of powerful flaps. This is our reconnaissance parrot. Deployed by the Mage Corps, it patrols all garrison locations, the commander explained, presenting the parrot to everyone. With a simple clap and a whistle, you can summon it down. Report to it every evening regarding the day's activities. And I shall be informed. Understood, Commander. The new recruits responded in unison. The commander then turned to the parrot, instructing, please patrol in the vicinity of these new recruits. Should any unforeseen events arise, report back to me immediately. Yes. Commander. The parrot saluted with a flap of its right wing across its chest. The new recruits, witnessing this for the first time, displayed expressions of astonishment. Go forth, the commander gestured, and the parrot took flight. While the commander waved goodbye to the group, I wish you all good fortune. Farewell, Commander. The new recruits saluted until he was out of sight. Only then did they collectively exhale, returning to their seats. Suddenly, a flurry of wings was heard, and the parrot descended once more, landing steadily on Kevin's shoulder, eliciting surprised expressions from the others. Kevin couldn't help but ask, aren't you supposed to be patrolling in the sky? I needed a rest. The parrot shot him a sideways glance. The group was at a loss for words. Miss Locke expressed her astonishment. I've heard there have been numerous reforms within the military recently, but I never imagined it had advanced to this extent. The others echoed their own surprise. And Kevin, unable to resist, kept glancing at the parrot on his shoulder. The parrot promptly pecked him on the back of the head with its wing. Get to work. Why are you staring at me? Kevin scowled, profoundly understanding that as a new recruit, he possessed little dignity. Even a bird could reprimand him. The parrot's demeanor toward the commander and himself was strikingly different. Ahem. Kevin composed himself. Well, it's about time we have lunch. Shall we? Oka interjected. Since we've come out, why don't we return home for a visit? The teleportation points can get us back quickly, and we've been out for a week, having been away for nearly 3 months. Everyone felt a longing for home. Kevin glanced at the parrot on his shoulder, which also turned to look at Oka, causing Oka to break into a cold sweat. It seemed this parrot was essentially a spy left by the commander. I will report your request to the commander this evening, Kevin stated in an official tone. At that time, the parrot will relay the message. If the commander permits, I shall have no objections. No, Oka quickly backtracked. Whatever you say goes. Miss Locke stood up beside them. It seems I have no further business here. I shall take my leave. Wait, Kevin hurriedly intervened. Might I request Miss Locke to accompany us for a while? We are all new recruits and still unfamiliar with many things. We would be honored to have you join us for lunch. Very well, Miss Locke replied, settling back onto the stone seat. Meanwhile, Stard quickly scribbled a note and passed it to Kevin, which read, just say you're sending me out to scout for information. I'll take the opportunity to go home. Upon reading it, Kevin turned to find the parrot also eyeing the note. After a moment of silence, the parrot spoke. Do you think I cannot read? The group was left speechless. Ahem. Kevin crumpled the note. Regardless, let us eat first. They soon found a tavern, ordered a few dishes, and nibbled on some bread. The new recruits, accustomed to silence at mealtime, rendered the table somber. Kevin chewed. He periodically glanced at the parrot on his shoulder, yet discerning its expression was an impossible feat. Others cast curious glances toward them, with one person even inquiring, what a beautiful parrot. Where did you buy it? You cannot buy it, Kevin replied. This was indeed true. A parrot of such intelligence had never been heard of in his 10 years of travels. It only appeared in novels. Where did you get this one then? The person pressed. It's not mine, Kevin sighed. The person responded with silence. After finishing their meal, Kevin pondered whether to offer the parrot something to eat and asked the tavern keeper, do you have any parrot feed? None, the tavern keeper replied helplessly. We only have hen feed. Shut your mouth, the parrot screeched. Standing up, I don't need you to feed me. and to suggest hen feed is a grave insult to my avian dignity. All right, all right. Kevin hurriedly attempted to placate. We need to get to work. Let us go. Amidst the astonished gazes of the tavern patrons, Kevin was scolded by a bird as he rushed out. The group had barely taken a few steps when the parrot suddenly took off on its own, not uttering a word. They exchanged tense glances. Could it be reporting to the commander? Let us not worry about that now. We must hurry, Kevin urged, striving to maintain morale. Let us go. We will head to the Royal Academy and find the professor. Then I shall not accompany you, Locke replied. Though I appreciate your hospitality, if the opportunity arises in the future, I shall certainly lend you a hand. All right, Kevin nodded. But I have one question that perplexes me. Earlier at the Mercenary Guild, since it is the territory of the Purple Gold Mercenary Corps, why did you venture there alone? Locke merely laughed awkwardly. I got lost and wandered into the first establishment I found. Hiki. Oh, Kevin chuckled. Then I suppose we shall meet again. The female dwarf waved casually and turned to leave, swiftly disappearing into the crowd. Sane remarked, she is likely a high-tier mercenary, probably above level 5. She is stronger than us. Kevin nodded. Having been trained to observe movements and actions, he could barely deduce her strength if she truly was prone to wandering into others' territories. It was hard to believe she had survived this long. Never mind. Let us depart. Kevin turned, only to spot a man sitting on the ground by the street, a book resting on his knees, the title unmistakably The Assassin's Chronicles. The man looked up, met Kevin's gaze, and smiled. He then picked up the book and strolled leisurely toward a corner of the street. Kevin felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. It was evident that the man had beckoned him over. Yet he was clearly an assassin. Kevin pondered for a moment and decided to ignore him. The others had not noticed and continued on their way, entering the teleportation point and arriving in the capital of the Kingdom of Baal, Na City. The capital is situated in the northern part of the kingdom, within which the Royal Academy is located, an institution funded by the king himself. It offers not only the study of magic and martial arts but also encompasses mathematics, history, art, architecture, alchemy, and numerous other disciplines, amounting to over 30 subjects, making it the highest academy in the kingdom. The academy accepts not only the offspring of nobility, but also outstanding students from the common populace. If one is able to graduate from the academy, the kingdom will fully cover all expenses incurred during their studies. However, the truth is that graduation is no easy feat among the common folk. Fewer than 20 manage to graduate smoothly each year, and at times, none succeed at all. Even among the nobility, only around 100 individuals are able to graduate annually. Kevin once harbored aspirations for such an esteemed institution. As it is said that his father graduated from the Royal Academy, yet he himself did not complete his studies, merely obtaining a certificate of completion. Aware of the exorbitant tuition fees, his father took it upon himself to educate Kevin, who received his early education at the hands of his father. The elder frequently recounted his experiences at the academy, leaving Kevin filled with envy. Upon exiting the teleportation point, they boarded a carriage and arrived directly at the gates of the Royal Academy. The entrance was adorned with intricately carved white marble, exuding grandeur without ostentation. Numerous individuals clad in robes strolled about, all genuine scholars and true masters, representing the future backbone of the nation, nurtured by the state. This place also served as a center for the latest technological innovations. Suddenly, a parrot appeared out of nowhere and landed on Kevin's shoulder. Nearby, several female students' eyes sparkled with excitement. What a lovely parrot! Where did you get it? The crowd responded with silence, refraining from inquiring where the parrot had just roamed. They approached the gatekeeper and explained their purpose. In a matter of moments, an elderly gentleman ambled towards them from within the campus. Nodding in acknowledgement, "Are you the ones here to accept the mission?" Upon recognizing the individual, Kevin was taken aback. "Vice Principal?" "Indeed, it is I," the man confirmed with a nod. Unable to contain his surprise, Kevin introduced the others. "This is Professor Luke, the Vice Principal of the Royal Academy, renowned for addressing certain male issues, affectionately dubbed the father of male impotence. The task board only mentioned a professor. I never expected such a notable figure." The group stared at the elder in astonishment. Luke remained silent. Ahem, Kevin observed the situation. "Does the Vice Principal not appreciate such a title?" Luke chuckled softly. "In truth, I have made other contributions, but let us not dwell on that. You may enter and stay the night. We shall depart tomorrow." Chapter 29. The Venomous Forest, Commander Parrot. The report for today is as follows. The 6 of us have successfully arrived at the Royal Academy, met with the task delegator, Professor Luke, and arranged to depart tomorrow. We shall temporarily reside in the Academy's guest dormitory. End of report. As evening approached, Kevin earnestly relayed the update to the parrot. The parrot paused for a moment. A drink would be nice. Flying such a distance is exhausting. Kevin complied, handing it half a cup of water. But the parrot struggled to drink due to its large beak and the small cup's opening. After attempting twice, it looked back at Kevin. Understanding the issue, Kevin picked up a small stone from the ground and tossed it into the cup, causing the water level to rise, believing it would then be able to drink. You've muddied the water. How could I possibly drink it now? The parrot squawked indignantly, flapping its wings. Why don't you drink it yourself? Kevin felt embarrassed. Hastily pouring out the water before filling a new cup. He was puzzled. Why was this different from the fables his father told him in his childhood? The parrot shot him an annoyed glance before finally drinking a bit and then taking flight. Vice Principal Luke, upon learning that they were there to assist with the task, was quite pleased. He guided them to their accommodations and provided dinner. The dormitory was quite ordinary, featuring single rooms with merely a bed, a table, and 2 chairs, lacking any additional furniture. Yet, the absence of snoring roommates or midnight wake-up calls was a source of great comfort. With little to do that afternoon, Vice Principal Luke permitted them to wander the campus for a casual tour. However, clad in soldier uniforms, their status felt particularly low in an institution brimming with experts, especially as they bore no ranks, clearly marking them as recruits. Even within the military, they were scarcely regarded, easily dismissed by even a bird. After a brief exploration, several noble-born students expressed mild dissatisfaction. Kevin, however, harbored no such thoughts, though classes were in session, making it impossible to linger by the classroom doors. As a soldier of the kingdom, he felt obliged to uphold the military's image. The library and various training grounds were restricted to enrolled students and faculty, leaving only the cafeteria and the gardens accessible to them. While strolling through the gardens, Kevin accidentally walked in on a couple engaged in a passionate kiss. The startled couple gasped. Has the school security changed uniforms? Please, don't tell our teacher. Kevin said nothing and turned to leave. The 2 young lovers expressed their gratitude. Thank you, security uncle. But you seem so young. Then, security brother. Returning to the dormitory, Kevin refrained from going out again. As the temporary leader, he felt compelled to check on his companions. Gray was napping, having suffered from severe sleep deprivation lately. Start lay on his bed, staring blankly. He had sufficient rest but, with nothing to do, struggled to fall asleep. When Kevin knocked on Sane's door, he discovered the 3 of them engaged in a pillow fight. Upon noticing Kevin's entrance, they slowly lowered their pillows, casting mischievous glances at him. Clearing his throat, Kevin advised, "Get some rest. We don't yet know how long this field assessment will last." "Yes, indeed, temporary captain," Sane replied with a smirk. Kevin chose not to engage further and exited the room, only to hear another raucous scuffle erupt inside. He could only lament the tedium of military life, which often compelled them to seek entertainment. As night fell, Kevin led the group in donning their gear, then waited quietly at the school gates. In a short while, the professor appeared, accompanied by 3 students. "Good day, Professor," Kevin greeted as he stepped forward. "Will there only be 3 of you?" "Alas," Luke chuckled, "the others are unwell. So it will just be the 4 of us." Kevin and his companions observed the 3 students behind the professor, each carrying a massive travel backpack and clad in fitted leather armor. With daggers strapped at their ankles, they appeared robust and capable, likely possessing considerable outdoor survival experience. Far from being helpless, the professor himself, however, was gray-haired and seemed the only one unburdened. It was rumored that Luke possessed no combat prowess, and at his age, venturing into perilous wilderness was no small feat. As Kevin and his companions scrutinized them, the newcomers returned the gaze. Last time, their mercenary team had deployed 15 guards, yet this time only 6 recruits had come, prompting some unease. "By the way, are you in charge now?" Luke inquired of Kevin. "Yes. You don't have any other officers accompanying you?" Luke asked, somewhat surprised, as he was well aware of recent military activities, where recruits were typically led by officers that he had intended to ask yesterday, but had held his tongue. Now, seeing no officer present, he felt compelled to inquire. "Our officer," Kevin began, but at that moment, the parrot swooped down and landed on his shoulder. "Has arrived." To this, the professor was not taken aback. "Oh, a military parrot? It seems the Army's training program is quite extensive." The parrot ignored the comment. The officer has instructed me to relay a message. You must all fully obey Kevin's commands for this mission. If any orders seem unreasonable, you may report to me. Understood, the group responded instinctively. This declaration drew the attention of several passers-by, who regarded them as if they were a spectacle. Then let us set forth, Luke gestured. The group of 10 finally commenced their journey toward the destination. Along the way, Kevin sought clarification on the specifics of their mission, finding that it largely aligned with Miss Locke's earlier description. Their primary objective was to investigate the ecology of the gorillas, with an expected duration of 3 to 4 days, during which they would set up tents in the forest. They should not anticipate luxuries such as bathing, if the task were merely a vacation. It would hardly have been delayed for 3 months. The 3 students were of common descent. No other noble students had expressed willingness to accompany the professor, who reflected on the situation with mild regret. Unfortunately, the intellect of most common students was somewhat lacking, and even if the experiment succeeded, the results would be shared with everyone upon their return, rendering the absence of noble students inconsequential. Professor Luke specialized in biology, which included research on how to cultivate and train parrots to enhance their intelligence, even enabling them to engage in conversation with humans, a project he had developed in collaboration with several other professors. Completed 3 years prior and now implemented in the military. As for the treatment of male physiology, that was merely an incidental discovery during biological research, regrettably. Many people tended to exalt this serendipitous finding while overlooking his numerous other contributions. Thus, each time he heard himself referred to as the father of male impotence, it soured his mood. The group of 10 successfully arrived at the edge of the venomous forest. Without further ado, they began to apply a fragrant ointment to their skin. Available for purchase at the Mercenary Guild, this salve offered a degree of protection against insect bites, though it was by no means foolproof. In a place like the venomous forest, it served more as a psychological comfort. The venomous forest, located in the southern part of the kingdom of Lubuol, is a basin characterized by perpetual humidity and a stifling atmosphere. The dense vegetation casts shadows upon the ground, leaving it perpetually dim. The heavy moisture contributes to a strong odor of decay that permeates the air even before one steps inside. This area also serves as a breeding ground for a plethora of insects, as Luke explained. Over 50% of the nation's insect species can be found within this forest. Despite the application of ointment, it is still advisable for everyone to dress warmly to avoid exposing their skin. However, the oppressive heat here makes it uncomfortable to wear too many layers. 10 individuals have wrapped their faces and hands with cloth, leaving only their eyes visible. In mere moments, a light sheen of sweat begins to form. The air is filled with the buzzing sounds of mosquitoes and other insects. Parrots, on the other hand, seem unperturbed by the pests. Generally, birds do not fear them, as their thick feathers offer substantial protection against bites. We should first locate a suitable campsite, the professor declared. There are no large animals around here for the time being, but we must remain cautious of snakes. With that, he took the lead, wielding a branch to clear the path ahead. Strange sounds echoed through the woods from time to time, heightening the tension. Vice Principal, what is that sound? Kevin inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. That is the call of a troop of monkeys, the professor replied. Each troop has a sentinel monkey that alerts the others to danger. However, some monkeys intentionally emit false alarm signals to trick their companions into fleeing, allowing them to pilfer food. Oh, Kevin nodded. So monkeys can be deceptive as well. Monkeys are remarkably intelligent creatures. The professor's words flowed effortlessly, almost instinctively launching into a lecture. The 3 students behind him perked up, undeterred by the harsh environment, and promptly began to jot down notes. The sound of their pens scratching against paper filled the air, eager to capture every word the professor uttered. Watch out for snakes, the professor suddenly shouted, striking a green snake with his branch. The snake darted away in a flash, disappearing from sight. The 3 students hurriedly noted down the warning. Watch out for snakes. Sayan, observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle. You all are such bookworms. The trio remained unfazed, focused on their writing. Kevin sighed softly. It seemed that the civilian students faced considerable challenges. If it were merely for the sake of an investigation, they need not have accompanied him. After all, they would all write reports upon returning. Their presence likely stemmed from a desire for the professor's guidance, even if it meant enduring a barrage of seemingly trivial information. Professor, Kevin suddenly suggested, I believe we need not search diligently for a suitable campsite. We could simply tie 2 ropes between the trees to create a makeshift bed. That is a good suggestion, the professor smiled. But I am too old to sleep at such heights. A stone will suffice. I am familiar with this area from my visit 3 months ago. Respecting the professor's wishes, Kevin followed him a little further until the professor abruptly halted, brushing against a nearby tree. Something is amiss. There are bloodstains. Upon hearing this, a tense atmosphere enveloped the group as they gathered around the tree trunk. Indeed, they spotted a dark red fingerprint, seemingly several days old, yet unmistakably human. The rough bark made it difficult to discern the details. Professor, Kevin glanced around. What does a human fingerprint signify? The professor paused thoughtfully before asserting. It indicates that someone has shed blood here. Kevin remained silent, while the 3 students continued to diligently take notes. Enough, the professor chuckled. Let's not overthink this. In the wild, leaving some blood behind is quite normal. Let us proceed. After a short distance, they encountered no further peculiarities. The professor, well acquainted with the terrain, led them to a large stone where sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, creating a small, relatively dry clearing. Scattered nearby were some cut wooden strips and pieces, indicating that others had indeed been there before. We camped here 3 months ago, the professor stated. Let us set up the tents. The 3 students immediately sprang into action, with the professor lending a hand. Meanwhile, Kevin and the 6 others erected 6 tents in a circle to protect the professor within. Kevin then gathered the team to organize a night watch rotation. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner, and no one voiced any objections. By the time the tents were completed, evening had fallen. A few individuals brought out their provisions to nibble on, while the professor consulted a map to outline the next day's route. The poisonous forest plunged into darkness quite early, and as night approached, everyone began to rest, with Sand taking the first watch. The new recruits, inexperienced in night watches, were on high alert, anxiously scanning their surroundings in the wilderness. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. At dawn, the professor rose, ready to lead the group to the observation point. They dug a pit, lying prone and burying themselves, leaving only their eyes exposed, focused on a clearing ahead. The professor unfurled a pre-prepared sheet of paper, displaying 2 gorillas in mating positions, hoping to attract any passing gorilla's interest. The day went by without any sign of gorillas, and darkness returned to the forest. The group remained prone, their stomachs growling, testing the limits of endurance. Doubt crept in. Did gorillas truly inhabit this forest? Yet the professor assured them that gorilla footprints and signs of habitation were abundant. Insisting they persist, they resorted to nibbling on small biscuits, reminding one another to stay alert and not faint from hunger. Kevin even considered summoning the parrot to patrol the area, but the parrot declined, citing the dangers of predators and preferring the safety of human company. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, a tremor shook the ground, suggesting the approach of a large animal, and not just 1 or 2. Anxiety rippled through the group. Chapter 30. The poacher. As the tremors drew near, the group, fatigued from a day and night of lying flat, felt a surge of adrenaline at the prospect of action. Kevin and the others cautiously moved their joints to avoid stiffness in case of an emergency. Suddenly, they heard the unmistakable whoosh of an arrow slicing through the air. An arrow struck a nearby tree trunk, its fletching still quivering. As they absorbed the shock, the underbrush erupted with the sound of heavy footsteps, and moments later, 5 or 6 formidable gorillas burst forth. With arms thicker than human legs, these powerful creatures commanded respect in their domain. Yet, in a state of panic, they fled without a glance back, ignoring the image of gorillas mating that lay abandoned on the forest floor. Poachers, the professor's brow furrowed. Indeed, moments later, another arrow flew through the air, striking the slowest gorilla squarely in the back. The rear gorilla let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground, while the others fled without a second thought, leaving their companion behind. The injured gorilla struggled to rise, its legs unsteady, eyes drooping. Is that a tranquilizer arrow? Without hesitation, the professor sprang to his feet, approached the fallen gorilla, and removed the arrow. The gorilla thrashed weakly for a moment before succumbing to a deep slumber. The others followed the professor's lead, rising to their feet as Kevin quickly commanded, "Protect the professor." The 6 new recruits formed a protective circle around the professor, shields raised, intently watching the movements in the dense forest. The professor and 3 students crouched down to examine the gorilla's injuries. Over there, behind that oak tree, the parrot squawked. "There's someone." The group turned in unison, adjusting their stance. Kevin stepped forward. "Come out." After a brief silence behind the oak, a figure resembling a hunter emerged, bow in hand, an arrow knocked but not aimed, ready to draw at a moment's notice. Like the others, his face was obscured by cloth, leaving his appearance a mystery. The poacher chuckled. What is going on? Has even the royal army been dispatched? Kevin paused, glancing at his own disheveled and filthy appearance. His uniform was barely recognizable. The poacher likely did not realize he was a rookie. Hence the careful demeanor. Should his true identity be discovered, he would likely be disregarded. Marina stepped forward. Kid, poaching gorillas is a grave offense. Hand over your fine, and we might let you off lightly. The poacher laughed heartily. What grave offense is poaching gorillas? I am not aware. What exactly is the penalty? The professor rose. The gorillas in this area are already classified as endangered. 6 years ago, the government prohibited the hunting of gorillas in the poisonous forest. These gorillas have no medicinal value and are not magical beasts. Capturing them merely serves to sell them to circuses. Why bother? Really? Is that so? The poacher shook his head dismissively. Did I shoot that arrow? Look, my arrows are still in my hand. Stop wasting time with him. Sayin could no longer contain himself and lunged forward, shield raised, sword hidden behind him, executing a charge reminiscent of rookie training. Midway, he even unleashed a burst of red energy. An impressive display at that moment. Kevin considered calling him back, but quickly realized that retreating would only create a larger opening. That he raised his sword and shouted, Everyone, charge. Whoosh. The poacher immediately let loose an arrow, aimed straight at the crouching professor. The group gasped, swiftly turning, only to see Kevin slide forward, shield raised to block the projectile. This time, he even employed a magical shield in conjunction with his own, a dual defense that would have otherwise been insufficient to stop the arrow. As they turned back, the poacher had already dashed into the thicket. I'll pursue him, Sayin declared impulsively, ready to charge after the poacher. Come back, Kevin ordered. What? Sayin barely acknowledged the command, intent on his pursuit. Return to me. Kevin unleashed a magical missile in hot pursuit. Sayin sensed something amiss behind him and swiftly leaped to the side, barely evading the threat. He turned back and roared. What are you doing? I am now the commander. And I command you to return, Kevin asserted, adopting an authoritative stance. However, Sayin remained unimpressed. Heh, who do you think you are? Kevin was momentarily taken aback. Despite his awareness of his waning authority, it was rather infuriating to be openly contradicted in front of their employer. Sayin, if you truly refuse to comply with my command, then kindly proceed to the mercenary guild. Find a task that has been pending for 3 months and complete it. Kevin retorted without reservation. If anyone wishes to accompany him, I have no objections. I will report to the commander shortly. A heavy silence enveloped the scene, creating an awkward atmosphere. Regardless of Kevin's status as the official commander, such blatant disrespect was inexcusable under any circumstances. Moreover, they had been at the Royal Academy for a day, and had lingered here for 3 days. Time had elapsed over 4 days, and their absence was only meant to be for a week. Even if they were to return now and pick up a mission within 2 days, it would not be an easy feat. Cough, cough. Start, ever the stabilizing force, stepped forth to mediate. Let us not quarrel. After all, we have been together for 3 months. Surely, we know each other's temperaments by now. This is our final task. Let us maintain some harmony, shall we? Kevin, Sayin's tone softened. Allow me to reason with you. Proceed. The adversary is but one individual, armed with a bow. Given his attire, he is unlikely to conceal any other weapon. At most, 2 daggers. Once we catch up to him, does he truly believe he can fend off my sword and shield with mere daggers? Such poachers are often desperate souls. What skills could he possibly possess? Sayin inquired. With such a golden opportunity before us, you would have me retreat. Are you afraid I might claim the glory? Allow me to reason with you as well, Kevin replied calmly. Firstly, how can you be so certain he is alone? The parrot told me, Sayin responded. Can the parrot see everything in this dense forest? Kevin countered, addressing the unseen parrot. Moreover, even if the parrot cannot see, it merely indicates that others are outside of our line of sight. To venture so deep into the venomous forest alone for poaching, do you truly believe he possesses such audacity? What does it matter? Sayin scoffed. Poaching alone is still poaching. Humph. Kevin retorted coldly. Please engage your intellect. Can a solitary individual truly contend against a formidable gorilla? Just one person could instill such fear in a multitude of gorillas. Sayin fell silent, seemingly contemplating his rebuttal. The expression he wore while speaking to us led me to conclude that he was merely stalling for time to allow his companions to escape, Kevin stated. We cannot ascertain how many poachers there are, There is no necessity to engage in a futile struggle. Should we corner them, we may very well incur casualties ourselves. Our primary mission is to protect the professor. Do you understand? Sane scoffed. Your reasoning merely masks your cowardice. If we eliminate this band of poachers, the professor will naturally be safe. You are simply afraid of death, which is why you hesitate to act. Stark could no longer contain himself and interjected. Enough, Professor. What should we do now? Luke surveyed them with a sigh. The gorilla has been tranquilized, but I cannot ascertain the dosage. Let us wait for it to awaken. Kevin immediately commanded. Then let us all take a moment to rest and remain vigilant. The group exhaled in relief, finding their own spots to sit, still feeling the lingering discomfort from their earlier argument. Ultimately, the discord stemmed from the differing principles of the two men, each representing a stark contrast. Sane, hailing from a military background, had been instilled with the belief that strength prevails in conflict whenever a problem arose. He resolved it with force, never with words. Kevin, on the other hand, believed in the power of discourse, resorting to violence only as a last resort. A bard of modest prowess, traversing the continent with fists would have led to an early demise. Moreover, Kevin held the conviction that resorting to force for victory lacked chivalry. After a brief respite and a light meal, the professor and 3 students continued their hushed discussions when suddenly the parrot squawked. Someone's coming. Everyone sprang to their feet, encircling the professor, then scanning their surroundings, only to spot a cloaked figure in black emerging from the forest, cradling an object. Upon sighting the figure's garb, both Kevin and Stark turned pale. It was unmistakably the attire of an assassin. The figure's stature was unfamiliar, leaving them uncertain of friend or foe. Yet, if this figure was indeed an enemy, it was likely that none here could contend with them. The assassin calmly approached, placing the object on the ground before Kevin, saying, "Your package." Kevin, the assassin departed quietly, and silence fell over the woods once more. Everyone turned to Kevin, and Malina's expressed astonishment. In this day and age, packages truly arrive without fail? Kevin exchanged a glance with Stark, both acutely aware that this item was likely significant. Kevin promptly ordered, "Everyone, spread out. The package may pose a threat." The group, wary, sought refuge on the periphery. Kevin cautiously severed the package's bindings with his sword, shielding himself with his shield, then pried open the lid with the tip of his sword. Instantly, a wave of metallic odor assaulted his senses, causing him to shudder. Inside the box lay a severed human head, fresh, yet unrecognizable to them. Given the remoteness of this area, it was likely that this belonged to the poacher from earlier. The earlier poacher had also been masked, leaving no one privy to his appearance. The group exchanged anxious glances, and as their tension mounted, Kevin, as the leader, had no choice but to examine it closely, discovering a note nestled within the box, which read, "When will the new book be released? I await the update." "Kevin, what does it say?" the others inquired, leaning in closer. Kevin, unable to conceal the note, presented it for all to see. "Clearly, this is some sort of coded message or cipher. I will endeavor to decipher it." The group. Chapter 31. The first team battle. Kevin dug a pit to bury the head, offering a solemn salute at the makeshift grave that he held the belief that regardless of how one lived, once deceased, they deserved a measure of dignity. The others kept their distance. Though they had undergone basic training, many had never set foot on a battlefield, with some, like Gray, feeling queasy and retreating to the sidelines. Stark approached Kevin to whisper, "Could it be that the assassin is clandestinely protecting us? If so, we may be safe." "Do not be too optimistic," Kevin replied quietly. "In fact, just a few days ago in the city, I noticed someone observing Assassin's Creed by the roadside, likely attempting to lure me in. I ignored it, but it seems it may have been the same individual." "Is it the same assassin who answered all your questions?" Stark pressed. "I doubt it." Kevin gently shook his head. The note left behind was conspicuously straightforward, and compared to others, it seemed like the work of a novice assassin. "The female assassin we know is certainly not the one who arrived today." Stark fell silent for a moment. To be honest, in this wilderness, if an assassin truly wished to eliminate us, no one would uncover their identity. Kevin nodded, sharing his concern. "I too worry that if my writing does not meet their expectations, they might come to eliminate me." Just as they spoke, the gorilla finally stirred, shaking its head and attempting to rise. Spotting the cluster of humans gazing at it, it immediately leaped up in fright. However, it had not yet fully regained its strength, and in its panic, It rolled a few times, becoming entangled in leaves. The group startled simultaneously, and the professor quickly intervened. Let it be. The gorilla tumbled and scrambled away, vanishing into the depths of the forest. The professor sighed. Gorillas possess remarkable memories, having encountered danger in this place. They're unlikely to return. The group gathered closer, momentarily silent. Let us return, the professor finally spoke. So, does this mean our mission is? Kevin inquired. The professor offered a wry smile. I understand the challenges you've faced. Consider this mission complete. I will ensure you receive your full payment. Yet we all know that this outing yielded no tangible results. The group sighed, and Sane interjected. Shall we track that gorilla? Its tracks should still be traceable. No, the professor shook his head. Your enthusiasm is commendable. But I am no longer up to such exertion that I in my younger days. I would have stayed here alone for a month. Alas, let us return. The professor's tone conveyed disappointment, evident to all, after enduring such hardship for an extended period. They had nothing to show for it. Kevin and the others could only begrudgingly comfort themselves with the notion that they had completed a task, though for the professor, it meant unwarranted expenditure of funds. Several times, Kevin contemplated asking why an individual of his age would venture into the primordial forest. Such labor could easily be delegated to the younger generation. Yet, it appeared that the youth's efforts paled in comparison to those of the elderly. Otherwise, why would he need to take matters into his own hands? The privileged, timid students and the dull-witted commoners, despite being part of a vast empire, true talent remained exceedingly scarce. Kevin also pondered why the old professor relentlessly toiled at his age. Was it for money? Ultimately, he refrained from asking. Some questions need not be posed, for the answers are already understood. Those who cannot comprehend would fail to grasp the significance, even if the truth were laid bare before them. 10 individuals ambled back, this time led by Kevin, who mimicked the professor's gestures, gently prodding the underbrush with a branch. The professor nodded slightly in approval, though regrettably, they were not his students, and he chose to remain silent. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps became pronounced ahead, suggesting a group of people was approaching. The crowd immediately focused their attention, and after a moment, 6 figures emerged from behind the trees, their faces obscured, making it difficult to distinguish between male and female. Each wielded a weapon, primarily machetes, albeit appearing somewhat worn. Who are you? Kevin inquired, though a vague answer already lingered in his mind. Greetings, officers. One of the taller, leaner figures stepped forward among the 6. Have you seen anyone dressed similarly to us? Carrying a hunting bow? The group exchanged startled glances, each comprehending that the individual in question was now merely a severed head, recently buried by Kevin. Kevin glanced around. Did any of you see him? The group hesitated briefly, then shook their heads. What are you talking about? Unknown. Fortunately, everyone wore masks to fend off mosquitoes, concealing their facial expressions and thus revealing no telltale signs. Are you hunters? Kevin casually asked. Indeed, came the reply. Have you had any luck? Kevin pressed. None whatsoever. In fact, we've lost a companion. The hunter shook his head, producing a map, and we have an inkling that we've lost our way. Could you assist us in determining our current location? Sure, Kevin smiled. Come here and let me have a look. This area has better lighting. Officer, please come this way. The individual crouched, spreading the map in a patch of light. It seems your map is unclear. Allow me to show you mine. Kevin casually unfurled his own map atop his shield. The others exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere growing tense. Even those who were typically slow to catch on sensed something amiss. They instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, ready for action. Come down. Kevin called out sharply to Sane, let me clarify the situation first. The opposing group's tone had soured. Humph. What more is there to inquire? We have already discovered our leader's corpse and even unearthed his head. Besides you lot, who else could it be? I apologize, Kevin replied. To be frank, your leader was not killed by us. He was indeed implicated in poaching gorillas, but by the time we arrived, he had already managed to escape. Then who killed our leader? Someone from their ranks roared. Everyone, remain composed, Kevin responded. Your leader was slain by a courier. The crowd fell silent. Damn it, they erupted in fury, brandishing their weapons and charging forward. Kevin had anticipated this, and with a flick of his wrist, a magical missile shot towards one of the poachers. The 6 new recruits were expected to face one opponent each. But it was their first real combat experience, and the adversaries were fueled by rage. After lying in wait for so long, their mental state was already precarious. Engaging in battle could prove perilous. Kevin had initially intended to avoid direct confrontation, allowing Sane to refrain from pursuing them when they first encountered their leader. However, it was clear that the opposition was now intent on tearing their masks off and attacking the kingdom's soldiers. A grave offense. If even one person from this encounter escaped, the poachers would undoubtedly wreak havoc. Therefore, they were resolved to go all out, aiming to obliterate Kevin and his companions. They had originally planned to feign being lost to lure Kevin into a trap under the pretense of consulting the map, intending to eliminate him first. But unexpectedly, Kevin did not fall for the ruse and opted for direct confrontation. The recent death of their leader was a significant grievance for them. One of the poachers swung a knife, attempting to shift the blame onto Kevin and his companions. "Parrot officer, can you fight?" Kevin asked, shielding himself with a magical barrier and the new recruit's shield. "I cannot," the parrot replied. "Then what can you do?" Kevin queried. "I can fly." The parrot flapped its wings and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing from view. In the midst of the fierce battle, no one had the time to make sarcastic remarks. The poachers, wielding their battered blades, attacked with wild abandon. Although their weapons appeared ragged, that was merely superficial. When Kevin clashed his sword against theirs, it chipped on the first strike. "Oka," Kevin urgently called. "What weapons are they wielding?" Oka, the Lord's son, was well versed in weaponry, given that Langton City specialized in arms. Oka retreated a step. His shield nearly cleaved in half. "Must be smuggled dwarf weapons. Our shields cannot withstand them. We must use our swords to defend." "Ah!" Gray screamed, having his shield shattered, blood pouring from his hand. The next strike from the enemy was aimed directly at Gray's heart. In that moment, everyone was preoccupied with their respective foes, unable to assist him, feeling anxious yet helpless. At a critical juncture, the professor suddenly tossed a handful of gray powder into the air, directly hitting one of the poachers in the eyes. The poacher shrieked in agony, stumbling backward. Gray narrowly escaped death. "What did you throw?" The opposing group gasped in fear, and the assault from the others momentarily slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Sane charged forward, his sword imbued with fighting spirit, aiming directly at the poacher before him. However, the poacher sidestepped effortlessly, causing Sane's sword to slice through empty air, leaving a mark on the ground. The adversary took advantage of this opening and advanced with his blade. But Sane was unable to retract his attack in time. In a panic, he had no choice but to drop his sword and leap back, his face flushed with embarrassment, though momentarily hidden by the mask, rendering his expression invisible to others. "Sane!" Kevin couldn't help but yell. "What on earth are you doing?" Sane had no time to respond, merely raising his meager shield to defend. Yet the new recruit's shield offered little protection. Under 2 strikes, it was split in 2. "Gray, hurry and help," Kevin commanded. Though injured, Gray still held his sword, and the poacher he faced was blinded, temporarily unable to see. "Ah!" Gray stumbled, weaving through the professor and others until he reached Sane. Sane snatched Gray's sword. "You go back." Gray, still bewildered, returned to his original position, blood still flowing from his hand, pain persisting, with the blinded poacher before him appearing equally distressed. "Gray, what are you dawdling for?" Kevin bellowed. "If you have no weapon, grab a bow. If no bow, use your belt." Oh. Gray, snapping out of his daze, retrieved his training bow from his back and knocked an arrow. One shot struck the blinded poacher in the stomach, eliciting a pained whimper from him. "Don't shoot the incapacitated one." Kevin nearly went mad. "Shoot someone else. Help your comrades. Focus on aiding Sane." The opposing group roared back. "Why is this guy talking so much?" "Huh," Kevin sneered. "Listen up. Our parrot has gone to fetch reinforcements. I suggest you surrender quickly, or else." Haha. The opposition appeared uncertain, yet remained defiant. "Who are you trying to fool? Can a parrot really summon reinforcements?" Whoosh! Gray aimed carefully and released an arrow. However, the poacher raised his blade, blocking the shot, startling Sane. "Gray, if you hit me, I swear I'll kill you. My hand is injured. I can't aim properly." Gray was on the verge of tears. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow flew from the forest, aimed directly at Kevin. With little time to react, Kevin realized that if he dodged, the professor and others behind him would surely be struck in that critical moment. Without a second thought, he conjured a magical shield at an angle. The arrow shattered the magical barrier, yet due to its slanted position, the projectile veered off course, soaring over everyone's heads. The nearby poacher seized the opportunity and slashed downward. But with Kevin's sword outstretched, he found it challenging to defend. The adversary had clearly aimed for Kevin's vulnerability. In a moment of desperation, Kevin flung his sword, aiming for the poacher's thigh. The poacher stumbled, narrowly avoiding the strike, but Kevin swiftly cast a magical missile, targeting the sword's hilt. The airborne sword abruptly changed direction, sweeping toward the poacher's groin. Startled, the poacher instinctively stepped back, his assault faltering, allowing Kevin to block with a shield and catch the sword midair. Striking a pose, the opponent hesitated. What Kevin had just executed was perilously daring, throwing the sword, misdirecting the magical missile, and then catching it. Had he failed, the entire team would likely face annihilation, but Kevin's actions were a last resort. But having succeeded, he felt the thrill of a veteran toying with a novice. "Who are you?" the adversary asked, hesitating to advance. Ignoring the question, Kevin communicated with his companions. "Everyone be cautious. There are archers lurking in the woods." Fortunately, the enemy had targeted Kevin. Had they aimed at someone else, there might have already been casualties. This warning heightened the tension among the group. Truth be told, even if the archer targeted Kevin again, he had little confidence in evading the shot. "They are nearing their end," someone from the opposing side shouted boastfully. "Everyone, put in more effort to avenge our leader." At that moment, the team was drenched in sweat. And Stardust couldn't help but shout, "Assassin! Where are you, brother assassin? We can barely hold on." Silence enveloped the woods. The opposing group laughed heartily. "Assassin, have you been reading too many novels?" Kevin took a moment to survey his comrades. The situation was dire. They had been lying low for a considerable time, their spirits waning. Their endurance relied solely on sheer will, but as time dragged on, fatigue would inevitably set in. Moreover, their weapons were inferior to those of the enemy, leaving them defensively vulnerable while also needing to protect the professor and others, with archers lurking in the trees. "Professor," Kevin casually tore off the cloth covering his head, seeking a breath of fresh air. "The situation is dire. Do you have any special methods?" The professor sighed helplessly. "If I had any abilities, we wouldn't need to seek your protection." "Then what was that powder just now?" Kevin pressed on. "Just quicklime," the professor replied. "It might be useful against a couple of robbers, but with the number of people here." "Everyone, don't panic." Kevin forced himself to rally the group. "The parrot has gone back to get help. We just need to hold on a little longer." Whoosh! An arrow suddenly flew from the forest, and Gray instinctively raised his right hand, only to have it pierce through, letting out a scream of agony. "It seems we are in danger." The professor's tone remained remarkably calm. "Let's ride a wolf first." With that, he truly took out paper and a pen, beginning to write furiously. The three students, emulating him, also retrieved paper and pens to start writing. The crowd, one must admit, such composure and tranquility surpassed that of most people on the continent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gap created by Gray was quickly seized by the enemy. Initially, the archers hesitated to shoot for fear of hitting their own, but with the gap now established, they no longer held back. Stard was struck by 3 arrows in quick succession, collapsing to the ground as an enemy swung a vicious blade. But in a moment of desperation, Stard lowered his head and swept his sword at the opponent's thigh, attempting to bring them both down. However, the adversary deftly leapt back, avoiding the attack. The archers behind continued to pull back their bows and release arrows. Stard felt utterly defeated, almost resigned to his fate. Suddenly, a stone flew in from another direction, striking one of the archers squarely on the forehead, and everyone seemed to hear the sound of bones shattering. The archer fell rigidly, appearing to be dead. "Who is it?" the enemy exclaimed in panic, turning to see a large gorilla emerging from the bushes. "Ooh, ooh, ooh." The gorilla emitted strange calls, waving its hand backward, and in an instant, 7 or 8 more gorillas rose behind it. They simultaneously erupted into a cacophony of ooh, 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 brandishing sticks and stones, charging forward en masse. Chapter 32. The arrival of the gorillas took everyone by surprise, and Kevin immediately shouted, "Everyone, hold on. The gorillas have come to assist us." To be honest, the mere presence of the gorillas knocking over the enemy's archers was not enough to ascertain their role as allies. It was uncertain whether the gorillas could even recognize friend from foe, but at that moment, regardless of the truth, shouting it out boosted morale and served to demoralize the enemy. Though their expressions were hidden, the hesitation in their actions was evident. Almost all opted to retreat a couple of steps, observing whether the gorillas were foes or friends, or merely passing through. This decision allowed Kevin and the others a moment to breathe. As both sides paused, the gorillas also halted, remaining in place and continuously uttering ooh-ooh, as if engaged in conversation, or perhaps simply babbling mindlessly. After a brief pause, the gorillas reached a consensus and charged toward the blinded poacher. The gorillas, preferring to bully the weak, recognized that these poachers were formidable and dared not engage recklessly. However, the blind man was an easy target. The gorilla's powerful arms struck him with resounding thuds. And after a couple of screams, he fell silent. "Are you just going to watch your comrade get killed without lifting a finger?" Kevin asked. Such a lack of camaraderie makes it hard to believe you'd risk your lives for some so-called leader. The enemy was taken aback, momentarily speechless. "What, do you enjoy this stalemate?" Kevin sneered. "The signal for support from the kingdom has long been sent. Our reinforcements will arrive shortly." "Ha ha," the enemy suddenly laughed. "The more you say that, the more it indicates your imminent demise. Everyone, attack. These gorillas are fools. They can't tell friend from foe." Whoosh, a gorilla immediately hurled a stone at him. The enemy, startled, instinctively raised his sword to defend himself and took a step back. Seizing the opportunity, Kevin unleashed a magic missile from an unexpected angle, targeting the enemy's groin. Though the magic missile was the weakest spell, it was the quickest and quietest to cast, even if it had the power of a farmer's old fist. The opponent was evidently skilled, twisting his waist slightly to evade the critical blow. The missile merely struck his hip, yielding limited effect. Kevin lamented internally, recognizing his own inexperience. Perhaps his gaze had betrayed his intention. Ultimately, Kevin was still a novice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One gorilla attacked, and the others followed suit, launching 7 or 8 stones toward the poachers opposite Kevin. Without hesitation, Kevin sent another magic missile to follow up, angling it precisely to target the enemy's vital points. "We need to go." The enemy's focus was still on Kevin, and they even endured the impact of 2 stones. Realizing the situation had turned unfavorable, they had no choice but to retreat. The 6 of them wasted no time, vanishing into the forest. Gray exhaled deeply, his legs giving way as he sank to the ground. "Be careful," Kevin suddenly shouted, just as an arrow flew from the forest. However, the group instinctively ducked, and the arrow sailed harmlessly into the distance. Clearly, the enemy was also strategic. Recognizing the potential peril of close combat, they shifted to ranged attacks. The poachers were familiar with the terrain, while Kevin and his companions were newcomers, and with the professor in tow. The situation remained precarious. Fortunately, the archers among the enemy appeared to possess only mediocre skills. Otherwise, had they employed archery tactics from the outset, everyone would have faced even greater peril. "Everyone, stay low." Kevin had already dropped to the ground, and the rest followed suit. To their surprise, the gorillas mimicked their actions, all lying flat on the ground while continuing to utter, "Ooh, ooh." Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows zipped through the forest, both embedding themselves in the ground before the group. Sane immediately drew his bow to retaliate, and with one shot, struck an enemy squarely in the forehead, knocking him down instantly. Kevin had to admit that in terms of archery, he was unlikely to rival Sane. His poor eyesight was a fundamental flaw. Nevertheless, they were fortunate to have him. Otherwise, they might have been unable to counterattack at all. "That guy is hiding behind the tree," Sane whispered to Oka. "Help me imbue my arrow with fighting spirit. I'll pierce that tree." "All right," Oka replied, grasping Sane's arrow, which instantly glowed with a red light. Imbuing the arrow with fighting spirit was akin to channeling one's own energy into a sword. After enhancement, the arrow became more resilient and possessed greater penetration power. However, once shot, its power would diminish with distance. For an average warrior of the 3rd or 4th tier, using a fighting spirit arrow was quite taxing. Yet with both of them working together, one drawing the bow and the other enhancing the arrow, the burden was significantly alleviated. Of course, this required a certain level of synergy. The person imbuing the arrow had to maintain a firm grip on it. If the archer released it too soon, while the enhancer was still holding on, the arrow would either fail to launch or veer off course. Sane, Oka, and their companions frequently trained together, and at this critical moment, they managed to avoid mishaps. With a flash of red light, there was a dull thud from behind the tree. Judging by the sound, it must have hit. After shooting, the 2 immediately dropped to the ground, waiting silently for the next wave of attack. However, they waited a long time, with no further sounds from the forest. Only a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing around. Kevin removed his hood, his head now covered in bites, yet he dared not scratch. Finally, a parrot swooped down from the air, still lying there. They've long since fled. At last, the group let out a collective sigh of relief, and the gorillas also got up, clapping their hands together as if celebrating. "How are you 2 faring?" Kevin immediately inquired about the injured members of his team. Gray's hand injury was not life-threatening, but Stard had sustained 3 arrows, one in his thigh, one in his shoulder, and one in his abdomen. His wounds were grave, and, having fought thus far, He had not had the chance to tend to them. He had even succumbed to unconsciousness. It's fine, let me handle it. The professor pulled out some medical supplies, slowly applying them before temporarily bandaging the wounds. He dared not remove the arrows, planning to deal with them later. Only cutting away the overly long shafts, the surrounding gorillas gathered to watch, their big eyes filled with curiosity. Is Star going to be all right? Kevin expressed his concern. We must return quickly to treat him, the professor replied. I'm not a priest. And this medicine isn't holy water. It's merely a temporary measure. Come, my 3 students, lift the soldier. Though the 3 students were young and vigorous, Stard was also quite hefty, with considerable weight. After 3 months of training, he hadn't slimmed down. It wasn't difficult to lift him, but carrying him back proved challenging. We'll help make a stretcher, Kevin replied, already gathering 4 tree branches. He instructed everyone to remove their belts, using 4 belts to easily secure the branches, transforming them into a makeshift stretcher. This knowledge wasn't something the officer had taught. Kevin had learned it from a military chaplain. However, the others were not surprised by Kevin's peculiar knowledge. They had long accepted him as a walking library, finding it entirely normal that he would know such things, as he was a bard and made a living from it. Oka approached the fallen enemy's body, picking up the opponent's knife for inspection. These really are smuggled dwarf weapons. Oh, Kevin inquired. How can you tell? Our country's weapons are strictly regulated. Some mercenaries seeking more powerful arms can only resort to smuggling. Oka explained with evident expertise. Smuggled weapons often appear quite shabby to deceive inspections. However, once in hand, they require only minor sharpening to regain their formidable strength. Wait, suddenly, Oka made a discovery. This individual bore a badge. Is it from the Dream Return Mercenary Corps? Oka felt a twinge of uncertainty and hastily brought it back for everyone to examine. The group took turns holding it up for scrutiny, recalling their recent encounter with Locke and comparing it to the mercenary badge she possessed, which proved to be quite straightforward. So, are we to infer that those who attacked us are not mere poachers? Sane speculated. Are they members of the Dream Return Mercenary Corps? What could their intentions be? So they are all mercenaries. No wonder they were so formidable, Gray reflected, filled with trepidation. This battle had indeed been perilously close to death for them all. Let us not dwell on that for now. How do we handle this group of guerrillas nearby? Kevin redirected the conversation, prioritizing the immediate issue at hand. The group instinctively turned their gazes toward the professor, who sighed. It is truly unfortunate, with the injured among us. We should take our leave. There will be future opportunities. Kevin offered a word of consolation. Shall we unveil the mating diagrams for the gorillas right here and show them? After a moment of silence, the professor retrieved 3 mating diagrams from his backpack and displayed them. The gorillas gathered around, with 2 instinctively turning away, while others danced and howled in excitement. Ultimately, the strongest among them approached, snatched the 3 diagrams, and swiftly departed with a series of ooh-ooh-ooh sounds. The entire troop of gorillas followed suit, disappearing into the jungle in an instant. Professor, is this a form of gratitude from the gorillas? Kevin inquired. Gorillas are indeed among the more intelligent animals, so it is plausible to suggest gratitude. However, the professor glanced at the blind man whom the gorillas had attacked. They appear more inclined toward revenge. Saint returned from scavenging bodies. The 2 I shot over there also bore badges from the Dream Return Mercenary Corps. We truly faced mercenaries. In these times, mercenaries are hardly reliable, Marinas replied. They may present themselves as mercenaries openly, yet engage in pillaging behind the scenes, with no one to intervene. That raises questions, Oka pondered. Wasn't the leader of Dream Return a woman? Why do they insist that we have eliminated their leader? That matter remains ambiguous, Kevin responded. In the wild, would anyone truly carry a mercenary badge while committing misdeeds? The group fell silent. Sane began to curse. If it's not Dream Return, then it must be Purple Gold, deliberately carrying another mercenary's badge to attract hostility. In the end, it's just these 2 mercenary groups. Once we return, I'll enlist my father to marshal forces and eliminate them all. Kevin attempted to soothe the group's tensions. Let us just return for now. Turning around, he noticed the parrot quietly perched on his shoulder, prompting him to query. Parrot Commander, where were you just now? Where's our savior? The parrot shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think I summoned that group of gorillas? The crowd fell silent. The professor interjected. Animals possess unique communication methods, and we are currently studying this. Moreover, if the parrot truly needed to summon help, it could directly send a message to its mage master through a contract, requiring no physical movement. The group finally accepted this explanation. After a short while, a squad of lightly armored soldiers arrived at haste, led by a mage. The parrot immediately flew over to greet them. "Master, I am over here." The mage approached upon hearing the call, observing the soldiers' uniformity and the insignia emblazoned on their chests. Kevin finally realized that they had indeed been rescued on the journey back. Kevin shook his head and sighed repeatedly. "How did I not faint? If I had, you all would have had to carry me back, that I could have simply closed my eyes, and upon reopening them, found myself in bed without the need for this arduous trek. Alas." The others remained silent. Kevin's offhand jest led them to question the portly fellow, as Starth remained unconscious and had to be carried. That evening, they finally arrived at the military camp. The others promptly retired to rest, while Kevin, as the temporary captain, had to report all details to Marcus. To be frank, this incident forced Kevin into a challenging position. With Marcus absent, it could easily be deemed a dereliction of duty. Naturally, Kevin did not dare to openly criticize him, but fortunately, they had all survived, and the mission could be considered accomplished. Medical treatment within the army was entirely free. The chaplains assigned to the military complied with army regulations. Although they were called chaplains, they were not subject to the jurisdiction of the Church of Light. They merely held the title of chaplain. And upon retiring, they would be uniformly reassigned, never to be re-employed by the Church of Light. Starth's injuries were not severe. This time he truly benefited from restorative magic. However, even with such magic, full recovery would take around 2 days for the wounds to heal completely. The real concern lay in the identity of the poacher group. Kevin had handed over all information to Marcus for handling. Returning to rest. After all, he was merely a rookie. That very day, Marcus intended to report to higher authorities, and the military would directly engage with the mercenary alliance. Of course, Dream Return would adamantly deny any association with the events. And Purple Gold would do likewise. For the time being, the situation could only be monitored as it developed. Chapter 33. Investigation and evidence gathering. The rookie's practical mission concluded successfully, and Vice Principal Luke swiftly disbursed the remuneration for the task. However, this mission still remained on the mercenary board. Clearly, observing gorilla mating was a long-term endeavor, not something that could be resolved in a short period. The payment was fully received by Kevin and the other rookies, each obtaining 200 gold coins, a considerable sum. Yet, this was earned at the cost of their lives. Each mercenary task carried substantial risk, ranging from acquiring scars to losing limbs, and in the worst cases, death. After successfully completing a mission, many mercenaries would prefer to live off their earnings for months. The notion of adventure, as extolled by bards, is often romanticized, yet such nobility is reserved for the strong. In truth, most people in this world are weak, and Kevin is just one among many. Holding 200 gold coins, while objectively valuable, the memories of the fierce struggle in the forest made Kevin wish he could simply tell lewd tales at the tavern. Earning copper coins in a more stable manner. Of course, for the likes of noble sons or generals' offspring, this was merely pocket change. Thus, the significance of this life and death mission was virtually non-existent for them. Having received the payment, Kevin felt a sense of solace. They received the money, yet felt like beggars. Professor Luke even sent a letter of gratitude, detailing the bravery of the rookies and providing a certain reconstruction of the circumstances at the time. It was evident that the letter of thanks was not merely a gesture of appreciation. It also served to urge the military and the mercenary alliance to resolve the issue. Regardless of the circumstances, as the vice principal of the Royal Academy, Luke had been attacked, and there would inevitably be a reckoning, whether or not the assailants were aware of his identity at the time. Kevin and the others returned to the military camp and only managed to sleep for one night before being summoned the next day by higher-ranking officers, who inquired in detail about the events that transpired. The group was interrogated separately, with no detail overlooked. Kevin and the others did not resist, since it was an investigation into the culprits. The more detailed their accounts, the better, and they had nothing to conceal. However, Kevin's testimony raised many questions, as he mentioned a figure in black delivering a head, and explained that this individual might be one of his readers. Yet, Kevin did not clarify whether the figure was an assassin or something else entirely. He merely stated that he had previously been a bard, and that some strong individuals were among his readers. This also served to explain the meaning behind the note. When will the new book be released? I am waiting for updates. However, when pressed about the identity of the reader, Kevin professed ignorance. While it could be surmised that it was likely an assassin, he still maintained that he did not know. When asked about the titles of his former works, he mentioned the Chronicles of Assassins, but when prompted to produce it for inspection, he shrugged, revealing that he did not have it on hand. To be frank, that book was only in the possession of the assassins. It was not even available in the Starth library. The investigation continued until afternoon before allowing everyone to return to the camp to rest. The group felt utterly exhausted, yet the military enforced regulations that prohibited lying down to sleep during the day. They could only find chairs to lean against. Now, with only a few days remaining in the rookie training period. Aside from the basic drills, there were no other training sessions scheduled. They finally began to experience a relative sense of ease, cherishing the moment as they sat idle. Even Kevin, usually restless, took the rare opportunity to rest. Sane, Kevin began, in just a few days. We will have our final exercises, rookies. When do you think we will fight each other? Sane sat silently across from him, not responding. I think, Kevin continued, we should just let it be. Sane sighed softly, still remaining silent. It's been 3 months, Kevin observed. You can see my current capabilities for yourself. We have both come down from the battlefield together. If the only reason we were to duel is because I am not a noble but merely a commoner among you, I believe that is no longer necessary. The group turned their gazes towards Sane, who met Kevin's gaze directly. To be honest, I still find you rather irksome. However, it seems pointless to duel over such a reason. Regrettably, it has become unavoidable. Kevin stroked his chin. So, you have already spoken with your family? Did you send a letter recently? Sane fell silent, seemingly acquiescing. Every year, the rookie exercises feature bouts among participants. The winners receive greater attention and are more likely to earn military accolades in the future, Kevin deduced. It seems you have decided to use me as a stepping stone. You were rather well informed, Sane replied. Did you inquire about this? Kevin merely shifted the topic. Do you feel confident in facing me? Sane hesitated for a moment before responding. Yes. All right. All right, Starth interjected, still wrapped in bandages from his injuries. We all survived. Let's try to be a bit more cheerful. At the very least, look at our Marcus. Isn't he behaving like a trained fool? Haha. The crowd chuckled in agreement, while Marcus himself had departed, leaving only a parrot to accompany him, a clear indication of his negligence. Had nothing untoward occurred, no one would have reported him. Yet, the matter had escalated, and he could not evade responsibility. At that moment, he stood outside the camp gate, holding a shield and soaking up the sun. Numerous recruits gathered around him, for he was the only officer in sight brandishing a shield. As evening descended, Kevin and his companions received word that they would confront 2 mercenary groups the following day. Although they had fought massed, the close-quarter combat would likely provide insights into their shapes or voices. However, each of the mercenary groups comprised 300 men, and tomorrow, 600 would assemble for Kevin and the others to identify. The mere thought of this was a daunting task. The group could not help but deliberate further. Recalling the intricate details of the encounter as their discussions progressed, peculiar theories emerged, and the narrative began to crystallize. The adversaries had claimed to seek vengeance for their leader, who had been slain by the individual responsible for delivering a package. While it was indeed true that the head had passed through Kevin's hands, attributing the murder to him held a degree of plausibility. During the skirmish, both sides had sustained injuries, and the camaraderie among their companions appeared rather perfunctory. Thus, the rationale of avenging their leader seemed less viable. The motives for the attack could only boil down to 2 possibilities: robbery or instigating discord, although none had money at the time. Vice Principal Luke, being a man of high repute but lacking in strength, could have been taken hostage for ransom, a conceivable method of acquiring wealth. Yet, upon reflection, how could the assailants have recognized him when everyone was masked? And the professor bore no distinguishing features. They had witnessed the poaching of a gorilla firsthand and wielded smuggled dwarven arms. If it were not for the purpose of theft, it could only be to frame the Dreamback mercenary corps. However, considering the sacrifice of 2 men, they still attempted to fight back. Even when the guerrillas hurled stones, their tactics merely shifted from close combat to ranged attacks until 2 more were shot down, prompting a retreat. If it were merely to frame someone, the cost incurred seemed excessively high. Or perhaps these individuals had grown accustomed to scapegoating. Regardless of their actions, they wore the emblems of other mercenary groups, continuing their tasks in life and in death, merely serving as convenient fall guys. As the discussions continued, no reliable conclusions emerged, and everyone eventually retired for the night. The next day, the gates of the military camp swung wide open, ushering the 2 mercenary groups into the drill grounds. The entire army was on high alert, having been notified the previous day to sharpen their weapons and remain prepared to strike. The drill ground was encircled by elite troops, forming rows that exuded a formidable presence. In contrast, the assembled 600 appeared disorganized, resembling a mere herd of cattle driven together. Upon entering, the mercenary groups were compelled to disarm, leaving them, including their leader, completely unarmed. The leader even attempted to reassure his men, insisting that this was standard procedure and that there was no cause for concern. Kevin and the others had already been summoned early that morning by Colonel Orson. Standing beside him, the recruits were tense, experiencing this close proximity to a colonel for the first time, standing at attention, fearful of moving an inch, a reflexive behavior honed through 3 months of training. Kevin. Starred, Oka, Sane, Gray, Molinas, Orson called out, present. They responded in unison. In a moment, they will enter one by one. Observe them closely. You may go up and touch them or request various poses. Colonel Orson granted his permission. Yes, they replied, their voices ringing out. Colonel, one of the subordinate officers interjected, there are several female mercenaries among the two groups. They should be excluded from the inspection. No rush, Orson replied. Who knows if they are truly women or merely masquerading as such? Bring in the female soldiers for confirmation. Understood. The subordinate promptly set off, returning shortly with 2 female mages, who saluted the officer with strength. Colonel. Observing from the side, Kevin and the others felt the intensity of the search was indeed formidable, seemingly beyond mere poaching and smuggling. Moments later, a figure resembling a mage entered the tent. Glancing at his chest insignia, it was evident he was Qianju, the leader of the Purple Gold Mercenary Corps. Clad in a light blue robe that radiated nobility and elegance, he appeared more akin to an aristocrat than a seasoned mercenary. Ahem, Qianju cleared his throat. Why is this occasion so grand? Leader Qianju, we hope for your cooperation, Colonel Orson replied coolly, turning to Kevin and the others. What do you think? His physique resembles that of the suspect, though I can't be certain, Kevin responded. Go closer and examine him, Orson commanded. The 6 approached, circling him for a meticulous inspection. Qianju's expression darkened. Colonel, I am a leader. Could you extend me some courtesy? I have already shown you courtesy by allowing an inspection. There are no outsiders present here, Orson retorted. What do you think? You have engaged in actual combat and should have some familiarity. Feel free to make contact. Kevin recalled how his magic missile had struck the poacher in the groin, only for him to evade at the last moment, resulting in a hit to his hip bone. Given the short duration, there might still be bruising. While holy water could undoubtedly cleanse any evidence, one could surmise that there would be oversight on the use of holy water, and the priest would also be monitored. Yet, Kevin hesitated to act, opting instead to report to Colonel Orson. Without hesitation, Orson commanded, Leader, please remove your trousers. You. Qianju's face flushed, standing motionless. Leader, please cooperate with the investigation, urged the subordinate officer nearby. Qianju remained steadfast in his position. Kevin, go on and pull down his trousers, Orson ordered promptly. Kevin, receiving the command, cautiously reached for Qianju's belt as the latter clenched his fist. A whirlwind of elemental air swiftly coalesced, his face crimson with rage. Colonel, what you are doing is rather insulting. Noting the absence of any actual retaliation, Kevin gently unfastened the belt. Bang! The onlookers could no longer contain themselves. A whirlwind erupted, sending Kevin flying aside that he rolled upon landing, barely regaining his footing. Fortunately, the assailants dared not inflict harm, merely pushing him away, or he would have been in peril. Clang, clang, clang. The soldiers in the tent drew their swords in unison, their auras glowing orange, signifying they were all elite warriors. Some even emanated a yellow aura, indicating they had reached the 6th level of warrior status. The atmosphere was charged and tense. Kevin, Orson remained composed. Go and pull down his trousers. Taking a deep breath, Kevin stepped forward again, feeling the overwhelming magical force emanating from Qianju, which was somewhat stifling, yet he steeled his resolve. Grasping the trousers, he yanked them down completely, observing the seductive hair on his legs up close. Qianju trembled with rage but maintained his composure. Magical elements surged chaotically around him, yet he refrained from releasing them. The 2 female mage soldiers nearby watched, their expressions awkward, yet their eyes were glued to the spectacle. For in the face of imminent conflict, shyness was a luxury they could not afford. Amidst the charged atmosphere, Kevin inspected closely, tapping Qianju's hip bone and pinching his rear before standing upright. Sir, it's not him. Indeed, Orson nodded, assist him in putting his trousers back on. No need, Qianju retorted, summoning the wind magic to automatically raise his trousers and secure his belt, leaving in a huff.at that moment. Kevin profoundly grasped that the so-called Grand Mercenary Corps had no resistance against the kingdom's regular army on that day. All the male members of the two mercenary groups, totaling 323 of average stature, were subjected to inspection, while the females were led into a separate tent for verification. The leader of the Dreamback Corps, being female, narrowly escaped this humiliation, and Lok, being a dwarf, was exempt due to his size. By the end of the day, Kevin had inspected 323 rears, thus forming a newfound habit of washing his hands before meals. However, the inquiry yielded no results in locating the poachers who had attacked them. Chapter 34. Silencing witnesses. What to do when one cannot locate the culprits. Continue the search, although it appeared that no one had perished and only a few recruits had been assaulted. Even the newest recruits were members of the kingdom's regular forces. An attack on the regular army while on duty was intolerable. Where was the military's dignity? In these peaceful times, unlike during wartime, an assault on a recruit was a significant affair. Moreover, these recruits were not of ordinary lineage. Among them were the sons of a lord, a general, and the vice president of a chamber of commerce. Individuals of considerable influence. With their sons inexplicably attacked, they could not remain idle, especially as they were also escorting the vice principal of the Royal Academy. Various factions exerted pressure on Kevin's 254th Legion, demanding the identification of the assailants. Colonel Orson, as the Legion commander, faced immense pressure himself, even willing to offend the two mercenary groups if necessary. Yet, no results emerged, despite Kevin inspecting 323 rears. He had yet to find the individual he sought. Nonetheless, it mattered not. If the mercenary groups could not be scrutinized, then their family members would be. Cousins, distant relatives, and neighbors, no one would be spared. And the numerous smaller mercenary groups allied with them would also be included. If still unsuccessful, then the relatives of other smaller mercenary groups would be brought in, and failing that, a thorough search of the entire city would ensue. Regardless of whether it is truly possible to track down individuals, it is imperative to thoroughly scour the entire city. Let it be known that in the considerable days following the assault on the military, the experience will be nothing short of tormenting. Orson made it unequivocally clear to Kevin that tomorrow, further inquiries would be conducted, and more individuals would be subjected to scrutiny. Consequently, the training exercises for their new recruits would have to be postponed. With no definitive reschedule in sight, Kevin, unable to contain himself, explained that he merely wished to observe the bruises. If they waited a couple of days, they would likely fade, rendering the examination useless. Yet, Orson maintained that as long as there was a one chance, it was necessary to proceed. What if the bruises took longer to dissipate? Kevin, resigned, could only comply with the orders. That evening, the group privately deliberated the situation at hand. They predominantly believed that those who had attacked them were likely mercenaries operating independently or members of a third-party instigator. They were also perplexed as to why they had been unable to track the assailants by scent. It was reported that upon Kevin's return to the camp, the commander had dispatched the Dragon Eagle unit to investigate the poison forest, yet so far, no news had returned. It was feared that the adversaries possessed specialized counter-surveillance and evasion techniques. However, it seemed illogical that such skilled individuals would engage in a fierce struggle with Kevin and the other recruits. Kevin recalled the battle repeatedly, struggling to perceive any restraint from the opponents. They had fought with unrelenting ferocity. To be candid, the adversary's skills seemed to lean more towards defense than offense. Armed with weapons of superior caliber, they had ultimately managed to hold their ground, which could be attributed to their defensive prowess. Lacking in strength, Kevin and his companions were also responsible for the protection of others. Any offensive maneuver would likely disrupt their formation, leaving them vulnerable to counterattacks. Thus, their strategy was primarily defensive. Mirroring the opponent's inclinations, this style of combat was quite common among mercenaries, who often faced magical beasts. Given the ferocity and resilience of such creatures, mercenaries were compelled to meticulously observe their movements and strike when vulnerabilities arose, leading to a general proficiency in defense among them. Moreover, mercenaries lacked formal training, usually relying on self-guided practice or direct combat experience. Consequently, their skills were often unbalanced, while a few excelled in close combat. Their proficiency with bows and arrows was notably lacking. This indicated that they were likely just ordinary mercenaries. However, one could not help but wonder why such typical mercenaries would continue their assaults despite the significant casualties incurred. Kevin even found himself pondering the assassin who had delivered the package. Was there a larger conspiracy at play? The following day, the entire army remained on high alert, gradually bringing in distant relatives and friends of the two mercenary groups. They were not deterred by inconvenience and thoroughly examined each individual. Kevin continued his task of scrutinizing, one after another. Meanwhile, Qianju, the leader of the Purple Gold mercenary group, returned and lodged a formal protest with the Mercenary Alliance headquarters. He stated that the military was being excessively tyrannical and that he had been subjected to insult. Among other grievances, the leader of the Mercenary Alliance, the Sword Saint Hilder, oversaw all mercenary groups within the alliance. The king had once attempted to diminish the alliance's influence, but due to Hilder's presence, he found himself unable to act swiftly. Hilder was aware of the incident, but could not prevent the military's routine checks. He could only placate his subordinates with assurances of further investigation, urging them to await news patiently and to avoid impulsive actions. That morning, Kevin had already examined 149 individuals, yet still uncovered nothing. After washing his hands and finishing his meal, he awaited the continuation of his task in the afternoon. The camp was not overly stingy, providing meals for all those awaiting inspection. The dining hall could not accommodate so many. They were allowed to eat in the playground. The quality of the food was not particularly commendable, but neither was it deplorable. The impoverished found it satisfactory, while the affluent dined with furrowed brows. Nonetheless, the meals were as they were, and one could choose to partake or abstain. The two commanders were granted a measure of respect. Allowed to dine in the hall alongside the officers, Kevin was unaware of their conversation, but he noticed that Qianju appeared tense, taking only a single bite before setting down his utensils. Suddenly, two sharp whistles pierced the air, followed by a gust of wind as 3 dragon eagles swiftly glided down and landed gracefully. 3 dragon knight riders dismounted and hurried into the dining hall. Saluting the colonel. "Colonel, we have made a discovery." Orson immediately stood, casting aside his utensils. "Speak." "We have discovered 3 corpses downstream of the Feilu River. Their appearance matches the descriptions provided by Kevin and the others. And we have brought them back for your inspection," reported the Dragon Knight. Kevin promptly set down his utensils and strode out, with several other recruits following suit. Outside the dining hall, the 3 dragon eagles stood in formation. Resembling enormous eagles, their vibrant plumage on display, with wings that could span 5 meters, they were part of the long-established aerial combat unit of the Kingdom of Baolu. This moment, they had unloaded 3 wooden coffins from their backs. And as one knight opened a coffin, a putrid smell wafted forth. "Everyone else, continue your meals," Orson commanded nonchalantly, then approached the coffins with his subordinates, gesturing for Kevin to join him. Kevin and the others complied and examined the bodies, which exhibited signs of slight decay, and their clothing indeed matched that of the individuals they had encountered. Having been immersed in the river, the bodies displayed minor swelling, and it appeared that fish and shrimp had nibbled at their flesh. Even Kevin could not help but grimace in revulsion. "Sir," Saint stood and took a deep breath, "I can only attest that this individual was one of those present that day. His clothing is identical to what he wore then. There is a stain of my blood on the hem, left from our struggle." "Sir," Stard added, "this person is also the one I fought against. The blood on his right arm is mine." Once the two had spoken, everyone focused on the 3rd corpse. Kevin, suppressing his nausea, leaned down to examine the trousers, but found no marks around the hip bone. "What do you think?" Orson inquired. "This person has likely been dead for 2 days, based on the timeline. He probably perished shortly after we departed. The back of his skull has been crushed by a blunt object, which is presumed to be the cause of death. His clothing does indeed match that of my opponent. But I cannot confirm whether this is the same individual," Kevin articulated. Orson remained silent. The subordinate calmly stepped forward and patted Kevin on the shoulder. "Step back. Let me take a look." After a moment, the subordinate responded, "Yes, he is mostly correct. First, remove the 3 corpses for examination by a professional coroner," Orson ordered, "and the rest of you, return to your meals." Everyone else was left in stunned silence. It must be said that even Kevin found it difficult to continue eating at that moment. Yet, true to his rank, Colonel Orson returned to the table and continued to devour his meal heartily. Beside him, Qianju could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Since the culprits are dead, does that not absolve us of any responsibility? May we leave with our people?" According to Kevin, there had been a total of 8 assailants, one of whom had been killed while delivering the package, 2 crushed by a gorilla, and 2 shot by Sang, leaving just 3 at large. With the discovery of 3 corpses, It seemed as though the case could be closed. Orson smiled. Since we are all here, there is no need to rush. And did you not hear? We have merely confirmed that their clothing is identical, but we cannot yet ascertain the identities of the individuals. Colonel, Qianju frowned slightly. The time of death was shortly after they left, correct? What could they possibly have accomplished in that time? Changing clothes would suffice, Orson replied with a smile. The case remains unresolved. The sudden deaths of 3 individuals appear to be an effort to eliminate witnesses. They were likely disposed of in the river, allowing them to drift downstream, making scent tracking exceedingly difficult, which accounts for the delayed discovery. All of this seems far too deliberate. We must conduct further investigations. Qianju snorted in disdain and promptly left the table. While Orson merely chuckled helplessly and returned to his meal, the leader of the dream-returning mercenary group also wore a bitter smile, yet there was little else to be done at that moment. In the afternoon, Kevin had thought he could take a break, only to find that he was still required to continue the examination, this time scrutinizing another 146 individuals. Every person he had inspected was recorded. And Kevin only needed to refer to the list to know how many he had examined. Such a foolish endeavor undoubtedly displeased the mercenary groups. The cooperation with the investigation had already delayed their schedules considerably. And now, even with the bodies found, they were still subjected to the endless task of examination, which was utterly intolerable. Protests erupted among the crowd in the playground, yet they bore little fruit. The military dispatched a few individuals to placate the masses. With standard phrases such as, "Remain calm," "Cooperate," "We are equally helpless," and "We will uncover the truth as soon as possible." However, more often than not, these were merely superficial reassurances, while the real arrangements remained concealed from the public eye. That afternoon, Colonel Orson directly met with the commander of the army, who subsequently submitted a report to the king, summarizing that all 8 individuals who had assaulted the new recruits had been silenced. The evidence suggested that these individuals were likely scattered mercenaries nurtured by foreign forces within the country, intending to incite discord. As these organizations primarily operated overseas, the military found it impractical to deploy troops across borders. The king, upon receiving the report, ordered the dispatch of an assassin unit to ascertain the identities of those behind this group or their country of origin, after a prolonged period of inactivity. The Assassins' Guild finally had work to undertake. Meanwhile, on the surface, the military continued to issue orders for a small mercenary group friendly with the Purple Gold mercenary group to come in for inspection, which drew considerable ire. Chapter 35. The squad departs within the Assassins' Guild. The leader had summoned the currently idle assassins to gather together. The meeting took place at the leader's residence, brightly lit, with rows of assassins standing along the walls. All present were clad in black garb and masked, though their attire bore slight distinctions to indicate their individual identities. Today, I have summoned you all for the announcement of a new mission. The president cast a sweeping glance over the crowd. It is tentatively classified as a 3-star task, to be conducted abroad, with the timeline yet to be determined. Is there anyone interested? The audience remained unresponsive. They were already accustomed to the president's method of announcing tasks, although he always hoped someone would volunteer. It usually ended with him having to call out names. The individuals present were either idle assassins or those in a resting period after completing their missions, while the workaholic assassins were typically abroad for extended periods. Is there truly no one interested? The president sighed, specifying further. This mission involves escorting several key individuals overseas to investigate hostile forces operating outside our borders. To be candid, there is a certain level of risk involved, but upon completion, it will be a matter of national honor. In recent years, our nation's power has been steadily growing. We are becoming prosperous and strong. As assassins, I trust you are well aware of the changes in our surroundings. Yet, our nation's development has become a source of concern for some countries. A few years ago, they dispatched numerous bards to slander us, maligning our officials and even our king. In recent years, border conflicts have escalated, continuously probing the depths of our military. Now, they have audaciously attacked our soldiers within our own territory. The president suddenly spoke with fervor. The assassins remained silent. This kind of egregious provocation is utterly intolerable. How can our esteemed nation of Baal tolerate such indignities? As assassins, should we not strive to serve our country, to defend our territory and uphold our dignity? This mission is not about gold or enhancing our ranks. It is the first true task in 3 years that pertains to national dignity that I do not wish to pressure any of you to engage in battle. For if none of you step forward, I shall take matters into my own hands. The president rose dramatically at the conclusion of his speech. The assassins remained silent, taken aback by a sudden shift in tone. The president sighed inwardly and glanced at the corner of the stage where the chronicles of assassins lay, realizing that appealing to their emotions with grand ideals was President. A figure stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. I am willing to go. President. I too wish to join. President. I am also willing. A handful of individuals in the front row knelt, and soon, the others in the back followed suit, until those who remained standing felt awkward and eventually knelt as well. The president looked in astonishment at the sight of everyone kneeling, still grappling with disbelief. Xiao Shozi, why are you kneeling? Reporting in. Xiao Shozi, situated at the back, replied, I am merely following the trend. The crowd responded with silence. The president, expressionless, returned to his seat. I am truly moved by your enthusiasm. For this mission, I have decided to deploy 3 individuals, Zinshenwang, Xiao Jiao, and the president paused for a moment, Xiao Shozi. Upon hearing this, although everyone remained knelt, they couldn't help but cast a glance toward the back row. You 3 will remain, the rest may disperse. The president waved his hand. Understood. In mere moments, all the assassins had departed, leaving only the 3. The president began detailing the specifics of the mission. Here is the intelligence for this task. You shall take it. Zinshenwang, you are the strongest among you, so you shall take the lead. Understood. Zinshenwang affirmed. The first step is for you to head to the 254th Legion and locate Kevin Yinquiding. You too should be familiar with him. The president continued. He is currently a new recruit in the Kingdom's army, and the task of assassinating him we will discuss later. Understood. Zinshenwang replied, while Xiao Shozi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The specific documents are here. It is said that Kevin possesses the ability to discern identities by removing others' trousers. The president concluded, Is that clear? Clear. Zinshenwang confirmed. Then off you go, the sooner the better. The president waved his hand. Yes. The trio saluted and prepared to take their leave. Wait, the president suddenly interjected. I feel that my earlier statement was rather hollow. Why did you all kneel? President. Your previous words resonated deeply with us, as they mirrored the contents of a book we recently read, Zinshenwang replied. Many here are familiar with it and were profoundly moved. Xiao Shozi chimed in. The book is titled The Chronicles of Assassins. Hee. The president shot them a glance, and they immediately straightened up, refraining from any further movement. Off you go. The president waved his hand again. Yes. The 3 finally departed. The next day, after breakfast, Kevin and his companions reported as usual to Colonel Lawson's tent, preparing for another day of various assignments. However, today, 3 additional individuals accompanied them. Kevin, Colonel Lawson spoke up. These 3 are the task force sent by higher-ups. You will henceforth follow their orders in further investigating the matter at hand. Kevin gazed at the trio. Gasping in surprise, 2 of them were familiar. One was the new priest from Shanshishan village, Lao Lu, and the other was the female assassin, Linda, who had attempted to kill them. The remaining individual was unfamiliar. Though she appeared to be another young woman, likely also an assassin, Lao Lu approached with a smile, extending his hand. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kevin Yinquiding. Pleased to meet you, Kevin awkwardly replied, shaking his hand as if they were meeting for the first time. I am equally delighted to meet you, Mr. Kevin Yinquiding. Linda also extended her left hand. Kevin had no choice but to reciprocate with his left hand. The 3 of them forming an odd tableau. Perhaps introductions can wait until later, Colonel Lawson suggested. Do we need to bring anyone else? Kevin alone is sufficient, Lao Lu responded. Time is of the essence. We will proceed to retrieve the parrot we were investigating and depart immediately. Very well. Colonel Lawson stood up. I wish you luck. Thank you, Lao Lu replied politely. Leading the 3 out of the tent, Kevin exchanged glances with Stard, who was filled with a look of concern for his well-being. With a sigh, he had no choice but to follow suit. The 4 of them walked onward, with Kevin lagging behind, hesitant to speak. The capabilities of these individuals were undoubtedly superior, and as a mere recruit, he felt increasingly anxious. Mr. Kevin, there is no need to worry, Lao Lu said as they walked. We are not here to assassinate you. Kevin. Indeed, Linda chimed in, glancing back. Rest assured, if we truly intended to kill you, my father would not have sent me. Cough, cough. An unfamiliar female voice interrupted with a cough. Xiao Shozi, what are you doing? Leaking assassin intel. Hey, you can't blame me. You just revealed my code name. Linda retorted. The 3 fell silent for a moment, turning to look at Kevin, whose face had turned pale. I didn't hear anything. Forget it. Lao Lu shook his head. These 2 are novices. It's quite a burden to bring them along. In public, you 2 must keep quiet. Understood, the 2 replied. By the way, I haven't introduced this individual. Lao Lu pointed to the new female. You can refer to her as Nana. Just so you know, she hasn't read your book. Hello. Kevin nodded in acknowledgement. She merely nodded in return. Linda leaned in closer. Let me let you in on a secret. She is actually. Never mind. You'll find out eventually. Oh, Kevin responded, feeling somewhat bewildered, upon exiting the military camp. Lao Lu hailed a carriage, and they set off toward another nearby legion, the 173rd Mage Corps. Typically, the number of mages in a Mage Corps is slightly fewer than that of regular warrior corps. As mages depend more on innate talent, despite the smaller numbers, the scale is still significant. Here, various familiars patrolled, creating the impression of entering a realm of magical creatures, with diverse birds and insects flitting about in a vibrant display. This was Kevin's first visit, and he was captivated by the sights. Although he had heard about it during inquiries, he could not help but gaze around with curiosity. On the way, a squad of parrots marched in formation, led by one that was calling out commands. Left, 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 right, left. Third one, you've got the wrong foot. Lao Lu noticed Kevin's intrigue and explained, parrots are not the most intelligent creatures, but their ability to mimic human speech greatly aids in information relay. The true scouts are owls and other birds. Parrots are considered a secondary option. Oh, Kevin nodded, watching the squad of parrots march away. Each parrot requires 3 to 4 years of training to meet the standards and be deployed in the field. Lao Lu continued, the first large-scale training began 3 years ago, and only recently have some succeeded. However, currently, only about 30 of the parrots have managed to graduate. Linda's eyes widened in excitement. So cute. Having spent much of her time at home, she was unaware of many things. All successfully graduated parrots possess considerable intelligence and can communicate effectively with humans, Lao Lu explained. Thus, each parrot is no longer a mere pet. They are true soldiers of the kingdom. Oh no, they are military birds. Oh, Linda nodded. They also have ranks and receive military pay. Lower ranks must salute them. Their identity as birds does not diminish their status. This is the first batch, and once they retire, they might even integrate into civilian life. Following the successful completion of the first large-scale training, the second phase commenced with a bird training initiative, wherein the parrots were predominantly trained by one another, with minimal or no human intervention, as Lao Lu casually explained. The trio passed by an expansive aviary, arranged in a manner reminiscent of a classroom lecture, albeit in a scaled-down format. Ahead stood a podium, adjacent to which lay a sand table. One parrot, using its feathers, inscribed the word gentleman in the sand, then exclaimed, "Repeat after me, gentlemen." Gentlemen, a chorus of young parrots echoed, albeit with peculiar intonations. The teacher parrot thumped its chest with its wings, declaring, "I am a grand gentleman." To which the young parrots replied, "You are a grand gentleman." Kevin and the others could only stare in disbelief. Lao Lu continued onward, stating, "Our objective this time is to locate the parrot that accompanied you last time and to proceed with its owner." Kevin interjected, "Is it an external force?" The three paused momentarily, casting a glance back at Kevin, who hastily added, "I know nothing." "Indeed," Lao Lu replied somewhat nonchalantly. "There is a possibility that an external force is at play. After we venture out, we must all don disguises. You cannot wear military attire abroad." Linda chimed in, "Moreover, once we identify anyone, we shall remove their trousers, and you will squeeze their rear." Kevin was taken aback. I merely wish to examine their bruises. It has been several days, and I believe it is unnecessary now." "That is of no concern to me." Lao Lu waved his hand dismissively. "The data indicates that you possess the ability to discern individuals by squeezing their rears. Thus, it is imperative that you do so. Whether you like it or not, you must squeeze." Kevin was rendered speechless that moment. A mage approached at a brisk pace. A parrot perched upon his shoulder. Upon entering, he saluted sharply. "Commander, I am Jack, the contractor for Parrot 37268. "Commander," the parrot on his shoulder flapped its wings, adding, "I am Parrot 37268, the one that entered the venomous forest." Kevin could not help but regard the parrot with more scrutiny. Yet regrettably, the sheer number of parrots present made it difficult to distinguish one from another. Lao Lu nodded. "It seems your commander is already aware, hence your presence here to escort us." "Indeed," Jack affirmed. "I am fully prepared and ready to depart at any moment." "Then let us be on our way," Lao Lu replied readily, gesturing as he began to retrace his steps. "Once we exit, find a location to change our appearances." "Kevin, what identity do you intend to adopt?" "I shall remain a bard," Kevin responded, choosing the role he was most familiar with. Chapter 36. Adding characters, do not strike me Kevin, Lao Lu, the Albatross, Little Spoon, Linda, Little Nine, Nana, along with Mage Jack and his parrot 37268, formed a party of 4 individuals and 1 bird. Embarking on a mission to pursue the external forces, initially, Kevin had not envisaged the situation escalating to such heights, believing it merely a rivalry between 2 mercenary factions. However, when 2 assassins made their appearance, the gravity of the situation became apparent. Kevin, not one to be dull-witted, had spent considerable time traveling abroad. He had encountered external forces during his journeys, but at that time, he lacked the capacity to observe them closely. Learning only sporadically through hearsay. In the past, Kevin had managed to avoid such individuals, steering clear of them whenever possible. Abroad, proclaiming his identity as a bard from the kingdom of Baal could typically ensure his safety. Yet, for these external forces, Kevin's identity would render him a target. Of course, there existed factions both against and in favor of the kingdom of Baal, yet discerning between the two could prove challenging. Occasionally, those opposed to the kingdom would deliberately bait individuals to achieve their own objectives. Nevertheless, locating them was not an insurmountable task. Kevin merely needed to assert his identity loudly in taverns or public spaces, extolling the virtues of the kingdom of Baal, and it would not be long before a group of dissenters sought him out for conversation. However, such encounters generally involved minor players, hired, low-tier mercenaries. Discovering their higher-ups would be significantly more challenging. Though this incident was presumed to stem from external anti-kingdom forces, it appeared devoid of strategic planning or elaborate setups, resembling a spontaneous assault instead. External forces typically conspired with local vagabonds, thugs, or idle mercenaries, gathering them together, providing minimal training, and encouraging them to cause disturbances in exchange for payment. These idle individuals shared little camaraderie. During battles, the loss of one mattered little as long as it was not their own. This seemed to mirror the combat scenarios at hand. Attacking the royal army and inciting discord between 2 mercenary groups in the military was their forte. Subsequently, the situation escalated to a serious level, leading to outright attempts at silencing witnesses. Nevertheless, the infiltration of external forces into the domestic sphere was an undeniable reality. It was imperative to quash the situation before it could develop further, eradicating the domestic roots of the problem while addressing the external threats, a crucial goal of this mission. However, the timeline for this task remained uncertain, causing Kevin to worry about his upcoming training exercises for new recruits and whether he would be able to return in time. In response, Lao Lu could only emphasize that the current mission took precedence. Activities related to the new recruits were merely formalities and held little significance in comparison. The group continued, with Kevin maintaining his guise as a bard, Lao Lu adopting the role of a missionary pastor, Nana masquerading as a nun, and Linda presenting herself as an ordinary maid. Jack, on the other hand, played the part of a common parrot merchant. The specifics of intelligence gathering and combat strategies were not concerns for Kevin and Jack. They were merely instructed to squeeze the rear of others at critical moments. For Kevin, this task seemed rather straightforward. On the first day, the quartet did not venture far, as Lao Lu found a lodging in Mosiu City. Kevin and Jack were instructed to remain at the inn and avoid wandering, while the other 3 set out to gather intelligence. Complying with orders, Kevin and Jack, both meeting for the first time, engaged in conversation. Logically, Jack's military rank was undoubtedly superior to Kevin's, yet in their current roles as bard and merchant, their tone was more casual, devoid of military formality. "Does your parrot not have a name?" Kevin casually inquired. Jack, adjusting a cup on the table, replied, "I lack the creativity to name it. I simply do not know what to call it." The parrot chimed in. "We train thousands of parrots together, collected from across the nation. There are too many birds, and naming them all is unfeasible. We use identification numbers instead." "If the parrot training proves successful, should not other animals be trainable as well?" Kevin asked. "Even if they cannot speak, they should be able to comprehend human language. Currently, only parrot training has been implemented. Research on other animals is temporarily on hold," Jack explained, "as the council has yet to approve it." "Why is that?" Kevin queried, intrigued. "Because it essentially creates a new species," Jack elucidated. "Should these animals attain excessive intelligence, rebellion could ensue. They might form their own society, leading to further societal issues. Presently, the parrots are the first batch of experiments. If successful, further research may follow." "I see," Kevin continued. "Which school of magic do you practice?" "Remember, most mages who sign contracts with birds primarily belong to the Wind School," Jack responded. "Though there are exceptions, they are rare. I am one of them." "Ah, I understand, Kevin nodded, observing as Jack effortlessly employed a wind spell to disperse some dust at the entrance. I am actually only a level 3 mage, Jack chuckled, merely serving as a communications officer in the mage corps. So do not hold me in high regard. At that moment, the parrot began to squawk. I'm hungry. I want food. Jack retrieved a handful of feed from his pocket, gently placing it in a bowl before setting it on the table's center. As he placed his hand on the table, a white magical circle appeared, and in a moment, another parrot materialized. You can eat now, Jack announced. The 2 parrots flew to the bowl, one on each side, and began pecking at the feed. Is this a necessary feeding procedure? Kevin asked, somewhat astonished. Of course not, Jack laughed. But do you not find it aesthetically pleasing? Kevin watched in bewilderment as the 2 birds pecked in unison. The bowl positioned centrally, he had unconsciously arranged everything in a manner that nearly restored a sense of symmetry. This must be what one refers to as obsessive-compulsive behavior, he mused. How do you distinguish between the 2 parrots? Kevin could not resist inquiring. They appear identical in plumage. Aha. Jack laughed heartily. One is merely an ordinary parrot. Untrained, I specifically sourced one with similar coloration to raise alongside it. Is it to train it later? Kevin asked. No. Jack shook his head, retrieving both parrots to perch on each shoulder. Look, how symmetrical is this? The 2 parrots chirped in unison. So symmetrical. So symmetrical. Kevin could only remain silent. In the meantime, Lao Lu and the others returned, exchanging nods and greetings before promptly drawing the curtains and securing the door. Once they confirmed that no one was around, they spoke in hushed tones. According to our intelligence, neither of the mercenary leaders seems aware of the existence of the external forces. This complicates our investigation significantly. Kevin refrained from questioning the accuracy of their intelligence, trusting that seasoned assassins would possess their own expertise. Currently, we have 3 options, Lao Lu began. The first is to continue the investigation here, starting from the lower-tier idle mercenaries. However, this would entail a considerable workload, and our numbers are evidently insufficient. Moreover, how to conduct the investigation remains a quandary. Secondly, incite incidents domestically, such as escorting a significant figure to lure the snake from its den, Lao Lu responded. Thirdly, we could venture abroad, crossing the nearest border of the venomous forest to reach the nation of Labazir. If external forces truly attempt to recruit the unemployed within our borders, that location is relatively accessible. Lao Lu inquired, do any of you have suggestions? A profound silence enveloped the group, suggesting a lack of particularly strong opinions. Undeterred, Lao Lu pressed Kevin further. Mr. Author, what are your thoughts? Kevin chuckled awkwardly. If I were the author, to create intense conflict, the protagonist would inevitably rush to the most perilous locations, engaging in reckless adventures, compelled by reasons to go, and even if no reasons existed, they would still venture forth, yet assuredly surviving. Lao Lu laughed. Are you revealing the plot? Certainly not, Kevin replied with a dry laugh. However, I have traversed numerous places abroad, having spent a week in Labazir several years ago, and to be frank, I was too apprehensive to linger. Lao Lu nodded. My prowess stands at a 6th-tier warrior coupled with a 5th-tier mage, and I possess considerable combat experience. Guiding you to such a small nation should pose no issue. Both Kevin and Jack displayed expressions of surprise. This strength nearly rivaled that of Colonel Orson. And Lao Lu also wielded magical abilities, representing a true master of both martial and magical arts. Though Kevin anticipated the impending assassin would be formidable, he had not expected them to be of such caliber. Haha. I am also a 5th-tier warrior, Linda joyfully chimed in. Little Spoon, you ought not to disclose your strength so casually. Nana interjected, gently patting Linda's head. Oh, it's really no matter. We are already comrades, Little Spoon replied. Jack could not help but inquire. Is Little Spoon a nickname? Yes, that is one way to interpret it. Little Spoon turned to pat Nana's shoulder. Isn't that right, Little Nine? Little Nine. Kevin attempted to ask. Is that a ranking from your side? Not entirely, Little Spoon responded, while Lao Lu remained in a tacit state, seemingly believing this matter did not warrant secrecy. Can you guess what rank Little Nine holds? Kevin could only guess. 9th. Haha. Incorrect, Little Spoon laughed. It is 99th. There are only 100 individuals in our realm. Kevin and Jack exchanged glances, feeling a tad awkward for inadvertently revealing Little Nine's ranking, which seemed to embarrass her. However, Little Nine merely cast a sidelong glance at Little Spoon. I know that nearly everyone from my side can mock me. But your words, humph, do not speak of it, lest you reveal secrets. Little Spoon playfully poked her waist, leading the two girls to engage in a light-hearted scuffle. 100 individuals dare to laugh at my 99th position. Little Nine exclaimed, I shall punish you. Come, accept my loving whip. All right, Lao Lu interjected. You two should temper yourselves. Little Nine, your behavior as a Yuri. Little Nine shrieked, interrupting him. All right, let us return to serious matters. Lao Lu sighed, noticing Kevin and Jack's stunned expressions, and offered reassurance. In our line of work, the psychological pressure can be immense, which may lead to peculiar personalities. Do not take offense. Everyone here is a good person. Yes, all right, the two responded instinctively. How about this? We shall depart for abroad tomorrow, Lao Lu stated. Kevin and Jack, you two shall accompany us. Do not concern yourselves with the specifics. We three shall deliberate further. Understood, they replied, promptly rising and exiting the room. Clearly, despite assisting with the task, there remained a barrier between the parties. The true operational details would not be disclosed. Kevin lacked the strength to accompany them in the dead of night. Kevin was suddenly awakened by a gentle push. Blinking in confusion, he beheld a cloaked figure standing at the foot of his bed. Instantly shaking off his drowsiness and sitting upright. Sure, the figure whispered. Kevin glanced around. His sword lay nearby, but he surmised it would be futile against this individual. His companions occupied separate rooms, and calling for help might be too late. Furthermore, this person appeared to be an assassin, perhaps posing no immediate threat. I am one of your readers, the cloaked figure smiled. Some time ago, while you were stationed at the military camp, we assassins could not make our entrance. Later, although you traveled for a mission, you stayed at the Royal Academy, which also barred our entry. Today, you have finally checked into an inn, providing me the opportunity to come. Oh, Kevin nodded. Was the person who lured me by the roadside you as well? Indeed, the assassin confirmed. And I was also the one who dispatched that poacher. It was merely a casual act. However, after delivering your package, I departed and am unaware of subsequent events. Oh, Kevin nodded. Do you have a purpose for seeking me now? When will your new book be released? The assassin asked directly. Ahem. I have been rather busy lately, Kevin admitted awkwardly. As you can see, there are numerous tasks at hand. Oh, no rush, the assassin replied. I merely hope you might consider adding a character for me in your new book. Please share your request. Encountering such a situation for the first time, Kevin contemplated seriously. I would like my name to be Brother Kong. Attributes, extraordinarily handsome. Additional, sometimes referring to myself as this one, and at times adopting the alias Biao Shu. The assassin stated. Kevin, is there a problem? No problem. Then I shall take my leave. As the assassin finished speaking, they leapt out of the window. Kevin, lost in thought, lay back down, only to be startled once again as another shadow entered. He sat up abruptly, only to find yet another assassin. I also wish to request a character, the assassin stated plainly. No problem, Kevin replied. Please share your requirements. Given my formidable and imposing demeanor, I should at least be assigned a behind-the-scenes boss role, named Duragon Silia. All right, Kevin nodded, and the assassin departed, satisfied. Whoosh, suddenly, another figure entered. Kevin hadn't even had the chance to recline before promptly asking, seeking a character. Yes, the newcomer nodded. I apologize for the late disturbance. No problem. What are your requirements? No specific demands. Just don't make me too sleazy, and I prefer not to be a character who only survives for 2 chapters. The supporting name, Mumu. The individual's eyes sparkled with anticipation. No issue, Kevin assured. Thank you. The assassin politely exited. Whoosh, yet another figure entered through the window, leaving Kevin to ponder whether they were queuing outside. Considering I am a girl, is being a supporting character challenging? If it is too difficult to include me, please don't feel pressured. After all, the plot's appeal is paramount. Name, Coconut Sister. Please feel free to mercilessly parody me. The newcomer spoke with remarkable fluency. No worries, you will certainly be included, Kevin promised. There are still many more waiting. The female assassin glanced outside. Shall I bring them all in? Yes. Please invite them in. I will take notes, Kevin sighed, contemplating how to weave so many new characters into the narrative. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 37. Departure for abroad. The nation of Labazir lies to the south of the kingdom of Lubuol, boasting a land area merely 1/10 that of Lubuol, with a population only 1/20 as large. Such diminutive nations are scattered throughout the continent, with their monarchs often serving merely as dukes, also referred to as grand dukes. Hence their realms are often designated as principalities. These nations are recognized by the three major groups of the continent, with the Pope of Light granting them their thrones. The Church of Light propagates its teachings across the continent, even penetrating tribes such as the Beastmen and Elves, whose beliefs starkly contrast theirs. Throughout history, the Church of Light has played a mediating role amid global conflicts. Its benevolent doctrines, coupled with effective restorative spells, generally dissuade even the most disgruntled from engaging in conflict with the Church. However, as time has progressed, the Church of Light's influence has diminished significantly. A humorous anecdote once circulated. When two small nations had a dispute, the Church of Light intervened, and the conflict dissipated. When a large nation clashed with a small one, the Church of Light intervened, and the small nation vanished. When two large nations were at odds, the Church of Light intervened, and the Church itself was eradicated. While merely a joke, it reflects the Church's standing to some extent and indirectly illustrates the position of small nations within the world. For small nations to survive, they must either align with larger nations or band together, or await their demise. The alliances of small nations are formed in the northern regions of the Beastmen tribes, where several small nations unite to resist the Beastmen. In these times of dwindling warfare, the allied nations have begun to stabilize. However, the geographical position of Labazir renders it challenging to become part of the alliance, as it shares direct borders with Lubuul, inevitably confronting various border issues. In this regard, Labazir has proven exceedingly assertive, frequently encountering frictions along its borders, and its commercial interactions with Lubuul are often fraught with discontent. Some scholars speculate that external backing from the Empire of Rhine emboldens them, as they seek to establish independence and ultimately evolve into a great power. Thus, this area has become a focal point for numerous anti-Lubuul factions. This time, in the investigation of external forces, both geographically and in other aspects, this region is prioritized. In the afternoon, Kevin and his companions finally arrived at the kingdom's border by carriage. During the journey, Kevin had dozed off for a significant portion, awakening just as they reached their destination. Feeling drowsy? Lalu inquired casually as he disembarked. I didn't sleep well last night. Kevin shook his still somewhat groggy head as he followed suit. The small spoon quietly leaned closer and asked, have you figured out how to add rolls yet? Kevin cast a glance her way, evidently aware that these assassins were well informed about the events of the previous night. Otherwise, given their vigilance, it was improbable that they would remain indifferent while a companion was approached at the foot of their bed. Sigh. I'm not sure how to add them. Kevin shook his head, but I could have them seek rolls from me in my book. The others responded with silence. In reality, they asked me for rolls, and in the book, they still seek rolls from the protagonist, who assigns roles that exist within the protagonist's narrative. Ha ha ha. Kevin chuckled. It sounds quite amusing. A bit convoluted, Jack remarked, scratching his head. Meanwhile, the guards ahead had moved forward to intercept them. This is a restricted area. Please present your identification. We're royal envoys. Lalu proficiently produced his credentials. Thank you for your hard work. The guard merely glanced at the documents before signaling for them to pass. No helping it. Such is the life of a laborer, Lalu said with a wry smile. Shaking his head, he had traveled abroad numerous times, and the guards here recognized him well. Although he always donned the attire of a priest, the guards had seen enough to know that he was no ordinary clergyman. The small spoon, being on her first journey, was curiously looking around. The towering city walls ahead exuded an extraordinary sense of oppression. The fortifications were over 20 meters thick and equally high, reaching the height of 6 stories, adorned with gigantic magical arrays, reputed to withstand forbidden spell attacks. Countless military birds such as parrots and owls patrolled the skies relentlessly, and all the guards wore serious expressions. While the massive crossbows on the walls gleamed ominously, the sight was enough to instill fear in the hearts of ordinary folk, as if at any moment, a blade would be drawn. How thick? The small spoon exclaimed, unable to resist touching the wall as they passed through the city gate. You too remember, Lalu reminded them. The situation in Labwachur is quite chaotic. It's common to witness people drawing their blades on the streets. The local women hold a particularly low status, often treated as mere objects. It's not unusual for them to be accosted around a corner. The regular army there is not as disciplined as ours, and they generally turn a blind eye to most matters. The U2 possess considerable strength. It is prudent to remain cautious. Oh, the small spoon nodded. Is it dangerous for foreigners? Hard to say, Kevin agreed. But it's best not to meddle in others' affairs. Are the people there very strong? Xiaojiu inquired. I can only say they are not weak, Lalu replied. In a place rife with chaos, those lacking capability rarely survived. My own strength should suffice. but one can never be certain of unexpected threats. Life is singular. Kevin is right. Better to avoid unnecessary involvement. Kevin interjected. The regular army there does not look kindly upon the people of Lu Baol. They will likely be irritated just by your accents. However, the mercenaries within their borders are fairly competent. It is said that the strength of mercenaries nearly matches that of the regular army, a stark contrast to the kind of mercenary leaders in our land who would hastily strip off their pants at a mere command. The reason behind this is that the mercenaries have somehow come into possession of a cache of smuggled weapons from Lu Baol, reportedly crafted by the dwarves. Let us not dwell on it any further, Kevin decided. Closing his mouth appropriately, Lalu shot him a meaningful glance while the others remained largely oblivious. Once outside the city gate, the group continued their journey in the carriage. Beyond the walls lay a vast plain. And by the time they traversed it, evening had fallen, bringing them to the border of Laboachir. The contrast between the two nations was striking. One side boasted imposing city walls, while the other featured wooden watchtowers and a surrounding wooden palisade. At first glance, it resembled a mere encampment. Who goes there? A lookout from the opposing side drew his bow, aiming at the last in line, Jack. Although the language was the same as that of Lu Baol, the accent was noticeably thicker. Oh, I am a priest here to preach, Lalu replied with a smile, and these are my companions. Oh, the priest and the bard may pass, but the others must undergo inspection, came the response. The gate swung open, revealing 3 soldiers who rolled up their sleeves, attempting to search them. The 2 girls widened their eyes. It was beyond comprehension that they would directly touch a woman. Was it not? Was the value system of this nation truly so peculiar? They instinctively recoiled. What are you dodging for? One soldier frowned. A mere touch won't cost you an ounce of flesh. Ahem, Lalu skillfully produced a gold coin. A little leniency. If you please. With so many of us, what can 1 gold coin accomplish? The soldier scoffed. Lalu was taken aback. What is going on? Have the prices gone up? It wasn't tea like this the last time I visited. Heh. The soldier wore a haughty expression. Are you coming in or not? If not, then leave. Very well, let us depart. Lalu waved his hand decisively, and the group followed suit. The soldiers seemed taken aback by their abrupt departure, yet calling them back now would be too embarrassing. They could only seethe in frustration as they returned to their post. Meanwhile, Kevin and the others gathered to discuss. Is entering the city akin to shopping for groceries? How do we even get into the city now? The small spoon asked anxiously. Not to worry, we'll scale the wall at night, Lalu assured them. Clearly experienced, Jack spoke up. Once inside, how do we investigate? Leave that to us. If any issues arise, we will contact you, Lalu replied. First, we'll find a place to rest, and then we will discuss matters later. The group followed the outer wall until they soon discovered a dilapidated hut. It appeared quite shabby, yet it was better than having no shelter at all. Without hesitation, Lalu approached and knocked on the door. Is anyone home? There was no response. Lalu furrowed his brow and sniffed the air. There's a stench of decay. The group's expressions grew serious at once. Lalu kicked the door open with a swift motion, and a swarm of flies and mosquitoes erupted from within. A corpse lay on the floor. It was late August, and the heat coupled with high humidity had accelerated the rate of decomposition. Forget it. This place is a mess. Lalu shook his head again. Those living outside are essentially the outcasts of the city. Hardly anyone cares about their survival. Kevin produced a firestone. Let us do a good deed and burn it. Don't interfere, Lalu interjected, blocking him. Leaving the corpse here invites disease and pests. If we're not careful, it could lead to an outbreak. Let us incinerate it. It's a simple task, Kevin insisted. After all, it requires little effort. Then I shall do it, Lalu said. Waving his hand as a fireball spell shot forth, he then gestured again, and the ground beneath the corpse rose, encasing it entirely, while leaving 2 vents for air. The flames roared within, emitting a sizzling sound reminiscent of roasting meat. Much like a makeshift boiler. Moments later, the makeshift boiler collapsed, and the body was completely charred, reduced to a darkened silhouette. Then became evident that the individual had lost their right arm. The insects within gradually dispersed. I'm not particularly skilled in fire magic. So it ended up like this, Lalu remarked. Jack, use wind magic to dispose of the body. It'll save us the trouble of carrying it. Jack examined the corpse for a moment, then unleashed a wind blade that severed the left arm as well. What are you doing? The others were taken aback. Don't you think it looks more symmetrical this way? Jack replied. Chapter 38. The people behind the door. Kevin and the others temporarily took refuge in the small hut. The family here was impoverished, with only a table, chairs, and a bed to their name. And the place was teeming with insects, dust-covered, filled with cobwebs, and many areas were moldy. To make it habitable would require considerable effort. Fortunately, there was a wind mage among them. Jack effortlessly cast a whirlwind spell that swept away the clutter, tossing it outside. However, he possessed a peculiar compulsion. Anything asymmetrical caused him great discomfort. If there was a hole on the left side of the door, he felt compelled to create a corresponding hole on the right. When he noticed that the legs of the bed were moldy and unsightly, he promptly chopped off both the inner and outer legs. One night, as he passed by an ant, he observed that its antennae were of unequal lengths. Unable to resist, he flicked a wind blade at them, trimming them to match, and only then did he feel satisfied enough to sleep. The others could only express their bemusement. After all, these were merely personal quirks. In the dead of night, Lalu roused everyone in turn, preparing to scale the wall. He advised them not to use magic unless absolutely necessary, as magical fluctuations could be detected. Kevin and Jack took this warning seriously, adjusting their states to their utmost potential and meticulously checking their weapons. Ultimately, they approached the outer wall in tranquil silence. Lalu tossed a lasso, then scaled the wall with ease, just like that. They entered the main city of the other side, and it was the border city at that. It felt almost like child's play. It feels just like our backyard, the small spoon remarked, unable to help but comment. A mere jump and we're in. Haha, what purpose does such a small nation serve? Jack laughed. Wouldn't it be easier to send in an army and take over? Kevin merely shook his head in response. There are many complexities within. Many small nations are better left intact than conquered. The relationship between large and small nations is akin to that of a wealthy man and a beggar. No affluent individual would stoop to seize a copper coin from a roadside beggar, for the wealth gained would be negligible, and the excess coins would only weigh down their pockets. No sooner had he spoken than torches flared to life all around, illuminating the section of the wall as if it were daylight. The leading guard shouted, "Who goes there?" The group paled in unison, and Laulu transformed into a shadow, swiftly scaling the wall back and retreating. Kevin and the others hurriedly followed, arrows whizzing past them. The small spoon, with a flick of her wrist, summoned a glimmering barrier that deflected the arrows as if they were nothing. They sprinted several miles before finally stopping. It seemed their pursuers had not followed. Yet, unease lingered, and they did not halt until they felt sufficiently distant. This moment, Kevin finally discerned that the small spoon in her hand was, in fact, a silver spear, segmented and seemingly capable of extension. With a slight tremor of her wrist, the spear automatically retracted, transforming into a short weapon of merely an arm's length. Laulu stood sullenly to the side, fully aware that the failure to scale the wall rested primarily upon his shoulders. Yet even at this juncture, he found himself perplexed. How could this happen? Just 3 months ago, I traversed this area effortlessly, scaling walls at will. Perhaps the opposing side has enforced stricter security? The small spoon conjectured casually. At least everyone is safe. However, Kevin shared her bewilderment. He had previously visited this nation, which could almost be described as decadent, chaotic, and even somewhat primitive, although his arrival had been several years prior and he had only stayed for a week. Kevin had traveled extensively and was acutely aware of the formidable challenges in reforming such a country. Soldiers were eager to accept bribes, corpses lay unattended outside the city, and the entire hierarchy was mired in corruption. From their daytime conversations, it appeared that nothing had changed. There were no reports of policy shifts or the replacement of the king. Why, then, had this group suddenly executed a precise ambush against them? Could it be that their apparent lethargy was merely a facade, a strategy to instill complacency, while maintaining stringent vigilance at night? Or was there another underlying reason? Regardless, we must still find a way in, Laulu replied. However, our current configuration is rather conspicuous. We must separate tomorrow and devise our own means of entry into the city. If all else fails, we can resort to bribery. The group paused momentarily. Yet no objections were raised. The 3 of them were assassins, their skills superior to those of Kevin and his companions. Kevin, after all, was a wandering bard, traversing the globe. Jack, albeit a novice mage, still held a respectable status in such a backward locale. Ultimately, they did not regard this nation with much seriousness. Even if they fell into a trap, they were confident in their ability to escape with ease. Meanwhile, within the Border Defense Department of Libozi, a few leading soldiers entered, bantering jovially until they assumed a serious demeanor upon arrival, executing a military salute. "Commander, There was indeed an attempt to scale the wall today. Where are they? Inquired the commanding officer. Seated at the center. They fled, replied the soldier. How did you allow them to escape? The commander bellowed. They fled. What can I do? The soldier appeared to have considerable experience. What did you say? The commander, unable to maintain his composure, raised his voice further. There are numerous individuals attempting to scale the wall daily. We never bothered to apprehend them before. The soldier's tone softened, though his defiance was evident. The commander's face flushed with anger. Get out of my sight. The soldier, seemingly relieved, exited with a spring in his step. The commander sighed in resignation, shutting the door and window. He then moved aside a portrait hanging behind him. Revealing a hidden door, gently tapping, he called out, General, did you hear that? A voice, aged yet steady, responded from behind the door. I did. General, please do not misunderstand. Our military discipline is quite strict. Ordinary soldiers would never dare to speak to me in such a manner. The commander attempted to clarify. It's just that this fellow is nearing retirement and is harder to manage. Ha. Laughter echoed from behind the door. Yet another failure. However, at least we successfully intercepted their entry into the city. The commander insisted, grasping at any semblance of accomplishment. Why did you not go personally? Came the voice from behind. I have crucial tasks that require my attention. The commander stammered in defense. Enough of this. There is no need for further discussion. The voice countered with a wry chuckle. The incident involving the venomous forest attacking new recruits has stirred quite the uproar. They are conducting thorough investigations of all mercenary groups, but this is merely a facade. Given their usual methods, the assassins are likely already en route. If you wish to preserve your life, you would do well to heed my advice, the voice warned. What does this have to do with me? The commander responded, panic rising in his chest. Not all investigations yield results, the voice scoffed coldly. If the assassins are unable to uncover the mastermind behind the venomous forest incident, they will likely find a scapegoat. As the head of security in this region, commanding a force of 3,000, your head would be a fitting prize. Individuals of great strength are difficult to assassinate and could jeopardize national relations. Those too weak are unworthy. You are just about right, the voice remarked calmly. Do you understand? The commander lowered his head in silence, instinctively clenching his fist before relaxing it. Among those who arrived today, there was a group of priests and bards. This group is highly suspicious. I observed them from the shadows. Shortly, I shall provide you with their likenesses. Tomorrow, every checkpoint must conduct rigorous inspections. The voice continued. Understood. The commander nodded. We will ensure they do not gain entry. The goal is to let them in, the voice corrected. Only by allowing them entry can we capture them. Merely blocking them indefinitely is not feasible. If they cannot enter today, they will find another means tomorrow. What can your flimsy wooden barricades truly deter? Yes, the commander nodded. I will prepare 2 sets of likenesses. One authentic and one counterfeit, the voice instructed. You shall post the counterfeit on the city walls. Upon seeing it, they will surely believe you incompetent and capable of proper artistry. Meanwhile, you will hold the authentic ones, meticulously verifying every individual who enters. Then, assess the situation and set a trap. Very well, no problem, the commander affirmed. The country of Leopold has long been overbearing, embodying hegemony, while surrounding smaller nations suffer greatly. I can empathize. With little opportunity for retaliation, if we can apprehend an assassin from Leopold, you will achieve a great feat, becoming a national hero, the voice declared. Not everyone has such an opportunity. You must grasp it. Thank you, General, the commander replied, overwhelmed with gratitude. Suddenly, several sheets of paper were slipped through the gap at the bottom of the door. Upon examining them, the commander discovered they were indeed the likenesses of the individuals in question. It seemed the person behind the door had plotted this well in advance, and the artistry was exceptional. The authentic portraits were strikingly lifelike, while the fakes resembled mere scribbles. I have marked true in the corners of the authentic ones and false in the fakes. Instruct your soldiers not to confuse them, the voice cautioned, if you post them on the city walls. Remember to tear off the false designation. Understood, the commander responded excitedly, saluting the door, which offered no further reply. The following morning, Kevin and his companions embarked on their journey into the city as agreed. Laolu and his team departed first, their superior skills allowing them to navigate without concern. Once inside, a parrot relayed messages back and forth, confirming their safety. Avian reconnaissance was among the most challenging methods to counter. Often, These familiars blended seamlessly into flocks of migrating birds, making them nearly impossible to detect, and it was unfeasible to eliminate entire flocks. This posed a considerable headache even for large nations, let alone a small one. Kevin and Jack delayed their departure until noon, when the sun blazed fiercely, creating an uncomfortable heat that deterred most from venturing outdoors. Thus, the guards would likely be at their most lax. Approaching the entrance, they did not bother with any disguises, trusting that their brief glimpse yesterday would not have imprinted their appearances in anyone's memory. Moreover, even if remembered, it would have been by only a few soldiers who had been stationed nearby. These soldiers could not possibly remain on duty continuously. There would inevitably be shifts. Given the execution capabilities of Libozi, Kevin had no apprehension. However, upon arrival at the entrance, they discovered several portraits affixed nearby. Yet, upon closer inspection, they could not recognize anyone depicted. The artistry was amateurish, and each bore a small section torn from the upper right corner, all identical. "This is so irritating," Jack frowned. "What troubles you?" Kevin inquired. "Look, these portraits all have a corner ripped off. It's asymmetrical. It bothers me so much." Jack sighed despondently. "Try to keep it together," Kevin advised. "Let's not stir up trouble. Besides, those portraits do not depict us." "Fine," Jack acquiesced, refraining from further comment. Nevertheless, Jack's words ignited a spark of curiosity in Kevin. Why would someone tear off a corner for no apparent reason? Glancing at the portraits in the soldiers' hands, although obscured from view, he noted that all four corners were intact. At that moment, the soldiers, basking in the sun, remained motionless, many with their heads bowed, some leaning against the walls, while others sought refuge in the shadows, slowly fanning themselves. It appeared as though the heat had dulled everyone's senses. Even Kevin's approach went unnoticed. "Something feels off." Kevin halted. "We should leave." "What's wrong?" "If we turn back now, we risk exposing ourselves," Jack protested urgently. "The atmosphere is peculiar," Kevin replied. "I would rather risk exposure than venture further. Where escape may be impossible, let us go." Having spoken, Kevin pivoted and bolted, with Jack following suit as they swiftly fled into the distance. At the entrance, the soldiers all awoke, exchanging bewildered glances. "Who exposed us? Who could possibly expose us?" Pretending to be asleep wouldn't reveal anything, someone questioned in confusion. "Should we pursue?" another asked the squad leader present. "Pursue? In this heat? What nonsense! The strategy from above is flawed. Why should we concern ourselves with it?" The squad leader waved dismissively. "Let us act as if we saw nothing. Resume your duties." After fleeing a considerable distance, Kevin and Jack noted that they were not being pursued. The sweltering heat had left them both drenched in sweat. Jack promptly summoned the parrot, relaying their current predicament and instructing it to fly into the city to seek Lalu's assistance. Moments later, Jack rose and announced, "They said to gather a mercenary group to storm the city gates, allowing us to slip in amidst the chaos." He maintained a mental link with his bird, which posed no issues over short distances. Kevin felt exasperated. Even understanding the differing circumstances of this small nation, it was still difficult to accept that mercenaries could storm the city gates with such impunity. Nevertheless, this remains a method. The two individuals made their way back on foot. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a scene of utter chaos, with countless mercenaries clad in tattered armor engaged in a fray, shouting profanities amidst the cacophony, rendering the specifics of their discourse inaudible. Yet, judging by their demeanor, it appeared that their skirmish was more a display than a genuine conflict, merely clashing weapons while hurling insults at one another. The mercenaries wielded what seemed to be dilapidated weapons, yet, surprisingly, they proved remarkably resilient, capable of severing the blades of the regular army with ease. Nonetheless, the mercenaries refrained from pressing their advantage, opting instead to mock the inadequacy of their opponent's armaments. Clearly demonstrating an understanding of the limits of their engagement, the regular troops at the city gates struggled to maintain their position, having already dispatched for reinforcements. However, by the time assistance finally arrived, the mercenaries had vacated the area, leaving behind a litter of broken swords and the echoes of their derisive laughter. Kevin and Jack had, of course, already blended into the city. They proceeded to the designated rendezvous point arranged with Raoul, where several mercenaries were already present. Upon sighting Kevin and Jack, the mercenaries greeted them with enthusiastic warmth, their excitement appearing genuine. Yet, in short order, Kevin and Jack were ushered into a small chamber. The mercenary who received them expressed a hint of apology, stating, "This is a directive from Lord Raoul. He mentioned that you two should not be privy to too much information just yet. Please take a moment to rest here." "Very well," the two replied with little emotion. After all, Jack was merely a junior officer, and Kevin an inexperienced recruit. The disparity in their rank and prowess necessitated a degree of secrecy on Raoul's part, even if Kevin were the author himself. Meanwhile, the Minister of Defense once again secured the door, drew the curtains, and moved aside a portrait before rapping on the door concealed behind it. "General, are you present? Have they entered the city?" came the straightforward response from behind the door. "I am uncertain how they uncovered our scheme. And they have even colluded with the mercenary group to assault our city gates," the minister lamented, visibly conflicted. Sigh. A sound of exasperation emanated from behind the door. "General, what shall we do now? Do you possess the capability to thoroughly investigate all mercenary factions here?" Akin to the methods employed in the Republic of Labal, the voice inquired. "Never mind, no need to ask." The minister fell silent. The power of the mercenary factions in this region had grown formidable. The regular army struggled to contend with them. The king had attempted to curtail their influence on numerous occasions but had met with failure each time. The potential consequences of a true conflict were uncertain. "Listen," the voice continued. "Spread the word. Draw the snake out of its hole. I will provide you with further detail shortly. Do not err in your execution." "Understood," the minister responded, but then hesitated, asking, "General, why are the contraband weapons wielded by the adversaries far superior to those of our regular forces?" "One gets what one pays for," the general replied. "We also have superior weaponry available for you. But the funds you provide only suffice for these lesser arms. Alternatively, you may wish to investigate the destination of those funds." The minister promptly lowered his gaze, refraining from further comment. Chapter 39. Observations from the tavern as night fell. Kevin spent the evening in the humble abode. The local mercenaries repeatedly cautioned against venturing out after dark, citing the dangers that lurked. The three assassins seemed to be quite busy, their whereabouts unknown. They merely instructed Kevin to remain in the vicinity, assuring him they would be easily reachable. Since they barred Kevin and Jack from participating in the investigation, Kevin was more than willing to indulge in leisure. Upon awakening the next morning, he and Jack ventured outside for a stroll. He refrained from summoning the parrot, as it had recounted tales of the locals' lack of decorum, often resorting to throwing stones at it. An experience it had endured 6 or 7 times. Fortunately, it had survived. The weather was quite pleasant in the early hours, and numerous mercenaries took advantage of the coolness to conduct their business outside the city. Market stalls were set up, selling local fruits and other unique products. The common folk generally donned simple attire, with men casually draping themselves in tattered vests, their trousers cropped short. Some wore straw sandals, while others went barefoot. Women were a rare sight, typically remaining indoors, and if they ventured out, it was always in groups. The houses were predominantly wooden structures, and the streets were unpaved, littered with horse and cow dung, seemingly neglected by any sanitation workers. However, farmers would eventually arrive to collect the dung, though when asked about its purpose, they could only say that someone was willing to buy it for a few coins. Presumably people from the neighboring Republic of Labal. The farmers focused solely on collecting dung and paid no mind to anything else. The roads were uneven, with puddles forming and weeds sprouting, all of which went unattended. Their philosophy seemed to be that if enough people traversed a path, it would naturally become established. They never repaired the roads, and after a rain, they would transform into streams without any concern, as many walked without shoes. At the same time, thievery thrived unabated, with the perpetrators demonstrating a complete disregard for the opinions of others. Their methods were brazen, and no one intervened. Perhaps they initially intended to be discreet, but when discovered, they resorted to outright theft. Groups of 3 to 5 would coordinate their efforts, encircling a target to steal from them, unperturbed even if guards stood nearby, who would often sidestep a few paces. In such moments, the victim faced 2 choices: either comply and hand over their money, or draw their sword and resist. Life and death were fated, yet the thieves were not reckless. Should they sense that their target was determined to fight back, they would retreat. Casualties were of little concern, as the guards would eventually arrive to dispose of the bodies in a mass grave. Bloodstains on the road would remain uncleaned, simply left where they fell. Thus, within the realm of Labazir, no weapon prohibitions were ever heard of. Any civilian could carry arms of any caliber. The prevailing motto was, protect oneself, if one dies. It is their fate. Seeking revenge is one's own responsibility. The guards served the king, not the common people. Despite this, should a civilian stumble upon a legendary artifact by the river, it would undoubtedly attract covetous eyes, and a pretext would be swiftly concocted to eliminate them and seize the treasure. The populace had internalized the logic of banditry to their very core, with thieves stealing and even committing murder without a shred of remorse. Their rationale was simple. I am strong, therefore this is mine. You wish to resist. How dare you? You are so worthless, yet you covet wealth. Based on this bandit mentality, the average lifespan in Labazir was hardly over 30 years. Elderly individuals were a rare sight. With the streets populated predominantly by vigorous youths, the national illiteracy rate soared to 90. Among any 10 random individuals on the street, only one could write their own name. Mercenaries required others to read task details to them, as they would otherwise be oblivious to their assignments. Consequently, the Mercenary Guild also boasted an unusual profession known as task readers, with official announcements underscoring the need for such roles. Fearing that civilians might misunderstand the tasks and thus assigning a reader to assist, years prior, Kevin had resided here and occasionally posed the question to civilians, "Why do you not learn to read?" The common folk would counter, "What purpose would that serve?" Kevin would reply, "At least you could comprehend the announcements. If someone reads them aloud, why would I need to learn?" was their retort, leaving Kevin at a loss for words. This moment, Kevin and Jack wandered the streets, their attire markedly superior to that of the commoners, and as foreigners. They were not typically targeted by thieves. Kevin casually recounted his previous experiences in this locale, prompting Jack to express astonishment at how few visitors from their homeland grasped the mindset of the bandits. How can they continue in such disarray without perishing? Jack queried. Perplexed. Every act of aggression carries inherent risk, Kevin responded. Over time, individuals tend to adopt caution or seek the protection of mercenaries. Do not underestimate the defenses of each household. For their safety, many have dug various traps, some even leading to extensive tunnels, Kevin elaborated. Still difficult to comprehend, Jack shook his head. With such a small population, how can there be so many mercenaries? Where are the numerous tasks to sustain them? Many mercenaries are contracted by foreigners, Kevin replied, though I am uncertain of the specifics. As they strolled, they encountered little of note, the sun climbing higher and the heat intensifying. The market-goers began to disperse, and the streets grew increasingly vacant as Kevin and Jack began to perspire. They sought refuge in a more upscale tavern. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, and the bartender promptly served them 2 frosty mugs of ale, guiding them to a breezy window-side table that a gentle breeze occasionally swept through, providing a refreshing respite. Both men were satisfied and tipped the bartender with 2 silver coins, eliciting his jubilant response, as he informed them of the presence of attractive women available for entertainment. With private rooms on the upper floor, they quickly declined, with Kevin emphasizing his gentlemanly principles. The bartender, though perplexed, acquiesced as they enjoyed the cool breeze and chilled ale. Their spirits began to lift. Many patrons cast curious glances in their direction, intrigued by their distinctive attire. Moments later, the tavern door swung open, and a bard entered, surveying the room before his gaze landed on Kevin, which caused his expression to shift. Kevin paid him no mind, turning his attention to the view outside, appearing thoroughly at ease. Applause erupted within the tavern, evidently indicating that this bard was a regular performer in the establishment. The presence of a multitude of simpletons made the choice to perform here all the more sensible, as any bard would prefer not to share the stage with another. Yet, at that moment, the bard found himself in a predicament. Unable to retreat in the face of the enthusiastic applause, he could only force a smile in response. "What would you like to hear?" the bard inquired. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, and after a brief pause, someone spoke up. "Tell us about the international situation. The mercenaries here frequently interact with foreigners. Enlighten us." "Certainly," the bard replied, casting a cautious glance at Kevin, who remained preoccupied with the view outside. "As for the recent international developments, there has been little of significant consequence. However, I do have some amusing anecdotes to share. Are you aware of the incident involving the leader of a mercenary band from the Republic of Labal, who was, how shall I say, compromised?" In an instant, the tavern buzzed with lively discussions, as the crowd was captivated by the intriguing title, piquing their curiosity. The bard chuckled. This incident unfolded just a few days ago, originating from a new recruit of a legion across the way, who was ambushed during an outing. The assailants were masked, yet the Kingdom of Lobor's suspects it was the work of a mercenary group. The Kingdom of Lobor is particularly sensitive to such matters. Given their authoritarian regime, the death of a mere soldier is a grave concern, far more serious than it would be here, the bard elaborated. Naturally, suspecting the mercenary group, they summoned its leader for interrogation. But would the leader confess? Of course not. He merely shook his head, claiming ignorance. "What then?" someone queried. "Is torture the only recourse?" The bard sighed, shaking his head. Alas, the scene was simply unimaginable. A hush fell over the audience. Their disbelief palpable. Kevin sat rigid, staring blankly at the mug of ale before him. Jack, equally stunned, gazed at Kevin, aware that the latter had some history regarding disrobing others. What happened next? A patron inquired. What else could happen? The bard replied. To this day, no leads have emerged. The search continues, but it seems unlikely they will uncover anything, alas. Finally snapping out of his stupor, Kevin took a sip from his cup. Many patrons shook their heads in disbelief. How will that leader maintain his authority? Who will heed his commands? Fear not, for their entire group has been utterly disgraced, the bard responded. In the kingdom of Lobor, human rights are non-existent. It is a realm of dictatorship, unlike our own. Here, the populace is free to carry swords and any magical weapon, purchasable with coin. There, the nobility is bound by rank, only permitted to wield equipment befitting their station, the bard continued. In their mercenary groups, a mere 300 members constitutes a full roster. The state prohibits any more. Unlike here, where one can recruit as many as desired. The bard began to speak animatedly. If our mercenary group were to clash with theirs, even our most ordinary band could easily vanquish their strongest. The combat prowess of our members is on an entirely different level. We are perpetually engaged in battle, constantly sparring with regular troops. What of them? I shall not shy from the truth. Their mercenaries are tasked with hauling stones, capturing chickens, and even cleaning waste, duties fit for slaves that a mercenary should at least be a soldier. But in Lobor, they are reduced to mere laborers, even slaves. Do they think wielding a sword makes them warriors? What a farce! No wonder their leader has been humiliated. Nods of agreement echoed throughout the tavern. As most patrons were mercenaries, their spirits lifted by the praise. Yet, a discerning voice broke through. I believe I have encountered a few mercenaries from Lobor. They seemed quite formidable. Alas, the bard shook his head repeatedly. As if the individual's ignorance left him speechless, you encountered a few. That is quite normal. After all, Lobor is a vast nation. It is not unusual for a couple of skilled individuals to emerge. But do you grasp the ratio? Just because you met one formidable fighter does not imply they are all capable. Quite so, others chimed in. What do you know? How many places have you visited? You foolish swine, sit down. The individual, somewhat dazed, complied, listening quietly as the bard continued. Consider this. Why is it that our leaders are never subjected to such humiliation? Would our regular troops allow it? What does that signify? Use your intellect. Despite its size, the kingdom of Lobor is fundamentally hollow. The king has even announced the easing of requirements for commoners to ascend to nobility, resulting in a proliferation of nobles. This situation leaves commoners and nobles alike in distress. Though commerce flourishes, the economy is bound to collapse. The bard spoke with fervor. Do not be deceived by the impressive walls of their city. They are not of their own making. They merely leveled a mountain and carved out a gate, a process that claimed over 200 lives during construction. Do you believe those 20-meter-high walls were erected by transporting bricks one by one? Impossible. They merely flattened the mountain and created an entrance. At its core, the kingdom of Lobor is an evil nation, home to all the necromancers of human history. Both world wars were waged against these necromancers. In those times, rivers ran red with blood, and corpses lay strewn across the land. We must forever remember these events. Our freedom today is a hard-won treasure. The bard's gaze turned profound. Let it be known, avoid all dealings with the people of Lobor. He concluded, they are arrogant, conceited, petty, dim-witted, and unattractive. Nods of agreement filled the tavern, with many expressing their concurrence. Kevin, however, remained detached, sipping his drink. What do you think of the bard's remarks? He inquired, sensing the bard's probing gaze. The bard's smile widened. It seems you share my sentiments. Relieved, the bard launched into tales of his experiences in Lobor, relentlessly disparaging the kingdom. Jack, initially able to listen, began to furrow his brow as the tales continued. Unable to contain himself, he asked Kevin, aren't you going to refute him? Kevin shook his head. A few years ago, I might have cared, but now, sigh. It's a sweltering day. I can hardly be bothered. Even the most eloquent individuals may lack the desire to engage in debate under all circumstances. In recent years, external forces have bribed numerous bards to spread disinformation and fabricate rumors. Kevin had once fervently debated such topics, nearly memorizing every argument. Now, back in foreign lands, encountering the same discourse seemed hardly worth the effort. The heat was stifling, and he simply wished to say, If it pleases you. With a creak, the door swung open, and everyone turned to see the entrance of Little Spoon. She had transformed into a stunning green dress that fell above her knees, revealing her fair legs. The mercenaries, unaccustomed to such beauty, stood in awe, as the women of their homeland typically dressed conservatively. The tavern erupted in cheers. The bard approached, grinning. "My lady, are you alone?" "Leave me be," Little Spoon replied, her expression unchanging as she passed him. Embarrassed, the bard insisted, "There is no need for misunderstanding. We bards are honorable individuals, true gentlemen." Little Spoon turned, her stoicism unwavering. "I am from the kingdom of Lobor. I am arrogant, conceited, petty, dim-witted, and unattractive." The bard was left speechless. Little Spoon beckoned to Kevin and Jack. "Come, I have matters to discuss with you." The two followed her outside, leaving behind a tavern full of murmurs and an awkward bard. Chapter 40. Surrounded once outside, Little Spoon could not help but complain. "How can he speak so ill of our nation without any response from you?" Kevin hesitated, unsure how to answer. "Aren't you a bard? Shouldn't you uphold the image of our country?" she pressed. "Well, you do make a valid point," Kevin replied, somewhat awkwardly. This was a matter of principle. The more he argued, the more petty he would appear. "Let it go. I was merely speaking casually." Little Spoon seemed to realize she had spoken out of turn and instinctively offered an apology. "No harm done. It is indeed my fault," Kevin reassured her, "but you must consider the risks of dressing so revealingly here." "Humph. I simply cannot abide by a slander of our people," Little Spoon replied, her indignation apparent. Kevin glanced back to see several heads ducking away, clearly having been eavesdropping. Little Spoon's attire was too provocative for the conservative locale, making her appear almost angelic, and it was only natural that others would covet such beauty. "There are eyes on us," Kevin warned. "No worries," she waved him off. "After all, I am chill." Kevin interrupted urgently. "Do not easily reveal your capabilities in public, unless you are invincible." "Oh." Little Spoon nodded in understanding. The trio made their way back to their lodgings, the followers trailing them, but making no overt attempts to act. Upon returning to their quarters, they found Lulu and Little Nine awaiting them, a large sack resting on the table. Upon seeing Little Spoon's attire, both expressed mild surprise. "Why are you dressed this way?" "Well, it's simply too hot," she replied nonchalantly. "Ah." Little Nine squealed with delight, rushing toward her. "Little Spoon, you look so beautiful." Little Spoon embraced her in turn, the two girls sharing a moment of intimacy. Lulu, meanwhile, pulled back the sack, revealing a corpse. "This is someone we managed to investigate. Kevin, take a look and see if he matches." Kevin sighed, knowing he had already reiterated his stance that he merely suspected bruises. Yet, after such an extended period, they still insisted on his inspection, leaving him uncertain if this was diligence or mere obsession. However, having spent considerable time in the military, he was accustomed to following various unreasonable orders. Resigned, he complied, inspecting the body and grimacing. "This person has a ruined backside." "Then he is not our suspect?" Lulu inquired. "Correct," Kevin affirmed. Lulu casually covered the corpse again, a flash of white light illuminating her fingers as the body was stored in a spatial ring. With another wave, another corpse appeared on the table. "Take a look at this one." Kevin, feeling exasperated, complied, only to shake his head once more. Lulu retrieved yet another body. Kevin examined a total of 6 corpses, each time responding with a negative. "It appears our investigation has yielded no results thus far. The 3 of us shall continue tonight," Ralu commanded the 2 female assassins with a glance over his shoulder. "Understood," they replied in unison. Although Kevin was perplexed about the nature of their inquiry, he refrained from further questioning. However, should they depart at night, he felt the need to take precautionary measures. "Ralu, I require the 6 corpses tonight," Kevin stated. "What do you intend to do with them?" the others inquired. Puzzled, "I plan to place them on the bed," Kevin responded. The group fell silent. "How will we sleep then?" Jack could not help but ask. "Esteemed experts, I would appreciate it if you could escort us elsewhere tonight, given your prowess." "It should pose no challenge," Kevin suggested, casting a sidelong glance at the small spoon, "for safety's sake." "Very well," Ralu replied, turning to regard her. "I comprehend now." As the sun descended and darkness enveloped the sky, those who had previously sought respite outside retreated indoors. The night in the realm of Libissa could indeed be described as a time when true darkness reigned, with the moon obscured and the winds howling, a perfect setting for violence and mayhem. The streets lay devoid of patrolling guards. Even they had sought refuge, once gathered, Raulu and the three assassins donned dark attire, their faces obscured, while Kevin and Jack exchanged their garments for darker hues. They nodded to one another, signaling that the moment was ripe, and Raulu leapt into action, her ring glinting as she swiftly stowed a brick from the rooftop into her spatial ring. It created a silent void. And she, along with Kevin and Jack, effortlessly leapt through, sealing the breach behind them. The entire sequence transpired so stealthily that not a soul was aware. The only illumination came from the ring's activation. And even then it was difficult for Kevin to discern. Given their proximity to it, seemed Kevin's earlier deduction regarding the assassin's method of pilfering books from the library had proven accurate. Raulu led the two men as they soared gracefully, landing soundlessly upon the adjacent rooftop. You two shall remain here, we three will proceed. With that, the trio hastened away, vanishing from sight in an instant. Their trajectory appeared to lead towards the opposing city gate. Why are we running this way in the dead of night? Jack questioned, still bewildered. For safety, Kevin replied, reclining on the rooftop and gazing up at the myriad of stars. I believe the mercenaries here treat us quite well. Surely, they must be aligned with our interests, Jack suggested. Alas, Kevin sighed, this is a tumultuous era. The small spoon has already drawn the attention of the entire tavern today. I cannot ascertain how many factions are involved by day. They may refrain from action, uncertain of our strength, but by night, they are likely unable to contain themselves. If the three of them are out on assassination duties tonight, and others come looking for her, wouldn't we be waiting there for death? Kevin retorted. Jack nodded but still asked, what if they do not come? Exercise caution. It is never unwarranted, Kevin replied. If they do not arrive, we shall sleep here. The weather is pleasant. It is unlikely to rain, and the breeze is refreshing. From above, the parrot flapped its wings and descended, exclaiming, I am hungry. I need food. Jack rummaged through his pockets, shaking his head in disappointment. There is none. Kevin, intrigued, inquired, is the parrot's food particularly special? The food for this parrot is specially formulated, Jack explained. Without it, even with training, it would be difficult to achieve such high intelligence. What shall we do now? Kevin asked. Let us make do with whatever we can find, Jack replied to the parrot. Tomorrow, I shall procure some rice for you. The parrot shook its head, lamenting, traveling is such a hardship. I have nothing to eat. As they conversed, several shadowy figures emerged from a street corner, moving furtively around Kevin's former residence. The three exchanged glances, and the anticipated had finally arrived. This group, stealthy in their approach, threw a rope to latch onto a protruding beam and began to ascend to the second floor one by one. With a swift kick, they shattered the window, the sound echoing throughout the building. Yet, no one responded. The others pretended ignorance. A swarm of figures leapt through the window, making their way to the bed. Rubbing their hands together, they gleefully squeezed the bedding, laughter erupting among them. However, when they pulled back the covers, they were met with the sight of a male corpse. A collective gasp filled the room. Anyone anticipating beauty would surely be dismayed upon encountering a male corpse. Yet, this group, seasoned in the chaos of the times, quickly regained their composure after the initial shock. There is someone beneath the bed, one shouted. A voice so loud even Kevin could hear, though the others in the building ignored it. A few reached underneath the bed and dragged out another male corpse, causing them all to shudder. What on earth is happening? They queried. Confusion evident on their faces, they promptly exited the room and entered the quarters of several others, throwing back the sheets, only to find yet another male corpse, still more male corpses. Panic gripped the group. Could it be that the opposing faction had employed some necromantic sorcery, transforming the living into the undead? As they stood in a daze, a second group arrived, only to see the rope hanging and immediately recognize the dire situation. They rushed in, and upon glancing at the bed, they too were met with the sight of a male corpse, leaving them equally startled. It did not take long for both groups to realize they were not alone, and soon they confronted one another in the corridor. One faction directly accused. Did you orchestrate this? You question me, whose corpse is this? Both sides were unwilling to yield, and given the nature of those who roamed these darkened streets, none were easily intimidated. After a brief exchange, conflict erupted. Kevin observed as chaos ensued, the sounds of clashing resonating through the air, splintering wooden doors and walls alike. The air crackled with tension as combatants struck recklessly. Kevin and Jack sat quietly atop the neighboring roof, watching the turmoil unfold. The parrot shook its head, seemingly unable to comprehend. Why are they fighting? Perhaps over mating rights, Kevin mused, searching for a reasonable explanation. But it is not mating season. What are they mating for? The parrot retorted. For humans. It is always mating season, Kevin replied with resignation. Just as they spoke, a third group arrived, their numbers swelling. Upon witnessing the fray above, they wasted no time in joining the fray, transforming it into a chaotic three-way battle. The atmosphere charged with excitement. Jack shook his head. I believe this conflict has surpassed its purpose. With the small spoon absent, it is illogical for them to brawl. There must be deeper motivations at play. Perhaps over territory. That is also a possibility, Kevin concurred. Many seemingly foolish actions often have underlying reasons we cannot perceive. For instance, in our homeland, investigating mercenary groups may appear absurd to many. Yet, in truth, the assassins may have already infiltrated. And the grand investigation is merely a facade. As Kevin contemplated, he found himself momentarily taken aback. If the investigation at home was a mere ruse, did that mean the inquiries abroad were genuine? From the outset, Ralu had not inquired into Kevin's circumstances, nor had she included him or Jack in the investigations, even denying them discussions. Merely dragging in 6 corpses from an unknown source for Kevin to examine was hardly a thorough investigation of the poisonous forest incident. Kevin could not help but question the sincerity of their intentions. If not, what had they truly been doing? Were they simply going through the motions? It seemed unlikely. The small spoon appeared to possess a strong sense of justice, and their nightly excursions were evidently arduous. Thus, there appeared to be but one explanation. The truth of the poisonous forest incident had become irrelevant. They had likely confirmed one thing. It was indeed the realm of Libizur behind the machinations. Possibly without concrete evidence. But did a great power require proof? No. Merely asserting that they were responsible sufficed. If someone were to be covertly struck, they need not discern whether it was the left or right hand that delivered the blow. The punishment would come regardless. The current strategy of the 3 assassins likely involved targeting someone of similar stature to the officials and eliminating them, placing all blame for the poisonous forest upon them, while publicly claiming, "This is our investigation," with the testimonies of Kevin and Jack's parrot as corroboration. In the act of retribution, they would simultaneously enhance the image of their great nation. Today, Kevin realized that his presence here was perhaps merely for show, though he disdained such tactics. It was indeed one of the viable solutions in the grand chess game of powerful nations. As the 3 factions continued their fray, it was not long before a 4th group arrived, joining the fray with reckless abandon. Many within the melee fled in haste. This locale had been intended as a haven for local mercenaries. And given the amicable relations many had with the realm of Baal, it should have been a secure environment. Alas, under the cover of night, survival instincts prevailed. Kevin and Jack observed the chaos, akin to spectators at a farcical play. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed in the distance. Both Kevin and Jack turned in unison, witnessing flames erupting into the sky at the city gate, a waft of burnt air reaching them even from such a distance. That was where Ralu and her companions had gone to carry out their assassination. Concern washed over both men. Moments later, 2 figures rushed towards them with great speed, leaping across rooftops with remarkable agility, clearly the work of assassins. Kevin and Jack hastened to meet them, only to see the small spoon carrying Ralu, both appearing disheveled and covered in soot, with hair seemingly singed. What transpired? Jack instinctively inquired. The small spoon stumbled, collapsing to the ground, causing Ralu to tumble off her back, blood streaming from multiple wounds. A harrowing sight. It was an ambush, Xiao Jiao interjected. We must flee quickly. Kevin wished to assist the small spoon, but realized his own limitations. He could not run far. In that moment of urgency, he felt helpless. Suddenly, torches ignited around them, and the clanking of armor echoed as countless guards surged from the surrounding buildings, swiftly encircling Kevin and his companions. That a multitude of archers drew their bows, aiming at Kevin and the others atop the roof. You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons immediately and surrender. A voice called from below. The fighters next door, witnessing this turn of events, dared not linger any longer and quickly dispersed. Though the regular army hesitated to provoke the mercenary group fully, the mercenaries, too, refrained from inciting the wrath of the regular troops. Tensions were common, yet when one side made a serious move, the other typically retreated. On the rooftop, Kevin gazed down at the multitude of soldiers, his heart filled with trepidation. This was no hasty deployment in response to an emergency, but rather an ambush that had long been in place. The flames at the city gate, the specific nature of the spell difficult to ascertain, were likely the result of high-level magic, which, if cast by an individual, would require an 8th-level mage. Even if multiple casters were involved, they would need to exploit the terrain, typically employing powerful magical arrays designed to defend the city against invaders. Generally, deploying such arrays necessitated special approval, yet in the face of the 3 assassins, The decision to launch an array-based assault was made with remarkable decisiveness that it was evident that they anticipated the opponents would retreat to their residence, setting up an ambush in advance. Such a meticulously woven strategy. Could it truly have been conceived by the commander of the kingdom of Labazir? You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons immediately and surrender. The call echoed again from below. Let us fight. Spoon gritted his teeth and stood up, flinging his silver spear. Wait, Kevin interjected. First, we should surrender. Why should we surrender? Spoon shouted back. With your intellect. It would be challenging to explain, Kevin replied, his tone somewhat frosty. Chapter 41. Diplomatic immunity. Kevin's lead in surrendering led the others to abandon any thoughts of resistance to the tea that moment. The disparity in strength between the two sides was stark. Compounded by the presence of injured comrades and their location within foreign territory, leaving them with little chance of escape. Surrender was the most prudent option, though it might be difficult for the assassins to accept. The group slowly descended the stairs, with Kevin supporting the injured Raoul, who bore 6 grievous wounds, likely inflicted by sharp instruments. Under normal circumstances, a person would have perished from such injuries, yet even Raoul. Despite his formidable strength, lay unconscious, his bleeding showing no signs of abating, putting him in imminent peril. Spoon scanned the surroundings as they descended, seeking an opportunity to escape. Yet, the flames and chaos suggested a considerable number of adversaries were present. And with the injured among them, a desperate fight would likely lead to their own demise. After all, the opposing force was indeed an entire nation. Rest assured, Jack whispered, my parrot has already fled. The group merely nodded in acknowledgement. Does anyone have a way to provide emergency treatment? Kevin asked anxiously, if this continues. Raoul may not survive. Xiaojiao sighed. The array suddenly exploded, and he was injured while saving us. If all else fails, we'll have to resort to this. Spoon reluctantly produced several magical scrolls. I spell. Let us freeze his wounds for now, but let us proceed this way. Kevin decided, taking the scroll and concentrating his mental energy, gently applying it to Raoul's wounds. He merely aimed to staunch the bleeding with cold. Careful not to actually freeze the wounds. Yet, Kevin's knowledge was purely theoretical, and this was his first practical application. Thankfully, it appeared the bleeding had at least ceased, though the wounds felt icy to the touch, leaving him uncertain of the appropriateness of the temperature. Outside, voices began to call out. What are you doing? Hurry up. If you don't come out soon, we'll set fire to the building. We're coming. We surrender. Please do not act rashly. Kevin responded as they slowly made their way to the entrance. In an instant, several ropes were tossed over them. Since they had chosen to surrender, resistance was unwise. For Kevin, the ropes merely caused discomfort. But for Spoon and Xiaojiao, the treatment of the two ladies was undoubtedly unfortunate. The soldiers from this backwater region were clearly not inclined to exhibit gentlemanly manners, and rough handling was inevitable. Kevin promptly reminded them, I must inform you that we are foreigners. We possess diplomatic immunity. The group paused. The soldiers holding the ropes halted, their expressions suggesting a complete lack of understanding regarding diplomatic immunity. Simply put, we can accompany you, but we expect the most basic respect in return. Here, the citizens of the Kingdom of Lobol hold a status equivalent to your common nobility, if not higher. I hope you comprehend this. Kevin's tone was firm. Despite being bound. What nonsense is this? One soldier, visibly displeased, raised his hand to strike Kevin. Humph, Kevin sneered. You may strike me, but I hope you can bear the consequences that follow. Employing so many to capture us. Even if punishment is warranted, it is not a task for a mere foot soldier like you. Slap. Kevin received a blow. Arguing with a foot soldier was indeed futile. Bang. Spoon's aura flared, and the ropes binding her were instantly shattered. The soldiers reacted as if faced with a formidable foe, weapons trained on Spoon. She declared, Let me make this clear. Accompanying you is a gesture of goodwill. Do not push us. I may not be able to escape. But if necessary, I can take down at least 3 of your front lines with me. The soldiers in the 3rd row. What are we afraid of? Just take her down. The soldiers in the front rows. Spoon's display of orange aura revealed her as a genuine 5th-tier warrior, a fact that could not be feigned. The quality of the Labazir soldiers was several tiers below that of Lobol, and the prevalence of red aura in their ranks was not widespread, causing them to panic. A squad leader stepped forward. Rest assured, we are only following orders to apprehend you. If you do not resist, we will not act out of line. Humph. Spoon gestured for them to bind her. The squad leader's gaze scanned, signaling a nearby soldier to approach. The soldier hurriedly wrapped the ropes around her twice before retreating in a fluster. visibly shaken. "Let us move." The squad leader waved, leading Kevin and the others toward the city gate. Kevin couldn't help but inwardly lament that, in the face of such brainless fools, strength was indeed the most effective solution. Spoon excelled in this regard, while he had merely endured a slap, leaving him with little to say. They were escorted to a place known as the Cerudum City Defense Office. Cerudum was the principal city where Kevin currently resided, serving as a border town for the Kingdom of Labazir. Upon entering the defense office, it felt as if they had traversed from a slum to a noble palace, adorned with carved corridors and painted pillars. Illuminated by crystal lamps and graced by a grand oil painting of a noblewoman strolling through a flower garden, showcasing exceptional artistry. However, such decor seemed ill-suited for a military establishment, revealing the commander's lack of cultural refinement. On the platform, an officer with the rank of colonel spoke. "Who are you? Why did you assault our city gate under the cover of night?" Kevin stepped forward. "We were merely enjoying the night air when suddenly a large force appeared, dragging us here without reason. I would like to ask the commander, what crime have we committed?" "Nonsense." The commander fumed. "These individuals clearly came to attack me and were thwarted, resulting in their injuries. Their wounds serve as evidence." "Is that so?" Kevin paused for a moment. What a ridiculous claim. This night, an unknown number of assailants descended upon our residence, creating chaos that we fought desperately to escape, only to take refuge on the rooftop temporarily, and these injuries were sustained in that struggle. "You are talking nonsense," the commander retorted angrily, turning to a nearby aide. "Was there such an incident tonight?" "Yes," the aide replied, recalling how Spoon, dressed in a short skirt, had attracted a group of rowdy individuals the previous night, now serving as Kevin's makeshift excuse. "You." The commander gritted his teeth before quickly inquiring, "What about your black clothing? In your country's chaos at night, robbery is not a crime and killing is not a sin. That we don black clothing merely for self-protection," Kevin responded. "This is not only our choice. It is the choice of the majority of your common citizens." "Wait," an aide interjected. "Since you are foreigners, you must have identification to enter through the city gate. Where are your documents?" Kevin smiled coldly, then smiled again, and smiled once more. "What are you laughing at?" the commander roared. After composing himself, Kevin finally devised a response. "We entered through the city gate in a perfectly legitimate manner, unaware of any need for documents." "How could that be?" the commander shouted. "Why not?" Kevin raised his voice. "When we entered the city, several soldiers attempted to search the ladies. We deemed this inappropriate and withdrew. The following day, we returned to the city, only to find mercenaries and soldiers engaged in conflict. We were oblivious to the situation, yet we entered without obstruction. Are you suggesting that your country's mismanagement of mercenaries should be blamed on us?" Kevin countered. "You." The commander stood, momentarily at a loss for words, instinctively glancing at the painting. "Commander," a military officer stepped forward, "these people should be dealt with swiftly. Hand them over to me." "Let me reiterate, I possess diplomatic immunity." Kevin replied proudly, "I am a foreigner. You cannot even interrogate me alone. You must have a lawful official present for any questioning, let alone resorting to torture. I hope you understand the repercussions of your actions." "Who do you think you are?" The officer could not restrain his anger, turning to shout, "This is the territory of Labazir. You have no right to speak." Kevin sneered, "I am the son of the commander of the Thunder Knights, one of the 3 Knight Orders of the Kingdom of Labol. My name is Sane." Amidst the crowd, at that pivotal moment, Kevin realized that merely invoking his name would not suffice to command their respect. On a whim, he feigned to be someone else, a ruse that would likely go unnoticed in the short term. Not only that, Kevin turned to introduce Jack, saying, "This gentleman is the son of Lord Landon, known as Oka." He continued, "This injured individual is a priest of the Church of Light, and beside him is his accompanying nun." Finally, Kevin turned to the small Spoon, stating, "This is my personal servant, who also acts as my bodyguard." His tone remained composed, delivering his statements with the conviction of truth. The crowd. "You have just offended the Knight Order of Thunder and the Church of Light. I implore you, Commander, to seriously consider whether this is worth it. The Knight Order of Thunder has valiantly repelled numerous invasions by the Beast Tribes. A decade ago, when the Beast Tribes attacked, the Knight Order dispatched merely 300 men to defeat a force of 1,000 beasts, pursuing them over 30 kilometers. 5 years ago, during the kingdom's military parade, the entire Knight Order exhibited their orange aura as they marched through the square. I believe your esteemed Duke was present to witness this." Kevin spoke rapidly, his voice resonating powerfully, filled with conviction. "Are you threatening me?" The commander slammed his fist on the table. "No." Kevin employed diplomatic language. Our nation of Lobol has always upheld the principles of peace and friendship. However, should your country fail to maintain basic social etiquette, we can only express our regret and recommend that your nation erect high walls for protection against unforeseen circumstances. An officer below could no longer contain himself. I must inform you. This is the territory of the Kingdom of Labazir, and while you are here, it is we who hold the authority. I urge you to remain calm and to choose your words wisely, Kevin replied. At this moment, I represent not just myself, but also the nation that stands behind me. Given the current situation regarding diplomatic relations between our two nations, do you possess the rank necessary to speak in this forum? The officer. I recall the individual who just struck me. Kevin smirked coldly. A lieutenant, with a mole on the left side of his nose, a small scar on his forehead, a gray nail on his left ring finger, and a red mark on the left side of his neck. Taller than I am by half a head while wearing a helmet, he walks with a slight outward angle of the left foot. His upper right jaw is missing a tooth. I could easily sketch your portrait. Do not assume I have forgotten you. The entire assembly stirred, instinctively turning to gaze at a certain individual at the door. This person, having heard everything clearly, reflexively touched his face in alarm. He had remained behind Kevin throughout, and given Kevin's words, it was evident that he spoke the truth. Commander. Kevin continued, employing a torrent of significant information to overwhelm his opponent. You have activated the city wall formation. I wonder if it has received the necessary approval from your superiors. The commander waved his hand dismissively. That is none of your concern. I merely wish to caution you against credulously believing in the rumors of others. The intentions of individuals from other nations may not align with your interests, particularly as your borders directly adjoin those of Lubiol. Should conflict arise, this place will become the front line, even if the Ryan Empire were to ally with you against the threat. Their response time may not be as swift as you hope, Kevin articulated. The commander's expression stiffened as he slowly returned to his seat, subconsciously glancing at the portrait once more. You have observed the portrait several times, Kevin remarked. There is significant wear at the bottom of the painting, and the ground bears scratches. It is customary for civilians here to dig tunnels. I imagine that this grand and opulent defense office must have similar facilities, correct? The soldiers instinctively looked at the portrait, prompting the commander to urgently interject. Silence. I wonder which imperial strategist is manipulating events from behind that portrait. Kevin boldly inquired. Given the current geopolitical landscape, it was likely that only the Ryan Empire could aid the Kingdom of Labazir. This was a fact Kevin had long known. Having traversed the continent for many years, numerous smaller nations along the borders of Lubiol, including Labazir, had been incited or manipulated by the Ryan Empire, with the intent of constraining Lubol's ascent. In response, Lubiol had covertly supplied this region's mercenary groups with substantial weaponry, resulting in prolonged conflict between the mercenaries and the regular army, plunging the area into chaos. This man cannot be allowed to live. He must be killed. A sudden, aged voice echoed from behind the portrait. The utterance startled everyone present. The guards had never anticipated that someone could actually be concealed behind the painting. The commander felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. This revelation meant that the true puppet master was now exposed, leading to potential future complications. Your voice sounds quite aged. Kevin continued. It is said that within the Ryan Empire, there exists a particularly patriotic old general. Legend has it that he proposed the strategy for border containment. With 5 sons, 3 daughters, and 15 grandsons, all serving in the imperial military. He once stated that upon his retirement, he would travel the world. In that moment, the crowd instinctively leaned in to listen to Kevin's words. I have often pondered, would a general, dedicated to his country, truly set aside his duties to embark on a carefree journey around the globe? Kevin sighed. Generally speaking, even an undercover agent would not involve an elderly man in such affairs. Am I correct, General Heitland? A profound silence enveloped the room, leaving even the commander momentarily at a loss for words, while the small spoon and others felt a mixture of tension and exhilaration. They were witnessing Kevin's rhetorical prowess for the first time. Despite being bound, he remained the focal point of the scene. However, Kevin himself harbored uncertainties, yet he had to maintain an appearance of unwavering confidence. This man absolutely must not be allowed to live. Kill him. The voice from behind the portrait commanded once more. The commander hesitated before standing up. Kevin immediately responded, I possess diplomatic immunity. Commander. An officer stepped forward, eager to volunteer. Allow me to eliminate him. This is our territory. Lobulol, and why should a foreigner act so brazenly here? Brazenly? Kevin laughed. I am bound here, and yet I am being accused of acting with audacity. To speak frankly, my ability to articulate so extensively is solely due to the support of my nation's strength. Were I currently in the Ryan Empire, I would likely already be dead. That I believe the Lubuol Empire would never go to war with the Ryan Empire on my behalf. I ask for your nation. What of it? The officer inquired. All you need to do is sell more high-end weapons to the mercenaries, and your defeat will be assured without a battle. Kevin's words struck home. The officer faltered. Rendered speechless, another officer interjected. Do not bring national issues into this. They have nothing to do with us. No matter how powerful your country is, it means nothing. We could kill you at any moment. Kevin, why have you fallen silent? The officer pressed. I do not wish to converse with the intellectually challenged, Kevin replied with a cold smirk. Damn it. The officer drew his dagger. Your commander has yet to issue the order to kill or spare, yet here you are. A mere captain, poised to strike. Are you truly following the orders of the voice behind the portrait, or are you completely disregarding the authority of this so-called commander before you? Your military discipline is astounding. It has truly opened my eyes. Kevin scoffed. Stand down. The commander, flushed with embarrassment, instinctively issued the command. The officer reluctantly sheathed his sword and stepped aside. The atmosphere returned to silence. Leaving the commander momentarily bewildered, Kevin's assertions were not without merit. He hoped for a temporary detainment. However, the voice from behind the portrait was adamant about executing a death sentence, placing him in a difficult position. Report. A soldier rushed in from outside. Commander, the ambassador from Lubuol requests an audience. So soon, the commander was taken aback. The Lubuol embassy in the kingdom of Labazir was located in the central city, over 300 kilometers from the border. The speed of this arrival was truly astonishing. With no other options, the commander could only respond. Please let him in. As soon as the words left his mouth, a gust of wind swept through the doorway, and a new figure appeared in the room. Dressed as a mage, this middle-aged individual bore a staff, and the emblem on his chest indicated that he was a level 7 archmage. Ambassadors from Lubuol were all exceptional individuals. Only those of significant capability were sent abroad, as some major nations mandated that ambassadors not exceed a certain power threshold. This was due to the fact that an exceptionally skilled individual could single-handedly constitute an army, effectively establishing a foreign military presence within their borders. Even without such power, these ambassadors were invariably individuals of remarkable intellect. Smaller nations lacked such regulations and would not dare to impose them. This was a neighboring country to Lubuol, and a chaotic one at that. The capabilities of the resident ambassador were indisputable. I have heard that a citizen of Lubuol has been detained here, and I have come specifically to intervene, the ambassador said. Surveying the room, Ambassador. The commander rose. This individual has sustained grave injuries. The ambassador immediately recognized Laolu, exclaiming, he must be treated at once. I will take them with me immediately. That is not permissible. The commander hastily ordered a blockade. The surrounding soldiers drew their swords in unison. The ambassador turned back with a cold smile. Even if a few individuals are indeed guilty, they must first receive medical treatment before any interrogation can occur. Your nation's barbaric actions are nothing short of disappointing. You. The commander gritted his teeth. The ambassador invoked diplomatic rhetoric directly. You lack the standing to address me. Summon your lord at once. The commander. I will take them with me, and they will receive treatment at my residence. With a wave of his hand, the ambassador caused the soldiers nearby to feel an invisible force, pushing them 2 steps back and clearing a path. Their expressions were blank, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. If there is anything to discuss, your lord may come to see me. The ambassador promptly led Kevin and the others away, leaving the soldiers armed yet unwilling to attack. Report. Suddenly, another soldier rushed in. The ambassador from the Ryan Empire has arrived. Quickly, please. The commander instantly regained his composure, excitedly stepping forward. The Ryan Empire's ambassador was also a level 7 archmage, and upon entering, he discovered that the prisoners had already departed. Prompting him to ask, where are they? They were taken by the ambassador from Lubuol. The commander replied helplessly. The ambassador from the Ryan Empire's side, casting a look of disdain toward the commander, shaking his head as he departed, leaving behind the words, you are truly a disappointment. Commander, what should we do now? A soldier inquired. Quickly inform the city lord. The commander was acutely aware that he could no longer withstand the pressure. But the city lord is currently. The soldier hesitated, gesturing with his hands. The commander immediately erupted in anger. Damn it. Playing with women in the dead of night. Chapter 42. Rescuing the injured. The ambassador led Kevin and the others out of the entrance. pointing his staff, which unleashed a bolt of lightning that shot through the military camp's gate, striking the mat on the bed. Remarkably, the mat lifted on its own and then spread itself out before the group. "I borrow this mat from you," the ambassador declared as he guided Kevin and the others onto it. Without any further movement from him, the mat levitated, soaring over the heads of the soldiers and flying into the distance. The soldiers stood wide-eyed, none daring to utter a word, let alone attempt to obstruct them. The mind-splitting technique, a high-tier spell, was typically wielded by 8th-level sorcerers, though occasionally, 7th-level sorcerers could also perform it. The classification of sorcerers is based on the intensity of their magical power and the variety of spells they command. Generally, both factors are essential. This means that while someone may possess 8th-level magical power, a lack of several spell types could prevent their advancement in rank. Of course, there are exceptions. Although the ambassador wore the garb of a 7th-level sorcerer, it was evident he had one foot in the 8th-level realm. The mind-splitting technique allows a sorcerer to temporarily divide a portion of their mental will and place it within an object, enabling that object to move autonomously as if it were alive. In many tales, sorcerers, after finishing a meal, would simply wave their hands, causing plates and dishes to fly away, dispose of leftovers, clean themselves, and return to their places. Alternatively, if a sorcerer deemed the floor dirty, they could point their staff, prompting mops and brooms to clean the ground and automatically return to their original positions, all while the sorcerer lounged comfortably in a chair. Appearing utterly relaxed, this is merely one application of the mind-splitting technique, wherein the sorcerer divides their mental will to guide the mop or broom to clean the floor. While it may seem that the sorcerer is enjoying leisure, they are indeed expending mental energy, which incurs its own cost. Of course, mere telekinesis could achieve object manipulation, yet there are various kinds of telekinesis, most requiring the practitioner's direct focus, eyes locked on the target, or even aided by hands or a staff. In contrast, the mind-splitting technique allows the user to engage in other tasks, making it relatively superior in its utility. However, if it were a necromancer, they could directly use necromantic energy to animate objects without depleting their mental power. But this practice is forbidden on the continent and has not been seen for centuries. The practical applications of the mind-splitting technique are indeed diverse, enabling sorcerers to easily bend the weapons in the hands of enemy soldiers, turning them against themselves, or even allowing powerful sorcerers to strip away the control of an enemy's arm, compelling them to strangle themselves. Battles involving high-level sorcerers are typically dynamic and fraught with unpredictability. At this moment, the ambassador's use of the mind-splitting technique served as a powerful deterrent. Had he employed any other mode of transportation, those ignorant soldiers might have risked shooting arrows at them. Thus, he opted for a high-tier spell, effectively quelling any thoughts of retaliation. The flying mat soared swiftly, soon reaching the city's Church of Light. For now, the priority was to treat Raoul's injuries, and the ambassador realized that the embassy was too far to transport him in time. The mat landed smoothly as dawn began to break. The ambassador approached the door and knocked, calling out, "The ambassador of the Lubul Kingdom requests an audience." In just a moment, the priest of the church came to open the door, offering a warm welcome. The ambassador wasted no time, immediately handing Raoul over to the priest for treatment. The priest, not daring to delay, hurriedly instructed Kevin and the others to carry Raoul into the inner chamber, then closed the door to perform a sacred light baptism. Meanwhile, Kevin and the others waited outside, their hearts finally easing a bit. "Thank you, Ambassador, for saving our lives," Kevin said, rising to give a slight bow. The others similarly expressed their gratitude to the ambassador. Had the ambassador not arrived unexpectedly, the outcome could have been dire. The ambassador simply smiled calmly, saying, "Please sit for now. We can discuss matters further once the priest has completed his treatment. This situation may not be easily resolved." "Ambassador," Jack interjected, "did you come here after receiving my Paradise distress call?" The ambassador paused for a moment before replying, "Let us wait until he awakens to discuss that." Kevin nodded in understanding. Neither he nor Jack had been involved in the assassination attempt, and it was clear the ambassador was aware of some details. Until Raoul regained consciousness, it was unwise to speak too freely, especially since the ambassador had just arrived and might not be fully informed. "Please recount the interrogation process you endured," the ambassador prompted, "specifically the events that transpired before my arrival. The more detailed, the better." This inquiry could only be answered by Kevin, and there was no need for concealment in this regard. Of course, Kevin was careful with his wording, consistently emphasizing that they were falsely accused while providing examples to back his claims. He also expressed regret for impersonating the son of the Thunder Knight Order, explaining that the situation had necessitated such actions. He mentioned the elderly voice behind the portrait, but admitted that stating he was General Hateland of the Empire was merely a hasty fabrication. While it was likely that the interrogators were indeed from the Empire, the vastness of the Empire rendered it hasty to identify someone solely based on an aged voice. Under the circumstances, Kevin surmised that even if he was wrongfully accused, he had no recourse. He could neither step forward to confess nor counter the accusations. The more he spoke, the greater the risk of revealing his true identity. Even if he denied being General Hateland, Kevin could retort, "Just because you say I'm not, does that make it true? Step forward and see for yourself." The puppet masters could only remain hidden once they stepped into the limelight. The consequences could escalate significantly, potentially leading to diplomatic crises. Only then did his companions realize that Kevin had been feigning ignorance, as his confident assertions had led them to believe he had seen through everything. Regardless, Kevin successfully bought time and was rescued by the ambassador, which was undoubtedly a success in itself. For the assassins, this experience was a different kind of lesson. From a young age, they were taught that surrender was never an option. One either fought to the death or succeeded. Being captured by the enemy was simply not an option. Thus, when surrounded, the little spoon opted for a fight to the bitter end, and upon hearing Kevin's intention to surrender, her emotions surged. This reaction also indicated that she was a competent assassin but still somewhat inexperienced. The ambassador spoke little, often merely nodding in understanding. This treatment continued until nearly noon, with everyone, including the ambassador, waiting on the benches in the church. Occasionally, others entered with injuries, attended to solely by the nuns. Destruction is always easier than restoration. The more intricate the item, the more so. It is not difficult to demolish a building, but constructing one requires significant time. The human body is perhaps the most intricate of all creations. Once injured, the complexity of treatment varies greatly depending on the severity. How does one treat burns? What remedies exist for frostbite? What if bones are broken? What if there is internal bleeding? What if insects infest the body? Each scenario necessitates its own set of solutions. The Church of Light occasionally boasts that no matter how severe the injury, a single sacred light spell will surely restore vitality and grant a new lease on life. However, this requires extensive preparatory work, such as realigning bones and clearing away bruises, not to mention the potential remnants of enemy spells or curses. Many bards genuinely believe the Church of Light's claims, depicting their luminous spells as miraculous, as if any injury could be resolved with a flash of white light. This notion, however, is laughable. Consider a hypothetical scenario. In a brutal battle, both sides are bloodied and battered, bones shattered, and intestines exposed. Would a priest simply wave their hand and expect bones to magically reattach? Would all the fragments align perfectly? Would intestines retract on their own? If so, that would not be a light spell but rather a reversal of time. Of course, battlefield priests sometimes utilize mental telekinesis to ensure hygiene, controlling intestines from a distance. To an outsider, it may appear as though the priest stood idle, completing a miraculous healing. Yet in reality, a significant portion of their effort does not involve light magic. Such precise telekinesis places a heavy burden on their mental energy, while light magic does indeed accelerate healing, restore vitality, and rejuvenate the spirit. It must be used judiciously. Improper application could result in intestines and flesh fusing together or bones deforming, which is not without precedent. On that day, Stardek had suffered a wound to his thigh, fortunately missing the bone. After Kevin's initial treatment, all that was needed was a bit of holy water. However, Raoul was undoubtedly severely injured, and the difficulty of treatment was immense. Fortunately, the priest here was likely competent. In a small nation beset by war, countless individuals were injured daily. Thus, even if the priest's magical power was not high, their practical experience should be considerable, having treated countless individuals, both saving and losing lives. As noon approached, the priest finally opened the side door. Wiping sweat from his brow, a nun wheeled Raoul out, and the group hurriedly stood, sighing in relief as they noted that Raoul's head was uncovered. He had indeed survived. This man possesses remarkable strength. He has pulled through, the priest remarked with satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work, the ambassador said. Rising and producing a pouch of gold coins as a token of gratitude, the priest graciously accepted the offering and stated, "The patient has largely escaped danger, but he will require a fortnight of rest." After that, he should be able to rise and walk. However, for 3 months, he must refrain from engaging in combat. Understood, the ambassador nodded. We are aware. Everyone observed Ralu closely. He had yet to awaken, but his expression had grown considerably more serene. Beside him, Xiaoshozi and Xiaojiu felt a twinge of guilt. After all, it was Ralu who had been injured while rescuing them. Have you not had your meals yet? The priest inquired politely. If you wish, you may dine here. It was worth noting that Kevin and his companions had not eaten since the previous evening. Now that their anxious spirits had eased, hunger had indeed set in. The ambassador did not oppose this, and the group casually partook of a modest meal. After lunch, the clattering of armor echoed from outside, indicating that a large contingent was approaching. Kevin and the others had anticipated this. Being on enemy territory, Kevin was merely surprised at the slowness of their arrival, as it was not until afternoon that they appeared. The ambassador led Kevin and the others outside to greet them, where they saw the opposing forces lined up neatly, their long pikes standing tall along the street, stretching far into the distance, seemingly without end. The afternoon sun blazed down, making their orderly formation even more commendable. At the center, a large, rotund figure sat in a carriage, adorned with a jeweled longsword at his side, dressed in formal attire and topped with a gentleman's hat, exuding an air of sophistication. Beside him, a mounted officer was none other than the commander from the security office encountered the previous day. Oh, so it is Lord Salutum, the ambassador acknowledged with a slight bow. Your presence on such a hot day is much appreciated. The rotund figure hopped down from the carriage and returned the gesture to the ambassador. Greetings. Ambassador of the Lubol Kingdom. Why was there no prior notification of your visit to our security office yesterday? The Lord inquired with a smile. Upon learning of the sudden deployment of the city wall formation, I sought to understand the circumstances, the ambassador replied. I followed the standard protocol by having the guards announce my arrival, and only after receiving permission did I enter. The Lord nodded. However, as I understand it, there was an urgent midnight arrest of several individuals who trespassed at the city gates. They are currently being interrogated, yet the ambassador took them away without justification. Is that true? I am unaware of what you are interrogating them for. But upon my arrival, I found someone gravely injured, unable to receive medical attention, and still subjected to questioning. This is a profoundly inhumane act, and as the ambassador of the Lubol Kingdom, I must express my vehement condemnation of such behavior. The ambassador skillfully wielded diplomatic language. The security office does engage in some brutal enforcement, which I have already admonished, the Lord replied dismissively. Yet it remains a fact that they trespassed into the security office. My purpose today is to ensure they are returned for further interrogation. No, the injured party has yet to awaken. Any interrogation should at least wait until he regains consciousness, the ambassador responded. The wounded can be treated in our security office. Moreover, there are several others who are uninjured and can be interrogated together, the Lord countered. Interrogation is certainly permissible, the ambassador conceded, but given that this incident occurred within your official institution, I believe your officials must adhere to a system of recusal. That can be arranged. I can summon a judge from the Ryan Empire to adjudicate this matter, the Lord replied. The Ryan Empire is far afield. It would be preferable to appoint an elf as the judge. Being non-human would naturally ensure greater fairness, the ambassador retorted unwaveringly. Thus, the two engaged in a verbal sparring match at the church entrance, arguing for quite some time, until a sudden thud echoed from behind. Everyone turned to see a soldier collapsed on the ground, seemingly unconscious. What happened? The Lord bellowed, drawing his sword, fearing an attack. My lord, a nearby guard hurriedly assisted the fallen soldier. He has suffered from heat stroke. The Lord stood speechless. Chapter 43. Kevin takes charge indeed. The recent temperatures had been excessively high, making it quite arduous for the troops to stand in formation on the battlefield during the afternoon. Nonetheless, it was a considerable embarrassment that the regular army brought by the Lord had succumbed to heat stroke. The guards' inadequate training and varying skill levels had become glaringly apparent, and now, as the Lord sought to present a show of strength, the outcome was rather amusing, even eliciting a hint of mirth in the ambassador's eyes. Kevin and the others could not suppress their disdainful glances. Even he, a mere rookie, had undergone proper training and managed to stand proudly without faltering. Remove him, the Lord commanded, his expression darkening, yet he refrained from directly reprimanding his men in front of outsiders. The priest stepped forward from behind. I can treat heat stroke. Bring him to me. There's no need. The Lord waved his hand dismissively. We can manage this ourselves. As he spoke, the unconscious soldier was already being dragged away. Such incidents were a direct affront to the Lord's dignity, and in these chaotic times, the consequences for the inept would likely be dire. The priest shook his head, instinctively making the sign of the cross upon his chest. Oh, may the Creator bless him. The ambassador interjected. Given the sweltering weather, it seems we cannot reach a consensus today. Let us temporarily set this matter aside, allowing our injured to recover somewhat. Very well, the Lord conceded, realizing that if another of his men fainted, the ridicule would escalate. Let us conclude for today, but this matter is of great importance. I will await your response at the Lord's residence tomorrow. I hope the ambassador can provide a prompt answer. The ambassador nodded with a smile. I shall certainly respond to you as swiftly as possible. The Lord leaped back onto the carriage, a plump figure bouncing up with a flourish. Let us depart. Farewell, ambassador. Farewell, my lord, the ambassador replied with utmost courtesy. Subsequently, he watched as the Lord's entourage, like a receding tide, departed. To Kevin and the others, it seemed a farcical spectacle. Utterly perplexed as to why the Lord had summoned such a large retinue. Even if conflict were to ensue, what combat effectiveness could be expected from troops prone to heat exhaustion? Nonetheless, the ambassador cautioned them not to underestimate their adversaries. After all, they were on enemy soil, and one fainting soldier did not signify a lack of skilled fighters within their ranks. The city lord, despite his rotund appearance, was a level 7 warrior, proficient in green aura. In terms of rank, he was on par with the ambassador, and should not be dismissed lightly. To hold the position of city lord in tumultuous times required a certain degree of competence. Otherwise, he would have been ousted long ago. The commander of the security office may have appeared inept, yet his survival to this point spoke volumes of his ability. Currently, the Lubol kingdom had no intention of engaging in direct conflict at the border, which was contrary to national policy. Thus, they had only dispatched assassins rather than a full military force. The Labazir kingdom, perhaps sensing Lubol's reluctance to go to war, had begun to act with increasing audacity. As ambassador, it was his duty to mediate this complex situation, which was no small task. If the incident with the assassins was handled properly, it could serve as a sobering wake-up call for the other side, prompting them to temper their actions. Conversely, mishandling it would lead them to believe that Lubol's retaliatory measures were feeble, emboldening them to act with even greater impunity. Xiao Shozi pondered deeply for a moment. If all else fails, we can assassinate the city lord. Ambassador, who do you believe is stronger, you or the Lord? Before the ambassador could respond, Kevin hastily interjected. No, that would effectively declare war between our nations. Xiao Shozi whispered. And what of war? A heavy silence fell over the group. The ambassador merely smiled, perceiving it as the naive musings of youth. Kevin wished to articulate his thoughts, but found the complexities overwhelming, especially with the ambassador present, leaving him to remain silent. The others, too, refrained from voicing their opinions. Let us wait for him to awaken. The ambassador maintained his stance. Thus, they continued to wait until evening, with Xiao Shozi persistently asking the ambassador who was stronger between him and the city lord. The ambassador could only reply that he did not know. However, he recognized that fighting on the Lord's territory left him with little chance of victory. Even if the Lord were slain, other skilled fighters would soon arrive. The Labazir kingdom, despite its small size, was still a kingdom. As evening approached, Ralu finally stirred and awoke, his first thought being that he was, in fact, still alive. The others rushed to shake his hand, their emotions running high. For Kevin and his companions, this was their first brush with the life-and-death ordeal of a comrade, and they were relieved that he had pulled through. The priest approached, reiterating the importance of rest and advising that he should refrain from combat for 3 months. To which Ralu nodded in agreement. Kevin briefly recounted the events that transpired after Ralu had collapsed, prompting Ralu to regard him with newfound respect. No wonder I survived. Truly worthy of the title author. Ha. Cough. He attempted to laugh, only to inadvertently strain his insides, leading to a fit of coughing. Though your body is currently unwell, you are the one in charge of this operation, the ambassador remarked. Some decisions must ultimately rest with you. Ralu paused for a moment, then began to speak in a somewhat weakened voice. Initially, the information we received from the royal army regarding the attack on Kevin and the others in the deadly poison forest was quite ambiguous. While they bore the insignia of the Purple Gold Mercenary Corps, the Corps itself denied any affiliation with them. Such occurrences are not unprecedented. It is quite possible that outsiders infiltrated our ranks using the Purple Gold Mercenary Corps emblem. The Mercenary Corps operates as a self-contained entity, and the security measures for their emblems are grossly inadequate. Moreover, Mercenaries often engage in lethal skirmishes, resulting in a chaotic mix of personnel that is difficult to control. This has always been a vulnerability in our defenses, Ralu's sighed. Foreigners can easily blend into Mosai City as long as they share similar appearances. Furthermore, during the chaos between the Purple Gold and Dream Return factions, it is said that even their own leaders sometimes struggle to distinguish friend from foe. At that time, the Dragon Eagle Brigade conducted a meticulous analysis of the battlefield, collecting fragments, footprints, scents, and other traces left from the conflict. We deduced that there were likely 9 individuals present, contrary to Kevin's assertion of 8. Ralu continued. Kevin remained unperturbed, his expression calm, as if he had anticipated this revelation. The 9th individual never made an appearance, but he must have been lurking nearby, observing the battle, Ralu concluded. I later tracked his scent and lost it at the edge of a pond in the deadly poison forest. Upon arriving in the realm of Labazir, certain revelations emerged within the Department of Defense. The ambassador furrowed his brow, remarking, "This is rather peculiar, as far as I am aware." Following the incident, the entire city was under martial law, with stringent restrictions on movement. How could he have possibly left the country, even if he managed to evade your scent tracking? I am unsure, replied Laolu with a sense of helplessness. After obtaining the scent information here, I conducted an investigation at the local household registration office that very night, attempting to gather details on several other deceased individuals. Unfortunately, the records here are in such disarray that I could not decipher them. Later, I had Xiao Jiao employ a charm spell to bewitch a lieutenant, who divulged that there was an ongoing plan within the military camp to infiltrate the borders of Lubiol, inciting some disturbances. However, the lieutenant himself was not entirely clear on the specifics, likely due to his lower rank. Laolu sighed. The following day, we attempted to approach the commander of the Department of Defense to glean further information, but to our surprise, I was careless, Laolu reflected. As soon as I ascended the city wall, I sensed an unusual magical presence. I hurriedly retreated, but it was too late that I quickly cast Shield of Stone and Stone Skin for dual protection. Yet, alas, after that, I was left in the dark. The ambassador interjected. The enemy's wall formation employs the array technology of the Ryan Empire, known as the Fiery Blade Formation. The array is inscribed on a massive carpet, requiring merely 3 suitable magical crystals to activate, without the need for a magician to be present, and it activates with astonishing speed. Once initiated, it unleashes pillars of flame reaching hundreds of meters skyward, with gusts sharper than blades intertwined within the inferno. This formation can also be vertically mounted on the city wall, effectively transforming it into a cannon that fires outward. Although this military technology is somewhat obsolete for the Ryan Empire, its power should not be underestimated. However, this array is a one-time use only, costing a staggering 1 million gold coins. The ambassador chuckled lightly. It is fortunate that they employed such a device and yet did not manage to slay you. Laolu utilized magic solely for our protection, Xiao Shovel chimed in. Otherwise, the best course of action would have been to envelop himself in fighting spirit and make a hasty retreat. Laolu merely smiled. At that moment, I did not consider such complexities. The array activated almost instinctively, prompting my magical defense. Ha, cough, cough. As they spoke, a soldier entered from outside, saluting the ambassador. Greetings, ambassador. I am a messenger from the lord of the city. Indeed, the ambassador nodded. The messenger continued. Our lord has expressed that since the injured have awakened, it is best to resolve matters swiftly. That he hopes that you will visit the lord's residence tomorrow, accompanied by several esteemed guests from Lubiol. Kevin and the others exchanged glances, clearly aware that the opposing side had spies. Laolu's awakening had immediately alerted them. However, being on enemy territory, the presence of spies was to be expected. Very well, I shall pay a visit to the lord tomorrow morning, the ambassador replied. The messenger nodded, bowed, and departed. Watching the messenger leave, the ambassador shook his head. Father, we shall be lodging at the church tonight. This situation could become quite troublesome. I have already summoned aid from our homeland, and skilled individuals should arrive shortly. Skilled individuals? Xiao Shovel paused, seemingly pondering something, but chose not to elaborate. Let us all rest for the night, the ambassador casually suggested, then settled onto a nearby bench, closing his eyes to meditate. Laolu reclined once more, and Kevin quietly leaned in. Laolu, you are somewhat inconsiderate. This, Laolu responded, slightly embarrassed. Since you were investigating this direction, I could understand you not informing me. But why did you bring in several corpses from unknown origins to make a fool of me? Kevin shook his head. One of them even had a decayed backside. I can only express my apologies, Laolu conceded. You are still a novice, and I wish to shield you from certain matters, including Jack. This is the way of our assassins, and I hope for your understanding. Kevin did not dwell on it further and redirected the conversation. There is a hidden hand behind this affair. When Xiaojiu enchanted that officer, it was evident they had fallen into the enemy's trap. The subsequent midnight infiltration was also predictable, hence a trap was set. Moreover, they likely intended to wound but not kill, aiming for the two of them to escape, thus allowing us to regroup and ultimately ensnare us all. At this, Laolu could only nod in agreement. Are you suggesting that the hidden hand is General Heitland of the Empire? That was merely speculation, Kevin replied. Regardless, it is imperative that we uncover this hidden hand. He was concealed behind a portrait at the time. Yet if we return now, he will surely have vanished or laid a trap for us. Laolu fell into silence, seemingly deep in thought. Was your true purpose in this endeavor to uncover the truth? Kevin quietly inquired. To be frank, the individuals who attacked us were wielding smuggled weapons, while the mercenaries here were all armed with standard issue. The mercenary side also warrants thorough investigation, yet you seem to have omitted this. Do not speak carelessly. Laolu glanced around cautiously. Consider it from a different perspective, Kevin suggested quietly. If the truth were to emerge, and this ninth individual turned out to be an ordinary soldier or a lowly mercenary, our significant efforts would seem excessive. Laolu remained silent. Very well, you have your methods, Kevin treaded lightly, but turned to confirm. Does this ninth individual truly exist? Indeed, he does, Laolu affirmed. Are you certain? I am certain, Laolu reiterated firmly. At this moment, their voices were hushed. While they might not evade the ambassadors or Xiao Shovel's keen ears, those like Jack, the priest, and the nun likely remained oblivious. Kevin nodded and stood. Then I request permission to mobilize Xiao Shovel and Xiaojiu, as I wish to conduct my own investigation tonight. What do you wish to uncover? Laolu inquired. The truth, Kevin replied. Do you have confidence in this? Laolu pressed. Not at all, Kevin shrugged. It is impossible for anyone to have confidence before conducting an investigation, unless they have already completed it and arrived at a conclusion. The ambassador opened his eyes, exchanging a glance with Laolu, and they reached a mutual understanding. Very well, Xiao Shovel, Xiaojiu, safeguard Kevin on the way. Exercise utmost caution. Chapter 44. Infiltration of the military camp at midnight. The existence of a ninth individual is not difficult to deduce. Of the 8 assailants who ambushed Kevin, 3 managed to escape, and their corpses were later discovered downstream of the Feilu River. To the naked eye, it appeared that all had perished, yet in truth, this seems more akin to a silencing act. The Feilu River traverses the toxic wilderness, and the timing of these individuals' deaths suggests they were killed shortly after Kevin's departure and subsequently discarded into the river. They drifted downstream, ultimately discovered at the lower reaches. Who, then, was responsible for the demise of these 3? The presumption of a ninth individual is quite reasonable. Kevin had previously examined one of the corpses, which bore the mark of a blunt force trauma to the back of the head, in a direct confrontation. It is rather challenging to be struck in such a manner. This injury is more indicative of an ambush or a betrayal from a companion. Of course, there is another possibility. The enemy possessed a spatial ring containing a corpse. After all, at that time, all were obscured. No one could identify anyone else. Replacing the corpse's attire and casting it into the river could create the illusion of a successful escape. However, spatial rings are high-level magical equipment, subject to strict scrutiny at border crossings, making this likelihood quite slim. Thus, who exactly is this ninth individual? Why did they not reveal themselves at the time? Was the battle not yet assured in their favor? To be frank, had the guerrilla arrived even a moment later, Kevin would likely have been unable to withstand the onslaught. Had the enemy initially launched a full-scale assault, Kevin would have undoubtedly met with defeat. Is it possible that this hidden hand refrained from appearing in order to maintain their anonymity? Such a notion seems rather far-fetched. In the toxic wilderness, where mosquitoes abound, everyone is swathed in head coverings, making it nearly impossible to discern one's identity. Unless this hidden hand possesses combat capabilities inferior to those of these lower-tier mercenaries, to the extent that they do not dare engage in a confrontation with mere recruits. Yet, even this line of thought feels illogical. Moreover, if they were indeed so weak, how then did they manage to successfully eliminate 3 of their own? The existence of the ninth individual is irrefutable. However, Laolu claims to have obtained a scent trail here, but Kevin is hesitant to fully trust him. Kevin suspects that Lalu is merely seeking to pin the blame on the local commander for his own grand ambitions. Yet the ninth individual Lalu speaks of undeniably exists. Why, then, did he not make an appearance? Kevin cannot help but recall the severed head presented by that assassin. Could it be linked to him? He also remembers the bloodstain discovered on the tree shortly after entering the toxic wilderness. Furthermore, the lack of bruising on the corpse's pelvis suggests a multitude of possibilities and countless lines of inquiry. The best outcome from this investigation would be to uncover concrete evidence that this ninth individual is, in fact, a high-ranking official from this area. However, this remains an ideal scenario, in truth. Kevin understands that this ninth individual is likely just another small fry. If this ninth individual were a prominent figure, their prowess would surely be considerable, and Kevin and the others would have been swiftly eliminated, leaving them no chance of survival. Lalu is undoubtedly aware of this, which is why he directly targeted the commander of the Department of Defense here. Yet he failed. Now, with Kevin taking over, he cannot continue along Lalu's path. He lacks Lalu's strength. Having failed, Lalu would have no reason to believe Kevin could succeed. What Kevin can do is to pursue the truth by following the faintest of leads regarding the true identity of the ninth individual. Yet merely identifying the ninth individual may be too trivial. It would be far more advantageous to unearth the bigger fish. The ambassador and Lalu's agreement to allow Kevin to take charge stems not only from the absence of other options but also from a degree of recognition of Kevin's capabilities. In the deep of night, Xiao Spoon and Xiao Jiao swiftly carried Kevin, leaping across the rooftop with agility. Kevin felt only the rush of wind in his ears and the landscape zipping past him. Up and down, his heart racing with each bound. "You two are using your powers, aren't you?" Kevin inquired, attempting to divert his focus. "Indeed," Xiao Spoon replied, "but our shoes are double-layered. The glow from the powers is contained within the inner layer, so it remains unseen from the outside." Beside them, Xiao Jiao expressed concern. "What if we fall into another ambush? We should first head to the military camp's medical station. This area should not be heavily guarded," Kevin answered. "Of course. Every action carries its risks, and no one can predict the outcome. However, if we do nothing, progress will remain stagnant." The trio fell silent, realizing that conversing while darting through the air was not particularly pleasant due to the wind's howling intrusion. After a moment, they finally cleared the outer perimeter of the military camp and concealed themselves beside a tent. "This camp is quite vast. How are we to locate the military doctor? Should we capture a soldier to inquire?" Xiao Spoon suggested. "Yes," Kevin commanded. "Let's save time, but avoid those on patrol. Look for those who are asleep within the camp. It's best if they reside in single-person tents." "Oh," Xiao Spoon nodded. "I'll go first." With that, he vanished in a flash. Xiao Jiao, slightly puzzled, asked, "Why target those who are sleeping? Many books state to capture the sentinels. Sentinels change shifts periodically and keep watch over each other. Not to mention there are patrols," Kevin replied quietly. "If any post is left unattended, it will be noticed swiftly. Those asleep in the camp do not present such a concern. If they are in a single-person tent, they are likely of higher rank, possessing more knowledge, and not subject to shift changes." "Oh." Xiao Jiao seemed somewhat bewildered, clearly reflecting her position as the 99th assassin in rank. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Xiao Spoon emerged, dragging a man before them, his left hand clamped over the man's mouth and a dagger poised at his throat. The man was clad only in his undergarments, evidently yanked from his bed by Xiao Spoon. In this hot weather, many soldiers slept in little more than shorts. "Speak. Where is the military doctor?" Kevin had already masked his face. The man, frightened, hurriedly pointed in a direction. Kevin immediately commanded, "Knock him out, bind him, and gag him, then toss him aside to hide." The three of them carefully evaded the patrolling sentinels, although Xiao Spoon and Xiao Jiao were novices. Their keen eyesight and capabilities were adequate. Even in a third-rate military camp, they maneuvered with ease. Moments later, they discovered a tent marked with a red cross and stealthily slipped inside. The camp's chaplain suddenly awoke to find three cloaked figures crouched at the foot of his bed, daggers drawn against his throat. "Do not scream," Kevin warned in a hushed tone. "What do you want?" the chaplain asked, clearly terrified. "We have a few questions for you," Kevin replied. "In addition to this camp, where else are the main city's forces located? Are you the only military doctor in this camp?" "Humph," the chaplain scoffed. "Do you think I would divulge such information? I am a soldier." Kevin frowned and turned to Xiao Jiao, saying, "We can't waste much time. Enchant him directly." "Very well." Xiao Jiao switched places with Kevin, leaning over the chaplain, gently drawing near, and then produced a book, placing it before him. "Here, look at this." She bent the book slightly and flicked through the pages rapidly, creating a rustling sound. Kevin was astonished. Is this how she enchants? Xiao Spoon nodded vigorously. Unable to contain herself, Xiao Jiao explained. By flipping through the book this way, it creates dynamic images. Do you not understand? This is the prelude to enchantment. Kevin, Xiao Jiao continued to flip through the book. And although Kevin could not see the content from his angle, he dared not look. The chaplain sneered twice. Even if you show me, it won't matter. I am frigid. The trio, let me try. Xiao Spoon snapped, brandishing her dagger near the chaplain's ear. Don't be foolish. If you don't speak, we will end you. The chaplain's face stiffened, anxiety evident in his expression, yet he stubbornly remained silent. Enough, Kevin finally conceded, pulling out 2 gold coins. Cooperate. And I will give you 2 gold coins. Instantly, the chaplain's expression changed, his eyes fixated on the coins as if they might pop out of his head. What an opportunity! Xiao Jiao exclaimed, quickly snatching the 2 gold coins from Kevin. Tossing them between her hands, left and right, back and forth, the chaplain's gaze followed the coins, growing increasingly vacant and devoid of spirit. Tell me, how many military camps are there in the main city? Xiao Jiao's soft voice inquired. 2. The chaplain seemed to respond instinctively. Which 2? She pressed. This one and one under the Lord, he replied. Aside from you, how many other military doctors are there in the camp? Kevin asked. 3 more, the chaplain answered. Show me the most recent treatment report. Kevin demanded directly. It's in the cabinet over there, the chaplain indicated. Kevin promptly jumped down, retrieved the treatment records from the cabinet, and moved to the window to read by the light of the fire pit outside. Xiao Spoon joined him, peering in to see. What do you see? I am examining the treatment records from the day of our battle in the venomous forest. Around dusk, Kevin casually responded. Is that the 9th person? Xiao Spoon queried, puzzled. Not necessarily, but there is a significant likelihood, Kevin replied. Having nearly finished reviewing the records, he closed the logbook and stated, Let us move. We need to visit the other military doctors. Xiao Jiao continued to toss the coins. Sleep now. Sleep now, it's all a dream. You remember nothing, nothing at all. The chaplain indeed closed his eyes heavily, soon snoring softly. The 3 of them stealthily exited the tent, with Xiao Spoon returning the man they had just captured to his bed. Still unconscious. When he awoke the next day, he would likely believe it was all a dream. The long night was busy for Kevin and his companions. They tirelessly investigated the records of several other military doctors until Kevin finally found a note stating, numerous mosquito bites. 3 abrasions. This must be him. Kevin nodded and then flipped to the treatment recipient's name. Sergeant Boris from the 13th Division of the Defense Office, a mere soldier, indeed a small fish. What shall we do now? Xiao Spoon inquired. Kevin furrowed his brow, glancing at the sky. Dawn is approaching. We must retreat. Are we not going to find him in person? Xiao Spoon expressed regret. It's too dangerous. Kevin shook his head. The sky is brightening, and time is short. It's best to avoid risks. Xiao Spoon had no objections, and the 2 female assassins swiftly hoisted Kevin once more, racing back to the church before dawn. The ambassador and others awaited their return. And even in his ailing state, Raoul remained remarkably alert, awakening immediately upon their arrival. What did you find? I have essentially identified the 9th person. Kevin replied, regrettably, he is an ordinary soldier. He then recounted the method of his investigation. The 9th individual had already slain the other 3 companions that day, but upon Kevin's return, the entire city had been placed under strict lockdown. This meant that if the 9th person had escaped, it must have been before the lockdown, prior to Kevin's return to the camp. The time frame was thus established, making the investigation somewhat easier. If they were soldiers, then they would have sought treatment in the camp. Indicating the medical records of the camp's chaplain would reveal who the individual was. This outcome was undoubtedly disappointing. The conclusion that Raoul and the others had hoped for was to trace the matter directly to a high-ranking official, allowing Kevin to dismantle everything in court with his rhetoric. Yet now, it was merely a sergeant, and even if he triumphed in the verbal battle, it would lack any gravitas. A sergeant would not be capable of infiltrating enemy territory alone. Posing as a mercenary band, the ambassador replied, but uncovering who is above him is rather challenging. I hope the ambassador can delay for another day, Kevin implored. Tonight, we will seek out this Boris. The ambassador paused for a moment, ultimately nodding. Then I will meet with the Lord today. You all remain here. Thank you, ambassador. The ambassador merely shook his head. Let us see how it unfolds. Since you are conducting such an investigation, then set up the court. I will do my best to secure a relatively neutral judge. With that, the ambassador exited the church. The group turned to observe what Kevin's next move would be, only to find him reclining on a bench. I'll rest first. We'll work tonight. After a long night, Rest was indeed necessary. The priest was gracious enough to offer 2 rooms for their repose. For Kevin, this incident carried minimal danger. Even if he were to be convicted for trespassing into the defense office, it would not concern him, as he had not been present at the time. The blame could not be placed upon him. Moreover, he believed that the strength of the kingdom of Lubor was such that it would not fail to protect them. What Kevin aimed to do was simply to ensure the best possible outcome. When he awakened, it was already evening. The ambassador had not yet returned but had sent word through an intermediary, indicating that court proceedings were to commence in the morning and urging Kevin and the others to prepare themselves. How to appoint a judge for the court was entirely the ambassador's prerogative. All Kevin could do was focus on what he could manage. As the sun set, the trio set off once more under the cover of night, leaving Jack behind to care for Raoul. Once again, 2 individuals hoisted Kevin and dashed forth, while Xiaojia remained anxious. The 9th person is so crucial. Could there be a trap? The likelihood is low. Kevin replied. Why is that? Do you think someone who has failed an operation and killed all their own comrades would return and say anything? Kevin queried. During the battle at that time, I could discern that there was little camaraderie among the enemies. My preliminary conjecture is that the 9th man had merely gathered a group of ruffians from outside. Thus, the deaths of some did not elicit much of a reaction. The idea of avenging their leader is, quite frankly, laughable. Kevin responded, such a person, who eliminates a group of those he has recruited, is undoubtedly doing so to silence them, and one who is adept at silencing others would naturally fear being silenced himself. Do you mean? The 2 paused in astonishment. I have serious doubts that this 9th man who returned dared to report the true circumstances within the venomous forest to the military, Kevin deduced, having caused a significant incident abroad. Does he not fear being silenced upon his return? They had no accompanying parrots to monitor. Whatever he says upon returning is taken as truth. Kevin replied. The military here likely has no idea that he is the key individual involved. Nor do they need to know. The puppet master behind it all has already discerned that Laolu is bound to seek out someone of high rank. Unfortunately, he is merely a sergeant, Little Spoon lamented. This is a breakthrough, Kevin asserted. The sergeant must have been acting under orders. There is no way he is the only one sent to sow discord within the confines of Leobol. This must be part of a grander scheme. The number of operatives dispatched is likely far greater than one might assume. This Boris is but one among many. Of course, all of this is merely my conjecture. To ascertain the truth, we must locate this individual, Kevin continued. Once again entering the military camp, they followed the customary practice of seizing a soldier for interrogation, pinpointing the location of the 13th squad, and stealthily infiltrating the barracks, where they found Boris still sleeping with his shirt off. The 3 swiftly knocked him unconscious and exited the camp, seeking a secluded corner to proceed. With 2 resounding slaps, Boris was abruptly awakened, the cool night breeze causing him to shiver involuntarily. Do you recognize me? Kevin pulled down his mask. You, Boris gasped in horror, then paused, changing his tone. Who are you? You have already exposed yourself, Kevin sneered, during the fierce battle in the venomous forest. He had removed his mask midway due to the heat, and it was evident that Boris recognized him. I don't know what you're talking about. Boris instinctively backed away. The moment I heard your voice, I knew, Kevin stated with a smile. That day was a life-or-death struggle for me. Your voice is indelibly etched in my memory. Boris, I had always believed the 9th man had never appeared. But in truth, he was the leader who fought against me. Kevin recalled, the 9th man who did not show himself at that time must have been the corpse downstream. The reason he did not appear is likely due to injury. Which brings to mind the bloody handprints we observed with the professor. He even jested. Here are the bloodstains, indicating someone must have bled here. The harsh conditions of the venomous forest meant fewer individuals ventured in. Since you all perished, you could easily shift the blame onto us. I believe that the bloodstains we saw could belong to your team. The 9th man's injury prevented him from fighting, allowing you to kill him and switch clothes, thus creating the false impression of total annihilation of your squad. The evidence lies within the medical records of the priest here. You bear countless mosquito bites, even if you entered the venomous forest. With proper precautions, it would not lead to such a condition. To sustain 1 or 2 bites would not necessitate medical attention. It is likely that only under the circumstances of exchanging clothes with the deceased within the venomous forest would such extensive skin exposure occur, Kevin articulated sharply, driving towards the truth. This. Boris appeared visibly flustered, yet he persisted. I was bitten after falling into a sewage ditch. Kevin stepped forward, yanking down his trousers and forcefully pinching near his groin. I remember this place being struck by my magical missile. Is that not so? The two female assassins felt a bit awkward, yet understood the gravity of the matter and knew it was essential to observe. Ah, Boris cried out in pain. However, they had long since distanced themselves from the military camp. And in the dark nights of Lybosi, cries of anguish were commonplace, going entirely unnoticed. Further words are futile. Kevin stood up. Little Nine, enchant him. Little Nine complied, crouching down and retrieving a book. Come, first view the dynamic image. Boris. Chapter 45, Court Trial, Part 1. The following morning, Kevin and his companions returned punctually. Just as they intended to sit down and rest for a moment, a throng of guards entered the church. And the leading officer brandished a paper before them. Court summons. We must accompany you. Kevin and the others, resigned, immediately pushed Lalu forward and followed the guards. This was the outcome of negotiations between the stationed ambassador and the city lord from the previous day. The ambassador had not returned that night but had sent word that court proceedings would commence the next day. Courtrooms are typically more prevalent in societies governed by law, whereas in a chaotic environment where murder occurs indiscriminately, where death is merely a personal affair, a courtroom holds little significance. Such meaningless constructs naturally do not exist. This time, in order to accommodate Kevin and his foreign companions, a hall was hastily converted and arranged to serve as a courtroom. Should this matter proceed through proper channels, it would inevitably attract considerable attention. The highest official of the Somtam City Defense Bureau accused Layabol's priest, Laulu, of breaching the city walls at midnight. Even a minor infraction during peacetime would ripple through like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Layabol's Ministry of Foreign Affairs also dispatched a letter expressing concern and reminding Lybosi to ensure a fair and just trial. The court's location and the selection of judges became the subject of protracted debate between the ambassador and the city lord. Strictly speaking, the city lord was not acting alone. He was backed by a cadre of advisors. The ambassador, being a singular entity, found it quite challenging to argue with the city lord and his numerous advisors. Nevertheless, the incident occurred within Lybosi's territory, and Lybosi is recognized as a sovereign state by the continent, possessing the capability to establish a courtroom that it would be unreasonable to set the court in Layabol or in some ambiguous place along the border between the two nations. However, placing it directly in the city lord's residence or within the Defense Bureau's domain would grant them undue influence, allowing them to dictate terms. The judges would be similarly compromised. Ultimately, the chosen site was a hall, conveniently located in the city center and near the marketplace, ensuring a high volume of foot traffic that would render any attempts at deception difficult. Additionally, there were 3 judges to guarantee fairness. 1 from the Ryan Empire's diplomatic mission, 1 from the Elven diplomatic envoy, and an additional beastman shaman. The city lord had vehemently opposed this arrangement, asserting that human affairs should not be adjudicated by foreign entities. It was absurd. However, the ambassador insisted, believing that since the situation involved the interests of both nations, it was imperative to avoid any appearance of bias, necessitating a third party. As Kevin and his companions followed the guards to the courtroom, they beheld 3 distinct individuals seated at the front, each wielding a gavel, and were taken aback. Jack even closed his eyes, exclaiming, "Oh no, this is not symmetrical." The courtroom was quite rudimentary, with the Ryan Empire judge situated in the center, the Elven judge on the left, and the shaman judge on the right. These 3 individuals were not random passers-by. The ambassador from the Ryan Empire needed no introduction, while the Elven judge was a male, a level 7 light elf mage who had come specifically from Layabol the day prior as an external instructor at the Royal Academy. The Beastman shaman appeared to be conducting social investigations during this generation, and those who achieved the status of shaman were regarded as the top tier of intellect within Beastman society, often referred to as prophets. With 3 judges, the likelihood of any one individual's opinion dominating was minimal. According to continental customs, all 3 judges donned white wigs. Upon donning the wig, the shaman bore a striking resemblance to an elderly goat. The hall had originally been festooned with decorations for grand celebrations. However, today, all such adornments had been dismantled, and guards stood in clusters, weapons drawn, the atmosphere charged with tension. The city lord, ambassador, and other dignitaries were present, along with a gathering of curious onlookers. The hall at least had a roof overhead, ensuring that they would not need to worry about soldiers fainting from heat exhaustion today. Silence, the judge from the Ryan Empire announced, striking the gavel. Court is now in session. All rise. Play the national anthem of Lybosi. The crowd. There was a moment of stunned silence, and the onlookers were filled with curiosity. An anthem? Do we even have music? A group of individuals who could not even write their own names would hardly have anyone to teach them the national anthem. Moreover, the courtroom was so rudimentary that there was no band present. Furthermore, the judge had mentioned playing music, not singing. The Ryan judge felt a touch of embarrassment. It was his first time presiding as a judge. And he was merely adhering to the customs of his homeland, not anticipating Libosi's dire state. Sit. The elven judge intervened to diffuse the awkwardness, skipping that step entirely. Now, I invite the plaintiff's lawyer to the stand to present the case. Your Honor, a figure in black robes standing beside the head of the Defense Bureau rose. I am the lawyer for Head Officer Haburu of the Somtam City Defense Bureau. I am here to outline the events of that day. Immediately, the lawyer began to expound at length, primarily emphasizing that Officer Haburu was exceptionally diligent, routinely patrolling for various border crises, and frequently inspecting the city wall's defensive formations. His dedication and hard work made him a model officer. Clearly, the lawyer recognized the lack of professionalism among the three judges and thus sought to make a favorable impression. However, he successfully earned a chorus of eye rolls from the soldiers present. Objection. Kevin slammed his hand on the table. The account presented by the opposing party is irrelevant to the case and grossly misrepresents the facts. The crowd fell silent, and the three judges exchanged glances. The Ryan judge struck the gavel. Objection denied. The elven judge's gavel struck down. The protest is valid. This left the shaman pondering for a moment. The protest is indeed valid. The orc's speech in the tongue of Lubol seemed rather peculiar to those present, who listened with a sense of unfamiliarity. The lawyer, feeling helpless, finally began to articulate the main argument. Commander Hobru was sleeping soundly that night when suddenly someone intruded. However, Commander Hobru had anticipated this and launched a magical assault using a formation diagram, severely wounding the intruder. Moreover, he had previously laid an ambush at the base of the opponent's tower, capturing them all in one fell swoop. At this moment, the injured Ralu, who outwardly appeared to be a priest, was in fact an impostor. There is no priest by the name of Ralu within the Church of Light. Furthermore, the lawyer slammed the table, causing Kevin to feel a sudden, forceful push, and before he could steady himself, he was flung against the wall. This individual once claimed to be the son of the commander of the three great knight orders of Lubol, known as Sane, but in reality, he is nothing more than a destitute bard, a shameless pretender to noble status. Bang! The elven judge rapped the gavel. Magic is not permitted within this court. Understood. The lawyer merely nodded casually. Kevin, with a dark expression, rose from the ground, realizing that his opponent had directly employed a mental attack. This was akin to a form of hypnosis, albeit a rather forceful one. The charm spell employed by Xiaojio is also a type of hypnotic attack, but is comparatively gentler. In essence, hypnosis lowers a person's cognitive abilities, compelling them to follow the hypnotist's instructions subconsciously. It is crucial to note that a person's intellect is not constant. They are often more disoriented immediately upon waking, and their cognitive function diminishes significantly during periods of extreme fear, excitement, or anger. The nature of hypnosis is to induce states akin to these and to maintain them for an extended duration, making individuals more susceptible to manipulation. This inevitably involves a combination of mental force to attack, seduce, or stun the opponent, all aimed at the same goal. Such attacks are imperceptible, lacking elemental fluctuations, and only exhibiting minimal mental disturbances, which are difficult to detect. Of course, the lawyer's move was rather audacious. He directly employed a mental attack alongside an object control spell to push Kevin. He clearly took advantage of Kevin's inferior strength and the judge's lack of experience. However, theoretically, a person who remains absolutely calm cannot be hypnotized. Yet in reality, such a state of absolute calm does not exist. Are you all right? Xiaojio approached nervously to assist him. Kevin brushed off the dust from his clothes. I have been subjected to a mental attack. I request a recess of half a day. Protest. The lawyer interjected. He is merely evading. Protest. Kevin countered defiantly. He attacked me first and has shown a complete lack of professional integrity as a lawyer. I suggest the judge hold him in contempt of court. Protest. The opposing lawyer suddenly roared, slamming the table again, and launched another mental attack. Kevin swiftly dodged to the side. The invisible mental force surged past him, only to rebound off the ambassador stationed behind him, who merely raised an eyebrow. The mental force was instantly reflected back, sending the lawyer flying backward, crashing into the wall, frothing at the mouth, unconscious. Clap. The elven judge struck the gavel. Magic is not permitted within this court. Judge Ryan remarked. It appears the lawyer has sustained injuries. I suggest a recess of half a day. Protest. Kevin slammed the table. We do not have a lawyer. We merely need to recreate the scene and unveil the truth. What need have we for a lawyer? I request that Commander Hobru personally come forth to debate with me. The three judges exchanged glances. And Judge Ryan banged a gavel. Protest invalid. However, the other two expressed, protest valid. Commander Hobru had no choice but to grit his teeth and step down. Very well. First tell me who you truly are. I am Kevin Yinkwixiting, Kevin replied candidly. I admit that I once impersonated Sane. But that was enough. You need not say more. Hobru waved his hand dismissively. You are a fraud. None of your words are worthy of belief. Ha, Kevin sneered. So it follows that Commander Hobru must also be in agreement with the previous lawyer's assertion that you labored diligently, inspecting formation diagrams until the late hours? Of course, Hobru retorted, his face unflinching. Kevin turned to face the soldiers. Is your commander diligent in his duties? Does he toil selflessly for you? The soldiers, of course, dared not respond. Yet the disdain on their faces was unmistakable. Kevin turned back to the judges. Your Honor, please observe the expressions of the soldiers. Upon hearing this, the soldiers felt a sudden awkwardness, unsure of how to present their expressions. The three judges were not fools and understood the implications. Many individuals are compelled to utter lies due to specific circumstances. Kevin sighed. Had I not impersonated Sane that day, we might have lost our heads. But should we have lost our heads? We are innocent. Protest. Hobru interjected immediately. This man is spewing nothing but lies. Oh, what evidence do you have to claim that I am lying? Kevin countered. I have a witness. Hobru declared. Pulling forth an individual who appeared to be a mage, this is a level 4 mage, an expert in mental detection, capable of sensing subtle changes in a person's psyche. He is a top-tier lie detector. He can testify. Indeed. The lie detector stepped forward. I can affirm that he is lying. Ha ha ha. Kevin burst into laughter. You claim that I am lying? Then allow me to state this. Can you prove that my statement is a lie? Of course, the lie detector sneered. Then I will declare, I am lying. Kevin confidently repeated, I am lying. The lie detector. Can you prove that my previous statement was a lie? Kevin inquired directly. He roared. You possess no ability to prove anything. You fraudulent charlatan, begone. The lie detector instinctively retreated 2 steps, returning to his seat. Bang. Judge Ryan struck the gavel. This is a paradox and does not prove anything. Bang. The shaman judge banged a gavel. No, I find this quite intriguing. Bang. The elven judge banged a gavel. It seems we have yet to address the main issue since the commencement of this session. Chapter 46, Court Trial, Part 2. The vast majority of those present had never witnessed a court trial, and the 3 judges had never presided over one before. The entire proceedings appeared chaotic, degenerating into a mere quarrel between Kevin and Commander Hobru in matters of dispute. How could an ordinary person hope to contend with a bard, especially one as exceptional as Kevin among bards? Nonetheless, the judges, being elite individuals, soon regained their composure and demanded a return to normalcy. Kevin cleared his throat and redirected the conversation. Your Honor, I request the summoning of a witness. Once he appears, everything will become clear. Summon the witness. The 3 judges unanimously agreed. After a brief moment, Sergeant Boris stepped forward to the witness stand, the commander's expression turning one of astonishment. For a moment, he could not comprehend how one of his subordinates had become a witness for the opposing side. Your Honor, the commander interjected immediately. They have shamelessly bribed my soldier. He is a duplicitous individual whose words cannot be trusted. This time, Kevin remained silent, quietly awaiting the judge's judgment. The witness had not even spoken, yet the commander had interrupted him, which seemed rather excessive. If the judges did not intervene, then what was the purpose of the trial? Indeed, the elven judge promptly pounded the table. Participants, this is not your time to speak. Commander Hobru gritted his teeth, instinctively glancing at the city lord, who signaled for him to exercise restraint. These individuals were inexperienced in court proceedings and had little respect for the judges. Name and occupation of the witness, Judge Ryan inquired. Sergeant Boris replied. I am Sergeant Boris of the 13th Squad of the City Defense Department. What do you wish to prove? Judge Ryan asked. I wish to recount some facts. Boris began. Since a year ago, I have been dispatched to the interior of Lubol.my task is protest. Commander Hobru interrupted again. What he is stating has no relevance to this incident. Protest. Kevin slammed the table. The opposing side has repeatedly interrupted the witness's testimony. I suggest the judge hold him in contempt of court. Bang. The gavel fell, and Judge Ryan declared, "Protest valid." A sudden silence enveloped the courtroom. Kevin glared at Hobru, who in turn stared at the witness, each radiating hostility, while the witness looked around, seemingly bewildered, with everyone at a loss for words. The three judges remained silent, waiting. The silence persisted, and the previously hostile glances transformed into expressions of confusion. Even the soldiers exchanged surprised looks, while several members of the outer crowd displayed expressions of admiration. Could this truly be the efficacy of silence over words? What is happening? The shaman judge finally broke the stillness. Still, no one responded. Testimony? The shaman judge prompted again. The witness hesitated. Did not the judge just declare that the protest was valid? Therefore, I shall remain silent. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. The simultaneous protest had led the judge to declare protest valid, leaving ambiguity as to whom it referred. Each participant, guided by their own interpretation, resulted in an extended period of silence in the courtroom. Then I shall continue with my testimony. The witness attempted to inquire. And seeing no objections, he resumed, I was dispatched to the interior of Lubul with the task of recruiting some thugs or unemployed individuals, offering them gold to masquerade as mercenaries of Lubul and incite discord. In an instant, the crowd behind began to murmur among themselves. Several days ago, I led a small team into the venomous forest, where we encountered a guard squad led by Kevin. Given that we had previously suffered a death within our ranks, we suspected a connection to Kevin and his companions that we approached to negotiate. However, the discussions quickly devolved into conflict, resulting in a violent clash. We were defeated, and I was the sole survivor. The witness continued his testimony with remarkable composure. Judge Shaman shook his head, stating, What we are here to deliberate is the matter of Laolu's intrusion into the Security Bureau, which is unrelated to this. Your Honor, Kevin interjected, I implore you to hear the witness's testimony in full. I now cast doubt upon the actions of the Security Bureau chief himself, believing him to be implicated in undermining the stability of both nations. His conduct disqualifies him from holding the position of Security Bureau chief. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd for the average citizen. The revelations presented in court were undoubtedly overwhelming. The previous day, Kevin had approached Sergeant Boris, immediately recognizing him as the leader of the attack that had previously occurred in the venomous forest. He made it clear that Boris understood the implications, the character of their chief, and questioned whether he would survive if this information were to leak. With threats and coercion, Kevin managed to persuade Boris to testify after a lengthy discussion that lasted well into the night. The evidence of Laolu's intrusion into the Security Bureau was irrefutable and undeniably true. There was no disputing that no amount of sophistry could justify a midnight break-in at the Security Bureau. Kevin resorted to a strategy of mutual destruction. If they exposed his transgressions, he would reveal theirs, ensuring that they all faced the consequences together. Boris continued, This situation has caused quite a stir in the Kingdom of Baal. Several large mercenary groups on the opposing side are being investigated one by one. In fact, I have already returned to my homeland as a soldier. I act solely on orders. All commands originate from my superior. Colonel Hobru, my testimony is concluded, Boris stated, bowing slightly. The judge of the Ryan Empire turned to Colonel Hobru. What do you have to say regarding the witness's accusations? I too request the summoning of a witness. Colonel Hobru calmly replied, gesturing to an officer with a subtle nod. Come forth, prove it. The officer immediately understood and declared, Your Honor, I can attest that Sergeant Boris's statements are entirely unfounded. Kevin smirked. And what, pray tell, is the truth? The truth is, our chief has never issued such orders, the officer asserted with conviction. Ha, Kevin retorted. Might I inquire as to your rank? I am a captain, the commanding officer of the 6th Division, the officer replied. May I ask, are all orders issued by a colonel required to be reviewed by you, a mere captain? Kevin countered. The officer was momentarily rendered speechless. If that is not the case, what authority do you possess to assert that your chief has never given such orders? Kevin pressed further. The elven judge promptly struck the gavel. Testimony dismissed. Step down. Wait, I have other witnesses. Colonel Hobru hastily waved his hand, summoning another individual. Ahem, I am the commander of the 13th Division, the new arrival stated, which makes me Sergeant Boris's superior. I can confirm that Sergeant Boris has never received such orders. Kevin countered. Then what has he been doing recently? Training within the ranks, as per usual, the new witness replied tersely, clearly wary of revealing any inconsistencies. Where precisely do you conduct this training? That is military confidential information. I cannot disclose it. The new witness maintained a tight-lipped demeanor. In that case, I request the summoning of some mercenaries to inquire precisely where the 13th Division has been training. Kevin turned once more to address the judge, given the long-standing discord between mercenaries and regular troops. The military secrets they claimed would be easily unveiled. Summon a mercenary. The Beastman judge instructed. 2 mercenaries were promptly brought forth. They had been listening from the back and immediately chimed in. Huh. Aren't they just training in their own field? Ha ha ha. Silence. No laughter is permitted in this court. Judge Ryan admonished, frowning. The mercenaries, lacking sophistication and education, were oblivious to the gravity of the situation, mistaking the judge's seriousness for jest. They were swiftly dismissed. The military has its secrets. What would these mercenaries know? The Lord interjected. They lack the qualifications to provide testimony. Kevin fell silent for a moment, realizing that his adversaries were determined to remain tight-lipped. Labeling everything as military secrets to avoid any slip-ups, they were resolute in asserting that Boris was lying. After all, this was their territory, and they could summon a multitude of witnesses at will. Very well. I now harbor doubts regarding the identity of the witness. Kevin stepped forward. I fear your capabilities may not suffice for the position of commanding officer of the 13th Division. What do you intend to do about it? The new witness brandished his credentials. This serves as my proof. Such documents can be easily forged, Kevin scoffed. My criterion is this. I will perform a series of actions, and if you can perfectly replicate them, I will accept you as the genuine commander. Do you dare? The new witness glanced around. Fine. Kevin, merely a wandering bard, was no match for the officer's foundational skills. And he felt no fear. Even if he failed, he could always dismiss Kevin's actions as meaningless and lacking in evaluative value. My actions may be challenging, but if you indeed possess the standards of a commanding officer, you should be able to replicate them flawlessly. If not, it indicates you are merely an imposter. Kevin continued. Humph. The new witness merely huffed dismissively. Kevin then bent down, beginning to scratch his head and ears. The officer glanced around awkwardly. After a moment's hesitation, he followed suit, bending down to mimic Kevin's actions. Kevin then jumped left and right, and the officer mirrored him. Kevin rolled on the ground, and the officer did the same. Kevin puffed out his belly, using it as a pivot while spreading his limbs to spin around. The officer, unwilling to be outdone, also puffed out his belly and spun. The courtroom fell silent, all eyes glued to the 2 men rolling about in the center. Suddenly, Kevin leaped up and executed a series of backward jumps. The officer, quick to react, followed suit, leaping and jumping backward. With a swift motion, Kevin flicked his hand behind him, and the officer imitated him, flicking his hand back. Smack. Colonel Hobrew received an unexpected slap. The entire court was left speechless. Unbeknownst to them, the new witness had inadvertently jumped backward right in front of Colonel Hobrew, and Kevin's flick had landed squarely on his direct superior. Your Honor, Kevin returned to his seat. I now question the intelligence of the new witness. I believe he is unfit to testify. The 3 judges exchanged glances. Speechless, the new witness stood frozen, dazed, with a singular thought repeating in his mind. I slapped my commander. I slapped my commander. I slapped my commander. Get down. Colonel Hobrew exclaimed, pulling the new witness down forcefully. Kevin smirked. Colonel Hobrew, with so many soldiers under your command, do you intend for each one to take the stand to testify? Colonel Hobrew's face turned pale, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. Colonel Hobrew, Kevin softened his tone slightly. You are directly undermining the peace between our 2 nations, attempting to incite turmoil. Should this charge be substantiated, it would undoubtedly carry far graver consequences than any midnight intrusion into the Security Bureau. I suggest we all sit down and engage in meaningful dialogue. What do you think? Kevin's statement was evidently aimed at seeking an out-of-court settlement. If not, both parties would suffer, and there was no need for that. Colonel Hobrew understood the implication but could no longer make decisions unilaterally, turning instead to the Lord for guidance. The Lord merely smiled coldly. Since the court has been convened, it is the court that shall render judgment. Otherwise, it would be a farce. Colonel Hobrew's complexion drained. Clearly aware that the Lord valued his own reputation far more than Hobrew's life, the Lord was more concerned about appearances. Otherwise, why go through the trouble of establishing a court? With so many citizens observing, what would they think? As for the Security Bureau chief, he was merely a pawn in the grand scheme, insignificant and unworthy of mention. Kevin stepped forward. May I inquire, my lord, what identity do you represent here in court? The Lord was taken aback. I am the Lord. In this court, there are judges, plaintiffs, defendants, lawyers, and jurors. What position does a lord hold? I have never heard of such a role. Kevin's tone was unwavering, seemingly disregarding the Lord's authority. Young man, do you know who you are speaking to? The Lord's guard stepped forward, even in a chaotic land like Labozir. Mercenaries still respected and feared the Lord, that he represented the pinnacle of personal power, and no one wished to provoke him. Witnessing Kevin's audacity to confront the Lord directly left the courtroom in stunned silence. In this court, the judge holds the highest authority. Since you have established this court, and it bears the title of a court, I ask you to maintain the most basic respect. Kevin refused to back down. You have neither donned a wig nor a black robe while seated in the judge's chair. Here, you are merely an observer. Without a judge's summons, how can you speak freely? The Lord was left speechless. Even the resident ambassador regarded Kevin with newfound respect. Facing the Lord directly was something even he would not dare to do so boldly. Truly, a youthful and reckless spirit. Your Honor, Kevin turned to the judge. Although this court is being held for the first time in this city, its solemnity cannot be questioned if someone repeatedly disrespects the court. Speaking freely and assuming their rank grants them immunity, I must ask, Your Honor, how should such behavior be addressed? Bang! The shaman judge immediately slammed the table, exclaiming, Then let us end his life. The crowd fell silent. The lord of the city appeared pallid, yet the shaman judge showed no fear. The beast folk were known for their forthrightness and rugged demeanor, often dismissing human city lords with disdain. The courtroom was enveloped in a stillness, with the lord of the city remaining rooted in place, feeling somewhat awkward. His face burned with embarrassment, yet he could not afford to lash out. Kevin paid little heed to him and turned his attention to Colonel Hobrew, saying, I trust that with your capabilities, you did not act independently in sending someone to infiltrate the kingdom of Lubol. You must have received directives from someone, and it is likely that the individual dispatched was not solely Sergeant Boris. Now, tell me, who issued the orders? Colonel Hobrew instinctively glanced at the lord of the city, yet remained silent. Why are you looking at the lord? Kevin inquired sharply. The room fell silent, all eyes fixated on Colonel Hobrew's face. While the lord's gaze was particularly piercing, as if ready to strike, Colonel Hobrew could only stand there for a moment, finally closing his eyes and conceding, It was my idea alone. Kevin was taken aback. He had anticipated a lengthy evasion. Yet the admission came so readily. Moreover, Kevin did not genuinely wish to condemn him. Should he be found guilty, it would be exceedingly difficult for Laolu to refute, leading to his own conviction. The primary conflict regarding reconciliation remained with the lord of the city, and Kevin sought to divert the flames of blame onto him, yet unexpectedly. Chapter 47. Returning home, Colonel Hobrew's sudden admission dramatically expedited the proceedings. That it was as if the truth had been laid bare. Coincidentally, the lawyer, who had been frothing at the mouth, regained consciousness at this moment. He appeared to possess considerable skill and was evidently summoned by the lord of the city, aligning entirely with his agenda. Showing little interest in the matters concerning Colonel Hobrew himself, in his fervent attempt to prove Laolu's unauthorized entry into the security office, Kevin found himself at an impasse, for it was indeed a fact. Furthermore, Laolu had sustained injuries from the erase attack, an irrefutable point. Nevertheless, Kevin exerted himself to obfuscate and maneuver, managing to shield Spoon and Little Nine from culpability. Fortunately, they had acted while masked, and no one had seen their faces. Later, Spoon carried Laolu back under the cover of night, where the soldiers could not discern clearly. Kevin concocted an explanation that after Laolu fled, Spoon and Little Nine encountered him and, out of kindness, brought him back. Spoon and Little Nine, both possessing commendable beauty, indeed exuded an innocent aura. Due to insufficient evidence, both judges were inclined to believe in their innocence. As for Laolu, his injuries could be verified, leaving him unable to escape blame. Kevin dared not overplay his hand, for should his deception be uncovered, it would cast doubt upon his credibility, thereby undermining his other arguments. Resigned, Kevin could only strive for this outcome. Laolu was convicted for trespassing into the security office, while Colonel Hobrew could not evade accountability for conspiring to disrupt the peace between the two nations. Was undoubtedly not an individual endeavor, but rather a grand strategic maneuver. Yet, it was he who bore the brunt of it, willingly accepting the burden, leaving Kevin with no recourse for the punishment. The three judges held differing opinions. None of them were familiar with the laws of the Kingdom of Libozi, which were themselves incomplete, and they instinctively defined matters according to their own legal frameworks. The distinctions among the three races were significant. The elves tended to be more benevolent, advocating for lighter sentences. One suggested merely a 2-month confinement for Laolu, while recommending life imprisonment for Colonel Hobrew. The beastfolk's laws were notably simple and brutal, with the shaman suggesting execution for both. The judge from the kingdom of Ryan exhibited a clear bias, proposing a minimum of 3 years for Laulu and a dismissal and investigation for Colonel Hobru. The 3 judges, each unwilling to concede, began to pound the table and debate. All 3 were formidable in their own right, and for a time, none feared the other. This spectacle startled the onlookers in the courtroom. The selection of 3 judges was intended to prevent discord, allowing the minority to yield to the majority. Yet unexpectedly, they presented 3 divergent proposals. In this regard, no one could interject, as there were no relevant legal texts to reference. The judges were left to draw conclusions based on their instincts. Kevin could not simply declare to the judges, "Your instincts are wrong. Mine are correct." As for the lord of the city and the others, their elevated status had initially led them to consider speaking up. Yet Kevin's earlier retort had rendered them reluctant to do so. The argument persisted until noon, at which point the Elven and Beast folk judges were willing to compromise, while the judge from Ryan was uniformly disregarded by the other 2. They reached a relatively reasonable verdict. Laulu was to be imprisoned for 2 years, while Colonel Hobra faced life imprisonment. The verdict was rendered, yet its execution still relied on the guards of the Kingdom of Libozi, who ultimately answered to the Lord of the City. The 3 judges, while holding the title, were merely figureheads. Nevertheless, since the Lord acknowledged the court's legitimacy, he was bound to enforce its ruling, at least in appearance, unless he decided to disband the court altogether. "Take him away," the Lord commanded. Laulu, still bedridden due to his injuries, had been dragged to court. Now, the guards took hold of the bed's edges and began to remove him. The crowd wished to offer words of comfort, yet none knew how to articulate their sentiments. Meanwhile, Colonel Hobru was also escorted away, though his destination remained unknown, though sentenced to life imprisonment in a foreign nation. Who could oversee such enforcement? It was impractical to expect the 3 temporary judges to monitor it. Thus the execution's integrity remained uncertain. Dismissed. Judge Ryan struck the gavel, signaling the conclusion of the court session. The Lord waved his hand. "Leave." Immediately, all the guards began to withdraw, and Kevin and the others followed the ambassador. Trailing behind the departing soldiers, the group of curious citizens approached the platform, seizing the gavel to mimic the proceedings, shouting, "The court has declared dismissed." This elicited a wave of laughter, but soon a squad of guards arrived to disperse the crowd and restore the hall to its original state. Clearly, this nation still had no need for a court. As Kevin and his companions followed the ambassador, he remarked, "This matter is more or less concluded. Mr. Kevin, you performed admirably." Kevin merely shook his head. "I have failed. I cannot help but wonder what will transpire with Laulu. Imprisoned here for 2 years in his injured state. Rest assured, they will not dare to act against him." The ambassador replied, "Our nation will inevitably take some measures against the Kingdom of Libozi in the near future. You will know the details in due course." Little Spoon, bowing her head beside him, asked, "Does this mean our mission has failed?" The ambassador did not respond, tacitly acknowledging the truth. Indeed, despite Kevin's righteous stance in the security office and courtroom, these were merely remedial actions. From the moment Laulu was injured by the array, their mission had already met with failure. They had originally intended to assassinate a key figure in retaliation for the attack on their kingdom's forces. Yet now, the assassin had been imprisoned, while their own combat capabilities were severely lacking, rendering them incapable of completing the task. The mysterious elder behind the portrait had also eluded them. Their only achievement was securing a life sentence for their intended target. However, due to the challenges of oversight, whether this sentence would truly be enforced remained uncertain. What would follow? Perhaps the nation would dispatch more formidable assassins for further attempts, or perhaps it would resort to softer forms of sanction, or merely issue strong diplomatic protests. Regardless, it would have little bearing on Kevin and his companions. "Make haste to return home," the ambassador urged, escorting Kevin and the others to the city gates. "Kevin, be cautious. You openly offended the Lord in court, and I cannot predict what means he may employ. Return to your homeland swiftly." "Understood," Kevin replied, nodding. "You are a talented individual," the ambassador acknowledged. "Allow me to gift you something." "I am grateful, ambassador," Kevin responded, bowing his head in thanks. "This is my compendium of magic spells, documenting some of the more commonly practiced magics across the continent. While I understand that you possess a physique incompatible with elemental manipulation, the characteristics of these spells may yet prove beneficial in your future encounters with sorcerers." The ambassador conjured a thick, somewhat wrinkled tome from his spatial ring, revealing its age. Kevin accepted it with both hands, placing it carefully within his robe. Beside him, Jack appeared visibly envious. As a bona fide mage, he found himself overlooked at this moment. The ambassador then emphasized, some spells possess significant offensive capabilities. Unless absolutely necessary, it is wise to conceal them from others. These are merely records and experiences from my youth. Regrettably, I have little time now. Or I would gladly elaborate further. Kevin felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, unsure of how to express his feelings, for he was but a mere recruit, standing in stark contrast to the ambassador's stature, and had never dared to entertain such aspirations. The ambassador simply smiled. You possess a gift for rhetoric. Upon retirement, consider a position in the foreign service. Kevin nodded vigorously. I will contemplate it. If you choose to join, I shall wholeheartedly recommend you, the ambassador said with a smile, patting Kevin on the shoulder. Now, make haste. It is best to return before nightfall. The group bid farewell to the ambassador. With his presence, no one at the gates dared to impede their passage. They hired a carriage and began their journey homeward. Along the way, the driver casually remarked, the kingdom of Lubul has recently tightened its borders. Are you certain you can gain entry? We can, Jack assured him. Oh, the driver inquired nonchalantly. Are you traveling for leisure? Indeed. There is little significance to the nation of Lubul. What do you mean? Kevin merely inquired, following his lead. That land is fraught with peril, the coachman replied. People are not even permitted to carry weapons. When faced with danger, they can only stand there in foolishness. The others fell silent. Moreover, it is said that freedom is scarce there, and the populace lives in poverty. The coachman shook his head repeatedly, and the people are quite unattractive. The group remained silent. After a brief pause, Little Spoon could no longer restrain himself and asked, What do you think we are? You. The coachman chuckled. Aren't you some noble from my country? I saw what appeared to be a high-ranking official escorting you. We are commoners from Lubul. Little Spoon replied. The coachman turned back, astonished, surveying everyone with a look of disbelief etched upon his face. The others quietly reveled in his expression. From a certain perspective, Kevin and Jack could no longer be considered commoners but rather soldiers. Little Spoon was the daughter of a count, and Little Nine's identity was that of a nun. If one were to believe that only ordinary farmers qualify as commoners, then regrettably, none present fit that description. Yet, if one were to assert that lacking a title makes one a commoner, then indeed, they all belong to that category. The former reflects the subconscious assumptions of many, while the latter is a strict official definition, leaving ample room for contention in between. Regardless, Kevin and his companion's attire was certainly not extravagant. It was well within the means of a commoner from Lubul, while the common folk of Labazir could scarcely afford such garments. At this moment, declaring, we are all commoners from Lubul, was indisputably within legal bounds. As for whether this coachman's perception could be altered, who could say? Even if he were to awaken to clarity now, he might soon return to the tavern in Labazir, only to be swayed by a bard's tales and revert to ignorance. Suddenly, the coachman let out a piercing scream, and the carriage veered out of control. The horse bolting forward as if possessed, the group gasped, and Little Spoon and Little Nine were instantly flung from the carriage. Jack raised a hand and severed the connection between the horse and the carriage with a blade of wind, causing the carriage to topple. Both Kevin and Jack rolled out from within. Before they could regain their footing, a chilling light surged towards them, prompting Kevin to instinctively conjure a magical shield. It was easily shattered. Yet Kevin managed to stand and discern the source of the threat. Before them stood a cadre of cloaked figures in black, brandishing swords and shields. Meanwhile, Little Spoon and Little Nine had taken up a back-to-back stance, wielding their weapons with the grace of the wind. However, the prowess of the black-clad assailants seemed formidable. Little Spoon's attempts to utilize her fighting spirit were thwarted twice, though their strength may have been lacking. Their equipment was of the highest caliber, surrounding them with shields without initiating an attack, thus depleting their energy with ease. Little Spoon's retractable gun excelled in stealth, yet was ill-suited for engagements against multiple opponents, particularly in high-stakes confrontations. Designed primarily for assassination, its flexibility made it difficult to grasp. However, this very agility compromised its durability, rendering it prone to jamming or even destruction in prolonged direct combat. Little Nine wielded a whip, its tip barbed and laced with venom. Should an adversary be unarmored, a strike would likely rend flesh and deliver a fatal dose of poison. Yet, the foes before them were clad in inner armor, rendering her strikes ineffective. Oh dear, look at this dynamic picture, Little Nine exclaimed, producing her notebook with one hand. The black-clad figures all bowed their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. Clearly, they had done their homework. They were no ordinary robbers. Those who bore enmity towards Kevin and his companions seemed to be limited to the city lord alone. The envoy had initially instructed them to return home before nightfall, yet unexpectedly, they had already dispatched their assassins well before dusk. Jack unleashed a whirlwind spell, enveloping the ground in dust. Within moments, both he and Little Spoon found themselves in a cloud of gray sand, unable to see anything, even themselves. The black-clad figures hesitated to advance, but it was merely a matter of time before they would close in for the kill. Kevin felt a surge of urgency, but amidst the whirlwind, visibility was non-existent, and he choked on the sand that filled his mouth. Feeling utterly helpless, suddenly, a powerful whistling sound pierced through the air, accompanied by a series of thuds as bodies fell to the ground. Even without a cry of despair, Kevin and Jack were bewildered but realized that reinforcements must have arrived. They hurriedly emerged from the vortex, only to find the ground littered with the corpses of the black-clad figures, their skulls shattered and blood pooling around them. Nearby, Little Spoon and Little Nine were splattered with blood, resembling figures of carnage. While Kevin and Jack remained relatively unscathed, the whirlwind having blown the blood away from them, leaving them covered in dust. What on earth happened? Kevin asked urgently. Little Spoon wiped the blood from her face, saying, "Look over there, my father has arrived." Kevin turned to see a figure in black approaching, hands empty, yet exuding an air of undeniable authority. He was clearly no ordinary individual. Little Spoon and Little Nine stepped forward, bowing slightly. "President." "President?" Kevin's heart raced as he recalled the scene he had written about the leader of the assassins. The figure scrutinized him, prompting Kevin to instinctively lower his gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. "You appear to have disclosed quite a bit of information." The president assessed Little Spoon and Little Nine, both of whom kept their heads bowed, hesitant to speak. "I shall deal with you later," he proclaimed, waving a hand before turning his attention to Kevin. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Kevin nodded in respect. "President." Kevin Yink was citing. The president approached him. "The stationed envoy has sent word. I am aware that you have been quite helpful this time." Kevin offered a nervous smile, careful with his words. Conventionally, one would expect a person who dispatched assassins over a mere insult to be rather petty, thus requiring utmost caution when dealing with such a temperamental figure. One misstep could provoke his wrath, and none would be able to intervene. "According to the information provided by the envoy, you appear to be exceedingly arrogant. However, at present, you seem to understand the importance of discretion and etiquette." The president appraised Kevin from head to toe. Kevin merely nodded, forcing a smile. "Very well, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Our organization operates under a veil of secrecy, and I expect you to keep your lips sealed." The president cautioned the two. "We are in a collaborative state with the military, essentially functioning as an independent department within the military. Should our existence be revealed, it would equate to disclosing military secrets. You should be aware of the consequences." "Understood." Kevin and Jack instinctively stood at attention. "I shall take my leave now. You may proceed back to the city." The president waved his hand, and astonishingly, he vanished before their eyes, leaving Kevin and Jack in stunned silence. Little Spoon and Little Nine exchanged glances before turning to Kevin. "We must take our leave as well." "Huh, aren't we going the same way?" Kevin inquired, bewildered. "No." Little Spoon shook her head. "We shall return via a different route." Kevin paused. "You aren't thinking of going back to rescue Laulu, are you?" They immediately shook their heads. "Of course not. We assassins adhere to certain protocols. We will tell you more when the opportunity arises." Kevin and Jack merely nodded, still in a state of confusion. "Farewell." Little Spoon waved. "Author, I shall diligently read your book, since I last glimpsed your draft." "It seems there have been no new updates." Kevin chuckled ruefully. "I must first acclimate to this new life, and besides, my editor is also in the military. Regardless, I will wait for you." Little Spoon smiled at Kevin before she and Little Nine turned and dashed away, their figures quickly fading into the distance. Cough, cough. Suddenly, two coughs echoed from the ground. Kevin and Jack were taken aback. Had there been any survivors among the black-clad figures, most of whom had suffered their heads blown apart? Upon closer inspection, they found it was the coachman. Initially, he had been struck by an arrow and fallen, the horse spooked, and Jack had severed the carriage-esque connection before the chaos erupted. In truth, the coachman had remained alive, merely feigning death on the ground. Kevin helped the coachman up, noticing he had been struck in the left arm. The arrow had penetrated deeply, a serious injury indeed. "What terrible luck," the coachman lamented, shaking his head repeatedly. "Before we even reached Lubuol, I was robbed." His expression was filled with pain, as one could imagine, having been struck by an arrow. Kevin and Jack exchanged glances, both harboring a sense of disdain. Alas, Lubiol is far too dangerous. You should proceed without me, as my horse has fled, and I can no longer assist you." The coachman shook his head, gazing forlornly at the half-tipped carriage, finally sighing and departing on foot. He cradled his arm, too afraid to remove the arrow, and trudged away step by step through the desolate surroundings, his silhouette strikingly melancholic. Kevin turned to Jack, only to find him still fixated on the coachman. "You don't actually find it asymmetrical and want to shoot an arrow into his right arm, do you?" Kevin could not help but ask. "Of course not." Jack was startled. "I am not that obsessive." "Then why do you stare so intently at him?" Kevin teased. "I just wonder how, being human, there can be such a vast disparity in intelligence." Jack shook his head. "It is quite normal. It is a policy of ignorance," Kevin interjected. "If the populace were all extraordinarily astute, who would heed the commands of their rulers? Even if the rulers possessed overwhelming might, they are still human, bound to experience moments of weakness like eating and sleeping. Should the common people be too clever, the rulers would inevitably lose their standing. Rulers cannot govern all their subjects alone. They must appoint various officials, whose abilities will invariably fall short of the rulers. Consequently, to manage the lower-tier officials, they must ensure that those officials are even less capable. Thus, as one descends the hierarchy, the commoners at the very bottom are naturally the most foolish and inept," Kevin replied, "at least in Labazir. That is the case. Is this the reason why small nations remain small?" Jack asked instinctively. "Not entirely," Kevin chuckled. "Every king aspires for his realm to be vast and bountiful. Many kings of small nations have exerted great efforts, yet their results have been meager. The primary reason small nations remain small is that great powers do not wish to see the emergence of more great powers on the continent." Jack fell into a deep silence, somewhat dazed. Kevin, too, had little desire to delve further into this topic. Discussing it would surely take more than half a day. Standing beside the pile of corpses, he lacked the heart for such discourse. "These weapons are quite decent," Kevin remarked, crouching down to inspect them. "Shall we take some back?" Jack frowned. The blood-soaked ground was rather disgusting, and he was reluctant to reach for them. However, seeing that Kevin was unperturbed, he also crouched to examine the weapons. "Indeed, they are superior to the standard issue in our barracks, but how do we take them back? Just one or two?" Kevin stood up and patted the broken cart. "Shall we haul them in the cart?" "Well..." Jack hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat lethargic in the heat of the day. "I could summon my parrot to call for someone to pick us up. We can handle this minor task ourselves," Kevin countered. "And do you know? If we pull back a cart full of equipment, it will be considered our spoils of war, our achievement. If you summon someone else, that glory will be shared." "That's a valid point." Jack nodded eagerly. The mention of glory instantly invigorated him. The two promptly began to gather swords and shields from the ground, stacking them on the cart, 20 of each, swords, shields, and bows, along with a number of arrows, indicating these were the standard equipment of the black-clad men. Yet, upon noticing that the cart still had ample space, both felt that this modest haul was not worthy of great merit, and thus proceeded to strip the armor from their foes. The armor appeared to be crafted from the scales of some magical beast, with commendable quality. 20 pieces of armor finally filled the cart, and Kevin even took the time to remove a few pairs of trousers and shoes from the fallen, inspecting the quality, only to find them rather mediocre, at which point he ceased his efforts. The two bound the ropes around themselves and began to pull the cart forward, leaving behind a collection of headless, bare corpses that soon attracted a gathering of crows. One crow even flew overhead, incessantly circling and cawing loudly. As they pulled the cart a fair distance, both Kevin and Jack were drenched in sweat, prompting them to remove their shirts and tie them around their waists for a brief respite. The crow continued its relentless flight above them. "What is it doing?" Kevin glanced up, casually inquiring. "I don't know. If my parrot were here, they might be able to converse," Jack replied. "A crow flying overhead isn't particularly auspicious." "Don't say that." Kevin remained optimistic. "Perhaps the crow is merely mocking us." Jack remained silent. After a short rest, they resumed their arduous task of pulling the cart. Although the ambassador had advised them to return home swiftly, with the assassins now revealed, it was unlikely they would return. Both felt reassured as they continued their labor, especially since the assassin was likely searching for trouble on their behalf. After a while, they continued their journey, which lasted until dusk. They sweated profusely, but thankfully the cart contained water, although both were mages. They had military backgrounds and thus possessed adequate stamina. Despite the fatigue, they persevered. As they neared the towering city walls, they were filled with an array of emotions. Finally returning home, the gate guards emerged to conduct an inquiry. And upon revealing their identities, they proudly declared their haul of spoils. The guards were astonished and promptly reported to the commanding officer. The officer personally came to greet them, inspecting and counting the spoils, assuring them he would report their merits. That night, Kevin slept at the city guard station, as the bounty required some inquiries. However, he felt no guilt and feared no questioning. He slept soundly until dawn. Feeling refreshed, having not experienced such relaxation in a long time, free from the worries of assassination, the mental strain of countering adversaries, the anxiety of potential ambushes, or the incessant chatter of fools, this was Kevin's kingdom. The following morning, Kevin and Jack descended from the city walls, bidding each other farewell as they returned to their respective barracks. It was rumored that the new recruits were just beginning their drills, as recent times had been consumed with searches for mercenaries and their families, effectively reorganizing the mercenary ranks. Even news from Kevin's side had not halted their efforts. Mercenaries had always been a source of chaos, and if they could seize the opportunity to impose order, it would greatly benefit the peace of the capital. Of course, those responsible for this, Sane and a few others, could not escape accountability. Even if they knew the true culprit was not present, each would have to face questioning. And although they may not recognize every mercenary in the city, all of them would certainly recognize him, strolling back to the 254th Legion, to which Kevin originally belonged. He found the barracks nearly deserted save for the sentry guards. Several luxurious carriages were parked at the entrance, their origins unknown. Upon inquiry, he learned that everyone had gathered on the training grounds to witness the new recruits' drills. The new recruits' drills were significant for them, as they determined the units to which they would be assigned. Kevin hastily returned to his barracks, changed into his military uniform, and rushed to the training ground. On the training field, the seasoned soldiers sat on one side observing, while the new recruits stood stiffly in formation before several generals. Kevin, a mere recruit, hesitated at the entrance, unsure if it would be too abrupt to barge in. His old friends, including Sane, were also among the ranks, yet they did not notice Kevin. An old general was reviewing the troops, and everyone maintained a straight gaze, embodying the demeanor of soldiers. In the center of the field stood Sane, flanked by two fallen soldiers, seemingly engaged in a duel. Suddenly, Sane laughed. "Come on. Who dares to defeat me? I might even call him Grandpa." Haha. Kevin was left speechless. Chapter 49. New recruit duel. A military force requires morale and spiritedness. However, the noble soldiers entering were perhaps a bit too spirited, necessitating a demonstration of authority. Yet, at times, a certain wildness is indeed warranted, especially among the lower-ranking officers. Otherwise, the army's combat effectiveness may be compromised. Training must also stimulate soldiers' enthusiasm. Mere obedience to orders is insufficient. Only through boldness and vigor can training and dueling pique interest, transforming the army into a fierce and roaring force, capable of both battle and victory. Sane's challenge, "Who dares to defeat me? I might even call him Grandpa," may have been somewhat arrogant, yet it garnered nods of approval from several generals. They were well aware that Sane was the son of the Thunder Knight Corps commander. And at that moment, the commander was seated among the generals, calmly drinking water, unfazed by his son's boastful words. The visiting generals included the leaders of the three major knight corps of the kingdom, along with various legion commanders, the vice principal of the Royal Academy, the city lord, and several marquises. All three leaders of the knight corps were of the Saint tier, all of them sword masters. It is worth noting that a sword master does not necessarily wield a sword. It is merely a title. Just as a knight is not always a cavalryman, knight is a rank, and whether one rides or not is inconsequential. The continent's classification of power is straightforward. Anyone who engages in combat using fighting spirit, whether with a sword, hammer, or bow, whether mounted or on foot, is categorized as a warrior, ranked from levels 1 to 9. Above level 9, they are referred to as sword masters. Those who engage in combat using magic are all classified as mages, also ranked from 1 to 9. However, since mages of level 5 and above can serve as instructors for lower-level mages, levels 5 to 9 are also referred to as magic tutors. Those above level 9 are known as grand magic tutors. As for the weapons or mounts used by warriors, distinctions become irrelevant at higher levels, as there is no need for such. Once a warrior reaches around level 7, they can utilize various weapons, and mages can wield multi-element magic. There are no rules dictating that swordsmen must only use swords or that assassins can only wield daggers. Cavalrymen dismounted are still capable of fighting. A simple example would be, if a sword master encounters a grand magic tutor from a distance, how should they engage? Should they rely on their formidable sword skills to close the distance for melee combat? Should they withstand the magic with their fighting spirit? Neither. Typically, a sword master would simply switch to archery for combat. In lower ranks, soldiers are subjected to a grading system, but it only categorizes them as excellent, good, satisfactory, or unsatisfactory. For soldiers, this is merely one aspect. The 254th Legion has always undertaken special tasks, training a new batch of officers for the kingdom each year. After the new recruits drills, these officers will be distributed across various military camps nationwide. Thus, each new recruits drill serves as an optimal opportunity to evaluate them, prompting many Legion commanders to either attend personally or send their aides. Each Legion hopes to infuse fresh blood into its ranks and seeks to discover talented individuals. The more prominent the visitor, the easier it becomes to secure suitable candidates. However, there are also generals who come purely to observe, such as Lieutenant General Fiola of the Pegasus Knight Corps. The Pegasus, due to its unique temperament, has always been more closely associated with women, and despite many attempts at research, its mysteries remain unsolved. Thus, all the Pegasus Knights are female. It is said that there was once a male who disguised himself as a woman to approach a Pegasus, only to be unmasked and kicked aside, becoming a laughingstock. However, it cannot be denied that the prowess of a trained and qualified Pegasus Knight is undeniably considered the strongest aerial combat force in the kingdom, without exception. Unfortunately, due to the difficulty in mass-producing Pegasi and the scarcity of female knights, this so-called strongest aerial combat force has always consisted of merely 1,000 members, of which 200 are merely caretakers and logistical support, leaving the actual combat personnel at a mere 800. This year, all the new recruits are entirely male, which is why Fiora has come over, purely to save face. After all, the leaders of the other two knight orders are also present. And now that transportation is convenient, it is hardly a troublesome matter. Among a group of generals, a single female general stands out, creating a notably incongruous scene. Next to several noble generals, a small seat has been arranged for the leaders of prominent mercenary groups, including the heads of the Zijin and Menghui mercenary bands. They certainly cannot share the same seating with the generals, as their qualifications do not suffice. The invitation extended to them serves undoubtedly as a demonstration of strength. The prowess of the seasoned veterans requires no further display. The focus is on showcasing the capabilities of the new recruits. Recently, the mercenary groups have been quite agitated, having undergone a thorough investigation, and thus must exhibit some form of activity. On the surface, inviting them to witness is a decidedly amicable gesture. The new recruits drills encompass various collective exercises, including military formations and charge drills. But by the time Kevin arrives, these activities have already concluded. What is currently taking place is individual performances. Those endowed with confidence and strength may step forward to compete in the center, having trained together for an extended period. Even those under different instructors can observe one another's abilities. Particularly, Sane stands out as a star among the new recruits, possessing the strongest capability, with physical prowess that is unparalleled. Ultimately, lineage plays a significant role. His father is a sword saint, so it is unlikely that his son would be weak. The instructors of the new recruits frequently exchange insights, and Sane's strength has garnered unanimous recognition from all the instructors in terms of physical conditioning and the quality of their fighting spirit. Sane is nearly on par with the instructors. The only aspect he lacks is practical combat experience. It is estimated that in a few months, the instructors will no longer be his match. The only potential rival to Sane among the new recruits is likely another notable figure, the troubled youth. While Kevin's physical fitness and fighting spirit quality are somewhat inferior to Sane's, his multitude of quirks and unconventionality means that combat does not solely hinge on physical prowess. Perhaps he possesses some potential to challenge Sane. This is something Sane is aware of, but unfortunately, Kevin is currently on a mission, leaving this arena to Sane's dominion. Occasional displays of arrogance only serve to enhance his commanding presence, earning him respect in his father's eyes, until he turns and sees Kevin standing at the entrance of the training ground. Sane, Kevin, their eyes meet, and an awkward silence ensues. Kevin is still grappling with how to return to the ranks, and challenging Sane directly is not something he is particularly keen on. He would prefer to let the matter cool down. Offending the son of a knight commander is hardly advisable. His original plan was to maintain a low profile for 3 months, hoping that everyone would be evenly matched and ultimately reconcile. However, Kevin has also contemplated the possibility of a confrontation, and if it comes to that, then so be it. Given the current circumstances, Sane merely states, whoever defeats him must call others grandfather, without implying that others cannot defeat him and must call him grandfather. Kevin stands to gain something from this. Although, in reality, even if he wins, Kevin would not dare to demand such a title from Sane. Several generals have also turned their attention towards the entrance, having noticed the new recruit, initially indifferent, now seeing Sane and Kevin locked in an extended gaze. Their curiosity peaks. Realizing he has been spotted, Kevin has no choice but to steel himself, jogging into the arena to report to his commanding officer, Marcus. Kevin has returned from his mission and now requests to join the ranks. Join the ranks. Marcus feels somewhat awkward. After all, he is merely a new recruit officer, under the scrutiny of numerous generals. Those uninformed might think this recruit overslept and has just now arrived. Among the mercenary leaders, Qianjue wears a scowl, his right hand slightly clenched. Beside him, the leader of Menghui, Fang de Sinuo, speaks with an impassive expression. I heard this new recruit grabbed your backside. Humph, your day will come too. Qianjue sneers. When that time comes, as a female leader, you better not resort to self-harm. Rumor has it that not only did he grab your backside, but he also engaged in some rather unsavory actions. Sinuo inquires calmly, is that true? Qianjue turns her head away, disinterested in engaging further. The two groups harbor a poor relationship, and their leaders naturally have no kind words for one another. Meanwhile, Kevin rejoins the ranks. Gray, standing nearby, whispers in a barely audible tone, go on, take down that scoundrel Sane. Having just returned, Kevin is still unfamiliar with the situation. What, can I just go up? Yes, Gray replies, you can go right ahead. He has long been bullied by Sane and is now eager for someone to give him a good thrashing. Kevin contemplates asking the instructors, but everyone is standing at attention, so he does not dare to move. He merely feels Sane's gaze on him, unrelenting. After some thought, Kevin finally steps forward. If he possesses strength, he should showcase it. It is said that many recruits lacking any special skills ultimately find themselves assigned to the front lines as cannon fodder. To secure a good position in the future, Kevin must strive to make his mark. Sane, I challenge you. Kevin strides boldly to stand before Sane. Observing Sane's stance, it appears they will engage in unarmed combat. However, since this is a sparring match and not a life or death battle, certain areas are off limits for attack. Kevin had inquired about these rules prior to his departure. An unfamiliar lieutenant steps forward to the center. Attacks to the groin and throat are prohibited. Please refrain from using excessive force and keep it within limits. I will serve as the referee and determine the victor. The two nod in agreement, and with the lieutenant's command, the duel officially begins. Sane unleashes a torrent of red fighting spirit, not daring to underestimate Kevin, and swiftly unleashes two arcs of fighting energy towards him. Kevin rolls backward, evading the intersecting energy slashes. Sane swiftly follows up, and in his rolling state, Kevin finds himself unable to evade. Ultimately, he can only brace himself and unleash his own fighting spirit to block the attack. The clash of energies produces a thunderous sound, and Kevin's fighting spirit noticeably wanes, appearing increasingly unsustainable. The spectators have already witnessed several of Sane's battles. He consistently unleashes a massive surge of fighting spirit, overwhelming his opponents with a thunderous force, leaving them paralyzed with fear before the match even begins. Yet, one cannot fault others for this. Sane is, after all, the strongest at this moment. Kevin seems to have no other recourse. Sane unleashes two more energy slashes, and Kevin's fighting spirit is nearly shattered, leaving only a faint red glow. However, Sane himself is also panting heavily. The continuous use of the same technique takes a toll on his body. Seeing Kevin seemingly devoid of any capacity for resistance, Sane strides forward, poised to deliver a final blow. Suddenly, Kevin rolls forward. This unexpected maneuver catches Sane off guard. In truth, he is not particularly adept at fighting someone on the ground. Bending down to use his hands is inconvenient, and using his feet would only throw him off balance. Yet, Kevin's move allows him to close the distance in an instant, effortlessly wrapping his arms around Sane's legs. With a mighty heave, he sends Sane tumbling onto his back. Sane hastily attempts to flip over, but Kevin seizes the opportunity, pouncing on him, pinning his head down with one hand while kneeling on his chest with his knee, his left fist hovering just above Sane's face without delivering a strike, nearly brushing against it. After all, this is only a sparring match. Kevin wins. The referee announces, unable to deny the clarity of the outcome. In truth, the referee is not entirely impartial, being aware of Sane's identity and perhaps harboring a bias. However, given the unmistakable nature of Kevin's victory, Even the referee cannot lend favoritism without risking public disgrace. Bravo! Well fought. The veterans begin to cheer. The new recruits remain rigid, too intimidated to move. Several generals nod in approval. They recognize the strategic use of tactics, controlling one's fighting spirit to deceive the opponent into believing they are incapable of resistance, only to strike back when the opponent draws near. Their assessment of this new recruit is that he possesses considerable intellect. Yet, some are slightly puzzled. This rolling technique bears a resemblance to. One general does not finish his thought, merely covering his face with a hand. However, everyone comprehends the implication of assassin, for typically, only assassins conceal their identities. But to label Kevin as an assassin would be too far-fetched. His skill level is still lacking. Nonetheless, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of a connection between him and assassins, Lao Lu and others. Ostensibly dispatched by higher authorities, remain enigmatic even to the generals, who do not know everything. Regardless of the general speculations, Kevin has now released Sane. The victor beams with delight, while the defeated grits his teeth in frustration. I refuse to accept this. He played dirty. Sane bellows. Childish, Kevin retorts mockingly. How about we have another round? Sane's fury ignites. Whoever loses must call the other grandfather. Unfazed, Kevin replies. All right, referee, please announce the start. Wait. Sane sneers. I want to challenge you with weapons. Chapter 50. Oath. Sane's dissatisfaction is not entirely unfounded. After all, he had the upper hand, forcing his opponent into a defensive position. Only to be inexplicably tackled and thrown down, to lose in such a manner. What is this? He still has a plethora of skills left untested. He remained utterly oblivious to Kevin's tactical victory, merely attributing his misfortune to an accidental oversight, feeling as though he had been outmaneuvered by that rascal. Sai, known for his impulsive nature, could not accept such an unclear defeat, especially with his father present on the stage, and thus boldly issued a challenge once more. Kevin, lacking any substantial background, dared not oppose him directly. In combat, outcomes are not always consistent. When skill levels are relatively close, luck can play a significant role. Much like chess or card games, while Kevin's strategy may have slightly surpassed Sai's, it did not guarantee a complete domination. One misstep could lead to his downfall. However, Kevin had long since discerned Sai's strength and temperament. Having privately contemplated various strategies for their encounters and practiced diligently with Gray late into the night. Throughout this process, Kevin seized numerous training opportunities, with Gray sacrificing his own sleep in the process. Of course, Sai surely harbored some hidden trump cards. When Kevin once inquired, "Do you have confidence in defeating him?" Sai had confidently replied, "Absolutely." This exchange had taken place after their return from the venomous forest, where they had both faced real combat and understood their respective strengths. Sai's assurance did not seem like mere bravado. The referee then turned to retrieve the standard weapons typically used by recruits. Consisting solely of a sword, shield, and spear, he instructed them to make their selections, reiterating the principles of the contest. The sword's edge had not been sharpened, and the spearhead had been removed to ensure safety and control. The referee also grasped a stick, ready to intervene should danger arise. Kevin chose the sword and shield, while Sai opted for the spear and shield, each selecting their preferred weapons and positioned themselves accordingly. Begin. The referee swung his stick in the air. Kevin immediately raised his shield, remaining still to observe his opponent's movements. Given Sai's usual temperament, he was expected to charge in aggressively. Lacking Sai's ferocity, Kevin could only adopt a defensive stance. To his surprise, however, Sai retreated 2 steps, creating distance, before supporting himself with one hand on the ground, revealing a white magical circle before him. Summoning magic. Sai could actually use summoning spells. Generally, only mages of at least level 5 could wield such magic. Even Jack lacked the ability to summon his parrot, relying instead on the bird's own flight back, while Lao Lu had only just qualified to use it. After enlisting, Sai had never cast a single spell, having only previously been pressured by Kevin's magical missiles. How could he possibly summon now? Kevin was taken aback but remained composed. Knowing Sai must have some form of reliance, he unleashed a barrage of magical missiles, aiming to disrupt the formation of the summon. Sai, having anticipated this, ducked his head and relied on his shield for protection. The magical missiles were no more powerful than a farmer's punch, and Sai was entirely unperturbed by them. As Kevin struck, he advanced swiftly, the magical missiles ringing against Sai's shield. At that moment, a brown warhorse began to rise slowly from the summoning circle. Kevin swung his sword, aiming a fierce strike towards the horse's head. Yet, the warhorse astonishingly lifted its front hooves, dispersing Kevin's energy strike. Seizing the opportunity, Sai leaped onto the horse, demonstrating a level of proficiency that suggested he had been riding since childhood. Although no cavalry training was provided to recruits, Sai, being the son of a general, evidently possessed his own steed. The warhorse whinnied, and Kevin felt a surge of anxiety. Truth be told, he had no experience in combat against cavalry, and the dispersal of his energy strike filled him with unease. One thing was clear, however: the current distance was optimal. Should they create more space, Kevin would be unable to withstand a cavalry charge. Almost instinctively, Kevin tossed his sword and shield into the air, allowing them to arc past Sai. Startled, Sai instinctively glanced upward, concerned about the possibility of being struck. Seizing the moment, Kevin lunged forward, gripping Sai's belt with his right hand and seizing the horse's mane with his left. Attempting to forcibly pull him off the mount, the startled horse began to buck wildly. Both combatants felt a dizzying spin, while Kevin felt like a kite being tossed about. Sai was not faring any better atop the horse. With the distance too close, the spear became impractical. Sai attempted to use his shield to shove Kevin off, but with the horse's thrashing, he nearly lost his balance, his back drenched in cold sweat. All eyes in the arena were fixated on the unfolding drama. The referee, gripping his stick, contemplated whether to intervene. If the general's son were to be injured in such a setting, the referee's future might be jeopardized. In a critical moment, a flash of white light erupted, and the warhorse vanished into thin air. Both combatants gasped in shock, unable to react in time, and fell to the ground. Nevertheless, Kevin did not relinquish his grip, and they tumbled into a heap. Sai's spear and shield were discarded during the fall, and they transitioned into a bare-handed struggle. However, Sai was not accustomed to ground fighting. His instinct was to rise. Seizing the opportunity, Kevin latched onto his opponent's leg, flipping him over, and, mirroring the previous round, pressed his fist against Sai's face. Good. Well fought. The veterans erupted in cheers, relishing the spectacle. The recruits remained in formation but exchanged approving glances. Even the general on stage clapped a few times, while General Fiora jested. You can tell us about the experience of watching your son call someone else grandfather right in front of you. Huh? The other generals chuckled in agreement. And even General Oder, the leader of the Knights of Thunder, offered a casual smile, remarking, youthful exuberance. He'll need a good lesson when he returns. General Oder, there's no need for that. Colonel Asen, the commander of the 254th Legion, interjected to mediate. After all, it was merely a contest. Victories and defeats are entirely normal. Youngsters often lack experience with failure, which will ultimately benefit their growth. As his words resonated, Kevin and Sai had already separated again, prompting the referee to declare Kevin the victor once more. Sai stood frozen, realizing that the reason he could utilize summoning magic was due to the magical tattoo on his arm. When he enlisted, all magical equipment was prohibited, yet this tattoo was irremovable. High-level mages often bore 1 or 2 magical circles tattooed on their bodies, which could be activated directly, bypassing the need for incantations. Some tattoos were even transparent, remaining invisible most of the time. At present, numerous magical circles had emerged that could be utilized by non-mages, albeit at a high cost and with inferior effects compared to those employed by legitimate mages. Nonetheless, they provided an additional means of attack. Naturally, there were downsides, but those could be discussed later. Sai was not a mage. Forcibly conjuring a summoning spell, although successful, was not sustainable. The warhorse vanished after a brief moment, and as it fell from the air, Kevin had claimed yet another victory. Employing techniques beyond one's own capabilities inherently carried significant risks. Sai had never summoned a warhorse within the military camp and lacked collaborative training. Even if he possessed the ability, 3 months without practice, coupled with the asymmetry caused by his own growth, would lead to considerable unfamiliarity and discomfort. Attempting to conceal the tattoo's magic as a trump card was, in essence, naively optimistic. All right, I no longer require you to call me grandfather. Let us leave it at that. Kevin waved his hand dismissively. That's unacceptable. Sai insisted, still unwilling to concede. Since we've already fought once, why not once more? What else do you wish to compete in? Kevin inquired. Let us compete in mutual pushing. Sai proposed on the spur of the moment. Kevin immediately turned to the referee, leaving the decision in his hands. The referee, wary of making an independent choice, turned to Colonel Asen on stage. Colonel Asen nodded slightly, signaling that the contest could proceed. The referee promptly announced, very well, for the sake of combining training with entertainment, We shall engage in a mutual pushing contest. Two soldiers quickly provided them with shields, marking a large circle on the ground. With the referee's command, the pushing commenced. General Oder's expression shifted slightly. It was evident that his son had become the subject of ridicule. Yet, the commander on this side seemed intent on prolonging the jest, perhaps seeking to deliberately embarrass him. At this moment, Kevin felt entirely unperturbed. Mutual pushing was a game most enjoyed by recruits. Aside from the overweight statue, Kevin had triumphed in nearly every pushing contest. Sai's proposal for a mutual push was a clear indication of desperation, as he had become quite flustered. "Hey, is your father up there?" Kevin whispered as he drew closer. "Let's talk." "More action," Sai snapped, clearly irate. Surely a prominent family must have some rules. Kevin pressed on. "What punishment is there for someone who embarrasses themselves in public?" Sai instinctively paused, caught off guard by Kevin's words. Seizing the moment, Kevin exerted his strength. Sai was taken aback, stumbling back repeatedly, and as he neared the boundary line, he hastily stepped back to regain his footing. However, Kevin subtly shifted his direction, maneuvering to Sai's right and delivering a powerful push. Sai's retreat was too expansive for him to recover, and in an instant, he lost his balance and toppled to the ground. "Kevin wins," the referee declared once again. Sai rose with a stiff expression, while Kevin maintained an air of ease. "Really, you don't need to call me grandfather. Let us leave it at that. That's unacceptable." Sai clenched his fists. "Let us compete in archery." "This isn't an archery range," Kevin shrugged. "Even if it's not a range, can't we just set up a target on a tree?" Sai countered stubbornly. The veterans began to cheer. "Let us do it. We can shoot at each other. How about tossing a ball and seeing who hits the target?" "Go for it." The generals above laughed. "The atmosphere is lively. Now this feels like a contest. Your son is impressive. Full of vigor. I might just have to encourage my own son to learn from him." "Huh?" To this, Aud could only respond with a wry smile. "No," Kevin interjected, raising his hand in refusal. "You have already devised 2 projects favorable to you, despite your defeats. However, I believe it is only fair that I create the project for this round." Sane had no retort. Indeed, he could not continuously dictate the terms of the competition, observing Sane's silence. The referee took it as acquiescence and turned to Kevin, inquiring, "What do you wish to compete in?" "Let us compete in the shield lifting." Kevin replied. In the military camp, there indeed existed a shield lifting competition, which was far from merely a punitive exercise for soldiers. However, lifting shields could not extend indefinitely. Such a contest would be excessively prolonged. Typically, one would lift 15 shields at once, keeping the arms from fully extending or resting on the head. The shields must maintain a distance of a fist's width from the crown. Should the distance be too low or too high, it would be deemed a failure. The 15 shields were stacked without any binding ropes. Should the shields tilt, those above would naturally tumble down, resulting in failure. For an average soldier, this posed a significant challenge, and the outcome was usually determined swiftly. "Are you daring enough?" Kevin provocatively taunted. "Come on. Are you afraid?" Sane fell into the trap immediately. With a wave of his hand, the referee signaled for the guards to bring forth 15 shields, stacked neatly, allowing both competitors to inspect them for any signs of tampering. Once verified, 4 guards lifted the 15 shields, positioning both contenders beneath them to support the weight with their hands. At the referee's command, the guards withdrew, leaving the 2 to bear the burden alone. Truth be told, this particular contest had never been practiced during new recruit training. Neither Kevin nor Sane had trained for it, yet fundamentally, it required little technical skill, relying instead on endurance, strength, and willpower. In mere moments, both competitors' arms began to tremble, their backs drenched in sweat, beads trickling down their foreheads into their eyes, causing a slight sting as they dripped into their mouths, tasting faintly of salt. Although it was still summer and the temperature here was slightly cooler than in Labazir, lifting shields in the open field was no less grueling. "Keep going. Hang in there. Don't falter." The veterans began to cheer, indifferent to the identities of the competitors, simply enjoying the spectacle. The new recruits remained hesitant to move, while the general continued to engage in light-hearted conversation. Standing face to face, Kevin and Sane seemed to be transported back to the punishment they endured on the training grounds 3 months prior. Yet this time, they had become the protagonists of the arena. As their arms grew increasingly numb, they felt their strength waning. Both clenched their jaws, silently vowing to outlast the other, their minds singularly focused on this goal. In such a scenario, the spirit of rivalry was counterproductive. Rivalry was explosive in nature, capable of hurling 15 shields into the air, but enduring over time required a different kind of resolve that I asked from magic. Kevin could indeed utilize a magical shield to lighten his load, but that would contravene the rules of the competition, which measured perseverance and stamina. Any attempt to cut corners was clearly a foul. With so many generals observing, Kevin dared not employ underhanded tactics, opting instead to compete fairly. However, Sane had fought several matches before Kevin arrived, while Kevin was in peak condition for this contest, and each time they sparred, Kevin expended less energy than Sane, whether in unarmed combat, weaponry, or head-to-head contests. Under these circumstances, Kevin could not outlast Sane in lifting shields. It would be truly unbelievable. For the spectators, this was merely a fleeting moment. For the two contestants, however, each second felt like an eternity. Both internally cursed the other, wondering why the other had yet to succumb. Finally, Sane's shields began to dip dangerously low. Nearing the critical distance, Kevin's spirits lifted at the sight. Unwittingly regaining some strength, Sane, gritting his teeth, instinctively tilted his head to maintain the necessary distance. Yet, all present could see that Sane was nearing his limit, as long as Kevin did not succumb to heat exhaustion. Victory was all but assured. In a final desperate effort, Sane roared, channeling his fighting spirit to hoist the shields back to their original position. However, the surge of energy only served to exhaust him further. Sane felt the weight bear down upon him, his hands growing weak and unable to sustain the burden. Reluctantly, he staggered to the side, causing the shields to crash to the ground, witnessing Sane's collapse. Kevin, too, relinquished his hold, stepping back and discarding his shields. Both competitors shook out their arms, gasping for breath, unable to raise their hands to wipe the sweat from their brows. The only distinction between them was that Kevin still managed to smile. While Sane appeared on the verge of fury, "Kevin is the victor," the referee announced once more. "I demand a contest of archery," Sane bellowed. "Very well, let us compete," Kevin replied with a grin. The referee promptly retrieved 2 bows and 3 arrows. Setting up a target at a distance of 100 meters. In archery, Sane felt a surge of confidence, as he had been the first to hit the target during the initial training. He proposed this contest mainly because it was not a designated archery range, and he felt somewhat hesitant to request the referee to set one up. However, now thoroughly incensed, he was determined to reclaim a victory. Even if it was only one. After a brief inspection, Sane's confidence surged as he nocked an arrow and drew back the bowstring, only to realize he could not pull it back, turning to find Kevin in the same predicament. Nearly flinging 3 arrows in a haphazard manner, which fell to the ground after traveling a mere 10 meters. He chuckled, glancing back at Sane. It was at this moment that Sane understood the meaning behind Kevin's smile. He recognized that in archery, he had an undeniable advantage over Kevin. His eyesight was not particularly sharp, and his archery skills barely qualified. Under normal circumstances, competing in archery against Sane meant Kevin had no hope of victory. Yet, Kevin had initiated the challenge of shield lifting. Having just completed that challenge, both competitors found their arms too fatigued to draw their bows, let alone shoot arrows. "Haha, I missed the target." Kevin laughed. "Haha, you missed too," Sane retorted. "It seems our archery contest has resulted in a draw. Why aren't you shooting?" Kevin prompted. "Are you conceding? Or do you plan to delay indefinitely?" Sane gritted his teeth, managing to release 2 arrows that, like Kevin's, traveled only 10 meters, eliciting laughter from the veterans. Yet everyone understood. After all, they had just lifted shields. "This is the final arrow. Make it count," Kevin urged. "What? Rest?" It was not so simple. Nevertheless, Sane remained undeterred, sitting on the ground, wedging the bow between his feet, biting down on the bowstring, drawing it back while steadying the arrow with his hand. Though his hands lacked strength, he could still provide some support. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Kevin was taken aback, astonished by this unexpected display of skill. With a swift whoosh, the arrow flew, striking the edge of the target. 1 point. Uff. Sane stood up, spitting out a mouthful of saliva, clearly pained from biting the string, yet a flicker of joy danced across his face. "Sane is the victor," the referee finally proclaimed, altering his script. The veterans erupted in applause. Even the general on stage joined in, signifying that Oud's son had managed to redeem himself after consecutive losses in unarmed combat, weaponry, head-to-head contests, and shield lifting, restoring a modicum of honor. Even Kevin applauded, acknowledging Sane as a worthy opponent. Setting aside everything else, Sane's indomitable spirit was commendable. At this moment, the referee stepped in to mediate. The final event of the new recruits training has concluded. Both Sane and Kevin are among the elite of our new recruit cohort. and the competition was fiercely contested, with both sides claiming victories. Ultimately, there is no need to scrutinize the details of who is stronger or weaker. Each has their strengths, and henceforth, we shall be comrades in arms. Supporting one another is the essence of camaraderie. The veterans applauded, though this was merely a customary show of support. Any speaker would receive a warm reception. As for the two elite new recruits, they were afforded the opportunity to speak briefly, although such remarks often followed a predictable pattern. Saint expressed, "I am grateful to my commanding officer for his guidance and support. I shall strive to train diligently and aspire to earn military accolades in service to my country." Of course, some remarks were more genuine. Kevin stated, "I authored a book titled The Chronicles of Assassins, which upholds sound values. I believe it is quite suitable for your perusal." The entire army responded with a collective silence. Naturally, I also extend my gratitude to my commanding officer. Kevin felt compelled to return to the expected script. "I shall intensify my training, diligently study, and contribute significantly to the magical advancement of our military." Upon completing their speeches, they were instructed to return to formation. Subsequently, several senior generals took the stage to offer a few words. While the content was largely repetitive, the crowd was compelled to respond enthusiastically. "Do you have confidence?" they shouted fervently. "Yes." "Can you achieve it?" the call echoed. "Absolutely." Following this, the stage transitioned into the collective oath-taking segment for the new recruits. Humility, integrity, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, soul. When faced with formidable foes, we shall not cower. With courage and loyalty, we remain true to the heavens. Steadfast and unyielding, protecting the weak, adhering to righteousness. I vow to fight for my country, to safeguard every inch of our land and every citizen, to take the honor and disgrace of the nation upon myself. Willingly becoming the sword of the realm, cutting down all enemies that dare to encroach. Oath-taker, Kevin Yankisi. In the final declaration, everyone shouted their names. The echoes of their vows reverberated throughout the military camp. With the veterans observing as if they were witnessing their former selves, the conclusion of the oath marked the end of their new recruit status. They had officially transitioned into true lieutenants of the kingdom. Chapter 51. The siege engine captain. The new recruits' training had come to an end, and the subsequent allocation of personnel was now the concern of the high-ranking officials. The likes of Kevin and the other privates had no say in the matter. Returning to their original barracks to await news, Commander Marcus would no longer reprimand them. After all, their time together was drawing to a close. On the contrary, he was quite pleased, having overseen the emergence of two of the strongest new recruits, undoubtedly earning him considerable credit. At this juncture, he was exceedingly amiable towards everyone. Kevin and Sane were both courteous, though they still had little to say to each other. The outcome was, at long last, rather satisfactory. Kevin neither faced a brutal beating nor offended the commander of the Thunder Knight Brigade by inflicting harm upon others. In retrospect, Kevin realized that after winning a few rounds, allowing his opponent to win one was hardly a significant issue. Yet, Kevin had harbored a lingering discontent towards Sane, and indeed wished to teach him a lesson. Regardless, Sane managed to salvage a modicum of dignity. This matter was now behind them. His father was a general. The other party suddenly understood, wearing an expression that conveyed a complete comprehension, and ceased to speak further. Kevin, feeling helpless, took it upon himself to move back and forth twice to finish transporting the items. He then set about cleaning the house and organizing the belongings, remaining occupied until the evening. For dinner, he ventured to the mess hall, entering a space where no one was familiar to him. No one greeted him. He casually took some dishes and bread, returning to his room to eat, unimpeded by anyone. As night fell, he lit an oil lamp and finally opened the instruction manual for the trebuchet. The document comprised a total of 10 pages, 5 of which were illustrations demonstrating the assembly and disassembly process. The remaining 5 pages detailed technical parameters, including range and power, among others. The trebuchet from the Kingdom of Leopold came in various models, and the one Kevin possessed was classified as a large trebuchet, numbered 204, equipped with a counterweight launch system. Nothing larger existed. If one were to insist, only the stationary trebuchets mounted on castle walls could rival its size. But those hardly qualified as mobile units. The so-called counterweight system operated on the principle of leverage, with a heavy object at the front and a long arm at the back, culminating in a projectile. Upon activation, the heavy object would descend, naturally propelling the rear end forward. It could reach distances of approximately 500 meters, and was capable of launching incendiary projectiles with tremendous force. Typically, the operation required a crew of 10 to 20 individuals. However, If one were determined to manage alone, it was feasible with just a single person. The front counterweight was generally composed of rubble, and unless one was a warrior of 7th rank or above, achieving a successful counterweight alone was nearly impossible, as the weight could amount to several tons. Yet, given that it consisted of rubble, an individual could transport it bit by bit, which might result in a scenario where assembling the trebuchet took an entire day. Yielding a maximum of 2 shots at least, Kevin found some solace in the fact that the device was equipped with a braking mechanism. His inability to move it was merely due to the brakes being engaged. This made it somewhat lighter than he had initially imagined. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Kevin was taken aback. Who could possibly be visiting at this late hour? He promptly rose to open the door, only to find Stard, accompanied by a new recruit. "What brings you here?" Kevin inquired casually. "So this is where you reside?" Stard glanced around. "All alone?" "Yes." "You're not being targeted, are you?" Stard speculated, considering their recent victory over Singh. "I have no idea." Kevin sighed, knowing that as a junior officer, he was scarcely privy to such knowledge, and redirected the conversation. "What brings you here?" "I'm on patrol," Stard shrugged. "I just wanted to check who was still lit after lights out." "Hey, surely it can't be that serious." Kevin felt a flicker of anxiety. "I was working late." "Relax, I was just kidding." Stard waved him off. "I'm off now." The new recruit beside him promptly stepped back, having not uttered a word throughout the exchange. "Be careful," Kevin cautioned. "This job isn't exactly popular." Stard merely chuckled and waved goodbye. "No choice. I am off." Chapter 52. A day of confusion and chaos in a daze. Kevin found himself dragged to the Knights of Thunder, where he was assigned the only trebuchet of the entire regiment. Seemingly a grave responsibility. Yet, he had no idea who his direct superior was. There wasn't a single soldier around for him to call upon, nor did anyone take the time to explain the basics of the trebuchet to him. He was merely handed a manual. This left Kevin feeling overwhelmed by the weight of the task, and it seemed unreasonable for him to shoulder it alone. Nevertheless, as a newcomer in this esteemed place, he was unfamiliar with many aspects and deemed it inappropriate to voice his objections. His qualifications were still immature. He needed to learn first before asserting himself. As night passed, the morning trumpet sounded, a universal wake-up call within the Leopold military camp. Kevin instinctively sprang up, only to find himself momentarily stunned. Typically, military camps had a routine for morning exercises, a practice beneficial to maintaining discipline and counting personnel to prevent anyone from slipping away unnoticed. However, each unit had its own variations based on the type of forces. Drawing from his past experience in the 254th Regiment, Kevin recalled that the veterans would conduct morning exercises together, and those who were late faced the scrutiny of the patrol, not daring to be lax. Kevin hurriedly donned his gear, equipping himself with sword and shield before rushing outside. The scene outside was bustling with soldiers gathering at the camp gates. Kevin hastened to join them, only to notice the perplexed glances directed at him. Taken aback, he observed that none of the others were armed. Was the morning exercise conducted unarmed here? He immediately discarded his sword and shield into the building and followed the stream of soldiers to the camp gates. Yet outside, while others formed orderly lines, Kevin found himself standing alone. Feeling utterly lost, he glanced around, hoping to spot a familiar face, but he recognized only 5 individuals who had arrived with him, amidst a crowd of over 2,000. The other soldiers had noticed him, but since it was of no concern to them, they merely cast him cursory glances. In mere moments, the formation began to finalize, with the squad leader stepping forward to report to the company commander the number of personnel on guard, those on external missions, and how many were participating in the exercises. Kevin contemplated that, as he was just one person, he might as well stand inside the ranks and blend in. "Which unit are you from?" The company commander, a lieutenant, immediately called out to him. Kevin dared not act out of turn and could only respond truthfully. "I operate the trebuchet." At his words, several in the ranks cast incredulous looks, seemingly questioning. "Do we even have a trebuchet here?" "Don't stand with us." The lieutenant gestured with his hand. "We're the logistics team. You belong with the combat unit. Move to the front." "Understood." Kevin, thoroughly bewildered, quickly jogged forward, asking others as he passed through various formations. He eventually arrived behind a group of cavalry and inquired of the infantry unit nearby. "Is the combat unit just ahead?" "Yes," the rear commander replied, equally astonished that he needed to ask such a question. "Are there no other infantry combat units?" Kevin pressed on, unwilling to give up. "None," came the reply. "Otherwise, how could we be called the Knights? Only we in logistics don't ride horses." Kevin, Dot. Suddenly, a command rang out, and the horses neighed in unison as the entire cavalry unit commenced their advance, stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped Kevin in grime. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet he resolved to grit his teeth and pursue the cavalry. However, relying solely on his 2 legs, he was no match for the speed of the riders that in mere moments. He felt the dust swirling around him and realized they were growing increasingly distant. Yet, having already ventured out, turning back now seemed inappropriate. To glance over his shoulder revealed that the logistics unit had already formed up and was returning to the camp. It appeared that for them, morning exercises were merely an assembly. For the combat units, it meant riding out on horseback. Though Kevin had no inkling of their destination. As a member of the combat unit, this morning exercise was undoubtedly a trial for him. Kevin chased for a brief moment, but soon realized that even if he summoned all his strength, he could not keep pace with the cavalry. He opted to slow down and jog at a leisurely pace, frequently glancing around, feeling distinctly awkward. In a place where discipline was paramount, he found himself entirely out of the loop, and the sensation was rather uncomfortable. Moments later, he spotted 2 individuals standing by the roadside, holding small notebooks. One was stout in figure, clearly starred, and the other, unfamiliar to him, bore the insignia of a lieutenant, presumably starred superior, likely a more formidable patrol officer. "Come over here," the lieutenant beckoned Kevin. "Which unit are you from?" "I am the commander of the trebuchet." Kevin felt a twinge of embarrassment reporting his position for reasons he couldn't quite articulate. "Oh," the lieutenant nodded. "You have no horse. I won't say anything. Where's your weapon?" "Kevin, standard equipment, sword and shield." The lieutenant tapped Kevin's chest, stuck in place. Kevin was at a loss for words. No one had informed him what to bring for morning exercises. He had seen the logistics personnel unarmed and assumed the same applied to him. Hence he had discarded them. Now, it turned out that the combat unit was supposed to be armed, and Kevin could only feel resigned. "You're not even bringing your weapons to the exercises." "What kind of exercise is that? What kind of exercise is this? Tell me, what kind of exercise is this?" The lieutenant jabbed his finger at Kevin's chest, pushing him back a step. "Let me tell you. On the battlefield, your sword and shield are your lifeline." Kevin, he felt a surge of frustration. This officer who was patrolling had not brought a sword or shield himself, merely a notebook, yet felt entitled to question Kevin's lack of arms. Nevertheless, Kevin dared not retort and could only endure the tirade. "Let me tell you, individuals like you." Following that, the patrol officer delivered a lengthy reprimand, with Stard observing silently, evidently unable to intervene. "All right, report back to your officer. This morning, you're to stand at the gate holding a shield." The patrol officer finally concluded his tirade, delivering a verdict. Kevin finally managed to speak up. "I don't know who my officer is." "You don't know?" The lieutenant raised his voice. "Then do you know who your father is?" "My father is already deceased," Kevin replied expressionlessly. The lieutenant. "Sir," Kevin attempted to maintain a calm tone. "I genuinely don't know who my direct superior is. I arrived just yesterday and was assigned to the trebuchet unit. I spent the night alone and have no idea whose orders I should follow. Am I to take orders directly from General Ode, the commander of the Knights?" "You don't know to ask?" the lieutenant shouted. "Yes." Kevin had nothing to counter and could only nod. "You have no tasks this morning, right?" the lieutenant inquired. "None for now," Kevin replied. "Go to the camp gate and hold a shield." With a wave of his hand, the lieutenant departed with Stard, leaving Kevin rooted in place, feeling a mix of confusion and dismay, with no desire to pursue the cavalry any longer, and he merely waited in place for a while. Calculating the passage of time, Kevin slowly made his way back. For breakfast, he casually grabbed something from the cafeteria and took it back to the catapult area to eat. After finishing his meal, he reflected on the necessity of enduring his current circumstances. With a sigh, he reluctantly took up a shield and made his way to the camp gate to hold it aloft. For Kevin, lifting the shield was no longer considered punishment, but the humiliation was quite another matter. Passers-by would turn their heads, casting curious glances his way. It was evident they were all aware of the situation. Yet their looks bore an air of amusement. Nearby, the sentry at the camp gate even greeted him with a cheerful, "Good day, officer." Kevin could only respond with silence. Moments later, a patrol officer approached, remarking, "Not bad. At least you know to come here and hold it." Kevin remained silent, his expression undoubtedly grim. "What's the matter? Are you defiant?" The officer sneered. "Who do you think you are? You believe you're a lieutenant. You think you're an officer. You're just a rookie." The officer jabbed a finger at Kevin's chest. "What skills do you possess?" Do you truly believe that any rookie here could not best you in combat? He poked Kevin's chest again. Don't think that just because you have the title of officer, you can act arrogantly. Another jab followed. The military has its rules. How dare a mere lieutenant flaunt his bravado before me? What are you so proud of? And furthermore, do not come to me with excuses. The officer continued to poke Kevin's chest. When you're on the battlefield, will you tell the enemy, I forgot my sword? You fool, you dolt. Your muscles may be hard, but what good are they? The officer rambled on, and while Kevin wanted to ignore him, the persistent jabs became quite painful over time. His focus was drawn to the reprimands. And though he had 1,000 retorts bubbling within, he dared not voice them. Choosing instead to endure it that moment, Kevin comprehended why patrol officers were so despised, even to the point of being assaulted. After what felt like half the morning, the officer seemed to tire of his tirade, or perhaps his fingers grew sore. With a dismissive wave, he said, You may go. Just be more mindful next time. Yes, sir, Kevin replied expressionlessly, completing the necessary procedures before placing the shield down. Though he longed to slap the officer in the face, he ultimately refrained. Shield in hand, he quietly returned to his small room. Damn it, he muttered as he slammed the door shut. The benefit of solitude was that he could vent his frustrations without fear of reprimand. Lying on the bed, he gazed at the ceiling, attempting to calm himself. However, upon recalling the multitude of tasks awaiting him, he reluctantly rose. He made his way to the stable to collect 3 donkeys. This part of the task went smoothly. The donkeys were typically used for hauling vegetables and fodder, and with over 40 available, they readily assigned 3 to Kevin. He hoped for sturdier ones, and they complied, explaining that they rarely needed many donkeys for their usual work, leading to 3 donkeys back. Kevin's mind raced with thoughts. Currently, the issue with the catapult was secondary. The pressing concern was tomorrow's drill. Not participating seemed unthinkable, yet joining the logistics team felt equally undesirable, as it would diminish his standing. However, chasing after a horse on foot was undeniably foolish. Riding a donkey would not suffice either, creating a real dilemma. Upon returning to his small room, he secured the donkeys and pulled the catapult out. The long-neglected catapult creaked and groaned with a cacophony of sounds. Dust swirling around it, with visible mildew. Kevin wondered if it could even be operational. Just then, a parrot swooped down from the sky, landing before Kevin, wings outstretched. Officer, the commander has ordered all heads of independent departments to convene. Please proceed immediately. Kevin was taken aback. Am I included? Yes, the parrot replied. With his status slightly elevated since the end of basic training, the parrot spoke to him with newfound respect. Very well, I shall go at once. With the commanders meeting on the horizon, Kevin dared not delay. He hurriedly gathered his sword and shield and made his way to the central tent. Upon arrival, he found several other colonels present, who looked at him in surprise. Why are you carrying a shield? Kevin could only respond with silence. Without further ado, as the commander had yet to arrive, he dashed back to his quarters, tossed aside his sword and shield, and rushed back. Where's your sword? Why did you leave it behind? Several colonels inquired. Kevin remained silent. Never mind, just have a seat, one genial officer suggested. In such circumstances, it's sufficient to bring your sidearm. Much like when meeting a high-ranking noble, it's best to carry a sword, as a shield is rather cumbersome. Yes, Kevin quickly nodded, taking a seat with trepidation. A glance around revealed that all present were senior officers, with ranks no lower than major and some as high as colonel. Most were middle-aged, their prowess unquestionable, leaving Kevin, a mere rookie, feeling extremely anxious. Moments later, General Odin entered the tent, prompting everyone to rise. Odin gestured for them to sit, and as he scanned the room, he lingered on Kevin for a moment longer but said nothing. This meeting was to gather the heads of all independent departments, and with Kevin as the sole representative of the catapult unit, his presence was mandatory. The meeting covered numerous topics, primarily focusing on the need to enforce regular training and adhere to established protocols, along with a plethora of policies. Now in early September, the annual training plan appeared to be nearing completion, with new recruits set to enlist in December, signaling another wave of responsibilities. Kevin felt lost amidst the discussions. Much of it was unfamiliar to him, and General Odin made no effort to clarify matters. The other attendees clearly understood the content. Kevin dared not interrupt with questions. He could only rely on his memory and slowly piece things together later. These were military operations, and any misstep could result in dire consequences. Throughout the meeting, Kevin retained only one significant detail. Beginning in March of the following year, military exercises would take place. The red and blue forces would engage in simulated combat, requiring each independent department to allocate 70 of their personnel, while the remainder would stay behind. Emphasis was placed on the importance of the upcoming exercises, with a strong recommendation for each department to prepare accordingly. Kevin yearned to inquire about his singular status, wondering if perhaps he should leave one donkey behind to guard the premises, but he did not dare to ask, nor did General Odin specify. As the meeting concluded, General Odin inquired, "Does anyone have any questions?" Kevin glanced around, noting that no one else was raising inquiries. Gritting his teeth, he stood up. "General, I have a question." "Ah, Kevin," General Odin seemed to recall only then. "I forgot to introduce you to everyone. This is our newly appointed catapult officer, Kevin Yinkasi." Kevin instinctively offered a nervous smile to the gathered officers, who merely glanced at him with indifference, evidently already informed about his presence. "What would you like to ask?" the general inquired, his tone relatively cordial. "I would like to know," Kevin mustered his courage, "who my direct superior is." At this, several attendees chuckled. The general laughed too, and the atmosphere in the room lightened considerably, leaving Kevin feeling quite embarrassed. "Generally speaking, your direct superior is me," General Odin stated. "Of course, in special circumstances, you will coordinate with other teams, and then you will take orders from them." Kevin nodded, his anxiety mounting. The superior of a mere lieutenant was, in fact, a general. Did this mean he could directly approach the general with any issues? "Kevin," the general advised earnestly, "your performance during basic training was exceptional. Several generals sought to recruit you, that it wasn't easy for me to bring you here. The catapult is a weakness in our army, and I understand it's quite a challenge for you to manage alone. However, we simply cannot spare any additional personnel at this time, so I hope you can persevere." "Yes," Kevin nodded in agreement. "After the new recruits enlist in December, we will assess the situation and hopefully assign a few more to assist you," added another colonel. Kevin nodded vigorously in response. Seeing that no further questions arose, the general waved his hand, indicating the meeting was adjourned. Returning to his station in a daze, Kevin found the 3 donkeys still tethered before the catapult, and he stood there, staring blankly at the contraption. The meeting had imposed no demands on him. There were no expectations for him to master the catapult's operation within a specific time frame. Nor were there any standards he needed to meet. The exercises were set for March of the following year, with new recruits arriving in December, and with only September at hand, he found himself alone. Without oversight that it seemed he could simply coast along until his discharge. This position appeared to be the ideal refuge for those seeking to avoid hard work, in an army of over 2,000. It was unlikely that everyone would be diligent. How curious that such a coveted position would be assigned to a newcomer like Kevin. He was described as a talent who had been brought in through his efforts. Yet there was no proper training or guidance provided. Instead, he was merely cast aside to manage the catapult alone. Was this truly the training method of the Thunder Knights, with a head full of questions? Kevin gazed at the catapult, still in a stupor. Ultimately, he shook his head, pulled out the blueprints, fetched a cloth, rolled up his sleeves, and began to attempt assembly while slowly cleaning the catapult. Working alone, progress was certainly slow. But there was no one to rush him. When fatigue set in, he took a moment to rest, hydrate, and snack before returning to his tasks. Laboring well into the evening. At last, he managed to give the catapult a rough cleaning. However, he still couldn't reassemble it. According to the blueprints, he suspected that some parts were missing. This posed a dilemma, as he had no idea whom to approach for repairs. That night fell. Kevin once again hitched the 3 donkeys to pull the catapult back into the garage, then headed to the cafeteria for a meal before returning to his room to rest. As twilight descended, with little to occupy his time, Kevin finally retrieved the magical notebook gifted to him by the ambassador stationed in Libozi Urgwa, and began to peruse its contents with meticulous attention. The notes of any high-ranking mage are exceedingly precious artifacts, and to some extent, they embody military secrets. Each nation possesses its own distinctive style and variations in magic, particularly in combat spells. Kevin's acquisition of the ambassador's notes was indeed a sign of exceptional regard. Despite being inherently incapable of harnessing any elemental force, his magical achievements were unlikely to rival those of orthodox mages. Nevertheless, a profound understanding of magic could grant him a significant advantage in battles against mages. It is widely accepted that the continent is suffused with elements, categorized into 6 types: wind, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness. When a mage casts a spell, they gather the surrounding elements through mental energy, subsequently shaping the magic using incantations or diagrams. In simpler terms, if the continent were likened to a grand house, the elements would be the myriad components within it. Mental energy symbolizes the individual, and casting magic signifies the act of that individual manipulating the components to forge spells, which are then unleashed upon adversaries. Elements themselves possess no inherent offensive capability. They must be molded into spells to inflict harm. On the continent, every person possesses mental energy, yet 50 of them find it exceedingly difficult to utilize. This is akin to individuals in the house lacking arms, rendering them incapable of grasping the components to strike. Among the remaining 50, 60 are like Kevin, who are naturally unable to accept elemental energy. In essence, Kevin is akin to a person without fingers. Although he cannot wield components to attack, he can at least use his arms to strike, which amounts to a purely mental energy assault. The low-tier spells that embody pure mental energy attacks include the Magical Shield and Magic Missile, while mid-tier spells may involve object manipulation, with higher-tier spells encompassing techniques such as Spirit Division. Some individuals can only accept a specific elemental type, indicating that their fingers can only grasp components of that particular category. The strength of one's mental energy merely reflects the individual's physical robustness. However, being strong does not guarantee rapid assembly of components. Dexterity and proficiency also play crucial roles. Of course, a stronger individual will exert greater force when delivering a strike. In summary, casting a spell involves 3 stages. First, absorbing elements, grasping components. Second, shaping the magic. And third, unleashing it. Mastering these 3 stages will render combat considerably more manageable. For instance, if I possess long arms and great strength, I could directly snatch your components away, or inundate you with a plethora of useless parts, thereby crowding out your usable elements or disrupting your collection process. Moreover, I could strike you while you are gathering components or shaping spells. In terms of casting speed, there is theoretically no elemental magic faster than a magic missile. Through relentless training, mages can become exceedingly familiar with certain spells, achieving casting speeds that approach that of a magic missile. Nevertheless, shaping a component is invariably slower than a mere punch. Typically, mages who have engaged in combat for many years will practice several spells that suit them, establishing their signature techniques. While many mid to high-tier mages may be proficient in hundreds of spells, they will often rely on those they are most familiar with during actual combat, unless demonstrating their skills. So, how can someone like Kevin, who lacks fingers, defeat those who possess them? The distinction lies in the fact that his opponents can pick up bricks from the ground to strike him, while Kevin can only slap at them with his arms. The solution is straightforward. Disrupt them while they are gathering components, or while they are shaping their spells. However, articulating this is far simpler than executing it. Even low-tier mages, if they have truly mastered a spell, can cast it almost instantaneously. Unless one is a fool, they will not waste time preparing a grand spell in front of you to successfully interrupt. One must keenly observe the surrounding elemental distribution and predict which spells the opponent might employ, using magic missiles to accurately block or disrupt their elemental gathering. Merely attacking the opponent may sometimes prove ineffective, as the power of magic missiles is quite limited. A farmer's punch, so to speak, can easily be deflected by a mage with a mere raise of their hand. Magic missiles must target the routes and critical points of elemental collection, many of which are airborne, yet the window for such maneuvers is fleeting, as the opponent will also likely cast spells instantaneously. Achieving this within a brief time frame leaves no room for alternatives. One must resort to rote memorization. Kevin immediately flipped backward, discovering an extensive array of spell vulnerabilities laid out behind him. Each was somewhat distinct, totaling around 100 types, all universally recognized spells across the continent. The notes elaborated on the mechanics of casting and maximizing power, but Kevin focused solely on identifying the key vulnerabilities during the opponent's component gathering. The ambassador's notes were not unique secrets. Many mages were aware of their own vulnerabilities while gathering components. Thus, some experienced mages would alter their methods of spell collection. However, these variations generally remained within a similar range. The notes explicitly stated that this was merely one of many tactics to execute this strategy. One must first possess acute elemental perception, which correlates with mental energy. Secondly, one must memorize and accumulate a wealth of combat experience against mages. Lastly, no tactic is infallible. Smaller skills, such as fireball spells, are simply too diminutive to effectively interrupt, leaving evasion or defense as the only options. It appears that for Kevin to master this, it will be a long-term endeavor. Even if he succeeds, it will serve primarily for confronting mages. Yet, With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Kevin was content to delve into his studies. The text also clearly stated that mere effort and practice is insufficient for enhancement. One must also consume sustenance. To cultivate battle energy, one must consume beast meat. To strengthen mental energy, high-quality vegetarian fare is essential. A dual focus on martial and magical disciplines is certainly viable, but it must be balanced according to one's dietary needs. In the dead of night, a knock echoed through the air. Upon opening the door, Kevin found Stater once more, accompanied by a new recruit. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Stater inquired casually. "Indeed," Kevin replied, tucking away his notes. "By the way, I haven't asked about tomorrow's drills." "Ah." Stater settled into a chair. "Don't be too disheartened. Once you gain more seniority, you won't have to worry about the patrols at all." "Is that so?" Kevin replied. "In truth, I wouldn't mind telling you, but you should step outside first." Stater turned to the new recruit, who promptly exited and closed the door. Only then did Stater whisper, "Your status is actually on par with those colonels and majors. You belong to an independent department." Kevin paused, momentarily lost in thought. "Patrols merely drill some soldiers or junior officers. When have you ever seen a colonel being drilled?" Stater murmured, "After returning this morning. Our commanding officer laughed at your foolishness, thinking it pointless to train you." "Oh," Kevin replied, maintaining his composure. "Many people over there envy your position," Stater sighed. "You have the freedom to act as you wish. Unlike us, who must work late into the night." "You still haven't answered my question. What about tomorrow's drills?" Kevin pressed. "You can handle it," Stater responded. "If he seeks to trouble you, he will always find a way." Kevin fell silent. However, patrol punishments typically do not encroach upon regular training time, Stater added. They occurred during breaks. Kevin nodded in acknowledgement. "Well then, I shall take my leave that I still need to conduct a round." Stater rose, and Kevin accompanied him to the door. The following morning, a whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of drills once more. Today, Kevin rode a donkey, armed with both sword and shield, trailing behind the crowd as they made their way to the camp gates. Ahead of him was the cavalry, while the logistics troops followed behind. In between, he rode alone on his donkey, an undeniably incongruous sight. Moments later, the cavalry surged ahead, and Kevin continued to follow at a leisurely pace, attracting countless curious glances, yet he remained composed and unperturbed. The speed of a donkey is, of course, incomparable to that of a horse, and soon he found himself left behind. Kevin showed no urgency, content to amble along. In the same corner as before, the same captain spotted Kevin and immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Get down from there." Kevin calmly brought his donkey to a halt and approached slowly. "Commander, who permitted you to ride a donkey?" The captain jabbed Kevin's chest, only to recoil as pain shot through his fingers. "What do you have padding your chest?" "A heart guard," Kevin replied, "though it may have some rough edges." The captain was momentarily speechless. "You seem even more insolent than yesterday," he scoffed. "I dare not," Kevin replied. "I have always held the military's regulations in the highest regard." "Regard? What nonsense!" the captain bellowed. "I've never heard of anyone drilling while riding a donkey. Who do you think you are?" Following this, the captain unleashed a barrage of insults upon Kevin, who chose to remain silent, patiently listening until the tirade concluded. "This morning, you'll continue with shield drills," the captain concluded. Kevin stood still, as if he had not heard. "Do you understand?" the captain pressed. "I heard you," Kevin nodded. "Move." The captain waved his hand, leading Stater back to the camp. Kevin lingered for a moment before returning to his previous routine, scrounging for breakfast. However, this time, he chose to disregard the captain's orders, pulling out the catapult and taking a seat to study it. Before long, a new recruit approached Kevin and saluted. "Commander, our officer requests your presence at the camp gate," shield in hand. Kevin glanced over. "I have training tasks today. No time." The recruit hesitated for a moment, then departed. Shortly after, the captain himself came over. "Kevin, are you training?" "Indeed," Kevin replied from his perch on the catapult. "The training tasks are quite demanding, and I regret that I cannot join you for shield drills." "At what time will you be available?" the lieutenant inquired. "I am not free," Kevin replied calmly. "I will also be training this weekend." "Umph," the lieutenant scoffed. "Do you really think that using training as an excuse will let you off the hook? We apprehend countless individuals daily, yet we have never encountered someone like you." Kevin remained seated on the catapult, seemingly oblivious to the remarks. "You don't want your score, do you?" the lieutenant sneered. Kevin was taken aback, bewildered, wondering what the score even was. "If you don't want it, so be it. You may continue your training," the lieutenant said, turning to leave. After a moment of gritting his teeth, Kevin decided to hold back his anger, reasoning that he had only been there for 2 days and shouldn't he offend too many people. After all, it was merely about holding a shield. He had already lost face yesterday. So what was one more loss? Ultimately, he stood up and said, "Wait a moment, I will accompany you." The lieutenant's face broke into a triumphant smile, and even the eyes of the new recruits nearby brimmed with disdain. Kevin felt a surge of frustration and harbored doubts about the significance of this score. Nonetheless, he resolved that patience was the wisest course of action. Firstly, the lieutenant outranked him, and secondly, Kevin's own abilities were indeed lacking. If a confrontation were to occur, he would likely end up on the losing side. That morning, Kevin spent time enduring the lieutenant's incessant prattle, and he had grown somewhat thicker-skinned since yesterday. He was no longer embarrassed by the onlookers and maintained a calm demeanor while holding the shield. After all, he had no subordinates. Any embarrassment would fall solely on him. In the afternoon, the patrol finally allowed him to return. After a morning filled with idle chatter, Kevin still had not learned how to perform the morning exercises. He began to suspect that someone was deliberately making things difficult for him, perhaps someone who had lost to him during the new recruit drills. The general's son likely only needed to utter a word, and the patrol would unquestioningly follow his lead. They could undermine him without even needing to act directly, and Kevin did not even know who was behind it. Even if he were to find out, he would have no means to retaliate. If this were to happen once or twice, Kevin might endure it, since he was under their roof. After all, he had been training as a new recruit for some time now, and could still muster a bit of patience. But if this continued indefinitely, how could he carry on with his life? Contemplating this, Kevin realized that he was simply too unfamiliar with the rules here. To understand the rules, he would have to swallow his pride and ask questions. Thus, he resolutely sought out another battalion officer, recalling that one officer had been quite amiable during yesterday's meeting and had kindly reminded Kevin that he only needed to bring his sword. Kevin decided to seek him out first. After inquiring, he learned that this officer was the commander of the 3rd Cavalry Battalion, named House, holding the rank of major. Typically, battalions consist of 300 to 500 personnel, and the 3rd Battalion comprised 320 cavalrymen. However, there are exceptions to this structure, as in Kevin's case, where he was the sole member of an entire battalion. House was somewhat surprised by Kevin's sudden arrival, but he nonetheless received him. "Oh, you are the driver, Kevin. What brings you here?" Hearing himself referred to in such a manner took Kevin aback momentarily. However, he understood that the way he was addressed indicated that House did not regard him as a battalion commander or an equal, but merely acknowledged him as a driver. Regardless, being addressed as a driver was certainly preferable to being called a mere recruit, which signified a new recruit in this context. "First and foremost, I apologize for bothering you amidst your busy schedule," Kevin began. Having prepared some polite remarks, Major House assured him it was no trouble, and Kevin then broached the main topic of his visit. "I have questions I need to ask. I must inquire. I will keep asking." House replied with silence. Ultimately, he casually answered 2 of Kevin's questions before using the pretext of being busy with official duties to send Kevin away. First, he clarified the matter of the score, which was something the patrol had devised. At the end of the year, during the awards ceremony, scores would serve as a basis for recognition. Additionally, the individual with the lowest score would face criticism at the assembly. In simple terms, as long as one had enough audacity and did not care about accolades, the score was of no consequence. Secondly, he recounted incidents that had previously transpired, mentioning that some officers had become furious over patrols looking for trouble and had even rallied a cavalry unit to parade back and forth in front of the patrol camp in the middle of the night. The following day, the patrol members had behaved themselves, revealing that they were essentially a group of bullies who preyed on the weak. They could intimidate new recruits, but seasoned soldiers hardly feared them, let alone a battalion commander. After leaving, Kevin hesitated for a moment, then resolutely slammed his hand on the table, deciding to take a stand, reasoning that he was just one person and could afford to endure this. That night, Kevin positioned the catapult in front of the patrol's quarters, cracked the whip, causing the donkey to bray loudly, and the catapult creaked ominously. The entire patrol was roused from their slumber. The lieutenant emerged in shorts, shouting at Kevin, "What in the world are you doing?" Kevin replied, "Night training." The lieutenant responded with silence. Chapter 54. Night training. Kevin drove the catapult back and forth. The patrol members soon fell asleep again. After a while, Kevin returned, once more causing the donkey to bray and the catapult to creak loudly. This went on repeatedly, clearly demonstrating his resolve not to let them rest. The lieutenant emerged in anger. Demanding, "What exactly are you training?" "Nighttime driving skills," Kevin answered. "I am still a novice, and I hope for your understanding regarding any shortcomings." The lieutenant was left speechless. This night passed amidst Kevin's comings and goings. And by dawn, he returned to his parking area, leaned back for a brief rest, and awaited the morning bugle. Moments later, as the sun rose, the bugle sounded. Stifling a yawn, Kevin mounted his donkey and proceeded to morning exercises. Word had spread about his chaotic driving of the catapult the night before, and many were aware of it as he passed by other tents. He kept his voice low, ensuring that most were still able to sleep. Only when he approached the patrol's entrance did the technical issues cause a loud commotion. For the others, it was a spectacle to behold, with some even applauding Kevin for his actions, as the patrol had offended many. Shortly after, the squad was formed, and the cavalry sped away. To this day, Kevin had no idea where they were going. He rode along at a leisurely pace on his donkey, just as he had the day before. As fate would have it, he was intercepted by the same lieutenant from yesterday, but this time he was accompanied by Gray. "You think you're quite the hotshot, don't you?" the lieutenant roared. "Who do you think you are? What do you think you are?" Kevin calmly listened, refraining from rebutting. Under such circumstances, he could only endure. However, the lieutenant's rhetoric was painfully repetitive, and Kevin had grown quite accustomed to it. "Hold your shield up this morning." "Hold it for 10 minutes, the lieutenant bellowed. Clearly, they were furious from a sleepless night and sought vengeance. "Depends on the circumstances," Kevin replied coolly. "What do you mean, depends on the circumstances?" the lieutenant shouted. "There could be new training tasks assigned by my direct superior every day. This is not the weekend." Kevin explained, "If I have no training tasks, I will certainly come to hold the shield." "Training again?" The lieutenant leaned in closer to Kevin. "You think I'm unaware of your situation? You are all alone, still training. Damn your philosophy." "Sir, please refrain from personal attacks," Kevin responded calmly. "Let me tell you, I warn you again, we have dealt with your kind before." The lieutenant jabbed a finger at Kevin's forehead. "We have 100 ways to make your life miserable. You believe that?" "I believe," Kevin thought, feeling displeased, but maintaining his composure. "However, if there are training tasks, I must first complete them before I can hold the shield." "Stop with the excuses," the lieutenant bellowed. "I command you to hold the shield." Kevin cast a cold glance at him and replied, "Oh, humph. Let us go." The lieutenant waved his hand dismissively, and Gray beside him dared not say a word, only casting Kevin a look that seemed to say, "Good luck." Yet today, Kevin had decided to stand his ground against the lieutenant. After finishing breakfast, he took the catapult outside the camp. The vast grasslands stretched endlessly, with some areas of grass towering over a person. Kevin found a random spot to drive into, allowing the donkey to graze while he took a nap on the vehicle. He slept until evening, feeling a bit sore from resting on the catapult for the first time, and resolved to bring a mat the next day. That on his way back, he noticed that the patrol was absent at the camp entrance. And Kevin did not inquire further. After securing another dinner, he waited until midnight. Satiated, he once again took the vehicle out for night training. He returned to the patrol's front, repeating the same routine, letting the donkey bray and the catapult creak loudly. Kevin clearly heard curses and various foul words from within, an unpleasant cacophony. Yet, he merely smiled coldly. Having been targeted in just a few days, with morning exercises going awry, it was truly laughable if he were merely a new recruit. It might have been acceptable, but since he had means to retaliate, he would certainly use them. With each return, the heated insults echoed, and each time he was berated, Kevin felt a sense of discomfort. Truth be told, he wished for a peaceful existence. This so-called night training was nothing more than a waste of time. But what could he do when others were unwilling to let him live in peace? After another round, he spotted a stout figure standing at the entrance. Kevin recognized it was Stud, who had unfortunately been caught in the crossfire of this retaliatory action, and he felt a twinge of regret. He immediately halted and exchanged a few words with him. "Hey, apologies for this," Kevin greeted. "Brother," Stud tried to remain calm. "Do you truly believe that such tactics will make us yield? I assure you, that is impossible." "Oh," Kevin acknowledged, listening intently. "Our role in the patrol is to scrutinize others. Once we bow our heads to you, how can we maintain the audacity to inspect others?" Stott retorted, "What will happen next? Will anyone who defies us simply come shouting in the dead of night?" "I must speak a truth," Kevin's tone softened. "I've only been here for a few days. What do I truly know? No one has taught me. No one has guided me. It's all been left to my own devices. I once asked you how morning exercises should be conducted, and your response was that if someone wants to target you, they will always find an excuse. Alas, Stott shook his head. Some matters cannot be stated outright. You ought to understand that. I do have a slight understanding. Although I lack concrete evidence, Kevin replied, I do not care who stands behind you or what their intentions are in targeting me. But let me make it clear, if I lack the means to counter, I have no choice but to submit to punishment. However, if I possess the means, I shall resist. I will also tell you that we cannot afford to retreat. Are we, an entire patrol squad, to be intimidated by just one individual? Stott countered, the more you resist, the harsher the consequences you will face. Do you comprehend? Heh, Kevin smiled faintly. I am merely participating in regular night training. What are you talking about? Resistance? I don't quite understand. Alas, Stott sighed deeply. Let me be frank with you. Although you are the commander of the catapult, belonging to an independent department, the truth is your position is somewhat superfluous. Do you grasp that? Kevin fell silent for a moment. I understand. You do. Stott appeared surprised. In fact, I have been contemplating this issue as well. Kevin's gaze grew distant. There exists a conflict between the cavalry and the catapult units. Catapults excel in siege warfare, while cavalry thrives in open-field battles. A solitary catapult, with its poor accuracy and slow reloading, is nearly ineffective. A few days ago, I attended a meeting where the concept of establishing a comprehensive military was discussed. Perhaps my role as a catapult commander is merely to comply with the overarching demands and fulfill obligations. You seem quite knowledgeable, Stott remarked, somewhat astonished. So why do you still drag your broken vehicle around? One must possess a modicum of ambition, Kevin asserted. Perched upon his vehicle, looking down at Stott, a person may be weak and tossed into the refuse, but one cannot genuinely resign oneself to dwell amongst the garbage, even as a catapult commander. I must strive to excel. Stott waved his hand dismissively. Do not feed me your motivational platitudes. I have lost count of how many I have heard. I will ask you once more. Do you still intend to persist in dragging your broken vehicle? What do you suggest I do instead? Endure. Stott replied, if you can endure. Then do so. New recruits will arrive in December, and you will no longer be pursued. But it is only September. Must I endure for so long? Kevin scoffed, leaning closer to Stott and whispering, to be frank, if it weren't for my inability to defeat your lieutenant, I would have already taken him down. Stott. The two fell silent for a moment, and Stott shook his head. With your temperament, it is no wonder you have wandered for 10 years and still resort to telling crude jokes. With that, he turned to leave. Kevin was momentarily lost in thought, compelled to reflect on whether he was truly in the right. However, upon reconsideration, he dismissed it as trivial, merely a matter of noise and sleep. Moreover, the vehicle had already been brought out. Retreating now would only lead to further humiliation. That night, the patrol squad remained unable to sleep, oscillating between moments of wakefulness and drowsiness in the early morning. Kevin still rode his donkey to morning exercises, and a growing number of soldiers cast approving glances at him, deeming him a true warrior. Consequently, he was once again stopped at a corner. This time, it was a lieutenant accompanied by unfamiliar personnel, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Kevin was ordered down from his mount and subjected to a scathing reprimand, subsequently required to hold a shield during the morning session, increasing the count to 12. Thus, in the morning, Kevin once again took his vehicle outside to rest. Today, he brought a mat and pillow, collected extra provisions for breakfast, and planned not to return for lunch. Others could not locate him. In the dead of night, Kevin continued his customary night training, garnering a chorus of insults, but today, no one emerged to engage him in conversation. This state persisted for 2 days, with neither side yielding an inch. You catch me at morning exercises. I train at your doorstep in the evening. The tension escalated on both sides, culminating today when several members of the patrol squad could no longer contain themselves. They proposed that since no one was watching at night, they could ambush the lieutenant, who was quite inept, and deliver a beating. Once it was done, no one would know. After all, he was alone, and he could not summon any allies. It would be a wasted effort. Should Kevin publicize such an event, he would only tarnish his own reputation. Yet, such antics were typically carried out by new recruits. The seasoned soldiers were far more astute. Should an officer be exposed, that would lead to grave consequences. Even if officers were aware, they would feign ignorance. However, in reality, without the covert approval of an officer, new recruits would hardly dare to act. That night, as Kevin sat atop his catapult, 3 masked figures suddenly leapt out from the shadows, charging at him. Although they were new recruits, they had enlisted in December of the previous year. Claiming to be new, they had actually trained for 6 months longer than Kevin. Individually, Kevin was not vastly inferior, but 3 against 1 left no room for doubt. In a critical moment, Kevin seized his whistle and blew a sharp emergency signal. The sound echoed across the night sky, and all nearby sentinels were alerted. "Enemy attack," Kevin shouted. The 3 masked figures were visibly startled, even somewhat flustered. The sentinels nearby understood the situation, but, given the alarm had been sounded, they could not pretend to be unaware and hastily approached. The 3 new recruits, lacking the ability to adapt, even cast pleading glances towards the sentinels. Kevin wasted no time. He lunged forward and grabbed one of them. The other 2 instinctively attempted to flee, but Kevin disregarded them, focusing on firmly controlling the one in his grasp without unmasking him. Moments later, the entire patrol squad mobilized, fully armed. After all, it was an enemy attack, and they needed to put on a show. Surrounding Kevin and the masked recruit he had seized, everyone present was aware of the truth, but all were obliged to act as if they were oblivious. The lieutenant stepped forward. "What is going on?" Kevin released the masked recruit. "Clearly, 3 individuals attempted to assault me. Fortunately, my quick thinking allowed me to capture one." "Take him away," the lieutenant signaled to those nearby, and 2 soldiers apprehended the individual, escorting him back to their camp. Throughout the encounter, the recruit's mask remained unremoved. Kevin refrained from elaborating further. It was prudent to leave a line of retreat. Should this incident escalate, it would pose a significant issue. Soldiers striking officers. What could that lead to? Cough. Kevin cleared his throat. "Let us consider this matter settled. I shall not pursue it further. However, the infiltration of our ranks by enemies within the Knight's Order must compel us to enhance our management." The crowd. "I am also aware that there are grievances against me," Kevin conceded. "Yet, we are all comrades. Between comrades, there must be mutual understanding and support. This is what camaraderie is all about." The crowd. The lieutenant scoffed. "I wonder why your catapult seems to make such a ruckus in front of our camp?" To this, "I must apologize," Kevin replied. "I too am puzzled and can only attribute it to an unknown malfunction, which I am diligently investigating. Therefore, I am making this extra effort to discern where the issue lies." The lieutenant. Cough. Kevin noticed the palpable hostility in the air, recognizing that everyone present was eager to confront him, and decided not to linger. That he promptly mounted his catapult. "Regrettably, tonight's training has been disrupted. I shall take my leave, everyone. Rest early. Haha, rest early." With that, Kevin climbed onto the catapult and had the donkey begin its journey. He left behind a fully armed patrol squad, each soldier tightly gripping their swords. It was likely that had Kevin delayed even a moment longer, someone might have lost control and struck him down. Chapter 55. Reflection. The following morning, Kevin once again rode his donkey to morning exercises. Increasingly, veteran soldiers expressed their approval, and Kevin no longer felt awkward. Instead, he gained confidence, as if to declare to all, "I am a proud commander of the catapult." However, today, as he rode past the corner once more, he was not intercepted. The lieutenant stood there with another unfamiliar recruit, and their gazes met, yet neither spoke. Since they did not obstruct Kevin, he saw no reason to provoke trouble. He offered a salute from atop his donkey, and the lieutenant did not respond. They merely stood there. Kevin continued on his way. Had they perhaps conceded? Kevin pondered, filled with uncertainty. He had only engaged in night training for less than a week to the patrol. He was a stubborn troublemaker who repeatedly flouted discipline. If the patrol were to yield to such a person, what would remain of their authority? Could it be that they had a greater scheme in store for Kevin? Kevin felt anxious, yet during the day, he maintained his routine of taking the vehicle outside to rest. That night, however, he refrained from loitering at the patrol's entrance, opting instead to remain in his quarters to review notes. Shortly thereafter, Gray arrived with a new recruit for night patrol. Kevin welcomed him in, and they engaged in conversation. "Kevin, you should step outside for a moment." Gray dismissed the new recruit, then spoke in hushed tones. "You have offended everyone in the patrol squad." Sigh. "Everyone is concocting ways to get back at you." "Seriously, I can comprehend that." Kevin nodded. Sigh. "Both Stott and I are finding it challenging to navigate this situation." Gray shook his head. "What do you think we should do now?" "How about this?" Kevin suggested. "I can issue a statement of apology. Perhaps we could hold a meeting where I present a written report of my reflections." "That should not be a problem. However, I wish for this matter to cease here, and for you not to deliberately trouble me again." Gray scratched his head, pondering momentarily. "I am not saying that I harbor any animosity towards you," Kevin interjected to clarify. "Nor do I intend to undermine you. I merely seek a normal life. If discussions are to be had, I welcome your lieutenant to join us, and we can sit down and converse properly. Very well, I shall relay your message. Gray nodded in agreement before promptly departing. As night gave way to dawn, the following morning's drill found Kevin once again mounted upon a donkey. Yet this time, he was intercepted once more. The same lieutenant stood by, accompanied by Gray. You claim you wish to conduct a self-critique. The lieutenant's tone, this time, was notably more tempered. I acknowledge that of late, I have faltered in certain aspects, and for that, I am prepared to offer my apologies, Kevin replied. However, I too have my aspirations, which you should comprehend. Do you believe self-critique is a simple endeavor? The lieutenant scoffed coldly. Kevin's expression indicated that he had conceded a step back, granting them a measure of face. Should this not suffice, he would have no choice but to endure further night drills. Very well. Then, the lieutenant conceded, today, at dusk, we shall assemble the entire regiment. You must complete your critique for my review by noon, and then present it aloud this evening. Understood, Kevin nodded. The critique must consist of 3,000 words, the lieutenant bellowed, as was his customary manner. Agreed, Kevin responded, unfazed. The lieutenant smirked. Should you attempt to copy a critique from elsewhere, you will find yourself in dire straits. I understand. I shall compose it myself, Kevin assured him. The two exchanged glances, and a heavy silence enveloped them. It seemed to the lieutenant that penning a 3,000-word critique was an arduous task, a means to further pressure Kevin. Yet, to Kevin, it appeared rather favorable. At least the lieutenant had extended him this slight concession. By midday, Kevin had drafted 3 pages of his critique and submitted them to the lieutenant. For a bard, such a task was effortless. Kevin expressed sincere remorse for his conduct since joining the Thunder Knights. Refraining from any sarcastic remarks or veiled insinuations, openly admitting that his night drills were partly driven by a desire for retribution, Kevin had demonstrated ample sincerity. After all, he sought a tranquil existence. This gesture afforded the patrol unit some dignity, indicating that they had emerged victorious in this struggle, thus ensuring some measure of security in the days to come. As for Kevin's own pride, he was unconcerned. After all, he commanded only 3 donkeys and had no fear of losing authority over subordinates. The lieutenant, indeed, had nothing further to say and retained the 3 pages of critique, signaling to Kevin that he could take his leave. As dusk approached, the entire regiment gathered for a routine assembly. Such gatherings occurred weekly, typically in the evening, at unpredictable times, initiated by the patrol unit. Generally, they involved announcements regarding infractions committed by individuals, the corresponding penalties. In the reading of critiques, usually the general did not participate. It was merely a lieutenant colonel presiding over the proceedings. This lieutenant colonel appeared to be the leader of the patrol unit, whom Kevin had only encountered once during the meeting, but had never seen since, primarily engaging with the lieutenants under his command. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the regiment settled upon the parade ground, with bonfires springing up around them, everyone maintaining a hushed demeanor, though some had already begun to doze off. The starry sky overhead, accompanied by a crescent moon and a gentle breeze, created a rather pleasant scene. In today's assembly, we shall severely criticize our newly appointed second lieutenant, the catapult commander, Kevin Yinchit. The lieutenant colonel directly pointed out Kevin, his words laced with intensity. A hush fell over the crowd, awakening many from their slumber. The nightly drills Kevin had been undertaking were known to many, and curiosity about the unfolding situation permeated the air. Yet, within the military, discussing such matters was generally frowned upon, and individuals merely exchanged glances of interest. Kevin could only smirk internally. This group certainly took liberties, pushing him further. In the future, he too would be an officer and rise through the ranks. Did they not fear making things inconvenient for themselves by offending him now? Or were they merely attempting to curry favor with someone else? Kevin, the lieutenant colonel's voice boomed from the stage. Step forward for your critique. Kevin approached the lieutenant with composure, presenting his critique, which the lieutenant perused but did not return. To Kevin's astonishment, the lieutenant shrugged. Apologies, but your critique seems to have gone missing. You didn't take it back with you, did you? Kevin, without engaging in idle chatter, Kevin calmly stepped up to the podium. Due to the patrol unit lieutenant's inexplicable failure to bring forth my written critique, there is no cause for concern. I shall now deliver an impromptu critique. The crowd. I, Kevin Yinchit, first and foremost, I express my sincerest apologies. I shall now present my self-critique as follows. Kevin stood before the audience, composed yet bearing a somber expression, lest he be accused of lacking sincerity in his apology. Having arrived a few days prior, I was unaware of the proper conduct during drills, thus violating discipline. This is my fault. However, I did not recognize my errors when the patrol unit sought to correct me. Instead, I attempted to retaliate. Kevin recounted the events in a largely unembellished manner, followed by acknowledgments of his mistakes, commitments to amend his behavior, and future intentions. He even offered praise to the patrol unit, acknowledging their indispensable contributions to the achievements of the Thunder Knights. Upon concluding his address, he experienced no stumbles. His delivery fluid and resonant. Had it not been for his grave demeanor, one might not have perceived it as a critique at all. The patrol lieutenant and others exchanged glances. Truth be told, they had initially planned to report to the general for a ruling, hoping for even a single remark to facilitate their tasks. However, upon hearing Gray mention Kevin's willingness to yield, they recognized this as a significant opportunity. They had conspired to humiliate Kevin publicly, providing him with a mere half-day to prepare his critique. Even at the last moment, they withheld the written version, forcing him to improvise. Typically, newly appointed officers are not much different from fresh recruits. In such a solemn military assembly, who would not tremble in fear? Not to mention, many struggle to read even from a script. Yet, regrettably, their intelligence-gathering skills were woefully inadequate, and they failed to inquire about Kevin's background. After all, speaking before an audience was his forte. The larger audience did pose some challenge, but what of it? After a decade of travel and oration, this was but a minor affair. He had penned his own critique. Naturally, he remembered it well, and reciting it from memory posed no difficulty. Following this critique, while the fresh recruits might remain oblivious, the seasoned soldiers and several officers would certainly recognize that, at the very least, Kevin possessed a notable character. Many were not surprised by Kevin's ascent to the podium. After all, he was still relatively inexperienced and lacked sufficient skill. It was often best to know when to retreat. That night, during the Starth patrol, Kevin inquired of Starth regarding the patrol unit's internal opinions of him. Starth, finally in good spirits, replied, "This matter has passed. See, I told you to endure, and now it is behind us." "Isn't it?" Kevin merely smiled. "As long as it is over. However, you should still exercise caution in the future," Starth advised. The patrol unit is not solely concerned with drills. Hygiene must be maintained as well. While they may not target you specifically, if things become too untidy and donkey droppings are scattered about, we will have no recourse if they enforce strict measures. We face reprimands from the lower ranks. If they are lenient, we face reprimands from the higher-ups. That we have our challenges too. "I understand," Kevin nodded. "As long as you do not focus on me specifically. What are your plans moving forward?" Starth inquired. "One step at a time," Kevin replied. "Tomorrow, I intend to request some funds to see if I can repair this wretched catapult. Had it not been for your patrol unit's obstinacy, I would have done it long ago." "Are you truly considering restoring the catapult?" Starth asked. "I have recently learned that some consider catapults to be nearly obsolete weaponry," Kevin acknowledged. "Yet existence itself validates reason. One cannot hastily dismiss something without further inquiry. Moreover, my personal growth is gradual. Possessing a catapult might prove beneficial." "Can you even operate one?" Starth questioned. "I have contemplated various modifications and adaptations," Kevin answered. "But first, I need funding. Without money, nothing can be accomplished. In that regard, I may not be of assistance," Starth shrugged. "I can only inform you that military funds fall under the jurisdiction of the logistics department. However, I doubt they will allocate any funds to you. If they refuse, I shall simply bring the catapult to the logistics office myself," Kevin joked. "Do not," Starth quickly interjected. "You do not wish to offend everyone." Kevin chuckled heartily, indicating he was merely jesting. Chapter 56, A Plea for Funds. The head of the logistics department is a woman of the rank of lieutenant colonel, reportedly the sister of Sane, with an impressively lengthy name, typically referred to as Director Bell. Colonel Oder's remaining personnel consist of 3 men and 3 women, with Sane being the 4th child and the youngest. Director Bell is the 3rd child, nearing 40 years of age. Nevertheless, her position as head of the department undoubtedly owes much to her father's influence. The Thunder Knights comprise 3 cavalry battalions, with the commander of the 1st Battalion being the eldest son of the regiment commander. The regiment commander's 2nd daughter heads the magical communications unit within the regiment, while his 3rd daughter oversees logistics. More than half of the principal institutions within the Knights of Thunder are undoubtedly comprised of the leader's confidants, resulting in an exceptionally strong control over subordinates. Even if other factions aspire to infiltrate, it would prove exceedingly difficult. Currently, Sane has joined the 2nd Cavalry Squadron, and it is likely that he will become its commander in the future. However, It is worth noting that Sane is significantly younger than his sister. She is already 40 years old, while he has just turned 18. Furthermore, he has a younger brother and sister, aged 10 and 3, respectively. Nevertheless, these matters pertain to the personal affairs of the other party. Asa General Outer is entitled to marry multiple wives and have numerous children without consequence. In a few years, whether the Knights of Thunder will transform into a familial military unit led by the commander is not a consideration for Kevin. His primary concern is securing military funds. But unfortunately, the relevant individual is absent. Upon arriving at the office barracks, the guard entered to relay the message, returning shortly with the report. The director is not present. Kevin felt a sense of helplessness, given his rank and status. He could not simply barge in or take more aggressive actions. Fortunately, he had ample time and decided to wait at the entrance. Kevin vaguely sensed that the other party was unwilling to meet him. And even if he were to request military funding, they would likely concoct excuses to decline. He even anticipated their possible rationale, the simplest being, "We have no money." Kevin had no means to peruse their ledgers, nor would he acquire any evidence. After all, for them, prioritizing the development of cavalry likely rendered siege engines a dispensable asset. Regardless, one must attempt in order to ascertain the outcome. Abstaining would yield no opportunities. Thus, Kevin waited at the entrance all day without any results. There were several instances of carriages departing, but with their curtains drawn, Kevin could not approach them. It is possible that the director had come and gone multiple times without his knowledge. The following day, during morning drills, Kevin inquired with the logistics personnel only to be informed that the director never participated in drills. Kevin felt quite frustrated. Others did not even attend drills, while he faced various challenges despite his efforts. However, upon reflection, given that he was part of the logistics corps, even if soldiers did participate, it was merely a matter of standing in formation. At least he was relieved that he was finally not stopped while riding his donkey. Kevin still saluted from atop the donkey, and the guards begrudgingly raised a hand in return, acknowledging his gesture. It seemed that the scrutiny directed at him had, for the time being, subsided. After the evening training was cancelled, Kevin found himself with a wealth of free time. He had noticed a troubling issue in the previous days. It appeared that his presence or absence from the camp was of little significance. He had spent entire days sleeping in a carriage without anyone noticing. It seemed he could roam freely, even venturing into the city without concern. At most, he needed to show his face during morning drills. However, upon reconsideration, he recalled that during the last meeting, he had required the parrot to summon him. If he wandered too far and the parrot could not locate him, it would surely pose a significant issue. Weighing these factors, Kevin concluded that, as the commander of an independent unit, he should possess certain essentials befitting his rank. This included having his own military funds, a communication parrot, and even a designated kitchen and dining area. Kevin believed he could manage these responsibilities alone. After all, he was a mage, and securing a parrot was not an insurmountable task, provided he had one to offer. With this determination, Kevin organized his thoughts and sought to approach the commander directly with his suggestions. Unfortunately, he encountered resistance, as the guards at the entrance denied him entry, stating, "The general is currently occupied with official duties. Please return another day." Kevin was left speechless. It was hardly feasible for him to drag a siege engine to the general's quarters for night training unless he wished to invite his own demise. Consequently, Kevin sought out Colonel House, the commander of the 3rd Squadron, who had previously answered 2 of his inquiries. Kevin had little to offer in terms of gifts, although he had a small sum of money. It was clear that it would be of no interest to House. He could only muster the courage to cultivate goodwill. "Colonel House," Kevin began with utmost respect, "I have always found our conversations to be quite enjoyable." House smiled faintly. "Has the scrutiny been resolved? Consider yourself fortunate. However, there are some matters I will not address." "Colonel House, I genuinely wish to inquire about what I should do in my situation," Kevin asked candidly. "What do you wish to do?" House countered. "I am uncertain," Kevin admitted. "If you were in my position, what would you do?" "Such hypotheticals do not exist, thus I will not respond." House firmly rejected. "There is a concept known as strategic simulation," Kevin interjected, "which is said to be a course that all officers of major rank and above must master. You could easily extrapolate the next steps from my perspective. You seem to be quite knowledgeable," House sighed. "But regrettably, you are applying it inappropriately. Then at the very least, could you explain why I am the commander of the siege engine?" Kevin pressed. House remained silent for a long moment before responding. This question is quite complex to answer that I can only provide a simplified analysis from a certain perspective. Firstly, every military unit must undergo comprehensive magical development, which is a fundamental regulation. Each unit must possess a certain number of mages, cavalry, infantry, archers, heavy equipment, communication capabilities, long-range strike capabilities, and mobility, among other requirements. House began to enlighten Kevin on some basic knowledge. Our military primarily consists of cavalry, who also possess archery skills. Dismounted, they become infantry, and mages are present as well. The only deficiency lies in heavy equipment. At present, heavy equipment encompasses siege engines, giant staves, formation diagrams, and various other items, of which siege engines are considered the most economical heavy equipment. So, do you understand? House only conveyed half of the explanation. Kevin nodded. So, the general's intention in acquiring a siege engine is to fulfill national quotas? But why does the state impose such regulations? Increasing heavy equipment in a cavalry unit seems illogical. That is not for you to concern yourself with. House waved his hand dismissively. There is a notion of overproduction. The warehouses in London City are overflowing, prompting the military to forcibly remove a portion of it. Others believe it is to familiarize generals with various conventional units and heavy equipment during peacetime, so they can separate them when the time for war arrives. In any case, do not worry about such matters. But I still have questions, Kevin pressed on. If the siege engine unit is deemed dispensable by the general, why was I assigned to it? Couldn't you just send an old soldier content to languish? Firstly, the siege engine unit is not dispensable. It is essential, House clarified. Secondly, the siege engine unit is certainly not an ideal place for idling away. Should one truly languish, they may very well meet their demise. Kevin fell silent for a moment before asking, "What do you mean by that?" Every unit has its quotas and plans, House elaborated. How many subordinates achieve their objectives? What are the results of the cavalry assessments? How proficient are the archery skills? Evaluations occur mid-year and at year-end. Regarding your siege engine, can it even launch a projectile at present? Year-end? Kevin gasped. The evaluation is already upon us. Why has no one informed me? Alas, your direct superior is the general. If he does not speak, no one else will either, House chuckled. Should the evaluation be unsatisfactory, do not be alarmed. You will not face immediate execution. Instead, your salary for the next 6 months will be withheld, accompanied by a formal reprimand. For the subsequent 6 months, you will receive no pay. However, securing a meal will not be a challenge. So you will not starve. After 6 months, if the same issues persist, the same penalty will apply. After 2 or 3 rounds of this, your officer's rank will be revoked, and you will be demoted to a private. Kevin remained silent for a moment, contemplating, is this the fate of my predecessors? Indeed, House confirmed. Before your arrival, this position of siege engine commander had been vacant for 6 months. No one was willing to take on the role. Everyone was frantically seeking connections and offering gifts. Ultimately, it was decided to select someone from the new recruits this year to take on the position. You might be perplexed, thinking you are a prodigy for having bested sane during the new recruit drills. Yet you received no training and are assigned this role, House chuckled. First, you must understand that some nobles look down upon commoners. The more talented a commoner, the more they are. Of course, I do not mean to imply anything specific. Do not read too much into it. Moreover, a prodigy must be kept under control to be of value. An uncontrolled prodigy, no matter how talented, poses a greater danger. Do you believe that someone who publicly bested the general's son during a drill would be considered easily manageable? House countered. Kevin remained silent, seemingly still processing House's lengthy discourse. House began to dismiss him. All right, I have matters to attend to. We shall conclude here today that if you are seeking military funds, you might as well abandon that thought. That lady, Director Bell is rather frugal. Not only you, but even I may not be able to meet her. Very well, I shall take my leave. Kevin rose. When will the general convene the next meeting for independent departments? That is uncertain. But at least there is a meeting at least once a month, and sometimes several times a day, House replied. Why? Do you wish to speak at the assembly? What other options do I have? Kevin responded. I possess no other skills. All I have left is my voice. I wish you luck. House waved his hand. Will I truly have good fortune? Kevin questioned, feeling somewhat lost. At the very least, you are the only siege engine commander I have encountered who has brought a siege engine to the guard's doorstep for night drills, House remarked. Kevin forced a wry smile before taking his leave. House did not say much more. But he had made his point clear. For the commander of the Knights of Thunder, the siege engine was merely a tool for fulfilling obligations. There was no need for it to excel. Merely possessing one sufficed. The officer may face demotion due to the catapult's incapacity to function, yet for the regiment, it is of little consequence. Each year, new officers arrive, and losing one is hardly significant. Kevin is this year's selected individual. Perhaps a victim of the commander's unconventional retribution for having faced Sane. Moreover, Kevin is hardly a prodigy, his physique is mediocre, and his magical aptitude does not align with elemental affinities. His victory over Sane was merely a matter of technical finesse and strategic maneuvering, perceived by his peers as mere cleverness that it is likely that no one would wish to exchange positions with Kevin. The new recruits arriving in December will probably not be assigned to him. And any excuse concerning personnel shortages would leave Kevin uncertain of the truth. Regardless, the situation has become clear. Kevin finds himself devoid of alternatives and must devise a way to break the deadlock. He continues to visit the administration office daily, seeking the general, only to be met with excuses of busyness or absence, a routine to which he has grown accustomed. Simultaneously, Kevin contemplates how to modify the catapult. He has abandoned the hope of assistance from others, so he must conceive a design that allows a single person to operate the device. The catapult is weighted, and the foremost challenge lies in suspending the counterweight at a greater height. Currently, the counterweight consists of a large basket of rubble, while Kevin can move it piece by piece. The speed is negligible. If he were to install a lever mechanism, it might expedite the process. Yet in reality, the lever replaces immense force with extended distance. Operating such a mechanism alone would require considerable time. It may improve efficiency. Yet it remains suboptimal. An alternative solution strikes Kevin's mind. He could attempt to divide the counterweight into two parts, securing them with a pulley or lever, with the midpoint affixed to the original upper rope position. When the counterweight is raised, he could lift one half first, leaving the other on the ground. Upon reaching the apex, he would lock the catapult's arm in place, and then, through the pulley and lever balance, hoist the remaining half. At this juncture, lifting the second half would be significantly easier due to the balance provided by the first half's weight. However, the gravitational burden on the arm would remain unchanged. Releasing the lock would allow the arm to descend naturally. The advantage of this method lies in the direct reduction of the lifting weight by half, albeit the distance of the counterweight's descent would appear shortened. Additionally, Kevin is uncertain whether increasing the bulk is cost-effective. Ultimately, there is a rather simple solution: adding 3 donkeys to the operation if Kevin cannot pull the weight alone. The inclusion of 3 donkeys might change the equation. It would be prudent to construct a winch, allowing the donkeys to rotate around it and pull the counterweight via rope. If 3 donkeys prove insufficient, Kevin could request 3 more. After all, they claim there are plenty of donkeys available, and these 3 would merely suffice for hauling, leaving room for projectiles. Currently, Kevin possesses not a single projectile. Logically, the catapult stones must meet the demands of a battle, necessitating at least 3 more donkeys to transport a load. Over the course of several days, Kevin drafted numerous designs. Although the administration officer and the general ignored him, he nonetheless felt a sense of accomplishment. Kevin had studied architectural mechanics extensively, as his father had taught him using the Royal Academy's textbooks. While he would not claim to be exceptional, he considered himself competent. Nonetheless, he understood that sketches alone were insufficient. Anyone experienced in craftsmanship knows that the creation of a new object inevitably presents a myriad of challenges, many of which may not have been initially considered. The ideas Kevin has conjured are, at best, mere concepts. To truly modify the catapult, he must engage with genuine craftsmen for consultation and collaboration. While Kevin possesses the skills to saw wood and measure dimensions, he lacks the confidence to innovate without the expertise of seasoned professionals. Ultimately, it all boils down to funding. After another week, a parrot flew into Kevin's modest quarters. Meeting. Independent department heads are convening. This time, Kevin strode confidently into the main office, sword at his side, and took a seat in the back row. The meeting seemed to mirror the previous one, likely a routine gathering devoid of substantial content. Even Kevin's notable night drills at the inspection gate went unmentioned by the general. The discussion revolved around training protocols and the implementation of various regulations until, at last, the general inquired, "Does anyone have any questions?" Without hesitation, Kevin stood. "General, you have sought me numerous times." "I am aware," the general interjected. "You seem to have approached the administration officer repeatedly as well. Are you seeking military funds?" "Yes, General. Do not bother thinking about it." The general waved his hand dismissively. Kevin, The current financial situation presents significant issues that we are in the midst of an audit, the general continued. Not just you, but other battalions have also been denied funds. You may inquire with them if you doubt my words. Kevin glanced at the others, who remained seated in silence, seemingly in tacit agreement. However, Kevin, the general's expression darkened. I do not wish to repeat myself. Understood. Kevin closed his eyes and slowly resumed his seat. Meeting adjourned. With a wave of his hand, the general dismissed everyone. The others rose to leave, and only House glanced at Kevin, albeit briefly as evening descended. Kevin strolled out of the military camp. The sole advantage of being in an independent unit was the absence of oversight. Whereas others had to navigate a hierarchy for permission to exit the camp, the independent officers reported directly to the general, and if the general remained silent, no one would intervene. It appeared that military funds were non-existent. What else could he do? Confused, Kevin wandered aimlessly into the city, meandering through the bustling streets of Saket as dusk fell. Many emerged to enjoy the evening air, creating a lively atmosphere. Unbeknownst to him, Kevin found himself outside a tavern. He paused, surprised that his long-standing habit as a wandering minstrel led him back to such a place, not realizing that this inclination still prevailed. Within the tavern, he faintly heard, "Rex is now invincible. He is invincible, invincible." Huh. Kevin's eyes lit up with determination as he resolutely pushed the door open. They deny me military funds. Do they think I cannot earn money on my own? Chapter 57. A battle of wits. Though it had been months since he last entered a tavern, Kevin's expertise in his craft had not diminished. He was indeed a novice soldier, yet he was also an experienced minstrel in that instant. Kevin felt as though he had returned to his former self, his eloquence as polished as ever. His perspective consistently unique, at times stormy and overwhelming, at others disarming with a mere chuckle, leaving his opponents feeling inadequate. In mere moments, his adversaries found themselves at a loss for words, retreating in confusion. Overwhelmed with fear, they could not fathom why a soldier had suddenly entered and unleashed a verbal barrage upon them. Had a new decree been issued? Or had their words unknowingly encroached upon someone else's interests? It is worth mentioning that those recounting the legend of Rex in the tavern typically belonged to the lower echelons of minstrels, and thus they were gripped with terror. They fled in a frenzy. Nearly in panic, Kevin observed their retreating figures with cold disdain. Easily shaken, the tavern fell silent. The patrons astonished by the spectacle. In all his years of drinking, Kevin had never witnessed such a scene. While verbal sparring was common, and officers frequently entered to assert authority, the combination of both was unprecedented. The tavern keeper approached respectfully. "Sir, would you prefer to sit over here?" Kevin paused for a moment. "I am not here to drink." "Then what brings you?" The tavern keeper was astonished, wondering if perhaps an inspector had come to enforce law and order. "I wish to take the place of a minstrel for a while." Kevin endeavored to maintain his composure, clad in military garb. He felt somewhat awkward. "Sir, surely not." The tavern keeper expressed disbelief. "Do you really need to tell stories here for the sake of your monthly salary?" "It is a matter of interest and passion," Kevin replied simply. "This." The tavern keeper hesitated. "Why not give it a try?" "I used to be in this line of work," Kevin suggested. The tavern keeper no longer opposed the idea, and the other patrons found it intriguing. Settling in to listen for amusement, after some contemplation, Kevin realized that launching into lewd tales while dressed in uniform would be rather inappropriate. The military has its decorum, and a soldier's public image is paramount. Given that he was already under scrutiny, he did not wish to provide anyone with leverage against him. After much consideration, he decided to highlight the glaring flaws and inconsistencies commonly found in typical genre novels. Having read extensively, though unprepared, he had plenty of grievances to air, which he did with abandon, beginning with the legend of Rex. As a classic example of an invincible narrative, it had long been the subject of ridicule. In its battles, there are always several civilians present who seem to know everything, and the combat unfolds at a glacial pace, allowing onlookers to call out the names of techniques. Moreover, the plot often meanders into convoluted family entanglements, leading to a parade of reckless challengers confronting the protagonist without a shred of fear. These are but a few of the points of contention. Yet, it must be acknowledged that real combat differs significantly from that depicted in novels. Authentic battles can be monotonous, and if novels mirrored that reality, no one would read them. To this end, literature capitalizes on the unique attributes of written language, allowing time to slow and details to magnify. A single maneuver, a mere fraction of a second, can be elaborated upon in thousands of words, intensifying conflict and escalating tension, thereby crafting an atmosphere of urgency. However, in reality, if events transpired in the blink of an eye, how could there be any sense of tension? Before one could even feel nervous, it would be over. Even if there were genuine civilians present, they might only manage a facial expression or an exclamation of awe. Oh, as a reaction. However, it must be said that in terms of excitement, the former is undoubtedly far more thrilling. Yet, everything must be measured with moderation, if taken to excess and repeated ad infinitum. It truly feels as though it diminishes the intelligence of others. Kevin casually cited a battle from the Chronicles of Rex, omitting the names of the protagonist and the adversary. He then asked the audience to identify which battle it was. To his astonishment, the crowd was collectively bewildered, engaging in prolonged discussion, each offering their own conjectures. When Kevin revealed the answer, many were left incredulous, expressing a desire to consult the nearby library. Confidently, Kevin felt no fear. That evening, he earned 20 copper coins. While this amount fell short of military expenses, had he given all 20 coins to a beggar, the beggar would surely have been most grateful. Nevertheless, the means to resolve his issues still lay within the city. The following day, Kevin continued to meander through the town, hoping to uncover some opportunities and gather intelligence. His inquiries proved fruitful, as he learned a considerable amount since the subsequent events in the kingdom of Labazir. After returning to the military camp, news had been scarce, and it was only now that he began to grasp certain details. Rumors suggested that the lord of the border town had faced threats, awakening the next day to find his sword broken within its sheath. Consequently, the entire town was placed under martial law, yet no results were forthcoming. Simultaneously, the kingdom of Labal adopted a cold approach towards Labazir, restricting visitors and issuing orders that mercenaries should refrain from seeking work within Labazir, opting instead to rely on their domestic mercenary groups. Deeper matters generally remained undisclosed. However, Kevin could not help but recall the assassin leader he had encountered at the border. Suspecting that he might have been involved in these affairs, with him around, even if Lalu were imprisoned by the enemy, he likely would not be mistreated. It had already been confirmed during prior investigations that the enemy had indeed dispatched spies into Labal, amassing forces and initiating aggressive actions. Thus, Labal's countermeasures were entirely justified. It is worth noting that the current responses were relatively mild. What puzzled Kevin, however, was that after he and Jack had returned with a cartload of equipment, the border commander had explicitly promised a reward, yet no further communication had ensued, leaving him perplexed. Of course, there was little he could do about these matters, but he wished to stay informed. Primarily, Kevin sought opportunities for profit and skilled craftsmen for repairs. Regrettably, despite the abundance of work, most was unsuitable. The mercenary guild also had openings, and Kevin could enter to take on commissions. However, as a soldier rather than a mercenary, he could only claim commissions that had remained untouched for 3 months. Given the current circumstances, this was undoubtedly impossible. In addition, Kevin scoured the entire city, only to find that not a single craftsman possessed experience in repairing catapults. As evening approached, Kevin, burdened with troubling thoughts, re-entered the tavern. If all else failed, would he resort to carrying sandbags tomorrow? Welcome, welcome. The tavern erupted in applause. Let us welcome our officer to enlighten us. Kevin pulled his thoughts back together and smiled as he responded, "What would you like to hear today?" The crowd buzzed with discussion, momentarily unable to reach a consensus. Suddenly, the door was pushed open once more, and turning to look, he saw the bard from yesterday, who had been rudely dismissed, now accompanied by 2 companions, a bearded bard and a one-eyed bard. "That's him." The bard from yesterday pointed at Kevin. "He inexplicably interrupted my performance yesterday." Kevin merely nodded in acknowledgement. The bearded bard stepped forward. "Have there been any special regulations issued recently?" "None," Kevin replied. "Do you represent the military?" the bard inquired. "No, I only represent myself," Kevin clarified. The 3 bards exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with confidence. The bearded bard sneered. "According to the law, bards must wear their badges and attire when speaking in public. Since you claim to represent only yourself and not the military, you have no right to speak here." Kevin chuckled coldly. "But according to the law, if a bard is spouting nonsense, I, as a soldier, have the right to intervene and clarify for the public. Even though I do not represent the military, I am still a soldier, and as such, I have the authority to challenge you. Therefore, even if I speak for myself, I may still take the stage." The bearded bard stepped closer. "Stop complicating matters. You just said you represent yourself. That makes you a mere civilian. According to the regulations, you are unqualified to speak." "Indeed. chimed in the one-eyed bard. We bards are purveyors of art. All we discuss is art. What would a brutish soldier like you know about art? Tell me, what is art? Humph, the bard from yesterday interjected. You accuse me of using tricks. What isn't a trick? You criticize my tricks, yet isn't that also a form of trickery? What gives you the superiority to deride mine? Trick. Kevin was about to respond when he was interrupted. You have no right to speak, the bearded bard roared. If you won't talk, then leave. Isn't it hot wearing that fake beard in this warm weather? Kevin suddenly remarked. The bearded bard's expression changed instantly, while the two companions looked on in astonishment. The beard is well attached, but don't you think there's a subtle color difference between your beard and hair? Kevin inquired. Dare you remove the beard? Do you think donning a beard makes you a noble? And you? Kevin turned to the one-eyed bard. Both eyes seem perfectly fine. Why pretend to be a cyclops? There's a faint mark on the right side of your hairline, which looks like the strap of your eye patch is tied to the right. Clearly, you worry that if your eyes remain closed too long, you won't be able to see at all. So sometimes you pretend to be blind in the left eye and other times in the right. I'm curious. Has no one ever noticed this before? The one-eyed bard was taken aback. Indeed, there was a saying that if one kept their eyes closed for too long, they might genuinely be unable to see when they wished to. Thus, while the one-eyed bard pretended to be a cyclops, he did not genuinely wish to become one. Fortunately, with transportation now more accessible, he could easily alternate between cities, pretending to be blind in one eye in one town and the other in another. Such individuals often found themselves associated with pirates, frequently recounting tales of sea bandits, and their appearances fostered a sense of familiarity. What? Afraid to take it off? Kevin teased, then turned back to the bard from yesterday. You speak of tricks. Are you not aware that there is a distinction between common and exceptional tricks? Everyone knows that what is typically termed a trick is mere kitsch. You nitpick my words here, claiming all literature is trickery, but what significance does that hold? And as for art, Kevin continued, the definition of art is expansive. Anything can be deemed art. A pile of dung placed in an aesthetically pleasing setting can still qualify as art. You think that by brandishing the banner of art, you can conceal the essence of dung within. You. Silence. It was now Kevin's turn to shout. And you, who have continually questioned my right to speak, I fearlessly inform you that I was once a bard myself. Currently, I serve as the commander of the 7th Squadron of the Thunder Knights, a captain of the catapult crew, Kevin Yinseth. The crowd gasped, understanding the significance of a captain, who typically commanded at least several hundred subordinates. Yet, why was such a person merely a second lieutenant, as astonishment filled the air? Confusion also crept in. The three bards began to panic, unsure of whom they had offended today, and thoughts of retreat began to surface. My right to speak? Huh? Kevin scoffed. Soldiers also possess the right to disseminate information and release statements to the public. There has never been a stipulation regarding the setting. One simply needs to be in military attire. I stand by my words. When I say I do not represent the military, I mean I do not embody the overall opinions and positions of the military, nor do I represent its collective plans and actions. However, I am a soldier, and in representing myself, I also embody the military's image. Do you understand? You are just trying to confuse me, the bearded bard retorted. Is it not you who is attempting to obfuscate matters? Kevin countered. After a moment of silence, the three bards ultimately decided to withdraw, leaving with a parting remark. You will regret this. Kevin resumed his lecture. As per bardic tradition, the one who remains is deemed the victor. The victor, having silenced three opponents, he naturally garnered applause from all present. Following this, Kevin casually engaged the audience in conversation about international affairs and his experiences abroad, discussing cultural history and the like. Although Kevin was merely a second lieutenant, his 10 years of travel had afforded him knowledge that rivaled that of senior officers, and his words were well-founded. Thus, the day passed, resulting in Kevin earning 1 silver coin, an improvement over the previous day, at least a small consolation that on the third day, Kevin continued his inquiries but found no new results. It seemed that to locate a craftsman capable of repairing catapults, he would have to travel to London City, the national hub for military manufacturing. Yet, as a mere second lieutenant, it was already quite fortunate for him to be out and about. Venturing to such distant main cities was a daunting prospect indeed. That night, Kevin returned to the tavern, prepared to earn a few coins as was his custom. As he surveyed the establishment, he suddenly noticed several unfamiliar faces seated in the front row. These individuals exuded an air of calmness, distinctly different from the rowdy patrons who typically filled the tavern with their inebriated antics. Upon spotting Kevin, They all greeted him with smiles. The jolt of recognition struck Kevin. He recalled the nature of his readers. Having introduced himself the previous day, their awareness of his identity should not have taken long to circulate. Bang! The door swung open. In an instant, over 20 bards poured in, with 3 leading the charge, proclaiming, "That's him. He was the one from yesterday and the day before." "Oh, yesterday's trio," Kevin replied with remarkable composure. "Indeed," the bearded man asserted confidently. "Today, what's wrong with me wearing a fake beard? I simply enjoy it. It's a form of decoration. After all, and I take pleasure in donning an eye patch. It too is merely an embellishment," chimed in the one-eyed bard, equally self-assured. "Kevin, of the Inquisitor," someone stepped forth. "You may not recognize me, but I am familiar with you. Aren't you the one who incessantly shares risky tales?" "Indeed, I have personally heard someone inquire about your methods of courting a lady." "And you responded," another interjected. Kevin's lips felt parched. The crowd of over 20 voices erupted in a cacophony. Unyielding, Kevin joined in. The clarity of their words was lost, yet the act of speaking kept the noise flowing. It was indeed Kevin's first encounter with such a scenario, despite his 10 years of wandering and countless exchanges of barbs. He had always been astute enough to relocate after a verbal duel. Engaging in such banter at his usual tavern was a first, while the tavern reveled in the entertainment of bards clashing. There remained a threshold. Should the argument devolve into chaos akin to a market squabble, it would disrupt the patron's enjoyment. The bartender swiftly intervened. "Please, everyone, remain calm." "Enough," Kevin waved his hand. "Since you all wish to debate, I shall oblige. However, I propose a rule. I possess only one mouth and must be afforded the opportunity to speak." "Of course," someone responded. Again, over 20 voices erupted. A flurry of suggestions ensued. "Stop, stop, stop," the bartender called out. "How about this?" Kevin suggested. "Tomorrow, at our usual venue, let us continue our debate. That I hope not to be disappointed." With that, Kevin pushed the door open and vanished into the night, leaving behind a group of disgruntled bards who continued to murmur amongst themselves, their words indistinct. The bartender, sensing his inability to maintain order, promptly summoned the owner. Upon learning of the situation, the owner perceived a business opportunity. "Quick, promote this everywhere. Tomorrow night, we'll erect a tent outside for a debate between a kingdom officer and 26 bards. This is a grand affair." Chapter 58. A new endeavor. Typically, bards are not particularly unified. The notion of colleagues being rivals often leads to public exchanges of insults, making genuine camaraderie difficult to achieve. The gathering of over 20 bards left Kevin genuinely astonished. However, upon reflection, he realized that the issue lay with his military attire. The local bards likely perceived him as a threat to their livelihood, compelling them to unite against him, the outsider. Even if they triumphed over one another, it would not signify much. Furthermore, even in victory, the bards could not possibly perform in the same tavern, as the tavern's earnings would only yield a single share, rendering their efforts for naught. Kevin believed that had he initially entered dressed as a bard, he might have drawn only a bearded man and a one-eyed individual, while the others would have stayed away. At a loss would have only bolstered his opponent's reputations, making his future engagements increasingly difficult. Nonetheless, Kevin had no intention of changing his attire for the following day. He realized that, as usual, he would likely earn little, yet he hoped to create a spectacular scene. As the night deepened, Kevin hurried back to the barracks. Suddenly, shadows flickered beside him, revealing 3 cloaked figures standing before him. Kevin halted, feeling unsurprised yet vigilant. "Who are you?" "Greetings, author," the one in the middle replied. "There's no need to be alarmed." "Oh, I still find it somewhat disconcerting how you appear so suddenly," Kevin chuckled awkwardly. "Not to worry. We shall simply manifest more frequently until you acclimate." The cloaked figure smiled. "Perhaps that's best avoided," Kevin retorted with a grin. "If a genuine threat were to arise, I might mistakenly regard you as allies, and that would be disastrous." "Have you recently encountered difficulties, author?" one of the cloaked figures inquired. "Your new book has been delayed for quite some time." Kevin felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Yes, there have been some complications. The barracks have been somewhat troublesome of late." He refrained from detailing specifics, feeling that frequently seeking assistance from his readers would lack dignity. Moreover, the repair costs for the trebuchet were substantial, even if they, as assassins, possessed wealth. It felt inappropriate to broach the matter directly. "Are you truly set to debate with over 20 individuals tomorrow?" another asked. "Would you like us to promote it?" "That would be appreciated," Kevin responded. Thank you for your assistance. Not at all. We are quite bored lately, the assassins replied. By the way, your network for information must be quite extensive. I would like to inquire about a shipment of equipment that was recently retrieved from the border and why no rewards have been distributed for it. Kevin promptly posed his question. The assassins nodded in agreement and swiftly disappeared into the night. Continuing towards the barracks, Kevin encountered no further incidents. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance had grown accustomed to his late-night returns. The following day, after a casual drill, he ventured into the city to gather information. This time, he not only sought details regarding the previous day's management discussions, but also delved into the backgrounds of several bards. He had memorized the names displayed on their badges from the previous day, as they had uncovered his penchant for risk of storytelling. Now, he intended to unearth their less savory histories without hesitation. By evening, a tent had been erected outside the tavern, drawing a substantial crowd. Even the town constable lingered nearby, anxious to prevent any disturbances. The 20-plus bards from the previous day awaited eagerly, emboldened by their numbers. Engaging in hushed conversations. Moments later, Kevin, still clad in his military uniform, approached with his head held high. Many in the crowd even applauded him, a gesture he suspected was orchestrated by the assassins. Both parties took their seats. Filling 3 rows with individuals, each with a single chair, the disparity in their strengths was evident, yet the atmosphere remained surprisingly equal. The audience had gathered in droves, even occupying positions on the rooftop. In these times, common folk had few entertainment options. High-end balls and theatrical productions were reserved for the nobility, while the masses sought mere merriment in communal gatherings. The tavern had spared no expense, offering complimentary drinks to all present. However, additional orders would incur extra charges. Despite the complimentary beverage, the bartender remained nearby, soliciting tips. Even if some patrons were stingy, many would contribute, ensuring a profit as the event commenced. The tavern owner took to the stage. Thank you all for your support. Our establishment is truly honored to host a debate between an esteemed officer and 26 bards today, that I trust our fine selection of beverages has drawn you here to witness this clash. But the audience expressed their disdain. A cacophony of disapproval. Unfazed, the owner maintained his smile, patiently awaiting silence before continuing. I shall not prolong my words, but prior to the debate, we must establish some ground rules. The previous day's debate became so heated that we could hardly discern the discourse. Therefore, I propose we establish some regulations. Firstly, to prevent chaotic interruptions, one must not interrupt another speaking. Secondly, to avoid a single individual monopolizing the conversation, each speaker will be allotted a time limit, measured by this hourglass. The owner presented an hourglass. Once the sand has fully run out, regardless of whether one has completed their thoughts, they must cease speaking. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, observing the hourglass. It appeared to allow only 5 or 6 sentences, effectively curtailing lengthy speeches and necessitating rapid delivery. Owner, might the timing be a bit too brisk? Perhaps you could add more sand? Someone suggested from the audience. The owner dismissed the idea. Given the large turnout today, time is of the essence, and this is equitable for all. He then turned to Kevin and the opposing bards. Noting their lack of objections, this debate will proceed with alternating turns. Should one side take too long in their response, they forfeit the debate. During the discourse, meaningless laughter, derisive chuckles, or personal attacks are prohibited. Any such behavior may result in immediate interruption. The owner clarified the rules and then turned back to both parties. Are there any questions? None. Both sides replied in unison. Then let us begin with Mr. Kevin, the owner declared, flipping the hourglass to commence the timing. Kevin rose immediately. First, I would like to express my gratitude to the 26 bards present today. Regardless of the outcome, you will all contribute to my renown. Should I fail, it will be a defeat worthy of honor. If I prevail, you may find it difficult to maintain your standing in this town. Thus, I extend my thanks in advance. I have finished speaking. Kevin sat down, prompting one of the opposing bards to stand. How absurd. You were once merely a down-and-out poet known for your lewd tales. Do you dare deny it? The so-called love and peace propagated by the wandering minstrel is nothing more than the shameless dissemination of lewd tales by a person lacking in decorum. That concludes my statement. He immediately sat down. Yet Kevin remained seated, observing the boss's hourglass until it ran out. After a moment, he finally stood up and spoke. Firstly, the opposing party has resorted to personal attacks. Secondly, boss, I fear your hourglass is ill-equipped to manage the demands of such a tense and vigorous debate. The boss felt awkward. In truth, he had noticed the hourglass's shortcomings from the very beginning. While it kept time accurately, it required being inverted to restart the timing after it had run out. As Kevin sat down, the opposing party instantly stood up, yet the hourglass had not yet emptied. If the hourglass were to be turned immediately, it would effectively shorten their time. The audience began to murmur, and someone suggested, let us dispense with all these rules and debate directly. This proposal garnered considerable support. Upon seeing the audience's enthusiasm, the 26 minstrels began to chant in unison. However, this time, Kevin remained still, merely smirking. The boss hastily called for silence, managing to quell the noise, but he found himself at a loss for a reasonable timing method. Some suggested using a basin of water, but establishing a consistent pouring rate proved challenging. Others offered to count, but counting amidst fierce debate felt too jarring. Finally, a young lady stepped forward. I can spin in circles. I can do it for quite a while. Upon closer inspection, Kevin realized it was Xiao Jiao, dressed in the garb of a village girl, so unrecognizable that one had to look closely. The boss observed her, appreciating her looks and finding her rather intriguing. He promptly agreed, allowing her to take the stage. Let us do this. 3 spins will constitute 1 speaking opportunity, the boss declared. Shall we all agree? If so, let us begin. Kevin, you may start. Kevin promptly arose. The collective verbal barrage from the 26 minstrels has left me astounded. Yet, before the new rules could be established, you all took it upon yourselves to speak. Such a lack of decorum is indeed disconcerting. That is all I have to say. After Kevin finished, Xiao Jiao halted her spinning. One from the opposing side immediately stood up, prompting Xiao Jiao to begin spinning again. The new rules have not yet been established, and thus there is no stipulation against speaking before they are enacted, the opposing party retorted. What a ridiculous assertion. By your logic, during a duel overseen by an impartial judge, one party could strike preemptively before the contest begins, effectively pummeling their opponent first. Kevin countered. Let us not debate this matter. The opposing party attempted to sidestep the topic. Let us focus on your penchant for vulgar tales. Forgive my candor. But has no one among you ever recounted a lewd story? Kevin countered immediately. Furthermore, why should we not discuss the previous topic? There is no defined subject for today's debate. The debate finally commenced in earnest, and the atmosphere grew intensely charged. The primary objective of the debate was to prove the opposing party to be a foolish donkey, yet one could not state this outright. Each side cited countless examples, striving to circumvent their own weak points while attacking those of their adversaries. This continued for a considerable duration, with both parties evenly matched. For Kevin, despite the 26 voices, in reality, he was only conversing with one at a time. Naturally, the thoughts of the 26 individuals differed, but as long as he could clarify his own reasoning, he could manage with ease. Moreover, among the 26, there would inevitably be a weaker link. Kevin seized upon one individual, relentlessly pressing him, and when the opponent remained seated, he called him out to stand and answer. The other minstrels attempted to divert the situation, but it was no easy feat. At one point, they found themselves in a rather passive position. Not expecting that one of their own, a clumsy ally, would inadvertently jeopardize the entire debate. Reluctantly, they adopted a scorched earth strategy, expelling their own from the stage. The debate continued, and shortly after, Kevin pinpointed a rather subtle error in the opposing party's examples. He immediately countered, magnifying the implications of their dissemination of erroneous ideas and tarnishing the reputation of the minstrels. Faced with this, the opposing party removed another member, yet still had 24 remaining. However, this led to a noticeable reticence among many. Only a few staunch individuals dared to confront Kevin. Suddenly, they discovered an issue. Wait, this young lady spins during our speaking time, and it appears she spins faster than during the opposing party's speaking. Is that so? Kevin retorted. Now that I am speaking, observe her spinning speed. Is there any discernible difference from before? The audience shook their heads, primarily engrossed in the debate. They had scarcely noticed her spinning amidst the commotion, but now it was evident that her speed was indeed the same. Nonsense. She is a human, not a machine, an opponent interjected. She can adjust her speed upon hearing us speak. What of it? What you imply casts doubt upon this lady. Kevin replied sternly. You must understand. Had this lady not stepped forward to assist, we might still be unable to engage in this pleasant debate. Where is your gratitude? How dare you question this innocent and kind-hearted lady? Are you even a gentleman? The opposing party members sat in silence, while another stepped forward to clarify. My companion may have been fatigued from recent exertions. It is possible he misjudged the situation. Minstrels must speak with utmost certainty, with irrefutable evidence. Each minstrel must be accountable for their words. Kevin stood. Even if you are weary, you should refrain from speaking until you are certain. You have insulted this lady and wounded the public's goodwill. I consider this a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. The opposing party attempted to forcefully justify, while it may indeed be a minor issue. One's character can be discerned from such trivialities that I do not wish to engage in discourse with one lacking in gentlemanly conduct, nor do I desire to have someone who insults a virtuous lady and tramples upon public kindness remain upon this stage. Kevin turned to the audience. I ask you, shall we permit such a person to remain here? Get off the stage. The audience, reveling in the spectacle, erupted in uproar. The opposing party, now sullen, lost yet another member. However, the boss, noting the time, finally interjected. Thank you both for your vigorous debate. But it has grown late. While we have not determined a victor, there is no cause for regret, as the process has been equally thrilling that we shall conclude here. The establishment is about to close. And I invite you all to return tomorrow. The audience buzzed with excitement, rising to leave, still engaged in animated discussions, creating a cacophony that drowned out any individual voices. Several bartenders promptly positioned themselves at the exit. Holding a box for tips, the boss seemed to have hired a few audience members, who ostentatiously tossed a handful of coins into the box. Others, witnessing this, felt compelled to contribute as well. Once the crowd dispersed, the boss approached Kevin and the 26 minstrels to discuss compensation. The boss, generous as ever, reached into the tip box and pulled out 2 handfuls, totaling over 50 copper coins and 7 silver coins. Kevin could scarcely voice any objections. After all, the funds had come directly from the profitable box, a matter of public transparency that it was only fair that others would earn a portion, especially given the substantial expenses incurred for this grand event. It was evident that the boss was not entirely satisfied with the earnings. After all, these were merely commoners. If they could debate on a noble stage, he estimated the returns would have been entirely silver coins, with copper coins being non-existent, as those would invite ridicule from other nobles. Ultimately, Kevin received 5 silver coins, while the remaining small change was distributed among the 26 minstrels, acknowledging their efforts, with their earnings in hand. The group promptly parted ways, weary from the lengthy verbal sparring and too parched to utter another word at this juncture. Kevin felt somewhat disheartened. A night's labor of wit and rhetoric had culminated in a mere 5 silver coins. As he made his way home, he hung his head, sighing deeply. Glancing around, he noted that no assassins had approached that evening. Xiaojio had simply merged with the crowd, leaving Kevin with no opportunity to converse with her. Looking up at the sky, a parrot flew by. Remembering a tip from Commander Marcus during his training, he clapped his hands and whistled. The parrot, true to form, swooped down and landed on Kevin's arm. Commander, is there something you need? Unlike its previous interaction with the recruits, the parrot was no longer brusque. Are you busy? Kevin inquired. The parrot replied. If you are not occupied, I have a few inquiries, Kevin casually asked. Where might I find a notorious thief with a bounty of several million? The parrot responded. Or, are there any ancient tombs that one might excavate? Kevin continued his questioning. The parrot remained silent for a moment. What you truly seek is money, isn't it? I do know of several noblewomen who have posted notices offering hefty rewards for children. You might consider trying your luck. No, Kevin firmly rejected. That is not gentlemanly conduct. Moreover, it is all a ruse. The parrot calmly took flight, leaving behind a remark. Foolish humans. Just as the parrot departed, Xiaojio suddenly emerged from the shadows. Flanked by several cloaked assassins, she greeted him with a casual, "Hey, I helped you out. You should thank me." "Thank you." Kevin could only shrug, but regrettably, I currently have no tangible gift to offer in return. Kevin understood that Xiaojio had not read his novel. Her assistance this time was likely out of goodwill stemming from their acquaintance. "Oh, it's no matter. I was quite bored anyway." Xiaojio waved her hand dismissively. "Regarding the matter you wished to investigate yesterday, we are still in the process of inquiry." One of the assassins interjected. "We shall inform you as soon as we have news." "Thank you." Kevin could only express his gratitude. "By the way, are you in dire need of money?" the assassins inquired. Kevin felt a twinge of embarrassment, but could only concede. The assassins exchanged glances, and one among them replied, "I suspect that even if we were to tip you, it would scarcely suffice. How about this? We shall provide you with a notice. You may wish to give it a try. An assassin produced a notice and handed it over. Upon examining it, Kevin read, "The Count of Galai seeks a learned scholar to serve as a tutor for his 10-year-old daughter. Compensation is negotiable." The Count of Galai. Kevin pondered for a moment. I don't seem to recall any notable details. Though he refrained from asserting that the upper echelons of his nation were widely recognized, he at least believed to know the majority of them. Who exactly was this Count of Galai? For a moment, he simply could not recall. Ahem, this is about all we can do. The assassins coughed lightly. The Count of Galai may present a perilous opportunity for you. However, it might not be as dangerous as one might anticipate. We shall take our leave. Several assassins, including Xiaojio, evidently had no intention of lingering, and they hurriedly departed. Kevin thought little of it. His homeland had always been peaceful and prosperous. And even in failure, he believed there was little to worry about. The following morning, after completing his exercises, Kevin rushed out once more, this time directly entering the teleportation portal that took him straight to the capital city of Numbers. His courage had grown with each passing day. Initially hesitant to roam freely, he discovered that venturing outside posed no threat. Now emboldened, he began to utilize intercity teleportation. Armed with the notice, he took a carriage to the Count of Galai's estate. Spending all the money he had earned the day before, even incurring a loss of 2 silver coins. Nevertheless, in pursuit of greater wealth, he resolved to invest some of his resources. The gatekeeper obstructed his path. But upon presenting the notice, he was easily granted entry. The estate, resplendent as befitting nobility, boasted sprawling gardens, exuding a delightful fragrance. Amongst the flower beds, maids were often seen tending to the plants and cleaning, all busily engaged amidst the autumn leaves that were plentiful. Suddenly, Kevin spotted Xiao Chaozi, clad in a maid's attire, approaching with a bundle of firewood. Their eyes met, and both were taken aback. Subsequently, Xiao Chaozi nonchalantly continued on her way with the firewood. Kevin, Chapter 59. Negotiation. A sense of bewilderment enveloped Kevin. He was aware that Xiao Chaozi was the daughter of the guild leader of the assassins. Ranked 100, which was to say, the lowest in the guild. Yet, under no circumstances should she have fallen to the extent of carrying firewood. Could it be that she was executing a task at this moment? It seemed evident that Xiao Chaozi's deliberate ignorance of Kevin was intentional. Kevin deemed it inappropriate to engage her further. He pressed onward, entering a villa, and under the guidance of a servant. He made his way to the study. The Count of Galai sat at the center, a book resting on the table before him, sunlight streaming through the expansive stained glass windows, casting a dappled light upon the room. Stained glass was indeed a luxurious commodity. Having such windows in one's home undeniably indicated the illustrious standing of the family. After escorting Kevin in, the servant promptly withdrew and closed the door behind him. Within the room, only Kevin and the Count remained. Kevin cleared his throat. "Good day, my lord the Count. I have come to apply for the position of tutor." "Kevin," the Count replied, his expression unreadable. "Who referred you?" Kevin paused. Taken aback, he could not recall disclosing his name. It felt as though the Count was somehow acquainted with him. However, considering Kevin's status as a bard, a public figure of sorts, it was not entirely implausible that he might be recognized by some. "I came across the notice and decided to come," Kevin stated, of course omitting the detail about the assassin's introduction. "If you prefer not to divulge, it is of no consequence," the Count replied, returning his attention to the book. "Finding out would be quite simple." Kevin felt a touch awkward. "In truth, I believe I am fully capable of fulfilling the role of tutor. I have traveled for 10 years, encountered a myriad of experiences, and am well-versed in numerous languages across various nations and races. My knowledge spans literature, art, history, mathematics, politics, and more. Additionally, I served as an officer. During my time in the Republic of Labazir, the ambassador himself expressed his approval of my capabilities." The Count merely cast a cursory glance at him. "You were serving well in Saka. Why venture to the capital?" Kevin was taken aback. How did the Count know of his situation in Saka? Could it be that the debate he had with 26 others yesterday had reached this place? "To be frank, I am currently in need of funds," Kevin confessed after a moment of contemplation. "I hope to secure some financial assistance as soon as possible, ideally before December." "Are you seeking to repair your trebuchet?" the Count remarked nonchalantly. "Kevin." The Count continued to peruse his book, while Kevin felt a chill run down his spine. The Count knew that he intended to repair his trebuchet. This level of intelligence was somewhat alarming. "Why the silence?" the Count inquired. Indeed, Kevin could only concede, recognizing he had done nothing wrong. Due to a shortfall in military funds, as a newcomer, I find myself lacking the means to resolve this matter independently. And how much do you wish to obtain? The Count pressed. Several thousand. Perhaps up to tens of thousands, Kevin replied hesitantly. Do you truly believe I would provide such a sum? The Count maintained his focus on the book. My lord, have you previously engaged other tutors? Might I first inquire about the student's circumstances? Kevin adopted a practical demeanor. Do you not see the necessity of knowing whether I would even grant such assistance? The Count responded, still looking down. If I ultimately refuse, would you not have labored in vain? After a moment of silence, Kevin replied, given your knowledge of my situation, you should have a fair understanding of my capabilities that I possess no remarkable skills, even during fervent debates at the tavern. It yields merely a few silver coins that I cannot contend with the notorious bounty hunters nor recover anything of value. Consequently, this opportunity is one I must pursue. Perhaps you could consider a trial period, after which compensation could be discussed. Are you aware of a method in which one constantly rotates individuals, maintaining them in a perpetual trial status, thus allowing the employer to evade payment? The Count stated bluntly. I am aware, Kevin responded, but I trust that my lord is not of such character. How can you be so sure? The Count raised his gaze. Perhaps I am precisely that sort of person. Kevin. After a pause, Kevin ventured. It seems my lord does not genuinely care whether the student receives a proper education. Throughout their conversation, the Count's words had exuded an air of exclusion, as if intentionally belittling Kevin. If he truly held disdain for Kevin, he could simply dismiss him outright. Yet, if he regarded Kevin favorably, discussions regarding the student's situation, the curriculum, and other pertinent matters would naturally ensue. What, after all, was the purpose of this roundabout dialogue? I have heard you authored a book, the Count inquired again. Indeed, Kevin nodded. What is its title? The Count asked. The Chronicles of Assassins, Kevin replied. I have been working on it for some time. Writing about assassins. A rather uncommon subject, the Count remarked. Is the protagonist an assassin, or perhaps the leader of the assassins? Kevin felt a rush of surprise. How had the conversation turned to his novel? Yet, he dared not inquire further, and could only respond truthfully. The protagonist is indeed an assassin, but ultimately does not assume the role of the guild leader. The protagonist did not even ascend to leadership? The Count seemed intrigued. Did the former leader survive until the end? Yes, Kevin confirmed. Is the leader of the assassins particularly formidable? The Count asked casually. Kevin hesitated, sensing that the Count was intentionally steering the conversation in this direction, fixating on the character of the assassin leader. Such concern could likely only arise from the real leader of the assassins. Could it be that this Count was, in fact, the leader himself? As this thought crossed his mind, a cold sweat broke out on Kevin. Although he had seen the assassin leader once, that encounter had been veiled, and he had yet to behold their true visage. However, he soon recalled that Xiao Chaozi, being the daughter of the assassin leader, was now carrying firewood. This was perplexing. Why the silence again? The Count urged. The assassin leader in my narrative is a person of great wisdom. He possesses both courage and strategy, able to endure what others cannot, which is why he ascended to the role of leader, Kevin stated, feeling a tinge of anxiety. The Count. Ahem, Kevin chuckled nervously. In truth, I have harbored concerns about inciting the ire of the assassins, as certain plot elements might be misinterpreted. However, I have successfully navigated through thus far, indicating that the assassin leader is indeed a person of considerable grace. Taha. The room fell silent, the Count still engrossed in his reading. After a long pause, he finally turned a page. Kevin dared not rush him, standing patiently in wait that it long last. The Count spoke. Since you have come, you may as well give it a try. The student is my niece. Age 10, she is set to enter the Royal Academy next year. So prior to the commencement of the school year, we plan to engage several tutors for her preparatory studies. Kevin was taken aback. 10 years old. Entering the Royal Academy? It was well known that the Royal Academy typically admitted students at the age of 15, following a rigorous selection process. Even if she were to enter next year, she would only be 11. This was a 4-year advance. Indeed. She is recognized as a prodigious talent, the Count replied. She has already achieved a level 2 mage certification, and in truth, she has mastered over 30 types of magic, many of which she learned with remarkable ease, demonstrating proficiency across all 4 elemental schools. This is a rare gift. Kevin nodded, inwardly feeling the weight of pressure. Your task will be to instruct her in various cultural subjects. For other practical skills, I can arrange for others to teach, the Count continued. Here are a few textbooks for your reference. Kevin took hold of 3 books, flipping through them one by one. One on literature, another on mathematics, and the last on the language of Ryan. They appeared rather elementary. I have employed 2 tutors, both students from the Royal Academy, yet neither proved satisfactory. The Count shook his head. In truth, preliminary study is optional. True masters would not deign to teach her. Even if she is a genius, there are myriad uncertainties once school begins. Typically, masters only take apprentices after graduation. Thus, the position of tutor does not command a high salary. Otherwise, everyone would vie for it, and you would not stand a chance. The Count scoffed. Kevin sighed softly, yet remained silent. How long do you intend to stay here? Will you return to the camp tonight? The Count inquired. Yes, Kevin replied helplessly, regardless. I must complete a training session. The two then discussed various details, solidifying Kevin's role as tutor, albeit on a trial basis, with the understanding that a single misstep could result in his immediate dismissal. He was to come every morning, receive lunch and dinner, and afterward, hurry back. He would bear his travel expenses, and during the trial period, there would be no remuneration, merely 2 complimentary meals. The Count specifically cautioned, while you may roam freely during your tutoring period, do not venture into the kitchen. Exiting the Count's study, Kevin wiped the sweat from his brow. The entire negotiation had been rather perplexing. The Count seemed to possess knowledge of everything, as if all were within his grasp. Kevin could not help but suspect that the assassin who had sent him here was orchestrating a scheme. However, upon reflection, he deemed it improbable that he, with his meager skills, would warrant such elaborate plotting from someone of a far superior caliber. Regardless, Kevin resolved to familiarize himself with his student. Yet upon reaching the door, he hesitated. The pupil was a prodigious girl, undoubtedly proud. Since Xiao Shovel was present, it would be prudent to find a way to make contact and glean some information. However, he soon realized that Xiao Shovel's deliberate ignorance of him likely stemmed from some hidden agenda, making it inappropriate to inquire directly. Since there was no rush regarding the tutoring, Kevin wandered about the estate, attempting to chance upon her out as fate would have it. He indeed encountered her, as Xiao Shovel approached, carrying a bundle of firewood. Their eyes met, yet she continued on, seemingly unfazed. Kevin stepped forward, dropping a twig at her feet. Miss, you've dropped your firewood. Xiao Shovel responded with silence. Allow me to help you pick it up, Kevin said, bending to retrieve the twig, and quietly inquired, what is your task? My Lord Count, she suddenly bowed. Startled, Kevin turned to find the Count had mysteriously appeared behind him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Go, continue your work. The Count casually instructed Xiao Shovel, who promptly departed with her firewood, leaving Kevin to chuckle awkwardly. The Count said nothing further, strolling away leisurely. Kevin wiped his brow, marveling at the Count's formidable prowess. Utterly incomprehensible. Would he suddenly appear behind him again? Kevin quickly turned, yet found no one. He took a few steps forward, turned again, and still encountered no one. He breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps it had merely been a coincidence, or perhaps he was being overly cautious. As he prepared to retrace his steps, he was astonished to find the Count standing directly behind him. You turned around twice. Were you seeking me? The Count asked. Kevin stammered. Why are you wandering about when you are meant to teach? Do you wish to resign on your very first day? The Count inquired, a hint of displeasure in his voice. And no, I shall go at once, Kevin replied, hastily making his exit, appearing quite flustered. Chapter 60. The prodigy with a Count capable of appearing silently at will. Kevin dared not resort to any trickery. He obediently clutched the 3 books and knocked on the door of the prodigious girl's chamber. The girl, named Sunny, was said to be the daughter of the Earl of Gullet, the Countess' younger brother, and was 10 years old. Rumor had it that her family dealt in camels, conducting significant business in the desert region. Due to her remarkable intellect, her father sought to send her to the Royal Academy for further education. Thus she was temporarily residing with the Gullet family. Who is it? A not-so-friendly voice called from within. I am the new tutor, Kevin replied. Who sent you? Came the irritable response. I do not require a tutor. Please leave. Kevin felt somewhat embarrassed. But I am here at the behest of Count Gullet. He is he. And I am if he requires a tutor, let him find one. I do not, the voice retorted. This, Kevin faltered. Miss, might I ask you to show some respect for the Count? Humph, came the dismissive reply. Miss, please open the door. I shall not. I simply refuse. Kevin was at a loss. After contemplating, he turned to seek out a servant, inquiring whether there was a key to the young lady's room. However, he was informed that only the Count possessed it. Kevin promptly turned around twice, only to find the servant glaring at him. "What are you doing?" "Ahem, then I shall go seek the Count," Kevin declared, this time hoping the Count would appear behind him. Yet to no avail. "I advise against it," the servant warned. "Why is that?" "Even if you do acquire the key, the young lady will likely seize the opportunity to escape, turning it into a game of hide-and-seek." The servant clearly had experience. "Must I then break down the door?" Kevin half-joked. "You could certainly try," the servant replied nonchalantly. "It's no great matter. The young lady often misplaces her magical items. Breaking things is quite common." Kevin, feeling dubious, returned to the door and kicked it. Again, he kicked, and again. After rubbing his leg, he felt somewhat embarrassed. The door remained intact. He felt the door, clearly sensing a bolstering earth spell. It seemed the door had indeed been reinforced with a hardening charm, showcasing the young lady's considerable magical prowess. However, it was apparent that the charm's strength was somewhat lacking, appearing rather immature compared to many other mages he had encountered of similar standing. After all, she was merely 10 years old. However gifted, her mental faculties had yet to fully mature, and despite her extensive magical training, her foundation remained relatively weak. Kevin had initially worried about the extent of her genius, but now it seemed manageable. He summoned his fighting spirit, stepping back 2 paces while conjuring 2 magical projectiles. With a sudden burst of energy, he aimed to crash through the door. Just then, he felt a tug on his belt. Turning around, he found the Count standing behind him. "What do you intend to do?" "Ahem, my Lord Count. I merely wish to enter and instruct her," Kevin said, lowering his gaze. "Why not ask me for the key?" The Count naturally produced a key and handed it to Kevin. "Here you go. Listen well. If you cannot fulfill the role of tutor, I shall not hesitate to replace you. Proceed." Kevin nodded, accepting the key and opening the door. Inside, he found a figure buried under the covers, face hidden, ignoring their entrance. "Sonny, your tutor has arrived," the Count announced. "Remember to study diligently." "I am unwell. I feel ill," came the muffled voice from beneath the covers. The Count, not wishing to linger, turned to Kevin. "I leave her in your capable hands." With that, he exited, closing the door behind him, leaving Kevin alone with Sonny, who remained cocooned in her blankets. Kevin set down the books, opting to survey the room first. The chamber was quite simple, devoid of the teddy bears or other charming decorations one might expect of a young girl. A yellow wand lay by the bed, and a bookshelf lined the wall, densely packed with tomes. Driven by curiosity, he approached for a closer look. "Who allowed you to touch my belongings?" The girl suddenly emerged from her cocoon, glaring at Kevin. Kevin returned to his chair, taking a moment to scrutinize his student. She was a rather delicately featured young girl, though currently sweaty from the heat, for it was still early autumn, not quite the time for blankets. "You seem quite opposed to having a tutor," Kevin remarked. "May I ask why?" Sonny buried her head back under the covers, ignoring him. "Are you hot?" Kevin inquired. She remained unresponsive, feigning sleep. "Very well. Regardless of your feelings, I have my duties," Kevin declared, opening a book. "I shall commence the lesson." He randomly selected the mathematics book. For instance, consider a blacksmith's shop that imports 3 baskets of iron ore daily. Each basket can yield enough material to forge 10 swords within a day. However, the swords also require wooden handles. The blacksmith must transport the semi-finished swords to the carpenter's shop, which takes approximately half a day. The carpenter can only assemble 3 handles during the first 15 days, while during the latter 15 days, he can complete 18 handles. Once finished, the swords are placed in storage. Therefore, may I ask, how many swords will be in storage after 30 days? Sonny merely stared blankly. "Actually, this is quite fundamental. I am not in the business of selling swords." Sonny shouted. "I have no need to learn such things. Humph. How about this? I have heard your family deals in camels." Kevin pressed on, noting her silence. "For example, your family could birth 3 additional camels each month. I do not need to personally tend to camels." Sonny shouted again. "Humph. I am a noble. Such matters are for the steward to handle. Why must I concern myself with them?" "Humph. However, if you do not grasp even the most basic concepts, you may find yourself deceived by your subordinates." Kevin attempted to instruct her. "My steward is utterly loyal," Sonny declared, throwing off her covers and standing on the bed. "A disloyal steward would be dealt with. Are you aware that for a noble, killing a mere servant is as effortless as squashing an ant?" Kevin frowned. Such a heavy aura of lethality at such a tender age. "Humph, what is this to speak of? I am not an ordinary child. I am a genius, Sunny declared, raising her chin defiantly. Everyone says so, and it is an undeniable truth. Indeed, mastering a greater number of spells at 10 is notable, Kevin replied, his expression unchanged. But beyond that, I fail to see any other signs of your genius. Sunny kicked the blanket. Let me tell you, I am a born genius. It is a matter of divine decree. My father has always told me that in this world, power dictates everything. In the face of absolute strength, cunning holds no value. Thus, all I need is to study magic. Cultural knowledge and such are utterly meaningless. Pursuing those is simply a waste of time. Very well then. Kevin, maintaining his composure as she was a noble lady, suggested, how about we study geometry? Drawing magic circles can be quite beneficial. I do not require magic circles. I can simply recite spells, Sunny retorted. Then what do you wish to learn? Kevin inquired. I want to learn magic. Can you teach me? Sunny sneered. I cannot teach you magic, to be honest, Kevin admitted helplessly. But every magician is also a scholar. I have never heard of an illiterate magician. These are merely outdated conventions. Many who study these never find them useful in their lives. Thus, they are frivolous pursuits, Sunny countered. I am not illiterate. I can read. Indeed, some people may never apply certain knowledge, yet there are others who find immediate use for it. Have you ever considered the disparity in numbers? Do you possess any data to prove that those who find such studies useless far outnumber those who benefit from them? Kevin retorted. Sunny paused, then screamed, I refuse to listen. I will not study. Cultural knowledge is essential for a noble to master. It forms the foundation of communication. The depth of your discourse reveals much about your cultural understanding. I refuse to listen. It is all useless, Sunny interrupted with a scream. What good is learning so much to become like you? So impoverished, so destitute. Coming to our home to tutor? Young lady. Kevin's expression darkened slightly. It seems it has been quite some time since anyone instructed you on proper etiquette. What of it? Sunny snapped back. Did I say something wrong? Kevin fell silent for a moment, deciding to probe further. You claim to wield dozens of spells. I can cast 33 spells, Sunny shouted. Far more impressive than you could imagine. Is that so? Kevin tested. Then enumerate them for me. Listen closely. I can cast Flame Whip, Ice Sword, Spinning Stone Axe, and Wind Spell. The rest, like Fireball and Ice Arrow, need not be mentioned. Sunny turned her head away. Need not mention. Please do, for 33 is rather exaggerated. Kevin remained skeptical. Then listen closely. Sunny began listing her 33 spells with the familiarity of one recounting treasured heirlooms, concluding with a cold laugh. You don't actually doubt me, do you? Shall I demonstrate? Kevin closed his eyes, mentally recording all the spell names, then carefully recalled the magic notes he had reviewed, ensuring every detail was accurate before opening his eyes. Let us duel. Are you serious? Sunny exclaimed in surprise. You must understand. I will not hold back. You will be gravely injured by my magic. Is that so? Just gravely injured. Kevin chuckled. Then what is there to fear? You are quite the peculiar individual, Sunny remarked cautiously. What is your level of power? I am a level 1 magician. I can only use magic missile and magic shield, Kevin replied. And I have just begun to learn martial arts. Such a level of power, and you dare to speak of it, Sunny mocked. Kevin remained unfazed. Let us find a place and practice. Immediately, Sunny led Kevin to an open area, insisting that they start 10 meters apart. Adhering to the nobleman's code of duel, Kevin readily agreed, and they took their positions, while two maids stood nervously to the side. Truth be told, their concern was not for Kevin's safety, but for their mistresses. I shall begin, Sunny announced casually. Immediately commencing her incantation, the surrounding fire elements began to coalesce noticeably. Kevin instantly recognized it as Flame Whip, a high-level spell among the basic ones, demanding considerable control over magical energy. A misstep could result in harm to oneself. However, Kevin had no cause for concern, as she knew Sunny could not unleash it. Raising his hand, he sent forth a magic missile. As Sunny saw the missile approaching, she intended to mock its poor accuracy, only to suddenly realize the fire elements dissipating, panic crossing her face as she hurried to augment her magical power to recapture them. Kevin effortlessly launched another missile, completely shattering the fire element and causing Sunny's spell to fail. The energy expenditure exceeded normal levels by more than double, and sweat began to bead on her forehead. What did you do? Sunny screamed, terrified at her spell being inexplicably interrupted. 2 magic missiles, Kevin shrugged. Sunny wiped her brow, gritting her teeth as she attempted to conjure the spinning stone axe again, a moderately advanced low-level spell. The earth and stones began to rise slowly, gradually forming a double-edged axe in the air. Kevin sent forth a magic missile, directly striking the stone axe, which immediately cracked, debris falling. Sunny gritted her teeth, attempting to hold firm, but Kevin launched 2 more missiles, and with a bang, the stone axe shattered. Sunny staggered, struggling to maintain her footing. "Is this the extent of your spells?" Kevin taunted. "Have you truly engaged in combat before? You cannot possibly believe that casting spells at a wooden post constitutes mastery. Can you?" "Aya!" Sunny shrieked, raising her hand to unleash a fireball spell. This rudimentary spell, even from a distance of 10 meters, was beyond Kevin's capacity to interrupt. It moved faster than a magic missile, yet Kevin remained unperturbed, simply raising his hand to swat it away as though tossing aside a mere ball. "It appears you truly do not understand magic." Kevin shook his head. Fireball spells, in particular, possess greater potency when they travel slowly. The vast majority of fire spells have an adhesive quality. Upon impact, they cling to their target and burn continuously, thus amplifying their effectiveness. The same applies to Flame Whip, which can ensnare an opponent and inflict ongoing burns, enhancing its power. Adhesion is an inherent property of spells, but it is not infallible. Generally, the faster the spell travels, the less likely it is to adhere. Conversely, a slower spell is more likely to stick. A fleeting flame poses little threat unless it is a high-level spell that a rapidly flying fireball is often met with amusement, as someone could simply kick it back. However, a slowly moving fireball elicits concern and caution, prompting onlookers to evade or preemptively intercept it. Techniques such as maneuvering a fireball are simply manifestations of object control, allowing the caster to direct their fireball with specific movements. Yet, this requires the fireball to be slow, at high speeds. Controlling it becomes exceedingly difficult. Of course, a high-tier magician could indeed cast a fireball at speed while maintaining its adhesive properties, but who among them would resort to fireball spells? Thus, Kevin remained entirely composed. If possible, he would have charged forward to deliver a thorough thrashing to this arrogant young lady. However, with the maids observing and recalling the countenance of the Count, who could appear in an instant, Kevin opted to remain stationary. Aya! Sunny unleashed 2 more fireball spells, which Kevin easily swatted away. Sunny's complexion began to pale, her body trembling, clearly suffering from magical depletion. The 2 maids hurried forward to support Sunny, carrying her back to her room. Kevin casually followed behind. Upon entering the room, the maids laid Sunny back onto her bed, wiping her face, fetching towels, and pouring water. Sunny continued to breathe heavily, and upon seeing Kevin approach, she simply closed her eyes and feigned unconsciousness. "Very well," Kevin shook his head. "We shall conclude for today. Tomorrow, we will resume our lessons. Should you disagree, we can duel once more." Sunny kept her eyes shut, remaining silent. "Do not accuse me of bullying a child. You are a level 2 magician bullying a level 1 magician," Kevin chuckled. "You have much to learn. You cannot even counter a magic missile. No matter how many spells you learn, they are merely for intimidation, devoid of practical utility. You are indeed a genius. I shall concede this point," Kevin continued, "but only in a specific regard. Magic can be cast as soon as it is learned. Yet that merely constitutes the act of casting. You lack a true understanding of the principles and essence of magic. To grasp these, one must first study language, mathematics, and foreign tongues." Sunny remained silent. "Enough for today. Rest now. And do not be so melodramatic. Magical depletion can be remedied with a good night's sleep." Kevin waved his hand and departed. The 2 maids exchanged glances, quietly shaking their heads. Before leaving, he made sure to inform the Count. The Count inquired, "What did you teach her today?" Kevin paused for a moment. "I taught her the value of integrity." The Count was left speechless. Kevin then exited the Count's residence, making his way back to Saka City as the afternoon lingered on. He resolved to return to the military camp and peruse his magic notes once more. Key points in the collection of elements for attack strategies possess inherent drawbacks, the most significant being that when confronted with an unfamiliar spell, one can be left utterly bewildered. Fortunately, Sunny's magic is exceedingly standard, textbook-like in its execution, allowing Kevin to easily implement textbook strategies and achieve success. Theoretically, these key points could all be deduced. Yet in the heat of battle, time is a luxury one cannot afford, necessitating the memorization of such details in advance. Given the stakes of combat, Kevin dared not be complacent. He hurriedly returned to review his texts to ensure he had committed them accurately to memory. As evening descended, Kevin ventured to the tavern to deliver his lecture. By this time, his reputation had grown considerably, attracting a number of attendees eager to witness his performance, which at the very least would cover his travel expenses. Late into the night, within the confines of the Earl's estate, Sunny gradually awoke, only to find herself inexplicably situated in a woodshed, lying atop a bundle of firewood. Before her sat a masked maid, calmly feeding kindling into the stove. "Where am I?" Sunny inquired, a mix of terror and confusion evident in her voice. "The kitchen," the masked maid replied, casting a swift glance in her direction. "Who are you?" Sunny pressed. "I am your sister," the maid responded. What do you mean?" Sunny struggled to comprehend. Her sister was meant to reside in luxurious quarters, not as a mere servant tending the fire. "You were quite disrespectful to your teacher today," the maid remarked. Sunny stammered, uncertain how to respond. The maid rose and poked Sunny's forehead with her finger. "I warn you, behave yourself. Any maid in this household could easily put you in your place. Do you believe me?" Sunny attempted to shield herself with her small hands, but the maid easily subdued her, continuing to prod her forehead. "Your father sent you here not for amusement. If you do not comply, I shall poke you to death. Poke, poke, poke." Wah! Sunny burst into tears from the relentless poking. "I tell you, I am your sister, and I am qualified to discipline you." The masked maid finally released Sunny, who seized the opportunity to scurry out. In the darkness, she stumbled and dashed about until she came upon an open space, where another maid was sweeping. Sunny rushed over, clutching the maid's skirt. "Please help me. Wah, there's a masked person over there trying to poke me to death." The maid slowly turned, revealing herself to be masked. "Are you referring to me?" "Oh." Sunny attempted to scream, but was swiftly knocked unconscious by the masked maid. The following morning, Sunny awoke in her own bed, her head pounding, her forehead sore, and her neck aching. The events of the previous night remained vivid in her memory. Was it merely a dream? A glance in the mirror revealed a distinctly red mark on her forehead, confirming it was no dream. In a flurry, she sought out her sister, who was in her room, trying on a new dress. Twirling before the mirror, Sunny directly asked, "Sister, did you poke me yesterday?" Her sister looked bewildered. "What?" "Look at my forehead. It's all red." Sunny tilted her head to show her sister the mark. "Oh, it really is." Her sister bent down to inspect closely. "But I can assure you it was not me who poked you. But that person yesterday claimed to be my sister and dragged me into the woodshed," Sunny countered. "Sweetheart, you must have had a nightmare," her sister replied, rising to admire her dress. "How does it look?" "Humph." Sunny turned and stormed out, marching off to find the Earl. "Uncle, I was poked by someone who claimed to be my sister." The Earl paused for a moment, then said, "You overexerted your magical powers yesterday, and with your mental energy depleted, you may have experienced some hallucinations." "But my forehead is red," Sunny protested, thrusting her head toward the Earl. "When your teacher arrives, you can ask him." The Earl waved her off. "It could just be an injury sustained during the battle, a minor risk." Chapter 61. Getting back on track when Kevin arrived punctually at the Earl's residence. He found Sunny seated in the room, displaying an unmistakable reluctance, her head bowed as she refused to acknowledge his presence. Approaching the table, Kevin rapped lightly. "Where are your noble manners? Stand up. Address your teacher properly." Sunny glared at him, her cheeks puffed in indignation, refusing to speak. It was then that Kevin noticed the red mark on her forehead and couldn't help but tease. "Did you sleep with your head down last night? You've left quite the mark. Ha ha." "Humph." Sunny turned her head away, ignoring him. "I recall you mentioning that this world respects the strong. Who do you believe is stronger, you or I?" Kevin positioned himself across from her, tapping the table. Still, Sunny remained silent, her head averted. "Have you lost your voice today?" Kevin asked in surprise. "The strong set the rules, and I shall establish the rules now. Do you have anything to say?" Sunny continued her silence. "Very well. Let us simply endure this together," Kevin decided, opening his textbook to read, choosing to ignore her, allowing Sunny to stew in her discomfort. Time passed as they sat in silence until Sunny's restlessness grew unbearable. After all, she was but a child, and fidgeting was in her nature. Feeling uncomfortable? Take a book and look at it. Kevin casually tossed her a volume of literature. After a moment's hesitation, Sunny finally opened the book. The literary tome, with its illustrations, managed to capture the attention of the young girl. Observing her burgeoning interest, Kevin began sharing whimsical anecdotes, fables, fairy tales, and lighthearted jokes suited for her age, all while ensuring to avoid any inappropriate content. Once upon a time, There was a peaceful village of sheep that lived in harmony until one day a wolf arrived. The village found itself in peril, and the sheep united to fend off this wolf. The battle raged on, with the wolf persistently attempting to prey upon the sheep, yet the sheep valiantly resisted. After a long struggle, the wolf still had not managed to consume any sheep. Kevin narrated in a manner fitting for a younger audience. Now, here lies the question, why has the wolf not starved after all this time without a meal? Kevin posed the query. Sunny instinctively began to ponder, silence enveloping her as she contemplated. Did the wolf eat other animals? Does the wolf absorb magical elements without needing to eat? Is the wolf capable of mating like a dog? None of those, Kevin chuckled. The real reason. I do not know. Ha ha. You don't even know the answer yet you pose the question. Sunny laughed, her expression brightening, though not as begrudgingly as the previous day. The reason is quite simple. It is a lengthy tale. So long that the author has neglected such details, Kevin continued. Sunny remained silent. Perhaps the author deliberately overlooked this question, or perhaps intended to write a short story. If the story were to depict the confrontation between the village of sheep and the wolf, there would naturally be no issue of the wolf's hunger, Kevin elaborated. However, as the author progressed, they discovered an alternative narrative path, allowing the wolf to escape repeatedly, thus prolonging the conflict indefinitely. I have encountered numerous similar narratives, a cat and mouse in endless pursuit for years. A protagonist and sidekick engaged in convoluted schemes for over a decade, or a child of a human race, perpetually appearing as a mere infant even after 20 years, battling colossal beasts with only a handful of combat stances. Yet doing so for 50 years, Kevin jested. Sunny listened, her expression thoughtful. Do you know what this is? This is literature, Kevin declared, then added with slight hesitation. One of many forms. Sunny remained silent. Children, after all, are known for their fleeting emotions. Kevin's light-hearted banter succeeded in lifting her spirits, allowing her to fall into the rhythm of his storytelling. Their conversation continued until midday, when a knock echoed from outside. Miss, it's time for lunch. Kevin and Sunny exchanged glances. Dining among nobles typically involved numerous elaborate customs. Kevin, lacking the status to join their table, remained in place. After a brief moment, a maid presented the meal, and naturally, the Earl's household provided a feast of exceptional quality. Kevin had little difficulty with the variety of flavors presented. To his surprise, Sunny soon returned, carrying a plate of food. I'm eating here. Very well, Kevin replied, feeling a sense of accomplishment, clearly having earned Sunny's approval that he perceived himself as quite competent in his role as a tutor. As they dined, their conversation flowed seamlessly, the topics continuing to evolve. Ultimately, Sunny found herself unable to finish her meal, leaving a portion uneaten. Kevin gently admonished her, "Don't waste it. Your dish is evidently distinct from mine. Likely prepared specifically for a genius such as yourself, using rather expensive ingredients." Sunny pouted, "Then you should eat it." "I shall not be polite, then," Kevin responded, genuinely taking the plate from her and finishing the contents with gusto. After a leisurely afternoon break, the two ventured out for a stroll, but as the time approached, they returned to continue their lessons. However, the afternoon heat rendered Sunny somewhat lethargic, and Kevin was acutely aware that the effectiveness of their lesson would likely suffer. Thus, he opted for more casual conversation. Before dinner, Kevin proposed they resume their magical practice. Sunny, still somewhat dissatisfied with her previous failures, readily agreed to give it another try, and Kevin was keen to refine his own magical skills. Thus, Kevin's recent life found itself finally settling into a steady rhythm, rising early for exercise, promptly heading to the capital to serve as a tutor for the day, enjoying 2 meals, and after dinner, hastily returning to the tavern to lecture, lest he find himself short on travel funds. Following the lecture, he would return to the barracks to rest for the night. The passage of each day has been nothing short of fulfilling. With scarcely a moment of respite, each morning, I find myself traversing the path to the portal for work, and the costs of travel are indeed quite staggering. Of course, Sunny does not engage in study every day, following Kevin's arrangement of the class schedule. Her mornings are predominantly occupied with lessons, while her afternoons are devoted to relaxation, conversation, and the practice of magic, leaving weekends free for leisure with Sunny. In the eyes of others in the military, Kevin appears to be living a life of luxury, frequently venturing out with little oversight, while a multitude of those harboring discontent towards him lurk in the shadows. Kevin is aware that Stardust occasionally conducts evening inspections and engages him in discussions regarding matters within the military. Although the descent is considerable, he remains unfazed. With a smile, he quips that should anyone wish to take his place, they are welcome to do so, even if a general were to personally approach him. Kevin would stand his ground. Without funding or personnel, what is he to do? Expecting him to wield a broken catapult with any semblance of combat efficacy is laughable. He might as well be asked to ascend to the heavens. On another note, Sunny's progress is remarkable. It is uncertain whether it is due to Kevin's adept teaching or her innate genius, but once she truly resolves to learn, Kevin finds his efforts significantly eased. Beyond the three core subjects of language, mathematics, and foreign languages, he supplements her education with lessons in history, culture, military strategy, and even politics, occasionally introducing her to the arts of drawing, card games, and chess as refined pastimes. Sunny's daily joy is palpable. For a child, having an older brother figure to play with is indeed a source of happiness, while it can be somewhat exasperating for Kevin to constantly accompany a young child. He finds that Sunny is not overly troublesome, and as they grow acquainted, he begins to appreciate her company. Most afternoons are dedicated to magical practice, allowing Kevin to gain experience with nearly all introductory spells. This serves as invaluable training for him, as theoretical knowledge without practical application leaves one ill-prepared for actual combat scenarios. Fortunately, Sunny's abilities are not formidable, although she possesses a variety of spells. They remain rather rudimentary. Were Kevin to face a seasoned magician in a duel, he would feel far less assured. This situation provides an opportunity for gradual improvement, and presently, no magician is willing to devote their time to practice with him. The methods to defeat Sunny are no secret, albeit somewhat obscure. Even if Kevin refrains from divulging them, Sunny would likely discover them through inquiry, so he chooses to be forthright to contend with Kevin. One must either slightly alter their spell collection methods or utilize positioning and lower-tier spells to suppress their opponent and create opportunities for themselves. However, at the tender age of 10, Sunny lacks the sophistication to modify her spell collection. Consequently, their duels devolve into exchanges of magical projectiles, with Kevin primarily focused on practicing spell interruption. In this pursuit, he intentionally exposes vulnerabilities, leading Sunny to believe she has an opening to cast a more advanced spell, only to be repeatedly thwarted. Ultimately, Kevin's substantial age and experience from basic training afford him advantages in physical stamina, mental acuity, and observational skills, making it quite manageable to outmaneuver a child. During their afternoon practices, Kevin frequently encounters Little Spoon, who often passes by carrying firewood, sometimes several times in a single day. Initially hesitant to engage her in conversation, Kevin was acutely aware of the imposing presence of the Count looming behind her. However, as time passed, he gradually found his courage. "Hello, aren't you the maid who dropped the firewood last time?" he ventured, employing a rather clumsy approach to small talk. "How are you?" "Yes, I'm well," she replied with a bright smile. After a brief silence, she continued on her way. "I'm off." "Oh," Kevin nodded, returning to his practice with Sunny. Following their initial exchange, subsequent encounters found Kevin greeting her more familiarly, to which Little Spoon would respond in kind. Yet, despite a month passing, their conversations remained limited. Kevin often reflects upon the peculiar circumstances surrounding the Count's household. Given the Count's extraordinary prowess, he surmises that nothing could easily escape the Count's notice within his estate. Yet, with Little Spoon's seemingly underwhelming skills as an assassin, her presence in executing tasks strikes him as improbable. Nevertheless, he chooses not to dwell on such musings, focusing instead on his role as an instructor. Curiosity can lead to peril, and the upper echelons of nobility invariably harbor their own secrets. Knowing too much can result in dire consequences. The months swiftly elapsed. By early October, Kevin calculated that it was time to request his wages. He approached the Count once more. "My lord, how has my probationary period fared?" Kevin inquired. "Quite well," the Count replied, engrossed in his reading. "You have exceeded my expectations." "Thank you," Kevin responded, his face lighting up with joy. "However, since your arrival, Sunny has taken to dining in her room with you, and her appetite has notably increased," the Count remarked. Kevin was left speechless. "Oh well, if you eat, then eat. It's no great matter." The Count waved his hand dismissively. "You have indeed performed admirably this month, so I shall grant you 1,000 gold coins. You may collect it from the treasury shortly." "Thank you, my lord," Kevin exclaimed, genuinely elated, having anticipated potential complications. After all, he had only been in service for a month. 1,000 gold coins should suffice for your catapult repairs, the Count noted nonchalantly. However, should you wish to add any modifications, that could become an endless expenditure. Understood, yet I remain grateful to you, my lord. Kevin reiterated his thanks. In the grand scheme of wealth disparity among individuals, it often mirrors the chasm of differences in power and capability, and may even surpass it. The Count's title places him firmly within the upper echelons of nobility, evident in the opulence of his estate. Even the daily expenses of a maid within his manor could rival the earnings of a commoner over several months. Yet, not all nobles are affluent. Many upper-class individuals hold significant positions, such as city lords, with corresponding salaries. Simultaneously, it is common for nobles to engage in commerce or investments as such. Wealth among the upper classes does not directly correlate with noble titles, but rather depends on individual circumstances. Regardless, for the Count, 1,000 gold coins are mere pocket change, while for Kevin, they represent a timely solution to his pressing needs. Beyond several hundred coins, carrying them becomes impractical. Gold coins are heavy and distort the fabric of one's clothing when placed in pockets. And 1,000 coins necessitate specialized chests for transport. While crystal cards exist, their high cost limits them to the upper echelons of society, making them inaccessible to someone in Kevin's position. Ultimately, he opted for a check, crafted from special paper adorned with intricate magical circuits, offering robust anti-counterfeiting measures. Only those possessing substantial gold reserves, wealthy individuals, nobility, or government officials can obtain such checks. Once issued, if one were in a different locality, they would not receive their funds on the same day. The gold must first be transported to the local treasury, documented to signify that the coins have been allocated for a check. Following this, the information is relayed via magical teleportation arrays to the national treasury, ensuring all records are updated. Only then may the bearer of the check visit the treasury to collect their funds. A check itself holds no intrinsic value. Even if one were to steal a blank check and fill in a sum, they would be unable to claim any money at the treasury due to discrepancies in information, potentially leading to arrest. In the case of a lost check, one can still retrieve their funds by presenting their name, identification, and details of when the check was issued, albeit the process can be cumbersome and subject to the disapproval of treasury staff. Typically, the period from receiving the check to actual fund retrieval spans around 2 days, allowing for inter-treasury communication. Although local transactions can occur the same day, the ability to efficiently manage financial circulation across the nation is a testament to the power of teleportation arrays, which come in various types. Armed with a check is undoubtedly safer than lugging around a chest full of gold coins. While security is generally sound, there are still those prone to thievery. Yet, some stubbornly insist that possessing gold coins is the most tangible form of wealth. In truth, even if a check were handed to you, it would not guarantee access to funds. Once gold coins are stolen, they are irrevocably lost. Upon securing his payment, Kevin promptly requested a day off from the Count the following day to finally commence repairs on his catapult, which had sat idle for a month. Gathering dust out, he had little time to attend to the 3 donkeys, often rushing back from drills only to hastily toss a handful of hay into their stall before departing. They were fed only every 2 to 3 days, leaving them visibly gaunt. Their living conditions were deplorable. Kevin returned home late each day, with little motivation to clean. He merely swept away the donkey dung, and despite several inspections that deemed the hygiene unacceptable, they were unable to find anyone else to take over, resulting in point deductions. Kevin, however, was indifferent to the penalties. He simply did not care. Over the course of the month, Kevin had meticulously contemplated the design of his catapult. If feasible, he aimed to modify it into a version operable by a single person, though he recognized the necessity of reserving some funds for its restoration. After a month had passed, Kevin had gathered ample information. Even in Landon City, where there is no shortage of blacksmith shops, only the heavy machinery factory directly overseen by the Lord or the Royal Academy could undertake repairs and modifications to catapults. The son of Lord Landon is Oka, a fellow recruit alongside Kevin, who is perpetually trailing behind Sane. However, in comparison to another individual named Marinas, Oka appears to be somewhat more agreeable. This person speaks relatively little and possesses average abilities, rendering him rather inconspicuous. More than a month has elapsed since the conclusion of their training, and Kevin believes that despite any past grievances, they should at least be able to converse upon their next encounter. Thus, he musters the courage to approach Oka. Unfortunately, at that very moment, The three of them happen to be congregated together. Although it is a reunion of old comrades, the atmosphere is decidedly peculiar. Kevin strives to project goodwill, but regrettably, his efforts are met with disdain as the trio ridicules him. Kevin finds himself in a position where he cannot retort. If he were to provoke Oka, a letter sent to his father could lead Lord Landon to disregard Kevin entirely, which would be troublesome. After encountering a setback with Oka, Kevin, in resignation, decides to personally travel to Landon City. However, the truth is that as a junior officer who is unknown to anyone, lacking any official documents, he finds himself obstructed at every turn. Not only is he unable to gain audience with Lord Landon, but even attempting to visit the 213th Catapult Troop for observation and to glean some experience proves futile, as he is barred entry at the gate. Regardless of his pleas in frustration, Kevin returns to his own station, hoping to speak with the general to procure some form of official correspondence. This time, the general does grant Kevin an audience, possibly out of curiosity regarding his recent endeavors. Kevin provides a straightforward account of his current situation, mentioning his tavern speeches and a chance encounter that led to him being hired as a tutor for Count Gillard's household. However, he refrains from disclosing that he has already received payment, instead emphasizing the military's pressing financial constraints and his hope for the prompt remuneration from Count Gillard. The general's expression darkens, and after a prolonged silence, he finally speaks. From now on, remain in the barracks and cease your aimless wandering. Resign from your position with Count Gillard. Any issues will be addressed by me. Kevin is taken aback. Do you even know who Count Gillard is? The general inquires. Kevin shakes his head in ignorance. You expect my soldiers to work for someone else while they are on active duty? The general scoffs. You really possess quite the audacity. Inwardly, Kevin can't help but begin to look down on the general. Is this what they call saving face? Enough. Return and await further instructions that I will ensure your financial issues are resolved swiftly. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the general attempts to send Kevin away. Yet, Kevin is not so easily dismissed. General, how swiftly is swift? Please provide me with a specific time frame. The general is momentarily taken aback, not expecting such defiance from a mere recruit. Kevin continues, what is the exact amount of military funds allocated? I believe I need to negotiate with the head of the Military Affairs Office. If the amount is inadequate, I must strive to secure more, and if it exceeds what is necessary, I can return the surplus. The general's demeanor grows increasingly hostile. Such matters should be discussed at higher levels. You are to await notification. General, I have only one catapult, and it has been in a state of semi-disrepair for years that I seriously doubt the military affairs personnel are aware of the costs associated with maintaining a single catapult. Do they know how much maintenance paint costs? Do they know the price of a stone projectile? Do they know the expense of an incendiary round? Are they aware that aside from the chassis, nothing else on my catapult is operational? What will it cost to repair it? Do they know? Kevin counters candidly. The general retorts with a sneer. Is this really so difficult? Even if usage is low, a simple check of the records should suffice. If that fails, consult with the brother units for information, and you'll have your answers. You speak as if you are the only one privy to this knowledge. I beg to differ, Kevin replies, but since I am the head of an independent department, albeit consisting solely of myself, I believe it is my duty to advocate for the military funds of my entire unit, that I also possess the right to partake in discussions regarding military finances. A general's aide finally interjects. How dare you? Do you think you have the right to speak to us like that? General, I recall you stating that my catapult is not an expendable unit. If that is the case, it is evident that it must maintain its combat readiness. If, due to financial constraints, I am unable to conduct necessary repairs on my catapult, then ultimately, who bears the responsibility for that? Kevin's courage has noticeably increased of late, perhaps due to his frequent encounters with the upper echelons of nobility, leading to a diminished reverence for the general. Mind your manners and the tone of your speech. The general responds coldly. While I did mention that the catapult is not expendable, military development has its phases. There will always be obsolete weapons, and there will always be new ones. The future is uncertain for anyone. With that statement, Kevin realizes there is little more to say. The general will undoubtedly provide him with not a single copper coin for military funds. As the catapult is, to him, merely an optional asset, the general does not address the question of accountability should the catapult become non-operational. Moreover, since the head of military affairs is his daughter, and Kevin is a stubborn individual who previously struck his son, It is painfully obvious who would be held accountable. This situation is nearly beyond dispute, as he is the general. I apologize for the interruption, Kevin states, bowing respectfully before turning to leave by the time he exits the headquarters. It is already dusk. The conversation has left an unpleasant taste. In the general's eyes, Kevin is undoubtedly arrogant, while in Kevin's view, the general is obstinate and even petty. He anticipates a period of discomfort ahead. Having offended his highest superior, later that night, Start returns for his night patrol, and the two sit down for a brief chat. Start, well-informed, inquires, "I hear you confronted the general to his face." "I personally do not consider that a confrontation." Kevin shakes his head. "You're finished," Start declares decisively. "Better start writing your will." Kevin remains silent. "I've told you about your character before." Start shakes his head. "You know more about interpersonal issues than I do after 10 years of travel. Yet you insist on pushing back. You believe your rhetoric is invincible, that you can oppose everything you disapprove of, and now you see the result." After a moment of silence, Kevin responds, "I have never believed my rhetoric is invincible. That's not the point." Start waves his hand. "Don't pretend that with just one catapult. You could have done otherwise. If you had confronted Sane back then, he would have relished it, and perhaps you would have faced no repercussions. Maybe you would have become a patrol officer like me, or a common knight. But you chose not to believe that, instead opting to show off in public and humiliate Sane while promoting your novel." Kevin shakes his head, wanting to say something, but ultimately remaining silent. "Don't take it out on me. I can't argue with you," Start chuckles, "but it is evident that your position as a catapult commander and your confrontation with Sane are intrinsically linked." Kevin nods in agreement. This connection is indeed glaringly obvious. "Honestly, just accept the role of catapult commander. At worst, you'll be demoted to private in December if you fail to meet expectations." "This isn't an unacceptable outcome," Start replies. "We're both in this to avoid assassins. Not for any honor. Whether you're an officer or a private, it matters little." Kevin remains silent. "Now look, you could potentially lose your life over this," Start states, not intending to frighten him. "It would be a trivial matter for a general to eliminate a low-ranking officer like you. What do you think I should do next?" Kevin occasionally finds himself at a loss. There are essentially 3 paths. First, concede. Tomorrow, promptly send some money to the general, say some kind words, and mend the relationship. It might be a bit late, but it's better than doing nothing. Second, do nothing at all and simply wait for your fate. Perhaps a sudden opportunity may arise, and you might be resurrected. Third, continue to push back. You might imagine yourself as the protagonist who picks up a chamber pot, suddenly becoming powerful enough to counter all the general's schemes until you eventually triumph over him. Kevin chuckles. This plot sounds quite familiar. "All right, I've got to go." Start stands up. "Consider your options." That night, Kevin tosses and turns, failing to find restful sleep. Had he known, he would have refrained from seeking out the general today, but he realizes that after tutoring for a month, things might have been easier. Yet now the general has explicitly forbidden him from doing so, leaving Kevin reluctant to disobey. Fortunately, he has secured 1,000 gold coins, so the situation is not entirely dire. After much contemplation, Kevin resolves to seek out Colonel House the next day. This 3rd Battalion commander is a decent individual and should be able to offer Kevin considerable assistance. The following day, Kevin finds Colonel House, who expresses surprise at Kevin's boldness in confronting the general. "To be honest, I wouldn't dare speak to the general in such a manner. Only his children would have the gall to do so. Your courage seems to have grown immensely. Is there any special procedure for Colonel House when visiting other units? Or is general approval always required?" Kevin inquires. "Of course, general approval is necessary," House replies. "Otherwise, what would be the point of having a general? If we all ran about freely, he would lose track of us. And how could we fight then? Is there no alternative?" Kevin sighs. "Not entirely." House finally provides a glimmer of hope. "You should be aware that there is a veteran in our unit, in his 40s. A 6th-tier warrior, who is generally unapproachable. Even by me, he is someone who can't even retire." "I know." Kevin nodded, having heard of this individual since he first joined the Thunder Knights, yet he had never laid eyes on him. This person, seasoned and well-connected, possessed strength nearly equal to his own. Currently, he worked at the logistics repair shop, known as Trek, affectionately referred to as Old Trek by everyone. "Allow me to introduce," House said. "If you can enlist his assistance, you should encounter no difficulties." Gratefully, Kevin thanked Colonel House and proceeded directly to the logistics repair shop. This establishment, a subsidiary of the Logistics Affairs Office, primarily repaired swords, spears, bows, saddles, horseshoes, and various logistical supplies during peacetime, even when there were few damaged weapons or tools. They would deliberately damage equipment to cultivate their skills, repairing it themselves for practice. However, for a 45-year-old veteran, such exercises held little significance. When Kevin found him, Trek was lazily leaning against a wall, carving a figure of a beautiful woman from a piece of wood. The key was, he looked remarkably familiar to Kevin, who felt an odd sense of recognition. "Oh, Commander Kevin," Trek greeted, merely nodding his head without standing. "May I call you Old Trek?" Kevin laughed, unperturbed by the man's lack of formality. In truth, even if Kevin were a major at that moment, he would not have stood either. "Of course," Old Trek replied with evident delight. "I actually go to the tavern every night to hear your jokes." "Ha ha ha. You probably wouldn't recognize me." Kevin was taken aback, and it suddenly made sense why he looked so familiar. He was one of Kevin's patrons, considering the chaotic nature of such a character. It seemed unlikely anyone would mind his comings and goings within the military camp, as he spent his days among the recruits, appearing equally naive. Going out for a drink at night was a common enough occurrence. Although the city had many taverns, Kevin had once debated alone against 26 others, earning quite the reputation. Thus, encountering Kevin was almost inevitable. Since they were acquaintances, the conversation flowed easily. Kevin promptly explained his situation, expressing a willingness to pay handsomely for assistance. Old Trek wasted no time and stood up. "Let us go. We should first check your trebuchet." Overjoyed by Trek's eagerness, Kevin felt a surge of hope. Old Trek was straightforward, stating, "Money can get things done. Without it, I can't help you." Kevin refrained from asking whether Trek could repair the trebuchet, trusting that his willingness to come suggested he had the necessary expertise. Moreover, a veteran of his age undoubtedly possessed considerable skills. Otherwise, he would have long retired. The two men arrived at the vehicle yard and pulled out the trebuchet. Kevin shared some of his thoughts on modifications that would allow a single person to operate it. Old Trek was supportive. "You have some good ideas. The first two options you mentioned, using pulleys or levers, might not be straightforward to implement, and the modifications would be quite extensive if you want to proceed. It's best to create a model first." "Model?" Kevin echoed the key term. "Yes, a model.it would be best to create a scaled-down version of the trebuchet to test its viability. The Royal Academy often engages in such projects," Old Trek said, circling the trebuchet and kicking the wheels. "Your third option could work. Using a donkey to power a winch to lift the counterweight could be made into a standalone mechanism, which shouldn't pose much of a problem." Indeed, Kevin accepted the advice with humility. "But regardless, we must first modify the chassis." Old Trek concluded decisively. "How should we modify it?" Kevin inquired. "We need 5 pairs of weight-bearing wheels." Old Trek replied. Kevin, Chapter 63, the trebuchet with 5 pairs of wheels currently. Kevin's trebuchet had only 4 wheels, and according to Old Trek's specifications, they needed to add 6 more wheels, forming what was referred to as 5 pairs of weight-bearing wheels. This peculiar requirement left Kevin baffled, leading him to adhere to his principle of asking when he didn't understand. After a lengthy explanation, Old Trek conveyed the gist. The chassis was crucial to the vehicle's performance, and 5 pairs of weight-bearing wheels represented a mature technology that allowed for greater load capacity. Moreover, the current heavy-duty transport vehicles used for the oversized staves were all equipped with 3 sets of 5 pairs of weight-bearing wheels, as many vehicles transporting heavy equipment employed the same design. Essentially, with 5 pairs of weight-bearing wheels, various unusual devices could be added or modified on top. Additionally, 5 pairs of weight-bearing wheels facilitated off-road capabilities. If one wheel were damaged in battle, the other 6 could serve as backups. The advantages were numerous, but Old Trek's explanations lacked systematic depth, revealing he had no formal training and relied solely on years of experience and knowledge. However, the installation of 6 additional wheels was no simple task. The wheels of the trebuchet were crafted from solid wood, fashioned from thick logs, which were not readily available in the market. Furthermore, springs needed to be installed within the wheels to prevent situations where an uneven surface would lift one wheel, leaving the other 3 off the ground. Fortunately, Old Trek assured Kevin that he could handle this. He claimed that 5 pairs of weight-bearing wheels were a well-established technology, and as long as there was sufficient funding, success was guaranteed. Without hesitation, Kevin slipped out of the military camp in the dead of night to retrieve his 1,000 gold coins. The general had instructed him to remain within the camp, so Kevin dared not disobey during the day. However, Obtaining the funds was essential, and with a little maneuvering at the gate, it was easily accomplished. Concurrently, Kevin sent a letter to the Earl, expressing his regret over being unable to continue as a tutor due to pressing military duties. Upon receiving the 500 gold coins, Old Trek proved to be forthright, returning the following day with several soldiers from the repair shop, bringing back a cart full of supplies by evening. The cart, covered with tarps, led others to believe that the repair shop had merely received a shipment, and no one inquired further. Once they reached the vehicle yard, they unveiled the contents, revealing an assortment of parts, the origins of which remained a mystery to Kevin. However, considering Old Trek's age, he undoubtedly had a wider network and more solutions than Kevin. With the parts secured, funding in place, and personnel ready, everything was set to commence. Kevin found himself largely unhelpful in this matter, while Old Trek primarily directed the work of his subordinate soldiers. For soldiers, assisting other units was referred to as running errands, a common practice within the camp. When a unit faced personnel shortages or was unable to complete tasks for various reasons, they could readily seek assistance from familiar units, ranging from kitchen help to cleaning toilets. However, soldiers running errands typically did so without compensation. Assistance in the kitchen might yield a single apple as a tip.in contrast. Kevin was directly paying for labor, which naturally motivated the soldiers. Even so, the installation of the 5 pairs of weight-bearing wheels took a full 4 days. Old Trek brought only 3 soldiers, as he, despite his extensive experience, was still just an old soldier and could not manage too many at once. These workers took nearly half a day to install each wheel. And midway through, they discovered that the original chassis had significant mold and rot. They replaced and dismantled as necessary. Kevin was unfazed by the hassle, content to ensure everything was done properly since he had no other pressing matters. Although he could not contribute much, he at least helped move materials and hand over tools. After 4 days, the 5 pairs of weight-bearing wheels were finally installed, while it appeared that only 6 wheels had been added. Nearly the entire chassis had been modified. The materials of the chassis had been replaced to the extent that Old Trek remarked that if this were a trebuchet unit, the vehicle would be headed straight for the scrapyard. Each wheel was also outfitted with springs for improved shock absorption. Additionally, a balance adjustment system and braking system had been installed that in the field, the terrain was not always level. There were often slopes or uneven surfaces. To maintain basic accuracy, it was best for the vehicle to remain as level as possible. Typically, other trebuchets faced with such terrain had to first flatten the ground and drive stakes into the corners. Given the significant vibrations produced when the trebuchet was in operation, a slope could not only hinder accuracy, but could even lead to the vehicle tipping over. However, with the newly modified 5 pairs of weight-bearing wheels, many of these issues had been significantly mitigated. The height between each wheel and the chassis could be adjusted. Even on uneven ground, the chassis could be forcibly leveled by altering the wheel's height. Moreover, the increased ground contact area of the 5 pairs of weight-bearing wheels meant that stakes could often be omitted. Naturally, there were limits. The ground slope could not exceed 10 degrees. Any steeper would still require leveling. However, with the 5 pairs of weight-bearing wheels, the overall weight had undoubtedly increased, and with 3 donkeys pulling it, the speed would inevitably be reduced. Yet, for a trebuchet, speed was not a pressing concern, and this was generally acceptable. With the chassis completed, testing was next. Working within the military camp, Kevin could hardly keep his activities a secret, so he boldly rolled the chassis of the trebuchet around the camp for a few laps. The performance was satisfactory, and he did not notice any significant decrease in speed, likely because the upper equipment had not yet been installed, making it relatively light. However, the entire army regarded this peculiar trebuchet with derision, although no one openly mocked it. Their smiles and headshakes betrayed their thoughts. Indeed, at that moment, the trebuchet appeared somewhat ludicrous, resembling merely a flatbed cart on 5 pairs of wheels. Familiar faces, such as Starth, approached to inquire, "What are you doing? Why add so many wheels? Where's the equipment on top?" Kevin struggled to respond. Reciting Old Trek's lengthy explanations would be excessive, and he himself did not fully comprehend them. Ultimately, he could only reply, 5 pairs of weight-bearing wheels represent justice. Starth. Ignoring the jests of others, Kevin promptly began the repairs on the trebuchet's upper mechanisms. Originally, Kevin's trebuchet could not be assembled. Old Tay took a look and found that although some components were still usable, they were quite antiquated. Since a major overhaul was already underway, he decided to refurbish everything completely. Old Tay ventured out of the barracks once more and, from an unknown source, directly transported the arm and frame of the trebuchet. Kevin couldn't help but voice his frustration. Why not just bring back an entire trebuchet? However, he refrained from speaking. Deep down, he understood that the whole trebuchet had become a matter of combat capability. Bringing it back would essentially mean borrowing or even reallocating troops. Yet, the arm and frame were not included in that equation, and Old Tay might have some means to mobilize them. Kevin chose not to inquire further. Typically, a large trebuchet like the one in Kevin's possession requires a crew of 10 to 20 men, with the standard troop composition being 12 men per vehicle. This includes a commander, responsible for overall strategy, a deputy commander, assisting with coordination and taking command if the commander falls, a driver, primarily responsible for steering the 3 donkeys pulling the cart, 6 counterweight handlers, tasked with raising the counterweights, and 3 loaders, always prepared to load projectiles during battle in terms of normal operation. This crew size does present an excess. For instance, 1 loader is generally sufficient, and missing a counterweight handler is not a significant issue, while the deputy commander has limited utility. However, more hands make for lighter work, especially in preparing the terrain before battle. Should the wheels of the trebuchet become ensnared in mud, a larger crew certainly expedites the process. Furthermore, having enough substitutes in case of illness or injury is invaluable. And if the enemy approaches, everyone can draw their swords to fight. Thus, a large trebuchet is typically staffed by 12 personnel, yet now Kevin, as the sole commander, must perform all their duties. To be honest. Over time, Kevin has come to accept this arrangement, even viewing it as a commendable challenge. Within a day, the throwing arm and frame of the trebuchet were installed and ready to launch projectiles. However, to enable Kevin to operate it alone, a winch needed to be designed, which meant creating something from scratch. Although Old Tay was quite experienced, he had never undertaken such innovative work before. For the following week, Kevin and Old Tay engaged in discussions about the winch. Old Tay constructed a small trebuchet and continuously experimented with the size, materials, and efficiency of the winch. He chuckled. Today, I actually engaged in some research and development. Haha. During this time, Kevin learned a great deal. Old Tay was quite affable. Before joining the military, he was a carpenter, naturally skilled in repairs. He had a wife and children at home and had long desired to retire, having applied for discharge for over a decade. Yet to no avail to prevent his departure. The military even relocated his family to Saka City, allowing him to return home each night. Nevertheless, he still yearned to retire. At 45 years old, he found himself idle and took to carving wooden sculptures for his daughter. Old Tay casually showed Kevin some of his work, which was indeed lifelike. Kevin, intrigued, inquired, I've heard it's because of your exceptional skills that they won't let you leave. Do you believe that? Old Tay laughed. I find it hard to believe, Kevin replied candidly. While a 6th-tier warrior is undeniably formidable, I think the reasons must lie elsewhere. Old Tay chuckled. Bards, after all, have traveled far and wide, making it difficult to deceive them. Haha. To speak frankly, without me, this repair shop would be at least half paralyzed. Kevin nodded, not surprised. Although one could say that any unit can manage without anyone, they clearly see that without me, if any issues arise, they would be unable to fix them. If they can't repair it, they must purchase new equipment, which involves financial implications. Do you understand? Kevin nodded. Despite our current idleness, during annual military exercises or major events, countless weapons become damaged, Old Tay lamented. Can't we ensure that technical skills are passed down? Kevin asked. Old Tay laughed. Look at the people under me. They're a bunch of fools. It took half a day to install a wheel. At that moment, 3 soldiers were still nearby, but they seemed accustomed to the remarks. While Kevin felt somewhat embarrassed, surely it can't be that bad. They're quite diligent. I assure you, this is indeed the case. Their minds simply can't keep up. Old Tay seemed to have given up. Where have all the clever ones gone? They've all gone to the combat units. Even if competent individuals were initially assigned here, once they are recognized as talents, they are immediately reassigned. Then, when the combat units discover incompetence, those individuals are swiftly sent here. Alas, Kevin fell silent, empathizing with the challenges faced by logistics. Many enlist in the military hoping to achieve glory, and undoubtedly, combat units are far more esteemed than logistics. Naturally, capable individuals aspire to rise higher. and it is understandable that the military consolidates its talent. However, it currently seems that the practices of the Thunder Knights have gone too far. Regardless, that's the mindset of those superiors that have been at this for so many years. A couple more years won't make a difference. Old Tay shook his head. There's nothing to be done. After all, they are the commanders. Actually, you could retire first and then be hired back into the military, Kevin casually suggested. If I could retire, I would never set foot in Sokka City again. Old Tay reclined against the backrest. Gazing at the ceiling, Kevin paused, seemingly casually asking, "How are your wife and daughter?" Old Tay stared at the ceiling for a long moment before turning back. Don't overthink it. They're doing quite well. I was merely asking. Nothing more, Kevin quickly clarified. Old Tay stood up, patted Kevin on the shoulder. All right. It's been a while since I've spoken with someone of high intelligence. Your thoughts are quite a leap. I can barely keep up. Haha. Kevin could only respond with an awkward laugh. A week later, the winch design was nearly complete, prompting Old Tay to procure timber and begin working on it himself. At this point, his 3 soldiers could only assist with carrying items and handing him tools. While Kevin found himself with little to do but watch, Old Tay was quite talkative, explaining as he worked, leaving the 3 soldiers in awe, while Kevin nodded frequently. This could truly be attributed to an intellectual disparity. 3 days later, the winch was finally finished. After testing, it proved fully operational. However, getting the donkey to pull the winch still required considerable effort. At least there were no errors during the experiments, making the lengthy design process worthwhile. Subsequently, Kevin proposed designing a loading chute, allowing some projectiles to be stored within it, with the chute's end leading to the loading basin of the throwing arm. A movable partition could separate the two. When the arm is lowered, the projectiles would roll down due to gravity. After launching one, the arm could be lowered again to push the partition, allowing the second projectile to roll down. This would enable automatic or semi-automatic loading of projectiles, further conserving manpower for Kevin. Although the mechanism was complex, it was certainly worth a try. Old Tay readily agreed, and 3 days later, the initial version of the 5-wheeled trebuchet was completed, operable by a single individual. Kevin wasted no time in testing it within the barracks. Chapter 64. Finally, normal training. General. The commander of the 2nd Squadron rushed over. Kevin is occupying our archery target range, preventing us from training. General Odell shook his head. Why not just send him away? He refuses to leave. He claims he received orders to remain in the barracks. What a hassle. The general frowned. All right. You go over there first. If you can resolve it, do so, and if not, come back to me. The commander, having received orders, promptly departed. Moments later, the commander of the 3rd Squadron rushed in. General, Kevin is using our cavalry training ground to practice with the trebuchet. Our cavalry cannot train. The general, wasn't he just at the archery range? He said he was chased away. Colonel House shrugged. It's just a sub-lieutenant. Can't you all handle this? What are you all doing? Solve it yourselves. The general waved dismissively. Moments later, a soldier announced Kevin's request to see the general. The general thought it was timely, as he wanted to speak with him. He instructed the soldier to let Kevin in. Kevin stepped forward and saluted respectfully, then spoke. General, a squad of cavalry has taken over the grounds, and I can't practice with the trebuchet. The General, Kevin continued, I understand that training grounds are limited, but I've just refurbished the trebuchet, and I need to test it. I hope for your understanding. Enough with your excuses, the general asserted with authority. You can train in your own area. Don't come to me with problems. Is that clear? Kevin nodded. Understood, General. He immediately turned to leave. A moment later, the commander of the 2nd Squadron returned. General, Kevin is aiming the trebuchet at our archery targets and launching projectiles. My soldiers are frightened. The General, perhaps we should let him go outside, the 2nd commander suggested. Training with the trebuchet is simply not feasible within the barracks. The things he is launching are crossing several barracks and pose considerable danger. What is he throwing? Are they projectiles? The general frowned. No, he is tossing old shoes and scrap wood. But there is still a significant risk, the 2nd commander insisted. Let him go outside. After all, it's just the open grasslands. Let him go outside. Not a chance. The general scoffed. One careless move, and he'll make a fool of me. Just as he finished speaking, Colonel House entered, holding a shoe. General, as I was returning, a shoe flew past me. Fortunately, it is I. Had it been someone else, they would undoubtedly have received a slap to the face. General, please take a look. House presented the shoes, and the general instinctively accepted them. They were merely ordinary canvas shoes, still warm, as if recently removed, with a faint odor wafting from them. The general finally rose. Let us go meet Kevin. In truth, the general was already well aware of the progress on Kevin's trebuchet. After all, such matters could hardly be concealed from a general within the military camp, or else his authority would be far too weak. However, he did not expect Kevin to be so ostentatious that even this trivial matter necessitated his intervention. Immediately, the general, accompanied by 2 lieutenant colonels and several attendants, made their way to Kevin's workshop. At that moment, Kevin stood barefoot on the ground, sweating profusely as he operated his trebuchet. The usual loading area of the trebuchet was occupied by a shoe, seemingly prepared for launch. Upon noticing the general and his entourage approaching, Kevin promptly halted his work, jogged over barefoot, and saluted, "General." The general did not respond, but merely cast a glance at the trebuchet. "How is your machine faring?" "It is currently in the calibration phase," Kevin replied. "I cannot guarantee the accuracy of the launch, but at the very least, I can assure you that the objects I launch pose no lethal threat. However, rest assured, General, that what I launch will have no destructive capacity." The general glanced at his feet. "Where are your shoes?" Kevin, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "My shoes are in the general's hands. No wonder I couldn't find them anywhere. Please return my shoes, General." The general casually tossed the shoes back to Kevin, who held them in his hands, not in a hurry to put them on, seemingly awaiting the general's next instructions. Lieutenant Colonel House immediately spoke up. "Do you realize that your shoe nearly struck me?" "This," Kevin stammered, "the responsibility lies with me. I originally intended to keep the range of the trebuchet within the confines of this workshop, but there are numerous issues with the machine, and I am still not sufficiently skilled, often leading to launches that exceed the intended distance. I admit this is my fault, and I am willing to take responsibility." "You take responsibility?" the general scoffed. "What do you propose to do about it?" "I shall forego my rest days to train, dedicating myself day and night until the trebuchet meets the required standards," Kevin replied earnestly. "The others, the general is welcome to observe the launch process of my trebuchet," Kevin added, moving to the side of the machine to explain. "The preliminary work has just been completed. All that is needed is to pull this lever, and the shoe I placed in the basin will be launched. The general is invited to experience it firsthand." The general approached slowly. With his experience, he had seen many trebuchets before and was not particularly impressed. However, for the sake of equipment inspection, he stepped forward and grasped the lever, pulling it down. The front weight immediately fell to the ground, and with a whoosh, the rear arm of the trebuchet shot up, flinging the shoe far away. The shoe fortuitously landed in the vegetable cart of the cook, who was in the midst of transporting produce. Suddenly struck by the shoe, he jumped in surprise. The cook, unable to see who had launched it, immediately shouted, "What the heck? If today's meal smells of stinky shoes, don't blame me." The crowd, although they could not see the shoe's landing point from their angle, the cook's curses were clearly audible. "Outrageous," Kevin fumed. "How dare you speak to the general in such a manner? Someone, go fetch that cook." The general finally took a deep breath. "Enough. Let your trebuchet go practice." "Thank you, General." Kevin remained exceedingly polite. "But remember, you must train daily and are not permitted to venture to other major cities," the general instructed. "Understood," Kevin replied. "And with that, I shall take my leave." The general waved his hand, preparing to depart. "General, about the military funding issue." Kevin, undeterred, realized he had already offended the general. Offending him further held little consequence. Yet the matter of military funding was significant. After all, it could not always be Kevin footing the bill. Could it? "Very well, go ahead." The general finally nodded. "Seek out the logistics officer. Did you not say you wished to discuss it? Go on your own." "However, I have attempted multiple times to meet with the logistics officer, only to be turned away." Kevin sought something more secure. "That's for you to figure out." The general turned away. "You are no child. Must you have an adult accompany you to meet someone?" "Yes." Kevin nodded. "Furthermore, now that you can train normally, you must pass the assessment at the end of December." The general issued a direct ultimatum. "Otherwise, you will be demoted to private and assigned to the watch duty at the gate." "Understood," Kevin responded loudly, feeling little pressure within. After bidding farewell to the general, Kevin immediately donned his shoes, gathered the trebuchet, and exited the military camp. After a morning of tossing shoes, he finally received the general's permission to leave, making many matters easier to handle, including stopping by the tavern to share a tale later on. As for military funding, Kevin held little hope, planning to address it again during the next meeting. Although the trebuchet was now operational, it was still new to Kevin, and many of its technologies were unfamiliar. While new technologies might initially appear promising, they often revealed various issues after some time. Problems like excessive wear, extended ropes, and overworked donkeys were all issues that could only be identified and resolved through continuous practice. Kevin left the camp alone, but to maintain uninterrupted training, he brought in 3 donkeys. He would rotate the 2 teams of donkeys to pull the cart, as there were plenty of donkeys available. Each day's training consisted of finding a piece of land on the prairie. Establishing points A and B, he would first position the cart at point A, then launch all projectiles towards point B, thoroughly bombarding it. Subsequently, he would move the cart to point B, retrieve the projectiles, and then turn around to launch at point A. Repeating this cycle, Kevin meticulously recorded all strike points while also noting the trebuchet's setting parameters. These trebuchets were modified and differed from standard models. Kevin had to recalibrate them to determine the necessary counterweights and projectile placements for specific distances. The greatest skill in operating a trebuchet lay here. It was distinct from archery. An archer's accuracy depends on numerous factors, such as the steadiness of the bow and the precision of the aim. A trebuchet, however, required no such complexities. As long as the parameters were correct, pulling the lever dictated the outcome. The accuracy of a trebuchet is typically low, aimed at structures, large troop formations, enemy positions, etc., making it virtually useless for targeting individuals, even with identical parameters. The landing spots of projectiles tend to fall within a range of about 10 meters due to the inherent structural imperfections of the trebuchet. The wooden mainframe causes some degree of sway with each launch, and although the wood may be sturdy, its material ultimately does not meet the demands of precise strikes. Regarding this, Kevin had discussed with Old Tay. If constructed entirely of iron, apart from the cost, the weight would exceed what 3 donkeys could pull. Moreover, would an iron trebuchet truly be more accurate? Not necessarily. Even if accuracy improved, it might not prove worthwhile. However, there were alternatives to consider, particularly in terms of magical enhancements. For instance, a simple earth magic spell like hardening could be applied if the pattern of the hardening spell could be inscribed on the trebuchet. Hardening it during each launch might greatly enhance accuracy without increasing the weight, allowing the donkeys to continue pulling it. Ultimately, however, it all boiled down to funding. The various types of ammunition needed to be considered. Standard stone projectiles were commonplace, and Kevin currently possessed only this type. That a properly functioning trebuchet should also be equipped with incendiary projectiles, shrapnel bombs, and other varieties, none of which he had access to. As for magical projectiles inscribed with complex magic patterns or glass projectiles filled with chimera acid, costing tens of thousands to millions, Kevin deemed those aspirations far too distant. He preferred to focus on immediate concerns. Many had claimed that trebuchets were becoming obsolete weapons, and through in-depth study, Kevin concurred that traditional trebuchets could indeed be phased out. However, if he could successfully innovate and upgrade them, they might still serve a purpose. Chapter 65. A mission with the general. The passage of mundane time always seems particularly swift. Before long, it was early November, and the weather began to turn chilly. Trees started shedding their leaves, and a bountiful harvest of crops commenced. This year had seen favorable weather, resulting in an excellent yield, marking yet another busy season. Throughout the month, Kevin had nearly trained every day, becoming exceptionally proficient in operating the trebuchet. In truth, operating a trebuchet did not require much technical skill, as long as one grasped the parameters and marked the scale on the machine. There were virtually no issues. Regarding repairs, Kevin had overseen the entire assembly of the trebuchet and was well acquainted with its basic structure. Within a month, as long as one was not incompetent or perpetually lazy, almost anyone could manage the operation of the trebuchet. Once familiar with the trebuchet, the next step was daily training. Kevin also began practicing swordsmanship, honing his martial abilities, or seeking out the mages within the camp for discussions. During his free time, Kevin started updating his novel, which remained a collection of drafts for now. He continued his performances at the tavern, though not daily. Rather, he visited every other day. It was not that Kevin lacked time, but rather that he sometimes found himself without new material to present. After 2 months of storytelling, performing nightly to a similar audience, he could not repeat the same tales. Even the most skilled storyteller could eventually run out of tales to tell. And Kevin gradually felt the strain of dwindling material, occasionally necessitating a day off in between performances. What should a wandering bard do when faced with such circumstances? it is evident that it is time for them to seek new locales. Hence, they are called wandering bards rather than tavern poets. During this period, there are no particularly notable events occurring on the continent. However, signs of chaos are gradually emerging within the realm of Lebazir. Although Lebazir has always been somewhat disordered, the current turmoil has escalated to alarming levels. Mercenaries within the country have repeatedly attacked station troops, sometimes striking 2 or 3 times in a single day. Why? Simply because the mercenaries are bored. The nation of Lubular has imposed a blockade on domestic mercenary contracts, mandating stringent controls on tasks that foreign mercenary groups can undertake. Originally, the mercenary companies in Lebazir were rather rudimentary. Yet their fees were comparatively low, attracting many trading caravans or task initiators who found them to be a cost-effective option. However, with the new edict in place, there is no recourse. For Lubular, it merely means that task initiators have to expend a bit more money. But that is limited. Conversely, for Lebazir, a considerable number of mercenaries suddenly found themselves idle. It was only at this juncture that they realized that 50 of the tasks their mercenaries undertook originated from Lubular. The task board is now bare, leaving a multitude of mercenaries without purpose. Officials in Lebazir hastily reassured the mercenaries, claiming that this was merely a temporary phenomenon and that negotiations with Lubular were underway. For the time being, the mercenaries would not starve. However, the limited tasks have created a competitive environment, leading to significant emotional upheaval among those who failed to secure contracts, often taking out their frustrations on the regular army. Inaction breeds mischief, and this encapsulates the current state of affairs in Lebazir. Nevertheless, these conflicts remain on a small scale and are still manageable, especially since the mercenaries still possess some funds. Should the situation persist and their meager resources be depleted, they may resort to desperate measures to this end. Lebazir has contemplated various strategies, such as urging the nobility to issue more tasks. But as a small nation, how many assignments can they realistically generate? It is hardly feasible to summon a mercenary for a midnight trip to the lavatory. They have also encouraged mercenaries to seek alternative vocations. A few have indeed made the transition. Yet the majority remain indifferent. Some have even boisterously proclaimed that if there are no tasks, they will turn to banditry, for they are many in number. Lebazir has sought to engage other nations for mercenary tasks. Yet progress has been slow. After all, everyone was previously maintaining a balance, and suddenly, with 50 of their mercenaries idled, they are encroaching upon the tasks of others. What will the mercenaries of their own nation survive on? Meanwhile, the bards of Lebazir remain blissfully unaware of the deteriorating situation, continuously extolling the strength of their mercenaries. They interpret the ban on mercenaries from Lubular as a sign that our mercenaries are too formidable. If this continues, the mercenaries of Lubular will starve. When asked how this matter will be resolved, the bards confidently respond, "Fear not, for all things are relative. If 50 of our mercenaries are idle, it must mean that a vast number of theirs are overworked. In time, they will be unable to cope, and they shall come begging for our mercenaries. Ha! At that moment, we can raise our prices. We merely need to endure this period. Victory will undoubtedly belong to us." The bards are fervent in their declarations. Laughter and merriment fill the tavern as they toast with their drinks, reveling in boundless joy. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lubular possesses a unique mechanism allowing the military to provide emergency assistance. There is a long-standing tradition of having the military absorb tasks that have gone unclaimed for 3 months. If there are indeed too many tasks to manage, they can simply reduce the waiting period from 3 months to 1, or even to a week. The military of Lubular has always been prepared to undertake any task, having previously dispatched 3 legions to farm during a famine, redirected forces to manage flooding, enlisted mercenaries as substitutes, and even dispatched military priests to provide medical aid during outbreaks of disease. They are adept at farming, pig rearing, waste disposal, water management, and construction, often outpacing even slaves in their efficiency, leaving many slaves feeling ashamed. This approach has drawn mixed reactions abroad, with some expressing confusion and others offering varied critiques. However, domestically, it seems only a handful of slaves dare to voice dissent. For when the military departs, the nobility invariably measures the remaining slaves against military standards, leading to considerable hardship for the latter. But on this day, in early November, General Ode convened another meeting for all independent departments. With Kevin naturally in attendance, December marks the enlistment of new recruits and the retirement of veterans, along with various annual assessments, making it a particularly busy time. Each battalion must account for how many are retiring, how many vacancies exist, how many are needed, how many have qualified, how many have been promoted, and numerous other matters. While these concerns do not directly pertain to Kevin, he did request new recruits, citing a vacancy of 11 for the trebuchets. For the moment, it was merely noted, with decisions on allocations to be made later. Fortunately, the issue of military funding has seen some resolution. Director Bell from the Affairs Office finally relented, agreeing to supplement Kevin with 20 gold coins per month for military expenses. While this is hardly sufficient, it is better than nothing. Ultimately, the general announced a matter of significance. There has been a backlog of mercenary tasks in the city of Saka, and from today onward, the Knights of Thunder will be responsible for clearing them. As in previous years, we will focus on tasks that have been pending for over 3 months. If none are available, we will negotiate with the Mercenary Alliance for tasks pending for over 2 months. This year's tasks may exceed those of previous years. The general directly imposed a target before the end of the month. Each department must complete 8 tasks. Understood, the assembly responded. Kevin thought to himself, although he remained silent. His eyes conveyed a clear message. General, could you possibly make this any more blatant? The general, perceptive to Kevin's expression, made a concession. Kevin, since it is just you, I will lower your target. I expect you to complete 2 tasks. Yes, Kevin could only reply. Frankly, with hundreds and other battalions tasked with 8 tasks, it seems rather disproportionate for him to be expected to complete 2 alone. You may manage the commission for the tasks as you see fit. The general finally offered some benefits. The type of tasks you choose is entirely up to you. Provided they are backlog tasks and do not compete with mercenaries, we are here to assist, not to take food from others. Is that clear? Clear, the assembly responded. Starting tomorrow, I too will lead by example in undertaking tasks. We are all in this together, General Ode declared. Rising to conclude the meeting, the assembly promptly stood, saluted, and then departed. Upon returning to his quarters, Kevin reflected on the arduous battles of his early days as a recruit, finding the prospect of completing a 3-month backlog task alone to be quite daunting. He resolved to enlist the help of a few companions and immediately sought assistance from Stard. However, he was met with refusal. As Stard stated, I did not join the military for glory or money. What would I gain from that? Even my own patrol team is reluctant to volunteer. Let those who seek money at the cost of their lives take the risks. Kevin, feeling disheartened, turned to Gray. Yet, Gray, evidently haunted by the previous recruit assignment, shook his head vigorously at the mere mention of another task. After much contemplation, he approached Old Tay, who replied, I can help you repair the trebuchet, but as for this task, I shall pass my age. I prefer to avoid unnecessary exertion. After exhausting his options, Kevin realized the only familiar faces left in the barracks were the new recruits Sane, Malinas, and Oka, yet they were unlikely to join him. There was also Colonel House, but his rank was of a different caliber altogether. In desperation, the following day, Kevin resolved to venture alone to the mercenary branch in Saka, arriving almost immediately after completing his drills. He was among the earliest to arrive. Upon entering the mercenary branch, he found it already bustling with merchants. Clearly, they had received word the previous day that the military would assist in clearing the backlog of tasks, and had eagerly assembled early in anticipation. As soon as they spotted Kevin, they surged forward. Commander, Commander, the merchants clamored, each vying for his attention. Our caravan has been unable to operate for 4 months. Our goods are piling up. Commander, please assist me. I merely require protection for a route that poses little danger. I cannot fathom why mercenaries are unwilling to go there. Commander, are you alone? Bombarded with a multitude of inquiries, Kevin could only respond calmly to one. I will take a look by myself first. Suddenly, a voice erupted from behind. A general? Is that a general? All eyes turned to see General Ode himself entering the branch. Accompanied by a guard. An overwhelming number of merchants rushed toward him, nearly prostrating themselves, leaving Kevin's immediate vicinity empty. Kevin had no choice but to salute, saying, General. General Ode glanced over, offering a casual nod, before seizing one of the merchant's hands. You. Tell me your task. The merchant, caught in the general's grip, was nearly overwhelmed with joy. How wonderful. I never imagined a general would personally provide my escort. The Knights of Thunder have a tradition. Whenever they assist mercenaries with tasks, the general personally leads the effort, setting an example. Among merchants, being escorted by a general is considered an immense honor, often believed to herald great fortune and prosperity in the following year. Ahem. The general cleared his throat, signaling the merchant to awaken from his state of bliss. The others, realizing their hopes were dashed, could not help but sigh and depart. General, the merchant roused himself, our caravan intends to traverse the Carudia Hills, where it is said bandits are entrenched, and the latest mercenaries have been reluctant to take the job. However, having you with us is truly fortuitous. When do we depart? The general inquired directly. We shall leave at once, the merchant replied, promptly striding towards the door. General, please wait. I will gather the caravan immediately. Kevin, standing to the side, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Do you have no companions for the journey? Allow me to escort you. A murmur of hesitation rippled through the merchants. We could travel alongside the general, surely. With the general's prowess as a sword saint, he can handle a few bandits? Kevin further encouraged. You speak the truth, several merchants exclaimed, slapping their thighs in agreement. But what use do we have for you? Kevin, General, take me along as well. Several merchants raised their hands, waving them incessantly before the general's eyes. That would be against protocol, the general replied, and a lengthy procession may lead to unforeseen complications. After a brief discussion, the merchants turned to Kevin. Commander, then, we shall include you? Kevin scowled. The sensation of being kicked aside only to be picked up again was decidedly unpleasant. Nonetheless, this arrangement meant a task had materialized. And thus, Kevin chose to endure. The caravan assembled swiftly, evidently having awaited this moment for some time, at a total of 3 caravans, comprising 30 ox carts, all brimming with goods that in this era, despite the advancement of teleportation portals. Transporting vast quantities of goods remained impractical. Moreover, teleportation was typically confined to major cities, leaving remote mountain villages, mines, and farmlands without access. Ensuring that caravans could not be entirely rendered obsolete, the general occupied the foremost cart, while Kevin positioned his trebuchet at the rear, establishing a secure defense. With the general present, the merchants eagerly vied for his favor. General, please, do not be shy, have some pears. General, would you care for some cakes? General, would you like water? Surely the general prefers wine over mere water. Thus, riding on the general's coattails, Kevin also reaped considerable benefits. Several merchants climbed aboard the trebuchet. Commander, have a pear. Commander, are the pears delicious? Would you like another? Oh, Commander eats quite heartily. Shall I fetch you another? The caravan progressed slowly, entering the Carudia Hills by afternoon. This region was indeed rife with banditry, and at that moment, the bandit leader lay in ambush atop a nearby hill. Nearly bursting into laughter at the sight of the procession. No guards to be seen? What a pitiful sight. A single trebuchet. 5 burdened wheels. Boss, it's of no consequence. 1 trebuchet is hardly a threat. One of the henchmen suggested. Such a plump target. Let us slay them. The leader, feeling a surge of bravado, immediately sprang to his feet, bellowing a rallying cry as he charged down the hill, his subordinates following suit to intercept the caravan. The bandits of Lololo were largely comprised of ruffians and destitute individuals, many armed with nothing more than a woodcutter's axe. This was not a lawless era. To lay claim to the hills, one must reckon with the regular army. The remaining bandits were, for the most part, inconsequential. However, even if they posed little threat, merchants would often panic at the sight of bandits, scrambling beneath their carts in terror. Yet this time, all faces remained calm, as though the bandits were mere jesters. The bandit leader paid little heed, striding boldly to the front cart. Ha! Foolish old man you. The leader recognized the insignia of the old man as that of a general, and he fell silent, lowering his weapon, clasping his head with both hands, and squatting obediently by the roadside. His gang stared at one another, bewildered and confused. Chapter 66. A bloody massacre in the realm of Leobolo, bandit factions were considered manageable. With the adage that if all bandits were eradicated, mercenaries would no longer be required, leading to a significant reduction in trade. This notion, however, is subject to interpretation, and the authorities would never acknowledge it. While the regular army vastly outmatched the bandits, the latter were adept at concealment and mobility, proliferating like ants across the nation's hills. Eradicating them entirely proved a formidable challenge. There were also claims that many bandits served as private forces for certain nobles. According to royal decrees, no noble of any rank may possess a private army. There are strict regulations governing household guards and equipment, although enforcing these rules is tricky, as it is not difficult to conceal a powerful artifact within one's home. However, The presence of soldiers is concrete. This has led to speculation that some nobles deliberately harbor bandits. Yet, no noble would ever confess to such, and these remain mere conjectures. With sufficient imagination, one can conjure countless theories. In truth, bandits in Leobolo often disguise themselves as woodcutters, making detection challenging. Their faces bore no inscriptions declaring them bandits, and many lacked a proper hideout, robbing by day and returning to town to sleep at night. While some bandits chose to cover their faces during robberies, most did not bother. Who could remember so many faces? Would anyone have the skill to sketch a likeness and post it at the city gates? Most people lack such capability. Additionally, the majority of bandits are impoverished, lazy, or consist of ne'er-do-wells and criminals, representing a collection of inept individuals unwilling to engage in honest labor, instead opting to vent their frustrations on society. Occasionally, a skilled individual may join the bandits, driven by various grievances or being ostracized for their talents. However, regrettably, such capable bandits are often swiftly eliminated. Typically, when bandits engage in robbery, there exists an unspoken agreement or code with the mercenary groups. The bandits do not behave as depicted in conventional narratives, where blood flows freely, and they refuse to relent until they have stolen their fill. The mercenaries, too, maintain a high standard, risking life and limb to protect their charges. In reality, during a robbery, while it may appear that both sides draw their weapons and prepare for battle, most situations are resolved through monetary negotiation. Can mercenaries expect support from their comrades after suffering severed limbs? Moreover, if a mercenary group loses 10 or so members each time they escort a caravan, and their total number is only 300, the group would soon find itself depleted. Similarly, bandits face challenges in recruiting new members. If a raid results in significant casualties, from where will new recruits come? Injuries may take weeks or even months to heal, during which time their combat capabilities are severely diminished. Of course, there are exceptions, such as newly formed bandit groups eager to establish their reputations through combat. However, such confrontations require extensive reconnaissance and meticulous planning, including ambushes, should they suffer a crushing defeat in their inaugural battle. With numerous casualties and no loot to show for it, their existence is in jeopardy. The same applies to mercenary groups. Some may choose to fight to make a name for themselves. There are also unique circumstances, such as when the cargo being transported is exceptionally valuable, enough to sustain bandits for years, or if a strikingly beautiful woman is among the goods. In such cases, bandits may be unable to resist the temptation to seize the opportunity for their own enjoyment. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Regardless, once a reputation is established, both parties tend to favor resolving conflicts through financial means or seeking peaceful resolutions. Reputation serves merely as leverage for future negotiations, whether that translates to increased payment or the absence thereof. Naturally, there are instances where negotiations break down. At such times, tempers may flare, leading to a display of numbers and bravado. If disputes persist, the next step may involve comparing equipment, a domain where mercenaries typically excel, given that bandits are often poorly equipped. For instance, a mercenary might be asked to sever a metal bar with their blade to demonstrate the superiority of their weaponry, hoping the opposing party recognizes the futility of their resistance. Should the adversary persist in their defiance, a duel may ensue. Influenced by the chivalric ideals prevalent in literature, many bandits acquiesce to this method. However, if a bandit employs underhanded tactics during a duel, there is no recourse but to engage in a brawl. This outlines the general procedure of banditry, which over time has naturally evolved into a set of unwritten rules. With rules in place, operations proceed accordingly. Despite their fearsome appearance and intimidating demeanor, bandits typically refrain from overwhelming their opponents unless provoked into a duel. Yet, certain merchants mistakenly believe in preemptive strikes, launching rocks at the bandits while negotiations are still underway, thus forcing both sides into conflict. Such individuals are despised by both bandits and mercenaries alike. Mercenaries cannot openly acknowledge the existence of a code with bandits, as it would imply collusion in acts of robbery. They can only insist, leave everything to them. They will handle it. Yet, there will always be self-proclaimed experts or witty individuals who disrupt proceedings, inciting the ire of the mercenaries. Of course, the aforementioned scenarios assume the presence of a protective escort. There have been instances where a caravan, having penetrated the intricacies of the code, sought to save costs by hiring individuals masquerading as mercenaries, brandishing rusty blades in a feeble charade. some bandits have indeed been fooled. But most are seasoned enough to discern genuine fighters from imposters. Once exposed, a thorough plundering is inevitable, with reports suggesting that not even a pair of undergarments would be left behind if a young woman is among the caravan. She, too, would likely not be spared. However, all of this pertains specifically to the situation within Leobolo, where bandits are renowned as the weakest across the continent. In foreign lands, there are at least no prohibitions on weapons. Thus, bandits would not resort to such reckless acts as robbing with mere axes used for chopping wood. Furthermore, in certain chaotic regions, these bandits often embody the essence of local warlords, rendering them far from simple. The bandits near the Karudia Hills are of a nascent kind, potentially having migrated from elsewhere or spontaneously gathered under a certain brigand leader. No one truly knows. However, nascent bandits are typically eager to establish their dominance and may not adhere to established rules, which has led to a reluctance among most mercenary groups to accept tasks in recent times. Consequently, anxious merchant caravans either reroute, pay exorbitantly to utilize teleportation portals, or take the perilous risk of hiring a few charlatans to impersonate mercenaries and deceive the bandits. Alternatively, they must wait. Wait for 3 months until the military takes over. Once the military intervenes, they adhere to a strict policy of not compromising with bandits. They engage without hesitation. Bandits, upon encountering the military, would not dare retaliate, for the disparity is simply too vast. Bandits are roughly half a tier below mercenaries, relying on sheer brute force and numbers to negotiate for some coin. In stark contrast, mercenaries are no match for regular troops. A commander would strip down and mock them without a second thought. Thus, bandits merely serve as a source of amusement in the presence of regular forces. Each time the military appears, bandits manage to glean some information to evade capture. Yet, some merchant caravans, emboldened by the military's movements, recklessly travel without escorts, mistakenly believing that bandits would be too intimidated to attack. This, however, is a grave miscalculation. Bandits await such opportunistic individuals, lurking nearby, ready to rob anyone unaccompanied by military protection. There are always merchant caravans that fall prey to such tactics, and yet some continue to take this risk. Simultaneously, the leader of the Thunder Knights undertakes a mission, typically accompanied by just 1 or 2 individuals, making it difficult to detect from a distance. However, bandits also harbor a sense of overconfidence, thinking, how could I possibly encounter the lone leader? Yet, such probabilistic events, while appearing accidental, are in fact inevitable. A general escorting a convoy is bound to encounter a group of bandits. Fortunately, the bandit leader reacts swiftly, surrendering unconditionally, for the regular troops of the Lubal Kingdom do not execute prisoners. Leader, the younger bandits appear bewildered, while some quick-witted ones squat beside their chief. Stop the chatter, get down, we surrender. The leader barks urgently. The band of younger bandits, fearing disobedience, each discard their axes, clasp their heads with both hands, and line up beside their leader, as if they were collectively relieving themselves by the roadside. This spectacle causes the general some concern. If the bandits had attacked outright, it would have been easier for the general to retaliate and eliminate them. Instead, their swift and tidy surrender, in front of a multitude of merchants, complicates matters, making it inappropriate to unleash a massacre. Transporting them back would be a considerable hassle, and releasing them seems equally unsuitable, creating a dilemma. Are you the leader of the bandits? The general descends to inquire. Yes, the leader replies, turning to kneel before the general. Where is your stronghold? The general asks. That, the leader hesitates. What? You surrender voluntarily, yet refuse to divulge, the general scoffs. The leader, momentarily taken aback, suddenly gazes into the general's face. Their eyes lock for a brief moment, and then the leader bursts into laughter. I almost fell for your trick. You think I'd be intimidated just because you donned a general's uniform? The general remains silent, his expression a mix of surprise and disbelief at the sheer foolishness of this individual. Yet, the leader interprets the general's astonishment as fear, becoming even more brazen, prompting the other younger bandits to rise as well. The leader rolls on the ground, retrieving his knife. You foolish old man, he jeers, brandishing his weapon. You call yourself a general, and I'm still alive. Ha. Bang, a flash of purple light, and the leader's head tumbles to the ground. Blood splattering as the knife shatters into 2 pieces. N01 witnesses how the general struck, as he merely stands there. Yet, the purple energy, unmistakably the mark of a sword saint, speaks volumes. Thud. The decapitated body remains standing for a moment before it gradually collapses, stirring up a cloud of dust. Many merchants feel a wave of nausea, beginning to retch. The younger bandits, who had intended to rise, stand frozen like statues at last. One particularly quick-thinking bandit crouches down again, clutching his head, and the others, awakening from their stupor, slowly form a line once more. However, this time, they tremble uncontrollably, gripping their heads tightly, with tears streaming from many eyes. Merchant caravan, continue your journey. The general calls to the merchants, then hops back onto his carriage, instructing his guards, go, bind all the remaining ones and escort them to the city. Yes, the guards respond, leaping from the carriage. Remember, bind them tightly. The general subtly makes a slicing motion with his wrist, which, to an outsider, appears merely as a gesture of discomfort. Understood. The guards, not ordinary soldiers themselves, possess spatial rings, allowing them to effortlessly retrieve ample rope and begin binding the captives one by one as the merchant caravan resumes its journey. And many merchants, having never witnessed a real killing, feel a mix of emotions. The atmosphere grows somber and silent throughout the caravan. Kevin, at the rear of the group, remains somewhat oblivious to the events unfolding ahead. But as his carriage passes, he notices the guards still binding the bandits. Kevin, one guard calls out, come down and lend a hand. There are too many. Kevin glances ahead, contemplating that with the general's presence, his absence would not greatly matter. He promptly dismounts, takes the rope, and begins binding the captives up close. Kevin notices that these bandits appear somewhat malnourished, most of them bare-chested, lacking armor. Kevin does not boast, but even with his current strength, he could easily handle 3 or 5 of them in a fight. As the caravan moves on, Kevin, unfamiliar with binding, works slowly. With 60 or 70 bandits to restrain, the task proves overwhelming for just 2 individuals. Suddenly, one young bandit shouts, run! Having already bound over 60, only a final 10 remain, and seeing the general depart, the bandits finally shed their fear. Surely, with so many of them, they could not be outmatched nor unable to flee. Could they? Unfortunately, the logistics of binding many individuals together often lead to entanglement. As over 60 attempt to bolt, they inadvertently pull each other down in a chaotic tangle, leaving only a handful unbound to escape. Thud, thud. With swift precision, Kevin and the guard draw their swords. The guard shows no mercy, pursuing one bandit and swiftly executing him with a single stroke, the yellow energy slicing through him, cleaving him in 2. The brutality momentarily leaves Kevin in a daze. The bandits are attempting to flee. Kill them without hesitation. The guard issues a command to Kevin. As he speaks, the guard pursues 2 more, dispatching them with lethal efficiency. Though Kevin is momentarily stunned, he instinctively follows suit, soon catching up to another bandit. In a critical moment, he steels himself and strikes down, blood splattering as a scream pierces the air. Kevin quickly turns and chases the next one. Their prowess far exceeds that of the bandits, and in mere moments, they have eliminated 5 of them. Yet, a few manage to escape, already scaling the hills. Once they crest the ridge, pursuit will become exceedingly difficult. The guard swiftly notches an arrow and releases it, toppling one bandit from the slope. However, the others remain undeterred, continuing their frantic ascent. Last, Kevin leaps onto a catapult, adeptly adjusting its aim, loading 3 stones, and with a swift motion, launches them. The catapult, having been prepared for immediate action, is loaded with multiple stones due to the close proximity of the target. Sacrificing distance enhances the likelihood of a hit. Yet, even with proximity, success relies on chance. Kevin, however, aims not at the bandits themselves, but at the ground ahead of them. The 3 stones tumbled down the slope, transforming into a cascade of smaller rocks, which in turn dislodge a multitude of other debris. Faced with the onslaught of tumbling stones, the 3 bandits struggle to ascend, their speed dramatically hindered. The guard, drawing back his bow, unleashes a flurry of arrows, leaving no survivors among the fleeing bandits. Turning back, the group of bandits previously bound remains seated on the ground, unable to rise due to the ropes tethering them together. As the guards approach with drawn swords, the bandits panic, exclaiming, "We won't run anymore. We really won't. I surrender. I surrender. I'm willing to return to servitude. I'll be a slave if need be." With a flurry of strokes, the guards pay no heed, and heads begin to roll, blood saturating the ground. The bandits erupt in terror, shrieking and descending into madness. Yet none can escape the grim fate that awaits them. Kevin stands by, spellbound. Ultimately, silence falls, and the guard, calmly sheathing his sword, turns to find himself drenched in crimson. He casts a glance at Kevin. What? You killed someone too? Why the surprise? Kevin sighs, surveying the sea of corpses. Is this the general's intent? Humph. The guard snorts. If we don't slay the bandits, what purpose do they serve? They remain a liability. Kevin falls silent. Don't display such weak fortitude, like a coward, the guard remarks, wiping his face. Report back to the general that the bandits rebelled unexpectedly, and we had no choice but to retaliate. Executing all of them, understood. Kevin, resigned, nods in agreement. Huh, is someone still alive? The guard suddenly notices a figure in the distance, previously struck by his arrow, stirring slightly. Die, he exclaims, picking up a stone and hurling it at the bandit's backside. The three donkeys pulling the cart, mistaking the action as a signal to move, propel the catapult forward. The bandit, who had feigned death all this time, fails to escape, crushed beneath the wheels of the catapult. Blood spraying forth as Kevin hears the sickening sound of bones breaking. Huh, the guard chuckles. Observing Kevin's somber expression, he adopts a more serious demeanor. All right, time to wrap this up. Do you mind if I ride in your vehicle? Not at all. Kevin could only acquiesce as the two of them climbed aboard the catapult, commencing their pursuit of the general's convoy. Moments later, the bandit lieutenant, having waited in the stronghold for a response that never came, ventured out to investigate. The sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground was shocking, and the impact of that moment nearly drove him to madness. Lieutenant, look over there. There's someone still alive, one of the underlings suddenly exclaimed. Though the man's waist was nearly flattened, he might still possess some valuable information. The lieutenant rushed over, kneeling beside the dying figure. You, tell me, who is it? The feeble underling trembled as he opened his fingers. 5, against, burden, wheel. With that, his hand fell limply to the ground, his last vestige of strength expended. The lieutenant and his companions exchanged horrified glances as they repeated the dying man's final words. Chapter 67. An encounter with a crow. Kevin and the general's guard rode in the catapult, relentlessly pursuing the merchant convoy. Although the convoy moved at a sluggish pace, the catapult was not much faster, and the chase would require some time. Both sat in silence, each lost in their thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, Kevin found it difficult to endorse the guard's direct slaughter of the bandits. Even though they were indeed brigands, they had surrendered, and with their hands bound, they posed no threat. The outright massacre at that moment was undeniably inhumane. Of course, every individual has their own methods of operation. Kevin couldn't argue that bringing the bandits back would serve any significant purpose. Perhaps soldiers, having seen battle, become accustomed to the straightforwardness of such commands, opting for the simplest solution of killing to eliminate future risks. Yet, as a bard, Kevin found it challenging to accept such practices. Moreover, the guard's demeanor reflected the general's character. The guard had smiled while killing, a fleeting expression that Kevin had nonetheless observed. From this, he could glean something about the general's nature, though he would never voice these thoughts, keeping them to himself, wary of being ridiculed by the guards. Those with entirely different mindsets find it nearly impossible to communicate. Kevin mused on what he would do if the general were to command him to carry out a similar order. After much contemplation, the only apparent course of action seemed to be to grit his teeth and comply. By evening, Kevin's catapult finally caught up with the convoy, positioning itself at the rear. The guard then sprang up and jogged to report to the general. Still covered in blood, the scent of carnage lingering in the air, prompting the merchants to frown, though none spoke up. General, the guard saluted upon reaching him. While escorting them back, the bandits attempted to resist. I have assisted Kevin in eliminating all of them. Very well, the general nodded. Come aboard and rest. The guard complied, taking a seat beside the general. The general snapped his fingers, and a patrolling parrot swooped down, landing deftly on his hand. With a spread of its wings, the parrot performed its customary salute. General, inform the city gate's security team to handle the bodies over there. The general instructed. Yes, sir. The parrot responded with another salute before hastily flying towards the city gate. From that point onward, there were no further mishaps. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the convoy safely reached its destination. However, the escort was far from over. The journey would take approximately 3 days, and they had merely arrived at the first way station. The merchants, skilled in their craft, quickly set up camp, unpacked their provisions, and kindled a fire, gathering to share laughter and stories. Undeniably, the general was the object of their flattery, even if he had no direct stakes in their affairs. Merchants had grown accustomed to showering praise upon the strong. Cultivating good relations was prudent, for one never knew when they might cross paths again. Thus, the merchants graciously offered various delicacies. Here, General, have a chicken leg. Here, General, have a drink. Here, General, wipe your mouth. Though the general was a man who could kill without a second thought, familiarity bred a sense of comfort, and conversation flowed freely, touching upon matters far and wide. Merchants, ever keen on seizing opportunities, needed to stay informed about the prevailing circumstances. Listening to the general's analyses proved beneficial. Meanwhile, the guard busied himself setting up the general's tent while Kevin tinkered with his catapult. In truth, there was little to adjust. He merely pretended to occupy himself. It was not appropriate for him to sit directly with the general due to rank, nor had the general summoned him. Furthermore, he was reluctant to assist the guard with the tent, a task that would befit someone like Stard, but Kevin found it hard to engage in such sycophantic behavior. However, standing idly by was too conspicuous. So he opted to fiddle with the catapult instead. That night, he planned to sleep on the vehicle. As long as it did not rain, a simple mat would suffice. General, the tent is ready, the guard reported. Having changed into clean clothing, the blood washed away. Then let today conclude here, the general replied, rising. Everyone, rest early. We shall set off at dawn. The merchants voiced no objections, dispersing to their respective tents for rest. There was no need for a watch that night, as the general was formidable enough to detect any disturbance. With such a strong presence, the others could rest easily. Yet, Kevin found it difficult to fall asleep. The grisly scene from earlier replaying in his mind, leaving him unsettled. Moreover, he was not particularly fatigued from the day's journey. After lying on the vehicle for some time, without succumbing to slumber, he decided to sit up. The moon was large that night, illuminating the surroundings. The distant hills formed a dark silhouette behind him, while in front lay the vast expanse of wilderness, the bright moon and twinkling stars creating a captivating scene. Suddenly, a crow flew by, cawing loudly, and landed atop the catapult's frame. Kevin instinctively looked up, and to his surprise, the crow was also gazing down at him. The two locked in a silent stare for what felt like an eternity. Kevin regarded the crow as part of the scenery and remained still, while the reason for the crow's stillness eluded him. Just then, another parrot swooped down and landed beside the crow, scolding it. You silly bird. Get lost. You're waking everyone up. The crow retorted defiantly. Still not leaving? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson? The parrot flapped its wings as if preparing to peck at the crow. The crow, being significantly larger, was unafraid under normal circumstances and spread its wings in response, ready for a confrontation. Kevin sprang to his feet and cast a magic missile to assist the parrot. For it was of their side, and he felt compelled to help. The crow, quite agile, managed to evade the attack but clearly startled, quickly fled the scene, leaving the parrot to salute Kevin. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, Kevin replied, harboring a fondness for the parrot, despite some of them being rather arrogant. Why aren't you sleeping, sir? The parrot inquired, landing on Kevin's shoulder. Kevin chuckled softly. I'm getting on in years. Insomnia has become my companion. The parrot glanced at him, shaking its head. I still struggle to comprehend human language. Never mind. I must continue my patrol. Farewell. Indeed. Kevin nodded, watching as the parrot ascended into the night sky, eventually vanishing among the stars. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and Kevin turned to see the general had emerged from the tent. Making his way towards him, Kevin hastily descended from the vehicle and saluted, lowering his voice to avoid waking the others. General. Yes, the general replied, nodding as he ambled closer. Why aren't you sleeping, General? Kevin asked. The general cast a glance his way. I'm getting on in years. Insomnia has become my companion. Kevin, and you? Is it unusual for someone your age to suffer from insomnia? The general casually touched the catapult, then leaned against it, taking a seat. Kevin, not having received permission, dared not sit beside the general and remained standing, upright. General, I worry about the next assignment, which is why I couldn't sleep. Is that so? The general remarked, patting the space beside him. Come sit. Yes, sir, Kevin complied, taking a seat next to the general. This was his first time conversing with the general at such close quarters, an experience likely few other officers had encountered. The general glanced at the catapult's design, My guard reported that your catapult is quite effective, successfully intercepting several bandits. Yes, Kevin replied, unsure whether to express modesty or gratitude, opting instead for brevity. Don't think we are targeting you, the general reassured him. As a general of the army, I have no intention of singling out a mere lieutenant. Of course, we recognize your struggles, but you are also a soldier, a soldier. When faced with difficulties, you must overcome them. There is no need for further explanation. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Kevin felt compelled to maintain a respectful demeanor, enduring the general's admonishment in the dead of night. Do you think I, as a general, am without challenges? The general engaged in casual conversation. Each year, we face numerous benchmarks and demands, and during joint exercises with the Red and Blue armies, we often find ourselves on the losing end. What do we do? Should we just complain all day? As soldiers, if you are assigned to defend a position, even without weapons, you must go. That is the essence of being a soldier. Do you comprehend? Yes, sir. Kevin could only nod in agreement, acknowledging the general's points. Of course. You are performing adequately thus far, the general acknowledged. Your catapult has essentially met the standards and can be operated by a single individual. I truly have no criticisms. You flatter me, General, Kevin replied humbly. What are your plans moving forward? The general inquired. My next step involves inscribing a hardening spell onto the catapult, with the hope of further enhancing its accuracy. Additionally, I wish to introduce more types of ammunition. Furthermore, I aspire to have my own communication parrot, so I can maintain contact with the main force. It would be preferable for me to personally fetch the provisions, returning with confidence to cook, rather than relying on the other team's mess halls for sustenance. Kevin expressed his candid thoughts. The general responded with silence. Naturally, if feasible, it would be advantageous to increase the number of catapults and recruit new soldiers. One solitary catapult can hardly achieve significant impact, Kevin elaborated, but the realization of this depends on the Army's strategic development. I merely harbor this hope. The plan is commendable, the general nodded. To enact this plan, one must first demonstrate contributions. Next year, there will be a red-blue military confrontation. If you can yield some results, I shall allocate funds to you, and it will be justified. What say you? Agreed, Kevin nodded. Following this exchange, a silence enveloped them, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. After a moment of contemplation, Kevin broke the silence with a casual inquiry. A crow just flew by. Is this area quite common for them? The general, indifferent, replied, I am not certain. Is it true that where there are corpses, crows tend to congregate? Kevin queried cautiously. Not necessarily. The general dismissed the notion, casually imparting some knowledge about crows. Crows do not exclusively consume carrion. They also feed on seeds and insects. Although many literary figures deem them a symbol of death, they are fundamentally just a type of black bird. Oh, Kevin nodded. In fact, crows possess intelligence superior to that of parrots. The general continued. The Royal Academy has conducted comprehensive studies indicating that crows rank among the most intelligent known avian species. Excluding magical beasts, they can use tools and exhibit learning capabilities. With training, they can even mimic human speech. There was considerable debate at the Royal Academy regarding whether to train parrots or crows. Oh, Kevin acknowledged, absorbing this newfound knowledge. Ultimately, parrots were chosen for training, as their lifespan significantly exceeds that of crows. With proper care, parrots can live to 60 or 70 years, with some even surpassing a century, whereas crows typically live only 10 to 20 years. From a long-term perspective, parrots were the clear choice, the general concluded. Ultimately, such birds serve primarily as messengers. Excessive intelligence is not a requirement. Indeed, it could be a hindrance. Kevin remained silent, tacitly accepting the general's words. However, one must exercise caution when observing birds, the general cautioned, for they could potentially be familiars of other mages or scouts sent by hostile forces. Understood, Kevin nodded. Very well, let us conclude today's discussion. The general rose, advising, rest early, we must depart tomorrow. Yes, Kevin also stood, watching the general disappear into his tent. Initially, Kevin had hoped to prompt the general into addressing the issue of the guard's brutal actions, but perhaps his approach was too subtle, leading the general to instead share insights on crows. Nevertheless, Kevin dismissed the matter and lay down to rest. Upon awakening, he found the merchant caravan preparing breakfast and packing up their tents. Noticing everyone so busy, Kevin felt it inappropriate to simply stand idle, so he busied himself with the catapult, striving to appear equally occupied. Breakfast consisted of 2 flatbreads, with everyone consuming the same, including the general. After eating, they set off. Those who ate slowly continued to munch while walking. However, after a short while, a parrot swooped down, alerting Kevin. Be cautious. There are about 30 individuals following behind, armed with axes. Kevin nodded, remaining vigilant without glancing back, yet he crouched behind the catapult's frame to shield himself from potential ambushes. They continued on to the transfer station the following day, with the group trailing behind, maintaining their distance, showing no intention of aggression. Once the caravan halted, the pursuers retreated voluntarily. In the evening, the general summoned Kevin and his guards. If they follow us again tomorrow, you two shall take the initiative and eliminate them all. Understood, the guard immediately replied. Yes, Kevin hesitated but ultimately accepted the command. Now, go rest. The general dismissed him without further thought. The night passed uneventfully, and on the third day, the caravan resumed its journey. After a brief period, the pursuers reappeared, as the parrot had indicated, still the same group from the previous day. Following the general's orders, Kevin halted the catapult and turned it to wait in place. The general's guards joined him, drawing their swords in preparation for combat. They are over in those woods. The parrot fluttered overhead, leaving a comment. The guard spoke up. Let the catapult strike first. Whatever it can kill is a bonus. Kevin, feeling helpless, responded, in the woods, the catapult's efficacy diminishes significantly unless we use incendiary projectiles. Then let us charge in and slay them. The guard's approach was brutally straightforward. I'll go in to kill. You cover the outside. Anyone who emerges, crush them or shoot them with arrows, whatever you prefer. Wait, Kevin interjected in protest. We still do not know who they are. Mountain bandits? Who else could they be? The guard retorted. However, even when the city guards encounter troublemakers, they issue multiple warnings before resorting to violence. Even with foreign forces approaching the borders, they must also issue warnings before engaging. Why do we not extend the same courtesy here? Kevin disapproved of such barbaric methods. Humph, the guard scoffed. Do not argue with me. Take your grievances to the general. Left without a choice, Kevin fell silent. I will go in. You keep watch outside, the guard declared, sword drawn. In an instant, screams and curses erupted from within the woods, accompanied by flashes of blood and the fierce yellow aura of combat. The general's guards were sixth-tier warriors, while the bandits were mostly common farmers, with only a few possessing red auras, rendering them vastly inferior in both strength and equipment. The guard charged in with ease, slaughtering them like crops. Moments later, a few bandits fled in panic from the woods onto the main road. Kevin sighed inwardly, drawing his bow to shoot, seeking solace in the belief that these men deserved their fate. However, his archery skills were somewhat lacking. He barely managed to hit stationary targets, and with these agile bandits, he could only ensure they were struck, not necessarily in vital areas. Though some fell, they continued to crawl forward in agony. With sweat beading on his forehead, Kevin drew his bow again, hitting them in the rear, arms, shoulders, and waist. The bandits, though wounded, could not escape and only suffered further. The guard emerged from the woods, bloodied. I didn't realize you enjoyed this sort of torture. This is rather sadistic. Kevin remained silent, taking a few steps closer to aim at their foreheads, finally putting them out of their misery. His actions demonstrated that he was not cruel, merely lacking in archery prowess. The guard chuckled but said nothing more. The two climbed back onto the catapult and resumed their pursuit of the caravan. After this encounter, no further incidents arose, and the caravan arrived at its destination unscathed, compensating both the general and Kevin with 20 gold coins each. In truth, Kevin's expectations had risen. 20 gold coins seemed insufficient, especially compared to other mercenary groups that would require dozens of members for a single caravan. It was no wonder such tasks had lingered for 3 months without anyone willing to undertake them. But on the return journey, the general and Kevin parted ways. The general had a swift steed, and naturally, the guards did as well. They mounted their horses, and Kevin bid them farewell, watching until they vanished from sight before he proceeded to guide his catapult back home. Along the way, he passed through the woods and noticed a large flock of crows circling. One landed atop the frame of Kevin's cart, locking eyes with him for a brief moment. This encounter reminded him of when he had faced an ambush from the Libosier kingdom at the border, only to be saved by an assassin leader, leaving behind a scene of corpses. At that time, crows had swarmed, and one had followed him for quite a while. Could it be that the one he had seen recently was the same? Kevin scrutinized it, but discerned nothing unusual. He raised his hand in greeting. Hey! The crow, startled, took flight. Chapter 68. Continuing the previous task, The journey back was uneventful, though traveling alone felt somewhat lonely, especially with bandits lurking nearby. Kevin remained confident that these bandits would not dare to assault a military convoy. Moreover, with the skies patrolled by parrots, should anything go awry, he merely needed to endure the initial period before reinforcements would arrive. As for the strength of the bandits, Kevin did not regard them as a significant threat. Armed with a standard long sword, he would undoubtedly hold the advantage over their shorter axes. His weaponry had since evolved beyond the basic training equipment from his rookie days to the standard issue of the Thunder Knights. One of the 3 major knight orders, which surpassed that of other regular units. Of course, should he encounter bandits, Kevin would not resort to the same ruthless tactics as the general's guards, if possible. He would prefer to apprehend them rather than kill. However, he had no qualms about defending himself if necessary. Thankfully, the journey proceeded without incident. Perhaps the bandits had suffered significant losses or had disbanded entirely. Typically, bandit groups numbering 300 to 500 were considered substantial in the region. This was not due to any regulations or restrictions, but rather the understanding that larger groups would struggle to sustain themselves. Relying solely on robbery could scarcely feed more mouths, unless they were bold enough to raid villages or even towns, which would entail direct confrontations with regular troops, an impossibility in the current domestic climate. Kevin and the general's guards had eliminated bandits on 2 occasions, the first involving around 70 individuals and the second about 30, totaling over 100 casualties. Even a well-established bandit group would find such losses crippling. Moreover, the individuals sent to conduct these raids were typically the strongest fighters, making it exceedingly challenging to replenish such losses. It is rather perplexing for Kevin to comprehend why one would choose to become a bandit in such prosperous times. Merely frequenting taverns and regaling others with lewd tales could easily provide sustenance. Why resort to brigandage? It is truly absurd. During his journey back, the only companions he had were the crows. Occasionally 1 or 2 would swoop down from the top of the catapult. Likely drawn by the nearby corpses, a multitude of crows lingered. Kevin could not distinguish one from another, but having observed them frequently, he felt an urge to capture a couple. He had a particular fondness for intelligent creatures. He had heard from the general that crows possess intelligence surpassing that of parrots, which piqued his interest. Moreover, crows were ubiquitous and not particularly rare, aligning well with his identity as a destitute soldier, making them relatively easy to procure if he could indeed train them effectively. Kevin even contemplated the possibility of having a crow grasp a stone projectile, launching both the crow and the stone from the catapult, with the crow flapping its wings mid-air to adjust the projectile's trajectory before releasing it just prior to impact. This method would undoubtedly enhance accuracy and perhaps eliminate the need for expensive hardening spell arrays. Of course, this was contingent upon whether a crow's intelligence could truly be cultivated to such an extent and if its wings could indeed manipulate the course of a stone projectile. Regrettably, the general was unwilling to provide Kevin with a military parrot. Otherwise, he could have had the parrot test this theory first. However, such musings remained in the realm of speculation. After 3 days, Kevin returned to the military camp and rested for a day before venturing out alone once more. He had completed one of the mercenary tasks assigned by the general, leaving one remaining. With roughly 20 days before the deadline at the end of the month, it seemed sufficient time, though it depended on the nature of the task, and Kevin's prospects alone were not particularly optimistic. However, after a week, the tasks in this region were nearly all cleared. The combat prowess of the Thunder Knight Brigade was evident. Upon his return to the camp, Kevin learned that many squads had taken on more than a dozen tasks in the first round. Although the general mandated a minimum of 8 tasks, no upper limit was established. The entire funding for these tasks went directly into their pockets, which spurred many soldiers to participate eagerly. Consequently, there was no backlog of tasks. Not even for 2 months, and accepting new tasks would essentially mean competing with local mercenary groups, which was clearly illogical. Faced with this predicament, Kevin hesitated for a moment before deciding to head to the main city. Although the general had explicitly permitted him to leave the camp, he forbade him from exiting the city. Yet, having already ventured beyond the city for his first task, the risk seemed minimal. With a flash of white light from the teleportation array, Kevin found himself in Mosi City. This was the border city he had longed for during his days as a recruit, a hub for mercenaries, and one he was quite familiar with, making it his first choice for task acquisition. While the border city was somewhat chaotic, it was still far more orderly than the kingdom of Labazon. It was rumored that the 2 major mercenary groups, the Purple Gold and Dream Return, remained at odds, with skirmishes occurring frequently. However, Kevin felt this had little to do with him. Hey, who was that just now? They look like the person who pinched our captain's backside. Two mercenaries behind him discussed. Kevin, unfazed, continued on his way. Wait, someone called out from behind. Excuse me, sir. Could you please wait a moment? Reluctantly, Kevin turned to face the two mercenaries. Were you calling me? Ahem, sir. Hello. May I inquire your name? The mercenaries appeared quite courteous. Kevin assessed the situation. Clearly, they were uncertain of his identity, yet they had likely deduced who had pinched their captain's backside. Revealing his name could lead to unnecessary complications. I am sane. A member of the Thunder Knight Brigade, Kevin replied casually, having impersonated him once before. We apologize for the interruption. The two mercenaries exchanged dubious glances before turning away. Kevin resumed his path when suddenly someone shouted, Hey, isn't that Kevin? Ha! Kevin broke into a cold sweat, his expression stiffening. As it was evident that the two mercenaries behind him had not yet departed, he feigned nonchalance and continued walking. Hey, why are you ignoring us? A female dwarf bounced over, wielding a heavy sword. It was Lock, a member of the Dream Return mercenary group whom he had encountered before. Kevin turned in surprise. Were you calling me? Huh. Lock paused. Taken aback. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Kevin maintained his composure and continued walking forward. Lock shook her head, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Before departing, the two purple gold mercenaries observed the entire exchange. Whispering among themselves, Kevin paid them little mind and continued onward, though he regretted having inadvertently introduced himself as Sane, a blunder indeed. During their training, many had witnessed him competing against Sane, including several mercenary captains. Moreover, Sane was one of the many individuals investigating the various mercenary groups, the difference being, Kevin had pinched someone's backside, while Sane had merely stood by and pinched others elsewhere, with a discerning eye. It was still possible to identify Sane. This was not Labezier, where one could casually speak without fear of investigation. Kevin felt a twinge of regret for his slip of the tongue. However, upon reflection, he was not particularly concerned that these mercenaries would dare to act inappropriately. Having just pinched a backside, would they truly wish to do so again? As a legitimate military officer, he had little to fear even alone. Arriving at the mercenary guild, Kevin deliberately chose a branch within the territory of the Dream Return mercenary group and pushed the door open. Isn't that Kevin? Instantly, the tavern recognized him, and the atmosphere was friendly. As if he were an old friend returning, Kevin felt bewildered. He had only exchanged a few words with Lock. Why did it seem like the entire Dream Return mercenary group was so warmly welcoming? Hey, what's this? You don't remember? A mercenary stood up. You pinched my backside. Kevin responded, did I? Indeed, he had pinched members from both mercenary groups, yet he had avoided the female captain of the Dream Return group. The captain of the Thousand Blades group, however, was the first victim, and some rather scandalous versions of the story had even reached Labezier. Of course he remember. He pinched so many. How could he keep track? Someone quipped. Unless you drop your pants and let him pinch again, he might recognize you by feel. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. The mercenaries erupted into laughter, seemingly unashamed. Kevin could only greet them at that time. I was merely following orders. I hope you all don't take it to heart. It's nothing. The mercenary said heartily. We're all rough around the edges. It's just a pinch. As long as our captain is unharmed. Unlike certain captains. Ha! Kevin felt a flush of embarrassment. These individuals were indeed relentless in their efforts to undermine their rivals, even in the smallest of matters. As the conversation continued, Lock entered from outside. You said I was mistaken? You clearly are Kevin. I was a bit concerned about those two purple gold individuals behind me. I feared there might be trouble. Kevin admitted. Ha! This prompted another round of laughter among the mercenaries. What's there to fear? The purple gold folks are of no consequence. We can easily handle them. No worries, Lock added. If you face any difficulties, we can assist you. That might be a bother, Kevin replied. It's no trouble at all. Anyone hated by our enemies should be embraced by us, and anyone praised by our enemies should be treated with disdain. Lock remarked, as if articulating their guiding principle. Kevin felt a slight unease at her words, but chose not to comment further. Approaching the front desk, he inquired with the clerk, could I request a task that has been backlogged for 3 months? Upon hearing this, the mercenaries fell silent, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Having just offered to help, what would they do if Kevin were to request assistance with a task that had been backlogged for 3 months? Recognizing the predicament, the mercenaries resumed their drinking, pretending to be engrossed in their mugs. The clerk presented a stack of tasks for Kevin to choose from, and he began sifting through them, searching for one he could complete alone. Finally, he stumbled upon the investigation task of the black gorilla in the venomous forest. Kevin paused, recalling that during his recruit days, he had not truly completed this task. A series of complications had arisen. And in the end, he was merely compensated for the effort to that time. The task had been dubbed the shame of the Dream Return Mercenary Group, as they had initially failed to complete it. After Kevin's intervention, the task's name was reverted to its original title. Studying the task details, Kevin noted that they were almost identical to the previous conditions, except this time, he only needed to escort Professor Luke. Without further hesitation, Kevin recognized that the harsh conditions of the venomous forest deterred most individuals. Yet if he were merely to escort one person, he deemed himself capable of handling it alone. A 3-month backlog task was unlikely to be easy, so finding a feasible one was already a success. Moreover, the client was the vice principal of the Royal Academy, and he rarely had the opportunity to interact with such high-ranking individuals. Familiarizing himself with them could prove invaluable in the future. I'll take this one. Kevin promptly completed the necessary paperwork, without hesitation. The mercenaries nearby lowered their heads to drink, and even Lock shrank back into the crowd, among the dwarfs in the tavern. It would indeed be challenging to spot her. Kevin merely smiled, having no intention of genuinely requesting their assistance. If they had wished to help with a 3-month backlog task, they would have done so long ago. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Kevin waved and exited the guild. That a group of dreamers finally sighed in relief. In a corner, Rock wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "That was close. I almost thought I was going to feed the mosquitoes along with him." Kevin swiftly took action, heading straight for the capital to seek out Professor Luke, the vice principal of the Royal Academy. The convenience of teleportation in this age is truly remarkable. From Saka City to Mosier City, and then to the capital, it all took merely a morning. In the past, such a journey would have required at least 10 days to half a month. Professor Luke was somewhat of an acquaintance. Kevin had led the escort on the last mission, and upon seeing Kevin again, Luke couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. As per usual, he invited Kevin to stay at the Royal Academy for the night. Planning to set off the next day, once again, Kevin found himself wandering alone within the academy. No longer a rookie, he was free from the constraints of any superior. Unabashedly, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and ran about aimlessly. Classes were still in session. With a thick skin, Kevin stood outside the classroom, eavesdropping on those discussions that piqued his interest. In one classroom, the students were deliberating on how to forge a 30-meter-long great sword. After all, if there were giant staffs, how could there not be giant swords? Every innovative idea may initially seem absurd, yet the Academy meticulously examined the methods of utilizing and crafting a 30-meter-long sword, which greatly intrigued Kevin. Unfortunately, just as he was beginning to enjoy the discussion, the students noticed him and promptly ushered him away. Moreover, Kevin was eager to explore the Royal Academy's library, yet he was denied entry. In other areas, he was stopped right at the building's entrance, clearly a restricted zone. After a fruitless wander around the Academy, he returned to his dormitory to rest, anticipating an early start the next day. Soon, Professor Luke approached, carrying a box and walking briskly. Kevin greeted him politely. "Good morning, Professor." "Morning," the professor replied casually. "Why are you the only one here this time?" Kevin inquired. After the last bout of chaos, everyone was too frightened to join me," the professor replied with a wry smile. Before asking Kevin, "And you? Why are you here alone?" Kevin shrugged. "I couldn't find anyone. It seems I'm on my own." Chapter 69. Indescribable. The two set out from the Royal Academy once more. Heading towards the venomous forest, after their previous collaboration, they had grown more familiar with each other, leading to an increase in their conversations. Kevin, ever inquisitive, posed numerous questions, and the professor was more than willing to enlighten him. A truly knowledgeable mentor prefers intelligent and curious students, as it enhances their own value, unless, of course, the mentor is merely a charlatan, lacking in wisdom and fearful of being outshone by their pupils. As the vice principal of the Royal Academy, Professor Luke's expertise was beyond question. During this mission, Kevin sought to learn many things, including the curious practice of covertly observing gorillas mating, wondering if capturing a couple in a cage would suffice instead. The professor explained, "The conditions in captivity differ greatly from those in the wild. To gain a comprehensive understanding, First-hand observation is essential. It's not enough to merely hear tales recounted by bards and taverns. This is scholarly pursuit. One must see with their own eyes and hear with their own ears, and even summoning a familiar to stand in is an irresponsible act. Kevin nodded in agreement, fully grasping the significance of the professor's words. The professor further advised him, such research should be a routine endeavor. Ideally, one should return every 2 to 3 years to reassess. Who knows what changes may have occurred? Perhaps the gorillas have adopted new mating postures? Kevin remained silent. And aside from gorillas, he also expressed interest in crows. It was said that Professor Luke was the leading figure in the initial parrot studies, making him the foremost authority in this field. Once he began speaking, the professor showed no signs of hesitation. Indeed, we experimented with many animals, most of which were fairly common species. Due to military strategic requirements, we ultimately focused our main research on birds. Among parrots, crows, and a few other avian species, only parrots and crows exhibited significant results. The intelligence of crows is remarkably high, surpassing that of parrots and even gorillas. They can count, engage in logical reasoning, utilize tools, and, when trained, can speak and recognize individuals. They even hold funerals for their deceased companions, remembering and recognizing those who harmed them, either retaliating or evading them. It appears that crows communicate with one another through a form of language to alert others. They even engage in physical exercises, tossing small twigs to one another mid-flight. The professor reminisced about his findings. Moreover, crows practice monogamy, making them, in a sense, a compelling subject for romantic narratives, though their appearance leaves much to be desired. Kevin nodded. Recalling the general's remark, I heard that the choice of parrots was due to their long lifespan. You certainly know quite a bit. That is indeed one factor, the professor replied. But the true reason is that they do not require such high intelligence. Kevin paused, recalling that the general had made a similar statement, albeit at the end of his discourse, which he had overlooked. Our specially formulated feed, when used in experiments, significantly enhances the intelligence of the birds. Of course, this is a gradual process, taking around 3 years. It is not as if they consume it today and immediately become sharp-minded. We must educate them as we would a child, utilizing the special feed. After 3 years, some show progress, while others remain unchanged. The professor continued, the success rate among crows was notably higher than that of parrots, but that is not the crux of the matter. The key was the emergence of a genius crow that learned magic independently, without any instruction. The professor sighed at the recollection. Magic? Kevin's expression shifted slightly. It seems you understand the implications of that, the professor lamented, if their intelligence becomes too high. It could give rise to a new species. Crows possess robust reproductive capabilities. If they were to learn magic and attain intelligence comparable to humans, it would pose an uncontrollable threat to us. But isn't there a contract in place? Kevin asked. You cannot rely on contracts to solve every issue. Professor Luke shook his head. If a crow's strength surpasses that of its master, and it chooses to rebel, even a contract would be powerless to restrain it. Moreover, what if the master dies before the crow? Once those highly intelligent crows integrate into their population, who can predict the outcome? Kevin understood. Recalling tales of other races suddenly gaining intelligence and subsequently wiping out humanity, many of those accounts pertain to insect species. Still, he pressed, wasn't it said that special feed is necessary to awaken their intelligence? Luke shook his head, no matter how stringent the management. There will always be loopholes, which is preferable to having no occurrences at all. Additionally, this is beyond our control. Kevin's expression darkened slightly. May I inquire where the awakened crows from the experiments ended up? The professor waved his hand dismissively. That's not something you need to concern yourself with, even if you ask. I cannot divulge that information. Kevin could only nod in acknowledgement, understood. The two continued their light-hearted conversation as they purchased insect repellent salves from the mercenary guild. Although it was already November, the mosquitoes within the venomous forest remained relentless, thriving in its unique environment, with their presence almost year-round, and even winter brought little chill. Along the roadside, 2 members of the Purple Gold mercenary group stealthily observed as Kevin and the professor ventured into the forest. These 2 had merely needed to conduct a slight investigation to uncover Kevin's name in the task records due to his association with the missing thought hall. In this case, there was no escaping the consequences. The humiliation of their leader being stripped of his trousers had been a source of great shame, and despite the opposing gang's male members suffering a similar fate, the leader's continued embarrassment had provided ample fodder for mockery from their rivals. Today, These two mercenaries took it upon themselves to seek revenge on behalf of their leader. Naturally, they were not so foolish as to act overtly. Mercenaries, accustomed to the underhanded tactics of this realm, were seasoned in sabotaging each other's missions. In contrast, the military had little experience in such matters, having always played the role of the cleanup crew, rarely attracting trouble. Today, these two mercenaries enlisted the help of two individuals from the Smitha Kingdom. Located to the east of the Lubol Kingdom, Smitha was small but boasted an overly arrogant populace, convinced of their invincibility, although their national strength was only marginally superior to that of the Libozi Kingdom. In recent times, they had dispatched numerous individuals to seek out so-called ancient artifacts, many of whom had entered the borders of Lubol Kingdom. Of course, they entered under the guise of tourists, as tourists in Lubol. They were prohibited from bringing weapons, equipment, or spatial rings across the border unless they possessed other identities. Similarly, even if they did discover artifacts within Lubol, they would theoretically be unable to take them out of the country, as they would have to surrender them to the Lubol Kingdom. However, there are always ways around such rules. With an extensive national border, there are bound to be loopholes. Some ancient artifacts, having lost their divine power over time, could easily evade standard inspections. "Did you see those two that just passed by?" one mercenary asked the Smitha nationals. "One of them is the vice principal of the Royal Academy." "Is that true?" the two Smitha nationals replied incredulously. "The vice principal is wandering about with just a single guard." Their accents were somewhat peculiar, but they were, after all, foreigners. Let us not delve into that. You know what to do. The two mercenaries departed, leaving behind two individuals from the Smitha nation, who began to deliberate amongst themselves. Their task, if one were to phrase it optimistically, involved the search for ancient artifacts. If one were to phrase it pessimistically, it was akin to scavenging for discarded chamber pots along the river. It was perplexing to ponder what had driven their king to dispatch a multitude of skilled warriors to engage in such a trivial pursuit rather than attend to more pressing matters. Yet, in a bid to prevent these elite individuals from exploiting the opportunity for leisure and indulgence without oversight, the king had issued a stern decree. Within 6 months, they must return with something of value. Clearly, the king was aware that ancient artifacts were not easily discovered, thus lowering the expectations to merely finding something of worth, as for what constituted worth. That was ultimately at the king's discretion. The two Smitha experts had roamed for 4 months, aimlessly wandering and coming up empty-handed, their anxiety mounting as the deadline approached. Being foreigners, it was challenging for them to gather any intelligence, often resorting to sending gifts to the mercenaries in an attempt to curry favor. Unfortunately, they failed to realize that the two mercenary groups were rivals, leading to both sides viewing them with disdain, while they remained blissfully unaware, mistakenly believing that the people of Lubol were difficult to deal with and entirely ungracious. Finally, fortune smiled upon them when two mercenaries divulged that a prominent figure, the vice president of the Royal Academy, had ventured into the venomous forest. Whether true or not, it was undoubtedly an opportunity. In these times, one would be hard-pressed to find an abundance of chamber pots to collect. If they could not be found, then one must resort to theft. The Smitha nationals had always adhered to a bandit mentality, often believing that if they had touched something, it was rightfully theirs. In the wilderness of the venomous forest, with no one else around, it was evidently convenient to take action. However, due to their foreign status and lack of weaponry, they faced some challenges. Nonetheless, they casually procured 2 axes for chopping wood, masked their faces, and set off, disguised as bandits. Although they bore no weapons, they were top-tier experts back in their homeland, one a 6th-tier warrior, the other a 6th-level mage who would not fear the average person even when unarmed. Meanwhile, Kevin and the professor traversed the venomous forest. Although they had visited once before, searching for a gorilla in such a vast expanse was still a daunting task. Both were prepared to spend several weeks in this endeavor, starting with setting up camp. On their previous visit, the professor had assistance from his students, but this time it was solely Kevin's responsibility. Given that a man of his age would find it a challenge, after establishing their tent, having a bite to eat, and resting for the night, they remained oblivious to the 2 suspicious figures lurking not far away. For the vice president warranted caution. The following morning, Kevin and the professor arose to pack the tent, with Kevin taking the lead armed with his sword. Not far behind, the 2 Smitha nationals, having squatted all night, now stretched their sore legs and continued their pursuit. Undoubtedly, they were skilled. It was rare for ordinary individuals to endure a night of squatting. "Professor, are we simply wandering aimlessly?" Kevin inquired as they walked. "There is no other option. After our last encounter, The gorilla will surely have learned its lesson and may have relocated, the professor replied, keeping an eye on the surrounding signs to gauge if the gorilla was nearby. Meanwhile, the two Smita nationals carefully trailed behind, remaining vigilant. Their aimless wandering persisted until midday, when the professor suddenly halted. "Shoo!" Kevin quickly silenced himself, and both listened intently, faintly discerning an indescribable sound emanating from the right ahead. Exchanging glances filled with tension and excitement, they crouched down, inching forward silently, ultimately parting the foliage to reveal a crucial aspect of their mission. Chapter 70. The Chamber Pod is Ours. Kevin had encountered similar scenarios in books. With his father's extensive collection including some rather unspeakable titles. In his travels, he had witnessed a few burly men dragging a village girl into the woods in a small nation ravaged by war and lacking governance. At times, not even living beings were spared, let alone corpses. Kevin, being of lesser strength, had wisely refrained from intervening, fearing discovery by the burly men, and had hurried away. Now, reflecting on it, Kevin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Although it was a gorilla, its posture was almost indistinguishable from that of a human. To claim he felt no association would be utterly implausible. In truth, Kevin could have viewed such a scene alone without discomfort. But with an elderly scholar beside him, it became the primary source of awkwardness. He made a concerted effort to maintain his thoughts within the realm of serious academic inquiry, striving to avoid descending into more unspeakable matters. Regardless, Kevin firmly believed that this expedition was not in vain. The reasons for this conviction were numerous, and further explanation was unnecessary. In stark contrast to Kevin's discomfort, the professor appeared exceedingly exhilarated. The research was progressing remarkably well, and such opportunities were indeed rare and precious. With his vast experience and age, the professor remained unfazed by such occurrences. Moments later, two gorillas ascended and ambled away, completely oblivious to Kevin and the professor's presence. Meanwhile, further back, the two Smita nationals remained concealed, unable to discern the gorillas, and perplexed by Kevin and the professor's stillness, though they patiently awaited the outcome. Based on Kevin and the professor's demeanor, the Smita nationals deduced that their strength was not formidable. 26th-tier experts, even unarmed, should suffice to deal with them. Thus, there was no urgency in their approach. Observing Kevin and the professor, it was evident they were searching for something. This led the two Smita nationals to ponder whether these individuals had also come to the venomous forest in pursuit of artifacts. If so, launching a preemptive strike would jeopardize their own hunt for the artifact, resulting in a significant loss. Only when they located the artifact could they seize it to maximize their gains. The two Smita nationals remained remarkably composed. Being domestic elites, they had collaborated for several years and developed a considerable rapport, despite their relatively brief time in Lubol. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the gorillas depart, Kevin and the professor cautiously retreated, finding a tree to lean against. The professor sat down, producing paper and pencil, his expression still brimming with excitement. "I must illustrate the mating behavior of the gorillas in a dynamic format." Kevin was left speechless. Without hesitation, the professor began sketching furiously with his pencil, the sound of the tip gliding across the paper echoing in the air. Kevin watched in awe, nearly overwhelmed by the speed and precision of the professor's strokes. Though merely a rough sketch, the few lines captured an astonishing likeness. Indeed, the professor was worthy of his title. This drawing continued until dusk, the professor relying on memory to complete it, knowing that the longer he waited, the more details would blur. As the evening approached, the two decided to return to their camp for rest, still unaware of the two Smita nationals lying in wait nearby. The camp, the professor, having had a fruitful day, became quite talkative, sharing amusing anecdotes from his past research on gorillas, which lightened the atmosphere. He recounted an incident where a gorilla had snatched a cup during his studies, only to use it as a makeshift toilet, leading the professor to relinquish the now foul-smelling object to the gorilla. Many believed that studying animals was futile, as experts could easily dispatch them with their combat skills and magic. However, the truth was that in ancient times, humans had to learn hunting and fighting techniques from animals. Even today, the actions of certain magical beasts closely mirrored those of their animal counterparts, yet magical beasts were elusive, especially high-tier ones. In the professor's view, studying animals was indirectly studying magical beasts and, ultimately, humanity itself. Regrettably, most young people today were preoccupied with personal strength, leaving those willing to engage in such studies often lacking in prowess. The professor could only shake his head in resignation. Another night passed, and Kevin and the professor set out once more in search of gorillas. Yet today was not as fortunate. After a day of fruitless searching, the following 3 days yielded no results. The professor speculated that the gorillas had perhaps discovered their presence and were intentionally avoiding them. Regardless, they still had plenty of provisions, and they could return when their supplies dwindled. So they continued to search casually. It was not until the 6th day that Kevin and the professor finally made a significant discovery near a spring in the woods, where 2 gorillas were drinking water. Moments later, one of the gorillas climbed atop a protruding rock and shamelessly urinated down below. The rock stood over a meter high, and the gorilla appeared to relish the act, aiming precisely at a container below. This vessel, exquisitely crafted, could not possibly have been made by a gorilla, and the professor increasingly suspected it was the cup he had once lost, while a single cup could hardly contain the volume of a gorilla's urine. It quickly splattered everywhere. The gorilla, unconcerned, leapt down from the rock to rejoin its companion, who, after some time, resumed engaging in activities of an unspeakable nature. Kevin was taken aback. Could it be that this was the gorilla's mating season? However, this time, the professor was more intrigued by the chamber pot than the unspeakable activities. He gestured to Kevin, and the two stealthily maneuvered around the gorillas to approach the back of the rock, undeterred by the filth. The professor directly picked up the chamber pot, nodding in acknowledgement that it was indeed his long-lost cup, though now the base was cracked, and a piece was missing from the rim, rendering it devoid of value, as either a cup or a chamber pot. The professor, holding the cup, fell into deep contemplation. He had once believed that the gorilla had urinated in the cup out of spite, yet now, after such a long interval, did the gorilla still maintain this peculiar habit? What could be the reason? Or was this area the gorilla's designated restroom? Had the gorilla developed the capability to delineate its territory? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and the cup in the professor's hand was snatched away by an unseen assailant. A figure, obscured by a hood, materialized on the rock, laughing in a strange accent of the Labal language. Ha ha ha, this urinal now belongs to us. There was a fleeting moment of stillness among the onlookers and animals alike. Quick to react, Kevin drew his sword and positioned himself protectively in front of the professor, demanding, "Who goes there?" The two gorillas, as if awakening from a trance, hastily turned and fled, emitting a chorus of "Oh-ho, oh-ho" sounds. "Who we are is none of your concern," came the cold retort from the masked figure, who began to toy with the urinal. Despite its overwhelming odor of gorilla urine, it was evidently an artifact of significance. Otherwise, one could not fathom why a vice-chancellor would traverse such a distance, contemplating over a mere urinal for an extended period. "Tell me, how do we activate this urinal?" the hooded figure inquired. Kevin and the professor exchanged a glance. Momentarily rendered speechless, suddenly, an icy chill emanated from behind, catching them off guard as shards of ice flew towards them. With a series of sharp sounds, both Kevin and the professor found their limbs encased in frost, complete with chains of ice around their necks. Instantly, they felt a numbing cold in their extremities. Kevin could barely maintain his grip on his sword, which clattered to the ground. This was an intermediate water-based spell. Ice shackles, a projectile attack that, upon striking, would freeze the opponent in place, sending an insidious chill to the bone. Though primarily used to immobilize foes, prolonged exposure could inflict frostbite and even leave lasting effects. The intermediate spell was far beyond Kevin's capacity to counter, and the opponent wielded it with remarkable finesse, indicating it was their specialty. The release speed was nearly on par with that of a fireball spell. And with the surprise attack from behind, Kevin was left with no choice but to concede. Words alone will not suffice. The spellcaster emerged from behind. When necessary, we must show them what true power looks like. Kevin realized that the two before him were far beyond his capabilities, and he could only repeat a futile line. "Who are you?" At this moment, the professor remained unflustered, gazing into the distance where the gorillas had fled, murmuring to himself. The gorilla's mating was abruptly interrupted. "Do you think the male might suffer from impotence?" Everyone present fell silent. "Let's take them both back to the camp." The earlier masked figure, regaining composure, pushed Kevin slightly. With no other option, they trudged back to the camp. Shackled in ICE.as they endured the freezing restraints, Kevin was acutely aware that he, a young man, struggled to withstand the chill, while the professor, older and frilier, trembled uncontrollably. He immediately spoke up. "Gentlemen, the professor is of advanced age, lacking any combat prowess, and unable to escape, that I hope you might show a modicum of mercy and release him from these icy shackles." The two masked figures exchanged glances and, after a moment's consideration, nodded. The The spellcaster waved his hand, withdrawing the professor's restraints. The professor sighed in relief, exhaling deeply. Kevin seized the moment to speak again. Since you have shown some kindness, why not extend it further and free me from my shackles as well? Silence. The spellcaster barked in anger. If you utter another word, I shall freeze your intimate parts, ensuring you remain that way for eternity. Kevin, feeling a twinge of fear, could only continue walking forward. Upon reaching the camp, Kevin and the professor stood outside, while the spellcaster monitored them closely from behind. The other figure delved into the tent, seemingly rummaging for something. Although referred to as a camp, the tent was quite small, barely tall enough for a person to stand in, merely serving as a sleeping space. We have no money or valuables on our persons, the professor stated. You will find nothing of worth. The two figures disregarded his words. Continuing their search, moments later, they emerged from the tent with a stack of papers, the very sketches of gorilla mating that the professor had drawn yesterday. What is this? One asked. The mating sketches of gorillas, the professor replied candidly. What purpose do they serve? The figure inquired. Perplexed. To be taken back for research, the professor answered. Haha, the figure laughed. Who doesn't know how to perform such an act? Why would one need to study it? Ridiculous. With that, he ripped the papers apart, sending them fluttering down like snowflakes. The professor's ire ignited. You are not even involved in the business of obscenity. Why destroy my animated drawings? You old fool, be quiet, the spellcaster roared. Do you realize that you are our prisoners? Do you not know that this is within the borders of Labal? Kevin interjected. And what of it? The figure sneered. Sadly, this place is remote. You could scream until your throat is raw, and no one would come to your aid. Ha ha ha. Kevin sighed in resignation. Professor, I regret to inform you that I am not a suitable bodyguard. The professor echoed the sentiment. Next time, we must secure a higher fee, at least to enlist a skilled fighter. Humph, the figure scoffed. Even if the captain of mercenaries were present, he would be no match for us. You are unarmed, Kevin pointed out. And what of it? I can still annihilate you with unarmed magic, the spellcaster retorted with a smirk. Who says I'm unarmed? I still possess an axe. The other warrior chimed in, suddenly realizing, isn't your sword mine now? Ha ha ha. Enough of this chatter, the spellcaster redirected the conversation. Now, tell me, what valuable items do you possess? Nothing at all. Truly, we have nothing left, Kevin and the professor replied helplessly. The two figures searched again, finding indeed nothing of worth, and resorted to the urinal once more. Speak. What exactly is this? The professor responded with honesty. It is merely a cup I once owned. You lie, the figure retorted, exuding an aura of danger as his yellow aura flared, revealing him to be a sixth-tier warrior. A foe Kevin could not contend with. Strangely, the cup in the figure's hand began to emit a radiant white light as the aura intensified. Oh, the figure exclaimed, it truly is an artifact. This was a gift from a former student of mine. When infused with aura, it can indeed glow, but beyond that, it serves no other purpose, the professor lamented, dousing their hopes with cold reality. I hope you will speak truthfully. Otherwise, we might just eliminate your bodyguard, the figure warned. Clearly unconvinced, Kevin scowled, sensing that he was regarded as a mere pawn in their game, which was intolerable. He spoke up again. Actually, I am well versed in various myths surrounding the urinal. You are. What could you possibly know? The spellcaster scoffed. In truth, I have been a student of the professor for quite some time, effectively making me his half-student. This time, he brought me along, highlighting my significance, Kevin replied. The two foreigners exchanged glances, and the spellcaster proposed. Let us separate them. You take the bodyguard to one side, and we will each interrogate one of them, then reconvene to compare stories. Agreed, the other responded, promptly leading Kevin away several meters. You may begin speaking. Clearing his throat, Kevin began. There has long been a rumor that every 60 years, an ancient urinal reappears in the world. It is said that the one who possesses this urinal can have a single wish fulfilled, regardless of its nature, be it domestic or foreign, from this continent or another realm. Whether it involves angels or demons, or even transcending time itself, this urinal encompasses it all. To obtain the urinal, the Church of Light established that only 7 uniquely qualified individuals are permitted to seek it. Through special mediums, they can summon powerful spirits. These spirits may be ancient god kings, invincible warriors from any era, time travelers from the future, or renowned heroes from other worlds. The power of these spirits far exceeds that of our known sword saints and archmages, defying all conventional understanding. Kevin spoke with an air of calm seriousness. These 7 special mages, accompanied by their summoned spirits, will engage in a war. This is famously known as the urinal war, he concluded. The figures stared at him, dumbfounded. Why have I never heard of this before? Such matters are only known to those at the highest echelons. I, too, have only caught wind of it through my time with the professor, Kevin replied placidly. Meanwhile, the spellcaster continued to interrogate the professor. Tell me, what is the significance of the urinal's glow? This was merely a diagram my student learned, and they engraved it on the cup out of respect, the professor explained. It holds no real value. You lie. Tell me the truth, the spellcaster threatened. The professor sighed in resignation. Perhaps it was simply to ensure I could find it in the dark to drink water without needing to turn on the lights. But you can't use aura, can you? The spellcaster queried. Correct. I cannot wield aura, but the intention of the student was, well, that was the idea, I suppose, the professor stammered, struggling to justify such a trivial matter. Isn't this a urinal? The figure pressed. Do you regard it as a urinal or a cup? A cup, the professor replied. Then drink from it and see. That would be. The urinal, the professor backtracked. But what did you just say about drinking water? The figure couldn't comprehend. All right, my point was, if the urinal glows at night, I wouldn't need to light a lamp to see it. Allowing for precise aim when using it, that's its sole purpose. Nothing more. The professor clarified, attempting to organize his thoughts. The figure scrutinized him, sensing a lack of coherence in his words, growing increasingly convinced that the professor was deceiving them. Meanwhile, Kevin continued to elaborate, tossing around names of ancient kings, demons, and deities, and invoking grandiose terms like inherent barriers in the treasury of kings. The figures were genuinely astonished. One must possess considerable skill to fabricate lies of such magnitude. How could one conjure up an elaborate falsehood so intricately detailed in an instant? Furthermore, the narrative is replete with intricacies, its plot woven with such finesse that it resembles an epic novel. Captivating in its brilliance, this sensation leaves little room for disbelief. In a moment, the mage led the professor to seek out Kevin and his companions. The professor, with only a few lines to deliver, could glean little from the exchange, while Kevin, on the other hand, was effusive, barely scratching the surface of the unfolding tale that as twilight descended. The two ignited torches to continue their inquiry. After listening for a while, the professor, quick to react, exclaimed, Silence. How is it that you have divulged all this? Kevin, after a brief pause, turned away, murmuring, I apologize, Professor, I wish to preserve my life. The professor sighed deeply, relieved that, due to the abundance of mosquitoes, everyone was shrouded, their facial expressions less scrutinized, rendering the test of acting relatively straightforward. Exchanging glances, the two foreigners conferred, and the mage inquired, What have you concluded? Do you comprehend how to activate the urinal? I have discerned the first step, the warrior replied. First, select a night when the moon is particularly resplendent, and hurl the urinal towards it, aiming as close as possible. Let it absorb the essence of the moon. Both men looked skyward. The moon appears favorable. Shall we proceed? No dissent arose. And immediately, the warrior unleashed a surge of yellow energy, the urinal in his grasp radiating a brilliant white glow. With a vigorous throw, the four watched as the luminous urinal ascended, piercing through the trees until it reached a considerable height before gently descending. In the distance, outside the venomous forest, several patrolling parrots promptly reported to their contract mage, An unidentified luminous object has been detected within the venomous forest, requesting instructions. Chapter 71. The rescue plan. The patrol efforts in the border city are undoubtedly more robust than those in the inland cities. Compounded by the chaotic presence of numerous mercenaries, the authorities have been striving to enhance public safety, and the capabilities of the constable in Mosai City should not be underestimated. The parrots, upon spotting the mysterious glowing object, alerted their contract mage, who took immediate notice. The object, having flown to an altitude exceeding 100 meters before descending, emitted a white light, distinct from a mere torch flame, and thus warranted further investigation to ascertain whether it was a newly born magical beast, an unusual natural phenomenon, or a novel weapon or spell from a rival nation. However, sending parrots alone to traverse the venomous forest, particularly at night, posed significant risks, given their limited combat prowess. Hence, a whistle sounded from the city defense department, and a 10-member emergency squad swiftly assembled, lightly armed with swords and shields, accompanied by a parrot for communication. In times of peace, emergency squads undoubtedly represent one of the most arduous and perilous military branches. Regardless of the nature of any anomaly, be it a brawl, a dispute, a fire, or even a structural collapse, the emergency squad is invariably the first dispatched. Orders within the main city dictate that, irrespective of the situation, the emergency squad must be sent forth, regardless of their ability to resolve the issue. This practice is necessitated by the underdeveloped communication systems. By the time clarity is achieved regarding the situation, it may be too late for effective intervention. Consequently, the protocol is to deploy first and ascertain the details afterward. Typically, a main city will establish 3 to 8 emergency squads, rotating their duties and rest periods. The inherent dangers are undeniable, with many sustaining injuries or even fatalities, yet the potential for earning accolades is considerably higher than in other military units. No1 relishes the role of cannon fodder. Thus, emergency squads have endeavored to enhance their survival rates. Each team usually comprises over 5 mages, primarily specializing in water and earth magic, ensuring they can extinguish fires and manage landslides. Generally, 1 or 2 priests are included, capable of providing immediate medical assistance. Their combat abilities are undoubtedly elite. While they may not excel in offensive maneuvers, they are exceptionally skilled in defense, as their primary mission is to serve as the vanguard, clarifying the situation and stalling hostilities until reinforcements arrive. The 10-member squad embarked under the cover of night. Simultaneously, the Crystal Reconnaissance Division of the main city initiated their operations. 3 seasoned mages promptly ignited a fire and cautiously retrieved a crystal orb the size of a watermelon. Delicately placing it above the flames and using their mental energy to levitate it, they then added a hodgepodge of materials into the fire, including magical beast pelts, excrement, garlic, and various viscous substances. Each mage played a distinct role, one focused on the flames, employing fire spells to incinerate the materials while casting a special flame upon the crystal orb to activate it without damaging the orb itself. Another mage managed the orb, utilizing mental energy to stabilize it while simultaneously scanning the incident's details through the orb and projecting the findings onto its surface. The third, a wind mage, expelled the noxious fumes from the room, ensuring that the 3 mages remained unscathed from the foul stench. The crystal orb's imaging capability is a well-documented phenomenon in numerous works, and it certainly exists within the continent, with the Ryan Empire at the forefront of this technology, while the Lubal Kingdom lags considerably behind. Concerning the orb's principles, various theories abound. Mages are aware of its application, but not its underlying mechanics. One theory posits that the orb connects to another realm, potentially a divine realm. The orb can be likened to an eye, while the divine realm serves as a mirror. Through this reflection, the eye perceives the situation of a specific location on the continent. This divine realm does not conform to the conventional understanding of a domain inhabited by deities or the Church's conception of heaven, but rather represents a distinct interface, akin to an alternate world or dimension. The nature of the reflection is far from a simple physical light reflection, involving a complex interplay between different interfaces. Given the enigma of the other interface, the means of reflection remain beyond imagination. This understanding represents the prevailing consensus, albeit unverified. Unless the divine realm is discovered, it may remain perpetually unproven. The term divine is utilized not merely to denote an alternate realm, but because it is commonly interpreted that above there exists a mirror. By gazing upward, one can see other parts of the continent through its angle. Since it is situated above, it is naturally regarded as a divine realm. Theoretically, the crystal orb can be employed for reconnaissance across the entire continent, though this capability is contingent on the caster's strength and the duration of the spell. However, masters of the 9th rank or above may sense when the orb is utilized, while sacred rank masters can interfere with or even counter it using mental energy. The Ryan Empire has conducted experiments wherein 3 grand sorcerers operated a large crystal orb, achieving a 7-day reconnaissance that even revealed the surface of the moon. The materials consumed in this endeavor amounted to over 2 billion gold bricks. The price of crystals is not fixed but determined by their quality and texture. Some can be procured for a mere 10 gold coins, while those intended for reconnaissance must be exceptionally pure, sizable, and meticulously crafted, rendering them exceedingly rare and often beyond market availability. Certain nations are even willing to exchange entire cities for a single crystal orb. Such a high value is attributed not only to the craftsmanship and artistic merit of the orb itself, but also to its efficacy as a communication medium. 2 crystal orbs can facilitate visual dialogue. Furthermore, the orb serves as a strategic weapon, complementing gigantic staves. The process begins with reconnaissance via the crystal orb, followed by the giant staff executing long-range forbidden spells, returning to the matter at hand. As the three mages manipulated the crystal orb, images of the venomous forest began to materialize on its surface. The orb's range and duration of reconnaissance are interrelated. The venomous forest lies at a considerable distance from Mosai City, and ascertaining specific details necessitates time. The parrots only observed the bright light ascending, but the point of origin could only be estimated, leaving ample room for error. With a creak, the door swung open, and the chief of security entered, appearing somewhat fatigued. "What is the status?" "We are still searching," replied the mage, as the orb's image began to shift slowly. Beneath the moonlight, the forest was shrouded in shadows, making observation quite challenging. "I shall gather the team," the chief declared, promptly exiting to sound the whistle. Regardless of the circumstances, the priority was to assemble the personnel. Discovery. A sudden flash of brilliance illuminated the orb as another object soared into the sky. Drawing the focus closer, the image revealed 4 individuals holding torches, their faces obscured. Given the plethora of mosquitoes in the venomous forest, this was a common occurrence. The orb could display images but could not capture conversations, leaving the intentions of the 4 individuals unknown. One of them is shackled with ice cuffs. The detail did not escape the attention of the onlookers. The ice cuffs, though primarily a binding skill, inflict considerable damage and would not be employed against one's own. Clearly, one among them was being detained. Were they engaged in some illicit transaction? The information was swiftly relayed to the emergency team advancing toward the scene. Communicated via the parrot through the mage's contract. There are 4 individuals. One is restrained with ice cuffs, and the luminous object was launched by one of them. Yellow energy. The parrot merely reported what was observed, leaving the team to draw their own conclusions. The emergency squad, upon hearing this, silently lamented their misfortune. The yellow energy undoubtedly indicated a 6th-tier warrior, while the individual capable of wielding ice cuffs was at least a 4th or 5th-tier mage. This skirmish would be considerably challenging. Although the emergency squad dealt with various troubles, their greatest apprehension remained the prospect of complications. Yet, there was no recourse. Having been dispatched, retreat was not an option, as this was the command. "Everyone, let's rally our spirits. This might be a significant event," the captain urged, striving to uplift morale. "Our primary task is to hold our ground until the main force arrives. At that point, we shall claim a great victory." "Understood," the others responded. As seasoned veterans, they were acutely aware that mutual encouragement was most beneficial in such trying times. Cynical remarks and self-importance would only hasten their demise. The emergency response team from Mosai City was among the nation's elite, with 8 out of 10 members proficient in both magical and martial arts. Although their strength hovered around the 3rd or 4th tier, they stood little chance against a 6th-tier expert. However, with their extensive experience, they should be able to maintain a stalemate for a while. Yet, it was likely that they would lose a few lives today. Meanwhile, a Smita warrior hurled a chamber pot for the 3rd time, watching it descend rapidly before deftly catching it. How can one discern how much moon essence this chamber pot contains? The warrior examined the pot from every angle but found no clues. Kevin leaned against a book, his body trembling slightly, his voice considerably weaker. I'm not doing well." "Humph, useless," the mage scoffed, yet waved his hand to retract the ice shackles from Kevin's feet, leaving the restraints on his hands intact. "Speak quickly, don't feign ignorance." The warrior kicked Kevin in frustration. "All I know are myths and legends, whether they hold any truth." "I cannot say," Kevin replied helplessly. "You must understand, myths often contain exaggerations. The specifics can only be determined through experimentation, though the protagonist may find a chamber pot and summon an ancient deity by merely urinating into it. That is the privilege of the protagonist. You believe yourselves to be protagonists." "Enough nonsense," the others retorted skeptically. "Since you know so much, you must have more to share. Speak." "Very well, I shall tell you," Kevin conceded, gathering his thoughts and beginning to recount the tale of the 5th chamber pot battle. This story was adapted from a foreign novel, which Kevin had taken liberty to modify extensively. Initially, he had altered many names and terms to test whether they were familiar with the original, but he soon realized they were completely oblivious, prompting him to play the role of a bard without reservation. "Someone is approaching," the mage suddenly exclaimed, interrupting Kevin's narrative. "We must leave." The warrior swiftly grabbed both Kevin and the professor, unleashing his combat aura as they retreated. The mage immediately followed suit. Simultaneously, the emergency team received word. "The enemy has detected your presence and is moving rapidly, seemingly unwilling to engage." "We pursue," the team leader commanded. And a wind mage among them lightened their burdens, allowing them to chase after the target at speed. The forest terrain was rugged and difficult to navigate. Despite carrying 2 individuals, the 6th-tier Smita warrior outpaced the emergency team. However, the Smita mage struggled, as water mages were not known for their speed. Even while clearing a path through the underbrush, they continued to lag behind, forcing the warrior to slow down to accommodate them. Kevin and the professor were unceremoniously dragged along by the warrior, and the experience was far from pleasant. Kevin's hands and feet were numb from the cold, and the shackles on his wrists rendered him incapable of resistance. Shouting could provoke their captors into violence, leaving him with no choice but to endure. From the perspective of the crystal ball, it was evident that one individual was carrying 2 others, one of whom was shackled. Clearly, these 2 were being abducted, and while their identities remained a mystery, the situation warranted official intervention. Although Mosaish City frequently witnessed mercenaries clashing and killing one another, the authorities generally disapproved of such chaos. Even if they could not monitor every incident, they could not turn a blind eye to it when it was observed. Furthermore, both captors were formidable, their prowess surpassing that of most mercenary leaders, necessitating intervention. Report. Suddenly, a secretary rushed in, breathless. "Sir, the registration at the entrance of the venomous forest indicates that a week ago, the vice principal of the Royal Academy and his escort entered the forest and have yet to return." "What?" The commander was instantly drenched in cold sweat. "Sir, it is quite likely that the 6th-tier experts are targeting individuals of the vice principal's caliber," the mage beside him offered as a suggestion. "All units, mobilize." The commander, no longer hesitating, shouted orders to the assembled 500 law enforcement officers, who promptly surged toward the venomous forest. After a few steps, the commander grew anxious and commanded a nearby parrot to relay a message to the secretary. "Prepare to request reinforcements from the nearby station troops. It would be best if we could borrow the Dragon Eagle unit." The secretary immediately set off to fulfill the order. Meanwhile, the large mobilization of law enforcement caught the attention of nearby mercenaries, who began inquiring about the unfolding situation. However, aside from the commander, few were privy to the details. The gathered soldiers were equally clueless, and mercenaries seeking information were met with silence. Observing the officers charging into the venomous forest without hesitation, many mercenaries hesitated to follow, deterred by the abundant mosquitoes in the area at this moment. The 2 Smita nationals continued their flight. For them, even if they could win a fight, confronting regular troops was decidedly unwise. Although the mage had slowed their pace, evading the pursuers should not have been too difficult. Yet, time and again, they found themselves pursued anew. Even a 6th-tier warrior, while carrying 2 individuals through the forest, would eventually grow weary. After all, they had already spent several days in the woods merely surveilling and tracking, which was quite exhausting. "We cannot escape," the mage concluded. "Let us turn back and eliminate them." "Agreed, same as before." The warrior nodded, halting abruptly and carelessly tossing Kevin and the professor aside that he seized Kevin's sword and shield. Adopting a battle-ready stance, the mage, meanwhile, concealed himself, quietly gathering ice shackles for a surprise attack, clearly employing a familiar strategy. Unfortunately for them, this tactic was clearly observed by the crystal ball, which relayed the information to the emergency team. The emergency team, now prepared, slowed their advance to devise a counter-strategy, remaining calm in the face of impending conflict, while Kevin and the professor lay on the ground, devoid of the ability to resist. They could at least exchange a few words. Kevin spoke up. "I advise you to flee while you still can. If you do not run now, you may lose your opportunity." The warrior retorted angrily, "Shut your mouth. I assure you, we do not regard these lowly soldiers as a threat." Moments later, a group emerged from the thicket, and the foremost individual inquired, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The mage on the right suddenly sprang to his feet, flinging a dozen ice shackles into the air. If they struck true, they could easily ensnare those present. Ice shackles could immobilize any part of the body, not just limbs. A well-placed throw to the head or shoulder would suffice to freeze and bind. However, the emergency team was ready for this assault. 8 members raised their hands, employing their mental prowess to redirect the incoming shackles, although it was difficult for them to directly restrain or seize control from a 6th-tier mage. Altering the trajectory was certainly within their capabilities. The ice shackles, now converging toward the center, collided mid-air, and due to their inherent properties, both ends would automatically freeze whatever they encountered. A cluster of converging ice shackles inevitably bumped into one another, forming a large frozen mass. The last member brandished a wooden stick and struck the mass, Although the stick froze instantly, the ice shackles were still propelled back by the force of the blow, creating a remarkable chain reaction.